in a hotel robe, hair messy, eyes wide, saying, "Baby, what are you doing here?" His voice cracking, guilt written all over his face. I pushed the door open, stepped inside, and there she, sitting on the bed, wrapped in a sheet, her makeup smudged, my husband's clothes on the floor next to hers. She looked at me, I looked at her. Marcus stood frozen between us like a deer in headlights, and I said, "So this is Dallas." My voice calm, too calm, the kind of calm that comes right before a storm. Marcus started stammering, "Baby, listen, this isn't what it looks like, I can explain," and I actually laughed. Not because it was funny, but because that's what they all say. Every cheating man in history has used that exact line. The woman on the bed pulled the sheet tighter around herself and said, "Marcus, who is this?" And I turned to her, looked her dead in the eye, and said, "I'm his wife. Who the hell are you?" Her face went pale, and she looked at Marcus like he'd just betrayed her too, like she didn't know, like maybe he'd told her he was single or divorced or some other lie. And she said, "His wife? Marcus, you told me you were separated." And there it was, the web of lies unraveling right in front of me, because not only was he cheating, he was telling this woman we were separated when I'd just kissed him goodbye 3 days ago. I looked back at Marcus and said, "Separated? Is that what you told her?" When exactly did we separate, Marcus? Because I must have missed that conversation. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out, just pathetic silence, and the woman got up, started grabbing her clothes, said, "I can't believe this. You're disgusting," and I almost felt bad for her, almost, because she was a victim here too. Just not my priority. She got dressed fast, grabbed her purse, shot Marcus one last look of pure disgust, and walked past me out the door, and then it was just the two of us, me and the man I'd built a life with, standing in a hotel room that smelled like betrayal. I walked over to the bed, sat down on the edge, looked at the rumpled sheets, the 2 coffee cups on the nightstand, the room service tray with breakfast for 2, and I felt this strange calm wash over me because the wondering was over. The paranoia I'd convinced myself was crazy was actually real, and now I knew. Marcus finally found his voice and said, "Baby, please, let me explain. It was a mistake. It didn't mean anything," and I held up my hand to stop him because I'd heard enough. I'd seen enough, and nothing he could say would change what I'd just walked in on. I said, "How long?" and he hesitated, looked away, and I said it again, louder, "How long, Marcus?" and he mumbled 6 months, like that would somehow hurt less than saying it clearly. 6 months, half a year of lying to my face, half a year of fake business trips and late nights at the office, half a year of him coming home and kissing me like everything was normal while he was building a whole other life behind my back. I stood up, walked to the window, looked out at the Atlanta skyline, and said, "I want you to know that I loved you. I gave you everything, and you threw it away for what? For her, for the thrill, for the ego boost of having 2 women," and my voice didn't break, didn't waver, because I was done crying over him. He tried to come closer, tried to touch my shoulder, and I stepped back, said, don't you dare touch me," because his hands felt contaminated now. Everything about him felt dirty. I pulled out my phone, opened the camera, and started recording, Marcus looking confused, saying, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I'm documenting this, your confession, this hotel room, all of it. Because when I file for divorce, I want to make sure the judge knows exactly who you are." His face went from guilty to panicked real quick, and he said, "Divorce? Baby, come on, we can work through this. We can go to counseling," and I actually laughed again because the audacity of this man thinking I would stay, thinking I would work through him sleeping with another woman for 6 months, was genuinely insane. I recorded him standing there in his robe, recorded the hotel room, the evidence of his betrayal, and then I stopped, put my phone away, and said, "I'll be moved out by the time you get home." I recorded him standing there in his robe, recorded the hotel room, the evidence of his betrayal, and he followed me. I walked toward the door, and he followed me. begging now,
put my phone
please,
away, and
don't
said,
do this.
I'll be
I
moved
love you.
out by the time
I made
you
a
get
mistake.
home.
I recorded
and I
don't
turned
bother
around
me
one
to
last
protect
time
me.
and said, my
Recorded
lawyer
make
will
a
tell
mistake.
Punch.
Marcus,
The evidence
I
of
walked
his
toward the
betrayal.
door, and he
Over and
over
over
again
begging
for 6
now,
months,
put my phone
and
away,
now I'm
and
empty.
said, I'll be
I
moved
love you.
out
I left
by
him
the time
standing
you get
there in the
home.
hotel
I recorded
room
don't
and
bother
didn't
me
even
one
elevator
last
time
time
down.
and said,
Recorded
my lawyer
walked
will
through
tell
the lobby
Punch.
with
The
my
evidence
I
of
walked
his
toward the
betrayal.
door,
I wanted to
and
keep
over
going.
and over again
begging
begging
now,
now,
put my phone
and
away,
now I'm
and
empty.
said, I'll be moved
I
out
left
by
him
the time
standing
you
there
get
in the
home.
hotel
I recorded
room
don't
and
bother
didn't
me
even
one
elevator
last
time
time
down.
and said,
Because
my
I'd
lawyer
wasted
told
5 years
Marcus
of my life
I
on
made
the
a
door,
mistake.
and
I
over
wanted
and
to
over
stop
again
by
begging
the
now,
phone
and
away,
now I'm
and
empty.
said, I'll be moved
I
out
left
by
him
the time
standing
you
there in
get
the
home.
hotel
I
room
recorded
and
don't
didn't
bother
even
me one
elevator
last
time
time
down.
and
Because
said,
I'd wasted 5 years of my life on the door, and over and over again begging now, and now I'm empty. I called my girl standing there in the hotel room and she came over with a reminder that I'd wasted 5 years of my life on the door, saying over and over again begging now, and now I'm empty. I called my girl standing there in the hotel room and she came over with a reminder that I'd wasted 5 years of my life on the door, saying over and over again begging now, and now I'm empty. I called my girl standing there in the hotel room and she came over with a reminder that I'd wasted 5 years of my life on the door, saying over and over again begging now, and now I'm empty. I called my girl standing there in the hotel room and she came over I contacted the next morning. A woman Tasha recommended who had a reputation for eating cheating husbands alive in court, and when I walked into her office and told her my story, she smiled, actually smiled, and said, "Oh honey, we're going to take him for everything he's got." Turns out Georgia is a fault-based divorce state, meaning his infidelity actually mattered, and because we'd been married 5 years and I'd supported him through grad school while he built his career, I was entitled to alimony and a significant portion of our assets. Marcus tried to come home 2 days later and found the locks changed, his stuff in the garage, and a note on the door that said, "You can pick up your things between 2 and 4 p.m. on Saturday. My brother will be here to supervise," because I wasn't about to deal with him alone. He showed up that Saturday looking like he hadn't slept, eyes red, face haggard, and my brother Marcus, yeah, we had the same name which always annoyed him, stood there arms crossed while cheating Marcus loaded his trash bags into his car, and it felt poetic somehow. Having a real man watch a fake one pack up his lies. The divorce took 4 months to finalize, and in that time I found out even more. Found messages between him and at least 2 other women, found credit card statements for hotels and dinners I was never at. Found a whole secret life I'd been blind to because I trusted him. My attorney used all of it, every text, every receipt, every piece of evidence, and when we walked into that courtroom, Marcus looked terrified because he knew he was caught, knew there was no talking his way out of this. The judge looked at the evidence, looked at Marcus with pure disdain, and awarded me the house, alimony for 3 years, and half of his retirement account, and Marcus had the nerve to look shocked, like he expected to cheat and get away with it consequence-free. I walked out of that courtroom feeling lighter than I had in months, like I'd finally shed dead weight, and when Marcus tried to stop me in the hallway, tried one last time to apologize, I looked at him and said I hoped she was worth it and kept walking. Shanice, the bartender who'd messaged me, reached out again a few weeks after the divorce was final, said, "Hey girl, I've been thinking about you. I hope you're okay," and I thanked her, told her she'd saved me from wasting any more years on a man who didn't value me, told her she was the real one for reaching out when she didn't have to. She said she'd seen too many women get played at that bar, said she had a sixth sense for men who were up to no good, and when she saw Marcus that night with his wedding ring in his pocket and his hands all over that woman, she knew she had to say something. I sold the house 6 months later because I didn't want to live in a space that held so many memories of a lie, took the money and moved into a high-rise in Buckhead, started over completely, new place, new energy, new life. Marcus tried to reach out on my birthday, sent flowers to my new address somehow, and I threw them in the trash without reading the card because I didn't need his performative gestures, didn't need his guilt offerings. I ran into him a year later at a restaurant. He was with someone new, and when our eyes met across the room, I felt nothing. No anger, no sadness, no lingering feelings, just indifference, and that's when I knew I'd truly moved on. He looked like he wanted to come over, wanted to talk, but I turned back to my date. A man who'd proven himself honest and steady and nothing like Marcus.
And I didn't give my ex another glance.
But I turned back to
The
my
audacity
date.
of men
A
who
man
cheat is
who'd
something
proven
I'll
himself
never
honest
understand.
and steady,
The way they
and
think they
nothing
can
like
have
Marcus.
everything.
Come
And
over.
I devoted
Wife
my
at
ex
home,
another
and the
glance.
excitement
I
on the
turned back to
side.
the audacity of
Like,
men
we're
who
not
cheat
human
is something
beings
I'll
with
never
self-respect
understand.
and dignity.
The way they think they can have
everything.
Come
And
over.
I devoted
my
my
ex
home,
another
and the
glance.
excitement
I
on
turned
the
back to
side.
the audacity of
Like,
men
we're
who
not
cheat
human
is something
beings faithful. All you can do is know your worth and walk away when someone shows you they don't see it. And I'm grateful now, grateful for Shanice's message, grateful for that knock on room 804, grateful for the truth even though it shattered my world, because staying with Marcus would have shattered me even more. I'm 32 now, living my best life, traveling, thriving in my career, dating intentionally, and I've never been happier because I'm not settling, not ignoring red flags, not letting anyone make me feel like I'm asking for too much when all I want is basic respect and loyalty. Sometimes I think about that version of me sitting on the couch reading that Instagram message, how scared she was, how her whole world was about to implode, and I want to tell her it's going to hurt, but you're going to survive. You're going to come out stronger. You're going to realize you never needed him. You just needed to believe in yourself. And to anyone listening who's in that place right now, who just found out, who's reading the texts or seeing the receipts or standing outside a hotel room door, I'm telling you what I wish someone had told me. Leave. Don't wait for more proof. Don't give them another chance. Don't believe the tears and the promises. Just leave and don't look back, because you deserve someone who would never put you in that position to begin with. Marcus texts me sometimes, even now, 3 years later, saying he's sorry, saying he thinks about me, saying he made the biggest mistake of his life, and I don't respond because my silence is the only answer he deserves. I'm happy, genuinely happy, and he's still out there trying to fill whatever void made him think cheating was acceptable, and that's not my problem anymore. That's his, and I'm free. I started therapy about 6 months after the divorce, not because I was broken, but because I wanted to understand how I'd missed the signs, how I'd let myself be so blind to what was happening right in front of me. My therapist, Dr. Williams, she didn't let me sit in that victim space for long. She said, "You didn't miss signs. He was deliberately hiding them. That's what cheaters do. They gaslight you into thinking you're paranoid when your intuition is screaming the truth, and hearing that released something in me I didn't know I was holding on to." She helped me see that I'd been so busy being the perfect wife, so focused on supporting Marcus and building our life together, that I'd stopped paying attention to myself, stopped listening to my own needs, stopped noticing when things felt off. There were signs though. Looking back, I can see them clearly now, the way he started going to the gym more, upgrading his wardrobe, being extra protective of his phone, coming home and showering immediately before even greeting me. All those little changes I'd explained away as him just taking better care of himself. I remember one night about 8 months before I found out, we were lying in bed and I said, "You feel different lately, like distant," and he'd rolled over, kissed my forehead, said, "I'm just stressed with work, baby. Nothing to worry about." And I'd believed him because why wouldn't I? He was my husband. That's what gets me the most. Not just the cheating, but the ease with which he lied, the way he could look in my eyes and feed me bullshit with a straight face, the way he made me doubt my own instincts when they were trying to protect me. Dr. Williams said that's the real damage of infidelity, not just the broken trust, but the way it makes you question your own judgment, makes you wonder if you can ever trust yourself again. And working through that took longer than getting over Marcus ever did. I joined this online support group for women who'd been through similar situations, and hearing their stories made me realize I wasn't alone, wasn't crazy, wasn't the only one who'd been blindsided by someone they thought they knew. One woman in the group, her husband had been cheating for 10 years with multiple women. Another found out her husband had a whole second family in another state, and my situation, as devastating as it was, could have been so much worse. But pain is pain. You can't measure it against someone else's trauma, and what Marcus did to me was enough, more than enough to justify every decision I made after. I started dating again about a year after the divorce was final. Nothing serious at first, just getting back out there, remembering what it felt like to be wanted without the weight of betrayal hanging over everything. The first guy I went out with, David, he was nice enough, but halfway through dinner, he made some joke about his crazy ex-wife, and I immediately shut down because any man who talks about his ex like that is telling you exactly who he is. I learned to watch for the red flags I'd ignored with Marcus. The love bombing, the inconsistencies in stories, the way some men would push for commitment too fast or get defensive when I asked basic questions about their life. I dated a few guys who seemed promising until they weren't. One who still had dating apps on his phone while we were supposedly exclusive. Another who'd conveniently forget to mention he was technically still married until I found his wedding photos on Facebook. It was exhausting and demoralizing, and there were nights I wondered if all men were just variations of Marcus, if loyalty was just some fantasy I'd been sold that didn't actually exist in real life. But then I met James at a friend's birthday party. He wasn't my usual type, quieter, more reserved. Worked as an architect and spoke about his projects with this genuine passion that was actually refreshing after dealing with so many men who couldn't talk about anything but themselves. He asked for my number, and I almost didn't give it to him because I was so tired of being disappointed, but something about him felt different, felt safe in a way I hadn't experienced in a long time. Our first date was coffee, simple, low pressure, and he asked me questions, real questions, about my life and my work and what I wanted for my future, and he actually listened to the answers instead of just waiting for his turn to talk. I told him on the third date that I'd been married before, that it had ended badly, that I had trust issues I was working through, and he didn't run, didn't make it weird, just said, I get it, we all have history, I'm not in a rush, and meant it. He was consistent, showed up when he said he would, texted back in reasonable time frames, introduced me to his friends and family without hesitation, had his location shared with me from day one without me even asking. It took me 6 months to fully trust him, 6 months of waiting for the other shoe to drop, for him to reveal himself as just another Marcus in disguise. But he never did. He just kept being honest and present and everything Marcus had pretended to be. We've been together 2 years now, and I'm not saying it's perfect. No relationship is, but it's real.
She caught her pastor in the hotel room,
and I never
with her
have to wonder if
sister-in-law.
he's lying to me.
I need
because
you to
he's shown
understand
me over
something
and over
before I
that
start.
transparency
I am
is
not a
just who he
suspicious
is.
woman by nature.
James knows about Marcus.
I never went
knows
through
the whole
Marcus's
story,
phone.
and
Never
he's never
questioned
once
his
made me
whereabouts.
feel crazy for
Never
being
demanded
cautious
passwords
or for
or
needing
check-ins or
reassurance
any of
when
that.
my anxiety spikes.
I was raised to believe
he
that trust
understands
was
that
the foundation of a
something I'm
marriage,
rebuilding
and if you didn't
slowly,
have that,
and he's
you
patient
didn't
with
have
that process.
anything worth keeping.
I ran into the
My
woman
mother
from the
told me
hotel
that.
room once.
My grandmother
completely
told me
random.
that.
We were
The
at
women
the
in my
same brunch
family
spot
built
in
their
Midtown,
entire
and I
identities
recognized
around
her
being the
immediately,
kind of
even
wife
though
who
it had
didn't
been
sweat the
almost
small
3
stuff,
years.
who gave
She
her
saw me
husband
too,
room to
and
breathe,
for a second we just
who kept
stared
the
at each
home
other.
steady
And
the
then she
faith
got
strong.
up, walked over
I
to my
carried that
table
into my
and
marriage
said,
as
I'm
if it were
sorry,
scripture.
I know that doesn't
And
mean much,
for a
but
long
I am.
time,
I
thought
didn't
it
know
was
he was
working.
married until you
Marcus
showed up
Webb
that day.
came into my
I
life when I was
believed her
22
because
years
I'd
old,
seen her face that
standing
morning,
in the parking
seen
lot
the
of Greater
genuine shock
Anointing
when she
Ministries
realized
after a
Marcus
Sunday morning
had
service,
lied to her too.
arguing with
And I
my cousin
said, I
Danielle
know.
about
He
whose turn it
fooled
was to
both of
host
us,
Christmas
and
dinner.
she nodded,
He walked
thanked me
past
for not
us,
hating her,
stopped,
and
looked at
walked
me,
away.
and said, I
I
don't
don't
know what
hate
the
her.
argument is
Never
about,
did really,
but I hope you
because
win.
she wasn't the
That was
problem.
it.
Marcus
That was the whole introduction.
He was the one who made
I
vows and
laughed.
broke them.
Danielle rolled
he was
her
the one
eyes,
who
and
chose
3
to
weeks
deceive
later,
everyone around
Marcus
him.
and I were having
she was
coffee
just
at a
another
little
casualty
spot
of
on
his
Cascade
selfishness.
Road.
My
Talking
mom
for
asked
4
me
hours
once if
like
I
we'd
regretted
known each other
marrying
our whole
Marcus,
lives.
if I wished
He
I could
was
go back
25,
and never meet him.
tall, clean
and
cut,
I thought
the
about it
kind
for
of
a
man
long
who
time
opened
before
doors without
answering
being
because
asked
the truth
and
is
remembered things you
complicated.
mentioned in
I said
passing
no,
3
I don't
conversations
regret it,
ago.
because that
He was
relationship
thoughtful in a
taught
way
me
that
what I
made you
will
think someone
and
had
won't
been
tolerate,
raised right,
showed me
and
my
he had
own
been.
strength.
His
forced
mother,
me to
Miss
rebuild myself
Carolyn,
into someone
was one
who
of the
knows her
most
worth
respected
and won't
women in our
compromise it for
congregation.
anyone.
His
If I hadn't
father
gone
had
through
passed
that,
when Marcus
I might
was
have
16,
settled for less,
and he
might have
carried
ignored
that
red
grief with a
flags
quiet
in
dignity
future
that I found
relationships.
deeply
Might
moving
have
at the
never
time.
developed the standards
I thought it
I
meant
have
he
now that
understood
protect
loss,
me from
that he
ending up in that
understood how
situation
fragile
again.
things were.
Marcus
I
was
thought
a
it
lesson,
made him someone
an
who would
expensive,
never take
painful
what he
lesson,
had for granted.
but a lesson
We dated
nonetheless.
for 2 years and married
I'm
when I
grateful
was
for
23.
what I learned, even if I'm
the
not
wedding was
grateful
held
for
in the
how I
same
learned it.
sanctuary where
I
we'd
still
both
have
been
Shanice on
baptized
Instagram.
as children.
We don't talk
and
regularly,
there was something
but
about that
every now
symmetry
and
that
then she
felt like a
checks in,
promise bigger
sends me
than
a
the vows
message
themselves.
asking how I'm doing,
My father
and I
walked me
always
down the
respond
aisle.
because without
Miss
her I
Carolyn
might still be in that
cried through the
marriage,
entire ceremony.
might still be living a lie.
Pastor Elijah
She
Drummond,
told me
who
recently
had
that she's
known
gotten
Marcus
messages
since he was
from
a teenager,
other women thanking her
officiated.
for exposing their
He gave a
partners
sermon
too,
before the
that
vows she's
that
made it
people
her
in our
mission at
church
the bar
still
to
talk
look out
about.
for women being
Something
played.
about covenants
and
and
I think
sacred
that's
ground,
beautiful.
and the way God
the way
sees
she turned
marriages
witnessing
not as
someone's
contracts,
betrayal
but
into
as
a
living
form
things
of
that have to be
sisterhood.
tended.
There's this
I
quote
remember
I saw
standing
somewhere
at that altar
said,
thinking I
sometimes
had
the
never
person
felt
you
more
take a bullet
certain
for
about
is the one
anything
behind
in
the
my
trigger.
life.
And that
For the
hit
first
different
several
because
years,
that's exactly
the
what
marriage
Marcus
was good.
I would have
Not
done
perfect,
anything
because
for him,
nothing
and
is,
he used
but
that
genuinely
devotion
good.
as cover to
We
destroy
bought a
me.
house in Adamsville.
But here's the thing about
I was
being
working
destroyed.
as a project
you get
manager
to decide
for a
how you
mid-size
rebuild.
healthcare
you get
company
to choose what
downtown,
version of yourself
and
rises
Marcus
from the
was
ashes.
building his career
and I
in
chose to
commercial
become
real
someone
estate.
who would never
We were
ignore
busy,
her intuition
but we
again.
made time for each other.
Never make
We
herself
traveled
small
when
to
we could.
accommodate a man's
We had a
ego.
standing date night
Never
on Fridays.
settled for breadcrumbs
We
when
were
she
active
deserves
in the church,
whole damn meal.
both of us serving
I
on
look at my
different
life
ministry
now,
teams,
my career
and that
thriving,
community
my
was the
friendships
backbone of
deeper,
our social
my
life in a
relationship
way that
healthy,
felt
my
healthy and
peace
grounding
protected,
rather than
and
insular.
I realized that
the first
losing
time
Marcus
I noticed
wasn't
something
a loss
shift
at all.
was about 4
It was a
years
gain.
into the marriage.
I gained myself
It wasn't
back.
dramatic.
People ask
It
me
wasn't an
sometimes
argument,
if I think he's
a
changed,
cold shoulder,
if I think
or
he regrets
any of
what
the
he did,
obvious
if I
signs
think
people
he's being
talk about.
faithful to whoever
It was
he's
more
with
like
now.
a frequency
And
change.
honestly, I don't
when
care.
a radio
His
signal
character
drifts
development
slightly off
or lack
station,
thereof
you
is
keep
no
reaching
longer
for the
my
dial
concern.
to bring it back.
What I
but
know
the
is
sound
that
keeps
people who
getting
cheat
fuzzy
once
at the
usually
edges.
cheat again because
Marcus
the
was
issue
present
isn't the
physically,
person they're
but
cheating
somewhere
with.
else in
It's
every
something
other way
broken
that
inside
mattered.
them.
I
Some
chalked it
inability
up
to
to
be
work stress.
satisfied.
He
Some
was
need
trying
for
to close a
validation that
significant
no one
deal,
person can
and
fill.
the pressure was
Marcus
visible.
is probably
I
still
gave
out
him
there doing the
space.
same thing to
The
someone
deal
new.
closed.
Probably
Things
still
got a
lying
little
and
better.
gaslighting and
I stopped
convincing
paying
some other
attention
woman
to the
that
frequency.
she's paranoid
But
while
that
he
drift
builds his
never
secret
fully
life.
corrected itself.
And I hope she
It
finds
would
out
settle
sooner
for a
than
few
I
months,
did.
and
I
then
hope
I'd
someone
feel it
messages
again.
her the way
That
Shanice
subtle
messaged
pulling
me.
away.
I
That
hope she
quality
has
of
the
being in
strength
the
to walk
same
away.
room with someone
I
who
hope
had
she doesn't
already
waste
left.
5 years
I
trying
mentioned
to
it
fix
to him
someone
once,
who doesn't want
maybe
to be
8
fixed.
months before
My advice
everything
to
fell
anyone
apart.
who's been cheated on
We were
is
in the
this:
kitchen on a
don't
Sunday
try to
evening,
understand it,
and I told
don't
him I
torture
felt
yourself
like we were
trying to
losing
figure out
something,
what you did
like
wrong
we were
or what
becoming
you could have done
roommates who went to
differently.
church
Because
together
the truth
instead
is you
of
did nothing
husband
wrong.
and wife.
Their cheating has
listened.
nothing to do with
He
you
nodded.
and everything
He
to
said
do
I
with
was
their
right
own
and that he would
brokenness.
do better.
Leave,
And he did
heal,
for about 6
rebuild,
weeks.
and don't ever
Then
let
the
them
drift
convince
came
you that
back,
you're bitter
and this
or
time it
holding a
brought
grudge
company.
when you refuse
He
to
started
give them
spending
another
more
chance.
time at the church.
Because walking away
Not
from
just Sundays,
disrespect
but
isn't bitterness.
multiple evenings
It's
a week.
self-respect.
Tuesday
I'm
Bible
living
study,
proof that
which
you
he'd
can come out the
attended
other
off
side
and
of
on for
betrayal
years,
stronger,
became
happier,
a non-negotiable
more whole than you were
standing
before.
commitment.
Because when
Thursday
you stop
leadership
wasting
meetings
energy
that
on
he'd
someone
never
who
mentioned
doesn't deserve
before
it,
started appearing
you
on
have
his
so
calendar.
much more to pour into
Saturday
yourself
morning
and
prayer
the people
calls
who
that
actually
seemed to
value
stretch
you.
past noon.
3 years ago,
I didn't
was
question
sitting
it
on a
at
couch
first,
reading a
because the
message
church
that would
had
change
always
my
been
life.
central to our
And
lives.
if I could go back
And
and tell that
honestly,
version of me
I
anything,
told myself I should be
I'd
glad
say
he
thank
was
you for
investing
being
in his
brave enough to
spiritual
knock on that
growth
hotel
instead
room
of
door.
sitting at home
Thank
disconnected.
you for not making
I told
excuses
myself
for
a
him.
lot of things that
Thank
year.
you for choosing
I was
yourself
very
even when it
creative
hurt.
with my explanations.
Because that decision,
What I didn't
that
pay
moment
close
of
enough
choosing my
attention
own
to was the
dignity
way
over
he
a
started
comfortable
guarding
lie.
his phone.
That's what
Marcus
saved me.
had never
and
been
I'd make
secretive
that
about his
same
phone
choice
before.
1,000 times over.
We weren't the type to go
Marcus
through
is
each other's
still texting,
devices,
still
but we
apologizing,
also weren't the
still
type
trying
to
to
hide
rewrite
them.
history
His
in a way
phone
that
had
makes him
always
look less
just been his
terrible.
phone,
And
sitting on
I'm
the
still
counter,
not responding
face up,
because my
no
silence
drama.
is the most
But somewhere
powerful
around
thing I
7
can
months
give him.
before that
the
Wednesday
absence
night,
of my attention.
I started noticing
the void
that he'd
where his
flip it
access
over
to me
whenever
used to
I
be.
walked into the room.
He lost a woman
that
who
he'd take
loved
calls
him
in the garage.
unconditionally.
His
and I
screen
lost a
brightness
man
was
who didn't
always
know how
set
to
to the
appreciate
lowest
that.
level.
And those
I
two
noticed.
losses are not the same.
I filed it away.
Not even close.
I didn't want to be the
I won,
suspicious
even
wife.
though it didn't feel like
my
winning
mother's
at the
voice
time.
in my head,
I won
my
because
grandmother's
I'm free,
voice,
because I'm
the
happy,
voices of
because
every
I'm
woman
with
in my
someone who
family
would never
who
make me
ever told
question
me
if
that a
I'm enough.
man needed space
And to everyone
trust.
who's still in the thick
I
of
listen
it,
to those
who's
voices
reading
instead
this
of my own
and seeing
instincts,
themselves
and
in
I
my
will carry
story,
the weight of that
I'm
choice
telling
for a
you
long
right now,
time.
you're going to be
On
okay.
Wednesday night,
better
it
than
all
okay.
collapsed.
You're
as
going
it
to
look back
does.
one day
I'd had
and
a
thank
long day
yourself
at work,
for leaving,
back-to-back
for not
meetings,
settling,
ate lunch
for
at my
believing
desk,
you deserved
and
more than
drove home in
lies
that
and
particular
betrayal.
Atlanta traffic
Walk away.
that makes you
Don't look
question
back
every
and
life
watch
decision
how quickly
you've
your
ever
life
made.
transforms when you
Marcus
stop
was already
accepting
dressed
crumbs from
and
someone
heading
who
out when
should
I
have been
walked in the
giving you the
door.
whole damn cake.
He kissed me on the cheek.
That's my story.
Said he had a
That's
late
my
leadership
truth.
debrief
And
at the
I'm
church.
not ashamed of any
and
of
said
it
he'd
because
be
I
home
came
by
out
10.
the other side exactly
I kicked
who
off
I
my
was meant to
shoes,
be,
changed
and
into
Marcus
something
is
comfortable,
still out there trying to
heated
figure
the
out who he
leftovers
is
in the
without me
fridge,
holding him
and
together.
was in bed by 9.
I'm done giving him
Watching
my
a
energy.
show I'd
Done
already
letting
seen
his
twice
betrayal
because
define
I was
my
too
narrative.
tired to invest
I'm writing
in
a new
anything
story
new.
now.
My
One where
phone
I'm the
rang
hero,
at 9:47.
not the victim. And
Unknown
it's
number.
the best story
Atlanta
I've ever
area
told.
code.
I never
I
thought
stared at
I'd
it
say
for a
this,
moment and then
but
picked up
I'm
because
actually
something,
grateful for that
some instinct
Instagram
I hadn't
message
learned
now.
to ignore yet,
Grateful for
told
the
me
way
to
it
answer.
forced me to stop
The woman
living
on the
in
other
denial
aisle
and
had a
face
calm
a
voice.
truth I'd been
The way
avoiding
people
for
are
longer
calm
than I
when they've
realized.
made a decision
Because
they can't
looking
take
back, there were
She
moments
didn't introduce
even before
herself.
those 6 months
She
where
didn't
things fell
apologize
off.
for calling.
Little
She
inconsistencies
just said,
I'd brushed
"Is this
aside.
Marcus Webb's
Times
wife?"
when
And
Marcus's
the way she
story
said
didn't
wife
quite add up,
with this
but
particular
I'd
weight
convinced
on
myself I was
made
being
my stomach
paranoid
drop
or
before
insecure.
I even processed
Like this
the
one
question.
time about a year
I
before I
said
found
yes.
out I came home early
was.
from a girls' trip
She said
because
her
one of
name
my
didn't
friends
matter,
got food
then
poisoning.
told me my
and
husband
we had
wasn't
to cut
at
it short.
any church
And
meeting.
when I walked in
She
the
said
house,
he was at the
Marcus
Marriott
looked startled,
Peachtree,
genuinely
room
shocked to see
214,
me,
and that he was
there was
not
this
alone.
weird energy in
She
the air
said
I
it
couldn't
without
quite
drama,
place.
without
He'd
emotion,
cleaned the whole
like
house.
she was
which he
reading
never
an address
did,
off a
had
piece
fresh
of
sheets on the
paper.
bed,
And
had
then she
taken
hung
out the
up.
trash.
I
And
sat
when
in
I
my
asked
bed
why
for
everything
probably
was so
4 full
spotless,
minutes
he
without
said
moving.
he just felt like
I ran
being
through
productive.
every
But
rational
something about
alternative
it felt
I could
staged,
manufacture wrong
like
number.
he'd been covering
Someone
cracks.
is playing a game.
I found a wine glass in the
misunderstanding,
dishwasher that
a
wasn't
mix-up.
mine.
Some
a
woman
lipstick
with a
shade I
grudge
didn't
against
own.
a different
And when I
Marcus
asked
Webb
about
in
it,
a
he
different
said
marriage
his sister
with a
had
different
stopped
wife.
by earlier that
I
week,
built those
which
alternatives
made
up as
sense,
high as I
except his
could,
sister lived
and
in
then I
Texas
watched them
and
collapse
hadn't
on their
mentioned
own
visiting.
because not one of them
But
could
I didn't
hold the
push
weight
it
of what
because
I
I didn't
heard in
want to
that
be that
woman's
way.
voice.
That's
She
what they
wasn't
count
making
on,
something up.
cheaters.
She
They
knew
count on you
something,
not wanting to
and
be
she
that
had
way.
decided I should
not
know it
wanting to
too.
seem crazy
I got
or
up.
jealous or
I got
controlling.
dressed.
So you
Not
swallow your
slowly,
questions
not
and ignore
dramatically,
your gut
just mechanically,
and let them
the
gaslight
way
you into
move when your
thinking you're
brain has
imagining
made a
things.
decision.
I
And your
wish I'd
body is
trusted
following
myself
orders
back then.
before your
Wish I'd
emotions have had a
investigated
chance
further
to vote.
instead of
I
accepting
grabbed
his
my keys in my
explanation at
purse
face value.
and I drove to that
Because
Marriott.
maybe I could have
and
ended
I want
it
to tell you
sooner.
that I was
Saved
composed the
myself
whole
some
way
of
there.
those 6
But the
months of
truth
being
is that I
played.
cried for the
But I
first
also
10
know that
minutes
I
of
wasn't
that
ready
drive.
then.
And
Wasn't
then
strong
something
enough to
switched
face
off
the truth.
inside me,
Still
and I went
believed our
very
marriage
still.
was worth
Not
fighting for,
peaceful
even if
still.
I had to fight alone.
Certain still.
And
Like,
sometimes
I
you have
already
to
knew
reach
what
that
I was
breaking
about to
point
find,
before you can walk
and
away.
the grief of knowing
The
it had
breaking
arrived
point for me
before
wasn't
the
just
proof.
finding him in that
The
hotel
lobby of the
room.
Marriott was
It was
bright
everything
and
that
quiet.
came after.
One of those
the way he
business
tried
travel
to minimize
hotels
it.
where the
The
energy
way he
at
made
10
it seem
o'clock
like
on a
I was
Wednesday is
overreacting.
tired and
The way he said
transactional.
it didn't mean
A man in a
anything.
suit was
like that
checking
was
in at the
supposed
front
to make me
desk.
feel better.
A woman
If
was
it didn't
waiting
mean
for the
anything,
elevator
then why'd
with
you
a
risk
rolling
everything
suitcase.
for it?
Nobody
Why'd you lie to
paid
my
me any
face for
attention.
6 months?
I took the
Why'd you tell
elevator
her
to
we
the
were
second
separated?
floor and
Why'd
walked
you
down the
create
hallway.
this whole alternate
And when I got
reality
to
where
room
I didn't exist
214,
except as an
I stood
obstacle to your
outside that door
happiness?
and
He
I
tried
made
the typical
myself
playbook
breathe.
after I left.
I could hear the
First
television.
came the desperate
A low
apologies
murmuring
and grand
sound,
gestures,
some late night
the
show,
flowers
the kind
and
of
the
noise
handwritten
people
letters,
put on when they
and
want
the
to feel
showing
less
up at my
alone
job
or
trying
less
to talk to me
conspicuous.
until my coworkers
There was light
had to
under the
escort
door.
him out.
Someone
Then
was
came
awake
the
in that
anger
room,
phase when he
and they had
realized
no
I
idea
wasn't
I
coming
was
back.
standing 18
Suddenly,
inches away
I was
from
the
them.
bad guy.
I knocked
I was
2
being
firm knocks,
unreasonable.
not frantic,
I wasn't
not
willing
timid.
to work on the marriage.
The television
I was
kept
throwing
going.
away 5
I
years
heard
over
movement,
one mistake.
the unmistakable
As if
sound
6
of
months
people
of deliberate
adjusting,
deception was
repositioning,
just a simple
the shuffle
mistake.
and hush of a
He told his
situation
family
being
I'd
rearranged
blindsided
before a
him,
door opens.
that I'd given up without
I heard
trying,
a low male
that
voice
I was being
saying something I
vindictive
couldn't
and
make
cruel.
out. I
And
heard
some of
another
them
voice
believed him
respond.
because he's
I
always been
stood
good
there
at playing
and
the
I
victim,
waited, and
at
when the door
twisting
finally
narratives
opened,
to make himself
I was
look
looking
better.
at Pastor
His
Elijah
mother called me
Drummond.
crying.
He was
begging
wearing
me
a
to
hotel
reconsider,
robe.
telling
His
me
hair,
that all
usually
marriages go
perfectly
through
shaped
rough
for
patches,
Sunday mornings,
that I
was
needed
not
to be
right.
more forgiving.
His eyes
that
went wide
divorce
when
was
he
a
saw
sin,
me,
and
and
I'd
for just a
regret
moment,
throwing away my family.
one very small
I
and
told
very
her I
honest
didn't
moment.
throw anything away.
I saw pure
Her
panic
son
cross
did
his
when he
face
decided
before he
another
composed
woman was
himself
worth
into
more
the
than his
Pastor
vows.
Drummond I had
And
known
if she
for
wanted to
11
be mad at
years.
someone, she
But
should
I had
direct
already
that
seen the
energy
panic.
toward the person
I had
who
already
actually
clocked the
destroyed
robe
this
and the
marriage.
hair, and the way he
she
was
hung up
standing
on
in the
me.
doorway of a
His
hotel
father
room
reached
at
out
10 o'clock
separately,
on a Wednesday
apologized
night,
for his
and
wife,
every
said
question
he
in
didn't
my
know the
mind
full
collapsed
story,
into
but
a
from
single
what he
point
gathered,
of terrible
Marcus
clarity.
had messed up badly.
I looked past
and
him
he
into
didn't
the
blame
room.
me for leaving.
The lamp on
and
the
that phone
nightstand
call
was
meant
on.
more to me than
The bed
any
covers were
apology
pulled
Marcus
back
ever
and rumpled.
gave. It's
And
interesting
sitting on
how
the far
betrayal
edge of the
reveals
bed,
people's true
wrapped
character.
from her shoulders
Not
to her
just the
knees in
person
the
who
white
betrayed
bedsheet,
you, but
was
everyone
a
around
woman
them.
I had known
You
since
see who
the
makes
year I
excuses
joined
for
Greater
bad
Anointing
behavior
Ministries.
and who holds
A
people
woman
accountable.
who had sat beside
and
me
that
at
tells
women's
you
ministry
everything you need
retreats
to know.
and eaten at my
My
kitchen
family
table
rallied
and
around
been
me
in
in
my
ways I
wedding.
didn't expect.
A woman
My
whose
dad, dad,
name
who'd
was Webb,
always liked
because she had
Marcus
been
and
born
called him
into the
son,
same
stopped
family
speaking to
as
him
my husband.
entirely.
Tamara,
My mom, who's usually
Marcus's
all
younger
about
sister,
forgiveness and
30
second
years
chances,
old.
told me she
The woman
was
I had
proud
called
of me
my
for leaving.
sister-in-law and my
My
friend
younger
for
sister
11
said
years.
she'd never liked
I
him
want to
anyway,
stop here
which
because
was
I
news
need
to
you to
me,
actually
but I
sit with what
appreciated
I'm
the loyalty.
describing.
My
I
friends
drove
were
to that
split.
hotel expecting
Most of
to
them
find my
supported my
husband with
decision
another
completely.
woman. What
But
I
a
found
few,
instead was
the
my
ones
pastor,
who were married
a
and
married
maybe dealing
man
with
with
their
3
own
children
relationship
and
issues,
20 years
tried
of
to convince
spiritual
me to give
authority
him
over
another
my
chance,
community
said
in a
counseling
hotel
could fix
room with
this.
my sister-in-law.
Said I was
My
giving up
husband
too
was
easily.
nowhere in that room.
I lost some
And the
friendships
caller
over
who
it
sent
because
me there
I
knew
couldn't be around
exactly what I
people
would
who
find.
thought I should have stayed.
The world
who
did
didn't
not
understand
spin.
that staying
It
would have
didn't do
destroyed me
anything
slowly,
dramatic or
who
cinematic.
valued the appearance of
It
marriage
just
over my
rearranged
actual
itself
well-being.
very quietly
But
into
the
a
friends I
shape
kept,
didn't recognize.
the ones who showed up with
Pastor
wine and
Drummond
tissues
started
and
talking
righteous anger,
immediately.
those
His
friendships
voice was
got
low,
stronger,
measured,
deeper,
controlled.
became the
He
foundation
said, "Sister
I built my
Keisha,
new life on.
this is not what
Tasha
dash."
became my
And I
rock
held up
during
one
those
hand,
first few
and
months.
something in my
She was
face
at my
made him
house
stop
almost
mid-sentence.
every day, making sure
I
I
looked at
ate,
Tamara.
making sure
She
I
had
got out
pulled
of
the
bed,
sheet higher up
making
around
sure I
herself,
wasn't drowning in
and
grief
she was
and
looking
anger.
at a point
And
somewhere
I
to
don't
the
know
left
if I
of
would
my
have survived
face,
without her.
unable or
She was the
unwilling
one
to
who
meet
pushed
my
me to
eyes
go to
directly.
therapy.
I
who
had
helped
known
me
this
pack
woman for
Marcus's
over a
things,
decade,
who
and she
sat
couldn't
with
look
me
at
while
me.
I cried ugly
That told me
tears
more
and
than the
questioned
robe or the
everything I
rumpled
thought I
bed
knew
or
about
any of the
love
rest
and
of it.
commitment
I
and
said
my own judgment.
very calmly,
She
"Where's
also
Marcus?"
kept me from doing
Neither
stupid
of them
things
answered
like checking
immediately.
his social media
Pastor Drummond
obsessively
opened
or
his
driving
mouth,
past his
and I
new
cut him off
apartment or
before he
reaching
could
out to him
start.
in moments of
I
weakness.
said, "Not you."
She'd take my
Her.
phone and say,
Tamara
"Not
finally
today,
looked at me.
Satan.
Her
We're not
eyes
giving
were wet,
him that power."
but she hadn't cried
I found
yet.
out later that
She said
Marcus
she didn't
had
know.
tried to contact
I told her that was
tried to get her
interesting,
to convince
given
me to
that
talk
my
to him,
husband had told
and
me he was
she
at a
told
church
him
meeting
exactly
tonight,
where he could go,
and I had a
it wasn't
feeling
any
the
way
two things
polite,
were connected.
and I loved
She
her
looked
even
away
more
again.
for that.
So
Having
I
good
called
people
Marcus.
around you when your world
Right
falls
there in the
apart
doorway,
isn't just
phone on
helpful,
speaker,
it's essential.
loud enough
because
that
those dark
everyone in
moments
that
when you're
hallway
questioning
and
if you made the
everyone
right
in that
choice,
room could hear
when you're
every
lonely
word.
and missing what
He
you
picked
thought you
up on the
had.
second ring.
Those are the
His
moments
voice
when you
was
need
normal,
someone to
relaxed.
remind you why you
the
left.
voice of a man
The
who had
loneliness
no
was
idea
real,
the floor
though.
was
I'm
about
not
to
going to
disappear
pretend
from
it wasn't.
under him.
Going
He
from
said he
sharing
was
your
wrapping
life
up with
with
the
someone
church,
to sleeping alone
asked
in
if
a
I was
quiet
okay,
house,
and
cooking
asked
for
if I
one,
needed anything.
having no one to tell
I
about your
said,
day.
"Which church,
It's an
Marcus?"
adjustment that hits
He
harder
paused
than
for
you
just a
expect.
beat. Not
There were
long,
nights
but I
I'd reach
heard
for
it.
my phone to
He
text
said
Marcus
greater
about
anointing,
something
same
random,
as always.
some inside
I
joke
said,
or stupid
"So you're
meme,
there right now."
and then I'd
He said,
remember
"Yes."
that person didn't
I said,
exist anymore.
"Then I need you to
The
explain
Marcus
to me why
I thought
I'm
I knew
standing
was a
outside
fiction.
room 214
And the real
at the
Marcus
Marriott Peachtree,
wasn't someone I wanted
looking
to
at your
share
pastor
anything with.
and your sister.
I had to
The
grieve not
silence
just
that
the
followed
relationship,
that
but the
sentence was
future
one
I'd
of the
imagined,
longest
the
I have
kids
ever
we talked about
experienced.
having, the
It was
house
the
we were
silence of
saving
someone
for,
whose
the
entire
retirement
architecture of
plans and
deception
vacations
just cracked
and
at
growing
every
old
joint
together.
simultaneously.
All of it gone
It was the
because he
silence
couldn't
of a
keep his
man
stick in his
running through
pants.
every possible
And yes,
response.
I'm still
finding
bitter about
none
that
worked.
specifically.
And then
about
he said
how he
it.
threw away
He
decades
said,
of
"Keisha,
potential
I can
happiness
explain.
for what? Some
Not-
excitement.
What are you
some
talking
ego
about?
boost.
Not-
some woman
that's
he's
impossible.
probably not even with
Not-
anymore.
you must be
because
mistaken.
relationships built
He
on
said I can
betrayal rarely
explain,
last.
which meant he
Saw
had
on
something to
social media
explain,
through a
which
mutual
meant he
friend
already
that he
knew what
dated
I was
the woman
looking
from
at,
the hotel
which
for a
meant
few
that
months
whatever was
after our
happening in
divorce.
that hotel room
But it
was
didn't
not
work
new
out,
information
shocker.
to my husband.
Turns out when you start
I
a
told him to
relationship
come.
with someone who
I
helped
told
you
him
cheat,
to come right
trust
now.
becomes an issue.
And I hung up.
Who would have
15
thought?
minutes later,
Part of me wanted
he walked
to reach
off
out to
that
her
elevator
and say,
and
"Told
down
you
that
so."
hallway.
But
And I
honestly,
watched
she'd
his face
already
the
learned
whole
that
way.
lesson the hard
He didn't
way,
look shocked.
and I wasn't
He
interested
didn't
in
look
rubbing
confused.
salt in wounds.
He looked like a
I
man
moved
walking
on,
towards something
and she
he had
could
known
figure
was
out her own
coming.
path.
And there was something
Marcus tried
almost
to date
like relief
other
in his
people too, from
expression
what I
that made
heard.
me angrier
But
than
apparently
anything
he
else I
struggled
had
because
seen or
word gets
heard that
around in
entire
Atlanta,
night. Because
especially
relief
in our
meant he
social
was tired
circles,
of carrying
and women
something.
talk.
And the fact
nobody
that he had
wants
been
to date the
carrying
guy
it
who
without
cheated
telling
on
me
his
meant
wife
he had
for 6
chosen
months.
to carry it alone
His
rather
reputation
than
took
trust
a
me
hit,
with the truth.
and I can't say
We
I
did
feel
not
bad
have a
about
screaming
that.
match in that
Actions
hallway.
have consequences.
All four of
and
us
one
ended
those
up in that room
consequences
because I wasn't
is
about
that
to have
people
this
remember how you
conversation
move,
where anyone
and they
walking
judge you
past could hear it.
accordingly.
And
I
I
built a
think
good
everyone
life now,
involved understood
better than
that.
good actually.
Pastor
My
Drummond
career took
sat
off
in the
after
chair
divorce
by the window.
because I finally
Tamara
had the
put on the
mental
second
space
hotel
to focus
robe
on
and
myself
sat back
instead
down
of
on the edge
managing
of
a
the bed.
relationship that was
Marcus
rotting
stood
from the
near the
inside.
door.
I
And
got
I stood
promoted
in the
twice
middle of
in
that
2
room,
years.
looked at
Started
each of
making
them
more
and
money than
said,
Marcus
very
and I ever
quietly,
made together.
"Someone needs to
Bought
start
myself
talking."
a car I
What came out
actually
over the
wanted
next 2
instead of
hours
the practical
in that
sedan
hotel
he'd
room with the
convinced me was the
television
smarter
still
choice.
murmuring in the background
Started traveling
and the city
to places
moving
I'd
around
always
outside
wanted
the
to
window?
go. I went to
Completely
Bali by
indifferent
myself.
to what was happening
spent
inside.
2 weeks in Thailand.
Was one of the
took
most
a girlfriend trip
painful
to
and
Dubai.
most
Did a
clarifying
yoga retreat in
conversations of
Costa
my
Rica.
life.
Lived my
Marcus
life
had
in
been at the
full
church
color
approximately
instead of the
4
muted
months
gray my
earlier for a
marriage had
Thursday
become
evening
without me
leadership
even
meeting.
realizing it.
The meeting
James has
ended
been
earlier
part of
than
that journey
expected,
too,
and he had gone
encourages
back to
me
the
to
main
chase my
building to
dreams.
retrieve his
Never
jacket
makes
from the
me
room
feel
where they'd
guilty
been
for
meeting.
prioritizing
He had
myself.
walked past
Celebrates
Pastor
my
Drummond's
wins
office,
like they're his own,
which should have been
and that
empty
kind
at that
of
hour,
support is something
and
I
the
didn't
door
even
had
know
been
I was
slightly
missing
open.
until I had it.
He heard
We're
voices.
talking about about getting engaged
He heard sounds
soon,
that stopped
which
him in the
terrifies
hallway.
me if I'm being honest.
He stood outside
not
that
because
door
I don't
for long
trust
enough
him,
to
but
understand
because I'm
exactly
still
what was
carrying some
happening
scar
inside
tissue
it.
from Marcus.
And then he walked
Still
away.
have moments where
He
I
did
worry
not tell
the
me.
other shoe will drop.
He did not tell
But James
Sister
is
Renee.
patient with that.
He did not
He
go to the church
understands that my
elders,
trauma
the
isn't
deacon
about
board,
him.
or
He's
any
willing
of the
to move at my
accountability
pace,
structures
and
that
he's
exist
shown me
within
through
a
his
church
actions
for exactly
that he's
this
nothing
kind
like
of
my ex,
situation.
that not
He
all
went
men
home,
are
lay
incapable
down
of
beside me in
loyalty
our bed,
and honesty.
and started
I
thinking
think about
what
the
that
version of me
information
who was
was
married
worth.
to Marcus.
I want
and
to be
barely
precise about what I'm
recognized her.
telling you because
She was
I
so
think the
focused
details
on
matter.
being the perfect wife,
Marcus did not
on
go to
making him
Pastor
happy,
Drummond out of
on
anger
keeping
or
the peace,
protectiveness,
that she forgot
or
to
any
ask if
impulse
she was
I could
happy,
respect,
if her needs
even
were
while I
being
was
met.
hurt by it.
If she
He
was
went to
getting
him
back
deliberately,
even half of what she
strategically,
was giving,
with a list
I'm
of
not
things
that
he
woman
wanted.
anymore. I won't
He wanted
shrink
the
myself
church board
to make
position
someone else
he'd been
comfortable.
passed over for
Won't
twice.
ignore red
He wanted
flags
the
to avoid
pastoral
conflict.
mentorship he'd been
Won't
requesting
accept
for
less than I
years
deserve
and
just
kept being
because
told
I'm
to wait
afraid
for.
of being alone.
He wanted to preach,
Being alone is
which
better than
Marcus
being with
had
someone
wanted
who
since
makes
he
you
was
feel
young,
alone.
but
That's
had
something
never
I
been
learned the
given
hard
a
way,
real platform.
and it's a lesson I'll
And
carry
he
with
wanted
me
the kind of
forever.
access and
Mark
standing in that
represents
community
a chapter of
that
my
he
life
felt
that's
he
closed
deserved,
now,
but had
not
never
forgotten
been able to
because
earn
I
through
learned
ordinary
too much
means.
to forget.
He
but
laid
definitely definitely
all of that out
closed,
for Pastor
and
Drummond
I'm not
in a
interested
private
in
meeting the
reopening
week
it no
after he
matter
walked
how many
past that
times he
office
tries
door.
to rewrite the
And
ending.
Pastor Drummond,
He wanted me to be a
man
safety
who
net
had
while
built
he
his
explored
entire
other
identity
options.
on spiritual
Wanted me to be the
authority
stable,
and
comfortable
moral
choice
leadership
he could come
sat
home to
across
after
from
his
one of his
adventures,
congregants
and I
agreed.
refused to be
Because
anyone's
he didn't have a
backup plan
choice,
ever
or
again.
at least that's how Marcus
I'm
had
someone's
framed it
first
for him.
choice now,
And
someone's only
because
choice,
powerful
and that's what
men
I
who have
deserved
been
all
doing
along.
wrong things in secret
I just had to
are
lose
often more
everything
afraid
to
of being
realize it.
exposed
The
than they are
journey from
committed
that
to doing
hotel
right.
room to where I am
So
now
for
wasn't
4
easy.
months,
It was
the
messy
arrangement
and
held.
painful, and there were
Marcus got his
setbacks.
board seat.
Days when I
He
felt
got his
like I was
mentorship
moving
meetings.
backward instead
He got to
of
preach
forward.
on 2 Sunday
Moments
evenings.
when I wondered
He
if
got
I'd
the standing
ever trust
and the
anyone
access
again.
and the deference
But
he'd
I
been
kept
wanting,
going, kept
and
healing,
he paid for
kept
it with a
choosing
silence
myself
about
over
what he
and
knew.
over until choosing
And what
myself
he knew was that
became
the man
natural
delivering
instead of
sermons
radical.
about covenant
And that's the
and
real
sacred
victory
ground
here.
on Sunday
Not
mornings
that I
was
survived
spending
Marcus's
Wednesday
betrayal,
nights
but
in
that I
hotel
used it
rooms
as
with his
fuel
younger
to
sister.
become someone who would
When
never
Marcus
tolerate
told me
that
this,
treatment again.
when all of it
Someone
came
who
out,
knows her worth
I went very
isn't tied
quiet
to whether
for
a
a
man
long
can
time.
stay faithful.
Not because I
Someone
was at a
who
loss for
understands
words,
that his
but
cheating was
because
about
I
his
was trying to
character,
find words
not
that
my
were
value.
accurate rather than
I
just
hope my
reactive.
story helps
I
someone
looked at
who's
my
going through
husband,
this right
this
now.
man I had
Someone
married
who
in
just
that
found out.
sanctuary,
Someone
this
who's
man
deciding
whose
whether
grief
to
I had
stay or
found
go.
moving and
Someone
whose
who's
thoughtfulness
questioning their
I
own
had found
judgment
beautiful.
and wondering if
And
they'll
I tried to
ever feel
locate
whole
something
again.
I recognized
You
some
will.
version of the
I
person
promise you
I
will.
had built
It
11
takes
years
time
of my
and
life
work
around.
and support, but
I
you will
asked
come out
him
the
one
other
question.
side stronger than
I
you ever
asked him
thought
if
possible.
at any
and
point in
you'll
those
look
4
back
months,
and thank
knowing
yourself
what
for
he
having
knew
the
about his
courage
own
to walk
sister
away.
and his pastor,
Don't let anyone
he had
convince you
considered
that
telling
leaving
me,
is giving up.
not the elders,
Leaving is
not
sometimes
Sister
the
Renee,
bravest thing you can
not
do.
any
It's
institutional
choosing
body.
yourself when someone
Just
else
me,
has chosen
his
to
wife.
disrespect you.
Had it occurred
And
to him
there's
even
nothing
once
weak
to come
about that.
home and tell me
Marcus
the truth?
is still out there
He was
somewhere,
quiet for a
still
moment.
living his life.
Then he said
still
he
dealing
hadn't
with
wanted
the
to put that on me.
consequences of his choices.
I have thought about that
And
answer
I'm here
many
living
times since
mine,
that night.
and our
I have
paths
turned
don't
it
cross
over from
anymore.
every angle.
And that's exactly
and
how it
every
should be.
time I come back to
I'm
the same
free,
conclusion,
I'm happy,
which
I'm
is that it
loved
was
by
not
someone
an act
who
of
deserves
protection.
me. And
It was an
Marcus
act
is
of
just the
exclusion.
story I tell now,
He had
a
decided
cautionary tale,
laterally.
a reminder
I
of
didn't
what I
get to know.
survived
Not
and how
because
far
the
I've come.
knowledge would have hurt
That's
me,
how it ends.
though it would have.
Not with him
But
begging for me
because
back
sharing
or
it would
some
have
dramatic
required him to
confrontation.
share what he was
But
doing
with
with
me
it as
moving
well.
on completely,
And he wasn't
building
ready
a
to
life
give
so
that up.
full and beautiful
I left
that
that
he becomes
hotel room
irrelevant.
at close to
A
midnight.
footnote in my history
drove home
instead of a
alone.
defining chapter.
Marcus stayed in his
and
own
that,
car.
more than any
I don't know
revenge
where
I
he
could
went
have
for the
planned,
next few hours,
more than
and
any
I didn't
public
ask.
humiliation
I sat
or
in our
vindictive
house
move
in the kitchen
is the
at the
ultimate
table where
victory.
we'd eaten 1,000
living well,
meals together,
loving better,
and I stayed
never
there
looking
until
back.
the sun started
I saw
coming
him
up.
one more time after
I didn't
that
cry that
random
night.
restaurant encounter.
I had already
and
done my
it was at a
crying in the
place
car on
neither
the
of
way
us
to the Marriott.
expected. A
What I
funeral
did that
for a
night was
mutual
grieve,
friend's
which is
parent,
different from
someone
crying.
we'd both known during
Grief
our
is
marriage,
slower and quieter,
there was no
and it
avoiding
takes
each
up
other
more
in that
space.
small church.
The days that
He looked
followed
older,
were some of the
more
most
worn
surreal
down,
of my life.
like life had been
Marcus
heavy on
came home
him.
the next morning,
And when our eyes
and
met
we
across
began
the
the
pews,
process
I
of
felt
talking through what had
absolutely
happened,
nothing.
or
No
trying
anger,
to.
no sadness,
but talking
no
through it
lingering
required both
attachment.
people to be
Just
fully
the
present
same feeling
and
you get
honest.
when you see a
Marcus
stranger
kept
on the
hedging,
street.
kept qualifying.
After the service,
kept
everyone
offering
gathered at the
explanations
family's
that
house
were really
for the
just
repast,
reframings
and
of the
Marcus
same
cornered me in the
central
kitchen
truth.
while I was
He had
refilling my
chosen
plate.
leverage over
Said,
integrity.
"Can we talk for a minute?"
And he had done it while
Please,
sleeping
I've been wanting
beside
to
me
reach
every
out,
night
but I
and
didn't
sitting
think you'd
beside me in
respond.
church every
I
Sunday.
looked at him.
Every
This
time
man
I
who'd
thought we
once
were
been
getting
my
somewhere,
entire world,
I'd hit
who
another
I built
wall of
dreams with
deflection.
and trusted
Not
completely.
lying exactly,
and I
but
said,
not the
"There's
whole
nothing to
truth
talk
either.
about Marcus.
Just enough truth
That was
to
a
seem
lifetime ago.
cooperative
I've
without
moved
being
on.
fully
You should
accountable."
too."
About
He
a
looked
week after
hurt,
that night,
like he'd
I
expected
asked
some
him to
different
stay
reaction.
somewhere else for a
like
while.
maybe he thought enough
Not
time had
permanently,
passed
or at
that
least
we could
that's
be
what I
friendly
told
or
myself at the
civil
time.
or whatever fantasy
I said I
he
needed
built in his
space to
head.
think, and
But
he
I
needed
wasn't
space
interested
to
in
figure
giving
out
him
who he
closure
actually
or
was.
absolution
Because
or
the man I
anything
had
else he
married
thought
and
he
the man
deserved.
who had spent
He
4
said,
months
"I know know I
a covert
messed up.
leverage
I
arrangement
think about it
against
every
his
day,
own pastor
about
were
what
not
I
people
lost,
I could
about
reconcile
how
into
stupid
the same
I was,
human being.
and I just want you to
Until
know
I
that
could
I'm
understand
sorry,
which one was
truly
real.
sorry.
I didn't
and
know
I
how to
hope
be
you
in the
can
same
forgive me
house with
someday.
him.
I
He went
set
to
my
stay with
plate
a friend
down,
from work,
looked him dead in the
and
eye,
I sat with the
and
silence
said,
of that
I
house
forgave you a
and let
long
it tell
time
me
ago,
things
Marcus.
I'd been too busy to
Not
hear.
for you, but for me.
Meanwhile,
because
the
holding on to
situation
that
at the
anger
church was
only
moving on
hurting
its
me.
own timeline.
But forgiveness
I had
doesn't
not
mean
said
I
a word
forget.
to anyone outside
And
of
it
the
definitely
hotel
doesn't
room.
mean I want
I
you
had
in my
not
life
called
in
Sister
any
Renee,
capacity.
had not spoken to
His
any of
face
the
fell,
other women in
and
my
he
ministry
said,
circle.
I'm in therapy now.
Had not
I've
breathed
been
a word
working
to
on
my
myself,
mother, my
trying
cousin
to understand
Danielle,
why I did
or
what I
anyone
did,
else who
why
might
I
have helped me
sabotaged
carry
the best
what I
thing
was
I ever
holding.
had.
Part
And I
of that
just
was
wanted you
because
to know
I didn't
that.
know what to say.
I almost laughed.
Part of it was because I was
the
still
audacity of him
figuring
thinking
out
I
what I
cared
believed.
about his personal
And
growth
part of it
journey,
was a small,
like his therapy
stubborn
sessions
corner of
had
me that was
anything
still
to do with
hoping
me.
there was some version
Like
of the
I was
story
supposed
that
to be
didn't
proud of
require
him for doing the
everyone's
bare
world
minimum
to be
work
destroyed.
he should have done before
That
he
hope lasted
destroyed our
about 2
marriage.
weeks.
I
Then
said,
Tamara
that's good, Marcus.
made her own
I'm
decision.
glad you're working on
She went to
yourself,
Sister Renee on a
genuinely.
Sunday
but
afternoon.
that's for you and
When her
whoever you're
home,
with now,
not the
for
church.
me. I don't need
neutral
updates on your
location,
healing
her home.
process.
Renee
I did
told
my
me
own
later
healing
that
without
Tamara
you.
had called ahead
Someone
and
else
asked
walked
if
into
she
the
could
kitchen
come by,
then, and the
Renee
conversation
had
ended.
said, of
And
course,
I was grateful for the
assuming it was about a
interruption because
ministry
I'd
matter
said everything
or
I
maybe
needed to
something
say,
personal
and
she
staying in
needed
that
counsel
space with
on.
him any
She
longer
opened her
felt
door
like giving
and let
him
in the
more of
woman
my
who had
energy
been
than he
sleeping with
deserved.
her husband for
I
over a
left the
year.
repast early.
They sat
Didn't
down
say
in
goodbye
Renee's
to
living
him.
room,
Didn't look back.
and Tamara
Just
told
got in
her
my car
everything.
with James, who'd
Renee
come with
said
me for
she
support,
didn't cry.
and I
I
told him
believe
about
that
the
completely
conversation,
because I
and
know
he
Renee,
squeezed my
and
hand
she is the
said,
kind of woman
"I'm
who
proud of you
cries
for
in
standing your
private
ground."
and composes herself
That
for the
interaction
world.
confirmed what
She
I
said
already
she
knew,
sat and
that I'd
listened,
completely
and when
moved on,
Tamara was
that
finished,
Marcus no
she
longer
asked
had
one
any
question.
power over me.
She asked how
that I
long.
could see him and
Tamara
feel
said
nothing because
14
he was
months.
truly in my
Renee
past.
thanked her for coming,
Not just
stood
physically,
up,
but emotionally
walked her to
too.
the door,
Some
and
people
closed
hold
it.
on to their hurt
Then
forever.
she called her
Let
oldest
it
sister
define
in
them.
Savannah and
Let it
talked for
poison
4
every
hours.
future relationship.
I only know all of
and
this
I get
because
that.
Renee told
I
me
understand
herself
how
weeks
betrayal
later,
can make you
when
bitter
we had finally
and
started the
suspicious
slow
and
and
closed off.
complicated
But I
process
chose
of being
differently.
honest with
I
each
chose
other
to take
about
the lesson
everything
without
we'd
carrying the
both been
pain.
navigating.
Chose to protect
But
my
I'm
peace
getting ahead
without
of myself.
building walls so high
Pastor
that no one
Drummond's
could ever
resignation
get close
came
again.
22 days
Chose
after
to
that
believe
Wednesday
that what
night.
Marcus did
The
was about
announcement
him,
to the
not about
congregation
the
was
entire
delivered
male
on a Sunday
population.
morning by the
That
chairman
choice
of the
saved
deacon
me,
board,
saved my
Elder
ability to
Thorne,
love again,
who had been at
saved me
greater
from becoming
anointing
the kind of
almost as
person
long
who's
as the
so
church had
damaged by the
existed.
past that
He
they
read from a
sabotage their
prepared
own
statement.
future.
The
And
language
I'm
was
grateful
careful
I had
and
the
vague
awareness to make
about
that choice.
Pastor Drummond stepping
James
back
and I
for
got
a period
engaged
of
6
personal
months
reflection
after that
and
funeral.
renewal.
He
And
proposed
about the
during a
leadership
trip to
team being
Santorini,
committed to
on a
continuity
cliffside
and
at sunset.
stability.
The
The
most
kind of language
beautiful
that is
moment of my
designed to
life.
be technically
And
true
when I said
while
yes,
being
I wasn't
practically
thinking about
empty.
Marcus
But
or
in
my
a community
first marriage
like ours,
or any
in
of
a
the pain
church
I'd
where
been
people
through.
had known each
I
other
was
for
fully
decades,
present,
had
fully
watched
grateful,
their children
fully
grow
ready
up
to
together,
start this new
and had
chapter with
sat
someone
beside
who'd
each other
proven
in the
himself
worst
worthy of
moments
my
of their
trust.
lives.
And
That
that's how
kind
I
of
knew I'd
language
healed
doesn't hold for
completely,
long.
because my
Information
past wasn't
moves through
interfering
those
with my
networks
present
faster
anymore.
than any announcement
Planning my
can catch
second
up to
wedding
it.
was
By
completely
the
different
following
from
Sunday,
planning my
the
first.
details were
Back then,
circulating
I'd
through
been
the
so
congregation
focused on
in
the
whispers,
details, the
carefully
perfect
worded
dress
text
and
messages
flowers and venue,
private
making sure
conversations in the
everything
parking
looked
lot.
picture perfect
Not
for
everyone
everyone
knew
else.
everything.
This
But
time I
everyone
didn't
knew
care about
something.
any of that.
And
We
the thing
kept it
about a
small,
community built
just
on
close
moral
family
authority
and
is
friends
that when the
at a
person holding
vineyard
that
outside the
authority
city,
is revealed to have
simple
been
and
living a double
intimate,
life,
and focused
the
on what
shockwaves
actually
travel
mattered,
deep and
the
far.
commitment we were making
I watched
to each
it happen
other.
from a
My
complicated
dad walked
position.
me down the aisle,
I was
and
both
he leaned in
inside
right
the
before we got to
situation and
James and
peripheral to
whispered,
it.
"This one's
I
different."
knew more than most of
I
the
can
congregation,
see it in the way he looks
but
at you.
I was not the
like
central
you're the
figure
only
in the
person
story,
in the room,
as Renee
and I
or
knew he
Tamara
right.
was. I was a
Marcus
wife
had
whose
never looked
husband
at me
had
like
done
that.
something wrong in
Even in our
response to
best
someone
moments,
else's
there
wrongdoing,
was always
and
something
the concentric
distracted about
circles
him.
of that wrongdoing
Something
kept
looking for the next
expanding
thing,
outward
the next
until I
thrill,
felt like I
the
couldn't
next
find their
validation.
edge.
But
I went
James
back
looks
to
at me
Greater
like
Anointing
I'm
one
enough,
more time
like
after
I'm
everything
everything.
came out.
We said
I
our
sat in
vows
the
and I
third row,
cried,
which
not
was my
sad
row,
tears,
the
but
place I
happy
had
ones,
sat almost
grateful
every
tears,
Sunday for
because
11
I'd gone
years.
through hell to
The
get to this
interim
moment,
minister was a
and it
visiting
made me
pastor from a
appreciate it
church
so
in
much
Decatur,
more than I would
an
have if
older
I'd
man
never
who
known
preached a
heartbreak.
careful,
I
measured
thought about
sermon about
Marcus briefly during the
steadfastness
reception.
in times of
Wondered if
uncertainty.
he'd heard I was
It was a
getting
fine
remarried.
sermon.
Wondered
It was
if
not
it
the
bothered
sermon
him.
that place needed,
And then I let the
but
thought
it was
go
the sermon
because
a
it
man
didn't
could
matter.
give when he didn't
He
know
was
the
a
full
ghost
weight of
I'd
what had
stopped
happened in
being
that
haunted
room.
by.
I sat there
Tasha gave
and
a
felt
toast
the
that
absence
had
of
everyone
everything that
laughing
had
and
made
crying.
that sanctuary
She talked
feel
about
like mine.
watching me go through the
choir
worst
that
time of my
Sister
life
Carolyn,
and come out
Marcus's
stronger.
mother, had sung
Talked
in
about
for
how
20
James
years.
had restored her
The
faith
particular
that
way
good
the
men
light
still
came through the
existed.
side windows
Talked
in the
about
morning,
how
the
this
sense
was the
of
wedding I
continuity
deserved.
and rootedness
Not the
that I had
first one.
carried into
My
every
mom
corner
cried
of
through
my
the whole
adult life.
ceremony.
I
Partly
stayed through the
because she
whole
was
service.
happy, but partly
I
because
hugged
she
a few
felt
people
guilty.
who approached me,
She told me
people
later
who
that
didn't know
she'd
the full
suspected
story
Marcus
and were
was glad to
cheating
see a
toward the
familiar
end,
face.
but didn't say
I did not
anything
break
because
down.
she didn't want to
I
plant
did not
seeds of
make
doubt if she
anything
was
harder
wrong.
for anyone.
I told her
And
I
when the
didn't
last
blame
song
her,
finished,
that it wasn't
I
her
picked
job
up my
to
purse,
expose him,
walked
that
back down
even
that
if she
aisle
had
for the
said
last
something, I
time,
probably
and
wouldn't
went
have believed
home.
her until I
The
saw it
divorce
with
was
my own
filed
eyes.
4 months
and we
after
hugged,
that Wednesday
and I
night.
felt that weight lift off
Marcus
her
and I
shoulders.
had attempted a few
James's
sessions with
family
a marriage
embraced me
counselor
completely.
during that period.
No judgment
a
about
woman
my
named
divorce.
Dr. Anita
No weird
Pearson,
questions
whose
about what
office was
happened.
off Memorial
Just love
Drive,
and
who had a
acceptance
gift
and
for
welcoming
asking
me
the
into their
exact
fold
question
like
that
I'd
neither
always
person in the
belonged
room
there.
wanted to answer.
His mother pulled me
I
aside
think
at the
under different
reception and
circumstances,
said, I can
she
see how
might
much
have
you've
helped
been
us.
through. I
But
can see it in your
circumstances
eyes,
were what they
but
were.
I can also
Every
see how
session
strong you
kept
are.
returning to
and
the
I'm
same
so
question.
grateful my son
Whether
found
Marcus
someone who
was
knows what
capable
real
of the
love
kind
looks
of
like,
radical
because
honesty
she knows
that
what it doesn't
rebuilding
look
would
like.
have required.
That hit me
Not
harder
honesty
than I
about what had
expected,
happened.
and I cried again.
He could do that when
because
pressed.
she was right.
But honesty
Surviving
about who
Marcus
he was
made me
and why he had
appreciate
made the
James in
choices
ways
he made.
I never could have
That
otherwise.
deeper kind of
Made
honesty,
me recognize
the kind that
healthy love,
requires you to
because
look at
I'd
yourself without
experienced
flinching,
toxic love.
kept eluding him.
We honeymooned in
He would
Italy.
get close
2
and
weeks
then
of
retreat,
wine and pasta
would touch the
and
truth and
exploring
then pull
ancient
back into
cities.
explanation.
And it was the first
I don't
time
say
in
that with
years I
contempt.
felt completely
I
at
say
peace.
it with a sadness
no
that I
anxiety
still
about
carry,
where James
because
was
I
or
think
who he was
Marcus is
texting.
genuinely
Just
not a
pure
bad man.
trust and joy.
I think he is
I
a man
posted
who
a
wanted
few
things he
photos
hadn't
from the
earned,
trip, and
found
Marcus
a shortcut,
liked one of
and
them,
told
which
himself
felt
enough
pathetic,
stories to
honestly.
justify it.
Like, what was
That
he
is a
doing
very
lurking on my
human failure.
page?
It
What
is
did he
not a
hope to
failure I
gain
can
from
build a
watching
life
me
on,
live my
but
best
it is a
life
human
without
one.
him?
The
I
difference
blocked him
matters
after
to me,
that.
even
Should
now.
have done it years ago.
We divided the
honestly.
house,
but
the
I
accounts,
left him
and the
unblocked out of
accumulated
some
material
misplaced
of
sense
11
being the
years
bigger
with a
person.
thoroughness that
And then I
felt
realized the
almost
bigger
clinical.
person wouldn't
Our
care
lawyers
either way.
handled most
the
of it.
bigger person would
We were
just
in the
remove
same room
access
only
and move
twice
on.
during the divorce
James
process,
never asked me
and
to
both
block
times we
Marcus.
were largely
Never
quiet,
made me feel like he was
communicating
threatened
through
or
paperwork
insecure.
and the occasional
but I
brief,
did it for myself,
direct exchange.
for my own peace.
He looked
because
tired.
I didn't need that
I
connection
imagine
anymore.
I did too.
Didn't
We
need to
had
know
both
what
been
Marcus was
carrying
up
something
to,
heavy
or
for
if
a
he was
long
watching
time.
my life unfold.
Just different things.
We bought
and
a house
the weight
a
of it
year
had
after the
settled
wedding.
into both
Nothing
of our faces.
huge, but perfect
The
for
last
us.
thing he said
and
to me
I made
directly
sure my name was
on the
the
day we
deed.
signed the
Made
final
sure I
papers
had my own money
was
in
that
my
he
own
was
accounts.
sorry.
Made
Not
sure
for
I'd
getting
learned
caught.
the financial
He'd
lessons
already
my
said that
first
version.
marriage had taught
This
me.
was a different
Not
story.
because I didn't trust
Quieter
James,
and
but
more
because
specific.
I'd learned that you can
He
love
said he
someone
was sorry
and
for
still
letting his
protect
ambition
yourself.
turn him into
That being
someone he
smart
didn't
about
want to
money
be.
and
That
independence
the wanting had
isn't a
gotten
lack of
ahead of
faith
his
in your
judgment,
partner. It's
and he had made
self-preservation.
choices that cost
James
him the
understood
thing that mattered most.
Never questioned
I
why
looked
I
at him
wanted
for a
separate
moment,
accounts
then
in
said,
addition to our
"I
joint
hope
one.
you figure out who
Never
you wanna
made me
be."
feel paranoid
And I
for
meant it.
wanting to maintain
Not
some
generously,
financial
not
autonomy.
warmly, but
and
honestly.
that understanding
Because
made me
the
trust him
alternative,
even more.
hoping he stayed
we started
broken,
talking
would have
about
required
kids,
me to keep
something I
carrying
wanted
something
with
that
Marcus.
wasn't mine to
But
hold.
looking back,
Tamara
I'm so grateful
and I did not
that
have
never
a formal
happened.
conversation
Can
about
you
any
imagine
of it.
being tied to
We
him
were not in
forever
contact
through a
after
child,
that night.
having to
The
co-parent
connection
with
between
someone
us,
who'd betrayed
which had
me
been
so
real
completely.
and warm
With
and had
James,
its own
the
history
idea of
separate
having
from my
kids
marriage,
felt exciting
closed
instead
like
of
a door
terrifying.
that locks from
Felt
the
like
inside.
something I actually
I have
wanted
thought about her
instead
more
of
than I
something I was
expected
supposed
to.
to want.
Not with
And
anger,
we started
though the
trying
anger
no
was there for a
pressure,
while,
just seeing what
but with
happened.
a kind of
I got
mournful
pregnant
curiosity.
6 months later,
I wonder
and
what
when
she
I saw
told
those 2
herself
lines
during
on the
those
test,
14
I felt
months.
pure joy.
I wonder
no
how
fear,
she sat across
no
from me
anxiety
at my
about
kitchen
whether
table,
James would step
talked
up
about
or
her life
disappear
and
or
asked
turn
about
into someone
mine,
I didn't recognize.
and maintained the surface
Just
of our
excitement
friendship
about building
while
a
holding
family with
something
someone I
underneath it
trusted
that would have
completely.
broken everything.
We found out we
I
were
wonder
having a
if she
girl,
felt
and
relief
I
when it was
cried.
over,
Happy
the way
tears
Marcus
mixed with
did.
relief that
I
I
wonder
have a
if
daughter
she feels
to
the
teach
loss
about
of what we were the way
self-worth
I
and
do.
boundaries, and
I will
never
probably
accepting
never know
less
the
than she
answers to any
deserves.
of those questions,
Lessons I'd
and
learned
I've
the
made a
hard
kind
way.
of peace with that
Marcus
uncertainty.
sent a
Sister
congratulations
Renee
message
and I did
somehow.
eventually talk.
Must have heard through
About
mutual
3
friends.
months after
and I
Pastor
deleted
Drummond's
it without reading
resignation,
the whole thing.
she
because
reached out
I
to
didn't
me
need his
and
well
asked
wishes.
if we could meet.
Didn't need him
We went to a
inserting himself
restaurant
into
in
my
my head,
happiness.
neutral ground.
Didn't need
somewhere
anything
neither
from
of
him
us had
ever
been
again.
with our husbands.
My daughter
and
was
we
born
sat
on a
for
Tuesday
3
in
hours
March,
over food
8
we
pounds,
barely
3
touched,
ounces.
talking
Perfect
with a
in every
rawness
way.
I hadn't
And when
expected
James held her
and
for the
haven't
first
forgotten.
time and started
She
crying,
told me
I knew
things
I
she
made
hadn't
the right
told
choice.
anyone else.
Knew this was the
I
life
told her
I was
things I'd
supposed
been
to have.
holding alone.
I named her
We
Zara,
cried, both
strong
of us,
and
which I think
beautiful and
surprised us
fierce.
both.
Everything
We were
I
not
hoped
the type,
she'd be.
either of us,
and looking
to
at her
cry in
tiny
public.
face, I made a
But
promise
something about
that
being
I'd
in the
raise her
presence
to
of
never
someone who
tolerate what I
understood the
tolerated.
specific quality
to
of
walk
what
away
we'd
the
both
first
been
time
through made
someone
the usual
disrespects
containment
her.
feel
To
unnecessary.
know her worth before
Renee is a
anyone
remarkable
tries
woman.
to convince her she's
I want to
worthless.
say that clearly.
Being a mother
She had been
changed me
married
in
to
ways
a
I
man
didn't
for
expect.
23 years,
Made me even
had
more
raised 3
grateful
children
I'd
with
left
him,
Marcus.
had built an
because
entire
watching Zara
identity
grow
as
up
a
in a home
pastor's
full of
wife in
love
a community
and
where that
respect and
identity
honesty.
came with
That's the
significant
legacy I want to
expectations
leave
and
her.
significant
Not
visibility,
dysfunction disguised
and had
as
all of it
commitment.
dismantled in a
She's
Sunday
3 now,
afternoon
smart
conversation
and
with her
funny
husband's
and
affair
way too
partner.
observant for her own
The
good.
grace she brought
and
to that
sometimes
dismantling
when I
was
watch
not
her play, I
passive
think
or
about the
resigned.
alternate timeline
It was
where I
active
stayed
and
with
hard
Marcus,
one, and
where
it
she would have
cost her
grown
something
up
I don't
watching
think
her
she'll
father
ever fully get
disrespect
back.
her mother.
But she carried
Learning that
herself
love
with a
looks like
dignity that I
lies
found
and
genuinely
betrayal.
inspiring,
I saved her
not
from
in
that
a
by
performance
saving
way,
myself,
but
and
in
that
the
makes
quiet way
every
of someone
hard
who has
moment worth
decided
it.
who they're going
Every
to be on the
tear I
other
cried,
side of something
every
terrible
night I
and
spent
is doing the
angry
daily
and
work
hurt
of becoming
and
that
questioning
person.
everything.
She
It was
filed
all
for
worth
divorce
it to
about
get
2
here.
months after I did.
James is an
Their
incredible
settlement was
father,
significantly
present
more
and
complicated
patient
than
and
mine.
so in love
Given
with
the
our
length of
daughter,
the
it
marriage,
makes my heart
the shared
ache in the
assets,
best way.
and the children,
And Zara adores
one of
him,
whom was still in
follows
high
him
school.
around the house.
She handled it.
Wants him to read
She
her bedtime
always handles
stories
it.
every night.
I found my new
This is
church
what
on a
partnership
Sunday
looks
morning
like,
about 13
what real
months
love looks
after
like,
I walked out
what
of greater
marriage is
anointing
supposed
for
to
the
be
last
when
time.
both people are
A
committed
colleague
and
at work
honest
had mentioned
and
it in
showing up
passing.
fully.
One of
And
those
I'm so
conversations
grateful
where
I
someone
didn't settle
says
for
something
less.
offhand
Didn't
and
accept
it
Marcus's
lodges in your
version
praying
love
for weeks.
just because I
The
was
church
afraid
was in a
of starting
converted
over.
space in East
I
Atlanta,
run into people sometimes
a
who knew us
neighborhood
as a
I didn't
couple,
spend much
Marcus
time in,
and me,
and it
they
was
always
smaller
ask
than
what happened,
anything I'd been
why
part
we
of since
split,
childhood.
and I keep it simple.
Maybe 150
Say, he wasn't
people
who I
on a
thought he
full
was.
Sunday.
I'm better
No
off
cameras,
now, and leave it at
no
that.
live stream,
Some people push,
no merchandise
want
table,
the juicy details,
just a room,
the drama,
some chairs,
and I shut
and
it down
praise
because
team
my
that played with
story
more
is an
feeling than
entertainment.
flash.
It's my life.
The pastor
and
was a
I don't
woman
know
named
anyone
Reverend
an
Gloria
explanation
Osei.
beyond what
She
I'm
was in her
comfortable
early
sharing.
60s,
The
Ghanaian
people who
American,
matter, the
and
ones
she
who
preached
actually
like
care about
someone
me,
who had earned
they know
every
what
word
happened.
she was saying.
They were there through
not
it.
through
They
performance
watched
or
me
polish,
rebuild from scratch,
but through a quality
and their
of
support
conviction that
means
you either
everything.
have or you don't.
I heard through the
And she
grapevine
had it
that
in
Marcus
abundance.
got married
Her
again.
sermons had a
Some woman
directness
he
that
met
I
at
wasn't
work.
used to,
And my
a
first
way of
thought
naming
was,
things
I hope she
plainly
knows
without
what she's
cruelty.
getting into.
That made me
Followed
feel more
immediately
seen in
by,
that small
"That's not
room
my
than I had in
problem
11
anymore."
years in
Part
a
of
much
me wanted
larger
to warn
one.
her.
The
Wanted
first
to send
Sunday
an anonymous
I sat in her
message telling her
congregation.
to watch out.
She was
But
preaching
I
about
didn't because
witness.
that's not my
About
responsibility.
the difference between
She'll
being
figure
a
it out on
witness
her
to
own,
truth
or maybe
and
he's
being a
actually
keeper of
changed.
someone else's
Stranger
secrets.
things have happened.
She talked about how
But probably
silence
not,
can be a form
because
of
people who
complicity,
cheat usually
and how
don't
the
change.
hardest thing is
They just
often
get
not
better at
speaking up
hiding
to
it.
outsiders,
And whoever
but
she
being
is, she'll
honest
learn that
within the
lesson the
walls of
same
your
way I
own
did,
closest
the hard
relationships.
way.
I
don't
sat
wish
there
him
with
ill.
my hands
Don't hope
folded
his
in my
life
lap
falls apart.
and felt something
Don't
I
spend
hadn't
any
felt
energy
in a long
thinking
time,
about his
which
karma
was that I
or
was in the right
justice
place,
or any of that.
that the words
I'm
being
just
spoken were
indifferent.
reaching
And
something
that
in me that had
indifference
been
is the
unreachable for a
ultimate
while.
freedom.
After
Zara
the
asks
service,
sometimes
she was
about my
greeting
first
people
wedding.
at the door.
She's
and
seen
when I
photos
came
at my
through,
mom's house.
she looked at me with the
Pictures
kind
from
of
before
directness
Marcus
that
and
doesn't
I
feel
split,
intrusive,
and I
but
tell
lets
her
you
the
know
truth
you've been
in
seen.
age-appropriate ways.
She said,
that
"I haven't
mommy
seen you
was
here
married before Daddy.
I told her
that
it was
didn't
my
work
first
out.
Sunday.
That
She
sometimes
said,
people
"Come
make
back,"
mistakes, and
not
we have
as a
to be
command
brave enough
or
to
a
start
sales
over.
pitch.
She
Just an
accepts it easily
invitation,
the way kids
simple
do,
and warm,
doesn't judge,
from someone
doesn't
who meant
ask
it.
complicated
I did
questions,
come back.
just says,
I came back
"Okay,
the
mommy,"
following
and
Sunday,
goes back to playing.
then the one after that,
and I'm
and then the one
grateful
after
she's
that.
growing up in a
The
world
community
where
I found
divorce
in that
isn't
smaller
shameful.
space was
It's
different
just a
from
fact
what
of
I'd
life
had at
sometimes.
greater anointing.
I'm 36
not necessarily
now,
better
happy,
in every
healthy,
way,
living
but
a life
more
I'm
honest
proud
in the
of.
ways that
And
had
when
come
I think
to
about
matter
that
most
day
to
in the
me.
hotel room,
People
that
talked about their
moment when my
struggles
world
without
imploded,
dressing them up.
I don't feel pain
The prayer
anymore.
requests were
I feel
specific
gratitude
and real.
Gratitude
There was
that
no
I found out
performance
when I
layer
did.
between the
Gratitude
congregation
that I
and
had
the
the strength
worship.
to leave.
No sense that
Gratitude
you needed to
that I
present
didn't
a certain
waste more
version of
years
yourself
on
to
someone
belong.
who didn't value me.
I had not realized how
Gratitude
much
for
of my
every
energy at
single
greater
thing that led me
anointing
here.
had gone into
This is
maintaining
my
that
truth,
presentation
my story,
until I was
my
somewhere
journey
that
from
didn't
betrayal
require
to
it.
healing to happiness.
My life in the year and a half since
sharing
the
it
divorce
helps
has
even
been
one
quieter
person
than the
find
life
the
I had
courage
before.
to walk away from
And I
something
mean
that's
that as
hurting
neither
them.
complaint
Then
nor
every
boast, just
painful moment
observation.
was worth it.
I live alone in a
Marcus is
smaller
still out there
apartment in
somewhere,
Kirkwood that I
still
chose
living his
specifically
life,
because it
still
had
dealing
nothing
with
to do with
whatever
my
demons
marriage,
made him
no
the way he
shared
is.
history in the
And
walls,
I genuinely
no
hope he's
furniture
found
that had
peace.
belonged to
Hope
us
he's
rather
worked
than
through
just
his
to me.
issues.
I
Hope
bought
he's
things I
treating
liked.
people better.
I painted the
But
bedroom
that's
a
his
color
journey
Marcus
now,
would have vetoed.
not mine.
I
I'm
started
on my own
cooking in a
path
way I
with my
hadn't since
husband
before
and
we
my
bought
daughter,
that house.
and a future
Trying
full of
recipes, I'd
possibilities.
always been curious
And
about
Marcus
and eating
is
dinner
just
at
a
odd
chapter
hours
in my
because I
history.
could.
Not the
Small
whole book.
freedoms.
I'm
The
writing
kind
new
that
chapters
only
now,
feels
better
significant
ones,
when you've
happier
spent time
ones,
without
and
them.
they don't include him at
I
all.
still talk to my
and
mother,
that's exactly
my
how
cousin
it should be.
Danielle, and a
I never
handful
told
of
Zara
friends
the
who were
full
mine
story
before
about
the
Marcus.
marriage and are
Figured
still
I'd
mine
save
after
that
it.
conversation
I
for when
eventually
she's
told
older,
them the whole
when
story.
she can understand
Not
the complexity
immediately,
of adult
and not all at
relationships,
once,
but
but
the
over
importance
time,
of knowing
as
when
I
to walk
found
away
language
from
for its
something
different
toxic.
parts.
But she
My
asked
mother,
me one
to her
day when
credit,
she was about
did not
5,
say, "I told you
completely
so,"
out of nowhere
though she
while we
had,
were making
in fact,
pancakes,
told me a
"Mommy,
version of it.
why didn't
Having
you say
said
married
something
to the
off
man
about
in Grandma's
Marcus in
pictures?"
ways she'd mentioned
And I realized
carefully
I couldn't
and
keep putting off this
diplomatically over the
conversation.
years.
I
She
sat
just
her down,
listened,
got
then
on her
drove
level,
from her
and
house
said,
in
"Sometimes
Stone
grown
Mountain
ups
to my
make
apartment
promises
in
to each other
Kirkwood
that they
and
can't
sat
keep,
with me for a
and
weekend.
when that happens, we
We
have had to make
old
hard
movies.
choices about
She
what's
made
best
food
for
I'd
us,
grown up
and I
eating,
chose to
and
leave
we didn't
so
talk
I
about
could find
Marcus
real love
or
with
the
your
church
daddy.
for most of it.
She nodded
It was
like
exactly
she
what I
understood,
needed.
even though I knew she
I've been
probably didn't
asked
fully.
by more than
and
one
then she
person
said,
whether
"Did he
I
hurt you?"
regret the marriage.
And my heart broke
Whether
a
I
little
would go
because
back
she was
and choose
already
differently
learning
if I
that
could.
love can hurt.
I've thought about that
people
question
can disappoint
seriously
you.
rather than dismissively.
I said, yes,
because it
baby.
deserves a
He hurt my
serious answer.
feelings, but
And
I'm okay
what I've
now,
arrived at
and
is
I learned
this.
a lot.
I don't
and
regret
I'm
the love I
happy,
brought to
and
that
that's what
marriage.
matters.
I don't
and
regret
she hugged
the effort,
me tight
the
and
faithfulness,
said, "I'm glad
or
you
the
found
years of
Daddy."
genuine
And I
partnership
held her
that
and
existed
thought about
before
how
the
right
drift
she
set
was.
in.
James
I don't
walked
even
in during
fully
that
regret
moment,
the fact that it
saw us
ended,
hugging,
because the
asked
ending,
what was going
as
on,
devastating as
and
it
when I
was,
told him
was
later,
also
he
a
said,
kind
"You
of
handled
clearing.
that perfectly."
It removed
She
things that
needs
had
to know
long
that
blocked
leaving
my view
is
of
always
myself,
an option,
and
that she
what
should
I see
never
now in
feel
the space
trapped.
they occupied
And
is something
I loved him
value
even
more
more
than the
for
comfortable
understanding.
blindness
We
I
had
was
another
living in.
baby 2 years
What I
after
do
Zara,
regret is the
a boy
years I
this
spent
time,
ignoring my
named
own
him Miles,
instincts in
and
deference to
watching
other
James
people's
with
voices.
2 kids confirmed
My mother's
everything
wisdom
I
about
already
trust,
knew.
my
That he was
grandmother's
the
advice
partner
about
I'd
giving men
always
room to
deserved.
breathe,
the
the
father
collective
my children
female
needed.
wisdom of my family
The man
that was
Marcus had
well-intentioned
pretended to
and
be, but
sometimes
never
accurate,
actually was.
and also,
Life
in
got
this
busier
case,
with 2 kids.
was a
My
framework
career
I used
kept
to talk
growing.
myself out of
James's
things I needed to
architecture
pay
firm
attention
landed
to.
bigger projects.
I don't blame those women.
We were building this
I don't blame the
beautiful,
tradition.
chaotic life together.
I blame the way I
And
applied
sometimes
it
I'd
as a
stop
reason
in the
not
middle
to
of
see,
a regular
rather than as
Tuesday
a foundation
and just
for
feel
seeing clearly.
overwhelmed with gratitude.
That's a distinction I
Gratitude
carry with me
that
now,
I'd walked
and
away
it shows
from
up in
comfortable
every
misery,
relationship
that
I
I'd
have.
chosen myself
Every
even when it
context
was
where I'm
terrifying,
tempted to look
that
away
I'd
from
been
something
brave
that
enough to
deserves my
believe I
attention.
deserved better.
I ran
and
into
then
Marcus's
actually
mother,
went out and
Miss
found it.
Carolyn,
I
about
stopped
6
thinking
months
about
after
Marcus
the divorce
almost
was
entirely
finalized.
except for moments
We were
like
both
this
at a
when I'm
grocery store
reflecting
in
on how
College
far
Park,
I've come.
and she saw me
even then, it's
first.
not about him
I
specifically.
watched her decide
it's
to
about
approach
who I was
me.
then versus
I could
who I
see
am
it in the
now.
way she stopped
The woman
and
who
steadied
stayed
herself,
married to Marcus,
and I stood
who
still
ignored
and
her
let her
instincts,
come.
who made
She looked
herself
older.
small to accommodate
She took my
his
hand
ego.
in both of hers.
She's
and
gone,
she said,
replaced
"I'm
by
so
someone
sorry,
who knows her
baby."
worth and won't
I believed
compromise
her.
it for anyone.
Miss Carolyn is
I
not a
mentor
woman
younger
who
women now
apologizes
through a
on
program
behalf
at work,
of other people
and I
as a
always
deflection.
tell them the same thing.
She was apologizing
Don't ignore
for her
red
own
flags,
grief,
hoping
for
they'll
the
go
loss
away.
of what she'd
Don't
hoped
stay
her
in
son's life
situations
would
that
be,
make you question
for the
your
gap
sanity.
between the man
Don't
she'd
let
raised
anyone
and the
convince you
man
that your
he'd
standards
shown
are
himself
too
to
high.
be.
One of my
squeezed
mentors
her
came to me
hands and
crying
told her
last
I was
year.
okay.
Found out her
She
boyfriend
said,
was
"I know
cheating.
you are."
Didn't
We
know
stood
what to
there
do.
a moment longer
and
than
I
a
told her
grocery
my
store
story.
parking lot required.
Not all the details,
Then went
but
our
enough.
separate ways.
And I watched
It was
her
one of the
face
more
change
dignified
as she
endings to
realized
something
she wasn't
painful that I've
alone.
experienced.
She left
and
him that
I'm
week,
grateful for
thanked
it.
me for giving
Pastor
her the
Drummond,
courage, and
I
6
understand
months
that you
later,
relocated
she's
to another
thriving,
city.
dating
Whether
someone
he's
new
found
who
another
treats her right,
congregation,
and
another
seeing her
platform,
transformation
another
reminded
community
me why
willing to
sharing our
restore him
stories
to a
matters.
position of spiritual
We're not
authority.
supposed to suffer in silence.
I genuinely don't
We're
know.
supposed to talk about
I
it,
don't follow his
support
movements.
each other,
What
lift
I do
each other
know
up when
is that
someone
the
tries to tear
accountability
us
he
down.
faced in
And
Atlanta
that's what
was
women
largely
do when we're at our
informal rather
best.
than
We
institutional,
protect each other.
which is both
Shanice
typical
and I
and
still talk
deeply
occasionally.
unsatisfying.
She's doing well.
The church
Still
protected its
bartending,
reputation
but
as
also
long as
started
it could,
her own consulting
then moved
business,
on,
teaching
as
bars and
institutions
restaurants
do.
about customer
The people
service.
most directly
She
harmed by
credits
what he
that
did had to
message
find
she
their
sent
own
me
way
as a
to the other
turning point
side
in her life
with
too.
little help from
She
the
said
structures
watching
that
me
were
leave
supposed to
Marcus
hold him
and rebuild
accountable.
my life
That is
inspired
not a
her to
unique
stop
story in
accepting
religious
mediocrity in
communities,
her own
and
relationship,
that fact doesn't make
to
it
demand
less
better.
true or less
and she's
painful.
engaged now to
Renee
someone
is
who
doing
worships
well
the
as we
ground
last
she walks
spoke.
on.
She's
and
doing
I'm
some
so
consulting
happy
work,
for her.
which
We
she'd
met
been
up
wanting
for
to do
brunch
for
last
years,
year.
but
First
had set
time seeing
aside
each
to
other in
support her
person
husband's
since all of
ministry.
this started.
Her
And
kids
we
are
hugged
adjusting
like
in the
old
way
friends,
kids adjust,
even though we'd
which
really
is to
only
say
connected
unevenly
through that
and
one
with a lot of
devastating
help from
message.
their mother.
She said,
She
I
mentioned
think about
she'd
that
started
night at the
attending
bar
a
all the
smaller
time.
church, which
Wonder
made
if
me
I should have
smile.
minded my business.
Something about both
but
of us
then
landing
I see her
in
life
smaller,
now, and I
quieter
know I did the right
places
thing.
after years
and
of
I
the
told
large
her she
and the
absolutely
prominent felt
did.
right.
That she saved
Like
me
we'd
from
both learned
wasting
something
more
about what
years on a
actually
lie.
sustains you
We
versus
laughed
what
about
looks
how
like it
dramatic
should.
it all was.
People
the
ask me
hotel
about faith.
confrontation,
Whether
the
what
divorce,
happened broke it,
all of it.
whether I
Not
still
because it
believe
was
in the
funny at
church
the
as an
time, but
institution,
because we'd both
whether the
come
betrayal
so
of a
far
man
since
who was
then that we
supposed
could
to
look back
represent
without
something
pain.
sacred
That's
destroyed
healing,
my
real
relationship
healing.
with that
When you
thing.
can talk about
And
the
the
worst
honest
moments
answer
of your
is that my
life
faith
without
is
falling
intact,
apart,
though it looks
when you
different
can
than it
acknowledge
did.
the pain
It is
without letting
quieter.
it consume you.
It is less
When you can
dependent on
find meaning in the
institutional
mess.
validation.
My parents
It is
are
less
older
likely
now,
to accept
mellowed out,
someone's
and my
spiritual
mom told
authority
me
at
recently
face
that
value
watching
and
me
more
go through that
interested in the
divorce
evidence
and come
of how
out
they
stronger
actually live.
changed her perspective
It has,
on a
in
lot
some
of
ways,
things.
become
Made her
more personal
reevaluate
and
her
more
own
durable
marriage,
precisely
her own
because it
compromises.
is no longer
She
being
didn't
held
leave
up
my
by
dad
structures
or
I've had to
anything
stop
dramatic
trusting.
like that.
What
But
I
she
believe
started
now is
speaking
simpler
up
than
more.
what I believed
Stopped
before,
accepting things
and I
that
think
bothered
simpler
her.
is closer
Set
to the
boundaries
truth.
she'd never set
I believe
before,
in showing up
and their
honestly.
relationship
I
actually
believe
got
in
better
paying
because of
attention
it.
to what the
She
people
said,
closest
"You
to
taught
you
me
are
that it's
actually
never too
doing
late to
rather
demand
than what they're
respect."
saying.
Even
I
from someone
believe
you've
that
been
love
with for
is
40
not
years.
naivete.
And I
Trust
Trust is
proud
not
that my
passivity,
pain had
and
somehow
faith is
helped her
not the
find her
same
voice
as looking
too.
away.
My dad's
I believe
always
that
been
the
a man of
hardest
few
lessons
words,
tend
but
to be
he
the
pulled
most
me aside at
permanent ones,
Miles's first
and that the
birthday
clearing
party
that
and
happens
said,
after
"I'm
devastation,
sorry I didn't see what Marcus
as brutal
was
as
doing.
the clearing
I should have
process
protected
is,
you better."
makes room
and
for
I
things
told him
that
it wasn't
couldn't
his
grow in
job
the
to
shade of
protect
what
me
was there
from my own
before.
husband.
I am
That's
31
some
years
lessons
old.
we have to learn ourselves.
I live in an apartment
He hugged
I like
me tight
in
and
a
said,
neighborhood
"You're
I've come
stronger
to
than I
love.
ever gave you
I
credit
have a
for."
job I'm good at
and
and that I
coming
find
from my
meaningful.
dad, who rarely
I have
gives
friends who are
compliments,
real
that
and
meant
honest
everything.
community, and
James's
a faith that I
parents
have
treat me
actually
like I'm their
examined rather
biological
than just
daughter.
inherited.
Never make me
I
feel
have
like
a
the
cleaner
second
relationship
wife
with
or
my
the
own
divorced
instincts
one.
than I have had
Just
at any
embrace
other
me
point
fully.
in my adult
And
life.
James's mom
And I have a
told me once
capacity
that
for
I'm the best
solitude
thing
that I had
ever
never
happened to
developed
her son.
before, that
She
I
said
think is one
he
of
was
the most
drifting before
underrated
you,
forms of strength a
successful but
person can
empty,
have.
and you brought
the
him
ability
back
to
to
be
life.
alone with yourself
And I thought
without
about
filling
how
the
we
silence
saved each
with
other in
noise.
different ways.
I am not
How
finished being
sometimes
affected by
broken
what
people
happened.
can heal together
I don't think
instead
you're
of
ever
breaking
finished.
each other further.
Not really.
We take
It shows
family
up in
trips now,
unexpected
all four of
moments.
us, and I make
In the
sure
way,
to document
I sometimes
everything,
catch
not for
myself in
social
a new
media, but for
relationship
us,
or
so my
friendship,
kids can look back
looking for
and
the
see what a
frequency
happy
drift
family looks
before
like,
it becomes a
what
problem.
love is supposed
In
to
the
feel
way,
like.
I'll hear
Zara's
certain
8
kind
now
of
and
gospel
already
music
so
and
perceptive.
feel a complicated
She watches
mixture of
how
love
James treats
and loss
me,
that I
how
can't
he asks
fully
my
untangle.
opinion on things,
In the
how
way,
he
I
shares
sometimes dream about
responsibilities
that
without
hallway
being
in the
asked.
Marriott
And
and
I
wake
know
up with the
she's
same
internalizing what a
combination
good
of dread
partner
and
looks
clarity
like.
I felt
Miles is
standing
still
outside
young,
that
only
door.
5,
But
I
he's
am
not
already
defined by
learning
it either.
respect by watching
That is the
his
line
father,
I have worked
learning
hardest
that
to
men
walk.
can be
To
gentle
let what
and
happened
present
be part
and
of my story
emotionally
without
available.
letting it be the whole
And
of
that
it.
makes me so
To carry the
hopeful for
knowledge,
the kind
it
of man
gave me
he'll
without
become.
carrying the wound of
I
it
think
in a
about
way
the kids
that
I might
closes
have
me
had
off
with
to what comes
Marcus,
next.
and I feel
What
nothing
comes
but
next,
relief
I
that
don't
it
know
never
yet.
happened.
That is
that
not
I
a
don't have
sad
to
admission.
co-parent with him.
It is an
Don't
honest
have to
one.
explain to children
And
why
after
their
years
father
of filling
lives
in that
somewhere
uncertainty
else.
with
Don't
assumptions,
have to pretend he's a
deference,
good man
and
when
the
he's
voices
not.
of other people's
My kids
wisdom,
have stability
I find
and
not knowing to be
honesty
one of
and
the
two
most
parents
honest things
who
I can
genuinely
say.
love each other.
I'm standing.
And that's worth
I'm
more
clear.
than anything
I am,
Marcus
in
could
ways
have
I
ever
couldn't
given
have
me.
predicted when I
More
was
than the house
23
we were
years
saving
old in a
for
white
or the
dress
life
in that
we'd planned.
sanctuary.
I ran
More
into
fully
one of
myself
Marcus's
than I have
friends
ever
at a
been.
charity gala
And
last
that
year.
is nothing.
Someone we'd been
That
close
is,
with during
in
the
fact,
marriage.
everything.
And he pulled me
The
aside
end.
looking
She
uncomfortable
caught her
and
pastor
said,
in the
I need
hotel
to
room
apologize.
with her sister-in-law.
I knew what Marcus
I need
was
you to
doing,
understand
and I
something
didn't say
before I
anything.
start.
I
am not a
appreciated the
suspicious woman
honesty,
by
but
nature.
told him I didn't
I
blame
never
him,
went through
that
Marcus's
men
phone.
protect each other.
Never
and
questioned
that's
his
a whole other
whereabouts.
issue.
Never
But
demanded
I'd moved on,
passwords
and
or
he should
check-ins
too.
or any of
and
that.
he looked relieved,
I was
like
raised
he'd
to
been
believe
carrying
that
guilt
trust
for
was the
years.
foundation of a marriage.
He told me
and
Marcus
if you didn't
asks
have
about me
that,
sometimes.
you didn't have
Wants to know if
anything
I'm
worth
happy.
keeping.
If I ever
My
talk
mother
about
told
him.
me that.
And I
My
said,
grandmother
tell him
told
I am
me that.
happy, and I
The
don't
women
talk
in
about
my
him
family
at all.
built their
And
entire
walked away
identities
before he
around
could
being
say
the kind of
anything
wife
else.
who didn't sweat the
I
small
don't owe
stuff,
Marcus updates
who
on
gave
my
her
life.
husband room
Don't
to
owe him the
breathe,
satisfaction
who kept
of
the
knowing
home
he still
steady
crosses
and the
my
faith
mind
strong.
occasionally.
I
Don't owe
carried
him
that into my
anything
marriage
except
as if it
maybe
were
a thank
scripture.
you for showing
And
me exactly
for a long
what I didn't
time,
want.
I thought it was working.
Thank you, Marcus, for lying
Marcus
to my
Webb
face
came
for
into
6
my life
months
when I was
because it
22
taught me
years
to
old,
trust my intuition.
standing in the parking
Thank you
lot
for
of
cheating
Greater
because it
Anointing
forced me to
Ministries
find
after
my
a Sunday
spine.
morning service.
Thank you for being
arguing
a terrible
with my cousin
husband
Danielle
because
about
it made
whose
me
turn it was to
appreciate a
host
good
Christmas
one.
dinner.
That's the
He
only
walked
gratitude
past
he'll
us,
ever get
stopped,
from me.
looked at
the
me, and
acknowledgement that
said,
his
"I don't know
betrayal
what the argument is
inadvertently
about,
led me to
but
something
I
better.
hope you win."
And
That was
even
it.
that feels like
That was the
more
whole
than he
introduction.
deserves.
I
James
laughed.
knows all of this.
Danielle rolled
knows
her
about
eyes,
Marcus,
and 3 weeks
knows
later,
about the hotel
Marcus
room,
and I
knows
were
about
having
the
coffee
divorce
at a
and the
little
healing
spot on
and all of
Cascade
it.
Road.
And he's
talking
never
for
once
4
made me
hours
feel
like
like
we'd known
damaged
each other our
goods,
whole lives.
or like my past
He was 25.
too much baggage.
Tall, clean
He
cut,
says my
the kind
past
of man
made me
who
who I
opened
am,
doors
and he
without
loves
being
who I
asked
am.
and remembered
So he's
things you
grateful
mentioned
for
in
everything
passing
that
3
led me to him,
conversations ago.
even the painful
He was
parts,
thoughtful in a
and
way
that
that
kind of
made you think
acceptance
someone
is
had
what
been
real
raised
love
right,
looks like.
and he had been.
We celebrated
His
our
mother,
10th wedding
Miss
anniversary
Carolyn,
last
was
month.
one of the most
Took a trip to
respected
Greece
women
without
in
the
our
kids.
congregation.
Just us
His father
reconnecting
had
and
passed
remembering
when
why we
Marcus was
chose each
16,
other.
and he
it was
carried that
perfect,
grief with a
easy,
quiet dignity
effortless
that I
in the
found
way
deeply
love should
moving
be.
at the time.
I thought about my
it meant he
5-year
understood
anniversary
loss,
with Marcus,
that he
how
understood
we'd gone
how
through the
fragile
motions,
things were.
nice dinner,
I thought it
generic
made him
gifts,
someone who would
both of
never
us
take what he
pretending
had for
everything
granted.
was fine when
We
it was
dated for 2
already
years
falling
and married
apart.
when I was 23.
And I realized
the
I'd been
wedding was
living a
held
lie
in the
for
same
so long I'd
sanctuary
forgotten
where
what
we'd
truth
both been
felt like.
baptized as children.
With James, everything
and
is
there was
truth,
something about that
transparent
symmetry
and
that felt like a
honest
promise
and
bigger
sometimes
than the vows
messy,
themselves.
but always real.
My father
And
walked
I'll
me down
take
the
real
aisle.
over perfect
Miss
any day
Carolyn
of the week,
cried through the
because
entire
perfect
ceremony.
is usually just a
Pastor
performance.
Elijah Drummond,
We renewed our
who had
vows on
known
that trip.
Marcus since
Nothing
he was a
official,
teenager,
just the two of us on a beach.
He gave
at
a sermon
sunset
before
saying
the
the
vows
things
that
we'd learned
people in
over
our
a
church
decade
still
together,
talk about.
promising
Something
to keep
about
choosing
covenants
each other
and sacred
even when it's
ground
hard.
and the way God
I
sees
cried happy
marriages
tears,
not as
the
contracts,
kind that come
but
from a
as
place
living
of
things
pure
that have to be
contentment.
tended.
And James
I
wiped
remember
them away
standing at that
and
altar
said,
thinking
"This
I
is what
had
you
never
deserve.
felt more certain
This is
about
what it's always
anything in my
supposed
life.
to feel like."
For the
And
first
he was
several
right.
years,
I'm
the marriage
41
was
now.
good.
Gray hair
Not
starting
perfect,
to show.
because nothing
Wrinkles
is
around my
but
eyes from
genuinely
smiling
good.
so much.
We bought a house in
body
Adamsville.
different after 2 kids.
I was working
and
as
I've
a
never
project
felt
manager
more beautiful
for a
because
mid-sized
I'm loved
healthcare
for
company
who I am.
downtown.
Not
And
who someone
Marcus
wants me
was
to be.
building his career
Marcus
in
would have
commercial
made
real
comments
estate.
by now.
We were
would have
busy,
suggested
but we
I
made
hit
time
the
for
gym
each
more
other.
or dress
We
younger
traveled when we
or
could.
do something about
We had
the
a
gray.
standing date night
but
on
James
Fridays.
tells me I'm aging
We were
like
active in
fine
the
wine
church.
and
Both
actually
of us
means
serving
it.
on different
Looks at
ministry
me like
teams,
I'm still the
and
most
that community
beautiful
was the
woman in the
backbone
world.
of our social life
That's the
in a way
difference
that
between
felt
a man
healthy
who
and
values
grounding
you and
rather
a
than
man
insular.
who's keeping his
The
options
first
open.
time I noticed
One
something
makes you
shift
feel
was about
secure
4
and
years
cherished.
into the marriage.
The other makes you
It
feel
wasn't
like you're
dramatic.
constantly auditioning
It wasn't
for
an
a role
argument,
you already
a
have.
cold shoulder,
I look
or
at young
any
women
of the
now,
obvious
the ones
signs
in their
people talk
20s
about.
getting married.
It was more
and
like
I
a
want to shake
frequency
them
change.
and say,
When
make
a
sure
radio
he's worthy.
signal drifts
Make
slightly
sure you're
off
not
station,
ignoring red flags.
you keep reaching for the
Make
dial
sure
to
you
bring
love
it back,
yourself enough to
but the
leave
sound
if he
keeps
shows
getting
you he's
fuzzy
not
at the
the one.
edges.
But
Marcus
I know they
was
have to learn
present
their own
physically,
lessons.
but somewhere else,
Some of
in
them will
every
get
other way
lucky
that
and
mattered.
marry good men on the
I
first
chalked it
try.
up to work stress.
Some of them will go
He
through
was
what
trying
I
to
went
close
through.
a significant
And
deal,
all I can do is
and the
be there
pressure
when
was
they need
visible.
someone who understands.
I gave him space.
Someone who's been in the
The deal
fire and
closed.
came out the other side.
Things got a little better.
My story isn't
I
unique.
stopped paying
Thousands
attention
of
to the
women
frequency.
go through this every day.
But that drift
but it's
never
mine.
fully corrected
and
itself.
I own every part
It
of it.
would settle for a
the
few
pain
months,
and the healing
and then
and
I'd
the
feel it
triumph,
again.
because
That
it made
subtle
me who
pulling
I am.
away. That
I'm a
quality
wife,
of being
a
in
mother,
the same
a
room with someone
successful
who had
professional,
already left.
a mentor, a
I
friend,
mentioned it to him once.
a survivor,
maybe 8
and none
months
of that would
before
be true if I'd
everything
stayed.
fell apart.
If I'd accepted
We were in the
Marcus's
kitchen on a
version of
Sunday
love,
evening,
if
and
I'd
I told
convinced
him I
myself
felt like
that
we
good
were
enough
losing
was
something,
actually good
like
enough.
we were becoming
It wasn't
roommates
then,
who went
and
to
it won't
church
ever
together
be.
instead
I deserve
of
great
husband
love,
and wife.
and so does
He
everyone
listened.
else.
He
And
nodded.
settling for less
He
is
said I
just
was
slow
right and that he
suicide
would do better.
disguised as compromise.
And he did for about
Marcus
6
is
weeks.
50 now. I
Then
know
the drift
because we
came
share
back,
birthday
and
months,
this time
and
it brought
sometimes
company.
mutual
He
acquaintances
started
post
spending
about
more
him,
time at the
and he
church.
looks tired.
Not just
like
Sundays,
life has
but
been harder
multiple
than he
evenings a
expected.
week.
And maybe
Tuesday
it has
Bible
been.
study,
Maybe
which he'd
karma's
attended
real,
off and on for
he's
years,
facing consequences
became a
I'll never know
non-negotiable
about,
standing
or
commitment.
maybe he's happy.
Thursday
and I just
leadership
can't imagine
meetings that
how.
he'd never
Either
mentioned
way doesn't
before
matter
started appearing
because
on
his
his
life
calendar.
stopped being my concern
Saturday
the day
morning
I
prayer
walked out of
calls
that
that
hotel
seemed
room.
to stretch past
I've
noon.
built something beautiful
I didn't
from the
question
ashes
it
of that
first
marriage
because the church
something
had
real
always
and
been central
lasting
to our
and
lives.
full of joy.
And honestly,
and that's the best
I told
revenge.
myself I should
Not
be
that
glad
I'm trying
he was
to get
investing
revenge,
in his
but
spiritual
if I
growth
was,
instead
living
of
well
sitting
would
at home
absolutely
disconnected.
be it.
I
My
told
kids
myself
will
a
grow
lot
up
of
knowing
things
their
that year.
mom is strong.
I was very
knowing she
creative
didn't
with
stay
my
in something that
explanations.
hurt her just because
What I didn't
leaving
pay
was
close
scary.
enough attention to
knowing
was the
that
way he
sometimes
started
the bravest
guarding
thing
his
you can
phone.
do is start over.
Marcus had
And
never been
when Zara
secretive
gets
about his
older,
phone before.
and I tell her the
We
full
weren't the
story.
type to go through
when
each
I
other's
explain
devices,
about Marcus
but
and
we
the
also
cheating
weren't the
and
type
the
to hide
divorce,
them.
I'll
His
also tell
phone
her
had
about the
always
courage
just
it
been
took
his
to
phone.
leave,
Sitting
the
on the
healing
counter,
that came after,
face up,
the
no
love I
drama.
found because
But
I
somewhere
refused
around
to settle.
7 months
I'll
before
tell
that
her that
Wednesday
her dad
night,
is proof that
I
good
started
men
noticing
exist,
that he'd
that
flip it over
loyalty
whenever
isn't a
I walked
fantasy,
into the room.
that respect
That
is the
he'd
bare
take calls
minimum,
in the garage.
and she should never
His
accept
screen
less.
brightness was
And
always
I'll hope
set
she
to the
listens
lowest
better
level.
than I did at her age.
I noticed.
But even if
I
she
filed
doesn't,
it away.
even if she
I
has
didn't
to
want to
learn
be the
these lessons
suspicious
the
wife.
hard way like I did,
My mother's
I'll
voice
be
in my
there,
head,
ready
my
to
grandmother's
catch her when
voice,
she falls,
the voices
ready
of
to
every
remind her
woman
that
in my
she's
family
strong
who
enough
had
to
ever
survive
told me that a
anything,
man needed
ready
space
to show her
and
what
trust.
rebuilding looks like.
I listened to those voices
because that's
instead
what
of
we
my
do.
own instincts,
Those of
and
us
I
who've
will
been
carry
through
the weight of
fire,
that choice for
we
a long
reach
time.
back and pull others
On
through.
Wednesday night,
We share
it
our
all
stories
collapsed,
so
as
they
it
don't
often
feel
does.
alone. We
I'd had a
prove that
long day at
survival
work,
is possible
back-to-back
and
meetings,
happiness is
ate
waiting
lunch
on the
at my
other
desk,
side.
and
This
drove
is my
home in
story.
that particular
From
Atlanta
betrayal to
traffic
divorce
that makes
to healing
you
to
question
finding real
every
love.
life decision
And
you've
I'm
ever
sharing
made.
it because somewhere
Marcus
out there
was
is a
already
woman
dressed
sitting on her
and heading
couch
out when
reading
I
a
walked in
message
the
from
door.
a stranger.
He kissed me
And
on the
she
cheek,
needs to know
said
she's
he had
not
a
alone.
late leadership
She's
debrief
not
at the
crazy.
church, and
And
said
she's
he'd
strong
be
enough
home
to
by
walk
10.
away.
I
She's
kicked off
strong
my
enough
shoes,
to choose herself,
changed into something
to demand
comfortable,
better, to believe
heated the
she
leftovers
deserves
in the
more
fridge,
than lies
and was
and
in bed by
betrayal.
9.
And
Watching
whatever
a show
happens
I'd
next,
already
she'll
seen twice
survive it,
because I
just
was
like
too
I did.
tired to invest
That's
in
my
anything
truth.
new.
That's my journey.
My phone rang
and
at
I'm finally at a
9:47.
place where I can tell it
Unknown
without
number.
breaking.
Atlanta
where Marcus
area
is
code.
just a plot
I
point
stared at
instead
it for
of
a
the main
moment
character,
and then picked up
where
because
my life
something,
is about
some
what I built
instinct I
after
hadn't
him,
learned to ignore
not
yet,
what he
told
destroyed.
me to answer.
I'm free.
The woman
I'm
on the
happy,
other end
I'm
had a calm
loved,
voice.
I'm enough.
The way
and
people
that's how
are
this
calm
story
when
ends.
they've made a decision,
Not with
they
him
can't
begging
take
for me
back.
back. But
She
with
didn't
me
introduce
not caring
herself.
either way.
She
living
didn't
my
apologize
best life,
for calling.
loving my family,
She just said,
and never
"Is
looking
this
back.
Marcus Webb's wife?"
That's the
And
power
the way she
of
said
walking
wife,
away.
with
That's
this
the beauty
particular
of
weight
choosing
on
yourself.
it, made my
That's what
stomach
happens
drop
when you
before I
refuse
even
to accept
processed the
less
question.
than you deserve.
I said
And
yes.
to everyone who's
I
still in
asked
it,
who she was.
still deciding,
She
still
said her name
scared,
didn't matter.
I'm telling you what
Then
I wish
told me
someone
my
had
husband
told me.
wasn't
Leave.
at any church
Don't wait
meeting.
for it to get better.
She said
Don't
he was
hope
at the
he'll
Marriott
change.
Peachtree,
Don't waste
room
another day on
214,
someone who's
and that he
already
was
shown
not
you who
alone.
they are.
She said
Believe
it
them
without
the first
drama,
time.
without
Walk
emotion,
away with your head high,
like she was
and
reading
trust
an
that
address
something
off
better
a
is
piece
waiting.
of paper.
Because it is.
And then she
I'm
hung
proof
up.
of that, and you
I
will be
sat
too.
in my bed for
I
probably
never
4
imagined
full
I'd be
minutes
standing
without
here
moving.
15 years
I
later.
ran through
looking
every
back at that
rational
version of
alternative
myself
I could
in that
manufacture
hotel
on
hallway,
number.
and
Someone
feeling
is playing a
anything
game.
other than pain.
A misunderstanding.
But here I am.
A mix-up.
Grateful for
Some
every
woman
single
with a grudge
moment that
against
led
a
me
different
away
Marcus
from Marcus
Webb in a
and
different
toward the
marriage
life
with
I
a
have
different
now.
wife.
Zara's
I
13
built those
now,
alternatives
in that
up as
weird
high as
middle
I
school
could,
phase where
and then I watched
everything
them
is
collapse
dramatic
on their
and
own
nothing
because
makes
not
sense.
one of them could
And
hold
she
the
came
weight
to me
of what
last
I'd
week
heard in that
asking
woman's
about
voice.
first loves and
She wasn't
heartbreak
making something
and
up.
how you know if someone's
She knew
right
something,
for you.
and she
I
had
sat
decided
her down
I should
and
know
told
it
her
too.
the full story.
I got up.
Age
I
appropriate,
got dressed.
but honest.
Not slowly,
about Marcus
not
and the
dramatically,
cheating and
just
the divorce.
mechanically.
And she
the way you
listened
move
with
when
these
your
wide
brain
eyes
has made
like
a
she
decision,
couldn't believe her
and
mom
your body
been
is
through
following
something
orders
so
before your
messy.
emotions have
She
had
asked,
a chance to
"Did you
vote."
love him?"
I
And I
grabbed
said,
my
"I
keys and my
loved who I
purse,
thought he
and I
was."
drove to
But
that
that
Marriott.
person didn't
And I want to
exist.
tell you that I was
in love
composed
with
the
a
whole way
fantasy.
there.
And
But
once
the
I
truth
saw the
is that
real
I
him, I
cried for the
couldn't
first
unsee it.
10 minutes of that
She
drive.
wanted to know if it
And
hurt
then
when I
something
found out,
switched off
if I
inside
cried,
me,
if
and
I
I
was
went
angry.
very still.
And I told
Not
her yes
peaceful
to
still.
all of it.
Certain
That heartbreak
still.
is supposed
Like,
to
I
hurt.
already knew what I was
That's how
about
you
to
know it
find.
mattered.
And the
But
grief
the
of
hurt
knowing
doesn't
it had
last
arrived
forever
before the
if you
proof.
don't let it.
The lobby
Then
of the
she asked
Marriott
the
was
question
bright
I'd
and
been
quiet.
waiting for.
One of
How
those
did you know
business
Daddy was
travel
different?
hotels where
And
the
I
energy
smiled
at
because
10
that
o'clock on a
answer was
Wednesday
easy.
is tired
He never
and
made me
transactional.
question if I was enough.
A man in a suit
Never
was
made me
checking in
feel
at the front
crazy for
desk.
having standards.
A woman was
Never
waiting
gave
for the
me a reason to
elevator
doubt
with a
him.
rolling suitcase.
She nodded like she was
Nobody
taking
paid
mental
me
notes
any attention.
and said, "I'm glad
I
you
took
left
the
him,
elevator to the
because
second
if you hadn't,
floor
wouldn't have
and
had
walked
me in
down the
miles."
hallway.
And
And
she was
when I
right.
got to room
Every terrible thing that
214,
happened led
I
me to
stood
my
outside
kids,
that door,
and that makes
and
it
I
all
made
worth
myself
it.
breathe.
Miles is 10
I
now,
could hear the
playing
television,
basketball and
a low
getting
murmur
straight
of sound,
A's and
some late
turning
night
into
show,
this kind,
the
thoughtful
kind of
young
noise
man
people
who
put
opens
on when they
doors
want to
and
feel
says,
less alone
"Please and
or
thank
less
you," without being
conspicuous.
reminded.
There was
And I
light
know that's
under the
because
door.
of James.
Someone was
Because
awake in
he's
that
watching
room,
his father
and they had
treat
no
people with
idea I was
respect and
standing
dignity.
18 inches away from
James's
them.
firm is thriving.
I knocked 2 firm
He's
knocks,
become one of the
not
most
frantic,
sought-after
not
architects
timid.
in Atlanta.
The television
and
kept
I'm the
going.
VP at my company
I
now.
heard movement.
We're both
The
successful,
unmistakable
but
sound
more
of people
importantly, we're
adjusting,
happy.
repositioning,
Genuinely happy
the
in a way
shuffle
that
and
doesn't
hush
feel
of a
fragile
situation
or
being
temporary.
rearranged
We
before
bought a bigger
door
house
opens.
last year.
I heard
Nothing
a low, male
ostentatious,
voice saying
but
something I
comfortable,
couldn't make
with
out.
enough space
I
for
heard
the kids
another
to
voice
grow
respond.
and for us to host
I stood
family
there
dinners
and I waited,
make
and when the
memories that'll
door
last
finally
long
opened,
after we're gone.
I was looking at
I was
Pastor
unpacking
Elijah
boxes
Drummond.
in the new house when
He
I
was
found
wearing
an
a hotel
old photo
robe.
album from my
His
first
hair,
wedding.
usually
Must have
perfectly
been buried
shaped
in
for
storage
Sunday
for
mornings,
years.
was not
and
right.
I sat there on the
His
floor
eyes
looking
went
at
wide
pictures
when
of
he saw
Marcus
me,
and me
and for just a
smiling
moment,
like we had it all
one
figured
very
out.
small and
James
very
walked
honest
in
moment,
and saw me with the
I
album
saw
and
pure
said,
panic
"You
cross
okay?"
his face
And I
before
said,
he composed
"Yeah,
himself
just
into the
weird
Pastor
seeing these.
Drummond,
Feeling like
known
I'm
for
looking at a
11
stranger."
years.
And
But
he
I
sat
had
down
already
next to
seen the
me,
panic.
put his arm
I had
around
already
me.
clocked the
Didn't make
robe
it
and the
weird
hair
or jealous.
and the way he was
Just let
standing
me
in the
process.
doorway of a hotel
I
room
threw
at
the
10
album
o'clock
away
on
after
a
that.
Wednesday night.
Didn't need it.
And every
Didn't want my
question in my
kids
mind
finding it
collapsed
someday
into
and
a
asking
single
questions.
point of terrible
Didn't
clarity.
want any physical
I looked
reminders of that
past him
version
into the
of my
room.
life taking up
The lamp
space
on the
in this new
nightstand
one.
was on.
Marcus
The bed
reached out
covers
again
were
about
pulled
3
back
years
and
ago.
rumpled.
Sent a
And
long
sitting
email
on the far
talking
edge
about
of
how
the
he'd
bed,
been in therapy
wrapped
for years.
from her shoulders
how
to her
he
knees in the
finally
white
understood the
bedsheet,
depth of what
was
he'd
a
done.
woman I had known
how he'd
since
become
the
a
year
better
I
person
joined Greater
and wanted me to
Anointing
know that.
Ministries.
I read
A
it
woman
once,
who had sat
felt
beside
nothing,
me at women's
deleted
ministry
it,
retreats
and moved on with
eaten
my
at
day
kitchen
because his
table
personal
and
growth
been in my
journey had
wedding.
nothing to do with
A woman
me.
whose last
I
name
wasn't
was
a character
Webb
in his
because she had
redemption
been
arc.
born into the
I was
same
just the woman
family
he'd
as my
betrayed
husband,
who'd moved on
Tamara.
completely.
Marcus's
His wife
younger
reached out
sister,
too, the one
30
he married
years
after
old.
me.
The
Found me
woman
on
I had called
LinkedIn
my
and sent a
sister-in-law
message
and my
saying, "I
friend
need to
for
know,
11
did he
years.
cheat on you?"
I want to stop
And I
here
knew
because
immediately
I
what
need you
that
to
meant.
actually sit
Knew
with
he'd
what I'm
done it again.
describing.
New
I
leopards
drove to
don't
that
change
hotel
their
expecting
spots.
to find my
I
husband with
responded
another
honestly.
woman.
Told
What
her
I
yes,
found
he
instead
did.
was my
Told her
pastor,
for 6 months.
a married man
Told
with
her I
3
found him
children
in a hotel
and
room
20
with
years
another
of
woman.
spiritual
And she
authority over
thanked
my
me and
community
said she'd
in a hotel
suspected
room
but
with my
needed
sister-in-law.
confirmation.
My husband
And I
was
felt bad
nowhere
for
in that
her, but
room.
also relieved
and the
I
caller
wasn't her
who sent me
anymore.
there knew exactly
She
what
left
I would
him
find.
apparently.
The
Heard
world
through
did
mutual
not
friends
spin.
that she'd filed
It didn't
for
do
divorce
anything
and took him
dramatic
for
or
everything.
cinematic.
And
It
part of
just
me wanted to
rearranged
reach out and
itself
say,
very
"Welcome
quietly
to the
into
club."
a shape
but
I didn't
because
recognize.
that wasn't my place.
Pastor Drummond
She
started
was on her
talking
own journey
immediately.
now.
His
It's
voice
funny
was
how
low,
some men never
measured,
learn,
controlled.
how they repeat the
He
same
said, "Sister
patterns,
Keisha,
expecting different
this is
results.
not what Dash."
How they destroy
And I
good
held up
women
one
over
hand,
and over
and something in
because
my
they're
face
too
made
broken
him
to
stop
appreciate what they
mid-sentence.
have.
I looked at
Marcus
Tamara.
is alone now
She had
from
pulled
what I
the
hear,
sheet higher up
pushing
around
55,
herself, and she
burned
was
was
too
looking at
many
a point
bridges,
somewhere to the left of my
reputation too
face,
damaged,
unable
living
or
in some
unwilling
apartment
to meet my
downtown,
eyes directly.
and I don't feel sorry
I had
for
known
him
this
because
woman
he
for
made
over
his
a decade,
choices,
and now
she
he's
couldn't
living
look at
with
me.
them.
I
told
ran
me
into
more
his
than the
mother at a
robe or
grocery
the
store
rumpled
2
bed
years
or
ago.
any of the rest
Hadn't
of
seen
it.
her since the
I
divorce,
said,
and she
very
looked at me with
calmly,
these sad
"Where's
eyes and
Marcus?"
said, "I owe you
Neither
an
of them
apology.
answered immediately.
I should have believed you.
Pastor Drummond
I should have
opened
held
his
my
mouth,
son accountable,
and I cut him
I
off
told her it
before
was
he
okay,
could start.
that I'd
I
forgiven
said, not
everyone
you,
involved a long
her.
time ago.
Tamara
and
finally
she started
looked at
crying
me.
right there
Her
in the
eyes were
produce
wet,
section,
but she
saying
hadn't cried
Marcus
yet.
had ruined his
She
life.
said she didn't know.
That she didn't even
I
recognize
told her that
him
was
anymore.
interesting.
That
Given
she
that
wished
my
he'd been the
husband
man
had
I
told me
deserved.
he was at a church
It was
meeting
awkward
tonight,
and
and I had a
uncomfortable,
feeling
and I
the
felt
two
bad
things
for
were
her
connected.
because she was carrying
She
guilt
looked away
that
again.
wasn't hers to carry.
So I called Marcus.
Her son's choices
Right
weren't
there
her
in the
fault.
doorway,
but
phone
I
on
understood
speaker,
why she felt
loud enough that
responsible.
everyone
Mothers
in that
always
hallway
do.
and everyone
I gave
in that
her my
room
number
could hear
and told
every
her to
word.
call if she ever needed
picked
to
up
talk.
on the second ring.
Not because
His
I wanted to
voice
be
was
friends,
normal,
but
relaxed.
because she was
The
a good
voice of
woman
a
who'd
man
been
who
lied
had
to
no
just
idea
like I
the
had.
floor was about
And
to
she
disappear
deserved
from under
compassion,
him.
even if her
He
son
said he was
didn't.
wrapping up at the
She
church.
called once, about
asked
6
if I was
months
okay,
later, just
and
to check
asked
in,
if I needed
to tell me
anything.
she'd heard I had kids
I said,
now and was
"Which
happy.
church, Marcus?"
And she said,
He
I'm
paused
glad you
for
found
just
what
a
you were
beat.
looking for.
Not long,
I'm
but
glad
I
you
heard
didn't
it.
let what my
He
son
said
did make
greater
you bitter.
anointing,
I
same
told
as
her
always.
bitterness was a
I
choice,
said,
and I'd
"So
chosen
you're there right
differently.
now."
Chosen
He
to
said,
take
yes.
the lesson and
I
leave
said,
the pain.
then I need you
and
to
she
explain
said,
to me
I
why
wish
I'm
more
standing
women
outside
had your
room
strength.
214
and
at
we
the
said
Marriott
goodbye
Peachtree,
and haven't
looking
spoken
at your
since.
pastor and your
Shanice
sister.
and I still
The
text on
silence
the
that
anniversary
followed
of that message
sentence was
every
one of
year.
the longest
It's
I
become
have
this
ever
weird tradition.
experienced.
We send
It
each
was the
other
silence
updates
of
on our
someone whose
lives and
entire
remind each
architecture
other
of deception
how far
just
we've come
crumbed
since
at
that night
every
at the
joint
W.
simultaneously.
She has 2
It
kids
was the
now,
silence
owns
of a
3
man
bars
running
in Atlanta,
through every possible
completely
response,
transformed her
finding
life.
none worked.
And she still
And
says
then he
that
said it.
decision to
He
message
said,
me changed
"Keisha,
everything
I can
for her.
explain."
Made her
Not,
realize the
"What are
power
you
of
talking
women
about?"
looking out for
Not,
each other.
"That's impossible."
We talk about writing a book
Not,
together
"You must be
sometimes,
mistaken."
about our experience.
He said, "I can explain,"
about betrayal
which
and
meant he had
recovery
something
and
to
the
explain,
importance of sisterhood.
which meant he already
But
knew
we
what I
haven't
was
done it
looking
yet.
at,
Maybe
which meant
someday
that
when the
whatever was
story
happening in
feels
that
fully
hotel room
complete.
was not new
Tasha's
information to
still
my
my
husband.
best friend.
I
Still
told
the
him to
first
come.
person I call with
I told
good
him to
news
come
or
right
bad.
now.
Still
And
the
I
one who
hung up.
knows all my
15
secrets
minutes
and
later,
loves me anyway.
he walked off that
and
elevator
she's watching
and
me
down
raise my
the
kids
hallway,
thinking, that's
and
the
I
woman
watched
I
his
helped
face
put
the
back
whole
together.
way. He
She
didn't
got
look
married
shocked.
5 years
He
ago
didn't look
to an
confused.
amazing man who
He looked
treats
like a
her like
man
gold.
walking towards something
and at
he
her
had known
wedding,
was
she
coming.
gave a speech
And there
thanking
was
me for
something
showing her
almost
what
like relief
standards
in his
look like,
expression that
for
made me
refusing to
angrier than
settle,
anything
for
else I
proving
had
that good
seen
men
or
exist
heard that
if you're
entire
patient
night.
enough to wait for
Because
them.
relief meant
My
he was
career
tired
hit
of
heights
carrying
I
something.
never imagined.
And the fact
Speaking
that he
at
had been
conferences
carrying
now,
it without telling me
mentoring
meant he
dozens
had
of young
chosen
women,
to carry it alone
writing
rather
articles
than
about
trust me with the
leadership and
truth.
resilience.
We did not
And
have a
people
screaming match
always
in that
ask
hallway.
what made me so
All 4 of us
strong,
ended up in
where
that room
drive
because
comes
I wasn't
from.
about to have this
I tell them
conversation
it comes
where
from being
anyone
broken
walking past
and
could hear
choosing
it.
to rebuild
And I think
better,
everyone
from
involved
hitting rock
understood
bottom
that.
and deciding
Pastor
the
Drummond
only way
sat
out
in
was
the
up,
chair by the
from
window.
learning that your worst
Tamara
moments
put on the
can
second
become your
hotel
greatest
robe and
teachers
sat
if
back
you let
down
them.
on the edge of the bed.
James and I still
Marcus
go on
stood
date
near the
nights
door.
every week,
And I
non-negotiable.
stood in the middle of that
just
room,
us
looked at
reconnecting
each of
and
them
remembering
and
why
said,
we chose each
very
other.
quietly,
And people
"Someone
always
needs to start
comment on
talking."
how in love we
What
still
came
are
out over
after
the next
15
2
years.
hours in that
The
hotel
secret
room
isn't
with
that
the
we never
television
fight
still
or that
murmuring in the
everything's
background
perfect.
and the city
It's that we
moving
choose
around
each other
outside the
every
window,
single day.
completely
We
indifferent to
communicate
what was
instead of
happening
hiding.
inside.
We work
Was
through
one of the
problems
most
instead of
painful
running from
and
them.
most
We do the
clarifying
work that
conversations
Marcus
of my
never
life.
wanted to do.
Marcus
I look
had
at
been
my
at the
life
church
now,
approximately
my beautiful
4 months
family,
earlier
my
for a
successful
Thursday
career,
evening leadership
my
meeting.
genuine happiness.
The meeting ended
and I
earlier
think
than
about that
expected,
woman standing
and he had
outside
gone back
room
to the main building
804
to
with her
retrieve
heart
his
pounding,
jacket from the room where
terrified
they'd
of
been
what
meeting.
she'd find.
He had
but
walked
brave
past
enough to knock
Pastor
anyway.
Drummond's office,
I want to
which
go
should have
back and
been
hug
empty
her.
at that hour.
Tell her it's
and
going
the
to hurt
door
worse
had
than
been
she can
slightly
imagine,
open.
but she's
He
going
heard
to survive.
voices.
Tell
He
her
heard
that
sounds
breaking
that
is
stopped him in the
sometimes the
hallway.
only way to break
He stood
through.
outside that
Tell
door
her that
for
her
long
best
enough
life
to
is
understand
waiting on the
exactly
other
what
side
was
of this
happening
nightmare.
inside it.
But
And then
I
he
can't
walked
go
away.
back. None of you
He
us
did not
can.
tell me.
All we can do
He did
is
not
move
tell
forward
Sister Renee.
and hope we make
He did
better
not go
choices
to the
than we
church
did
elders,
before.
the deacon
Hope we
board,
learn from our
or
mistakes.
any of the accountability
Hope we become the
structures
people
that
we
exist
needed
within
when we
a
were
church for
struggling.
exactly this
I'm
kind
that
of
person
situation.
now for other women.
He went home,
because I'm living
lay down
proof.
beside me in our
Zara
bed,
wants to
and
study
started
psychology
thinking
in
about
college.
what that information
Says she
was
wants
worth.
to help people heal
I
from
want to be
trauma.
precise about what
and
I'm
I
telling
know
you
that's
because
she's
I think
watched
the
me do that
details
work on
matter.
myself.
Marcus
Watched
did
me
not go to
transform
Pastor
pain into
Drummond out of
purpose,
anger
and
or
I'm so
protectiveness
proud of the woman she's
or
becoming.
any impulse I could
Miles
respect,
wants to be an architect
even while
like
I was
his
hurt
dad,
by it.
already
He went to
drawing
him
buildings
deliberately,
and structures,
strategically,
already
with
showing
a
that
list of
same
things he
attention
wanted.
to detail and
He wanted the
passion for
church board
creating
position
beautiful
he'd been
things.
passed over
and
for twice.
watching him idolize
He wanted
James
the
makes
pastoral
my heart
scholarship he'd been requesting
My
for
kids will
years
never know
and
what it's
kept
like to
being
have a
told to
father
wait
who's
for.
checked out.
He
who's
wanted to
lying,
preach,
who's
which
building a
Marcus
secret
had
life.
wanted since he was
They'll
young,
never question
but
if
had
they're
never been
loved
given
or
a
valued
real
or
platform.
important.
And he wanted the
that's
kind of
greatest
access
gift I
and
could give
standing
them.
in that community
James's
that he
parents
felt
are
he
aging
deserved,
now,
but had
slower
never
and
been
more
able
fragile,
to earn through ordinary
and they tell
means.
us all the time
He
how
laid
grateful
all of
they are
that
that
out
we
for
found
Pastor
each other,
Drummond in a
how we
private meeting
restored
the
their
week
faith
after
that
he
real
walked
love
past that
exists,
office door.
and their blessing
And
means
Pastor
more to me
Drummond,
than they'll ever
a
know.
man who had built
My
his
parents
entire
are proud of me in
identity on
ways they never were
spiritual
during my
authority
first
and
marriage.
moral leadership.
They can see the
Sat
difference.
across from
can
one of
see
his
that I'm not
congregants
just
and
surviving
agreed.
anymore, but
Because he didn't
thriving.
have a choice,
And my
or
dad
at
told
least
me
that's how
recently,
Marcus
this
had
is the
framed it
daughter
for him.
I always knew
And
you could be.
because
I
powerful men
volunteer
who
at a
have been doing
domestic
wrong
violence
things in
shelter now,
secret are
not
often
because
more afraid
Marcus
of
was
being
physically physically
exposed,
abusive,
then they are
but
committed
because
to doing
betrayal
right.
is its own kind
So
of
for
violence.
4 months,
and I want
the
women to know
arrangement
there are
held.
different kinds of
Marcus
abuse.
got his board
different
seat.
ways men can
He got his
destroy
mentorship
you.
meetings.
I sit with
He got to
women
preach
who've
on
just
2
left,
Sunday evenings.
who are terrified
He got
and
the
broken
standing and the
doubting their
access
decision.
and the deference
and
he'd
I
been
tell them
wanting,
about Marcus,
and he paid for
about
it with
the
his
hotel
silence
room,
about what he
about
knew.
rebuilding from
And
nothing.
what he knew was that
and
the
I
man
watch
delivering
hope flicker in
sermons
their
about
eyes.
covenant and
they need to
sacred
know it's
ground
possible.
on Sunday
Need
mornings,
to see someone
was
who's
spending
made it to
Wednesday
the other
nights
side.
in hotel
Need
rooms
proof
with his
that
younger
leaving
sister.
doesn't mean your life
When
is
Marcus
over.
told me
it
this,
means your
when
real life
all of it
is
came
finally
out,
beginning.
I went very quiet
I'm
for a long
53
time.
now. More than half
Not because
my life
I was
has
at a
been
loss for
lived
words,
since Marcus.
but because I was
More
trying
years
to find
without him
words
than
that
with
were
him.
accurate
And
rather
that
than
feels
just reactive.
significant somehow.
I looked at my
Like
husband,
I finally
this man I
outrun
had
that
married
version
in
of
that
myself
sanctuary,
who thought she needed
this
him.
man whose grief
I don't need
had found
anyone.
moving
I choose
and
James
whose
every day,
thoughtfulness
but I
had
don't need
found
him to
beautiful.
survive.
And I
Don't need
tried to
him
locate
validate
something
my
I
worth.
recognized some
Don't
version
need
of
him
the
to
person
complete me
I had
because
built
I'm
11
already
years of
whole
my
on
life
my own.
around.
That's
I
what
asked
Marcus
him one
never
question.
understood. That I was
asked
never
him if
incomplete.
at any
I
point
was
in those
just
4
loyal
months,
to the wrong
knowing
person.
what he knew about
And
his own
once I
sister and
redirected
his
that
pastor,
loyalty towards
he had
someone
considered
worthy,
telling
everything
me,
changed.
not the elders,
We're planning
not
a big
Sister
trip
Renee,
for our 20th
not
anniversary.
any institutional body,
Taking the whole family
just me,
to Africa,
his wife.
safari and beaches
Had it occurred
and
to him even
adventures,
once to come
making
home
memories
and tell me
that'll
the
last
truth?
forever.
He was
and
quiet
I'm so
for a
excited
moment.
to experience
Then
it
he
with
said
people
he
who
hadn't
love
wanted
me
to put that on
authentically.
me.
Marcus
I have thought
is
about
still
that
alone
answer
from
many
what I
times
hear.
since that night.
Still struggling.
I have turned it
still
over
repeating
from
patterns,
every angle,
and I feel
and
nothing
every
about
time
that.
I come back
Not
to the same
satisfaction,
conclusion,
not
which
pity,
is that it was
just
not an act of
nothing,
protection.
and that nothingness
It
is
was an
freedom.
act of exclusion.
I write sometimes.
He had decided
journal entries about my
unilaterally
journey
that I didn't get to
thoughts
know.
about healing,
Not because the
lessons
knowledge
I've
would have
learned,
hurt me,
and maybe
though it would
someday
have,
I'll publish
but
them.
because
share
sharing
them
it
with
would
the
have
world.
required him to
Let
share
other
what he
women
was
know
doing
they're
with it
not
as
alone.
well. And
But
he
even
wasn't
if I
ready to
don't,
give that up.
Even if these words
I left
stay
that
private,
hotel room
they've
at
served their
close to
purpose.
midnight.
They've helped
I
me
drove
process,
home alone.
helped me heal.
Marcus stayed
helped me
in his own
understand
car.
that my story
I don't know
isn't
where he went for the
defined by
next
what
few
Marcus
hours,
did,
and
but
I didn't
by how I
ask.
responded.
I sat in
I
our house
responded with
in the
courage,
kitchen
with
at the
dignity,
table where we'd
with
eaten
a
1,000
refusal to
meals
accept
together,
less than I
and I
deserved.
stayed there
And
until
that
the sun
response
started
changed
coming up.
everything.
I didn't
Not just
cry
for
that
me,
night,
but for my kids.
I had already
for the
done
women
my
I
crying in the
mentor,
car
for
on the way to the
everyone
Marriott.
watching and
What I
learning
did
from
that
my
night was
example.
grieve, which
This
is
is what
different from
surviving
crying.
looks like.
Grief
This
is
is what
slower
thriving
and
looks
quieter,
like.
and
This
it
is what
takes up
happens
more
when you
space.
choose yourself
The
even
days
when it's
that
terrifying.
followed were some of the
when you
most
walk away
surreal of
from
my life.
comfortable misery
Marcus
toward
came home the
uncertain
next
possibility.
morning, and
the
we began the
possibility
process
became
of
reality.
talking through what had
became this
happened,
beautiful,
or
messy,
trying
and
to.
perfect
But
life
talking
I'm
through it
living
required
now.
both
And I
people
wouldn't
to
trade
be
it for
fully
anything.
present and honest.
Not even a version
Marcus
where
kept
Marcus
hedging,
never
kept
cheated.
qualifying,
Because
kept
that
offering
version doesn't include
explanations
Zara
that
and
were really just
Miles and
reframings
James
of
and
the same
everything I've
central
become.
truth.
I'm
He had
grateful,
chosen leverage
genuinely
over
grateful
integrity.
for every moment
And he
of
had
pain
done it
that
while
led me
sleeping
here,
beside me
for
every
every
night
tear I
and
cried,
sitting beside
for
me in
every
church
night
every
I thought I
Sunday.
wouldn't survive.
Every time I
because
thought we
did
were getting
survive,
somewhere,
and
I'd
I'm
hit
better
another
for it.
wall of deflection.
That's my final word
Not
on
lying
Marcus,
exactly,
on
but
betrayal,
not the
on
whole
divorce,
truth either.
on healing.
Just
I
enough
survived
truth
and
to
I
seem
thrived,
cooperative
and I'm
without
living
being
proof
fully
that your worst
accountable.
day doesn't have to
About
define
a week
you.
after that night,
It can
I
refine
asked
you
him
instead,
to stay somewhere
make you
else
stronger,
for a while.
wiser,
Not
more
permanently,
compassionate.
or at least that's
And
what
to
I told
anyone
myself
reading
at
this
the
who's
time.
standing outside
I said
their
I
own
needed
room
space to think,
804,
and he needed
heart
space to
pounding,
figure out who he
terrified
actually
of what they'll
was.
find.
Because
I'm
the
telling
man I
you to
had
knock,
married and the
to
man
face
who
the
had
truth,
spent 4
to choose
months
yourself,
running a covert
because your
leverage
best life
arrangement
is
against
waiting
his
on the
own
other side
pastor
of that
were
door.
not people I could
Trust
reconcile
me,
into
I've
the
been
same
there,
human
I've
being.
lived it, and
Until I
I'm
could
here to tell
understand
you
which
it's
one
worth
was
it.
real,
Every
I didn't
painful
know how to be in
moment
the
is worth
same
it,
house with him.
because freedom
He
is
went to
worth
stay
it.
with a friend
Peace
from
is
work.
worth it.
And I
Real
sat
love
with the
is
silence
worth
of that
it.
house
Walk
and
away
let it
from
tell
the
me
lies
things
and
I'd
toward
been
your
too
truth.
busy to hear.
And watch how
Meanwhile,
quickly your life
the situation
transforms
at
when
the
you
church
stop
was moving
accepting
on its
crumbs
own
and start
timeline.
demanding the
I
whole
had
damn
not said a
feast.
word to anyone
That's my
outside of that
story.
hotel
That's
room.
my truth. truth.
I
That's
had
my
not
life
called
15
Sister
years
Renee,
after
had
the
not
worst day
spoken to
became
any
the
of the other
catalyst
women
for the
in my
best
ministry
years.
circle,
And I'm
had
proud
not
of every
breathed a word
choice
to
I
my
made,
mother,
every
my cousin
boundary I
Danielle,
set,
or
every
anyone
moment I
else who
chose
might have
myself.
helped me carry what I was
Marcus
holding.
is a memory now,
Part of that
not
was
even a
because I
painful
didn't
one,
know what to say.
just a fact of my
Part of it
history,
was because I
and
was still
I'm focused
figuring
on
out
my
what I
present,
believed.
on my future,
And part
on
of
the
it was a
legacy
small,
I'm building for my
stubborn
kids,
corner of me
and the
that was still
example I'm
hoping there was
setting
some
for
version
every
of the
woman
story
watching.
that didn't require
This is what winning
everyone's
looks
world
like,
to be
not
destroyed.
revenge,
That
not
hope
karma,
lasted about 2
not
weeks.
him suffering.
Then
but me
Tamara
living
made
fully,
her own decision.
loving deeply.
She went to
and
Sister
never
Renee
looking
on a
back.
Sunday afternoon.
That's the end of the
When
story.
her home,
Not
the
because
church,
there's nothing left
not
to say,
a neutral
but because
location,
I've
her
said
home.
everything that
Renee
matters.
told me later
and now
that
it's time
Tamara
to
had
close
called
this
ahead
chapter
and asked if she could
focus on
come
the one
by,
still being
and Renee
written.
had said,
I
of
never
course,
expected to hear his
assuming
name
it was
again
about
after
a
all these
ministry
years.
matter,
but
or
life
maybe
has a way
something
of bringing
personal
things
she
full
needed
circle when
counsel
you least
on.
expect it.
She opened
and
her door
Marcus's
and let
name
in the
came up
woman
in the
who had
most
been sleeping with her
unexpected way
husband for
possible
over
about
a
6
year.
months ago.
They sat down
Zana
in
came
Renee's
home
living
from college
room,
for winter
and
break.
Tamara
She's
told her
18
everything.
now, studying
Renee said
psychology
she
at
didn't cry,
Spelman,
I believe
brilliant
that
and
completely
compassionate
because I
and
know Renee,
everything I hoped
and
she'd
she is
be.
the kind of woman
And
who
she
cries
mentioned
in private
casually over
and
dinner that
composes
her
herself for
professor
the world.
had assigned a case
She
study
said
about
she sat
infidelity
listened,
and its
and
long-term
when Tamara
effects.
was finished,
She said
she
we had
asked
to
one
interview
question.
someone who'd been through
She
it,
asked how
and
long.
I thought about asking
Tamara
you,
said
but I didn't want to
14
bring up
months.
bad memories.
Renee thanked
and
her
I
for
told
coming,
her I would have been
stood
happy
up,
to help.
walked her
that
to the
those
door,
memories don't
and
have
closed
power
it.
over me anymore.
Then she called her
James
oldest
looked at
sister
me
in
across
Savannah
the table
and
with
talked
that
for
knowing
4
smile.
hours.
The one that
I only
says
know
he's
all of
proud
this
of how far
because
I've
Renee
come,
told me
and
herself
Miles,
weeks
who's
later
15 now
when we
and
had
towers
finally
over
started
all
the
of us
slow
asked,
and
"Mom,
complicated process
do you ever
of being
regret
honest
not
with
giving
each
him a
other
second
about
chance?"
everything we've
The
both
question
been
caught me
navigating.
off guard,
But
not
I'm
because
getting
it
ahead
hurt,
of myself.
but because it was so
Pastor
far
Drummond's
from
resignation
anything I'd
came
ever
22
considered.
days after
And
that
I
Wednesday
said,
night.
not even for a
The
second.
announcement to the
Giving him a
congregation was
second chance
delivered
would have
on a
meant
Sunday morning
disrespecting
by the
myself,
chairman of the
and
deacon board,
I'll never regret
Elder
choosing
Thorne,
my own dignity.
who had been at Greater
Zara
Anointing
started her interview
almost
project
as long as
and
the
came
church
back
had
with
existed.
statistics that
He
shocked
read
even
from
me.
a prepared
She
statement.
said, "Did you know that
The
people who
language was
cheat once
careful
are
and
3
vague
times more
about
likely to
Pastor
cheat again in
Drummond
future
stepping back for a
relationships?"
period of
And I
personal
thought about
reflection
Marcus's
and
second
renewal.
wife.
And
About
about the
the
leadership
pattern he
team
couldn't
being
break.
committed to
She said
continuity
her
and
professor
stability.
talked about how
the kind
betrayal
of language
trauma
that is
affects
designed to
people
be
long-term,
technically true
how it
while
changes
being
brain
practically
chemistry,
empty.
how it can
But
make
in a
future
community like
relationships
ours,
difficult.
in a church
And
where
I
people had
realized
known
how
each
lucky
other
I
for
was that I'd
decades,
done the work,
had watched their
that I'd
children
healed
grow up
properly
together,
instead of
and
carrying
had
that
sat
damage
beside
forward.
each other in the
I
worst
told her
moments of
the
their
key
lives.
is not letting what
That
someone
kind of
else did
language
make you
doesn't hold
suspicious
for
of
long.
everyone.
Information
not
moves
punishing
through
new
those
people for old
networks
crimes.
faster than
And
any
she wrote that
announcement
down
can
like
catch
it
up
was
to it.
profound.
By the
But to
following
me, it was
Sunday,
just
the
survival.
details were
Just
circulating
the
through
choice
the
I'd made to
congregation
not let
in
Marcus's
whispers,
betrayal
carefully
poison my
worded
future.
text messages,
James has been
and
talking
private
about
conversations
retirement
in the
lately.
parking lot.
He's 60 now
Not
and wants
everyone
to
knew
slow
everything.
down. Spend
But
more time
everyone
with
knew
grandkids
something.
when they come.
And the thing about a
Travel
community
more.
built on
Just
moral
enjoy
authority
life,
is
and
that when
I'm
the
right there
person
with him,
holding that
ready
authority
for the next
is revealed
chapter.
to have been
We
living a
talk
double
sometimes
life.
about moving,
The shock
maybe to the
waves
coast,
travel deep
somewhere
and far.
quiet where we can
I
watch
watched
the
it happen
ocean
from a
and
complicated
reflect
position.
on everything we've built
I was
together.
both inside the
and
situation
the fact that we're
and
planning
peripheral
a
to it.
future together
I knew
after
more than
20
most of the
years
congregation,
still amazes me.
but I was not
I
the
think
central
about how
figure
I
in the
couldn't even
story,
plan next
as
week with
Renee or
Marcus,
Tamara was.
because I was always
a
waiting
wife
for the
whose
other shoe to
husband
drop.
had done something wrong in
Always sensing
response to
something
someone
was wrong,
else's
but not
wrongdoing,
trusting myself
and the
enough to
concentric circles
investigate.
of that
And
wrongdoing
that's
kept
no way to
expanding
live.
outward until
Living
I
with
felt
James
like I
is
couldn't
easy.
find their edge.
Not because we don't
I
have
went back to
problems,
Greater
but because
Anointing
we
one
solve
more
them
time
together.
after
Because
everything
there's
came
no
out.
hidden agendas
I sat
or
in the third
secret
row,
lives,
which was my
just
row,
two people
the place
committed
I had
to
sat
making it
almost
work
every
single
Sunday
day.
for 11 years.
I got a message
The
on
interim
LinkedIn
minister
last
was
month
a
from a
visiting
woman I
pastor
didn't
from
know.
a church
She
in
said,
Decatur.
"I hope this
An
isn't weird,
older man
but
who
I'm going
preached
through
a
a
careful,
divorce because of
measured
infidelity
sermon about
and someone told me your
steadfastness
story.
in times of
Would you be willing to
uncertainty."
talk?"
It was
and
a
I
fine
said
sermon.
yes immediately.
It was not the
we
sermon
met
that
for
place
coffee,
needed,
and she
but
cried,
it was the
telling me
sermon
about
a man
finding
could give
texts
when
on
he
her
didn't know the
husband's
full
phone
weight of what had
about the
happened in that
lies
room.
he'd told.
I sat
about
there
how she
and
felt
felt the
stupid for
absence
not
of
seeing it
everything that
sooner.
had made that
And I held her
sanctuary
hand
feel like
and
mine.
said, "You're not
The
stupid."
choir that
He
Sister
was
Carolyn,
intentionally hiding
Marcus's
it.
mother, had
That's
sung
what
in
they
for
do.
20 years.
She asked
The
how long it
particular
took me
way
to
the
trust
light
again,
came through
and
the
I was
side
honest.
windows in the
I
morning,
said
the
years,
sense of
but
continuity
it's
and
possible.
rootedness
I'm living
that I had
proof.
carried
And
into
she looked
every
at me like
corner
I was
of my
giving her
adult life.
permission to hope.
I stayed
like
through
my
the whole
existence
service.
meant she could
I
survive this
hugged a
too.
few people who
I gave her
approached
my
me,
number and
people who
told her
didn't
to
know the
call
full
anytime,
story and were
day
glad
or
to see a
night,
familiar
if
face.
she needed someone who
I
understood.
did not break down,
And she's called
I did
a
not
few
make
times
anything
since then,
harder for anyone.
each time sounding
and when
a
the
little
last song
stronger,
finished,
a little
I
more
picked up my
certain
purse,
she made the right
walked
choice.
back down that aisle
That's
for the
my
last
purpose
time,
now,
and
being
went
that
home.
lifeline for
The
women
divorce
who are
was
where I
filed
was,
4 months
reminding
after
them
that
they're
Wednesday
not
night.
alone. Showing
Marcus
them what
and I
life
had
looks
attempted
like
a
on the
few
other side
sessions
of
with a
betrayal,
marriage counselor
and
during
it
that
feels
period.
good, meaningful
a woman
in
named
a way
Dr.
my
Anita
career
Pearson,
success
whose
never
office
quite
was
did.
off Memorial
Marcus's
Drive,
mother passed
and who
away
had a
last
gift
year.
for
I asking
saw
the exact
obituary
question
online,
that neither person
and
in
I
the
thought
room
about
wanted to
calling
answer.
him to offer condolences.
I think under different
but decided
circumstances,
against it.
she might
We're
have
not
helped
those
us.
people to each other
But
anymore.
circumstances
We're
were what
nothing
they
to
were.
each other.
Every
And
session
inserting
kept
myself
returning
into
to the
his grief
same
felt
question:
wrong.
whether
I sent
Marcus
flowers
was
to the
capable of
funeral
the kind
home
of radical
anonymously
honesty
instead,
that
because
rebuilding would have
despite
required.
everything she'd been
Not
kind to me
honesty
once,
about what had happened.
before she chose her
He could do
son's
that when
lies over
pressed.
my truth,
But
and
honesty
she
about who he
deserved
was
that
and
small
why he had
gesture
made
of
the
respect.
choices he made.
His
That
father
deeper
died
kind
a
of
few
honesty,
years before that.
the kind that
I
requires you
heard,
to look at
and
yourself
apparently
without
Marcus
flinching,
fell apart,
kept eluding him.
started drinking
He would
heavily,
get close and then
lost
retreat.
his job,
Would touch the
spiraled
truth
in
and
ways
then
that
pull back into
confirmed
explanation.
What I'd always suspected.
I don't say that with
that
contempt.
he was running from something
I say it with the
inside
sadness
himself
that I
all
still
along.
carry.
The
Because
cheating
I think
was never
Marcus
about me,
is genuinely
never
not
about
a
not
bad
being
man.
enough. It was
I
about
think
him
he is a
trying to
man
fill
who
some
wanted things
void
he
that
hadn't
couldn't be
earned,
filled with
found a
external
shortcut,
validation,
and told himself
and
enough stories
understanding
to
that
justify
freed me
it.
from any
That
remaining
is a very
traces of
human
self-blame.
failure. I
It is
see
not
him
a failure
sometimes
I
in
can
my
build a
mind,
life on,
not as the
but
man
it is
who
a
betrayed
human
me,
one.
but as a
The
cautionary
difference
tale,
matters to me.
as proof
Even
that
now,
you can have
we
everything
divided
and
the
throw it
house,
away
the
because you're
accounts,
too
and
broken
the
to
accumulated
appreciate
material
it.
of
And
11
I feel
years
sorry
with a
for him in an
thoroughness that
abstract
felt
way.
almost clinical.
Sorry that he never
Our
did the work
lawyers
to heal
handled
whatever
most of
made
it.
him that way.
We were in the
Sorry
same
that he's
room only
probably
twice
still
during the
lonely and
divorce
lost.
process,
Sorry
and
that
both
he
times
wasted
we
his
were
chance at
largely
real
quiet,
love because he was
communicating
too
through
busy
paperwork
chasing something
and the
he couldn't
occasional
name.
brief,
But
direct
that sorrow
exchange.
doesn't consume me.
He looked
Doesn't
tired.
make me want to reach
I
out or
imagine
check
I
on
did
him.
too.
It's just
we
a
had both
passing
been
thought,
carrying something
like
heavy
feeling
for a long
bad
time.
for a stranger you
Just
see on
different
the
things,
street,
and the weight of it
compassionate
had
but
settled into
detached.
both of our faces.
James and I renewed
The
our
last
vows
thing
again
he said
last
to me
year for our
directly
20th
on the
anniversary.
day we signed the final
this
papers
time with the kids
was
there,
that he was sorry,
with our closest
not
friends
for getting
and family.
caught. He'd
And
already
it felt
said
like a
that version.
celebration, not
This
just of
was
our
a different
marriage,
story,
but of survival,
quieter
of
and
choosing
more
right the
specific.
second time.
He said
Zara
he was
read a
sorry for
poem
letting his
she'd written
ambition
about
turn him
watching her
into someone
parents
he
love
didn't
each
want to
other
be.
well,
That the
about
wanting
learning
had
what
gotten ahead
partnership
of his
looks like.
judgment,
And I
he had
cried
made
because
choices
I'd
that
given her
cost
that
him
gift,
the thing that mattered
the gift
most.
of knowing what healthy
I looked at
love
him for
looks
a moment,
like,
then
and
said,
that felt like the
I
biggest
hope you figure
success
out
of
who
my
you want to
life.
be.
Miles
And I
walked
meant
me
it.
down the aisle
Not
with
generously,
James's
not
father, who's
warmly,
still with
but
us
honestly.
at 82,
Because
and
the
having my
alternative,
son beside me in
hoping
that
he stayed
moment felt
broken,
full circle,
would have required me
like
to
I
keep
was showing
carrying
him the
something
kind of
that
man
wasn't
to
mine to
become,
hold.
the kind of
Tamara
love to build.
and I did not have a
The
formal
ceremony was
conversation
simple,
about any of it.
just us
We were
reaffirming
not in
promises
contact
we'd
after
already
that night.
kept for 2
The
decades.
connection between us,
but it mattered.
which had been
It
real
felt
and
important
warm
to mark
and
the
had its
milestone,
own history
to
separate from my
acknowledge
marriage,
that we'd built something
closed
real
like a door
and
that
lasting.
locks from the inside.
I look at my wedding photos
I have thought
from that
about her
day,
more than
at
I
my
expected
gray
to.
hair and laugh
Not with
lines,
anger,
and the way
though the
James
anger
looks
was
at
there
me
for
like
a while,
I'm still the most
but with a
beautiful thing
kind
he's
of
ever
mournful
seen.
curiosity.
And I think about that
I wonder
first
what
wedding,
she told herself
how young
during
I
those
was,
14
how
months.
naive.
I wonder how
wouldn't
she
trade
sat
wisdom
across
for
from
youth.
me at my kitchen
Wouldn't go
table,
back even if I
talked
could,
about her life,
because
and
everything
asked
I've
about
learned,
mine,
every
and
scar I
maintained the
carry,
surface of
made
our
me
friendship
capable of this
while
love,
holding something
this life,
underneath it that
this
would have
version of
broken
myself
everything.
I actually like.
I wonder if she felt
Marcus
relief
is
when it was
60
over,
now,
the
maybe
way
older.
Marcus did.
Time has blurred
I
the
wonder if she
specifics,
feels the
and I
loss of what we
genuinely
were the
don't
way
know
I
where
do.
he is or what
I will
he's doing.
probably never know
And
the
the fact
answers
that
to
I
any
don't
of those
know
questions,
and don't care
and
feels
I've made
like
a kind
the
of peace
ultimate
with that
freedom.
uncertainty.
There's no
Sister
curiosity
Renee
left.
and I did eventually
No wondering
talk.
if he thinks about
About
me.
3 months
No mental
after
space
Pastor
devoted to
Drummond's
someone who
resignation,
stopped matching
she
the
reached out
moment
to
I
me
closed
and
that
asked if
hotel
we
room
could
door
meet.
behind me
We went
and
to a
chose
restaurant in
myself.
Buckhead,
I'm
neutral
teaching Zara
ground,
about boundaries
somewhere
now
neither
as
of us
she
had been with
navigates
our
college
husbands,
relationships,
and we sat
telling
for
her
3
to
hours
watch how
over
men
food
treat
we
her,
barely
to
touched.
trust her instincts,
Talking with
to
Iranis,
never make
I
herself
hadn't
small for
expected
someone
and
else's
haven't
comfort.
forgotten.
And she listens
She told me
because
things
she's
she
seen me
hadn't
live
told
these
anyone
principles.
else. I
She's
told her
dating
things
someone
I'd
now,
been holding
a
alone.
nice young man
We
who
cried,
treats her well,
both of us,
and
which
when
I
she
think
brought him
surprised
home
us
for
both.
Thanksgiving, James
We were not
and
the
I
type,
grilled him the way
either of
fathers
us,
do,
to cry in public.
and he passed every
But something
test,
about being in the presence of
respectful
someone
and
who
honest
understood the
and
specific
clearly
quality
smitten
of
with
what
our
we'd
daughter.
both been through made
Watching
the
her be
usual
loved well
containment
by
feel
someone worthy
unnecessary.
makes my heart
Renee
so full.
is a remarkable
Knowing
woman.
she won't have to
I
learn
want to
these
say that
lessons the
clearly.
hard way.
She had
Won't
been
have to
married
waste
to a
years
man
on
for
someone who
23
doesn't
years,
value her.
had raised
Won't have
3
to rebuild
children with
herself
him,
from scratch
had built
like
an
I did.
entire identity
Miles is
as a
starting to
pastor's
notice
wife
girls
in
now,
a community
awkward
where that
about it the way
identity came with
15-year-olds are,
significant
and James has
expectations and
already started
significant
having
visibility.
conversations about respect
And had all of it
consent,
dismantled in
and
a
treating
Sunday
women
afternoon
like
conversation
human beings,
with her husband's
not
affair
objects
partner.
or conquests.
The grace she
We're
brought to that
raising good
dismantling
humans,
was not
James and
passive
I,
or
kids
resigned.
who know what love looks
It was
like,
active and
who
hard
understand
one,
that loyalty
and it cost her
isn't
something I
optional,
don't think
who will
she'll
hopefully
ever fully
never
get
inflict
back.
the kind of pain
But she
Marcus
carried herself with
inflicted
a
on me on
dignity that I
anyone
found
else.
genuinely inspiring.
That's legacy,
not
real
in a
legacy,
performance way,
not money
but
or
in the
property
quiet way
or
of someone who has
accomplishment,
decided
but
who they're going
raising
to be on the
kids
other
who make
side
the
of
world
something
better,
terrible,
who
and
break
is doing the
cycles
daily work
instead of
of becoming
repeating
that
them,
person.
who choose kindness
She filed
over
for divorce
cruelty.
about 2 months
I
after I
volunteer
did.
at the shelter
Their
still,
settlement was
more now that both
significantly
kids
more
are
complicated
older than
and
mine,
more independent.
given the length of the
And
marriage,
last week a woman
the
asked
shared
me if I
assets,
ever see
and
my
the children,
ex and what I
one
do
of
when that
whom was
happens.
still in high school.
And I realized
She handled
I haven't
it.
seen Marcus
She
in over a
always
decade.
handles it.
Our paths
I found
just
my new
don't
church
cross
on a
anymore.
Sunday morning
We
about
live in
13
different
months
worlds,
after I
different
walked out of
circles,
greater
different
anointing for the
realities,
last time.
and that separation
A colleague
feels
at work had
appropriate.
mentioned it in
Feels
passing.
like the natural
One of those
conclusion to a
conversations where
story
someone
that
says
should have
something
ended years
offhand
before
and it
it actually
lodges in your
did.
brain for weeks.
I told her
the
I don't
church
see
was in a
him,
converted
and
space
if I did,
in East
I'd feel
Atlanta,
nothing. Not
a
anger,
neighborhood I didn't
not
spend
pain,
much time in,
not even curiosity.
and it was smaller
just
than
nothing,
anything I'd
and
been
that's how
part
you
of
know
since
you
childhood.
feel. And she
Maybe
looked skeptical, like
150
she
people
couldn't
on a full
imagine
Sunday.
ever getting there.
No cameras.
But she will.
No live
They all
stream.
will. Because
No
time
merchandise
and
table.
work and choosing
Just a
yourself
room,
over
some
and over
chairs,
creates
and a
that
praise
distance,
team that played
that
with more
indifference,
feeling than
that
flash.
freedom from the person
The pastor
who
was a
once
woman
felt like
named
your whole
Reverend
world.
Gloria Ose.
I'm 55
She was
now,
in her early
been
60s,
free from Marcus
Ghanaian
longer
American,
than some people have
and
been
she
alive.
preached like
And
someone
when
who
I
had
think
earned
about my
every
life, I
word she was
categorize it
saying.
as before and
Not
after.
through performance
Before
or
I found my
polish,
spine
but through
and
a quality
after I
of
found my
conviction
strength.
that you either have
The
or
before
you don't.
version feels
And
like
she
someone
had it in
else's
abundance.
story. like
Her
a
sermons
movie I
had a
watched
directness
once,
that I
and
wasn't
the
used
after
to.
version
A
is
way
the
of naming
only one
things
that matters,
plainly without cruelty.
the only one I
that
claim,
made me feel
the
more
only
seen
one
in
I
that
wanna
small
pass
room
down.
than I had in 11
James
years
and I talk
in a
about
much
writing
larger
our
one.
story someday.
The first
not as
Sunday
a revenge
I sat in
tale
her
or an
congregation.
expose.
She was
but as a
preaching about
testament
witness,
to finding love
about
after
the difference
devastation,
between being
to
a
building
witness
something
to truth
real the second
and being
time
a keeper
around,
of someone
to
else's
proving that your
secrets.
first marriage
She
doesn't
talked
have
about
to
how
define your
silence can
capacity
be a
for
form of
happiness.
complicity,
But we
and how the
probably
hardest
won't.
thing is
We're
often
too
not
busy
speaking
living
up
to
to
write about
outsiders,
living,
but
too
being
focused on the
honest
present
within
to
the
dwell
walls
on
of
the
your
past,
own closest
too
relationships.
grateful for what we have to spend
I sat
time
there with my
analyzing how we
hands
got
folded
here.
in my lap.
I know
and
how we
felt
got
something
here.
I hadn't felt in a
Courage
long
and
time,
boundaries and
which was that I
refusing
was
to
in the
settle.
right place.
Choosing myself
that the
when
words
it was
being
terrifying,
spoken were reaching
trusting
something in
that
me that had
something
been
better
unreachable
existed
for a
even
while.
when I couldn't see it
After
yet.
the service,
And those
she was
choices
greeting people at
compounded
the
over
door,
time into
and
this
when I
beautiful
came through,
life.
she
That's
looked at
the
me with the
secret
kind of
nobody tells
directness
you.
that doesn't
That
feel
leaving is
intrusive,
just the
but
first
lets
step.
you know you've been
The
seen.
real work is
She
rebuilding
said,
yourself
I haven't
into
seen you
someone
here
who
before.
won't accept less
I told
than
her
they
it was my
deserve.
first Sunday.
Someone who knows their
She
worth
said, "Come
isn't
back."
negotiable.
Not as a
Someone
command
who
or
chooses
a sales
themselves
pitch.
every single
Just
day.
an invitation.
I choose
simple
myself
and
every day
warm,
now,
from someone
even while
who meant
choosing
it.
James.
I did come
even
back.
while being a mother
I
and
came
wife
back the
and
following
professional.
Sunday.
There's a
then
part
the one
of me
after
that's
that,
just mine,
and then the one
that
after that.
answers to no
The
one.
community I
that
found in that
remembers
smaller
what it costs
space
to get
was
here
different
and
from what I'd
refuses
had at
to ever
Greater
go back.
Anointing.
Marcus
Not
can't
necessarily
hurt me
better
anymore.
in every way.
Not because I've
but
forgiven
more
him
honest in the
completely,
ways that had
though I
come
have.
to matter most
But
to me.
because I've built
People
a life
talked
so
about
full
their
that there's
struggles
no room
without
for his
dressing
ghost.
them up.
No space
The prayer
for his
requests
memory
were
to take root
specific
and
and
grow.
real.
This
There was
is what
no
victory
performance
looks like.
layer between
Not
the
dramatic
congregation
or
and the
cinematic.
worship.
Just
No
quiet
sense that you
confidence,
needed to
deep
present a
peace,
certain version of
genuine
yourself to
happiness
belong.
that doesn't depend
I had
on his
not
suffering
realized
or
how
my
much of my
vindication.
energy at Greater
Just
Anointing
exists
had gone
because I
into
created
maintaining
it.
that presentation
And to anyone
until
out
I
there
was
still
somewhere
hurting,
that didn't
still
require
wondering
it.
if you'll survive,
My life in the year
still
and a half
questioning
since
if
the
leaving
divorce
was the
has
right
been
choice.
quieter than the life
I'm
I
here
had
to
before.
tell you that you will survive.
And I mean that as
Leaving
neither
was the right
complaint
choice,
nor boast,
and your
just
best life is
observation.
waiting.
I live
It's
alone
waiting
in
for
a
you to
smaller
choose it,
apartment in
to
Kirkwood
believe
that
you
I
deserve
chose
it,
specifically
to do the
because
hard
it had
work of
nothing to do with
healing
my
and
marriage,
rebuilding
no
and
shared history
becoming
in the
someone
walls,
who won't settle
no
ever
furniture
again.
that had belonged
I
to
did
us
it.
rather than just to me.
Thousands of women before
I
me
bought
did
things
it.
I liked.
Thousands after
I
me will
painted
do
the
it.
bedroom a
And
color
you can
Marcus
too.
would have vetoed.
I promise you
I
can.
started cooking in a
Because
way
if
I
could
hadn't
walk
since
away
before
from
we bought that
Marcus
house.
and build this
Trying
life,
recipes
anyone
I'd always
can.
been curious
That's
about
my
and
final
eating
truth,
dinner at odd
my
hours
final
because I could.
testimony, my
Small
final
freedoms,
word on a man
the
who
kind
once
that
was
only
everything
feels
and now is
significant when
nothing.
you've spent time
And
without
I mean
them.
that with peace.
I
with
still talk to my
gratitude,
mother,
with the
my cousin
wisdom that
Danielle,
only
and a
comes from
handful of
surviving
friends who were
something you
mine
weren't
before
sure
the
you could
marriage
survive.
and are still mine
I'm
after
here.
it.
I'm whole.
I eventually
I'm happy,
told them
and
the
Marcus
whole story.
is wherever he is.
Not immediately,
And those two
and
things
not
have
all at
nothing to
once,
do with
but
each other
over
anymore.
time, as
And
I found
that's
language
exactly how
for
it
its
should
different
be.
parts.
This story
My
ends
mother,
not with
to
me
her
thinking
credit,
about him,
did not
but
say,
with me thinking
"I told
about
you
my
so,"
life,
though she
my
had,
family,
in fact,
my future,
told me a version
my
of it.
peace, and
Having
that
sent
shift from
something
him to
off
me
about
is the
Marcus
whole
in
point.
ways she'd
Is the
mentioned
entire
carefully
journey,
and
is everything.
diplomatically over the
I'm
years.
free.
She just
Finally
listened,
and completely
then
free.
drove from her house
and that
in
freedom
Stone Mountain
tastes
to my
sweeter than
apartment in
anything
Kirkwood
I ever had
and
with
sat
Marcus.
with me for a weekend.
Sweeter than
We
any
watched old
apology
movies.
he could give.
She made food
Sweeter
I'd grown
than
up
any
eating,
revenge I could
and we
take.
didn't talk about
Just
Marcus
sweet on its
or
own,
the church for most of it.
uncomplicated and pure.
It was exactly what
That's
I
the
needed.
end, the real
I've been
end.
asked
Not
by
because
more
there's
than one
nothing left to
person
say,
whether
but
I
because
regret
I've
the
moved
marriage,
so far beyond
whether I
that
would go
chapter
back
that
and choose
continuing to
differently
talk
if I
about it
could.
feels like going
I've thought about
backward,
that question
and I only
seriously
move
rather
forward
than
now.
dismissively,
Forward
because
into
it
whatever
deserves a
comes
serious
next,
answer.
with James beside
And
me,
what I've arrived
with
at
my
is this:
kids growing
I don't
into
regret the
amazing
love I brought
humans,
to that marriage.
with a life
I
I'm
don't
proud
regret the
of
effort,
and a story
the
that might
faithfulness,
help
or
someone
the
else
years of
find their
genuine
way out of the
partnership
darkness.
that existed before
That's
the drift
enough,
set in.
more than enough.
I don't even
Everything
fully
I
regret
needed
the
it
fact
to
that
be,
it ended,
and I'm
because the
closing this
ending,
chapter with
as
gratitude
devastating
for
as it was,
everything it taught
was
me
also
and
a kind of
excitement for
clearing. everything
It
still to
removed
come.
things that had long
Marcus
blocked
was a
my
lesson,
view of myself,
not a life sentence.
And what I
I'm
see
living
now in
proof
this
that
space
you can
they
graduate
occupied
from that
is something
school
I value
and
more
build
than the
something
comfortable
beautiful from what you
blindness
learned.
I was living
And
in.
that's where this
What I
story
do regret
finally,
is the years I
peacefully,
spent ignoring
gratefully
my own
ends.
instincts in
I
deference
thought
to
that
other
was the
people's
end.
voices.
Thought I'd said
my mother's
everything that
wisdom
needed
about
saying.
trust, my
But life
grandmother's
has this way
advice
of
about
adding
giving men
epilogues
room
when
to
you least
breathe,
expect them.
the collective
And
female
mine came
wisdom
in the
of my
form of a
family
phone
that
call
was
3 months
well-intentioned
ago that I
and
never
sometimes
saw coming.
accurate, and
It was
also,
a Tuesday
in this
afternoon.
case,
I was at my
was a
desk
framework
reviewing
I used to
quarterly
talk myself
reports
out of things
when
I
my
needed to
assistant
pay
buzzed
attention
and said,
to.
"There's a
I
woman
don't blame
online
those
too
women.
asking for you."
I don't blame
Says
the
it's urgent.
tradition.
Won't
I
give her
blame the
name,
way I applied
and
it
something
as
in
a
my
reason
gut
not
told
to
me
see,
to take it.
rather than as a
I picked up
foundation
and
for
heard a
seeing
voice I
clearly.
didn't recognize.
That's a distinction
young,
I carry with
shaky,
me now,
scared,
and it
she
shows up
said,
in
"Is
every
this the woman who
relationship
is
I
married
have.
to Marcus
Every
Thompson?"
context
And
where
my
I'm
blood
tempted
went
to look
cold
away from
because
something that
nobody's
deserves
called
my
me that in
attention.
decades.
I
I'm
ran
not
into
that woman
Marcus's
anymore.
mother, Miss Carolyn,
Haven't been for
about
25
6
years.
months after the
I said,
divorce
"Who
was
is this?"
finalized.
And she took a deep
We
breath
were both
and
at a
said,
grocery
"My name
store
is
in
Alana.
College Park,
I'm Marcus's
and she
daughter,
saw me first.
and I need to talk to
I
you
watched
about
her
him."
decide to
And
approach
the world
me.
tilted
I could
because
see it in the way
Marcus
she
has a
stopped
daughter
and steadied
which meant
herself.
he'd built a
And
life
I
after
stood
me,
still
had a
and
family.
let her come.
And this
She
girl
looked
was
older.
calling me for reasons
She took my
I couldn't
hand in
begin
both
to
of hers,
understand.
and she said,
"I
"I'm
found your
so
name
sorry,
in some
baby."
old papers of his,
And I believed
court
her.
documents from your
Miss
divorce.
Carolyn is not
and
a
I
woman
tracked you
who
down
apologizes
because I
on
need to
behalf
understand
of other
something,
people
and
as a
my mom
deflection.
won't talk about it.
She was
And I
apologizing
felt
for
that
her
old
own grief,
familiar dread.
for the loss of
The
what
sense
she'd
that
hoped
Marcus's
her son's
chaos
life would
was
be,
about to touch
for
my
the
life
gap
again
between the
after all
man
these
she'd
years.
raised and the
I
man
asked
he'd
how
shown
old she
himself
was,
to
and
be.
she said 23.
I squeezed her
which
hands
meant
and
he'd had
told
her with
her I was
someone
okay.
not long after our
She
divorce.
said, "I know you
Probably
are."
the woman
We
from
stood
the
there a
hotel
moment
or
longer
someone
than a
right
grocery
after.
store parking
And
lot
I wondered
required.
why this girl was
Then went
calling
our
me
separate
now.
ways.
What could
It was one
possibly
of the
be
more
so
dignified
urgent?
endings to something
She said
painful
he's
that I've
dying,
experienced,
cancer,
and I'm
stage
grateful
4,
for it.
and he's been
Pastor
asking for
Drummond,
you,
I
saying
understand
things
that you
don't make
relocated
sense,
to another
and I
city.
found these letters
Whether
he
he's found
never
another
sent,
congregation,
dozens of them,
another platform,
all addressed to you over
another
the years,
community willing
and
to
I need to
restore
know
him
who you
to
were
a
to him.
position of
My
spiritual
hands started
authority.
shaking,
I
and I had to
genuinely
sit down
don't know.
because Marcus is
I don't
dying.
follow his movements.
This man who'd once
What I
been
do
my
know
entire
is that
world,
the
and then my
accountability
worst
he faced in
nightmare is
Atlanta
actually
was
dying.
largely informal
And
rather
he'd been
than
writing me
institutional,
letters he never
which
sent.
is both typical
And his daughter was
deeply
calling me like
unsatisfying.
I held some key
The
to
church
understanding
protected
him.
its reputation
I told
as
her
long
I
as
was
it
his
could,
first wife,
then moved
that
on,
we divorced
as
over 20
institutions
years
do.
ago.
The
That I
people
hadn't
most
spoken to him
directly
in
harmed
decades.
by what he did
And
had
she
to find
said,
their
"I
own
know,
way to
I
the
read
other
the
side,
court records.
with
I
little
know
help
he
from the
cheated on you."
structures that were
But
supposed
the
to
letters
hold
make
him
it sound
accountable.
like losing you
That is
destroyed
not a
him.
unique story
Like
in religious
everything
communities,
after was just
and
him
that fact
trying to fill
doesn't
that
make it
void.
less true or
I
less
almost
painful.
laughed because, of course,
Renee is
he'd
doing
rewritten
well as we
history in
last
his
spoke.
head. Made
She's
me into
doing
the
some
one that got
consulting
away
work,
instead of
which
the
she'd
woman
been
he
wanting to
betrayed.
do for years,
Turned his own
but had
bad
set
choices
aside
into
to
some
support her
tragic love
husband's
story
ministry.
where he was the
Her
victim
kids
of
are
his own
adjusting
stupidity.
in the way kids adjust.
She asked if I'd
which
be
is to
willing
say
to see him.
unevenly,
Said
and
he
with
doesn't
a
have
lot
long,
of help from their
maybe
mother.
weeks, and he
She
keeps
mentioned
talking
she'd
about
started
needing to
attending a
apologize
smaller
properly,
church, which made
needing
me
to
smile.
make peace before he
Something
goes.
about both of us
And I
landing
felt
in
torn
smaller,
between the person
quieter
I'd
places
become
after
who's
years
supposed to
of
be
the large
compassionate,
and
and the
prominent
person
felt
who
right.
remembers exactly
Like
what
we'd
he
both
did.
learned something
I
about
told
what
her I
actually
needed time to
sustains
think
you
about
versus
it.
what looks
Took
like
her
it
number,
should.
hung
People
up,
ask
and
me
sat
about
there
faith.
staring at nothing
Whether
because
what happened
I thought
broke
I'd
it,
closed this
whether I
chapter.
still believe in the
Thought
church
Marcus
as an
was ancient
institution,
history,
whether the
and now
betrayal
he's
of a man
dying
who was
and wanting
supposed to
see me,
represent
and I
something
have no
sacred
idea what to
destroyed my
do.
relationship with
I
that
told
thing.
James that night,
And the honest
laid out the
answer
whole
is that my faith
conversation,
is intact,
and he
though
held
it
my
looks
hand and
different than
said,
it did.
"What do you want to do?
It is quieter.
Not what you think you
It
should
is
do.
less dependent
What do you
on
actually
institutional
want?" And I
validation.
realized I
It
didn't
is
know.
less likely to
Couldn't
accept
separate
someone's
obligation
spiritual
from desire
authority
from
at face
curiosity.
value and more
Part of me
interested
wanted
in
to
the
ignore
evidence
it.
of how they
Let
actually
Marcus
live.
die without giving
It
him
has,
the closure
in some
he was
ways,
seeking.
become more
Let him
personal
sit with
and
his
more
regrets the
durable
way I'd
precisely
sat with my
because
heartbreak.
it is no
But
longer
another
being
part
held
of
up
me,
by structures
the part
I've had
that
to stop
spent
trusting.
decades healing
What I
and
believe now
growing.
is simpler than what I
Wondered if
believed
seeing
before,
him one last time
and I
would
think
bring me some
simpler
kind
is
of peace
closer
too.
to the truth.
I talked to
I
my
believe in
therapist
showing
about
up
it.
honestly.
Yes,
I
still
believe
see
in paying
Dr.
attention
Williams
to
after
what the
all
people
these years,
closest to you are
and she
actually
said
doing
the
rather
question
than what
isn't
they're
whether
saying.
he deserves your time.
I believe that love
It's whether
is
you'll
not
regret
naivete.
not going.
Trust
Whether
is
you
not
have
passivity,
anything left
and
unsaid
faith is
that
not
needs
the
saying.
same as looking away.
I thought about it for
I
days.
believe that the
couldn't
hardest
sleep,
lessons
kept
tend to be the
imagining
most
what it would be
permanent
like
ones,
to see him
and
after
that
a
the clearing that
quarter-century,
happens after
to look at this
devastation,
man who'd
as
once
brutal
held
as
my
the
heart
clearing
and
process
destroyed it,
is,
to stand
makes room
in
for
front of
things
him
that
knowing
couldn't
he's
grow
dying
in the shade
and
of what
I'm
was there
thriving.
before.
Zara
I
said,
am 31
"Mom,
years old.
You don't owe him anything.
I live in an
If you
apartment
go, it should be
I
for
like,
you.
in a
Not for
neighborhood
him."
I've come to
and
love.
Miles said,
I
"Whatever
have a
you
job I'm
decide,
good
we
at
support
and that
you."
I find meaningful.
And I was so
I have
grateful to
friends
have
who are
raised
real,
kids who
an honest
understood
community,
nuance,
and a
who knew
faith
life
that I have
isn't black
actually
and white.
examined rather than
I
just
finally
inherited.
called Alana back
I have a
and said
cleaner
I'd
relationship
come.
with my own
Not for
instincts
Marcus,
than I have had
but
at
for
any
her.
other point
This
in my
young
adult
woman
life.
who was losing
And
her
I have a
father
capacity
and
for
trying to
solitude that I had
understand him,
never developed
who
before.
unearthed whatever
that I
small
think
pieces
is one of the
truth
most
I could
underrated
offer.
forms of
And
strength a
we
person
arranged to
can
meet
have.
at a hospice
The ability
facility
to be
in
alone
North
with
Carolina
yourself
where
without
he'd
filling the
moved years
silence
ago.
with noise.
James offered to
I am
come
not
with me,
finished
but
being
I
affected
said no.
by what happened.
This was something I
don't
needed
think
to
you're
do
ever
alone.
finished. Not
needed
really.
to face without
It shows
anyone
up in
protecting me
unexpected
from whatever
moments.
emotions
In the
might
way,
surface.
I
And
sometimes
he
catch
understood,
myself in a new
kissed my
relationship
forehead,
or
told me he
friendship,
loved me,
looking for the
trusted me
frequency
completely.
drift before it
I
becomes
drove
a
there
problem.
on a Saturday morning,
In the way,
3
I'll
hours
hear a
through
certain
Georgia
kind of
and into
gospel
the
music
mountains,
and
the
feel
whole
a
way I
complicated
kept
mixture of
rehearsing what
love
I'd say,
and loss
how
that I
I'd
can't
react,
fully untangle.
whether I'd
In
cry
the way,
or yell,
I sometimes
or
dream
just
about
feel
that
nothing
whole
like
way in the
I'd felt for
Marriott
so
and
long.
wake up with the
The
same
hospice
combination
was
of
nice,
dread and clarity
peaceful,
I
tucked
felt
into the
standing
woods with
outside
big
that
windows
door.
and soft
But
lighting.
I am not
and
defined by it
Alana met
either.
me in the lobby
That
looking
is the
so
line I
much
have
like
worked
Marcus
hardest
at
to
Hurt.
walk.
Same
To let what
eyes,
happened be part of
same
my
smile,
story without
and I
letting
saw
it
a
be the
version
whole
of
of
him
it.
that never
To
got a
carry the
chance to
knowledge,
hurt me
it
staring
gave
back.
me without carrying the
She
wound
hugged
of it
me
in a
and
way
said,
that
"Thank you for
closes me
coming.
off to what
He doesn't
comes
know you're
next.
here yet. I
What
wanted
comes
to talk
next,
to you
I
first."
don't know yet.
And we
That
sat
is
in a
not a
quiet
sad
room,
admission.
and she told me
It is
about
an
her
honest
life,
one.
about
And
growing up
after
with
years
Marcus
of
as a
filling in that
father,
uncertainty with
and it was
assumptions,
complicated
deference,
and messy
and the
and
voices
sad.
of other people's
She said
wisdom,
he'd been a good
I
dad
find
when he
not
was
knowing to be
present,
one of the
but
most
he was
honest
rarely
things I can
present.
say.
always
I'm
working
standing.
or traveling
I'm
or
clear.
disappearing for days.
I am, in ways
And her
I couldn't
mother
have
had
predicted
left him
when I was
Alana
23 years
12.
old in a
Same
white
pattern.
dress in that
He cheated
sanctuary.
again.
More
Couldn't
fully
help
myself
himself.
than I have ever been.
She said,
And
I've spent
that
my
is
whole
nothing.
life watching him
That is,
sabotage
in
every
fact,
good thing,
everything.
every
The
relationship,
end.
every
She
job,
caught her pastor
and
in the
I've
hotel
never
room with her
understood why.
sister-in-law.
And I told
I
her
need you
some
to
people
understand
are just
something
broken
before
in
I
ways
start.
that can't be fixed.
I am not a suspicious woman by
the why
nature.
doesn't matter as
I
much
never
as
went through
accepting the
Marcus's
what.
phone.
We talked
Never
for an
questioned
hour,
his
and I
whereabouts.
gave her what I could.
Never demanded
Pieces of my
passwords
story.
or check-ins or
The
any
hotel
of that.
room, the
I was
divorce,
raised to believe
the
that
healing,
trust was
and
the
she cried
foundation
and
of a
said,
marriage.
I'm so
and if you
sorry
didn't
he
have
did that to you.
you didn't
I'm
have
sorry he's
anything
done
worth
it to
keeping.
everyone.
My
And
mother
I
told
told
me
her
that.
his choices
My
weren't her
grandmother
burden
told
to
me
carry.
that. The
Then
women
she
in my
asked if I
family
was
built
ready
their
to see
entire
him,
identities
and I said
around
yes,
being the
even
kind
though I
of
wasn't
wife
sure
who
I
didn't
was.
sweat the small
And she
stuff,
led me down a
who
hallway
gave
to
her
a
husband
room at
room
the
to
end where
breathe,
Marcus was
who
waiting,
kept the home
dying,
steady and the faith
probably
strong.
terrified of whatever
I carried
comes
that
next.
into my marriage
I
as if
walked
it were
in,
scripture.
and there he was.
And for
this
a long
man
time,
who'd once been
I
strong
thought it was
and
working.
handsome and full
Marcus
of life.
Webb came into
Now
my life
shrunken
when I was
and
22
pale
years
and
old,
hooked up to machines.
standing in the
And he
parking
looked
lot
at
of
me with
Greater
those same
Anointing
eyes that
Ministries
used to make
after
me
a
feel
Sunday morning
safe,
service,
and I felt
arguing with
absolutely
my
nothing.
cousin Danielle about
He tried to
whose
sit
turn
up
it
when
was
he
to
saw
host
me,
Christmas dinner.
said my name like it
He
was a
walked
prayer,
past us,
and I
stopped,
stood there at the
looked
foot
at
of his
me,
bed
and
just
said,
looking at him.
I don't know what the
taking
argument
in
is
what
about,
time and
but
choices
I hope
had
you
done
win.
to the man
That
I'd
was
once
it.
promised
That was the
forever
whole
to.
introduction.
He said, you
I
came.
laughed.
I didn't
Danielle
think you would.
rolled her eyes,
and I said,
and 3
I
weeks
almost
later,
didn't.
Marcus
I'm here for your
and I
daughter,
were having
not
coffee
for
at a
you.
little
And
spot
he nodded
on
like he
Cascade Road,
understood,
talking
like
for
he'd
4 hours
expected
like
nothing
we'd known
less.
each other our whole
We sat in
lives.
silence
He
for
was
a minute,
25.
and then he started
Tall,
talking,
clean-cut,
words
the kind of
tumbling
man
out
who
like
opened
he'd
doors
been
without
holding them
being
for
asked
decades.
and remembered
I'm
things
sorry.
you mentioned
I know
in
that's
passing
not
3
enough.
conversations
I know
ago.
sorry doesn't
He
fix
was
anything,
thoughtful in a way that
but
made you
I
think
need
someone
to know
had been
that
raised
losing
right,
you was the
and
biggest
he had
mistake
been.
of my life.
His mother,
I
Miss
let him
Carolyn,
talk,
was
didn't
one of the
interrupt,
most
didn't
respected
argue.
women in our
Just
congregation.
let him say whatever he
His
needed
father
to say.
had passed
And
when
he
Marcus
told me
was
about
16,
the years after our
and
divorce,
he carried that
how
grief
he
with
tried
a
to
quiet
replicate
dignity
what we had
that
with
I
other
found
women,
deeply moving at
how
the
he
time.
failed every time
I thought it meant
because
he
he was the
understood
problem,
loss, that
not
he
them.
understood how
He
fragile
said
things
therapy
were.
had helped him
I thought it
understand
made
that
him
he'd been
someone
running
who would
from
never
intimacy,
take what he had for
from real
granted.
connection.
We dated
that
for
the
2
cheating
years
was
and
about
married
his
when
own
I was 23.
inadequacies, not about
The wedding was
anything
held
I did
in
or
the same
didn't do.
sanctuary
And
where
I
we'd
wanted to
both
say
been
I know that
baptized
now.
as children.
Learned it years
And
ago
there was
without
something
you,
about that
but I
symmetry
stayed
that
quiet.
felt like a promise
He talked
bigger
about
than the vows
watching my
themselves.
life from a distance.
My father
seeing
walked
my
me down the
success,
aisle.
my new
Miss
marriage,
Carolyn
my kids,
cried through the
and
entire
how happy
ceremony.
I looked in photos.
Pastor
and he
Elijah
said,
Drummond,
I'm glad you
who
found
had
what you
known
deserve.
Marcus since he
I'm
was a
glad you
teenager,
didn't let what I did
officiated.
destroy you.
He gave a
I
sermon
finally
before the
spoke and
vows that
said,
people
"It
in our
almost did
church
destroy
still
me.
talk about.
I spent
Something
years
about
putting
covenants
myself
and
back
sacred
together,
ground and the way
years
God
learning to
sees
trust
marriages
again,
not as
years
contracts,
building a
but
life
as
you have
living
no
things
part
that have
of.
to be tended.
And he flinched
I
like the
remember
words
standing
hurt,
at that
but
altar
he
thinking
needed
I
to hear
had
them.
never felt more
He
certain
asked if
about
I'd forgiven
anything
him,
in my
and
life.
I said, I
For the
forgave you a
first
long
several
time
years,
ago.
the
Not
marriage
because
was
you
good.
deserved it, but
Not
because I
perfect,
needed to.
because nothing
because
is,
holding
but
on to anger
genuinely
was
good.
only hurting
We
me.
bought a house in
and he started
Adamsville.
crying.
I was
These
working
weak,
as a
pathetic
project
tears.
manager for a
And I
mid-sized
felt sorry
healthcare
for him in
company
a distant
downtown,
way.
and
Sorry that
Marcus
he'd
was
wasted
building
his
his
whole life
career in
chasing
commercial
something he
real
couldn't
estate.
name.
We were
Sorry
busy,
that he was
but
dying
we made
alone
time for
except
each
for a
other.
daughter who
We
barely
traveled
knew
when we
him.
could.
Sorry
We
that
had a
he'd
standing
never
date
figured
night
out
on
how to be
Fridays.
happy. But
We were
that
active in
sorrow
the
didn't
church,
crack the walls
both
I'd
of us
built.
serving on different
I
ministry
said,
teams.
I'm not here to
and
give
that
you
community was
absolution,
the
Marcus.
backbone of our
I'm
social
here to
life
close
in a
a
way
chapter
that felt
should have
healthy
ended
and
decades
grounding
ago.
rather than
You don't
insular.
get to rewrite
The
history
first
on
time
your
I
deathbed.
noticed something
You don't
shift
get
was
to make
about
yourself
4
the
years
tragic
into the
hero of
marriage.
the story.
It wasn't
He
dramatic.
nodded and said,
It
I
wasn't
know.
an argument,
I just wanted you to
a
know
cold
that I know what
shoulder,
I lost.
or any of
that
the
I've thought about
obvious
you
signs
every day
people
for
talk about.
25 years.
It was more
that
like
if I
a
could go back,
frequency
I'd do
change.
everything
When a radio
differently.
signal drifts
I stood up to
slightly
leave
off
and
station,
said, but you can't go
keep
back,
reaching
none
for
of
the
you else
dial to
can.
bring it back.
All we can do is
but the
live
sound
with our
keeps
choices.
getting fuzzy at
and
the edges.
I've lived well with
Marcus
mine.
was present
I hope
physically,
you find
but
some peace
somewhere
with
else
yours,
in
and
every
I
other
walked
way
toward
that
the
mattered.
door.
I
He called
chalked it
my
up
name
to work
one more
stress.
time, and I
He
turned
was trying
around
to close
and he
a
said,
significant
"Are you
deal,
happy?"
and
I
the
smiled,
pressure was visible.
genuinely smiled.
I gave him
and said
space.
deliriously,
The deal
"The
closed.
kind of happy you."
Things got
and
a little
I never
better.
even got close
I
to.
stopped paying
and I
attention
left.
to the frequency.
I found
But
Alana
that
in the
drift
hallway,
never
and
fully
she asked
corrected
how it
itself.
went, and I
It
said
would settle
went
for a
exactly
few months,
how it needed to.
and then I'd feel it
and
again.
She hugged me tight
That subtle
and thanked
pulling
me
away.
for coming,
That quality
for
of
giving
being
her
in the
father
same room
whatever
with
small
someone who
piece
had
my
already
presence
left.
had provided.
I mentioned
I
it
gave
to him
her my
once,
number
maybe
and
8
told
months
her to
before
call if she
everything
needed
fell
anything.
apart.
Not
We
as
were
her
in the
father's
kitchen on a
ex-wife,
Sunday
but
evening,
as a woman
and
who
I told
understood
him I felt like we
complicated
were
family
losing something,
dynamics,
like we
who
were
knew what it was
becoming
like to
roommates
process
who went to
someone's
church
death
together
while
instead
still being
of
angry
husband
at
and
them.
wife.
I drove
He
home
listened.
and called
He
James
nodded.
from the car.
He
and
said I was
told him
right and that he would do
everything,
better.
And he said,
And
"How
he
do you
did
feel?"
for about 6
and
weeks.
I said, "Free."
Then the drift
Finally
came
completely
back,
free.
and this time it brought
like
company.
I just put down a
He
weight
started
I didn't
spending
even
more
know
time
I
at
was
the
still
church.
carrying.
Not just
Marcus
Sundays,
died 2
but
weeks
multiple
later.
evenings
Alana
a
called
week.
to tell me
Tuesday
that he'd
Bible
gone
study,
peacefully
which
in
he'd
his sleep,
attended off
and
and
I
on
felt
for
nothing
years,
except
became
sympathy
a
for her.
non-negotiable
For the young
standing
woman
commitment.
losing a father
Thursday
she'd
leadership
never fully
meetings
known
that he'd
or
never
understood.
mentioned before
I
started
didn't go to the
appearing on his
funeral,
calendar.
sent flowers instead.
Saturday morning
because
prayer
showing
calls
up
that
felt
seemed
like
to
making it
stretch
about
past
me when it
noon.
should be about his
I
daughter
didn't question it
processing
at
her
first
grief.
because the
And
church had
I'd
always
already
been
said
central to our
everything I
lives.
needed to say
And
in that
honestly,
hospice room.
I told myself
James
I
asked
should be
if I
glad
wanted
he
to
was
talk about
investing
it,
in his
and I
spiritual
said, "There's
growth
nothing to
instead
talk
of
about.
sitting at home
A chapter
disconnected."
closed.
I told
An old
myself a
wound
lot of
finally
things that
fully
year.
healed.
I
I'm
was
good.
very creative
and I
with
meant
my
it. I was
explanations.
good. Better
What I
than
didn't
good,
pay
actually.
close enough attention
I
to
told
was the
Zara
way he
and
started
Miles
guarding
that the
his
man
phone.
from my first
Marcus
marriage
had
had
never
died.
been secretive
Didn't
about
give
his
them
phone
details
before.
they didn't need.
We weren't the type
Just
to
let
go
them know
through
their
each other's
mom had
devices,
handled something
but
difficult
we also
and
weren't the
come
type
through
to
it
hide
fine.
them.
And
His
they hugged
phone
me
had
and
always
moved
just
on
been
with
his
their
phone,
lives.
sitting on
That's
the counter,
what Marcus is
face
now.
up,
Was
no
even
drama.
before he died.
But somewhere
just a
around
fact of my
7 months
history.
before that
Not
Wednesday
even
night,
a painful one
I
anymore.
started noticing
just
that
something
he'd
that
flip it
happened
over
once that led
whenever
me
I
to where I
walked into
am,
the room.
and
That
where
he'd
I am is
take calls in the
exactly where I'm
garage.
supposed to be.
His screen
I'm
brightness was
57
always
now.
set
Marcus
to the
is
lowest
gone,
level.
and I'm still
I
here,
noticed.
still loving
I
James,
filed it away.
still raising kids.
I didn't want to be the
still mentoring
suspicious
women,
wife.
still
My
living a
mother's
life
voice
so
in my
full that
head,
there's no
my
room for
grandmother's
ghosts
voice,
or regrets
the voices
or
of
what
every
ifs.
woman in my family
Alana and
who had
I
ever
text
told me that a
occasionally.
man
I
needed
check in on
space
her,
and trust.
make sure she's doing
I listen
okay,
to those voices
and she's
instead of
healing,
my own
seeing a
instincts,
therapist,
and I will carry the
working
weight of
through
that
her
choice for a
complicated
long
feelings
time.
about her father.
On Wednesday night,
and I'm
it all
proud of her for
collapsed,
doing
as
that
it
work
often
young
does.
instead of
I'd
waiting
had a long
decades
day
like
at
I
work,
did.
back-to-back
She asked
meetings,
me once if I
ate
ever
lunch
loved
at my
her father,
desk, and
and
drove
I said
home in
I
that
loved
particular
who I thought
Atlanta
he was.
traffic
But
that makes you
person didn't
question
exist.
every life
I loved
decision
a
you've ever
fantasy,
made.
and losing
Marcus
that fantasy
was already
hurt,
dressed
but it
and
also
heading
freed
out
me
when I
to
walked
find
in the
something
door.
real.
He kissed
She
me
said
on the
that helped
cheek,
her
said
understand
he had a
that
late
she could
leadership
love her
debrief
father
at the church
and still
and
acknowledge
said
his
he'd be home
flaws,
by 10.
could grieve him
I
while
kicked
being
off my
angry
shoes,
at him,
changed
could
into
hold
something
space
comfortable,
for both things at once,
heated the leftovers
and
in the
I was
fridge,
glad my
and was
story
in
could
bed
give
by
her
9.
that permission.
Watching a show
This is
I'd
really
already
the
seen
end now.
twice,
Not
because I
because
was
Marcus
too tired
died,
to invest
but because
in
his
anything
death
new.
didn't change anything
My
for
phone
me.
rang at
Didn't bring me
9:47.
closure I didn't already
Unknown
have.
number.
Didn't make me
Atlanta area
question
code.
any of my choices
I stared at it
or
for a
feel
moment
any
and then
lingering
picked up because
attachment.
something,
He was
some
a man I
instinct
knew
hadn't
once
learned
who
to
hurt me
ignore
deeply
yet,
and
told
taught
me
me
to answer.
exactly what I didn't
The
want.
woman on the other
and
end
then he
had
was
a calm
gone.
voice.
And I
The way
continued
people
being
are
happy.
calm when they've
And
made a
that's
decision
the
they
ultimate
can't
proof
take
that I
back.
healed, that
She
I'd
didn't
moved
introduce
on,
herself.
that I'd built something
She didn't
he could never
apologize
touch.
for calling.
My life
She
is
just
mine
said,
now,
"Is this
completely
Marcus
and
Webb's
totally
wife?"
mine.
And the way she
no
said
ghosts,
"wife"
no
with this
unfinished
particular
business,
weight on it,
no questions
made my
left
stomach
unanswered.
drop before
Just
I'd
me
even
and James
processed the
and our
question.
kids, and
I
the
said
beautiful
yes.
ordinary
I
magic
asked who
of a
she
life
was.
well lived.
She said her name
That's
didn't
how
matter.
the story
then
actually
told me my
ends,
husband
with
wasn't
Marcus
at any
dead
church
and me
meeting.
alive and thriving.
She said he was at the
with his
Marriott
daughter
Peachtree,
finding her way,
room 214,
and me still offering
and that
guidance,
he was not alone.
with closure
She
that
said
came
it
not
without
from his
drama,
apology,
without
but
emotion,
from my own journey.
like she was
I don't
reading
think
an
about him
address
anymore
off a
unless
piece of
someone
paper.
asks. Don't
And then
wonder
she
what he'd
hung
think
up.
of my life now.
I sat in
Don't
my
care
bed
if
for
dying with
probably
regrets
4
about me
full
made
minutes
his last
without
days
moving.
harder.
I
I'm
ran
just
through
here,
every rational
fully present
alternative
in my
I could
own life.
manufacture wrong number.
Grateful for
Someone is
everything that
playing a
led me
game.
here.
A
And to
misunderstanding.
anyone reading this who's
a
still
mix-up.
processing their own
Some
betrayal,
woman with a grudge
their own
against
Marcus,
a different Marcus
their own
Webb
journey
in a
from
different
broken to
marriage with
whole.
a different wife.
I'm here to tell you
I
that you'll
built
get
those
here
alternatives
too,
up as
to
high
this
as I
place
could,
of genuine
and then I
indifference,
watched them
of
collapse
real
on their
peace,
own
of
because not
complete
one of
freedom.
them could hold the
It
weight
takes
of what
time
I'd heard
and
in that
work
woman's
and
voice.
choosing yourself over and
She wasn't
over,
making
but
something
you'll
up.
get here.
She knew
and
something,
when you need to look
and
back
she
and
had
be
decided
so
I should know
grateful
it
you
too.
left.
I
So
got
proud
up.
who you became.
I got dressed.
So clear
Not
that
slowly,
everything
not
happened exactly
dramatically,
as it needed
just
to.
mechanically.
That's my
the way
truth,
you move when your
my
brain has
testimony,
made a
my
decision,
promise,
and your
and
body
I'm living
is
it
following
every
orders
single day,
before your
free
emotions
and
have had a
happy
chance to
and
vote.
so far removed
I grabbed
from
my
who I was
keys
in
in
that
my
hotel
purse,
hallway
and I drove
that
to
she
that
feels
Marriott.
like a stranger
And I
I
want to
once
tell you
knew
that I
who
was
needed help
composed
I'm
the
now
whole way there.
qualified to give.
But the truth
This
is that
victory.
I cried for the
This is
first
healing.
10 minutes
This is
of
what
that drive.
happens when you
And
survive
then
something that tried to
switched off
destroy
inside
you,
me,
and you use
and
it
I
as
went
fuel
very
to
still.
become indestructible.
Not peaceful still.
And I'm grateful
Certain
for all
still.
of it.
Like,
Even
I
the
already
painful
knew what I
parts,
was about to
especially
find,
the painful
and the grief
parts,
of knowing it had
because
arrived
they made me who
before
I
the
am.
proof.
And
The
who
lobby
I am
of
is
the Marriott
enough,
was
more than
bright
enough,
and quiet.
exactly enough.
One of those
And
business
that's
travel
the lesson
hotels
Marcus
where the
never
energy
learned,
at
but
10
I
o'clock
did.
on a
And
Wednesday
that's why
is
I'm
tired
here
and
he's gone.
transactional.
And that's
a
how
man
the
in a
story
suit was
ends,
checking in
with
at the
me
front
still
desk.
standing,
A
still
woman was
loving,
waiting for the
still
elevator
living,
with a
and
rolling
that's everything.
suitcase.
I
Nobody
thought seeing
paid me any
Marcus on his
attention.
deathbed would be the
I took
final
the elevator to
punctuation
the
mark on
second
that
floor
chapter.
and walked
But
down the
closure
hallway.
doesn't work like
And when
that.
I got to room
It keeps unfolding in
214,
unexpected
I
ways.
stood outside that door,
And the latest
and
unfoldment
I
came
made myself
in the
breathe.
form of a box
I
that
could hear the
arrived at my
television.
office 6 months
A low murmur
after
of
his
sound.
death.
Some late night
Alana
show.
had sent it
The
with a
kind
note
of
that
noise
said
people
he
put
left
on when you want to
instructions
feel
for these
less
to be
alone
given to you
or
after
less
he passed.
conspicuous.
I debated
There was
sending
light
them,
under the
but
door.
I think he was right
Someone
that you
was
should
awake
have
in that
them.
room,
and
and they had
inside
no
were those
idea
letters.
I was standing
Decades
18
worth
inches
of
away from them.
unsent letters Marcus
I knocked 2 firm
had
knocks,
written to me
not
over the
frantic,
years.
not timid.
I sat in my
The
office
television
staring at that
kept
box
going.
for 20 minutes
I heard
before I
movement,
could even
the
open it.
unmistakable
And when
sound
I
of people
finally did, I
adjusting,
found them organized by
repositioning,
year,
the shuffle and
meticulously
hush of a
dated,
situation
some typed,
being rearranged
some handwritten,
before a door opens.
all of them addressed to
I
me,
heard a
but
low
never
male
mailed,
voice saying
never
something I
sent.
couldn't make out.
Just written
I
and
heard
stored
another
like
voice
confessions
respond.
he couldn't quite
I
bring
stood
himself
there,
to deliver.
and I waited.
I
And
took
when
the
the door
box home
finally
and
opened,
told James about
I was
it,
looking at
and he asked
Pastor
if I was
Elijah
going to
Drummond.
read them, and I
He
said
was
I
wearing
didn't
a
know.
hotel robe.
Wasn't sure I
His
wanted
hair,
to give Marcus
usually
access to my
perfectly
head again
shaped for
after all
Sunday
these
mornings,
years.
was not
Wasn't
right.
sure what reading his
eyes
version
went
of our
wide when
story
he
would
saw
do
me,
to the piece
and
I'd
for
worked
just a
so
moment,
hard to build.
one very small
but curiosity
and very
won
honest
eventually,
moment.
the way
I
it
saw
always
pure
does.
panic cross
And
his
one
face
night when
before
James
he
was
composed
traveling for
himself
work
into the
and
Pastor
the kids were
Drummond
busy with
I
their
had
own
known
lives,
for 11 years.
I poured myself a
But I
glass
had
of
already
wine,
seen the panic.
sat on my back porch,
I had already
and
clumped the
opened
robe
the
and the
first
hair,
letter dated
and the way
3
he was
months
standing in the
after our
doorway of a
divorce
hotel
was
room at
finalized.
10 o'clock on
It
a
was
Wednesday
angry,
night,
bitter,
and
full of
every
blame
question in
directed
my
at me
mind
for not
collapsed
giving him
into
another
a single
chance,
point of
for not
terrible
understanding
clarity.
that everyone
I looked
makes
past
mistakes,
him into the
for
room.
being too proud
The lamp
to forgive,
on the nightstand
and
was
I
on.
almost stopped reading
the bed
right
covers
there
were
because
pulled back
this was
and
the
rumpled.
Marcus I remembered.
And sitting on the far
the one
edge of
who
the bed,
couldn't take accountability.
wrapped from her shoulders
But I
to
kept
her
going,
knees in the white
moved
bedsheet,
through the years
was a woman
chronologically,
I had known
and
since
watched
the
his
year
tone
I joined
shift as
Greater
time passed
Anointing
and
Ministries.
therapy presumably
A woman
kicked
who had
in,
sat beside
watched
me at
him move
women's
from
ministry
anger to
retreats
bargaining
and
to
eaten
depression
at my
to
kitchen
something
table
resembling
and been in my
acceptance.
wedding.
Watched
A
him
woman whose
document
last
his
name
name
was
unraveling
Webb,
in
because
real
she had
time.
been born into
There was
the
a letter
same
from the
family
year
as my
he lost
husband,
his second marriage,
Tamara,
raw
Marcus's
and broken,
younger sister,
admitting that he
30
cheated
years
again.
old.
That
The
he
woman
couldn't
I had
seem to
called my
stop
sister-in-law
himself,
and
that
my
watching
friend for
another
11
woman
years.
leave him the way
I
I
want
had
to stop
finally
here
made
because
him
I need you to
understand
actually
that he was
sit
the
with what I'm
problem.
describing.
Not all
I
these
drove
women
to
who
that
kept
hotel
walking
expecting
away.
to find my
There was a
husband with
letter
another
from the
woman.
year Alana was
What
born,
I found instead
talking
was
about
my
how
pastor,
terrified he
a
was that
married
he'd
man
mess
with
up this
3
innocent
children
life
and
the way
20
he'd
years of
messed up
spiritual
everything
authority
else,
over my
how he looked
community
at his daughter
in a
and
hotel
saw
room
my
with my
face in his
sister-in-law.
mind.
My husband
Wondered
was
what our
nowhere in
kids
that
would have
room.
looked like if he
And
hadn't
the caller
destroyed
who
that
sent me there
possibility.
knew exactly what
There
I
were
would
letters
find.
from random
The
years
world did not
documenting
spin.
random moments.
It didn't do
Seeing me at
anything
that
dramatic
restaurant with
or
James,
cinematic.
hearing
It
through
just
mutual
rearranged
friends
itself
that I'd
very
gotten
quietly
remarried,
into a shape
finding
I
out
didn't
I'd had
recognize.
kids. Each
Pastor
milestone
Drummond
in my
started
life
talking
apparently
immediately.
triggering some
His
kind of
voice
crisis
was low,
in his.
measured, controlled.
Some reminder of what
he
he'd
said,
lost.
Sister Keisha.
The later
this
letters
is
were
not what
different,
dash.
more
And
contemplative,
I held up one hand,
less about
and
me
something in my
specifically
face
and
made
more
him
about
stop
his own
mid-sentence.
patterns, his own
I looked
demons.
at Tamara.
The work
She
he
had
was
pulled the
finally
sheet higher
doing in
up around
therapy
herself,
to understand
and she
why
was looking
he'd
at a point
sabotaged
somewhere
every
to the
good
left
thing.
of my face,
And I found
unable
myself
or
feeling
unwilling
something
to
I
meet
never
my eyes
expected.
directly.
Gratitude
I had
that
known
he'd
this woman
finally
for over
figured
a
it out,
decade,
even if
and
it was
she
too
couldn't
late.
look at me.
There was a letter
That told
from
me more
5
than
years
the
ago
robe
where
or
he
the
wrote
rumpled
about
bed
seeing my
or
daughter's
any of the
photo
rest
on
of it.
social media.
I said
how beautiful
very
she
calmly,
was,
"Where is
how much
Marcus?"
she looked like me.
Neither of
and
them
he
answered
said,
immediately.
I hope she never meets
Pastor
someone like
Drummond
me.
opened his
I
mouth,
hope you've taught her to
and I cut
recognize
him
red
off
flags
before
and
he
run.
could start.
I hope she has
said,
standards
"Not
you
you."
had to learn the hard
Her.
way.
Tamara
That one made
finally
me cry.
looked at me.
Not sad
Her eyes
tears,
were wet,
but something
but
more
she hadn't
complicated.
cried yet.
Acknowledgement
She said
that
she didn't
even
know.
broken people
I
can
told
want
her that
better
was
for the next
interesting,
generation.
given that my
can
husband had
recognize
told
their
me he
own
was at a church
toxicity
meeting
and
tonight,
hope it doesn't
and I had a
spread.
feeling the two
And I
things were
appreciated
connected.
that glimpse of
She
awareness,
looked away again.
even if it came decades
So I
late.
called Marcus.
The final letter
Right
was
there
dated
in
a
the
month
doorway,
before he
phone
died,
on speaker,
written in
loud
shaky
enough
handwriting that
everyone
showed his
in that
declining
hallway
health.
and everyone
it
in
said,
that room
"I'm not
could hear
asking for
every
forgiveness.
word."
I know
He
I
picked
don't
up
deserve
on the
it.
second ring.
I just wanted you
His
to know
voice
that
was
you were right
normal,
about
relaxed.
everything.
The voice
That
of a
leaving me
man
with
who
the
had no
smartest
idea
thing you
the
ever
floor
did,
was about to
that I hope
disappear
these
from
letters
under
help
him.
you understand
He
it was
said he
never
was
about
wrapping
you.
up at the church.
He wrote, "You were
asked if I
perfect.
was okay,
You loved me
and
completely,
asked if I needed
and
anything.
I destroyed it because I was
said,
broken in
"Which
ways
church,
I didn't
Marcus?"
understand and
He paused
refused
for
to
just a
acknowledge.
beat.
And
Not
you deserved
long,
so
but I
much
heard
better
it.
than what I
He
gave
said,
you.
"Greater
I'm
anointing,
glad you found
same
it
as
with someone
always."
worthy."
I said,
I sat
"So
there with
you're
that
there right
final
now."
letter for a long
He said,
time.
"Yes."
Watching
I
the
said,
sunset over
"Then I
my
need you
backyard,
to explain to me why
thinking
I'm
about the
standing
man
outside
who wrote
room
these
214
words,
at the
the
Mary
journey
Peach
he'd
Tree,
taken from
looking
anger
at your
to
pastor
acceptance.
and your sister.
The fact that
The
he
silence
carried me
that
with him in
followed
some
that
way for
sentence was
25
one of the
years,
longest
even though
I
I
have
moved
ever
on completely.
experienced.
James
It was the
came home
silence
the
of
next
someone
day
whose
and
entire
found me on the
architecture of
couch
deception
surrounded by
just
letters,
cracked at
and I
every
told
joint
him I'd read them
simultaneously.
all.
It was
every
the silence
single
of a
one.
man running
and he
through
asked how
every
I felt,
possible
and I said,
response,
sad for
finding
him
none
mostly.
worked.
Grateful
And then
it
he
wasn't
said
me.
it.
He said that
said,
Marcus
"Keisha,
had
I can
spent
explain."
decades writing letters
Not,
to a ghost.
"What are you talking
to
about?"
a version of me that
Not,
had moved
"That's
on
impossible."
and built a life he
Not,
wasn't part
"You
of.
must be mistaken."
Grateful that my life
He said,
was
"I can
real
explain,"
and full,
which
while
meant
his
he had something
apparently
to
been
explain,
stuck in this
which
loop
meant
of
he
regret
already knew
and
what I was looking at,
self-destruction.
which
I
meant that
thought about
whatever was
burning the
happening
letters,
in that
some
hotel room
dramatic
was not
gesture
new
of letting
information
go,
to my husband.
but that felt
I
performative
told him
and
to come.
unnecessary.
I told
So
him
I
to
just
come
put
right
them
now.
back in the box,
And I hung
put
up.
the box in the attic,
15 minutes
and
later,
moved on with my
he
day
walked
because
off that
Marcus's
elevator
words
and
couldn't
down
touch
that
me
hallway,
anymore.
and I watched
Couldn't
his
change my
face
story.
the whole way.
Couldn't rewrite what
He didn't
actually
look shocked.
happened.
He didn't
Zara
look
found out
confused.
about the letters somehow.
He looked like a man
Probably
walking
Alana
towards something
mentioned
he had
them,
known was
and
coming.
she asked if she
and
could
there was
read them
something
someday,
almost like
and I
relief in his
said maybe when
expression
she's
that made
older.
me angrier than
When she can
anything else I
understand the
had seen
complexity
or
of
heard
human
that
nature
entire night.
without it damaging
because
her view
relief
of
meant
love
he was
and
tired of
relationships.
carrying something.
I told
and
her
the fact
your
that
father
he had been
and I
carrying
have
it without
something
telling
real
me
and
meant
healthy.
he had chosen
What
to
I had
carry
with
it
Marcus
alone
was
rather
a
than
cautionary
trust me
tale,
with the truth.
and I don't want
We
you
did not
reading
have a
those letters
screaming
and
match in
thinking
that
that's
hallway.
what love looks like.
All four of us
And
ended
she
up in that
understood,
room because I
said
wasn't
she'd
about to
trust
have this
my
conversation
judgment when
where
the time was
anyone
right.
walking past
The
could hear
letters
it.
confirmed
And
what
I
I
think
already
everyone
knew,
involved
but it was
understood
validating
that.
to see it written in
Pastor
his own
Drummond
hand.
sat in the
that
chair
the
by the
cheating had
window.
nothing to do with
Tamara
me.
put on the
that I
second
could have
hotel
been
robe
anyone,
and
he
sat back
still
down
would have
on the edge of the
sabotaged
bed.
it. That
Marcus
his demons
stood
were
near
his
the
alone
door,
to wrestle with.
and I stood in the middle
I
of
went
that
back
room,
to the shelter the
looked at
next
each
week
of them
and told some of the
said,
women about the
very
letters,
quietly,
about
"Someone
Marcus's
needs to start
deathbed
talking."
confessions,
What
and
came
they
out
had
over the
so
next
many
2
questions.
hours in that
Wanted to
hotel
know if
room
it
with the
gave me
television
closure, if
still
it changed
murmuring in
how
the
I felt,
background, and
if
the
I
city
regretted
moving
anything.
around outside
I
the
told them
window,
it didn't change
completely
anything
indifferent
because
to
I'd
what was
already
happening
done my
inside.
healing,
Was one
already
of the most
understood
painful
intellectually
and
what the
most
letters
clarifying
confirmed emotionally.
conversations of my
And
life.
the only thing I regretted
Marcus
was not
had been at
leaving
the church
sooner,
approximately
not
4
trusting
months
myself
earlier
faster,
for a Thursday evening
not recognizing
leadership
the red
meeting.
flags. I
The
spent
meeting ended
years
earlier than
explaining away.
expected.
One
and
woman
he had gone
asked
back
if
to
I
the
thought
main
Marcus
building to
had
retrieve
really
his
changed,
jacket from the
if his
room where they'd
growth
been
was
meeting.
genuine or
He had
just
walked
the result
past
of
Pastor
facing
Drummond's
mortality.
office,
And
which
I
should have
said,
been
I
empty
think
at that
he did the
hour,
work eventually,
and the door
but it
had
was
been
too late.
slightly open.
He'd already burned
he heard
too many
voices.
bridges.
He heard
hurt too
sounds
many
that
people,
stopped him in the hallway.
wasted too much
He
time.
stood outside that
I
door
said,
for long
that's
enough
the thing
to
about doing
understand
the work
exactly
late.
what
You
was
gain
happening
awareness,
inside it,
but you
and
can
then he
undo the
walked
damage.
away.
You
He did not
understand
tell
why
me.
you were the way you were,
He did not
but
tell Sister
everyone you
Renee.
hurt has
He
already
did not
moved
go
on,
to the church
and
elders,
you're left with
the
nothing
deacon
but
board,
regrets
or
and
any
what
of the
ifs.
accountability
That seemed to
structures that
resonate with
exist
them.
within a
This
church
idea
for
that
exactly
timing
this
matters,
kind of situation.
that you can't just wake up
He went
one day
home,
after
lay
decades
down
of
beside
bad
me in our
behavior
bed,
and expect
and started
everything
thinking
to be
about
fixed.
what that information
that
was
some things
worth.
once broken
I want to
can't
be
repaired
precise about
no
what I'm
matter how
telling
much
you because
therapy you
I
do.
think the details
James
matter.
and I talked about
Marcus
the letters
did not
more
go
over
to
the next
Pastor
few weeks,
Drummond out of anger
processing
or
what it meant that
protectiveness
Marcus had
or
carried
any
this
impulse
torch
I
for
could
so
respect,
long while I'd completely
even while I was
moved
hurt
on.
by it.
And James
He went to
said,
him
it's almost
deliberately,
sad how uneven it
strategically,
was.
with a
You
list
living your
of
life
things he
and
wanted.
him stuck in the past.
He wanted the church board
I agree,
position
but
he'd
also
been
said
passed
that's
over
what
for
happens
twice.
when you don't do the
He
work.
wanted the
When
pastoral
you don't heal
mentorship
properly,
he'd been requesting
you get
for
stuck in
years
loops
and kept
replaying
being
the
told
same
to wait
patterns.
for.
And
He
I'm
wanted to
grateful I
preach,
broke that
which
cycle when I
Marcus
did.
had wanted since
We
he
were
was
lying
young,
in bed one
but
night
had
and
never
James
been
said,
given
do
a
you think
real
you would have ended up
platform.
with me if
And
Marcus
he wanted the
hadn't
kind of
cheated?
access
And I
and
thought about
standing
it
in that
and
community
said, eventually
that he felt
yes,
he deserved,
because even
but
if
had
he
never
hadn't
been
cheated,
able
he
to
was the
earn
wrong
through
person.
ordinary means.
I would have figured
He
that
laid
out somehow.
all of that out for Pastor
Maybe it would have
Drummond
taken
in a
longer,
private
but
meeting
I
the
would have
week
gotten
after
there.
he walked past
He said,
that office
I'm
door.
grateful for however
And
it
Pastor
happened.
Drummond,
Grateful you
a
were
man
free
who
when
had
I
built
met
his
you.
entire
Grateful
identity
every
on
day that
spiritual
Marcus
authority
was too
and
stupid
moral
to
leadership,
appreciate what he had.
sat across
and
from
I
one of his
kissed him
congregants
and said,
and
his loss
agreed.
was your gain.
Because he didn't
And
have a
I'm
choice,
the real winner
or at
because
least
I
that's
got
how
you.
Marcus had framed
Alana
it for him.
called around the one-year
And
anniversary
because
of Marcus's
powerful men
death
who have been
and
doing
asked how I
wrong
was
things
doing.
in secret
If the
are
letters
often
had
more
helped
afraid
or
of being
hurt.
exposed
And I
than they
told
are
her they'd
committed to
done
doing
neither
right.
really.
So
Just
for 4
confirmed
months,
what I already
the
knew.
arrangement held.
Gave me a window window into her
Marcus got his
father's
board
mind,
seat.
but didn't
He got
change
his
my
mentorship
story.
meetings.
She
He
said
got to
she'd
preach
been
on
reading
2
them
Sunday
too,
evenings.
that Marcus
He
had
got the
left
standing
copies
and
for
the
her,
access
and
and the
it was
deference
helping
he'd
her
been
understand
wanting,
him better,
and he paid for it
helping
with
her
his silence
process her
about what he
complicated
knew.
grief about
And
a
what he
father
knew
who
was that the
loved
man
her,
delivering
but couldn't
sermons
quite
about
show up for her
covenant
the way
and
she
sacred
needed.
ground on
I
Sunday
told her
mornings
you can love
was
someone
spending
and
Wednesday
still
nights
acknowledge
in
they
hotel
failed
rooms
you.
with his younger
You can
sister.
grieve them and
When
still
Marcus
be angry
told
at
me
them.
this, when
Healing
all of
isn't
it came
linear,
out,
and it
I went
doesn't
very
require you to
quiet for a
forgive
long
everything.
time.
And
Not
she
because I
thanked
was
me
at a
for
loss
giving
for
her
words,
permission to
but
feel
because I was
multiple
trying
things
to
at
find
once.
words that were
She's
accurate
doing well
rather
now,
than just
engaged
reactive.
to someone who treats
I
her
looked
right,
at my husband,
and she told
this
me,
man I had
think about
married
your
in that
story when I'm with
sanctuary,
him, about
this
how you
man
need
whose
to leave,
grief I had found
about how you
moving
rebuilt,
and whose
and it helps
thoughtfulness
me
I had
recognize
found
green
beautiful.
flags because
And I
grew
tried
up
to
seeing
locate something
so
I
many red
recognized
ones.
some version of the
That made
person
me
I had
so
built
happy,
11 years
knowing
of my
that my
life
story
around.
was helping her
I
build
asked
something
him
better.
one question.
That Marcus's
I
daughter
asked
was
him if,
breaking the
at
cycle.
any point in
that
those
maybe
4
something
months,
good could
knowing
come
what
from
he knew
all
about
that
his
pain
own
after
sister
all.
and his
pastor.
I'm 60 now.
He had considered
been writing
telling
this story
me,
for what feels
not the
like
elders,
forever.
not Sister
and
Renee,
I realize it's not
any
really a story
institutional
about
body.
Marcus at all.
Just me,
It's a story
his
about
wife.
me, about
Had it
becoming
occurred to
someone
him
who
even
couldn't
once
be
to come
destroyed
home
by
and
betrayal.
tell me the truth?
About building
He was
a life
quiet
so
for a
good
moment.
that the past
Then he
becomes
said
irrelevant.
he hadn't wanted to put that on
Marcus
me.
is gone.
I have
His
thought about
letters
that
are in
answer
my
many
attic.
times since
His
that
daughter
night.
is thriving.
I have turned
and
it over
I'm here
from
with
every
James
angle.
planning our 30th
And every time I
anniversary
come
trip,
back to the same
watching our
conclusion,
grandkids grow
which is
up,
that it was not an
mentoring
act
the
of
next
protection.
generation of women
It was an
who
act
need to
of
hear
exclusion.
that survival is possible.
He had decided
Zara has a daughter
unilaterally
now
that I didn't
my
get to
first
know.
grandchild,
Not because the
named her
knowledge
Maya,
would have hurt me,
and
though it
watching
would
her
have,
hold that baby
but
made me
because
so
sharing it would have
emotional,
required
because
him to
this is the
share what he
legacy
was
that
doing with
matters.
it as well.
3 generations
And he wasn't
of
ready to
women
give
who
that
know
up.
their worth.
I left
who won't
that hotel
settle,
room
who
at
will
close
choose
to
themselves
midnight.
when they need to.
I drove home
I
alone.
told Zara Maya
Marcus
will
stayed
never
in his
know
own
Marcus.
car.
She'll never
I don't know where
that
he
part
went
of
for the
your
next few
history.
hours,
She'll
and I
just
didn't
grow
ask.
up knowing she comes
I
from
sat
a
in our
line
house
of strong
in the
women
kitchen
who don't
at the
tolerate
table where we'd eaten
disrespect.
1,000 meals
and Zara
together.
said, exactly.
And I stayed
That's
there
the
until the
point.
sun started
We don't
coming
pass
out.
down the trauma.
I didn't cry
we
that
pass
night.
down the strength.
I had already done
Miles
my
is
crying
getting
in the
married
car on the
next
way to the
spring to a
Marriott.
wonderful woman
What I
who
did that
reminds
night
me
was
of myself
grief,
at that
which
age,
is different from
full
crying.
of hope and
Grief
standards
is
and no
slower and
willingness to
quieter,
compromise
and it
either.
takes up more
And
space.
I'm so proud
The
of the
days
man
that
he's
followed
become.
were some of the most
so
surreal
grateful
of
he
my
learned
life.
what love looks
Marcus
like by
came
watching
home the
James
next
and me.
morning,
My
and we
career
began
is
the
winding
process
down,
of talking
thinking
through what
about
had
full
happened,
retirement
or
in a few
trying to.
years. And
But
when
talking
people
through it
ask what
required
I'm
both
most proud of,
people
I
to
don't
be
talk
fully
about the
present
promotions
and
or the
honest.
accomplishments.
Marcus kept
I talk
hedging,
about leaving
kept
Marcus,
qualifying,
about
kept
choosing
offering
myself,
explanations
about
that were
building
really
something
just
real from the
reframings
rubble.
of the same
That's my
central
greatest
truth.
achievement.
He had chosen
not my
leverage
professional
over
success
integrity,
or my beautiful
and he
family,
had done it while
though
sleeping
those are
beside
wonderful.
me every night
But the
and
simple
sitting
act of
beside me
walking
in
away
church
when
every
staying
Sunday
would have been easier.
Every
of
time I
trusting
thought we were
myself
getting
when
somewhere,
everyone had
I'd hit
opinions.
another wall of
Of
deflection.
rebuilding when it
Not
would have been
lying
simpler
exactly,
to stay broken.
but not the whole truth
The letters
either.
are still in the
Just
attic.
enough truth
Haven't
to
looked
seem
at them since
cooperative
that
without
first
being
reading,
fully
and
accountable.
I probably never
About a
will
week
again.
after that night,
They served their
I asked
purpose,
him to stay
confirmed
somewhere else
what
for a
needed
while.
confirming,
Not
and now they're
permanently,
just
or at
paper
least
in a
that's
box
what I told
gathering
myself
dust
at the
while I'm
time.
down here living.
I said I needed
living
space
fully,
to think,
loving
and he
deeply,
needed space to
laughing
figure out
often,
who he actually
choosing
was.
joy every
Because
single
the man
day,
I had
and that's
married
the
and the
ultimate
man who had
revenge.
spent 4
Though
months
I'm not trying to
running
get
a covert
revenge
leverage
anymore.
arrangement
I'm
against
just
his
trying to
own
live
pastor
well,
were not
and it
people I
turns
could
out living
reconcile
well
into
is
the
its own
same human
reward.
being.
I think
Until I
about
could
that woman
understand
standing
which one was
outside
real,
room
I
804
didn't know how to be in the
sometimes.
same house with him.
26 years ago
He went
now,
to stay with a friend from
heart-pounding,
work.
world about
And
to
I sat with the
implode,
silence
and
of
I
that
want to tell
house
her
and
you're
let
about
it
to
tell
have the
me
worst
things
day
I'd
of your
been too
life,
busy to
and
hear.
it's going to save
Meanwhile,
you.
the
It's going to
situation
crack
at
you
the
open
church
so
was
the light
moving
can
on
get
its
in.
own timeline.
It's going to destroy you.
I had not
and
said a word
remake
to
you into
anyone
someone
outside of that
incredible.
hotel room.
I want to tell her,
I had not
trust
called
yourself,
Sister Renee,
choose
had not
yourself,
spoken to
don't
any
look
of the other
back,
women
and
in my ministry
26
circle,
years you'll be
had
exactly
not
where you're
breathed a word
supposed
to
to
my
be.
mother,
Happy
my
beyond
cousin
measure,
Danielle,
grateful
or
for
anyone else
everything,
who might have
including
helped
this
me
moment
carry
that
what I was
feels like
holding.
it might kill you.
Part of that was
But
because
can't
I
go
didn't
back.
know what to
None
say.
of us can.
Part of it
All
was
we can
because
do is
I was
keep
still
moving
figuring
forward,
out what I believed.
keep choosing ourselves,
And part of it
keep
was
building
a small,
lives we're proud
stubborn
of,
corner of
and
me
hope
that was
our
still
stories
hoping there
help
was some
someone
version
else
of the
find
story
courage
that
to do
didn't
the same.
require everyone's
That's what the
world to
story
be
has
destroyed.
always been about.
That hope lasted
Not
about
Marcus's
2 weeks.
betrayal, but my
Then
survival.
Tamara made
Not
her
what
own
he did to
decision.
me, but what I did
She
for
went to
myself
Sister
after.
Renee on a Sunday
Not
afternoon.
the breaking, but the
When
rebuilding.
her home,
and
not the
that's
church,
story I'm
not
still
a
living
neutral
every
location,
day.
her home.
Marcus wrote
Renee
letters
told me
for
later
25
that Tamara
years
had
trying to
called
make
ahead
sense of what
and
he'd
asked
lost,
if she could come
trying
by,
to apologize
and
for
Renee
what
had
he'd
said,
done,
of
trying to
course,
find peace with his
assuming
choices,
it was about a ministry
and all
matter
of that energy
or
could
maybe
have gone
something
into being
personal
better,
she needed
doing
counsel
better,
on.
choosing better.
She opened her
But
door
that was
and
his
let in
journey,
the woman who had
not
been
mine.
sleeping with her
Mine
husband
was about
for
letting
over
go
a year.
completely.
They
about
sat down in
moving
Renee's
forward without
living
looking
room,
back,
and Tamara
about building
told her
something
everything.
so good that the
Renee
past
said
becomes
she didn't
nothing
cry.
more than a distant
I
memory
believe
of
that
who I used
completely
to be
because
before
I know
found
Renee,
myself.
and she is is the
and
kind
I
of
did
woman
find
who
myself,
cries in
found
private
strength
and
I didn't know I
composes
had,
herself for the
found
world.
standards I'd
She
been
said
taught
she
to
sat
compromise,
and listened,
found a voice
and when
I'd been
Tamara
taught
was
to
finished,
quiet,
she
found
asked
everything
one
I needed
question.
to not just
She asked
survive
how
but
long.
thrive.
Tamara
I'm
said
60 years
14
old.
months.
Marcus
Renee
has been
thanked her
dead
for
for over a
coming,
year.
stood up,
His letters
walked
are
her to the
collecting
door,
dust,
and closed it.
I'm planning trips
Then she
with my
called her
husband,
oldest sister in
spoiling
Savannah
my
and talked
grandkids,
for 4 hours.
mentoring young women.
I only know
living
all
a
of
life
this
that
because
proves
Renee
every
told me
single
herself
day that
weeks
leaving
later
was the right
when
choice.
we had finally started
That's
the
the end of
slow
the story,
and
the
complicated
real end.
process of being
Not because
honest
there's
with each
nothing
other
left to
about
say, but
everything we
because
both
I've said
been navigating.
everything that matters.
But I'm getting
Because
ahead of
Marcus
myself.
is finally
Pastor
and
Drummond's
completely
resignation
irrelevant.
came 22
Because
days
my life
after that
is
Wednesday
full
night.
and his is over,
The
and those
announcement to
two
the
facts are
congregation was
completely
delivered on a
unrelated now.
Sunday morning by
I
the
won,
chairman of
not
the deacon
because he
board,
died, but
Elder
because
Thorne,
I lived,
who had been
really
a greater
lived,
anointing
fully
almost
and
as long
completely
as
and
the
without
church had
reservation.
existed.
and
He
that's
read
the
from a
only
prepared
victory
statement.
that ever mattered.
The language was
This is my
careful
story,
and vague,
my truth,
about
my
Pastor
life,
Drummond
and
stepping
I'm
back
sharing
for
it
a
one last
period
time
of
so
personal
someone out there
reflection
knows
and
that
renewal,
survival is possible,
and about the
that
leadership
happiness
team
is
being
real,
committed to
that leaving
continuity
is
and
sometimes the
stability.
bravest
The
and
kind
best
of
thing you'll
language
ever
that
do.
is designed to be
Walk
technically
away,
true
choose
while
yourself,
being practically
trust the
empty.
process,
But
and
in
I
a community
promise
like
you'll end up
ours,
somewhere beautiful,
in a church where
somewhere
people
you
had
can't
known
even
each other
imagine
for
right now when
decades,
you're in the thick
had
of
watched
it,
their children
somewhere
grow
that
up
makes
together,
every painful
and had
moment
sat
worth
beside
it.
each other in
That's
the
my
worst
promise,
moments of their
my
lives.
testimony,
That
my
kind
truth,
of language
and I'm
doesn't
living
hold for
proof
long.
every single day that it's
Information moves
possible
through
to
those
not just
networks
survive
faster than
betrayal,
any
but to
announcement
use it
can
as the
catch up to it.
foundation for something
By the following
extraordinary.
Sunday, the
Marcus is
details were
gone.
circulating
I'm
through
still
the
here,
congregation
and
in
that's
whispers,
exactly how this story
carefully
was
worded
always
text
meant to
messages,
end.
and
I thought
private
Marcus's
conversations
death
in
and
the
those
parking
letters
lot.
would be the
Not
absolute
everyone
final
knew
word.
everything.
Thought there was
But
nothing left
everyone
to
knew
uncover
something.
or process
And the thing
or
about
understand.
a community built on
But
moral
life keeps
authority
teaching
is
me
that when the
closure
person
is
holding that
never as
authority
simple as
is
we want it to
revealed
be.
to have been living a double
And the
life.
latest lesson
The
came
shock
just
waves
last month in a
travel
way
deep and
that
far.
completely blindsided
I watched
me.
it happen from a
I was at a
complicated
women's
position.
leadership conference
I
in
was
Miami,
both inside the
giving a
situation
keynote about
and peripheral
resilience
to it.
and reinvention.
I knew more than
When
most
a
of the
woman approached
congregation,
me during the
but
networking
I was
session
not the central
and said,
figure in the
"You don't
story,
know me,
as
but I
Renee
need to
or
talk to you
Tamara
about
was.
Marcus Thompson."
I was a wife whose
And I
husband
felt
had
my
done something
stomach
wrong in
drop because I
response to
thought I
someone
was done
else's
with this,
wrongdoing,
done with
and the
people from
concentric
that
circles of
chapter
that
emerging from
wrongdoing
nowhere.
kept expanding outward
She was maybe
until
50,
I felt like I couldn't
well-dressed,
find their edge.
confident.
I went
and
back
she
to
said,
greater
"My
anointing
name is
one more
Diane.
time after
I was
everything
married to
came out.
Marcus between his
I sat in the
wife
third row,
and Alana's
which was
mother,
my row,
and
the place
I've been
I had
following
sat
your
almost
career
every
for years,
Sunday for
trying to
11
work
years.
up the courage to
The
reach
interim
out.
minister was a
And I
visiting
realized
pastor from a
Marcus
church
had
in
a
Decatur,
whole other wife
an
I'd
older
never known
man
about,
who preached
another
careful,
woman caught in his
measured
pattern.
sermon about
We found a quiet
steadfastness
corner,
in times of
and
uncertainty.
she told me her story.
It was a fine
Married
sermon.
him 3
It was
years
not
after
the
our
sermon that
divorce.
place needed,
Left him
but
2
it was
years
the
later
sermon a
when
man
she
could
caught
give
him
when he
cheating.
didn't know the full
And
weight
she
of what had
said,
happened
"I've
in that
read
room."
interviews where
I
you've
sat
talked
there
about your
and
divorce,
felt the absence
and I
of
need you
everything
to
that
know
had
you
made
weren't
that
alone."
sanctuary feel like
He did the
mine.
same thing to me.
The choir that
Probably
Sister
worse
Carolyn,
because he
Marcus's
learned how to
mother,
hide it better.
had sung in for 20
I felt
years.
this strange kinship
The
with her.
particular way the
This
light
woman
came
I'd
through the
never
side
met who
windows in the
loved
morning, the
same
sense
broken
of
man,
continuity and
who discovered
rootedness
the same
that I had
betrayal,
carried into
who'd
every
made the
corner
same
of my
choice
adult
to
life.
leave. And I
stayed
asked her
through
why
the whole
she was
service.
telling me this now
I
after
hugged
all
a
these
few
years.
people who approached me.
She said,
people
"Because
who
I
didn't
saw
know
your
the full
keynote
story
topic,
and
I
were
knew
glad
you'd
to see a
understand.
familiar face.
I've spent 20
I
years
did not
building
break
a
down.
life after him.
I did not make
Successful
anything
career,
harder for anyone.
happy remarriage,
And when the last
everything
song
you talked
finished,
about,
I
but
picked
I
up my
still
purse,
carry shame
walked
about how
back
long
down
I
that
stayed,
aisle for the last
about the red
time,
flags I
and
ignored,
went home.
about
The divorce
believing
was
his
filed
lies.
4 months
I
after
took
that
her
Wednesday
hand
night.
and said, "We all
Marcus
stayed
and
too
I had
long.
attempted
We
a
all
few
ignored
sessions
red
with a
flags.
marriage counselor
We all
during that
believed
period.
lies because
a
we
woman
wanted
named
to believe
Dr.
in the
Anita
man we
Pearson,
thought we
whose
married.
office was
And
off
there's no
Memorial
shame in
Drive,
that.
and
The
who had a
shame
gift
is his
for
for being
asking
that
the
man.
exact question
And
that
she
neither
started
person
crying
in
right
the
there
room
in the
wanted to
conference
answer.
center.
I think
We talked
under
for an
different
hour,
circumstances,
and she told me things
she
about
might have
Marcus
helped us.
I'd never known.
But circumstances
Patterns
were
I'd
what they were.
recognized, but she'd
Every
seen
session
evolved,
kept returning
lies
to
that
the
got
same
more
question:
sophisticated,
whether Marcus was
manipulation that
capable
got
of the
more
kind of
subtle.
radical
And
honesty
I
that
realized he'd
rebuilding
spent
would
his
have
entire
required.
adult life
Not
perfecting
honesty
the art
about
of
what had
betrayal.
happened.
He
could
said,
do that
"I
when
tried to
pressed.
find you years ago,
But honesty
wanted
about
to
who
warn
he
you
was
that he
and
was
why
still
he had
talking
made
about
the
you,
choices he made.
still using your
That deeper
relationship
kind of
as
honesty,
the gold standard
the kind
he
that
measured
requires you to
everything
look at
against.
yourself without
But
flinching,
I couldn't track
kept
you down,
eluding
and
him.
eventually
He would
I
get
decided
close
it wasn't
and
my
then
place.
retreat.
I
Would touch
told
the
her about
truth
the
and then
letters,
pull back
about
into
the deathbed
explanation.
visit, about
I don't say
Alana,
that with contempt.
and she said he
I
has
say
another
it with
daughter
a sadness
too,
that I
from
still
a
carry,
relationship between
because I
me
think
and
Marcus
Alana's
is
mother.
genuinely not a
He
bad
was
man.
terrible to her too.
I think he is a man
abandoned
who
her,
wanted things
basically.
he hadn't earned.
She
found
wants
a
nothing to
shortcut
do with his
and
memory.
told himself enough
and I
stories
realized
to justify
Marcus
it.
had left
That
a trail
is
of
a very
destruction
human
wider
failure.
than I'd ever
It is
imagined.
not a failure failure I can
We
build a life
exchanged
on,
numbers and
but it is
promised
a
to stay in
human one.
touch.
The
And
difference
when I got back
matters
to my
me,
hotel
even
room, I
now.
called James
We
and
divided
told
the
him
house,
everything,
the
and he
accounts,
said,
and the
"Baby,
accumulated material
how many
of
more
11
versions of
years
this
with a
story are going
thoroughness
to
that
emerge?"
felt almost
And I said,
clinical.
"I don't know,
Our
but
lawyers
I'm done
handled
letting
most
them
of it.
affect me."
We were in
But
the
they did
same
affect
room
me,
only twice
not in
during
the
the
crushing
divorce
way they would have
process,
20 years
and
ago,
both times we
but
were
in this
largely
low-grade
quiet,
way that made me
communicating
question
through
if I'd
paperwork
ever
and
really
the
known
occasional
Marcus
brief,
at all,
direct
if
exchange.
anyone had.
He looked
Or
tired.
if he was just a
I
collection of
imagine I did
masks.
too.
He showed different
we had
people
both been
at different
carrying
times.
something heavy for a
I
long
couldn't
time.
stop thinking about
just different
Diane,
things,
about
and
this
the
other
weight of it
woman
had
who'd
settled
lived
into
a
both of
parallel
our
version
faces.
of my story.
The last
And
thing
I
he
wondered
said to
how
me
many
directly
more there were.
on the day we
How
signed
many
the final
women
papers
Marcus had
was
cycled
that
through.
he was sorry.
How many
Not
hearts
for
he'd
getting
broken
caught.
while
He'd
writing
already
letters
said that
to me
version.
about his regrets.
This was a different
I reached
story.
out to Alana
Quieter
and asked
and
if
more
she knew about
specific.
Diane, and she
He said he was
yes,
sorry for
that
letting
she'd
his
found
ambition
evidence of
turn him into
multiple
someone
marriages
he didn't
and
want to be.
relationships her
That
father
the wanting had
hidden
gotten
from
ahead of his
everyone.
judgment,
That
and he
untangling
had
his
made
web of
choices
lies
that
had
cost
become
him
a
the thing that
full-time
mattered
job after
most.
his death.
I looked at
She
him
said,
for a moment,
I'm starting
then
to think
said,
I didn't know him
I
at
hope
all.
you figure out
that
who you
none
want
of
to
you
be.
us did.
And I
that
meant
he was
it.
so busy
Not
performing
generously,
different
not
versions
warmly,
of himself
but
for
honestly.
different people that
Because
there was
the
no
alternative,
real person
hoping
underneath.
he stayed broken,
And I
would
told
have
her that
required me
might be
to keep
closer to
carrying
the
something
truth
that
than
wasn't
any
mine
of
to
us
hold.
wanted to admit.
Tamara
We
and I
talked
did
about
not have
doing
a
something
formal
together,
conversation
the
about
three
any
of
of
us,
it.
me
We
and
were not
Diane
in contact
and Alana.
after that night.
Maybe writing a
The
book
connection
or
between
starting
us,
a podcast
which had
about
been real
narcissistic
and warm
patterns in
and had its
relationships,
own history separate
about
from
how
my
to
marriage,
recognize and
closed
escape
like
them.
a door that
but
locks
I
from
wasn't
the
sure I
inside.
wanted to build a
I have
platform
thought about her
around
more than I
Marcus,
expected
even
to.
if it could help people.
Not with anger.
James
though
thought
the
it was a
anger
good
there
idea,
for a
though.
while,
Said, you've been
but with a
helping women
kind of
one-on-one for
mournful
decades.
curiosity.
Maybe it's
I
time to
wonder
scale
what she
that
told
impact.
herself during those
Use your
14
story
months.
to reach thousands
I wonder
instead of
how
dozens.
she sat across
and
from
I
me at
told
my
him I'd
kitchen
think
table,
about it.
talked
That
about
I
her
needed
life
time to
and
process
asked about
whether I
mine,
wanted to go public
and
with
maintain
everything.
the surface of our
Zara was
friendship
against
while
it,
holding
said,
something
Mom,
underneath
you've
it that would
moved
have
on.
broken everything.
Why drag yourself back
I wonder
into that
if she felt
publicly?
relief when it was
Why
over,
give him more of
the
your
way
energy?
Marcus did.
And she had
I
a
wonder
point.
if she feels
I had
the loss
moved
of what
on.
we were the way
My
I
life
do.
was good.
I will
Did I
probably
really
never
want to
know the
become known
answers
as
to
the
any
woman
of those
who'd been
questions,
cheated on by
and
a
I've
serial
made a kind
cheater?
of peace with that
But
uncertainty.
Miles said, if it
Sister
helps
Renee
people, then
and I
maybe
did
it's worth
eventually
it.
talk.
Maybe that's
About
how you take
3
something
months after
terrible
Pastor
and make
Drummond's
it meaningful.
resignation,
And I
she reached out to
appreciated
me
his
and asked
perspective.
if we could meet.
The idea that
We went to a
sharing could be
restaurant in
service
Buckhead,
rather than dwelling.
neutral ground.
I met with
somewhere
Diane again
neither
a
of us
few
had
weeks
been with
later,
our husbands.
this time
and
intentionally.
we sat for 3
just
hours
the two of
over
us at a
food
coffee
we
shop
barely
in
touched.
Atlanta. And
Talking
we
with
compared
Uranus,
notes
I
more
hadn't
thoroughly,
expected and
timelines
haven't
and
forgotten.
patterns, and all
She
the ways
told me
Marcus
things she
had
hadn't
used
told
the same
anyone
playbook
else.
on both of us.
I told her things
She
I'd
said,
been holding
he told me the
alone.
same things
We
he
cried,
probably told
both of
you,
us,
that
which I
his
think
ex-wife
surprised
didn't
us both.
understand him.
We
that
were
you
not
were
the
too
type,
rigid,
either of us,
too unforgiving,
to cry in public.
That if you'd just
But
given
something
him
about
another
being in the
chance,
presence of
everything
someone
would have
who
been
understood
different.
the specific
And I
quality of
laughed
what we'd
because
both
of course
been
he
through
had.
made the usual
Of
containment
course, he
feel
made me the
unnecessary.
villain in his story.
Renee is a
I
remarkable
told her about
woman.
finding him in that
I want to
hotel
say that
room,
clearly.
and she told me about
She had been
finding
married
texts
to
on
a
his
man
phone,
for 23
and we
years,
realized we'd
had
both
raised
had that
3
same
children with
moment
him,
of clarity,
had built an
that
entire
same instant
identity
where
as a
everything
pastor's
clicked
wife in a
and we knew we
community
had
where
to
that
lead.
identity came with
And that shared
significant
experience
expectations
felt
and
sacred
significant
somehow.
visibility.
We decided to write
and
the
had
book
all
together,
of it dismantled
not
in
as
a
a tell-all
Sunday
about
afternoon
Marcus,
conversation
but
with
as
her
a guide
husband's
for
affair
women
partner.
recognizing
The grace
narcissistic
she brought to
patterns,
that dismantling
with our
was
stories
not
as
passive
case
or
studies
resigned.
showing how the same
It was
tactics
active and
get
hard
used on
one,
different victims,
and it cost her
how to
something
spot
I don't
them,
think she'll
how to
ever fully
escape.
get back.
Alana
But
wanted
she
to
carried
contribute
herself
too,
with a dignity
wanted
that
to
I
write
found
about what it's
genuinely
like to be the daughter of a
inspiring,
narcissist,
not in a performance
to
way,
love someone who's
but in the quiet
fundamentally
way of someone who
incapable
has
of healthy
decided who they're
attachment.
going to be on the
And
other
the
side
three
of
of us
something
started
terrible
meeting
and
monthly
is
to
doing
work
the
on
daily
it.
work of becoming
James
that
was supportive
person.
but worried.
She
He
filed
said,
for
"Are you
divorce
sure you
about
want to
2
do
months
this?
after I
Are you
did.
sure it won't
Their
pull you back
settlement
into
was
darkness?
significantly
You've worked
more
hard to
complicated
escape."
than mine.
And
Given
I
the length
promised
of the
him I was
marriage,
doing it from
the
a
shared
place of
assets,
strength, not
and the children,
woundedness.
one of
That
whom
I
was
could tell
still
the
in high
story
school.
without being consumed
She
by
handled
it.
it.
The writing
She always
process
handles
was
it.
harder than I
I
expected,
found my
though.
new church on a
Not
Sunday
emotionally,
morning about
but
13
logistically,
months
trying
after
to
I
tell the
walked out of
truth
greater
without making it
anointing for the
gratuitous,
last time.
trying to be
A
helpful
colleague at
without
work
being
had
preachy,
mentioned it in
trying
passing.
to honor our
One of
pain
those
while focusing
conversations
on
where
healing.
someone says something
Diane
offhand
struggled more
and
than
it
I
lodges
did.
in your brain
Her
for
wounds
weeks.
were older,
The
but
church
less
was in a
processed.
converted space in
She
East
hadn't
Atlanta,
done as much therapy,
a neighborhood
hadn't
I didn't
rebuilt
spend
as
much time
completely,
in,
and I
it was
found
smaller
myself
than
coaching her
anything
through
I'd been
panic
part of
attacks
since
and
childhood.
self-doubt and
Maybe
moments where she
150
wanted to
people
quit.
on a full Sunday.
I realized
no
that healing
cameras,
isn't linear.
no
that
live stream,
even decades later,
no
something
merchandise
can trigger you
table,
back to that place
just a
of raw
room,
pain.
some chairs,
and I was
and a
grateful
praise team
I'd
that
done my
played
work
with more
early,
feeling than
that I'd built a
flash.
foundation
The pastor
strong
was a
enough to
woman
withstand
named
these
Reverend
aftershocks.
Gloria Osei.
Alana was
She was
the
in
most
her
raw
early
of all of
60s,
us.
Ghanaian
Everything
American,
still fresh
and
from
she
losing her
preached
father,
like someone who
from
had earned
discovering
every
he
word
wasn't
she
who
was
she
saying.
thought,
Not
from processing that her
or
entire
polish,
childhood
but
might
through
have
a
been
quality
based
of
on
conviction
lies.
that you either have
and I
or
held
you
space
don't.
for her grief
And
while
she had it
gently
in
pushing
abundance.
us all forward.
Her sermons had
The
a
book took
directness
2
that
years
I
to
wasn't
write,
used to.
2 years
a way
of dredging
naming
up
things
memories
plainly
I'd
without
filed
cruelty.
away. 2
That
years
made me
of
feel more
coordinating with
seen in
2
that
other
small
women
room
who
than I
loved
had
the
in
same
11
man
years
at different
in
times.
a much larger one.
2 years of
The
making
first
peace
Sunday
with sharing
I
my
sat
story
in her
at the
congregation.
scale.
She
We
was
found a
preaching
publisher,
about
a
witness,
woman-owned press that
about the difference
specialized in
between
memoirs
being a
about
witness
surviving
to truth
toxic
and being a
relationships.
keeper of
And they
someone
loved
else's
it.
secrets.
Said it was exactly
She talked
what
about
women
how
needed.
silence can be a
A
form of
roadmap out of
complicity,
narcissistic
and how the
abuse
hardest
written
thing
by
is often not
survivors who'd
speaking
not
up to
just
outsiders,
escaped, but thrived.
but being honest
The book
within the
came out
walls
last
of your
spring,
own
got
closest
some
relationships.
modest
I
success,
sat there with my hands
nothing that would make
folded
it a
in my lap
bestseller,
and
but
felt
enough
something
that we
I
knew
hadn't
we
felt in
reached
a long
people
time,
who needed it,
which was
and
that
the
I was in
emails
the right
started
place.
coming in almost
That the
immediately.
words being spoken
Women
were
writing
reaching
to
something
say
in
they
me that had been
recognized
unreachable
themselves in
for a
our
while.
stories,
After the
thanking us
service,
for putting
she was
words to
greeting
patterns
people at the
they'd
door,
sensed,
and when
but
I
couldn't
came
name.
through,
telling
She
us
looked at
they'd
me with the
left
kind of
because of what
directness
we'd
that
shared.
doesn't feel intrusive,
and those
but
emails
lets you
made
know you've been
every
seen.
difficult moment
She
of
said,
writing
I
worth
haven't
it.
seen you here before.
One woman wrote,
I told
I'm
her it was
standing
my first
outside my
Sunday.
own room,
She
804
said,
right
"Come
now.
back."
Your book in
Not
my
as a
hand,
command or a
and I'm
sales
about to
pitch.
knock.
Just
and
an
I wanted you to
invitation,
know that your
simple
courage
and
28
warm,
years ago
from
is
someone
giving me
who meant
courage
it.
today.
I did
and
come
I
back.
cried reading that.
I came back
Grateful
the
my
following
pain
Sunday,
had become
then the one
someone
after
else's
that,
permission.
and then the one
we
after
did
that.
some book events.
The community
the
I
three of
found
us
in that
together,
smaller space
and
was
it was
different from
powerful
what I'd
to
had
stand
at
on
Greater
stage
Anointing.
with Diane and
Not
Alana
necessarily better
to tell
in
our
every way,
interconnected stories,
but more honest in
to
the
show
ways
the
that had
audience
come
how
to
one
matter
man's
most to
pattern
me.
had affected
People
3
talked about their
generations of
struggles
women,
without
but
dressing.
hadn't defeated any of
The
us.
prayer requests
People
were
asked
specific
if we were
and real.
angry at Marcus.
There was no
and we all
performance
answered
layer
honestly,
between the congregation
no, not
and the
anymore.
worship.
Anger
No
had
sense
given way
that
to
you needed to present
understanding,
a
to
certain
pity,
version of
to a
yourself
kind
to
of
belong.
detached compassion
I had
for
not
someone who'd
realized
been
how much
so
of my
broken,
energy at
he'd
Greater
broken
Anointing
everyone
had
he
gone into
touched.
maintaining that
They asked if
presentation
we forgave
until
him,
I was
and that
somewhere that
answer
didn't
was
require
more
it.
complicated.
My life
Yes,
in the year
in
and
the
a half
sense
that
since
we
the
divorced
release
has
the
been
anger.
quieter than the
No,
life
in
I
the
had
sense that
before.
forgiveness
And I
doesn't
mean that
erase
as neither
accountability,
complaint nor
and
boast,
we
just
tried to model
observation.
that nuance.
I live alone
that
in
you
a
can
smaller
heal without
apartment in
absolving
Kirkwood that
someone
I
of what they
chose
did.
specifically
James
because it
came
had
to one of the
nothing to do
events
with my
and watched
marriage.
from the back
No
and
shared
afterward
history
he
in the
said,
walls.
I'm so
No
proud of
furniture
you,
that had
not
belonged
just
to
for
us
surviving,
rather than just
but
to
for
me.
using what you
I
survived
bought
to help
things I
others.
liked.
And I
I
felt
painted
so
the bedroom
grateful
a
to have
color
a
Marcus
partner
would
who
have vetoed.
celebrated my
I
strength
started
instead
cooking in
of
a way I
feeling
hadn't
threatened
since
by
before
it.
we bought that house.
Zara read the
Trying
book and came
recipes
to me
I'd
crying,
always been
said,
curious
Mom,
about and
I had
eating
no
dinner at odd
idea it
hours
was this
because
bad.
I could.
I knew the
Small
basic story,
freedoms,
but reading the
kind that
details,
only feels
understanding the
significant when you've
manipulation,
spent time
it
without
makes
them.
me so grateful
I still
you left.
talk to my mother,
and I
my
held her
cousin
and
Danielle,
said that's why
and
I
a
wrote
handful
it.
of friends who
So
were
you
mine
and
before
Maya
the
and
marriage
every woman
and are
after
still
you
mine
knows
after
what to
it.
look for.
I eventually
Miles read
told
it
them
too
the whole
and
story.
said it changed how
Not
he thinks about
immediately,
relationships,
and not all at once,
about the
but over
responsibility
time,
men have
as
to do
I
their
found
own
language
work,
for its
about
different
how much
parts.
damage
My
unhealed
mother,
trauma
to her
can
credit,
cause.
did not
and
say,
I was glad the
told you
book was
so,
reaching men
though she
too.
had, in fact,
helping them
told me a
understand
version
their
of it.
role in breaking
Having
these
sensed
cycles.
something off about
The
Marcus
book has
in
been out
ways
for
she
8 months
mentioned
now, and
carefully
we're working
and
on a second
diplomatically
one.
over the
This
years.
time focused
She just
specifically
listened,
on rebuilding,
then drove from
on
her
what
house
comes
in
after you
Stone
leave,
Mountain to my
on
apartment
how to
in
construct a
Kirkwood
life
and
that's
sat
not
with me
just
for a
different from
weekend.
what you had, but
We
better
watched
in
old
every
movies.
way.
She made
Diana's
food I'd
engaged
grown up
again.
eating, and
Third
we didn't
time's
talk
the
about
charm, she
Marcus
jokes,
or the
to a
church for
man
most
who's
of
been
it.
patient with
It was
her healing,
exactly what I
who
needed.
read the book before
I've been
she even
asked
told
by
him about
more
it,
than one
who
person
said,
whether I
see
regret
you,
the marriage,
all of you,
whether
and
I would
I'm
go
not
back
scared,
and choose differently
and I'm
if I
so
could.
happy she found
I've
that.
thought about that question
Alana is
seriously
pregnant
rather
with
than
her second
dismissively,
child,
because it
thriving
deserves
in
a
her
serious
career,
answer.
in therapy
And
regularly,
what I've arrived at
doing
is
the
this.
work to ensure
I don't
she
regret
doesn't
the love
repeat
I brought
patterns
to that
she
marriage.
learned growing up.
I don't regret
and
the
I'm
effort,
so
the
proud of the woman
faithfulness,
she's
or the
becoming
years
despite
of genuine
everything.
partnership that
I'm
existed
62
before
now,
the drift
grandmother
set in.
to 3.
I don't
Still
even
married
fully
to
regret the
James
fact
after
that it
32
ended,
years.
because the
Still
ending,
mentoring women,
as devastating
still
as it
speaking
was,
at conferences,
was also a kind
still
of
building
clearing.
a legacy
It
that has
removed
nothing to
things
do
that
with
had long
Marcus
blocked my
and
view of
everything
myself.
to do with who I
And
became after
what
him.
I see now in the
The book
space
sits
they
on my
occupied
shelf
is something I
alongside other
value more than the
accomplishments,
comfortable
degrees and
blindness
awards
I was
and
living
photos
in.
of my family.
What I do regret
and it
is the
represents
years I
something
spent
important.
ignoring my own
Proof that I
instincts
took
and
the
deference
worst thing
to
that
other people's
ever happened
voices.
to me and
My
turned it
mother's
into something
wisdom
that
about
helps
trust,
people.
my grandmother's
Marcus
advice
would
about
probably
giving
hate
men
the book
room
if
to
he were
breathe,
alive to read it.
the collective
Would
female
claim we
wisdom of my
misrepresented
family
him,
that was
exaggerated
well-intentioned
his
and
flaws,
sometimes accurate,
made him into
and
a
also,
villain when he
in
was
this
just a
case,
flawed human making
was a
mistakes.
framework I used
And
to
maybe
talk
there's some
myself out
truth
of
to
things
that.
I needed to pay attention
Maybe we'll
to.
never fully
I
understand
don't blame
what
those
drove
women.
him.
I don't
But
blame the
understanding
tradition.
him was never the
I
point.
blame the way I applied
Understanding
it
ourselves
as a
was
reason not to see,
understanding
rather
how
than
we
as a
got caught in his
foundation for
web,
seeing
and
clearly.
more importantly, how
That's
we
a
got
distinction
out.
I carry
And
with me
that's
now,
the story
and
that
it
matters,
shows up in
not
every
his
relationship I
motivations,
have,
but our liberation.
every context where
I
I'm
still get
tempted to
emails
look away
sometimes
from
from
something
women
that
in the thick of
deserves
it,
my attention.
begging for advice.
I ran
ran into
asking
Marcus's
if it
mother,
gets better,
Miss Carolyn,
wondering if
about
they're strong
6
enough
months
to leave.
after the divorce
and
was
I always
finalized.
respond the same way.
We were both at
Yes,
a
it gets
grocery
better.
store in College
Yes, you're
Park,
strong enough.
and she saw
Yes,
me
choosing
first.
yourself is worth
I
it.
watched her decide
I
to
tell them my
approach
life
me.
now.
I could
The
see it in
peace
the way
and
she
joy
stopped
and genuine
steadied
happiness.
herself.
And I
I
say,
stood still
this is waiting
and
for
let
you
her
on the
come.
other side of that
She
door.
looked older.
This life you
She took
can't
my
even
hand in
imagine
both
right
of
now when you're
hers,
drowning
and
in
she
its chaos.
said, "I'm
but it's
so
there.
sorry, baby."
I promise it's there.
And I believed her.
And it is there.
Miss
I'm
Carolyn
living proof.
is not a
Diane's
woman who
living proof.
apologizes on
Thousands
behalf
of women
other
who've
people
left
as a
toxic
deflection.
relationships are living
She was
proof.
apologizing
You
for
can
her own
survive.
grief,
You
for
can
the loss
thrive.
of what
You
she'd
can
hoped
build
her
something
son's life
beautiful
would
from
be,
the ashes.
for the gap
That's
between
the
the
message
man
of the
she'd
book.
raised
That's
and
the
the man
message of
he'd
my
shown
life.
himself
just
to
what
be.
I want every
I
woman who's
squeezed her
ever
hands
doubted
and
herself
told her I
or
was
stayed
okay.
too long
She
or
said,
accepted
"I know
less
you are."
than she deserved
We
to
stood
know.
there a moment
You can
longer
leave.
than a grocery
You should
store
leave.
parking lot required.
And what's waiting on
Then
the
went
other
our
side
separate ways.
is worth every
It was one of the
difficult
more
moment.
dignified endings
Marcus
to
is
something
still
painful
gone.
that I've experienced.
His legacy is
and
still
I'm
complicated.
grateful for it.
His daughters
Pastor
are still
Drummond,
processing.
I understand
His
that you
ex-wives are
relocated
still
to another
healing.
city.
But we're all
Whether
doing
he's
it on
found
our
another
terms now.
congregation,
Not
another
defined by him,
platform,
but refined
another
by what we
community
learned
willing
surviving
to
him.
restore him to
The
a
book
position
tour
of
wraps up next
spiritual
month,
authority.
and then I'm
I
finally
genuinely
done.
don't know.
Done telling
I
the
don't
story
follow his
publicly.
movements.
Done
What
mining
I do
this
know
pain for
is that the
lessons.
accountability
Done
he
looking
faced in
backward
Atlanta
instead of
was
forward.
largely informal
and I'm
rather
ready
than
for that.
institutional,
Ready to
which
close
is both
this chapter
typical and
completely
deeply
and focus
unsatisfying.
on what comes next.
The church
What
protected
comes
its
next is
reputation as
retirement,
long as it
travel,
could,
grandkids,
then moved on.
maybe
as
another book about
institutions
something
do.
totally different.
The people most
Maybe
directly
nothing
harmed
but
by what
quiet
he did
days
had
with
to find
James
their
and
own way
family
to the
dinners
other side,
and the simple
with
joy
little
of a
help
life
from the
well
structures
lived.
that were
And that
supposed to
sounds
hold him
perfect.
accountable.
I've
That
done
is
what
not
I
a
needed
unique
to do.
story in
Helped
religious
who I could
communities,
help,
and
shared
that
what
fact
needed
doesn't
sharing.
make it less
And
true
now I'm
or
ready
less
to just
painful.
be not
Renee
Marcus's
is doing well
ex-wife,
as we last
not
spoke.
a survivor of
She's
betrayal,
doing some consulting
not an
work,
author or
which she'd
speaker
been
or
wanting to
mentor,
do for years,
just me,
but had
fully
set
myself,
aside to support her
finally
husband's
and
ministry.
completely free.
Her kids are
That freedom
adjusting in the way
tastes better
kids
than
adjust,
anything else
which is
ever
to say
has.
unevenly
Better than
and with a
revenge.
lot of help from
Better
their
than
mother.
vindication.
She mentioned
Better
she'd
than his
started
deathbed
attending a smaller
apologies
church,
or
which
posthumous
made me
letters.
smile.
Just the
Something
pure,
about
sweet
both
taste
of us
knowing
landing
I
in smaller,
survived and
quieter
thrived
places
and have
after
nothing
years
left
of the
to
large
prove.
and the
This
prominent
is
felt
really
right.
truly the end
Like
now.
we'd both
the
learned
last
something
word,
about what
the final
actually
paragraph.
sustains you versus
Not
what
because
looks
there's
like it
nothing
should.
more to say,
People
but
ask
because
me
I've
about
said
faith.
everything that
Whether
matters,
what happened
and now
broke
it's
it,
time to live
whether
the
I
rest
still
of my life
believe in the
private
church as an
peace rather than
institution,
public testimony.
whether the betrayal of a
Marcus
man who was
a
supposed
chapter,
to represent
a difficult,
something
painful,
sacred
necessary
destroyed my
chapter,
relationship
but
with that
chapters
thing.
end,
And the
books
honest
close,
answer is
and
that
new
my faith
stories
is
begin,
intact,
and
though it
my
looks
new
different
story
than it
has
did.
nothing to do
It
with
is
him,
quieter,
and everything
it is
to do
less
with
dependent
joy
on
and
institutional
presence and
validation.
gratitude.
It is
That's where
less
I'm
likely
leaving
to
this,
accept
in
someone's
gratitude,
spiritual authority
grateful for
at face
surviving,
value and
grateful
more
for
interested in the
thriving,
evidence of
grateful
how they
for
actually
every
live.
woman I've helped,
It
and
has,
every
in
lesson
some ways,
I've learned,
become
and
more
every
personal
moment of
and
peace
more
I've
durable
fought for and
precisely
won.
because
This
it is
my
no
story,
longer being
from
held
that
up by
Instagram
structures I've
message
had to
28
stop
years ago
trusting.
to this moment
What
right
I believe now is
and
simpler
I'm proud
than what I
of every
believed
word,
before,
every choice,
and I think simpler
every
is
moment
closer to
I
the
chose
truth.
myself over
I believe in
comfortable
showing
misery.
up honestly.
And to
I
anyone
believe
still
in
reading,
paying
still
attention to what the
processing,
people closest
still
to you
wondering
are
if they can
actually
do it.
doing rather
I'm
than
telling
what they're
you one
saying.
last time.
I believe
you
that
can,
love
you
is
will,
not naivete.
You already have the
Trust
strength
is
inside
not passivity,
you.
and
just
faith
have to choose
is not
to
the
use it.
same as looking
Choose
away.
yourself.
I
Walk
believe
away.
that the
Don't
hardest
look
lessons
back,
tend to be
and
the
I
most
promise you'll
permanent
end up
ones,
somewhere better
and that
than
the
you can
clearing that
possibly
happens
imagine
after
right now.
devastation,
Somewhere that
as
makes
brutal as the
everything
clearing
worth it.
process is,
That's my final
makes
word,
room for
my
things
last
that couldn't
testimony,
grow in the
my
shade of what
closing
was there
statement,
before.
and I mean it
I
with
am 31
everything I
years
am.
old.
Survival
I live
is
in an
possible.
apartment I
Happiness
like
is real,
in a neighborhood
and
I've
you
come to
deserve
love.
both.
I
Now
have a
I'm
job
done,
I'm good at
really
and
done,
that I find meaningful.
finally done, and
I have friends
I'm walking
who are
away
real,
from this
an
story
honest
just
community,
like I walked away
and a
from
faith
Marcus,
that I have
with
actually
my head
examined
high
rather
and
than
my
just
heart
inherited.
full and my future
I have
bright.
a cleaner relationship
the
with my
end.
own instincts than I have had
promised
at
myself
any other
that was
point
the
in my
end.
adult life.
Swore I'd close
And I have
that
a capacity
chapter
for solitude
but
that I
life
have
has
never
this way of
developed
circling
before,
back when you
that I
think you
think is one
finally
of the
moved
most
on,
underrated
and the
forms
circle
of strength a
completed
person
itself
can
in the
have.
most
The
unexpected
ability
way
to be
just
alone
3
with
weeks
yourself
ago.
without filling
I was
the
at the
silence
grocery
with
store.
noise.
Monday
I
and
am not
Tuesday
finished
afternoon,
being affected by
picking
what
up
happened.
ingredients for dinner.
I don't think
when
you're
I
ever
turned down the
finished.
cleaning
Not
supplies
really.
aisle,
It
and there she
shows
was,
up in
the woman
unexpected
from the
moments.
hotel room.
In the way,
one Marcus
I
had been with
sometimes
that
catch
day
myself
28
in a
years
new
ago,
relationship
and
or
we both
friendship,
froze.
looking
She
for the
looked older,
frequency
obviously.
drift
We
before
all
it
do,
becomes a problem.
but I recognized
In the
her
way,
immediately.
I'll hear a certain
Those
kind
same
of
eyes that
gospel
had looked
music
at me with
and
shock
feel a
and
complicated
confusion when I
mixture of
pushed
love
open that
and
hotel
loss
door.
that I can't
And I
fully
could tell she
untangle.
recognized me
In the
too,
way, I
because her
sometimes
face
dream
went
about that
pale and
hallway
her
in the
hand
Marriott
gripped the
and
cart
wake
like
up with
she
the
might
same
fall over.
combination of
of dread
We
and
stood there for
clarity
what felt
I
like
felt
hours,
standing outside
but was
that
probably
door.
30 seconds.
But I am not
just
defined
staring
by
at
it
each
either.
other. And then
That
she
is the
said,
line
"I'm
I have
so
worked
sorry.
hardest to
I know
walk.
that's not enough.
To let what
I know
happened
it's
be
been
part of my
almost 3
story
decades,
without letting
but
it be the
I'm
whole
so
of it.
sorry."
To carry
And
the
her
knowledge,
voice cracked,
it gave
and
me
I
without
realized
carrying
she'd
the
been
wound of it
carrying
in a
the
way that
guilt all these
closes me
years.
off to what comes
I
next.
said, "You didn't know he
What
was
comes
married."
next, I don't
I
know
was
yet.
there. I saw your
That is
face.
not a
You
sad
were a
admission.
victim too.
It is
and
an
she
honest
started
one.
crying right there
And
in the
after
grocery
years
store.
of filling in that
These
uncertainty
quiet
with
tears
assumptions,
that told me she
deference,
needed to hear
and
that
the
for
voices of
28
other
years.
people's wisdom,
We abandoned
I
our
find
carts
not knowing to be
and
one
went
of
to
the
a
most
coffee
honest
shop
things I
across
can
the
say.
street, and she
I'm
told me her
standing.
story.
I'm clear.
Her name was Nicole.
I am, in ways I couldn't have predicted when I was 23 years old
brand
in a
new
white
to
dress
Atlanta,
in that sanctuary,
working as a bartender.
more fully myself
and
than I have ever
swept
been.
her off her feet
And
with charm
that is nothing.
and attention
That
and
is,
promises.
in fact, everything.
She said he told
The
me he was
end.
divorced.
She
showed
caught
me
her
the
pastor
papers
in the
even.
hotel room
I
with
had
her
no
sister-in-law.
idea you were still his
I
wife
need you to
until
understand
showed up.
something before I
and
start.
when you left, I
I am
confronted
not a
him,
suspicious
and he
woman
admitted
by
everything.
nature.
And
I
I
never
left
went
that
through
day
Marcus's
too.
phone.
Never spoke
Never
to him
questioned
again.
his whereabouts.
I believed
Never
her,
demanded
could hear the truth
passwords
in her
or
voice,
check-ins
and
for
I
any
said,
of that.
"Thank you for leaving
I was
him.
raised to believe
Thank
that
you
trust
for not
was the
making
foundation
excuses
of a
for him.
marriage, and
Thank
if you didn't
for
have
having
that,
standards,
you didn't
even
have
when you'd
anything
been lied
worth
to.
keeping.
And she
My
looked
mother
at me
told
like
me
I'd
that.
just absolved
My
her
grandmother
of something
told me
she'd been
that.
carrying
The
forever.
women in my family
She
built
said,
their
"I thought
entire
about you
identities
so many
around
times
being
over
the
the
kind
years.
of wife who
Wondered
didn't
if
sweat
you were
the
okay,
small stuff,
if you'd
who
recovered,
gave her
if
husband
you
room
blamed
to
me,
breathe,
and I wanted
who
to
kept
reach
the
out,
home
but
steady
I was too
and the faith
ashamed,
strong.
too scared
I
you'd
carried
hate
that
me.
into my marriage
I told
as if
her
it were
I'd never
scripture.
hated her,
And
that
for
my
a
anger
long
had
time,
always
I
been
thought it was
directed at
working.
Marcus, where it
Marcus
belonged.
Webb came into
and
my
I
life
told her
when I
about
was
my life
22
now,
years old,
about James and
standing
the
in the
kids
parking
and the
lot
book
of Greater
and how I
Anointing
turned that
Ministries
terrible
after
day
a
into
Sunday
something
morning
meaningful.
service, arguing
She told
with my
me she'd
cousin
gotten
Danielle
married
about
5
whose
years
turn
ago
it was to host
to
Christmas
someone
dinner.
honest and kind.
He walked
but that
past
she
us,
struggled with
stopped,
trust for
looked
years,
at me and said,
had been
"I don't know
therapy
what the argument
processing
is
what
about,
Marcus had
but
done.
I hope you win."
Had second
That
guessed
was it.
every relationship
That was the whole
because of how
introduction.
thoroughly he
I
fooled
laughed.
her.
Danielle
I
rolled
said
her
he
eyes,
fooled
and
all of
3
us.
weeks later,
That's what
Marcus
narcissists do.
and I were
They're
having
expert
coffee at a
manipulators.
little spot
and
on
there's
Cascade
no shame in
Road,
being manipulated
talking
by
for
an
4
expert.
hours like
And
we'd
she
known each
nodded
other
and
our
said,
whole lives.
"I've been telling
He was
myself that
25.
for years, but
Tall,
hearing
clean
it from
cut,
you makes
the
it
kind
real."
of man who
We
opened
talked
doors
for
without
2
being
hours,
asked and
comparing
remembered
notes,
things you mentioned
filling in
in
gaps in
passing
each
3
other's
conversations
stories,
ago.
and I learned
He
things
was
about that
thoughtful
day
and
I'd
think
never
someone
known.
had been
like
raised
how
right,
Marcus
and
had
he
begged
had
her not
been.
to leave.
His mother,
had
Miss
promised
Carolyn,
he'd fix things
was
with
one
me.
of the most
had
respected
tried to make
women
her
in
feel
our
guilty for
congregation.
ruining his marriage.
His father had passed
She said
when
I
Marcus
told him
was
he
16,
ruined his own marriage
and he carried
and
that
walked out
grief
with
with a
nothing
quiet
but my
dignity
purse,
that I found
left my
deeply
clothes
moving
there,
at the time.
left everything.
I thought it
just
meant he
needed to get
understood
away
loss,
from him,
that he
and
understood
I
how
respected her
fragile
so
things
much
were.
for that. For
I
having
thought it made
clarity,
him someone
even
who
at
would never
24.
take what he had for
I
granted.
told her about Diane
We dated
and
for 2
Alana
years
and the
and
book,
married
and
when
she
I was
asked if she
23.
could read it.
The
Said,
wedding was
"I need
held
to
in the
understand
same
the pattern.
sanctuary where we'd
Need to
both
know I
been
wasn't alone
baptized
in
as
this.
children,
And I
there
promised
was
to
something
send
about
her a
that
copy.
symmetry felt like a
Said
promise
maybe her
bigger
story
than the
could
vows
be in the next
themselves.
one if she was
My
comfortable
father walked
sharing.
me down the aisle.
She said, "I
Miss
want
Carolyn
I want other
cried
young
through the
women to
entire
know what to watch
ceremony.
for,
Pastor
to know that
Elijah
men can
Drummond,
lie with court
who had
documents
known
and
Marcus
straight
since
faces
he was a
and
teenager,
complete conviction.
officiated.
And you're
He
not
gave a
stupid
sermon
for
before
believing
the
them.
vows that people
We
in our
exchanged
church
numbers
still talk
and
about.
hugged goodbye.
Something
and I
about
drove
covenants
home
and
feeling this
sacred
strange
ground
sense
and the
of
way God
completion,
sees
like a
marriages
circle
not as
that had been
contracts,
open for
but
28
as living
years
things
had
that have to
finally
be tended.
closed.
I
Like
remember
every
standing at
woman
that altar
Marcus
thinking
had
I had
hurt was
never felt
connected
more
now.
certain about
a network of
anything in my
survivors
life.
supporting each
For
other.
the first several
I told
years,
James about
the
running
marriage
into
was
Nicole,
good.
and he said,
Not perfect,
"That's wild.
because nothing
What are
is,
the odds?"
but genuinely
And I
good.
said, "Maybe
We
there are
bought a
no
house in
odds.
Adamsville.
Maybe the universe
I was
wanted
working
us to
as a
meet.
project manager
wanted me
for
to
a
release her
mid-sized
from
healthcare
guilt
company
she shouldn't
downtown,
have been carrying.
and
I
Marcus was
sent
building
Nicole the
his
book,
career
and she
in
called me
commercial
after
real
reading
estate.
it. Said,
We
"This
were
is
busy,
exactly
but
what
we
I
made
needed.
time for each other.
Validation that
We
I
traveled
wasn't
when we
crazy.
could.
That
We
what
had
I
a standing
experienced
date night
was
on
real.
Fridays.
That his
We
pattern
were
was
active in the
deliberate,
church,
not accidental.
both of us serving on
And I
different
was
ministry
so glad
teams,
the book could serve
and
that
that community
purpose.
was the backbone
She asked
of our
if we could
social
meet
life
again,
in a way
and
that
we started
felt
having
healthy
coffee
and
once a
grounding
month,
rather than
just
insular.
checking in.
The first
sharing
time I
updates,
noticed something
building a
shift was
friendship
about
neither
4
of us
years into the
expected,
marriage.
but both of us needed.
It wasn't dramatic.
And I realized
it wasn't
that
an
healing
argument,
happens in
a cold
community.
shoulder, or
that we're
any
not
of
meant
the
to survive
obvious signs
trauma
people
alone.
talk about.
Nicole
It
met
was more
Diane
like
and
a
Alana
frequency
too.
change.
The four
When
of
a
us had
radio
dinner
signal
together,
drifts slightly
and
off
sitting
station,
around that table
you
with
keep
3
reaching
other
for the
women
dial
who'd
to bring
all
it
loved
back,
and left
but the sound
same
keeps
man
getting
felt
fuzzy at the
surreal
edges.
and powerful and
Marcus
healing
was
in
present
ways
physically,
I didn't know
but
I
somewhere
still
else
needed.
in every
We
other
joked
way
about
that
starting a
mattered.
support group.
I chalked it up to work
Survivors
stress.
of Marcus Thompson.
He was trying to
and
close
then we
a
realized
significant
that's
deal,
essentially
and the
what we
pressure was
created.
visible.
An
I
informal
gave him
network of
space.
women helping each
The
other
deal
process
closed.
and heal.
Things got a
and
little
move
better,
forward, and
I
it
stopped
felt right.
paying attention to the
Alana
frequency.
said, "My father left
But that drift
destruction
never
everywhere.
fully
He
corrected
went,
itself.
But look what grew from it.
It would settle for
look
a few
at this
months,
community of
and then
strong
I'd feel
women
it again.
who refused to
That
stay
subtle
broken.
pulling away.
And
That
she was
quality
right.
of being in the
Marcus's
same room
legacy
with someone
wasn't
who had
just pain.
already left.
It was also the
I mentioned
strength
it
we'd
to him
found
once,
in surviving
maybe
him.
8 months before
The second book
everything
came out
fell
this
apart.
fall, and we
were in the
included
kitchen on a
Nicole's story
Sunday
with her
evening,
permission.
and I told
the
him I felt
response
like
was
we were
even
losing
stronger
something,
than the first
like we were
time.
becoming
Women
roommates
saying
who went to
they'd been
church
the other
together
woman
instead
and
of
never told
husband
anyone.
and wife.
Never
He
processed
listened.
their own victimhood.
He nodded.
And now
He
they
said I was
finally
right
could.
and that he would do
We
better.
started getting invited
And he
to
did
speak at
for about 6
universities,
weeks.
at women's
Then the
organizations,
drift came back,
at therapy
and this time it brought
conferences.
company.
The four
He
of us
started
together
spending more
telling our
time at the church.
interconnected stories,
Not just Sundays,
showing how
but
one person's
multiple
pattern
evenings
can
a week.
affect so much.
Tuesday Bible
but
study,
doesn't have to
which
define
he'd
them.
attended off and
James
on for
comes
years,
to some of the events
became
now,
a
sits in the
non-negotiable
audience,
standing
and
commitment.
afterward women approach
Thursday
him
leadership
asking what
meetings
it's like
that
to
he
love
never
someone who
mentioned before
survived this
started
kind of
appearing
trauma.
on his calendar.
And he's honest.
Saturday morning
says it
prayer
requires
calls that
patience
seemed to
and
stretch past
understanding
noon.
and never
I didn't question it at
trust
first
for
because
granted.
the church had
He
always
said,
been
but
central
it's
to
worth
our
it.
lives.
She's worth
and
it because
honestly,
of what she
told
takes
myself I should be
capacity
glad
for
he was
love and
investing
joy
in his
even greater.
spiritual growth
And
instead
hearing
of
him
sitting
say
at
that
home
in public
disconnected.
made me fall
I
in
told
love
a
with
lot
him
of things
all
that
over
you
again.
hear.
Zara's
I was very
daughter
creative
Maya
with
is
my
5 now,
explanations.
and she asked
What
me
I
the other
didn't pay
day,
close
Grandma,
enough attention to
why
was
do
the
you
way
talk
he
about
started
mean men
guarding
all
it.
the time?
Marcus had
and I
never been
realized
secretive
we've been
about his
so
phone
focused
before.
on the work that
We weren't the
brought
type
it
to
home
go
in
through
ways
each other's
we shouldn't
devices,
have, that
but
she
we
deserved
also weren't the
innocence.
type to hide them.
I told her
His
I
phone
talk
had
about them
always
so
just been his
grandma's
phone, sitting on the
never
counter,
have to
face up, no drama.
And she said,
But
that's
somewhere
good, Grandma.
around
You're like a
11 before
superhero.
that Wednesday
Thought
night,
about how
I
different her
think that
world
he'd flip
would
over
be from
whenever
mine.
I walked into the room.
How she'd grow up
he'd
with
take calls in the garage
with permission to leave,
His screen brightness
with
was
models
always
of
set
healthy
to
love.
the lowest level.
The speaking
I
engagements
noticed.
have slowed down.
I filed
We're
it
all
away.
getting older.
I didn't want to be
Diane
the
is
suspicious
65
wife.
now and wants to
My
retire.
mother's voice in my
Alana
head,
has
my
2
grandmother's
kids
voice,
and a demanding
the
career.
voices of every
Nicole
woman in my
just
family
opened her own
who had
business,
ever told me
and
that
I'm
a
ready
man
to
needed
step back
space and
to let the
trust.
books speak for
I
themselves.
listened to those voices
We did
instead
one
of my
final
own
event
instincts,
last
and
month,
I will carry
billed
the
as
weight
our
of that
farewell
choice for a
tour,
long time.
and the room was
On
packed.
Wednesday,
Standing
it all
room
collapsed,
only women
as
of
it
all
often does.
ages who'd read
I'd
the
had
books
a long
or
day
heard
at
about
work,
them,
back-to-back
or just needed
meetings,
to know that
ate lunch
survival
at my
was
desk,
possible.
and drove
We each
home
spoke
in that
about where we
particular
are now,
Atlanta traffic
not about
that makes you
Marcus,
question
but about
every
the
life
lives we'd
decision
built.
you've ever
and
made.
then we opened it up
Marcus
for
was
questions,
already
and a
dressed
young woman
and
in the
heading
back
out when
stood
I
up
walked
and
in the
said,
door.
I'm in the
He
hotel
kissed me on
hallway
the
right
cheek,
now.
said he had a late
Metaphorically,
leadership
and
debrief
I'm
at the
scared.
church, and
Tell
said
me it's
he'd be
worth it
home
to
by
knock.
10.
The four
I
of us
kicked off my
answered in
shoes,
unison,
changed
knock,
into something
and
comfortable,
the room erupted in
heated
applause,
the leftovers
and
in
the
the
young
fridge,
woman was
and
crying,
was in
and
bed
I
by
knew
9.
we'd done what we set out
Watching
to
a show
do.
I'd
We'd
already
created
seen
a
twice
roadmap
because I
We'd
was too
offered
tired
hope.
to invest
We'd proven
in
that
anything
happiness
new.
after
My
betrayal
phone rang
isn't
at
just possible.
9:47.
It's probable
Unknown
if you do the
number.
work.
Atlanta
After that
area
event, the
code.
four of us went
I
to dinner
stared at it
and
for a
we
moment
toasted to
and then
Marcus,
picked up because
not with
something,
gratitude,
some
but
instinct
with
I hadn't
acknowledgement.
learned to ignore yet,
Here's to the man
told me
who
to
broke
answer.
us and
The woman on the
inadvertently
other end
introduced
had a
us to
calm
our own
voice.
strength.
The way
And
people
we all
are
laughed
calm when they've
because it
made a
was true.
decision they can't take
We'd found
back.
ourselves by
She didn't
losing him.
introduce herself.
Nicole said,
She didn't
I can't believe
apologize
I
for
wasted
calling.
even 6
She
months
just
on
said,
him.
"Is
And
this
Diane
Marcus
said,
Webb's
try
wife?"
2 years.
And the way she
and
said
Alana
wife
said,
with this
try a
particular
lifetime of
weight on
wishing
it
he was different.
made my
and I
stomach
said,
drop
we
before
all
I'd
wasted
even
time,
processed the
but we got
question.
it back with
I
interest.
said yes. I
This
asked
now.
who she was.
And looking at us,
she said
for
her
women
name didn't
from
matter.
different generations
Then told
and
me my
backgrounds
husband
and
wasn't at
circumstances.
any church meeting.
The one man's
She said he was at the
dysfunction,
Marriott
but defined
Peachtree,
by our own
room
resilience.
214,
I felt
and that he was
overwhelming
not
gratitude
alone.
not for what
She
we'd
said it
survived,
without drama,
but for who
without
we'd become.
emotion.
I'm
like
63
she was
now.
reading an
Marcus
address
has been
off a
dead
piece
for
of
almost
paper.
3 years,
And then she
and I
hung
can
up.
finally say
I
without
sat in my bed
hesitation
for
that I'm
probably
glad I knew
4
him
full
because
minutes
knowing
without
him
moving.
led me to myself.
I ran through
and
every
myself
rational
is pretty
alternative
damn
I
great.
could manufacture on
James
number.
and I are planning
Someone
a
is
trip
playing a game,
around the world for our
a
35th
misunderstanding,
anniversary.
a mix-up.
6 months of just
Some woman
wandering
with a grudge
and
against
exploring
a different
and being
Marcus
present
Webb
with each
in a
other.
different marriage
and
with a
I'm
different
so
wife.
excited to do it while
I
we're
built those
still young enough
alternatives
to
up
enjoy
as high
it.
as I could.
The grandkids
and then
are
I watched
growing.
them collapse
Maya
on their own
and her
because
little
not
brother
one of them
Jackson
could hold
and
the weight
Alana's
of what
2
I
daughters.
heard in that woman's
and
voice.
we have family dinners
She wasn't
every
making
Sunday
something
where
up.
the kids run
She knew
around
something,
and the adults
and she
drink
had
wine
decided
and
I should
nobody
know it
talks
too.
about Marcus
I got up.
unless someone
I got
specifically
dressed.
asks.
Not slowly,
My career
not
is
dramatically,
over. Officially
just
retired
mechanically.
last
The
month,
way you
and
move
my
when your brain
legacy
has
is
made a
secure.
decision,
Not
and
in
your
corporate
body is following
achievements,
orders
but in the
before
women
your
I've helped,
emotions have had
the
a chance
stories
to
I've
vote.
shared,
I grabbed
the
my
difference I've
keys in my
made by
purse and
refusing
I
to
drove to
suffer
that
in
Marriott.
silence.
And I want
The
to tell you
letters
that I
are
was
still in the
composed
attic.
the whole way there.
Nicole asked
But
if
the
she could
truth
read
is that
them,
I
and
cried
I
for
said
the
no.
first 10
They
minutes
weren't
of
mine
that
to share.
drive.
They
And
were
then
Marcus's
something switched
pathetic
off
attempt
inside
at
me,
redemption,
and I went
and they
very
should stay
still.
private,
Not
should
peaceful
die with
still.
him. The
Certain
book has
still.
sold over
Like,
100,000
I already knew
copies
what I was
now,
about to find,
been translated
and the
into
grief
12
of knowing
languages,
it had arrived
and we
before the
still get
proof.
emails daily
The
from
lobby of
women
the Marriott
saying it
was
changed
bright
their
and
lives,
quiet.
gave them
One of those
permission to
business
leave,
travel hotels
showed them
where
what
the energy
happiness
at
looks
10
like
o'clock
after
on a Wednesday
heartbreak.
is tired
That
and
impact
transactional.
matters more than
A man in a
anything
suit
else I've
was
ever
checking
done,
in at the front
more
desk.
than promotions
A woman
or
was
awards
waiting
or
for the
recognition.
elevator with a rolling
Knowing that my
suitcase.
worst day became
Nobody
someone
paid
else's
me any
catalyst
attention.
for change.
I
That's
took the
legacy.
elevator to the
That's
second
purpose.
floor and
That's
walked
meaning.
down the hallway.
I think
And
about
when I got to
Instagram
room
message
214,
the one from
I stood
Shanice
outside
that started
that
all
door,
of this.
and
I wonder where
myself
I'd be if
breathe.
she hadn't sent it.
I could hear
if I
the television.
discovered the cheating some
A
other
low
way,
murmur of
or
sound,
maybe never
some late-night
discovered it
show.
at all.
The kind of
And
noise
I'm
people
grateful
put
she
on
was
when they
brave
want to
enough
feel
to get
less
involved.
alone or less
I reached out to
conspicuous.
her recently.
There was
We
light
hadn't
under
talked
the
in a
door.
while, and
Someone was
told her
awake
about
in that
the book
room,
and Nicole,
and they had no
everything
idea
that
I
had
was standing
happened.
18
And
inches
she
away
said,
from
"Girl,
them.
I
I
had
knocked
no
2 firm
idea that
knocks,
one
not
message
frantic,
would lead to
not
all
timid.
this. I was
The
just trying to look
television
out for
kept
you.
going.
I
heard
told her,
movement,
you did more
the
than look out for
unmistakable
me.
sound of
You
people
saved my
adjusting,
life.
repositioning,
Not literally,
the
but in
shuffle
every way
and
that
hush
matters.
of a situation
And she
being
said,
rearranged
no, baby,
before a
you
door
saved your
opens.
own life.
I heard
just
a low
opened a
male
door.
voice saying
You're the
something
one
I
who
couldn't
walked
make
through
out.
it.
I
And
heard
she's
another
right.
voice respond.
Shanice showed me the truth,
I stood
but
there,
I'm the one
and
who
I
chose
waited,
to face
and
it.
when the door
Chose to
finally
leave.
opened,
Chose
I was
to
looking
rebuild.
at Pastor
Chose
Elijah
myself
Drummond.
over and over
He was
until
wearing a
choosing
hotel
myself
robe.
became natural.
His hair,
and
usually
that choice
perfectly
made all the
shaped for
difference.
Sunday mornings,
This
was
really
not
is
right.
the end now.
His
Not
eyes
because
went
there's
wide
nothing
when he
left
saw
to say,
me,
but
and
because
for just
I've
a
lived
moment,
long enough past
one
Marcus
very
that he's
small
become
and
a
very
footnote,
honest moment,
a piece of history.
I saw pure panic
a story
cross
I
his
tell
face
sometimes,
before he
but
composed
not a
himself
reality
into
I
the
live in
Pastor
ever.
Drummond I
My
had
reality
known for
is
11
James
years.
and grandkids
But
and
I had
retirement
already
and
seen the
travel
panic.
and friendship
I had
and
already
peace.
clocked the robe
My
and the
reality
hair
is
and the
waking
way
up
he was
grateful
standing in the
every
doorway
single
of
day.
a hotel
My
room
reality
at 10
is
o'clock
knowing
on a
with
Wednesday
absolute
night,
certainty
and
that
every
leaving was
question
the
in my
best
mind
decision I
collapsed
ever
into a
made.
single point
Marcus
of
was
terrible
wrong about
clarity.
so many things,
I looked
but he
past
was right
him into
about
the
one.
room.
Losing
The
me
lamp
was his
on the
biggest
nightstand
mistake.
was on.
Not
The
because
bed
I was
covers were
perfect,
pulled
but
back and
because I
rumpled.
was real and
sitting on
loyal
the far
and
edge
willing
of
to
the
build
bed,
something meaningful.
wrapped from her
And he
shoulders to
threw
her
that
knees in
away
the white
for nothing
bedsheet,
that lasted.
was a woman
But
I
his
had
loss
known
was
since
never
the
my
year
problem.
I joined
His
Greater
regret was
Anointing
never my
Ministries.
burden.
A
And
woman
his
who had
death
sat
doesn't
beside
change
me at
anything
women's
except
ministry
confirming
retreats
what
and
I
eaten
already
at my
knew,
kitchen table
that I
and
survived
been
him,
in my wedding.
that I built
A
something
woman
better
whose last
without
name
him,
was Webb,
that I won
because
by
she had been
every
born
measure
into
that
the
matters.
same family
I'm
as my
closing
husband.
this story now,
Tamara,
permanently, completely,
Marcus's younger
with
sister,
gratitude for
30
every
years
woman
old.
who read it and
The woman
found
I had called
strength,
my sister-in-law
with love
and my
for the
friend
community
for
it
11
created.
years.
With
I want to
peace
stop
about
here
every
because I
choice
need you to
made along
actually
the way.
sit with what I'm
To
describing.
Marcus,
I
wherever
drove
he is,
to that hotel
I hope you
expecting to
found
find
peace
my
eventually.
husband with another
I hope
woman.
you understood the
What
damage
I found
you caused.
instead was my
I
pastor,
hope you learned something
a
before
married
you died,
man with 3
but whether
children
you did
and
or
20
didn't
years
doesn't
of
matter to me
spiritual
anymore.
authority over my
To
community.
every woman who's
in a
lived some
hotel
version
room
of
with
the
my
story,
sister-in-law,
who's standing
my
outside
husband
their
was
own
nowhere
room
in that room,
804,
and the caller
who's
who
reading a
sent me there
message
knew
that's about
exactly
to
what I
change
would
everything.
find.
I'm
The
telling you
world
one
did not
final
spin.
time with everything
It didn't
I have.
do anything
Walk
dramatic
through that
or
door.
cinematic.
Choose yourself.
It just
Don't
rearranged
look back.
itself very
Your
quietly
best life
into
is
a
waiting.
shape I didn't
promise
recognize.
it's waiting. And
Pastor
28
Drummond
years
started
from now, you'll be
talking
exactly
immediately.
where you're supposed
His
to be.
voice was low,
happy and
measured,
whole and
controlled.
grateful you were brave
He
enough
said,
to leave.
Sister Keisha,
That's my
this
truth.
is not dash.
That's my promise.
And I held up one
That's
hand,
my legacy.
and something in my
And I'm at
face
peace
made
with
him
all of
stop
it.
mid-sentence.
This is the end.
I looked at
the
Tamara.
real,
She had
absolute
pulled the
final
sheet higher
end.
up around
And
herself,
I'm walking away
and
from
she
this
was looking
story
at a
with my
point
head
somewhere
high
to the
and
left
my
of my
heart full,
face,
closing
unable
the book
or
on
unwilling
Marcus
to meet
Thompson
my eyes
forever.
directly.
Goodbye
I had
to
known
all
this
of it.
woman for over
the
a
pain
decade,
and the healing
and she
and
couldn't
the
look at
telling
me.
and the retelling.
That told me more than
I'm
the
done
robe
now,
or the rumpled
finally,
bed or
and
any of the
completely
rest
done.
of it.
I'm
I
going to
said
live the
very
rest of my life
calmly,
in
"Where's
joy
Marcus?"
and presence and gratitude.
Neither of them answered
and
immediately.
Marcus Thompson will
Pastor
never
Drummond
cross my
opened
mind
his
again
mouth,
unless I choose
and I
to
cut
let
him off before
and
he
I'm
could
choosing
start.
not to.
I said,
That's freedom.
not you.
That's victory.
Her.
That's
Tamara
everything.
finally
and that's
looked
where
at me.
the story ends.
Her eyes were wet.
For real
but
this
she
time.
hadn't cried yet.
Forever.
She said she
I
didn't
followed
know.
my husband to
I
his
told her
hotel
that was interesting.
and caught him
given
with
that
another
my
woman
husband
cheating
had told
story.
me he was at a
I
church
couldn't
meeting tonight,
believe I was
and
staring
I had
at a
a feeling
message
the
from
two
a
things
complete
were
stranger,
connected.
a
She
woman
looked away
I never
again.
met,
So I
telling
called
me my
Marcus.
husband wasn't
Right
alone.
there in the doorway,
Marcus
phone
had
on
left
speaker,
for Dallas 3
loud
days
enough
ago.
that everyone
Another
in that
conference,
hallway and
another
everyone
hotel,
in that room
another
could
week
hear
of me
every
holding
word.
down everything
He
at picked
home
up
while
on the
he
second ring.
networked and closed
His voice
deals,
was normal,
and
relaxed.
I trusted him.
The voice of
God,
a man
I
who had
trusted
no
him
idea
so
the
much
floor
it
was
hurts
about to
even
disappear
think
from
about
under
now.
him.
The
He
message
said he
came
was
through
wrapping up at the
Instagram,
church,
a DM
asked
from
if
an
I was
account
okay,
I didn't recognize,
and asked if I
no
needed
profile
anything.
picture,
Just
I
said,
said,
which church,
Shanice
Marcus?
_ATL,
He paused
and
for
it
just
said,
a beat.
Hey girl,
Not long,
I don't know
but I
you,
heard it.
but I think
He
you should
said
know your
greater
husband
anointing,
isn't in
same
Dallas
as always.
alone.
I
saw
said,
him at the
so
W
you're there
last
right
night
now
with someone.
He said yes.
My stomach dropped
I said,
and I sat
then
there
I
on the
need you
couch.
to explain to me why
Scandal
I'm standing
playing in the
outside
background,
room 214
reading
at
it
the
again
Mary
and
Peach
again,
Tree, looking
my
at your
hands
pastor
shaking so
and your
bad,
sister.
I almost
The
dropped my
silence that
phone.
followed that
I typed
sentence
back
was one of the
immediately,
longest
"Who is this?
I have ever
What are
experienced.
you talking about?" And
it
the
was the
three
silence
dots
of someone
appeared,
whose entire
disappeared,
architecture of
appeared
deception
again,
just
and then
cracked
she said,
at
"I'm
every
a
joint
bartender at the
simultaneously.
W in Midtown.
It was the
Your
silence of
husband
a
came in
man
last
running
night
through
with a woman.
every
They
possible
were
response,
all over each other.
finding none worked.
I recognized him
And then
from your
he said it.
Instagram. I'm
He said,
sorry, I
"Keisha,
felt
I
like
can
you needed to
explain."
know.
I felt like the
what are you
room was
talking
spinning
about?
because the
Not,
W in
that's
Midtown is
impossible.
Atlanta.
Not,
and
you
Marcus
must be mistaken.
was supposed to be in Dallas.
He said I can explain,
unless he wasn't,
which meant he had
unless
something to
this
explain,
whole trip was a lie
which meant
from the
he
start.
already knew what I was looking
clicked
at,
on her profile,
which meant that
private
whatever
account,
was happening in that
47
hotel room
followers,
was not new
nothing
information to my
suspicious about
husband.
it. Just
I
someone
told
trying
him
to
to
protect
come.
their peace.
I told
But
him
the
to come
fact
right
that
now.
she went out of her way
and
to
I hung
message
up.
me made it feel
15
real.
minutes later,
Too real.
he walked off
I
that
went to Marcus's
elevator and
location
down
on
that
Find My
hallway,
iPhone,
and I
we
watched
shared
his face
locations
the whole
years
way.
ago after I got
He didn't look
stranded with a
shocked.
flat tire.
He didn't
and
look
he
confused.
couldn't find me.
He
Never
looked like
thought
a
I'd
man
be
walking
using it like
towards
this.
something he had
And
known
the
was
pin
coming.
dropped right there
and
in
there was
Atlanta,
something
in
almost like
Midtown.
relief in his
Right near
expression
the
that made
W
me
Hotel.
angrier than
My
anything
vision
else I had
blurred,
seen
and I had to
or
blink
heard
back
that
tears
entire
just to
night.
see the screen
Because
he
relief
lied.
meant he was
He looked
tired of
me in the
carrying
face
something.
3 days ago.
And the fact
Kissed me
that he had
goodbye,
been carrying it
told
without
me he
telling
loved
me meant he had
and
chosen
lied.
to carry it
I
alone
called him,
rather than
and it went
trust me
straight
with
to
the truth.
voicemail. Called
We did
again,
not have a screaming match
voicemail,
in that hallway.
texted, call
All
me
four
now,
of us
and
ended
got
up in that
nothing,
room because
just
I wasn't
radio
about to
silence.
have this conversation
So
where
I called the
anyone
W
walking past
Hotel
could hear
directly,
it.
and
And
my
I
voice
think
was
everyone
steady
involved
even though my
understood
insides
that.
were screaming.
Pastor
I said,
Drummond
"Hi,
sat in the chair
can you
by the
connect
window.
me to Marcus
Tamara
Thompson's
put on
room,
the
please?"
second hotel
and
robe
the front
and
desk
sat
lady
back down
paused,
on the edge of the
clicked
bed.
some keys,
Marcus
said one
stood near
moment.
the door.
And that whole
and I
music
stood in the
made
middle
me
of
want
that
to throw
room,
my phone
looked
across
at each
the room.
of them, and said,
Then she came back
very
and
quietly,
said, "I'm
"Someone
transferring
needs
you
to
now,"
start
and it
talking.
rang once.
What came out
twice,
over the next 2
3
hours
times,
in
and
that
then a
hotel
woman
room with
answered.
the television
Not Marcus,
still
a
murmuring in
woman.
the background,
Her voice
and the
groggy
city
and
moving
annoyed,
around
saying,
outside
"Hello."
the window,
I
completely
froze.
indifferent
Every
to what
nerve
was
in my
happening
body
inside.
went cold.
Was
I
one of the
couldn't
most
speak. I couldn't
painful
breathe.
and most
And she
clarifying
said, "Hello,"
conversations
again,
of my life.
more irritated
Marcus
this time,
had been at the church
and I hung up.
approximately 4
My
months
chest
earlier
felt like it
for
was
a
caving
Thursday
in because
evening
a woman
leadership
answered
meeting.
his hotel room
The
at
meeting
10 in the
ended
morning
earlier than
in
expected,
Atlanta,
and he
when
had
he
gone
was
back to
supposed
the
to be
main
in
building
Dallas.
to retrieve his
I sat there
jacket
for
from the
maybe
room where
5
they'd
minutes
been
just
meeting.
staring at the wall,
He had walked
and then
past
something in me
Pastor
snapped.
Drummond's office,
I wasn't about
which
to
should
sit
have been
here
empty
and
at that
fall
hour,
apart.
and
I
the
needed
door
to
had
see
been
this for
slightly
myself.
open.
I grabbed
He heard
my
voices.
keys in my purse,
He heard
and I was
sounds
out the
that
door.
stopped him in the
The
hallway.
W was only
He stood
20
outside
minutes
that
away
door
in
for long
traffic,
enough to
but I
understand
made it in
exactly
12.
what was happening
My heart
inside
was
it,
pounding
and
so
then he
hard
walked away.
I thought I might pass
He
out
did
in
not
the
tell
lobby,
me.
but I
He
walked
did not
up to
tell
the front
Sister
desk
Renee.
like I belonged
He
there.
did not go to the church
confident,
elders,
unbothered,
the deacon
even
board,
though I was
or
breaking
any of the
inside.
accountability
I
structures
smiled
that
big and
exist
warm
within a
and
church
said,
for
"Hi,
exactly
I'm
this
here
kind
to
of
surprise my
situation."
husband,
He
Marcus
went home,
Thompson.
lay
Can you
down
tell me
beside
what
me
room
in our
he's in?"
bed,
And the
and
guy at the
started
desk
thinking about what
hesitated,
that
said,
information
"I'm
was
sorry,
worth.
ma'am.
I want to be
can't give
precise
out room
about what I'm
numbers."
telling you
I
because
leaned
I
in,
think the
dropped
details
my
matter.
voice, said, "Look,
Marcus
it's
did
our
not go to
anniversary.
Pastor Drummond
I
out
flew
of
in to
anger
surprise
or
him.
protectiveness,
Please,
or
I just
any
want to see
impulse
my
I could
husband."
respect.
And he looked
even
at me,
while I was hurt
looked
by
at
it.
his computer,
He went to him
sighed,
deliberately,
and said,
strategically,
"Room 804."
with a list of
I
things
thanked
he
him
wanted.
and headed straight
He wanted
for the
the church board
elevators.
position
My
he'd been
hands
passed over
trembling
for
as I
twice.
hit the button.
He wanted the
and the
pastoral
ride-up felt
mentorship
like
he'd been
forever.
requesting for
Every
years
floor
and
that
kept
passed
being told
made
to
my
wait
stomach
for.
twist tighter.
He wanted to preach.
When the doors
which
opened on
Marcus
the
had
8th
wanted
floor,
since he
I
was
stepped
young,
out and followed
but
the
had
signs.
never been given a
804
real
was
platform.
at the end of the hall,
And he wanted
I
the
stood
kind of
outside
access
that door
and
for a
standing
full
in that
minute
community
because part
that
of me
he
wanted
felt
to
he
turn
deserved,
around,
but had
pretend
never
I
been
never
able to
saw that
earn through
message,
ordinary means.
go home and
he
live
laid
in
all of
blissful
that out
ignorance,
for Pastor
but I
Drummond
couldn't.
in a private
I
meeting the week
knocked.
after he
3
walked
sharp knocks,
past that office
and there was
door.
silence.
And
Then
Pastor
shuffling,
Drummond,
whispers,
a
the
man who
lock
had built
clicked,
his
the
entire
door opened
identity
a crack,
on
and there he
spiritual
was,
authority
Marcus,
and moral
my
leadership,
husband,
sat across
standing there
from
in a
one of his
hotel robe,
congregants and
hair
agreed.
messy, eyes
Because he
wide,
didn't have a choice,
saying,
or
"Baby,
at least that's
what
how
are you doing
Marcus
here?"
had framed
His
it for
voice
him.
cracking,
And
guilt written
because
all over
powerful
his
men
face.
who have been doing
I
wrong
pushed
things
the
in
door
secret
open,
are
stepped
often more
inside,
afraid of being
and there
exposed
she was,
than they are
sitting
committed
on the
to doing
bed,
right.
wrapped in
So
a
for
sheet,
4 months,
her
the
makeup
arrangement
smudged.
held.
My husband's
Marcus got his
clothes
board
on the
seat.
floor next to
He got
hers.
his mentorship meetings.
She looked at me.
He
I
got to
looked at
preach
her.
on 2
Marcus
Sunday
stood
evenings.
frozen between
He
us
got the
like
standing
a deer in
and the
headlights.
access and the
I
deference
said,
he'd
"So
been
this
wanting,
is Dallas."
and he
My
paid for it
voice
with
calm,
a silence
too
about
calm.
what he knew.
The kind of calm
And
that
what he
comes
knew
right
was that the
before a
man
storm.
delivering sermons
Marcus
about
started
covenant
stammering,
and sacred
"Baby,
ground
listen,
on Sunday
this
mornings
isn't what it
was
looks like.
spending Wednesday
I can
nights
explain,
in hotel
and I
rooms with his
actually
younger
laughed.
sister.
Not
When
because it
Marcus
was funny,
told me
but
this,
because that's
when
what they
all
all
of it
say.
came out,
Every
I went
cheating man
very
in
quiet
history
for a
has
long
used that
time.
exact line.
Not because I
The
was at a
woman on
loss
the bed
for words,
pulled the sheet
but
tighter
because I
around
was
herself
trying to find
and said,
words that were
"Marcus,
accurate
who
rather
is
than
this?"
just reactive.
And I turned to her,
I looked at my
her dead
husband,
in the eye,
this man
and
I had
said,
married
"I'm
in
his
that
wife.
sanctuary.
Who the hell are you?"
This man whose
Her
grief
face
I had
went
found
pale,
moving
and she
and
looked
whose
at Marcus
thoughtfulness
like he'd
I had
just
found
betrayed her
beautiful.
too.
And
Like
I tried
she
to
didn't
locate
know.
something I
Like
recognized
maybe he
some
told
version
her
of the
he was
person
single
I had
or
built
divorced
11
or
years of
some
my
other
life
lie.
around.
And she
I
said,
asked
his
him
wife?
one question.
Marcus,
I asked
you told
him
me you
if
were separated.
at any point in those
and there
4
it was,
months, knowing
the web
what
of
he knew
lies
about his own
unraveling
sister
right
and
in
his
front
pastor,
of me.
because
he had
not
considered
only was
telling
he
me,
cheating,
not
he
the
was
elders,
telling this woman
not
we were
Sister Renee,
separated when
not
I just
any
kissed him
institutional
goodbye
body.
3 days ago.
Just me.
I looked back
his
at Marcus
wife.
and said,
How
separated?
did it occur to him even
Is
once
that what
to
you
come
told her?
home and tell me
When
the
exactly
truth?
did we separate,
He was
Marcus?
quiet for a moment.
Because I must
Then
have
he
missed
said
that
he hadn't wanted to
conversation.
put that on me.
He opened his
I
mouth,
have thought
but
about that
nothing
answer
came
many
out.
times since
Just
that night.
pathetic silence.
I have turned it
And the
over
woman
from
got up,
every angle.
started grabbing
and
her
every
clothes,
time I come
said,
back
"I
to the
can't
same
believe this.
conclusion,
You're
which is that it was
disgusting."
not
And
an act
I
of
almost
protection.
felt bad for her.
It was an act of
Almost,
exclusion.
because she was a
He had
victim here
decided
too.
unilaterally
Just not my
that I
priority.
didn't get to know.
She got
not
dressed
because
fast,
the knowledge would have
grabbed her
hurt
purse,
me, though it would
shot
have,
Marcus one
but
last
because
look of
sharing
pure
it would have
disgust,
required him
and
to share
walked
what he
past
was
me
doing
out
with
the
it
door.
as well.
And then it was
And
just
he
the
wasn't
two
ready
of
to
us,
give that up.
me and the man
I
I'd
left
built
that
a life
hotel
with,
room at close to
standing in a
midnight.
hotel room that
I drove
smelled
home
like
alone.
betrayal.
Marcus
I walked
stayed
over
in
to
his
the
own
bed,
car.
sat down
I
on
don't
the
know
edge,
where he went for the
looked
next
at the
few
rumpled
hours,
sheets,
and I didn't
the two
ask.
coffee cups on the
I
nightstand,
sat in our house,
the
in the
room
kitchen,
service tray
at the
with
table
breakfast
where
for
we'd eaten
two,
1,000
and
meals
I felt
together.
this strange calm
And I
wash
stayed
over
there
me
until the
because
sun
wondering
started
was
coming
over.
up.
The
I didn't
paranoia
cry that
I'd
night.
convinced myself
I had
was
already
crazy
done
was
my
actually
crying in the
real,
car on the way to
and
the
now I
Marriott.
knew.
What I did
Marcus
that night
finally
was
found
grieve,
his voice
which
and
is
said,
different from
"Baby,
crying.
please,
Grief
let
is
me
slower
explain.
and quieter,
It was a mistake.
and it takes up
it
more
didn't mean
space.
anything.
The
and I
days
held
that
up my
followed
hand
were
to
some
stop
of the
him
most
because I'd
surreal
heard
of my
enough.
life.
I'd seen
Marcus
enough.
came home the
and
next
nothing
morning,
he could say would
and we
change
began
what
the
I'd just
process
walked
of
in
talking
on.
through what had
I
happened,
said, "How
or
long?"
trying
and he
to.
hesitated,
But talking
looked
through
away,
it required
and I
both
said it
people
again,
to be fully
louder.
present and
"How
honest.
long, Marcus?"
Marcus
and
kept
he mumbled
hedging,
6
kept
months,
qualifying,
like that would
kept
somehow
offering
hurt less than saying
explanations
it
that were
clearly.
really just
6
reframings
months,
of the
half
same
a year of
central
lying
truth.
to my face.
He had
half a
chosen
year of
leverage
fake
over
business
integrity,
trips and late nights
and
at
he
the
had done
office.
it while sleeping
half a
beside
year
me
of him
every
coming
night
home
and sitting
kissing
beside
me
me in
like
church every
everything was
Sunday.
normal while
Every
he was
time I
building
thought we
a
were
whole
getting
other life
somewhere,
behind
I
my
hit
back.
another wall of
I
deflection.
stood up, walked to
Not
the window,
lying exactly,
looked out
but
at the
not the
Atlantis
whole truth
skyline,
either.
and said, "I
Just
want you
enough
to know
truth
that
to
I
seem
love you.
cooperative
I
without
gave you
being fully
everything,
accountable."
and you threw it
About
away
a
for
week
what?
after
For
that
her,
night,
for the
I
thrill,
asked him to
for
stay
the ego
somewhere else
boost
for
of
a
having
while.
2 women,
Not
and my
permanently,
voice
or
didn't
at
break.
least that's what I
Didn't
told
waver
myself
because
at the
I was
time.
done crying
I
over
said
him.
I needed space
He
to
tried to
think,
come closer,
and he needed
tried
space
to
touch my
figure out
shoulder
who he
and
actually
I
was.
stepped back,
said,
because the
"Don't-
man I had
don't you
married
dare
and the
touch
man
me,"
who had
because his
spent
hands
4
felt
months running a
contaminated
covert
now.
leverage
Everything
arrangement
about
against
him
his
felt
own
dirty.
pastor were not
I
people I
pulled
could
out my
reconcile
phone,
into the
opened the
same
camera,
human being.
and started
Until I could
recording.
understand
Marcus
which
looking
one was real,
confused,
I didn't
saying,
know how
"What
to
are
be
you
in the
doing?"
same house
And I
with him.
said, "I'm documenting
He went to stay with a
this,
friend
your
from
confession,
work.
this
And I
hotel
sat
room,
with the silence
all
of that
it.
house and
because
let it
when
tell
I
me
file
things
for
I'd been
divorce,
too
I
busy
want
to
to
hear.
make sure the judge
Meanwhile,
knows exactly
the
who you are.
situation at the church
His
was
face
moving
went from
on its
guilty
own
to panicked
timeline.
real quick.
I
and
had
he
not
said,
said a word
"Divorce?
to anyone outside
Baby,
of that
come
hotel
on.
room.
We can work through
I had
this.
not called
We
Sister
can go to
Renee, had
counseling."
not spoken
And
to any
I
of the
actually
other
laughed
women in my
again
ministry
because
circle,
the audacity of
had
this
not
man
breathed a
thinking I
word
would
to my
stay,
mother,
thinking
my
I would
cousin
work
Danielle,
through him sleeping
or
with another
anyone
woman for
else who
6
might have
months
helped me carry
was
what I was
genuinely
holding.
insane.
Part of
I
that
recorded
was
him
because I
standing
didn't
there
know
in
what
his
to
robe,
say. Part of
recorded
it
the
was
hotel
because I
room,
was still
the
figuring
evidence
out
of
what
his
I
betrayal,
believed.
and then I
part
stopped,
of it was a small,
put my phone away,
stubborn
and
corner
said,
of me
"I'll be
that was
moved
still
out by the
hoping there
time
was
you get
some
home.
version of this story
Don't bother
that
trying
didn't
to
require
contact me.
everyone's
My
world
lawyer
to
will
be
be in
destroyed.
touch."
That
I walked
hope
toward the
lasted
door,
about 2
and he
weeks.
followed me,
Then
begging
Tamara
now,
made her own
"Please,
decision.
don't do this.
She
I
went
love
to
you.
Sister Renee
I
on
made
a
a
Sunday
mistake,
afternoon.
and I turned around
When her
one
home,
last time and
not
said,
the church,
"You didn't make a mistake,
not a neutral
Marcus.
location,
You
her
made
home.
a choice
Renee
over
told
and
me
over
later
again
that
for
Tamara
6 months,
had called
and now
ahead
I'm making
and asked
mine."
if she could come
I left
by,
him standing there
and
in that
Renee had
hotel
said,
room
"Of
and took the
course,"
elevator back
assuming
down.
it was about a
Walked
ministry
through the
matter
lobby with
or
my head
maybe
high,
something
even though I
personal
wanted
she
to
needed
collapse.
counsel on.
Got in my car.
She
and
opened
the
her door
second I
and let in
closed
the
the
woman
door,
who
the
had been
tears came.
sleeping with her
Not
husband
sad
for over a
tears,
year.
angry tears.
They sat
sat down in Renee's
because
living
I'd wasted
room,
5 years
and
of my
Tamara
life on a
told her
man who
everything.
didn't deserve me.
Renee
I
said she
drove
didn't
home
cry,
and immediately
I believe
started
that completely
packing his
because I know
every
Renee,
shirt,
and she is
every
the kind
pair
of woman
shoes,
who cries in
every
private
reminder
and
of him went into
composes
trash
herself for the
bags,
world.
and I
She
piled
said
them
she
all in
sat
the
and
garage
listened,
because I
and
wanted
when
them out
Tamara
of my
was
sight.
finished,
I
she
called my
asked
girl
one question.
Tasha and told her
She asked
everything,
how long,
and she came
Tamara
over within
said
the hour with
14
wine
months.
and tissues and
Renee
righteous
thanked her
anger,
for coming,
saying
stood
I knew
up,
something was off
walked
with
her
him.
to the door,
I never
and
trusted
closed
his
it.
ass, and
Then she called her
honestly,
oldest
I needed
sister
to hear
in
that.
Savannah and talked
Needed
for 4
someone to
hours.
validate that my gut
I
had
only
been
know
right
all of this
along.
because Renee told
That
me
night
herself
Marcus called
weeks later
17 times,
when we had finally
texted
started the
34
slow
messages,
and complicated
all the same
process of
desperate
being honest
bullshit.
with each other
I'm sorry.
about everything
Please
we'd
talk
both
to
been
me.
navigating.
I love you,
But
I'll
I'm
do
getting ahead of
anything,
myself.
and I blocked his number
Pastor Drummond's
because I didn't
resignation
need his
came
apologies,
22 days after
didn't
that
need his
Wednesday night.
explanations.
The announcement
Didn't
to the
need anything
congregation
from
was
him
delivered
anymore.
on a Sunday
I
morning by
contacted
the
a divorce
chairman of the
attorney the
deacon
next
board,
morning,
Elder
a
Thorne,
woman Tasha
who had been a
recommended,
greater
who had a
anointing
reputation for
almost as
eating
long
cheating
as the
husbands
church had
alive in
existed.
court.
He
And
read
when
from
I
a
walked into
prepared
her
statement
office and told
The
her my
language
story,
was careful
she
and
smiled.
vague about
Actually
Pastor
smiled
Drummond stepping
and
back
said,
for a
"Oh,
period
honey,
of personal
we're
reflection
going to take
and
him
renewal,
for everything
and
he's
about
got."
the leadership
Turns
team
out
being
Georgia
committed
is
to
a
continuity
fault-based
and
divorce
stability.
state. meaning
the
his
kind of
infidelity
language that is
actually
designed
mattered.
to be technically
And
true
because
while
we've been
being
married
practically
5 years,
empty.
and
But
I'd
in a
supported
community
him
like
through grad
ours,
school while
in
he
a
built
church
his
where
career.
people had known each
I
other
was
for
entitled
decades,
to alimony
had watched
and
their
a
children
significant
grow up
portion of our
together,
assets.
and had sat
Marcus
beside
tried
each
to
other
come home
in the
2
worst
days
moments
later
of their
and
lives.
found the locks
That
changed.
kind of
His
language
stuff in the
doesn't
garage
hold for long.
and a note on the door that
Information
said,
moves
"You can
through
pick up
those
your things
networks
between
faster
2
than
and
any
4 p.m. on
announcement can
Saturday.
catch up to it.
My brother
By
will
the
be here to
following
supervise."
Sunday, the
Because
details
I
were
wasn't about to
circulating
deal
through
with
the
him alone.
congregation in whispers.
He showed up that Saturday
carefully
looking
worded
like he
text
hadn't
messages
slept,
and
eyes red,
private conversations
face haggard,
in the parking
and
lot.
my brother Marcus.
Not everyone
Yeah,
knew
we
everything,
had the same name,
but
which always
everyone knew
annoyed
something.
him. Stood
And the
their
thing
arms
about a
crossed
community
while
built
cheating
on moral
Marcus
authority
loaded his
is that when
trash
the
bags
person
into his
holding
car,
that authority
and it
is
felt
revealed to
poetic
have been
somehow.
living a double life.
Having a real man
the
watch a
shockwaves
fake one
travel
pack up
deep
his
and
lies.
far.
The
I
divorce
watched it
took
happen
4
from a
months to
complicated
finalize,
position.
and in that time
I
I
was
found
both
out
inside
even
the
more.
situation
Found
and
messages
peripheral to
between
it.
him
I
and at
knew more
least
than
2
most
other
of the
women.
congregation.
Found credit
but I
card
was not the
statements
central
for
figure in the
hotels
story,
and dinners I
as
was
Renee
never
or
at.
Tamara was.
Found a whole secret
I was a
life
wife
I'd
whose
been blind
husband
to
had done
because I
something
trusted
wrong in
him.
response to
My
someone
attorney
else's
used all of
wrongdoing,
it.
and
Every
the concentric
text,
circles
every
of that
receipt,
wrongdoing kept
every piece
expanding
of
outward
evidence, and
until
when
I
we
felt
walked
like
into
I
that
couldn't find their
courtroom,
edge.
Marcus looked
I went back to
terrified
greater
because
anointing
he
one
knew
more
he was
time
caught.
after
Knew
everything
there was
came out.
no talking his
I
way
sat
out
in
of
the
this.
third row,
The
which was
judge
my
looked
row,
at the evidence,
the place I had
looked
sat
at Marcus
almost
with
every
pure
Sunday
disdain,
for 11 years,
and awarded me the
interim
house,
minister was a
alimony
visiting
for
pastor
3
from a
years,
church in
and
Decatur,
half of his retirement
an older
account,
man who
and
preached
Marcus
a careful,
had the nerve to look
measured
shocked,
sermon about
like he expected to
steadfastness in
cheat
times
and
of
get away with
uncertainty.
it consequence-free.
It was a fine sermon.
I walked out of
It
that
was not the
courtroom
sermon that
feeling
place
lighter
needed,
than I had in months.
but it was the sermon
like
a man could
finally
give when
shed
he didn't
dead
know
weight.
the full weight
And
of what
when
had
Marcus
happened in
tried
that
to
room.
stop me in the hallway,
I sat there
tried
and
one
felt
last
the
time
absence
to
of
apologize.
everything that had made
I
that
looked at
sanctuary
him and
feel
said,
like
I
mine.
hope she was worth
The
it,
choir
and
that
kept
Sister
walking.
Carolyn, Marcus's
Shanice,
mother,
the bartender
had sung in
who'd
for
messaged
20
me,
years,
reached out
the
again a
particular
few
way
weeks
the light
after the
came
divorce
through the
was
side
final,
windows in the
said,
morning,
"Hey
the
girl,
sense of
I've been
continuity
thinking
and
about you.
rootedness
I
that
hope
I had
you're okay."
carried into
And
every
I thanked
corner
her,
of my adult
told her
life.
she'd saved me
I
from
stayed through the
wasting
whole
any
service.
more years on a
I
man
hugged
who
a few
didn't value
people
me.
who approached
Told
me,
her she was the
people
real
who didn't
one
know
for
the full
reaching out when
story
she didn't
and were
have
glad
to.
to see a familiar
She said
face.
she'd seen too
I
many
did not
women
break
get
down.
played at that bar.
I did not
Said
make
she had a
anything
sixth
harder
sense
for anyone.
men who were up to no
And
good.
when the last song
and when
finished,
she saw Marcus
I picked
that
up my
night
purse,
with his wedding ring in
walked
his
back
pocket
down that
and
aisle
his
for the
hands
last
all
time
over that woman,
and went home.
she knew she had
The
to say
divorce
something.
was filed 4
I
months
sold the
after
house
that
6
Wednesday
months
night.
later because I
Marcus
didn't want to
and I
live
had
in a
attempted a
space that
few
held
sessions
so
with a
many
marriage
memories of a
counselor
lie.
during that
Took
period.
the money and
A
moved
woman
into a
named
high-rise
Dr.
in
Anita
Buckhead.
Pearson, whose
Started
office
over
was off
completely
Memorial Drive,
new place,
and who had
new
a gift
energy,
for
new
asking
life.
the exact
Marcus
question
tried
that
to reach
neither
out on my
person in the
birthday,
room wanted to
sent
answer.
flowers to my new
I think
address
under
somehow,
different
and
circumstances,
I threw them in
she
the
might
trash
have helped
without
us.
reading the card
But
because I didn't
circumstances
need
were
his
what they were.
performative gestures.
Every
Didn't
session
need
kept
his guilt
returning to the
offerings.
same question.
I ran into him
whether
a year
Marcus
later
was
at a
capable
restaurant.
of the kind of
He was with
radical
someone
honesty
new,
that
and when our
rebuilding
eyes
would have
met across
required.
the room, I felt
Not
nothing.
honesty about what
no
had happened.
anger, no
He could
sadness,
do that when pressed.
no lingering feelings,
But honesty about
just
who he was
indifference,
and why
that's
he had
when
made
I
the
knew I'd
choices he
truly
made.
moved on.
That deeper kind
He
of
looked like
honesty,
he wanted to come
the
over,
kind that
wanted to
requires you
talk.
to look at
But
yourself
I
without
turned back to
flinching,
my date,
kept eluding
a man
him.
who'd proven
He would get
himself
close
honest
and then
steady
retreat,
and nothing
would
like
touch
Marcus,
the truth and then
and I
pull
didn't
back
give
into
my ex
explanation.
another glance.
I don't say
The
that with
audacity of
contempt.
men who cheat
I
is
say it
something
with
I'll
the
never
sadness
understand.
that I still carry,
The way they think
because
they
I
can
think
have
Marcus
everything,
is
the
genuinely
devoted
not
wife
a bad
at home,
man.
and the excitement
I think
on the
he is
side.
a man who wanted
Like,
things
we're
he
not
hadn't
human
earned,
beings with
found a
feelings
shortcut,
and dignity
and told
the
himself
right to be
enough stories
respected.
to justify
But
it.
here's what I learned:
That is a
you
very
can't make
human
someone
failure.
value you. You
It
can't
is
love
not a
someone
failure
into
I
being
can build a
faithful.
life on,
All you
but
can
it
do
is a
is know
human
your
one.
worth and
The
walk
difference
away when
matters to
someone
me,
shows you they
even
don't see
now.
it.
We
And
divided
I'm
the
grateful
house,
now,
the accounts,
grateful for
and the
Shanice's
accumulated
message,
material of
grateful
11
for
years
that
with
knock
a
on room
thoroughness that felt
804,
almost clinical.
grateful grateful for the truth,
Our lawyers
even though it
handled most of
shattered
it.
my world.
We were in the
because
same
staying
room
with
only
Marcus
twice
would have
during the
shattered
divorce
me
process,
even more.
and both
I'm
times
32
we were
now,
largely
living
quiet,
my best life,
communicating
traveling,
through paperwork
thriving in my
and
career,
the occasional brief,
dating
direct
intentionally,
exchange.
and I've never
He
been
looked
happier
tired.
because I'm
I
not
imagine
settling,
I did too.
not ignoring
We
red
had both been
flags,
carrying something
not letting
heavy for a
anyone
long
make me
time.
feel like I'm
Just
asking
different
for
things,
too much
and
when
the
all
weight
I
of it
want
had
is
settled
basic
into both
respect
of our
and
faces.
loyalty.
The last
Sometimes
thing
I
he
think
said
about
to me
that
directly
version of me sitting
on the
on the
day we
couch
signed
reading
the
that
final
Instagram
papers
message
was that he was
how
sorry.
scared she was,
Not for getting
how her
caught.
whole world was
He'd
about
already
to
said
implode,
that version.
and I want to tell
This
her
was
it's
a
going
different
to hurt,
story,
but you're going to
quieter
survive.
and more
You're going to come
specific.
out stronger.
He said he
You're
was
going
sorry
to realize
for letting
you
his
never
ambition
needed him.
turn him into
You
someone
just needed
he
to
didn't want
believe
to
in
be.
yourself.
That the wanting
And
had
to
gotten
anyone
ahead of
listening
his
who's in that
judgment,
place right
and
now,
he had
who
made
just
choices
found
that
out,
cost
who's
him the
reading
thing
the
that
texts
mattered
or
most.
seeing the receipts
I looked
or
at him for a
standing
moment,
outside a
then
hotel
said,
room door.
"I hope you figure
I'm
out
telling
who
you what
wanna
I wish
be."
someone had
And
told
I
me.
meant it.
Leave. leave.
Not
Don't wait
generously,
for more
not
proof.
warmly, but
Don't give them
honestly.
another chance.
Because the
Don't
alternative,
believe the tears and the
hoping
promises.
he stayed broken,
Just leave
would have
and
required
don't look
me
back
to keep
because
carrying
you
something
deserve
that
someone
wasn't
who would
mine to
never
hold.
put you in that position
Tamara
to begin
and
with.
I did not have a
Marcus
formal
texts me
conversation about
sometimes,
any of it.
Even now,
we were
3
not in
years
contact
later,
after that
saying
night.
he's sorry,
The connection
saying
between
he thinks
us,
about me,
which had been
saying
real
he made
and
the biggest
warm
mistake
and
of
had
his
its own
life,
history
and
separate
I
from
don't
my marriage,
respond because my
closed like a
silence
door
is
that
the
locks
only
from the
answer he
inside.
deserves.
I have thought
I'm
about
happy,
her more than I
genuinely
expected to.
happy.
Not
He's
with
still out there
anger,
trying to
though the
fill
anger
whatever
was there
void
for a
made him
while,
think cheating
but
was
with a
acceptable.
kind of mournful
And
curiosity.
that's not my problem anymore.
I wonder what she
That's
told
his,
herself during
and I'm
those
free.
14 months.
I started
I
therapy
wonder
about
how she
6
sat
months
across
after
from me
the
at my
divorce.
kitchen table,
Not because I
talked
was
about
broken,
her life,
but
and
because
asked
I
about
wanted to
mine,
understand
and
how I'd missed
maintain
the
the
signs,
surface of our
how I'd
friendship
let myself
while holding
be so
something
blind
underneath
to what
it
was
that would
happening
have
right
broken
in front of
everything.
me.
I
My
wonder if she
therapist,
felt relief when it
Dr.
was
Williams,
over, the way
she didn't
Marcus
let me
did.
sit in that victim
I wonder if
space
she
for
feels
long.
the loss of
She
what we
said,
were the way
"You
I
didn't
do.
miss signs."
I will
He
probably
was
never know the
deliberately
answers
hiding
to
them.
any of those
That's
questions,
what cheaters
and
do.
I've made a kind of
They
peace with that
gaslight you into
uncertainty.
thinking you're paranoid
Sister
when your
Renee and I
intuition
did
is screaming
eventually
the truth.
talk.
And
About
hearing that
3
released
months
something in
after
me I
Pastor
didn't know I
Drummond's
was holding
resignation.
on to.
She
She
reached
helped
out
me
to
see
me
that
and
I'd been
asked
so
if we could
busy
meet.
being the perfect wife,
We went to a restaurant
so
in
focused
Buckhead,
on supporting
neutral
Marcus
ground,
and building
somewhere
our life
neither
together,
of us had been with
that
our
I'd
husbands,
stopped paying
and
attention
we
to
sat
myself,
for 3 hours
stopped
over
listening
food
to
we
my
barely
own needs,
touched,
stopped
talking
noticing
with a
when
rawness
things
I
felt off.
hadn't expected
There were
and
signs, though.
haven't forgotten.
Looking back, I can
She
see
told
them
me
clearly
things she
now.
hadn't told
The way
anyone
he started
else.
going to the gym
I told
more,
her things I'd been
upgrading
holding
his
alone.
wardrobe,
We
being
cried,
extra
both
protective
of
of
us,
his phone,
which I think
coming
surprised us
home
both.
and showering
We were not the
immediately
type,
before
either
even
of us,
greeting
to
me.
cry in public.
All those little
But
changes
something
I'd
about being in
explained
the
away
presence
as
of
him
someone
just
who
taking better
understood
care
the
of himself.
specific quality of
I
what
remember
we'd both
one
been
night
through
about
made
8
the
months
usual
before I
containment
found
feel
out.
unnecessary.
We were lying in bed,
Renee
and I
is a
said,
remarkable
"You feel
woman.
different lately."
I want to say
like
that
distant.
clearly.
And he
She had
rolled
been
over,
married to a
kissed my
man for
forehead,
23
said,
years,
"I'm just
had
stressed
raised
with
3
work,
children
baby.
with him,
Nothing
had
to
built
worry
an
about."
entire
And I
identity
believed
as a
him because
pastor's
why wouldn't
wife
I?
in a community
He was
where
my
that
husband.
identity came with
That's what gets me
significant
the most.
expectations
Not
and
just the
significant
cheating, but the
visibility.
ease with which he lied,
and had all
the
of
way
it
he could look in
dismantled
my
in a
eyes
Sunday
and feed me
afternoon
bullshit with a
conversation
straight
with her
face.
husband's affair
The
partner.
way he made me doubt
The
my own
grace she
instincts
brought to
when they
that
were trying to
dismantling
protect
was
me.
not passive
Dr.
or
Williams
resigned.
said that's the
It was
real
active
damage of
and hard won,
infidelity,
and
not
it
just
cost
a
her
broken
something I don't
trust,
think she'll
but the
ever
way it
fully
makes
get
you
back.
question your own
But she
judgment.
carried herself
Makes you
with a
wonder if
dignity
you
that
can
I
ever
found
trust
genuinely
yourself again.
inspiring, not
And
in a
working through
performance
that
way,
took longer than
but
getting
in the
over
quiet
Marcus
way of
ever
someone
did.
who has
I
decided
joined
who
this
they're going to be
online
on the
support
other
group
side
for
of
women
something
who'd been
terrible
through
and
similar
is doing the
situations.
daily work of becoming
And
that
hearing
person.
their stories made me
She
realize
filed for
I wasn't
divorce
alone.
about 2 months after
wasn't
I
crazy.
did. Their
Wasn't
settlement
the only
was
one who'd been
significantly more
blindsided by
complicated
someone
than
they
mine,
thought they knew.
given the length
One
of the
woman in the
marriage,
group,
the shared
her husband
assets,
had been
and the
cheating
children,
for 10 years
one of
with
whom was
multiple
still in
women.
high school.
Another
She
found out
handled
her
it.
husband had a
She
whole
always
second family
handles it.
in another state.
I found my new
and
church
my
on a Sunday
situation,
morning about
as
13
devastating
months
as it
after
was,
I walked out
could
of
have been
greater
so
anointing
much
for the
worse.
last time.
But pain is
A colleague
pain.
at work
You can't
had
measure it
mentioned it in
against someone
passing.
else's trauma.
One of those
And what
conversations
Marcus
where
said to
someone
me
says
was
something
enough.
offhand,
More than enough
and
to
it
justify
lodges in your
every
brain for
decision I
weeks.
made after.
The church was in
I
a
started
converted
dating
space
again
in
about
East
a year
Atlanta,
after the divorce was
a
final.
neighborhood I didn't
Nothing
spend
serious
much time
at
in,
first.
and
Just
it was
getting
smaller
back out
than
there,
anything I'd been
remembering
part
what
of
it felt
since
like to be
childhood.
wanted without
Maybe
the weight of betrayal
150
hanging
people
over
on a full
everything.
Sunday.
The first
No
guy I
cameras,
went out with, David,
no live stream,
he was nice enough,
no
but
merchandise
halfway
table,
through dinner, he
just
made
a
some
room,
joke about his
some
crazy
chairs,
ex-wife,
and a praise
and
team
I
that
immediately
played with
shut
more
down
feeling
because
than
any
flash.
man who talks
The
about his
pastor was
ex
a
like
woman
that is
named
telling you
Reverend
exactly
Gloria
who he
Osei.
is.
She
I
was in
learned
her
to watch
early
for the red
60s,
flags I'd
Ghanaian
ignored with
American,
Marcus.
and she
The love
preached
bombing,
like someone
the
who had earned
inconsistencies in
every word
stories,
she was saying.
the way some men
Not
would
through
push for
performance
commitment
or
too
polish,
fast or
but
get
through a quality
defensive
of
when I
conviction
asked
that you either
basic
have
questions
or you
about their
don't.
life.
And she
I
had it
dated
in
a few
abundance.
guys who seemed
Her sermons
promising
had a
until they
directness
weren't.
that I wasn't used
one
to.
who still had
A
dating
way of
apps on
naming
his
things
phone while we
plainly
were
without
supposedly
cruelty.
exclusive.
That made me
Another
feel
who'd
more seen in
conveniently
that
forget
small
to
room
mention
than I
he
had
was
in 11
technically
years
still
in a much
married
larger one.
until I found his
The
wedding
first
photos
Sunday
on
I
Facebook.
sat in her congregation.
It was exhausting
She
and
was preaching
demoralizing,
about witness,
and there were nights I wondered
about
if
the difference
all men were
between
just
being a
variations
witness
of
to
Marcus.
truth and
If
being a
loyalty
keeper
was
of
just
someone
some
else's
fantasy
secrets.
I'd been sold that
She
didn't
talked about
actually
how
exist in
silence
real life.
can be a form of
But
complicity,
then I met James
and
at
how
a
the
friend's
hardest
birthday
thing is
party.
often not
He
speaking
wasn't
up
my
to
usual
outsiders,
type, quieter,
but being
more
honest
reserved.
within the walls of
Worked
your
as an
own closest
architect and
relationships.
spoke about his projects
I sat
with
there
this
with my
genuine
hands
passion that
folded
was
in my lap
actually refreshing
and felt something I
after
hadn't
dealing
felt
with
in a
so
long
many
time,
men who couldn't
which
talk
was that I
about
was in the right
anything but
place.
themselves.
That the words
He
being
asked for my
spoken
number,
were reaching
and
something
I
in me
almost
that
didn't
had
give
been
it to him
unreachable
because
for a
I
while.
was so tired
After
of being
the service,
disappointed.
she was
But
greeting
something
people
about
at the
him felt
door,
different.
and when I came
Felt
through,
safe in a way I
she
hadn't
looked at me with the
experienced
kind
in
of
a long
directness
time.
that doesn't feel
Our first
intrusive,
date was coffee,
but lets you know you've been
simple,
seen.
low pressure,
She
and
said,
he asked
"I haven't
me
seen you
here before.
Real questions.
I told
about
her
my
it was my
life
first
and
Sunday.
my work and what
She
I
said,
wanted for
"Come
my
back."
future. And
Not as a
he
command
actually
or a
listened to the
sales
answers
pitch.
instead of
Just an
waiting for his
invitation,
turn to talk.
simple and warm.
I told him
from
on the
someone
third
who
date
meant
that
it.
I'd been married
I did come
before,
back.
that it had
I
ended
came
badly,
back the following
that I
Sunday,
had trust issues
then the
I
one
was
after
working
that,
through,
and then the one
he
after
didn't
that.
run.
The
Didn't make
community
it
I
weird.
found in that
Just
smaller
said,
space
I get
was
it.
different from
We
what
all
I
have
had
history.
at Greater Anointing.
I'm not in a rush.
Not
and meant
necessarily
it.
better in
He
every
was
way,
consistent,
but more
showed
honest
up when
in
he
the
said
ways
he
that
would,
had come to
texted
matter
back
most
in
to me.
reasonable time
People
frames,
talked about their
introduced me
struggles
to his
without
friends
dressing
and
them up.
family without
The
hesitation.
prayer requests were
had his
specific
location
and real.
shared with me from
There was
day
no
one without
performance
me even
layer
asking.
between the congregation
It took me
and the
6
worship.
months to fully
No
trust
sense
him.
that you needed
6
to present
months
a
of
certain
waiting for the
version of
other shoe
yourself
to
to
drop.
belong.
For him to
I had
reveal
not
himself
realized
as
how much
just
of my
another
energy
Marcus
at
in
Greater
disguise.
Anointing had
But
gone
he
into
never
maintaining
did.
that
He
presentation
just kept being
until I was
honest and
somewhere
present,
that didn't
and
require
everything
it.
Marcus
My life
had
in the year
pretended
and a
to be.
half since the
We've
divorce
been
has
together
been quieter
2 years
than the life
now,
I had
and
before.
I'm not saying it's perfect.
And I mean that as
no
neither
relationship
complaint
is,
nor boast,
but it's
just
real.
observation.
It's honest.
I live
and
alone
I never
in a
have to wonder
smaller
if he's
apartment in
lying to me
Kirkwood that I
because he's
chose
shown me over and
specifically
over that
because it had nothing to
transparency
do with
is
my
just who he
marriage.
is.
No shared
James
history
knows
in the
about
walls.
Marcus,
No
knows the whole
furniture that
story,
had belonged
and
to
he's
us
never
rather than
once
just
made
to
me
me.
feel crazy
I
for
bought
being
things I
cautious
liked.
or for
I
needing
painted the
reassurance
bedroom a
when my
color
anxiety
Marcus would have
spikes.
vetoed.
He
I started
understands that
cooking in a way I
trust is
hadn't
something
since
I'm
before we
rebuilding
bought that
slowly,
house.
and
Trying
he's patient
recipes
with that
I'd
process.
always been curious
I
about
ran
and
into the
eating
woman
dinner
from
at
the
odd
hotel
hours
room
because I
once,
could.
completely random.
Small freedoms.
We were at the same
kind
brunch
that
spot in
only feels
Midtown, and I
significant when you've
recognized her
spent time
immediately,
without them.
even though it had been
I
almost
still talked
3
to my
years.
mother, my
She
cousin
saw me
Danielle,
too,
and
for
a handful
second,
of
we just
friends
stared
who
at
were
each
mine
other.
before the
And then
marriage
she got
and
up,
are still mine
walked over
after
to
it.
my table,
I
and
eventually
said,
told
"I'm
them the
sorry,
whole story.
I know that doesn't mean much,
Not
but I
immediately,
am.
and not
I
all
didn't
at
know
once,
he was
but
married
over
until
time,
you showed up that
as
day.
I found language
I
for its
believed
different
her
parts.
because I'd seen her
My
face
mother,
that morning,
to her credit,
seen
did
the
not
genuine
say,
shock
"I told
when
you
she
so,"
realized
though she
Marcus had lied
in
to her
fact,
too.
told me a version
and I
of it.
said, "I know."
Having sensed
He
something
fooled
off about
both of us,
Marcus in
and she
ways
nodded,
she mentioned
thanked me
carefully
for not
and
hating her,
diplomatically
and
over the
walked
years.
away.
She
I
just
don't hate
listened,
her.
then
Never
drove
did
from
really,
her house in
because she
Stone
wasn't
Mountain
the problem.
to my apartment
Marcus
in
was.
Kirkwood and
He was
sat
the
with
one
me
who
for a
made
weekend.
vows and broke them.
We watched old
He
movies.
was the one who
She
chose
made
to
food
deceive
I'd grown
everyone
up
around
eating,
him,
and we didn't
and
talk
she
about
was
Marcus
just another
or the church
casualty
for
of his
most of it.
selfishness.
It was exactly
My mom
what I
asked
needed.
me once if I
I've
regretted
been asked
marrying
by
Marcus,
more than one
if I wished I
person
could go
whether
back
I
and
regret
never
the
meet him,
marriage.
and I
Whether I
thought
would
about
go
it for a
back
long
and choose
time before
differently if I
answering
could.
because the
I've
truth
thought
is
about that
complicated.
question
I
seriously
said
rather
no,
than
I don't
dismissively,
regret it
because it
that
deserves a
relationship
serious
taught me
answer.
what I will and
And
won't
what I've
tolerate.
arrived at is
Showed
this.
me my own
I don't
strength.
regret the love I
Forced me
brought
to
to that
rebuild
marriage.
myself into someone
I don't
who
regret
knows
the
her
effort,
worth and
the
won't
faithfulness,
compromise it for
or the
anyone.
years of genuine
If I hadn't
partnership
gone
that
through
existed
that,
before
I might
the
have
drift
settled
set
for
in.
less. Might
I
have
don't even
ignored
fully
red
regret the
flags
fact
in
that it
future
ended,
relationships.
because the ending,
might have
as
never developed the
devastating as it
standards
was,
I have now
was
that
also
protect
a
me
kind
from
of clearing.
ending up in that
It
situation
removed
again.
things that had long
Marcus
blocked
was
my
a
view of
lesson,
myself.
an expensive,
And
painful
what
lesson,
I see now in the
but a
space they
lesson
occupied
nonetheless.
is something I
And
value
I'm
more
grateful
than the
for what I
comfortable
learned, even if
blindness
I'm not
I was
grateful
living
for
in.
how I learned
What
it.
I do regret
I
is
still
the
have
years
Shanice
I
on
spent
Instagram.
ignoring my own
We don't
instincts
talk regularly,
in deference to
but
other
every
people's
now
voices.
and then she checks in.
My mother's
sends me
wisdom
a
about
message
trust,
asking
my
how I'm
grandmother's
doing,
advice
and I
about
always
giving men
respond
room to
because
breathe.
without her I
The
might still
collective
be in that
female
marriage,
wisdom of
might
my
still be
family
living
that
a
was
lie.
well-intentioned
She
and
told me
sometimes
recently
accurate,
that she's
and
gotten
also,
messages from
in this
other
case,
women thanking her for
was a
exposing
framework
their
I
partners
used to talk
too,
myself out
that
of things
she's
I
made it
needed
her
to
mission
pay
at the
attention
bar
to.
to look out for women
I don't
being
blame those
played,
women.
and I think
I don't
that's
blame the
beautiful.
tradition.
The way
I
she
blame
turned
the way I
witnessing
applied
someone's
it as a
betrayal
reason
into
not
a
to see,
form of
rather than
sisterhood.
as a foundation
There's
for
this
seeing
quote I saw
clearly.
somewhere that said,
That's a
"Sometimes
distinction
the
I
person
carry
you
with
take
me
a
now,
bullet for is
and
the
it
one
shows up
behind
in
the
every
trigger."
relationship
And that
I
hit
have.
different because
Every
that's
context
exactly what
where
Marcus
I'm tempted
was.
to look away
I
from
would have
something
done
that
anything
deserves
for
my
him,
attention.
and he used
I
that
ran into
devotion as
Marcus's
cover to
mother,
destroy me.
Miss Carolyn,
Carolyn.
But here's
about
the thing
6
about being
months
destroyed.
after the divorce
you get
was
to decide
finalized.
how you rebuild.
We were
you get
both
to
at a
choose what
grocery
version
store
of
in
yourself
College
rises
Park,
from the ashes.
and she saw me
and
first.
I chose to become
I
someone
watched
who
her
would
decide
never
to
ignore her
approach me.
intuition again.
I could see it in the way
Never
she
make
stopped
herself
and
small
steadied
to
herself.
accommodate a man's
and I
ego.
stood still
Never
and let
settle
her
for
come.
breadcrumbs when she
looked
deserves
older.
the whole damn
She
meal.
took my hand in both
I look
of
at my
hers,
life now,
and she
my career
said,
thriving,
"I'm so
my
sorry,
friendships
baby."
deeper, my
And I
relationship
believed her.
healthy,
Miss
my peace
Carolyn is not a
protected,
woman who
and I
apologizes
realized
on
that
behalf
losing
of
Marcus
other people
wasn't a
as a
loss at all.
deflection.
It was
She
a
was
gain.
apologizing
I
for her
gained
own
myself
grief,
back.
for the loss
People
of what
ask
she'd
me
hoped her
sometimes if I
son's
think
life
he's
would be,
changed, if
for
I
the
think
gap
he regrets
between the
what he
man
did,
she'd
if I
raised
think he's
and the
being
man
faithful
he'd
to
shown
whoever he's
himself
with
to
now.
be.
And
I
honestly, I
squeezed her
don't care.
hands and
His
told her I
character
was okay.
development or lack
She said,
thereof
"I know
is
you
no
are."
longer my concern.
We stood there a moment
What I
longer
know
than a
is that
grocery
people
store
who cheat
parking
once
lot
usually
required.
cheat again
Then
because
went
the
our
issue
separate
isn't
ways.
the person they're
It was
cheating
one
with.
of the more
It's
dignified
something broken
endings to
inside
something
them.
painful
Some
that I've
inability to be
experienced,
satisfied.
and I'm grateful
Some need
for
for
it.
validation
Pastor
that no one
Drummond,
person can
I
fill.
understand that you
Marcus relocated to another city.
Still out there doing the
Whether
same
he's
thing
found
to someone
another
new.
congregation,
Probably
another
still lying and
platform,
gaslighting,
another
and
community
convincing
willing
some
to
other woman
restore
that
him
she's
to a position
paranoid
of
while he
spiritual
builds his
authority.
secret life.
I
And
genuinely
I hope
don't
she
know.
finds out sooner than
I don't
I did.
follow his movements.
I hope someone
What I
messages
do
her the
know
way
is that
Shanice
the accountability
messaged
he
me.
faced
I
in
hope she has
Atlanta
the
was
strength to walk
largely
away.
informal rather
I
than
hope she doesn't waste
institutional,
5 years
which is
trying
both
to fix
typical
someone
and
who doesn't want
deeply
to be
unsatisfying.
My
The
advice
church
to anyone
protected
who's
its
been cheated on is
reputation as
this:
long as it
don't
could,
try to
then
understand
moved
it.
on,
Don't
as
torture yourself
institutions
trying
do.
to figure out what
The
you did
people
wrong
most directly
or what you could
harmed
have
by
done
what he
differently.
did had to find
Because
their
the
own
truth
way to
is
the
you
other
did nothing
side,
wrong.
with
Their
little help
cheating
from the
has nothing to
structures
do
that
with
were
you and
supposed to hold him
everything to do with
accountable.
their own
That
brokenness.
is not a unique story
Leave,
in religious
heal,
communities,
rebuild,
and that fact
don't
doesn't
ever let
make it
them
less
convince
true
you that you're
or
bitter
less
or
painful.
holding a grudge when
Renee
you
is doing
refuse
well
to give
as
them
we last
another
spoke.
chance.
She's
Because
doing
walking
some
away from
consulting work,
disrespect
which
isn't
she'd been
bitterness,
wanting to do
it's
for years,
self-respect.
but had set
I'm living
aside to
proof that you
support
can
her
come out the
husband's
other
ministry.
side of betrayal
Her
stronger,
kids are adjusting
happier,
in the way
more
kids
whole
adjust,
than you were before,
which is to
because
say
when you stop
unevenly
wasting
and with
energy
a lot
on
of help
someone
from their
who doesn't
mother.
deserve it.
She mentioned
You have
she'd
so
started
much more to
attending a
pour into
smaller
yourself
church,
and
which
the people
made me
who actually
smile.
value you.
Something about
3
both
years
of us
ago,
landing
I
in
was sitting
smaller,
on a couch
quieter
reading a
places
message that
after
would change
years
my
of the
life.
large
And
the
if I could
prominent
go
felt
back
right.
and tell that version
Like
of me
we'd both
anything,
learned something about
I'd
what
say thank
actually
you for being
sustains you
brave
versus
enough to
what
knock
looks
on
like
that
it
hotel
should.
room door.
People ask me
Thank
about
you for
faith.
not making excuses
Whether what
for
happened
him.
broke it.
Thank you
Whether
for
I
choosing
still
yourself
believe in the
even when
church
it
as an
hurt.
institution.
Because that decision,
Whether the betrayal
that
of a
moment
man
of
who was
choosing my
supposed
own
to
dignity
represent
over a
something
comfortable
sacred
lie
destroyed my
that's what
relationship
saved
with
me.
that thing.
And I'd make
And
that
the honest
same
answer
choice
is that my
1,000
faith
times
is
over.
intact,
Marcus
though it
is
looks
still
different than it
texting,
did.
still apologizing,
quieter.
still trying to
It is less
rewrite
dependent
history in
on
a way that makes
institutional
him look less
validation.
terrible.
It is less
And
likely
I'm still
to
not
accept someone's
responding
spiritual
because my
authority
silence
at
is the
face
most
value
powerful
and
thing
more
I can give
interested in
him,
the evidence
the
of how they
absence of my
actually
attention.
live. It
The
has,
void where
in
his
some
access
ways,
to me used
become
to be.
more personal
He
and
lost
more
a woman
durable
who loved him
precisely
unconditionally,
because it is no
and I
longer
lost
being
a
held
man
up by
who didn't know how
structures
to
I've had to
appreciate
stop
that.
trusting.
And those two
What I
losses
believe now
are
is
not the
simpler
same,
than what I believed
not
before.
even close.
And I think
I won,
simpler is
even though it
closer to
didn't
the
feel
truth.
like winning at the time.
I believe in
I won
showing
because
up
I'm
honestly.
free, because
I
I'm
believe
happy,
in paying
because
attention
I'm with
to what the
someone who
people
would never
closest
make
to
me
you are
question if I'm
actually
enough.
doing rather than what
And
they're
to
saying.
everyone who's still
I
in the
believe
thick of
that
it,
love is
who's
not
reading
naivete.
this and seeing
Trust
themselves
is
in
not
my story,
passivity, and
I'm
faith
telling
is
you right
not the
now,
same
you're
as
going to be
looking
okay.
away.
Better
I
than
believe
okay.
that the hardest
You're going to
lessons
look
tend
back
to be the
one
most
day
permanent
and thank
ones,
yourself for
and
leaving,
that the clearing
for
that
not
happens
settling,
after devastation,
for believing you
as
deserve
brutal
more
as
than
the clearing
lies and
process
betrayal.
is,
Walk
makes
away.
room for things
Don't look
that couldn't
back
grow in
and
the
watch
shade
how
of what was
quickly
there
your
before.
life transforms
I
when
am
you stop
31 years
accepting
old.
crumbs from someone
I
who
live
should
in an
have been
apartment
giving you the
I
whole
like
damn cake.
in a neighborhood I've
That's
come
my
to
story.
love.
That's my truth.
I have a job I'm
and
good
I'm
at
not
and that I
ashamed of
find
any of it
meaningful.
because I came
I
out
have
the other
friends who are
side
real,
exactly who
an
I was meant
honest
to
community,
be. And
and a
Marcus
faith
is
that
still
I
out
have
there
actually
trying to figure out
examined
who
rather
he is
than
without
just
me holding him
inherited.
together.
I have a
I'm
cleaner
done giving
relationship
him my
with my own
energy.
instincts than
Done
I have
letting
had
his
at any
betrayal
other point in
define
my
my
adult
narrative.
life.
I'm
And
writing
I have
a
a
new
capacity
story now,
for solitude
one
that
where
I
I'm
had
the
never
hero,
developed before,
not the victim.
that I think
And
is
it's
one
the
of the
best
most
story I've
underrated
ever
forms
told.
of strength a
I
person
never
can
thought
have.
I'd say this,
The ability to be
but
alone
I'm
with
actually
yourself
grateful
without
for that
filling the
Instagram
silence with
message
noise.
now.
I am
Grateful
not
for the way it
finished being
forced me to
affected by what
stop living in
happened.
denial and
I don't
face
think you're
a
ever
truth
finished.
I'd been
Not
avoiding for
really.
longer than I
It
realized.
shows up in
Because
unexpected
looking
moments.
back, there were
In the
moments
way
even
I
before
sometimes
those 6
catch
months
myself
where
in a
things
new
fell off.
relationship or
Little
friendship,
inconsistencies I'd
looking for
brushed
the
aside.
frequency drift
Times when
before it
Marcus's
becomes a
story
problem.
didn't quite add up.
In the way,
but I'd
I'll hear
convinced
a certain
myself I
kind
was
of gospel
being
music
paranoid or
and feel a
insecure.
complicated
Like
mixture
this
of
one time
love
about a
and
year
loss
before I
that I
found
can't
out.
fully
I
untangle.
came home
In
early
the
from
way,
a girls'
I sometimes
trip because
dream
one of
about
my
that
friends
hallway
got
in the
food
Marriott
poisoning
and wake up
we
with
had
the
to cut
same
it short.
combination of dread
And when
and
I walked
clarity
in the house,
I felt
Marcus
standing
looked
outside
startled,
that door.
genuinely shocked
But
to see
I am
me.
not defined by it
And there
either.
was this weird
That
energy
is the
in the
line
air
I
I
have
couldn't
worked
quite
hardest
place.
to walk.
He'd
To let
cleaned
what
the whole
happened be
house,
part of my
which
story
he never did.
without letting
letting
had
it be the
fresh
whole of
sheets
it.
on the bed,
To carry
had
the
taken out the
knowledge
trash,
it gave me
and
without
when I
carrying
asked
the
why
wound of it in
everything
a
was
way
so
that
spotless,
closes me
he
off to
said
what
he
comes
just
next.
felt like being
What
productive.
comes next, I
But
don't know
something
yet.
about it felt staged.
That is not a sad
like
admission.
He'd been covering tracks.
It is an honest one.
I found a wine
And
glass
after
in the
years of filling in
dishwasher
that
that wasn't
uncertainty
mine,
with assumptions,
a lipstick shade I
deference,
didn't
and
know.
the voices
and
of
when
other
I asked
people's
about
wisdom,
it, he said his
I
sister
find
had
not knowing to
stopped
be
by
one of the
earlier
most
that
honest
week,
things I can
which
say.
made sense except
I'm
his
standing.
sister lived in
I'm
Texas
clear.
and hadn't
I
mentioned
am
visiting.
in ways I couldn't have
But I
predicted
didn't
when I
push
was
it because I
23
didn't
years
want to be that
old
wife.
in a white dress in
That's
that
what
sanctuary.
they count on, cheater.
More fully myself
they count on
than
you
I
not
have
wanting
ever
to be
been.
that wife,
And
not
that is
wanting
nothing.
to seem crazy
That
or
is,
jealous
in fact,
or controlling.
everything.
So you
The
swallow your
end.
questions and
She caught
ignore
her
your
pastor
gut
in the
and
hotel
let
room
them
with her
gaslight you into
sister-in-law.
thinking you're
I
imagining
need you to
things.
understand something
I wish
before I
I'd
start.
trusted myself back
I am not
then.
a suspicious
Wish I'd
woman by
investigated
nature.
further
I
instead
never
of
went through
accepting
Marcus's
his
phone.
explanation at face
Never
value.
questioned his whereabouts.
Because maybe I could have
Never
ended it
demanded
sooner.
passwords
Saved
or
myself
check-ins
some
or
of
any
those
of that.
6 months of
I
being
was raised to
played.
believe that that trust was the foundation of a marriage, and if you didn't have that, you didn't have anything worth keeping.
Our marriage was worth
my mother
fighting
told
for,
me
even
that.
if I had to fight alone.
My grandmother told me that.
And sometimes
the
you have
women
to reach
in my
that
family
breaking
built
point
their
before you
entire
can walk
identities
away.
around
The
being
breaking
the kind
point
of
for me
wife
wasn't
who didn't
just
sweat
finding
the
him
small
in that
stuff,
hotel room,
who gave her
it was
husband
everything
room
that
to
came
breathe,
after.
who
The
kept
way he
the
tried
home
to
steady
minimize
and
it,
the faith strong.
the way he made it seem like
carried
I was
that into my
overreacting,
marriage as if it
the
were
way
scripture.
he said it didn't
And
mean
for a long
anything.
time,
like that
I
was
thought it
supposed
was
to make me
working.
feel better.
Marcus Webb
If it
came
didn't
into
mean
my life
anything,
when I
then
was
why'd you
22
risk
years
everything
old,
for it?
standing
Why'd
in the
you lie to
parking
my
lot of
face
Greater
for 6
Anointing
months?
Ministries after
Why'd
a
you
Sunday
tell her we
morning
were
service,
separated?
arguing
Why'd
with
you
my
create
cousin
this
Danielle
whole
about
alternate
whose turn
reality
it was
where
to
I
host
didn't
Christmas
exist
dinner?
except as an
He walked
obstacle to your
past us,
happiness?
stopped,
He
looked
tried
at
the
me,
typical
and
playbook
said,
after
I don't know
left.
what the argument
First
is about,
came the desperate
but I hope you
apologies
win.
and grand
That was
gestures,
it.
the
That was the
flowers
whole
and the
introduction.
handwritten letters,
I laughed.
and the showing
Danielle
up at my
rolled
job
her eyes,
trying to talk
and
to
3
me
weeks
until
later,
my coworkers
Marcus
had to
and
escort
I were
him
having
out.
coffee
Then
at a
came
little
the anger
spot
phase
on
when
Cascade
he
Road,
realized I wasn't
talking
coming
for
back.
4 hours
Suddenly,
like we'd
I was
known
the
each
bad
other
guy.
our whole lives.
I was being unreasonable.
He was 25.
I wasn't willing to work on the
clean-cut,
marriage.
the kind of
I
man
was
who
throwing
opened
away
doors without
5
being
years
asked
over one
and remembered
mistake.
things you mentioned
As if
in
6
passing
months of
3
deliberate
conversations
deception
ago.
was just a
He was
simple
thoughtful
mistake.
in a way that made you
He
think
told
someone
his
had been
family
raised
I'd
right,
blindsided
and he
him,
had been.
that I'd given
His
up
mother,
without trying,
Miss Carolyn,
that I was being
was one of the
vindictive
most
and
respected
cruel.
women in our
And some of them
congregation.
believed him because
His
he's
father
always
had
been
passed
good at
when
playing
Marcus
the
was
victim,
16,
at twisting
and he carried
narratives
that
to make
grief with a
himself look
quiet
better.
dignity that I
His
found
mother
deeply
called me
moving
crying,
at the time.
begging me to
I
reconsider,
thought it meant he understood
telling
loss,
me that all
that he
marriages
understood
go
how
through rough
fragile things
patches,
were.
that I
I
needed
thought
to
it
be
made
more
him
forgiving,
someone who would never
that
take what
divorce
he
was
had
a
for
sin,
granted.
and I'd
We did
regret
it for 2
throwing
years
away
and
my
married
family.
when I was 23.
I told her I didn't
the wedding
throw
was
anything
held in
away.
the same
Her
sanctuary
son
where
did
we'd
when he
both been
decided another
baptized as
woman
children.
was worth more than
And
his
there was
vows.
something about that
And if she
symmetry
wanted
that
to be
felt
mad
like a
at someone,
promise
she should
bigger than the
direct
vows
that
themselves.
energy toward the
My
person
father
who
walked me
actually
down the
destroyed
aisle.
this marriage.
Miss Carolyn
And she
cried
hung
through
up
the
on me.
entire ceremony.
His father reached
Pastor
out separately,
Elijah Drummond,
apologized
who had
for his
known
wife,
Marcus
said
since
he
he
didn't
was
know
a
the full
teenager,
story,
officiated.
but from what he'd
He
gathered,
gave a sermon
Marcus
before
had
the
messed
vows
up
that
badly,
people in our
and
church
he
still
didn't blame
talk
me
about.
for leaving.
Something
And
about
that phone
covenants
call
and
meant more to
sacred
me than
ground,
any
and the way God
apology
sees
Marcus ever
marriages
gave.
not as contracts,
It's interesting
but
how
as
betrayal
living things
reveals
that have to be
people's true
tended.
characters.
I remember
Not just the
standing at that
person who
altar
betrayed
thinking I
you,
had
but
never
everyone
felt
around
more
them.
certain about
you see who makes
anything in my life.
excuses for bad behavior.
For the first several
and who
years,
holds people
the
accountable.
marriage was good.
And that tells
Not
you
perfect,
everything you need
because
to know.
nothing is,
My
but
family
genuinely
rallied
good.
around me in
We
ways
bought
I
a
didn't
house in
expect.
Adamsville.
My dad,
I
who'd
was working
always
as a
liked
project
Marcus
manager
and
for
called
a
him
mid-sized
son, stopped
healthcare
speaking
company
to him
downtown,
entirely.
and
My
Marcus
mom,
was
who's
building his
usually all
career
about
in commercial
forgiveness
real
and
estate.
second chances,
We were
told
busy,
me she
but
was
we
proud
made
of
time
me
for each
leaving.
other. We
My
traveled
younger
when we
sister
could.
said she'd
We had
never
a
liked
standing
him
date
anyway,
night on Fridays.
which was news to me.
We
but
were
I
active in the
appreciated
church,
the loyalty.
both of us serving
my
on
friends
different
were
ministry
split.
teams.
Most of them
and that
supported my
community was the
decision
backbone
completely,
of our social
but a
life in a
few,
way that
the
felt
ones
healthy
who were married
and grounding
maybe
rather
dealing
than
with their
insular.
own relationship
The first
issues,
time I noticed
tried to
something
convince
shift
me to
was
give
about
him another
4
chance.
years into the
Said
marriage.
counseling could fix
It wasn't
this.
dramatic.
Said I was
It wasn't
giving
an
up too
argument,
easily.
a cold
I lost
shoulder,
some friendships
or
over
any
it
of the
because I
obvious
couldn't be
signs
around
people
people
talk
who
about.
thought I should have
It was
stayed,
more like a
who didn't
frequency
understand
change.
that staying
When
would
a
have
radio
destroyed me
signal
slowly,
drifts slightly
who
off
valued
station,
the appearance of
you keep
marriage
reaching
over
for
my
the dial
actual
to bring it
well-being.
back.
But
the
the friends
sound
I
keeps
kept,
getting
the
fuzzy
ones
at the
who
edges.
showed up with wine
Marcus
and tissues
was
and
present
righteous
physically,
anger,
but somewhere
those
else in
friendships
every
got
other way that
stronger,
mattered.
deeper.
I
became
chalked it
the
up to work
foundation
stress.
I built my new
He was
life
trying
on.
to close a
Tasha
significant
became
deal,
my rock
and
during
the
those
pressure
first
was
few
visible.
months. She was
I
at my
gave him
house
space.
almost every day,
The deal
making sure I
closed.
ate,
Things
making
got
sure
a
I
little
got out
better.
of bed,
I
making
stopped
sure I
paying
wasn't
attention
drowning
to
in
the
grief
frequency,
and anger.
but that
and I don't
drift
know if
never
I would have
fully
survived
corrected
without
itself.
her.
It would
She was the
settle
one
for a
who
few
pushed
months,
me to go to
and
therapy,
then I'd feel it again.
who helped me pack
that
Marcus's
subtle pulling
things,
away,
who
that
sat with
quality
me
of
while I
being in the
cried
same
ugly
room with
tears and
someone who had
questioned
already
everything
left.
I thought I knew about
I mentioned
love
it to him
and
once,
commitment
maybe
and
8
my own
months
judgment.
before everything
She
fell
also
apart.
kept me from doing
We were
stupid
in the
things
kitchen
like
on a
checking
Sunday
his social
evening,
media
and I told him I
obsessively
felt
or
like we were
driving
losing
past his
something.
new apartment,
Like we
or
were
reaching
becoming
out to him in
roommates who
moments
went
of
to church
weakness.
together
She'd
instead
take
of
my
husband
phone
and
and say,
wife.
"Not
He
today,
listened.
Satan.
He
We're
nodded.
not giving him that
He said
power."
I was right and
I
that he
found
would do
out
better.
later that Marcus
And he
had
did
tried to
for about
contact
6
her,
weeks.
tried to get
Then
her
the
to
drift
convince
came
me to
back,
talk to him,
and this time it brought
and
company.
she told him exactly
He started
where
spending
he could go,
more time
and
at
it
the
wasn't
church.
anywhere polite.
Not just Sundays,
and I loved
but
her even
multiple
more
evenings
for that.
a week.
Having good
Tuesday
people around
Bible
you when
study,
your world
which
falls
he'd
apart
attended off
isn't just
and on for
helpful,
years,
it's essential.
became a
because those dark
non-negotiable
moments
standing
when you're
commitment.
questioning if you made
Thursday
the right
leadership
choice,
meetings
when
that
you're
he'd
lonely
never
and
mentioned
missing
before
what you
started
thought you
appearing
had.
on his calendar.
Those are the moments
Saturday
when you need
morning
someone to
prayer
remind you why you left.
To stretch past
the loneliness was real,
I didn't question it at first.
I'm not going to pretend it wasn't.
The church had always been central to
your
our
life
lives.
With someone to
and
sleeping
honestly,
alone in a quiet
I told
house,
myself I should be glad he was investing
having
in his
no one to tell about your
growth
day.
instead of
It's
sitting
an
at home
adjustment
disconnected.
that hits harder than you
I told
expect.
myself a lot of
there
things
were nights
that year.
I'd reach for my phone
I was very
to text
creative
Marcus
with my
about something
explanations.
random. Some
What I didn't
inside
pay
joke
close enough
or
attention
stupid
to
meme,
was the way
and
he started
then I'd
guarding
remember
his
that
phone.
person didn't exist
Marcus had
anymore.
never been
The
secretive
Marcus
about his
I
phone
thought
before.
I knew was a fiction.
We weren't the type to
and
go
the real
through each
Marcus
other's devices,
wasn't someone I wanted
but
to
we
share
also weren't the
anything
type
with.
to hide them.
I had to
His
grieve
phone
not
had
just the
always
relationship,
just been his
but
phone,
the future I'd
sitting on the
imagined.
counter,
the kids
face
we
up,
talked about
no
having,
drama.
the house
But
we were
somewhere
saving
around
for,
7 months
the
before that
retirement
Wednesday
plans
night,
and vacations
I started
and
noticing
growing
that
old
he'd
together.
flip it over
All of it
whenever I
gone
walked into
because
the room.
he couldn't keep his
that
dick in
he'd
his
take
pants.
calls in the garage.
And yes,
his
I'm
screen
still bitter
brightness
about that
was always
specifically,
set to the
about
lowest
how he
level.
threw away
I
decades of
noticed.
potential
I
happiness
filed
for
it
what?
away.
Some excitement.
I didn't want to
some
be the
ego
suspicious
boost.
wife.
Some woman
my
he's
mother's
probably
voice
not
in my
even
head,
with anymore.
my grandmother's
because relationships
voice,
built
the
on
voices
betrayal
of every
rarely
woman
last.
in my family
I
who had
saw
ever
on
told
social
me that a
media
man
through a
needed
mutual
space
friend
and
that he
trust.
dated the woman from
I
the
listened to
hotel
those
for a
voices
few months
instead of my
after
own
our divorce.
instincts, and I will
But it
carry
didn't
the
work
weight
out,
of that choice
shocker.
for a long time.
Turns out when you start
On
a
Wednesday
relationship
night,
with someone
it all
who helped you
collapsed,
cheat,
as it often
trust
does.
becomes an issue.
I'd had a long day at
Who
work,
would have thought?
back-to-back meetings.
Part of me wanted to
ate
reach out
lunch
to
at
her
my desk
and say,
and
told you
drove
so.
home in that
But
particular
honestly,
Atlanta
she'd
traffic
already
that
learned
makes
that
you
lesson the
question
hard
every
way,
life
and
decision
I wasn't
you've ever
interested
made.
in rubbing salt in
Marcus was
wounds.
already dressed
I'd moved on,
and heading out
and
when I
she
walked
could figure
in the door.
out her own path.
He kissed me on the
Marcus
cheek,
tried to date
said he
other
had a
people
late
too,
leadership
from what I
debrief
heard,
at the church,
but apparently
and said
he
he'd be
struggled
home by
because
10.
word gets around
I
in
kicked
Atlanta,
off my shoes,
especially
changed
in
into
our
something
social
comfortable,
circles, and
heated the
women talk,
leftovers in the fridge,
and nobody wants
was
to
in
date the
bed
guy
by
who
9.
cheated on his
Watching
wife
a
for
show
6
I'd
months.
already seen twice
His reputation
because
took
I
a
was
hit,
too tired
and
to
I
invest
can't say I
in
feel bad
anything
about
new.
that.
My
Actions
phone
have
rang at
consequences,
9:47.
and one of those consequences
Unknown number.
is that people
Atlanta
remember how
area
you move,
code.
and they
I
judge
stared
you
at it for a
accordingly.
moment and then
I've
picked
built
up
a good
because
life
something,
now,
some
better than good
instinct
actually.
I hadn't learned to
My
ignore
career
yet,
took off after
told
the
me to
divorce
answer.
because I
The woman
finally
on the
had the
other
mental
end had a
space
calm
to focus
voice.
on myself
The way
instead
people
of
are
managing
calm
a
when they've made a
relationship that was
decision
rotting
they
from
can't
the
take
inside.
back.
I
She
got
didn't
promoted
introduce
twice
herself.
in 2 years.
She didn't
Started
apologize
making more
for
money
calling.
than Marcus
She
and
just
I ever
said,
made together.
"Is this Marcus
Bought
Webb's
myself
wife?"
a car
And the way
I
she said
actually
wife,
wanted
with
instead
this
of the
particular
practical
weight on
sedan
it,
he'd convinced
made
me
my
was the
stomach
smarter
drop
choice.
before I'd even
Started
processed
traveling
the question.
to places I'd
I
always
said
wanted
yes.
to go.
I
I went to
asked who
Bali
she
by
was.
myself.
She
Spent
said
2
her name
weeks in
didn't matter.
Thailand.
Then
Took a
told me
girlfriend
my
trip to
husband
Dubai.
wasn't at any
did a
church
yoga
meeting.
retreat in Costa Rica.
She said he was at the Marriott
Lived my life
Peachtree,
in full
room
color
214,
instead of the muted
and that
gray
he was
my
not
marriage
alone.
had become
She
without
said
me
it
even
without
realizing
drama,
it.
without
James
emotion.
has been part of that
like
journey too.
she was reading an
He
address
encourages
off a
me to
piece
chase
of
my
paper.
dreams,
And then
never
she
makes
hung
me
up.
feel guilty for
I sat in my
prioritizing
bed
myself.
for probably 4
Celebrates
full
my
minutes
wins
without
like they're
moving.
his own.
I
And
ran
that
through
kind of support
every
is something
rational
I didn't even
alternative
know
I
I
could
was missing
manufacture
until
on
I had
number.
it.
Someone
We're
is
talking
playing a
about
game,
getting engaged
a
soon,
misunderstanding,
which terrifies me if
a
I'm being
mix-up.
honest.
Some
Not
woman
because
with a
I don't
grudge
trust
against
him,
a
but
different
because I'm
Marcus
still
Webb
carrying
in a
some
different
scar
marriage
tissue
with
from
a different
Marcus.
wife.
Still have
I built
moments
those
where I worry
alternatives
the
up
other
as
shoe
high
will
as I
drop.
could,
But
and then I
James is
watched them
patient with
collapse
that.
on their own
He
because
understands
not one of
that
them
my
could hold
trauma
the weight
isn't
of
about
what I'd
him.
heard in that woman's
He's willing to
voice.
move at my pace.
She wasn't
and
making
he's
something
shown
up.
me through his
She
actions
knew
that he's
something,
nothing like
and
my
she had
ex,
decided I
that
should
not
know it
all
too.
men are
I got
incapable
up.
of loyalty
I got
and
dressed.
honesty.
Not slowly,
I think about the version
not
of me who
dramatically,
was married
just
to Marcus,
mechanically,
and I
the way
barely
you move
recognize
when your
her.
brain has made a
She was
decision,
so focused
and
on
your body
being the
is
perfect
following
wife,
orders before
on
your
making him
emotions
happy,
have had a chance
on
to
keeping
vote.
the peace.
I grabbed
that
my
she forgot
keys
to
and my
ask if
purse,
she was
and
happy,
I drove to that
if her
Marriott.
needs were being
And I
met.
want to tell you that I was
If
composed
she was getting
the whole
back
way there.
even half of
but
what
the
she was
truth is
giving.
that I cried for
I'm
the
not that
first
woman
10
anymore.
minutes of that
I
drive.
won't shrink myself
and
to
then
make
something
someone else
switched off
comfortable.
inside me,
Won't
and I
ignore
went
red
very
flags
still.
to avoid conflict.
Not peaceful still.
Won't accept less
Certain
than I
still.
deserve just
like
because
I
I'm
already knew what I was about to find.
Being alone is better than being with someone who makes you feel alone.
The lobby of the Marriott was bright and quiet.
It's a lesson I'll carry with me forever.
One of those business travel hotels where the energy at 10 o'clock on a Wednesday is tired and
not
transactional.
Forgotten because I learned
a man
too
in a
much
suit
to forget,
was checking in
but
at the front
definitely
desk.
closed.
A woman
and I'm
was
not
waiting for
interested
the
in reopening it, no
with a
matter how
rolling
many
suitcase.
times he tries to
Nobody
rewrite the
paid me
ending.
any attention.
He wanted me to be a
I took
safety
the
net
elevator
while he
to the
explored
second
other
floor
options.
and walked down
Wanted
the
me
hallway.
to be the stable,
And
comfortable
when I got to
choice
room
he could come home to
214,
after his adventures.
I stood outside that
and
door
I refused
and
to be
I made
anyone's
myself
backup
free.
plan ever again.
I could hear the television.
I'm someone's
a
first
low
choice
murmur of
now,
sound,
someone's
some
only
late night
choice,
show,
and that's what
the
I
kind
deserved
of noise
all
people
along.
put on when they
I
want to
just had
feel
to
less
lose
alone
everything
or
to
less
realize
conspicuous.
The journey
There
from
was
that
light
hotel
under the
room to
door.
where I am now wasn't
Someone
easy.
was awake in that
It was
room,
messy
and they had
painful,
no idea
and there
I
were
was
setbacks.
standing 18
Days
inches
when
away
I
from
felt
them.
like I was moving
I knocked
backward
2 firm
instead of
knocks,
forward.
not frantic,
Moments
not timid.
when I wondered
The
if I'd
television
ever trust
kept going.
anyone again.
I heard
but
movement,
I kept going,
the unmistakable
kept healing,
sound
kept
of
choosing
people
myself
adjusting,
over and over
repositioning,
until choosing
the
myself
shuffle
became
and hush
natural
of a
instead of
situation
radical.
being rearranged
And That's the real victory here. Not that I survived Marcus's betrayal, but that I used it as fuel to become someone who would never tolerate that treatment again.
I stood there and
someone
I waited,
who knows her worth
and when the
isn't
door
tied to whether a
finally
man
opened,
can stay faithful.
I was looking at Pastor
someone who
Elijah
understands
Drummond.
that his cheating was
He
about
was wearing
his
a
character,
hotel robe.
not my value.
His hair,
I
usually
hope my
perfectly
story
shaped
helps
for
someone
Sunday
who's going
mornings,
through this
was
right
not
now.
right.
Someone who
His
just
eyes
found
went
out.
wide when he saw
Someone
me,
who's deciding
and for
whether
just
to
a
stay or
moment,
go.
one
Someone
very
who's
small
questioning
and
their
very
own
judgment
judgment and wondering
I saw
if they'll
pure
ever
panic
feel
cross
whole
his
again.
face before he
You will.
composed himself
I promise
into the
you will.
Pastor Drummond
It takes
I had
time and
known
work
for
and
11
support,
years.
but you will come out
I
the
had
other
already
side
seen the
stronger
panic.
than you ever thought
I had
possible.
already clocked the
And you'll
robe
look
and the
back
hair
and thank
and the
yourself
way he
for
was
having
standing
the
in the
courage to
doorway
walk
of a
away.
hotel room
Don't
at
let
10
anyone
o'clock on a
convince you that
Wednesday
leaving
night.
is giving
And
up.
every question
Leaving
in
is
my mind
sometimes the
collapsed
bravest thing
into
you
a
can
single
do.
point
It's
of
choosing
terrible
yourself
clarity.
when someone else
I
has
looked
chosen
past
to
him into the
disrespect
room.
you.
The
And
lamp
there's
on the
nothing weak
nightstand
about
was
that.
on.
Marcus
The bed
is
covers
still out
were
there
pulled
somewhere,
back and rumpled.
still living his life,
And sitting on the far
still
edge
dealing
of the
with
bed,
the consequences
wrapped
of his
from her
choices.
shoulders to her
And
knees
I'm
in the
here
white
living
bedsheet,
mine, and
was a
our
woman I
paths
had
don't
known
cross
since the
anymore.
year I
And
joined
that's
Greater
exactly how it
Anointing
should be.
Ministries.
I'm free.
A woman who had
I'm
sat
happy.
beside me
I'm
at
loved by
women's
someone
ministry
who deserves
retreats
me.
and eaten
And
at my
Marcus
kitchen
is
table
just a
and
story
been
I
in my
tell
wedding.
now, a cautionary
A woman
tale,
whose last
a
name was
reminder
Webb,
of what I
because
survived
she had been
and
born
how
into
far
the
I've come.
same family
That's
as
how
my
it ends.
husband.
Not with him
Tamara,
begging for me back
Marcus's
or some
younger
dramatic
sister,
confrontation,
30
but
years
with me
old.
moving on completely,
The woman I had called my
building a life
sister-in-law
so full
and my friend
beautiful
for 11
that he
years.
becomes irrelevant.
I want to stop
a
here
footnote
because
in my
I need you
history
to actually
instead of a
sit with what I'm
defining chapter.
describing.
And
I
that,
drove
more
to
than
that
any
hotel
revenge I
expecting
could
to
have
find my
planned,
husband with
more
another
than
woman.
any public
What I
humiliation
found instead
or
was my
vindictive
pastor,
move,
a
is the
married
ultimate
man
victory,
with 3 children
living well,
and 20 years
loving
of
better,
spiritual
and never
authority
looking
over
back.
my community.
I saw him
in a
one more
hotel
time
room
after
with
that
my
random
sister-in-law.
restaurant encounter.
My husband was
and
nowhere
it was
in
at a
that
place
room.
neither of us
And the
expected.
caller who sent me
A
there knew
funeral for a
exactly what I
mutual
would
friend's
find.
parent.
The
Someone
world
we'd
did
both
not
known
spin.
during our marriage.
It didn't do
and there was
anything
no
dramatic
avoiding each
or
other in that
cinematic.
small church.
It just
He
rearranged
looked
itself
older,
very
more worn
quietly
down,
into a shape
like
I
life
didn't
had been
recognize.
heavy on him.
Pastor
And
Drummond
when our eyes
started
met across
talking
the
immediately.
pews, I felt
His
absolutely
voice was
nothing.
low, measured,
no anger,
controlled.
no sadness,
He said,
no
Sister
lingering
Keisha,
attachment.
this is not what
just
dash.
the same
And I
feeling
held
you
up
get
one
when you
hand,
see a
and
stranger
something in
on
my
the street.
face made him stop
After the
mid-sentence.
service, everyone
I
gathered
looked
at the
at Tamara.
family's house for the
She had
repast,
pulled the sheet
and
higher
Marcus
up around
cornered me in
herself,
the kitchen
and
while
she
I
was looking at a
refilling my
point
plate.
somewhere to the left
Said,
of my
"Can
face,
we talk for a minute?
unable or
Please,
unwilling
I've
to
been
meet
wanting
my
to
eyes
reach out,
directly.
but I didn't think
I had
you'd
known this
respond.
woman for over a decade,
I looked at him,
and she couldn't
this
look
man
at me.
who'd once been
That
my
told me
entire
more than
world,
the robe
who I
or the
built
rumpled
dreams with
bed
and
or
trusted
any of the rest
completely.
of it.
And I said,
"There's
very
nothing
calmly,
to talk about
whereas
Marcus.
That was a
Neither
lifetime
of them
ago.
answered
I've
immediately.
moved on. You should
Pastor
too.
Drummond
He
opened
looked
his
hurt,
mouth,
like
and
he'd
I cut
expected
him
some
off
different
before
reaction.
he could start.
Like maybe
I
he thought
said,
enough
"Not
time
you."
had passed
Her.
that we could be friendly
Tamara
or
finally
civil
looked
or
at me.
whatever fantasy
Her eyes
he
were
built
wet,
in his head.
but she hadn't
But
cried
I wasn't
yet.
interested in
She
giving
said
him
she didn't
closure
know.
or absolution
I told her that
or
was
anything
interesting,
else he thought
given
he
that my
deserved.
husband had
He
told
said,
me he was
I
at
know
a
I
church
messed
meeting
up.
tonight.
I think about
and
it
I had
every
a
day,
feeling the two
about
things
what I
were
lost,
connected.
about how
She looked
stupid
away
I
again.
was, and I
So
just
I
want you to
called
know that I'm
Marcus.
sorry.
Right there in
Truly
the doorway,
sorry.
phone on
And I
speaker,
hope you can forgive me
loud
someday.
enough that everyone
I set
in
my
that
plate
hallway
down,
and
looked him
everyone
dead
in
in
that
the
room
eye,
could hear
and
every
said,
word.
I forgave you a long
picked
time
up
ago,
on the
Marcus.
second ring.
Not for
His
you,
voice
but for
was
me.
normal,
Because
relaxed.
holding on to that
the voice
anger
of
was
a man
only
who had
hurting
no
me.
idea the
But
floor was about
forgiveness
to
doesn't
disappear
mean I
from
forget.
under him.
And
He
it
said he was
definitely
wrapping
doesn't
up at
mean
the
I want
church,
you in my life
asked
in
if
any
I was
capacity.
okay, and asked
His
if I
face
needed
fell,
anything.
and he said,
I
I'm in
said,
therapy
"Which
now.
church,
I've been
Marcus?"
working on myself.
He paused for
trying
just
to
a beat.
understand
Not
why I
long,
did what I did.
but I heard it.
Why I
He
sabotaged
said,
the
"Greater
best thing I
anointing,
ever had.
same as always."
And I just wanted you
I
to know
said,
that.
"So you're
I
there right
almost
now."
laughed
He
because
said,
the
"Yes."
audacity of him thinking
I
cared about
"Then
his
I need you to
personal
explain
growth
to me
journey.
why I'm standing
Like his
outside
therapy
room
sessions
214
had
at the
anything
Marriott
to do with
Peachtree,
me.
looking
Like
at your
I was
pastor
supposed to be
and
proud
your
of him
sister.
for doing the bare
The
minimum
silence that
work
followed
he should
that
have done
sentence
before
was
he
one of the
destroyed our
longest marriage I have ever
I said,
experienced.
"That's good, Marcus.
It was the
I'm
silence
glad you're
of
working
someone
on yourself,
whose entire
genuinely,
architecture of
but
deception
that's for
just
you
cracked
and whoever
at
you're with
every
now,
joint
not for
simultaneously.
me. I don't
It
need
was the
updates on
silence
your
of a
healing
man
process.
running through
I did
every
my own
possible
healing
response,
without you.
finding none
Someone
worked.
else walked into
And
the
then he
kitchen
said
then,
it.
and the
He
conversation
said,
ended.
"Keisha, I
and
can
I was
explain."
grateful for the interruption because
"What are you
I
talking
said
about?"
everything I
"Not,
needed to say,
that's
and
impossible."
staying in that space
"Not,
with him
you must
any
be
longer
mistaken."
felt like giving
He
him
said,
more
"I can
of my
explain,"
energy than
which
he
meant he
deserved.
had something to
I
explain,
left the repast
which
early.
meant he already
Didn't
knew
say
what I was
goodbye to
looking
him.
at,
Didn't look
which
back.
meant that
Just
whatever
got
was
in my
happening
car
in
with
that hotel
James, who'd
room
come
was
with
not
me
new
for
information
support,
to my
and
husband.
I told him about the
I
conversation.
told him to come.
And he squeezed
I
my
told
hand
him to
and
come
said,
right now.
"I'm proud of you
And
for
I hung
standing
up.
your ground."
15 minutes
that interaction
later,
confirmed
he walked
what
off
I
that
already
elevator
knew,
and
that
down
I'd
that
completely
hallway,
moved on,
and I watched
that
his
Marcus
face
no
the whole
longer
way.
had any
He didn't
power
look
over
shocked.
me. that I could see him and feel nothing.
He looked like a man walking towards something he had known was coming.
Not just physically,
and there
but
was something
emotionally,
almost
too.
like relief in his
Some
expression
people hold
that
on to
made
their
me
hurt
angrier
forever.
than anything else I had seen or
Let it
heard
poison
that entire
every
night.
future relationship.
Because relief
and
meant
I
he was
get that.
tired of carrying
I understand
something.
how betrayal
And the
can
fact
make you
that he had
bitter
been carrying
and
it without
suspicious
telling
and
me meant
closed
he had
off.
chosen to
But
carry
I chose
it alone
differently.
rather than
I chose
trust
to
me
take
with
the
the
lesson
truth.
without carrying
We
the
did not
pain.
have a screaming
chose
match
to
in that
protect
hallway.
my peace without
All
building
four of us
walls
ended
so
up in
high
that
that
room
no
because
one
I
could
wasn't
ever
about
get
to have this
close again.
conversation where
Chose to
anyone
believe
walking
that what
past
Marcus
could hear
did
it.
was about him,
And I think
not
everyone
about the
involved
entire male
understood that.
population.
Pastor
That
Drummond
choice
sat
saved
in the
me,
chair by
saved
the window.
my ability to love
Tamara
again.
put on the second
Saved me
hotel
from becoming
robe
the
and
kind
sat
of person
back down
who's
on the edge
so
of the bed.
damaged by the past
Marcus
that
stood
they
near the door,
sabotage their own future.
and I stood in the middle of
And
that room.
I'm grateful I had
looked at
the
each of
awareness
them
to make
and
that
said,
choice.
very quietly,
James and I got
someone
engaged
needs to
6
start
months
talking.
after that funeral.
What came out over the
He
next 2
proposed
hours
during a trip
in
to
that hotel
Santorini,
room with the
on a
television
cliffside
still
at
murmuring
sunset.
in the background,
The most
and the city
beautiful
moving
moment of my
around
life.
outside the window.
And when I said yes,
completely
I wasn't
indifferent
thinking
to what
about
was happening
Marcus
inside,
or my first marriage
was one of the
or
most
any of the
painful
pain I'd
and
been
most
through.
clarifying
I was fully
conversations
present,
of my
fully
life.
grateful,
Marcus
fully ready
had been
to
at the
start
church
this new
approximately
chapter with
4
someone
months
who'd proven
earlier
himself
for
worthy
Thursday
of my
evening
trust.
leadership meeting.
And that's how I
The
knew
meeting
I
ended
healed
earlier than
completely,
expected,
because my
and
past
he had gone
wasn't
back to the
interfering
main
with my
building to
present
retrieve
anymore.
his jacket from
Planning
the room
my
where they'd
second
been
wedding
meeting.
was completely
He had
different
walked
from
past
planning my
Pastor
first.
Drummond's office,
Back then,
which
I'd
should
been
have been
so
empty at
focused
that
on the
hour,
details,
and the door
the
had
perfect
been
dress
slightly
and
open.
flowers and venue.
He heard voices.
Making sure everything
he heard
looked
sounds
picture
that stopped
perfect
him in the
for
hallway.
everyone else.
He stood outside
This time
that
I
door
didn't care
for long
about
enough
any
to
of that.
understand
We kept it
exactly
small,
what was happening
just
inside
close family
it,
and
then
friends
he walked away.
at a vineyard outside
he did not
the
tell
city.
me.
Simple
He did not
and
tell
intimate
Sister Renee.
and focused
He did
on what
not go to
actually
the church
mattered.
elders,
The commitment
deacon
we were
board,
making to each
or
other.
any of the
My dad
accountability
walked me down
structures
the
that
aisle,
exist
and he
within a
leaned in
church
right
for
before we
exactly
got
this
to
kind of
James and
situation.
whispered, "This one's
He went
different."
home,
I
lay
can see
down
it in the way
beside
he
me in
looks
our
at
bed,
you,
and
like you're
started
the
thinking
only
about
person
what
in
that
the room,
information was
and
worth.
I knew he was right.
I want to be precise
Marcus
about what
had
I'm
never
telling
looked
you
at me like
because
that.
I think the details
Even in our
matter.
best moments,
Marcus
there was
did not go
always
to
something
Pastor
distracted
Drummond
about
out of
him.
anger or
Something looking for the
protectiveness
next thing,
or
the
any
next
impulse
thrill,
I could
the
respect,
next validation.
even while I was
But
hurt
James
by
looks
it.
at me like
He
I'm
went to
enough,
him deliberately,
like I'm
strategically,
everything.
with
We
a
said our
list of
vows,
things
and
he
I cried.
wanted.
Not
He
sad
wanted
tears,
the church
but
board
happy
position
ones,
he'd been
grateful
passed
tears,
over for twice.
because I'd gone
he
through
wanted
hell
the
to get to
pastoral
this
mentorship
moment,
he'd
and
been
it made me
requesting for
appreciate it
years
so
and
much
kept
more
being
than I
told
would
to
have
wait
if
for.
I'd never known
He wanted to
heartbreak.
preach,
I
which
thought
Marcus
about
had
Marcus
wanted since
briefly
he was
during
young,
the reception,
but had never
wondered
been
if he'd
given a
heard I
real
was getting
platform.
remarried,
And he
wondered
wanted
if
the
it
kind of
bothered him.
access and
And
standing
then I
in
let
that
the thought
community
go because
that
it
he
didn't
felt
matter.
he deserved.
He was a
but
ghost
had never
I'd
been able
stopped
to
being
earn through
haunted
ordinary
by.
means.
Tasha gave
He
a
laid
toast
all
that
of that
had
out for
everyone
Pastor
laughing
Drummond
and crying.
in a private meeting
She
the
talked
week
about
after he
watching me
walked
go
past
through the
that
worst
office
time
door.
of my life
And
come out
Pastor
stronger.
Drummond, a
Talked
man
about
who
how
had built
James
his
had
entire
restored her
identity
faith
on
that good men
spiritual
still
authority
existed.
and moral
Talked
leadership,
about how this was
sat
the wedding
across
I
from
deserved.
one of his congregants
Not the
and
first
agreed.
one.
Because
My
he
mom
didn't have a
cried through the
choice,
whole
or
ceremony,
at least that's how
partly
Marcus
because
had
she
framed
was
it for
happy,
him.
but partly
and
because she
because
felt guilty.
powerful men who
She
have been
told
doing
me
later
later
things
that she
in secret
suspected
are
Marcus
often
was
more
cheating
afraid of
toward
being
the end,
exposed
but
than they
didn't
are
say
committed to
anything
doing right.
because she didn't want to
So
plant
for
seeds
4
of
months,
doubt if she was
the
wrong.
arrangement held.
I told her
Marcus
I didn't blame
got his
her,
board seat.
that it wasn't her
He
job
got his
to
mentorship
expose
meetings.
him, that
He got
even
to
if she
preach
had
on
said
2
something
Sunday
I probably
evenings.
wouldn't have
He
believed
got the
her until I
standing
saw it
and the
with my own
access
eyes.
and the deference
And we
he'd been
hugged,
wanting,
and I felt
and
that
he
weight
paid
lift
for it
off
with
her
his silence
shoulders.
about what he knew.
James's family
And what he
embraced me
knew was that the
completely.
man delivering
No judgment
sermons
about my
covenant
divorce.
and sacred
No weird
ground
questions
on
about what
Sunday mornings
happened.
was
Just
spending
love
Wednesday
and
nights in
acceptance
hotel
and
rooms with
welcoming
his
me into
younger
their
sister.
fold, like I
When Marcus
always
told me
belonged
this,
there.
when
His
all of
mother
it came
pulled me
out,
aside at the
I went
reception
very quiet
and said,
for a long
I can see
time.
how much you've been
Not
through.
because I was at a
I can
loss
see
for
it in your
words,
eyes,
but because I was
can
trying to
also
find
see how
words
strong
that
you
were
are.
accurate rather
and
than
I'm
just
so
reactive.
grateful my son found
I
looked at my husband, this man I had married in that sanctuary.
What it doesn't look like.
This man whose grief I had found moving and I cried again. I had found beautiful. Surviving Marcus to locate something I recognized some version of the person I had built 11 years of my life around.
Healthy love.
I asked him one question.
Experienced toxic love.
I asked him if at any point in those 4 months,
2 weeks
knowing
of
what he knew about his own sister and his pastor,
cities,
he had
and
considered
it was the
telling
first
me,
time in years
not
I
the
felt
elders,
completely
not
at peace.
Sister Renee,
no
not
anxiety
any
about where
institutional
James was
body,
or who he was
just
texting.
Me,
Just
his wife.
pure trust and
How
joy.
did it occur to him even
I
once to
posted
come
a few
home
photos
and tell me
from
the
the trip,
truth?
and Marcus
He was
liked one of
quiet
them,
for a moment,
which felt pathetic.
Then he
honestly.
said he hadn't wanted to
like,
put that
what was
on
he
me.
doing lurking
I have
on my
thought
page?
about that answer many
What
times
did he
since
hope
that night.
to gain from watching
I have
me
turned
live
it over
my
from
best life
every
without
angle.
him?
And
I
every
blocked
time
him
I
after
come
that.
back to the same
Should have done it
conclusion,
years ago,
which is that
honestly.
it was not
But
an act of
I'd left
protection.
him unblocked out
It
of
was
some
an act
misplaced
of
sense
exclusion.
of being the bigger
He
person.
had decided,
and then I
unilaterally,
realized the
that I
bigger
didn't get to
person
know.
wouldn't care either way.
Not because the
bigger
knowledge would
person
have hurt
just
me,
remove
though it would
access
have,
and move on.
but because sharing
James
it would
never
have
asked
required
me to
him
block
to share
Marcus.
what he was doing
never
with
made
it as
me
well.
feel like he was
And he
threatened
wasn't
or
ready to give that
insecure.
up. but I did it for myself,
hotel room
for my own
close
peace,
to midnight.
because I didn't need that connection anymore.
Marcus
didn't need to know what Marcus was up to, or
I don't know where he went for
the
next few hours, and I didn't
We bought
ask.
a house a year after the wedding.
I sat in our house,
nothing
in
huge,
the kitchen,
but
at the
perfect
table
for
where
us.
we'd
and
eaten
I made
1,000
sure my
meals
name was
together.
on the deed,
And I
made
stayed
sure
there
I had
until
my
the
own
sun
money in my own
started coming
accounts.
up.
Made sure
I
I'd
didn't cry
learned the
that night.
financial lessons
I
my
had already
first
done my
marriage had
crying in the
taught me.
car on the way to the
Not
Marriott.
because I didn't trust
What I
James,
did that
but
night was
because
grieve,
I'd learned
which
that
is
you can
different
love
from
someone
crying.
and still
Grief
protect
is
yourself.
slower and quieter,
That being smart
and it
about
takes
money
up more
and
space.
independence isn't
The
a lack
days
of
that
faith in your
followed were
partner.
some of the
It's
most surreal of my
self-preservation.
life.
James
Marcus
understood
came
that.
home the next morning,
Never questioned
and
why
we
I
began
wanted
the
separate
process of
accounts in
talking
addition
through
to
what
our
had
joint
happened,
one.
or
Never
trying
made me
to.
feel
But
paranoid for
talking
wanting
through
to
it
maintain
required
some
both people
financial
to be
autonomy,
fully present
and that
honest.
understanding made me
Marcus
trust
kept
him
hedging,
even more.
kept qualifying,
We started
kept
talking about
offering
kids,
explanations
something I
that were
wanted with
really just
Marcus,
reframings
but
of the
looking back,
same
I'm
central
so
truth.
grateful that never
He had chosen
happened.
leverage
Can
over
you imagine
integrity.
being tied to him
And
forever
he had done it
through a
while
child,
sleeping beside
having
me
to
every
co-parent
night
with
and
someone
sitting
who
beside
betrayed
me in
so
church every
completely.
Sunday.
With
Every
James, the
time I
idea
thought
of
we were
having
getting
kids
somewhere,
felt exciting
I'd hit
instead
another
of
wall of
terrifying.
deflection.
Felt like
Not
something
lying
I
exactly,
actually wanted
but not the
instead
whole
of something
truth
I was
either.
supposed to want.
Just enough
And
truth
we
to
started
seem
trying,
cooperative
no
without
pressure,
being fully
just
accountable.
seeing what happened.
About a week
I got
after that
pregnant
night,
6 months
I
later,
asked him to
and
stay
when I saw
somewhere
those
else
2
for a
lines
while.
on the test, I
Not
felt
permanently,
pure joy,
or at least
no
that's
fear,
what I told
no
myself
anxiety
at the
about
time.
whether James would
I
step
said
up
I needed
or
space to
disappear
think,
or turn
and he
into
needed
someone I
space
didn't
to
recognize.
figure out who he actually
Just
was.
excitement about building
Because
a
the
family
man I
with
had
someone
married
I
and the
trusted
man who had
completely.
spent 4 months
We found out we
running
were
a
having a
covert
girl,
leverage
and I
arrangement
cried.
against his own
Happy
pastor
tears
were
mixed
not
with
people I
relief
could
that I'd have a
reconcile
daughter
into the
to teach
same
about
human being.
self-worth and boundaries,
Until I could
and
understand
never
which one
accepting
was
less
real,
than she deserves.
I didn't know how to be in the
Lessons
same
I'd
house
learned
with
the
him.
hard way.
He went to stay with a
Marcus
friend
sent a
from work,
congratulations
and I
message
sat with the
somehow.
silence of that
Must have heard
house
through
and let it
mutual
tell me
friends,
things I'd been
and
too
I
busy to
deleted
hear.
it without reading the whole
Meanwhile,
thing because
the situation
I didn't need
at the
his well
church was
wishes.
moving on its
Didn't
own
need him
timeline.
inserting himself
I
into
had
my
not said a word
happiness.
to anyone outside
Didn't
of that
need
hotel
anything
room.
from him ever
I
again.
had not called Sister
My daughter
Renee,
was
had
born
not
on a
spoken
Tuesday
to
in
any
March,
of the other women
8
in my
pounds,
ministry
3
circle,
ounces,
had not
perfect
breathed
in
a
every
word to my
way,
mother,
and when
my
James held
cousin
her for the
Danielle,
first time
or
and
anyone
started crying,
else who
I
might
knew
have
I'd
helped
made
me
the right
carry
choice.
what I was holding.
Knew this was the life
Part of that
I
was
supposed
because
to
I
have.
didn't know what to say.
I named her Zara.
Part of it was because I was
strong
still
and
figuring
beautiful
out
and
what I
fierce.
believed.
Everything
And
I
part
hoped
of it was
she'd
a
be.
small,
And looking at her
corner
tiny
of me
face,
that was
I
still
made a
hoping there
promise
was some
that I'd
version
raise
of the
her
story
to never
that
tolerate
didn't
what I
require
tolerated.
everyone's world
to
to
walk
be
away
destroyed.
the first time
That
someone
hope lasted about
disrespects
2
her.
weeks.
To know
Then
her
Tamara
worth
made
before
her own
anyone
decision.
tries to convince
She went
her
to
she's
Sister Renee
worthless.
on a Sunday afternoon.
Being a mother changed me
When
in
her
ways
home,
I didn't expect.
not the church,
Made me
not
even
a
more
neutral
grateful
location,
I'd
her
left
home.
Marcus.
Renee told
Because
me later
watching
that
Zara
Tamara
grow
had
up in a
called
home
ahead
full of
and
love
asked if
and
she could come
respect
by,
and honesty.
and Renee had
That's
said,
the legacy
of course,
I want to leave her.
assuming it was about
Not
a ministry
dysfunction
matter
disguised
or
as
maybe
commitment.
something personal
She's
she needed
3
counsel
now,
on.
smart
She
and funny
opened her door
and way
and
too
let in the
observant
woman
for her
who
own
had been
good.
sleeping with
And
her husband
sometimes
for
when
over
I
a
watch
year.
her play, I think
They
about
sat
the
down in
alternate
Renee's
timeline
living
where I
room,
stayed with
and
Marcus,
Tamara told her
where she would have
everything.
grown up
Renee
watching her
said
father
she didn't cry.
disrespect her mother.
I believe that
Learning
completely
that
because
love
I
looks
know
like
Renee,
lies
and she is the
betrayal.
kind of woman who
I
cries
saved
in
her from
private
that by
and
saving
composes
myself,
herself for
and
the
that
world.
makes every hard
She said
moment
she
worth
sat
it.
and listened.
Every tear I
and
cried.
when Tamara was
every
finished,
night I spent
she asked
angry
one
and
question.
hurt and questioning
She asked
everything.
how long.
It was
Tamara
all worth
said
it to get
14
here.
months.
James is
Renee
an
thanked her
incredible
for
father,
coming, stood
present
up,
and patient,
walked her to
and
the
so
door,
in love
and
with our
closed
daughter.
it.
It makes my
Then
heart
she called
ache
her
in the
oldest
best way.
sister in
And
Savannah
Zara
and
adores
talked for
him,
4 hours.
follows him around the
I
house,
only know all of this
wants him
because
to read
Renee
her
told me
bedtime
herself
stories
weeks
every
later,
night.
when we had
This is what
finally
partnership
started the
looks
slow
like,
and
what real love
complicated
looks
process
like,
of being
what
honest
marriage
with
is
each other
supposed to
about
be when both
everything
people
we've
are
both been
committed and
navigating.
honest and
But
showing
I'm
up
getting
fully.
ahead of myself.
And I'm so grateful
Pastor
I didn't
Drummond's
settle for
resignation
less.
came
Didn't
22
accept
days
Marcus's
after that
version of
Wednesday
love
night.
just because
The
I was
announcement
afraid
to the
of starting
congregation
over.
was delivered
I
on
run
a
into
Sunday
people
morning
by the chairman of the deacon board,
Marcus and
Elder
me,
Thorne,
and they always
been
ask
at greater
what happened,
anointing
why we
almost
split,
as long
and
as
I
the
keep
church
it simple.
had existed.
Say he wasn't
He
who I
read
thought
from a
he was.
prepared statement.
I'm better off now.
The language
and
was
leave it at
careful
that.
and vague.
Some people
about
push,
Pastor
want the
Drummond
juicy
stepping back
details,
for a period
the drama,
of personal reflection
and I shut it down
and
because
renewal.
my story
and
isn't
about the leadership
entertainment.
team being
It's my
committed
life,
to
and
continuity
I don't know
and
anyone
stability.
an explanation
The kind of
beyond
language
what
that
I'm
is designed to be
comfortable sharing.
technically true
The people
while
who
being
matter,
practically
the
empty.
ones who actually
but
care
in
about
a community
me,
like
they know
ours,
what happened.
in a
They
church
were
where
there
people
through
had
it.
known each
They
other for
watched me
decades,
rebuild from
had
scratch,
watched their
and
children
their
grow up
support means
together,
everything.
and had sat
I
beside
heard
each
through the
other in the
grapevine
worst
that
moments
Marcus
of their
got married
lives.
again.
That kind of
Some woman he
language
met at
doesn't
work.
hold for long.
And my first thought was,
Information
I hope
moves
she
through
knows
those
what she's
networks
getting
faster
into.
than any
Followed
announcement can catch
immediately
up to
by,
it.
that's not
By
my
the
problem
following
anymore.
Sunday, the
Part of me
details were
wanted to warn
circulating
her.
through the
Wanted to
congregation
send an
in
anonymous
whispers,
message telling
carefully
her to
worded
watch
text
out,
messages,
but I didn't
and
because
private
that's not my
conversations in the
responsibility.
parking lot.
that.
She'll figure it out on her
everyone
own,
knew
or
everything,
maybe he's actually
but
changed.
everyone knew something.
Stranger things
and
have
the thing
happened.
about a community
But
built
probably
on moral
not,
authority
because
is
people
that when
who
the
cheat
person
usually
holding
don't
that
change.
authority is
They just
revealed
get better
to
at
have been
hiding
living a
it.
double life.
And whoever
The
she is, she'll learn
shockwaves
that
travel
lesson the
deep
same
and
way I
far.
did.
I
the
watched
hard
it happen
way.
from a
I
complicated
don't wish
position.
him ill. Don't
I
hope
was
his
both
life falls
inside the
apart.
situation
Don't
and
spend any
peripheral to
energy
it.
thinking about his
I knew
karma
more than most
or
of the
justice
congregation,
or any
but
of that.
I was not the
I'm
central
just
figure in the
indifferent,
story,
and that
as
indifference
Renee or
is the
Tamara
ultimate
was.
freedom.
I was a wife
Zara
whose
asks
husband had
sometimes
done
about
something
my
wrong
first
in
wedding.
response to
She's
someone
seen
else's
photos at my
wrongdoing,
mom's house,
and the concentric
pictures
circles
from
of that
before
wrongdoing
Marcus
kept
and I
expanding
split,
outward
and I
until
tell her
I
the
felt
truth
like I
in
couldn't find their
inappropriate
edge.
ways.
I
That
went back to
mommy was
greater
married
anointing one
before
more
Daddy,
time after
that it didn't
everything
work
came
out.
out.
That
I sat
sometimes
in the
people
third
make
row,
mistakes,
which
and
was
we
my
have to
row,
be brave
the
enough
place
to start
I had
over.
sat almost every
She accepts
Sunday
it
for
easily
11
the way
years.
kids do.
The
Doesn't
interim
judge.
minister was a
Doesn't
visiting
ask
pastor from a
complicated
church in
questions.
Decatur,
Just says,
an older
"Okay,
man
mommy,"
who
and
preached
goes
a
back to
careful,
playing.
measured
And
sermon
I'm
about
grateful she's
steadfastness
growing up in a
times
world
of
where divorce
uncertainty.
isn't shameful.
It was a fine
It's
sermon.
just a fact of
It was
life
not the
sometimes.
sermon that place
I'm
needed,
36
but
now,
it was the sermon
happy,
a man
healthy,
could give when he didn't
living
know
a
the
life
full
I'm
weight
proud
of what had happened
and
in
when
that
I
room.
think about that day
I
in the
sat
hotel
there
room,
and felt
that
the absence
moment
of
when my
everything
world
that had
imploded,
made that
I don't
sanctuary
feel
feel
pain
like
anymore.
mine.
I feel
The choir
gratitude.
that Sister Carolyn,
Gratitude that I
Marcus's
found
mother,
out when I did.
had sung in for
Gratitude
20 years.
that I had the strength to
the particular
leave.
way the light
Gratitude
came through
that
the
I
side
didn't waste
windows
more
in the
years
morning,
on
the sense
someone
of
who didn't value
continuity
me.
and rootedness
Gratitude
that I
for
had carried
every single
into every
thing that led
corner
me
of
here.
my adult life.
This is my truth,
I stayed
my
through
story,
the whole service.
my journey from
I
betrayal
hugged
to
a few
healing to
people who
happiness.
approached me,
And if
people who
sharing
didn't
it
know the
helps
full
even
story
one person
and were
find
glad
the
to see a
courage to walk
familiar
away
face.
from something that's hurting
I did
them,
not break
then
down.
every
I
painful
did not
moment
make
was
anything
worth it.
harder for anyone.
Marcus is still
and
out
when
there
the last
somewhere,
song finished,
still living his
I
life,
picked up my purse,
still dealing
walked
with
back
whatever
down that
demons
aisle for
made
the
him
last
the way
time,
he is,
and
I
went home.
genuinely hope
The
he's
divorce
found
was
peace.
filed 4
Hope
months
he's
after
worked
that
through his
Wednesday night.
issues.
Marcus and I had
treating people
attempted
better.
a few sessions
But
with a
that's his
marriage
journey now,
counselor during
not
that
mine.
period.
I'm on
a
my
woman
own
named
path
Dr.
with my
Anita
husband
Pearson,
and my daughter,
whose office
and a
was off
future full of
Memorial Drive,
possibilities.
and who
And
had a
Marcus
gift for
is
asking
just
the
a
exact
chapter in my
question that
history,
neither person
not the
in the
whole
room
book.
wanted to answer.
I'm writing new
I
chapters
think under
now,
different
better ones,
circumstances,
happier
she
ones,
might have
and
helped
they don't
us.
include him at all.
But circumstances
and that's
were what they
exactly
were.
how it should be.
Every
I
session
never
kept
told
returning
Zara
to
the
the
full
same
story
question:
about Marcus.
whether Marcus
Figured
was
I'd save
capable
the
of the kind of
conversation for
radical
when she's
honesty
older,
that
when
rebuilding
she can
would have
understand
required.
the complexity
Not
of adult
honesty about
relationships
what had happened.
and the importance
He
of
could do
knowing
that
when
when
to walk
pressed.
away from something
But honesty
toxic.
about who he was
But she
and
asked
why
me
he
one
had made
day
the
when she
choices
was
he
about
made.
5,
That deeper
completely
kind
out
of
of
honesty,
nowhere while we were
the
making
kind that requires you to look
pancakes,
at yourself
Why
without
didn't you
flinching,
stay married to
kept
the man in
eluding him.
Grandma's pictures?
He would get close
and I
and then
realized I
retreat.
couldn't keep putting
Would
off
touch
this
the truth
conversation
and then pull back
I
into
sat her
explanation.
down, got on her
I don't
level,
say that
and
with
said
contempt.
sometimes grown-ups
I say
make
it with a
promises to
sadness
each other
that I
that
still
they can't
carry,
keep,
because
and
I think
when that
Marcus
happens,
is
we have to make
genuinely
hard
not a bad
choices
man.
about what's best for us.
I think he is a
and I
man
chose
who
to
wanted
leave
things he
so I
hadn't
could
earned,
find real
found a
love with your
shortcut,
daddy.
and told
She
himself
nodded
enough
like she
stories
understood,
to
even though
justify
I
it.
knew she probably
That is
didn't
a
fully.
very human failure.
And then she said,
"It
"Did
is
he
not a
hurt you?"
failure I can build
and
a
my
life
heart
on,
broke a little
but it
because
is a
she was
human
already
one.
learning
The
that
difference
love can
matters
hurt,
to me,
that
even
people
now.
can disappoint
We
you.
divided the house,
I said,
the
"Yes,
accounts,
baby."
and the
He hurt
accumulated
my
material
feelings,
of 11
but I'm
years
okay
with
now,
a thoroughness
and I learned
that
a
felt
lot,
almost
and
clinical.
I'm happy.
Our
and that's
lawyers
what
handled
matters.
most of it.
And she hugged me
We were
tight
in the same
and said,
room only
"I'm glad you
twice
found
during the
Daddy."
divorce process,
And I held her
and
and
both
thought
times
about
we
how
were
right she
largely
was.
quiet.
James walked in
communicating
during
through
that
paperwork
moment,
and the
saw us
occasional
hugging,
brief,
asked
direct
what was
exchange.
going on.
He
and
looked
when
tired.
I told him later,
I
he
imagine
said,
I
"You
did
handled
too.
that perfectly."
We had both been
She
carrying
needs to know
something
that
heavy for a
leaving
long
is
time.
always an option.
Just different
that
things.
She should never
and the weight
feel
of it
trapped.
had settled into both
and
of our
I loved
faces.
him even more
the
for
last thing he
understanding.
said to me directly
We had another
on
baby
the day
2
we
years
signed
after
the final
Zara,
papers
a boy
was
this
that
time.
he was sorry.
Named him Miles,
not for getting
and
caught.
watching James
He'd already
with 2
said that
kids
version.
confirmed
This
everything
was a
I
different
already
story.
knew. That quieter and more specific. Always deserve.
He said he was sorry for letting his ambition turn him into someone he didn't want to be.
But
the wanting had gotten ahead of his judgment.
Life got busier
and
with
he had made choices that cost him the thing that mattered most.
James's architecture
I looked at him for a moment, then said,
"We were building this beautiful, chaotic life
together."
And I meant it.
Not generously, not warmly,
in the middle of a regular Tuesday,
because the alternative,
feel overwhelmed
hoping he
with
stayed
gratitude.
broken, whatever
Gratitude
required me
that
to
I'd
keep
walked
carrying
away from
something that wasn't mine to
misery,
hold.
that I'd chosen
Tamara
myself
and I did
even
not
when
have
it
a
was
formal
terrifying,
conversation
that
about
I'd
any
been
of it.
brave enough to
We were
believe
not
I
in
deserved
contact
better,
after that night.
and then
The
actually
connection
went out
between
and
us,
found it,
which had been
I
real
stopped thinking
and
about
warm
Marcus
and had its
almost
own history
entirely
separate from my
except for
marriage,
moments like this,
closed
when I'm
like a
reflecting
door
on
that
how far
locks
I've come
from the inside.
And even
I
then,
have
it's not
thought
about
about him
more
than I
specifically.
expected to.
It's about who I was
Not with
then
anger,
versus who I am
though
now.
the anger was there
The
for a
woman
while,
who stayed married
but with
to
a kind
Marcus,
of mournful
who ignored her
curiosity,
instincts,
I wonder
who
what
made
she told herself
to
during those
accommodate
14
his ego.
months.
She's
I
gone,
wonder how she sat
replaced
across
by
from me at my
someone
kitchen
who knows
table,
her worth,
talked
and
about
won't
her life,
compromise
and
it for
asked
anyone.
about mine. I
and
mentor younger women now through a program at work,
while holding
and
something
I always tell them
underneath
the
it that would
same
have
thing.
broken everything.
Don't ignore red flags,
I wonder if she
hoping they'll
felt
go
relief
away.
when it was over.
Don't stay
the
in
way Marcus
situations
did.
that make you question
I
your
wonder if
sanity.
she feels the loss
Don't
of
let
what we were the
anyone
way I
convince
do.
you that your
I will
standards
probably
are too
never
high.
know the answers
One
to
of my
any of
mentors
those questions.
came to me crying
and
last
I've made
year.
a kind of peace
Found
with
out
that
her
uncertainty.
boyfriend was cheating.
Sister Renee
didn't know
and
what
I
to
did
do.
eventually talk.
And I told her
about
my story.
3 months after
Not all the
Pastor Drummond's
details, but enough.
resignation.
And
She
I
reached
watched
out
her
to me
face
and
change
asked
as
if
she
we could
realized
meet.
she wasn't
We
alone.
went to a restaurant in
She
Buckhead,
left him that week,
neutral ground.
thanked me for giving
Somewhere
her the
neither
courage,
of us had been
and
with our
6 months
husbands.
later, she's
and we
thriving,
sat for 3 hours
dating
over
someone
food
new
we
who
barely
treats her right,
touched.
and
Talking
seeing
with
her
Uranus, I
transformation
hadn't
reminded me why
expected
sharing
and
our
haven't
stories
forgotten.
matters.
She told
We're
me
not
things
supposed
she
to
hadn't
suffer in
told anyone
silence.
else.
We're supposed
I
to
told
talk
her
about
things
it,
I'd been
support
holding
each other,
alone.
lift
We
each other
cried,
up when someone
both of
tries
us,
to tear
which I
us
think
down.
surprised
and
us
that's
both.
what women do
We
when
were
we're
not
at
the
our
type,
best.
either
We
of us,
protect
to
each
cry
other.
in public.
Shanice
But
and I
something
still talk
about being in the
occasionally.
presence of
She's
someone
doing
who
well.
understood the
Still
specific quality
bartending,
of what
but
we've
also
both
started
been
her
through
own
made the
consulting
usual
business,
containment
teaching
feel
bars and
unnecessary.
restaurants about customer
Renee
service.
is a remarkable woman.
And she credits that
I want to say
message
that clearly.
she sent me as a turning
She had been
point in
married
her
to a
life,
man
too.
for 23
She said
years,
watching me
had
leave
raised
Marcus
3
and
children with
rebuild
him,
my life,
had built an
inspired her to
entire
stop
identity
accepting
as a
mediocrity in
pastor's
her own
wife in a
relationships,
community where that
to
identity
demand better.
came with
And
significant
she's engaged now to
expectations
someone
and
who worships
significant
the ground
visibility,
she walks on,
and had all
I'm
of it
so
dismantled
happy
in
for
a
her.
Sunday
We
afternoon
met up for
conversation
brunch
with
last
her
year.
husband's affair
First
partner.
time seeing each other
The
in
grace
person
she brought
since
to that
all of this
dismantling
started,
was not
and we
passive
hugged like
or
old
resigned.
friends, even
It
though
was
we
active
really
and
only
hard one,
connected through
and
that
it
one
cost her
devastating
something I don't
message.
think she'll ever
She
fully
said,
get
I
back.
think about that night
But
at
she
the bar
carried
all the
herself
time.
with a dignity
Wonder
that I
if I
found
should have
genuinely
minded my
inspiring.
business.
But
But
then
then
I
I see her
performance
life
way.
now, and I know
But
I did
in
the
the
right
quiet
thing.
way of someone
and I
who has
told her she
decided who they're going to be
absolutely
on
did,
the other
that
side
she
of
saved
something
me from
terrible
wasting
and is
more
doing the
years on a
daily work
lie.
of becoming that
We
person.
laughed about how dramatic
She
it all
filed
was.
for divorce
the
about
hotel
2 months after I
confrontation,
did.
the
Their
divorce,
settlement was
all of it.
significantly more
Not because it was
complicated
funny
than
at
mine,
the time, but
given the
because
length
we've
of the
both
marriage,
come so
the
far
shared
since then
assets,
that we
and
could
the
look
children,
back without pain.
one of whom was still
That's
in
healing,
high school.
real healing.
She
When you
handled
can
it.
talk about the worst
She
moments
always
of your
handles
life
it.
without falling
I found
apart.
my new church on
When
a
you can
Sunday
acknowledge
morning
the
about
pain
13
without
months
letting it consume
after I
you.
walked out of
When you
greater
can find
anointing
meaning
for
in
the
the
last
mess.
time.
My
A
parents
colleague
are
at
older
work
now,
had mentioned
mellowed
it in
out,
passing.
and my mom
One of those
told me recently
conversations
that
where someone
watching me
says
go through
something
that
offhand
divorce and
and
come
it
out
lodges in
stronger
your brain
changed
for
her
weeks.
perspective on a
The
lot
church
of
was
things.
in a converted
Made
space
her
in East
reevaluate
Atlanta,
her own marriage,
a neighborhood
her
I
own
didn't spend much
compromises.
time in,
She didn't
and
leave
it was
my
smaller
dad or
than anything
anything
I'd been
dramatic
part
like
of
that,
since childhood.
but she started
Maybe
speaking up more.
150 people
Stopped
on a full
accepting things
Sunday.
that bothered her.
No cameras.
Set boundaries
No
she'd
live
never
stream.
set before.
No
and their
merchandise
relationship
table.
actually
Just
got
a room,
better because
some
of it.
chairs, and
She
a
said,
praise
"You
team
taught me that
played
it's
with
never
more
too late to
feeling
demand
than
respect."
flash.
Even
The
from
pastor was
someone
a
you've
woman
been with
named
for 40
Reverend
years.
Gloria Osei.
And I was
She
proud
was
that
in
my
her early
pain
60s,
had somehow helped her
Ghanaian
find her
American,
voice too.
and she
My
preached
dad's
like
always
someone
been a
who
man
had
of
earned
few words,
every word
but
she
he
was
pulled
saying,
me aside at
not
Miles's
through
first
performance
birthday
or
party
polish,
and said,
but
"I'm
through a
sorry I
quality
didn't
of
see what Marcus
conviction that
was
you
doing.
either have or
I
you
should have
don't."
protected you better."
And she had it in
and
abundance.
I told him it wasn't his
Her
job
sermons
to
had a
protect me
directness
from my
that
own
I wasn't
husband.
used to.
That's
a
some
way of
lessons
naming
we have
things
to learn
plainly without
ourselves.
cruelty.
He hugged me
that
tight
made me
and
feel
said,
more
"You're
seen in
stronger
that
than I
small
ever
room
gave
than I
you
had in
credit
11
for."
years
And
in a much
coming from
larger
my
one.
dad, who
The
rarely
first
gives
Sunday
compliments,
I sat in her
that meant
congregation.
everything.
She was
James's
preaching
parents
about
treat me
witness,
like I'm their
about the
biological
difference
daughter.
between
Never
being
make
a
me
witness
feel
to
like the
truth
second wife
and being
or
a
the
keeper of
divorced
someone
one.
else's
Just
secrets.
embrace me fully.
She talked about
and
how
James's
silence
mom
can
told
be a
me
form
once
of
that I'm the
complicity,
best thing that
and how
ever
the
happened
hardest
to her
thing
son.
is often not
She
speaking
said
up to
he was
outsiders,
drifting before you,
but being honest
successful
within the
but
walls of
empty,
your own
and you brought
closest
him back to
relationships.
life. And I
sat
thought
there
about
with
how
my
we
hands
saved each
folded
other
in
in
my
different
lap
ways,
and felt
how
something I hadn't
sometimes
felt in a
broken
long
people
time,
can heal together
which was that I
instead
was
of
in the right
breaking each
place.
other further.
That the words
We
being
take family
spoken
were reaching something in me that had been unreachable for a while. And I make sure to document everything.
After the service,
not for social media,
she was greeting
but for
people
us,
at the door.
So my kids
and
can
when
look
I came
back
through,
and see what a happy
she looked at
family
me with the
like.
kind of directness that doesn't feel intrusive, but lets you know you've been
now
seen.
And already so
she said,
perceptive.
I haven't seen
she
you here
watches
before.
how James treats
I
me.
told her it was
how
my
he
first
asks
Sunday.
my opinion on things.
She said,
how he
back.
shares
Not
responsibilities
as a command
without being
or
asked.
a sales pitch.
And I know she's
Just an
internalizing
invitation,
what a good
simple
partner
and
looks
warm,
like.
from
Miles
someone
is
who
still
meant
young,
it.
only 5.
I did come back,
but he's already
I came
learning
back
respect
the following
by
Sunday,
watching his father.
then the one after that,
learning
and
that
then
men
the one
can be
after that.
gentle and present.
The community
and
I found in that
emotionally
smaller
available.
space was
And
different
that
from
makes
what
me
I'd had
so
at greater
hopeful for the
anointing.
kind of man he'll
Not
become.
necessarily better
I think
in
about
every
the
way,
kids I might
but
have
more
had with
honest in the
Marcus,
ways that
and
had
I
come
feel
to matter
nothing but
most to
relief
me.
that it never
People
happened.
talked about their
that I don't have
struggles
to
without
co-parent with
dressing
him.
them up.
Don't have
The
to
prayer
explain to
requests
children
were
why their
specific
father
and
lives
real.
somewhere else.
There was no
Don't have to
performance
pretend he's
layer
a good
between
man
the
when he's not.
congregation and the worship.
My kids have stability
no sense
and
that you needed to
honesty
present
and
a
two
certain
parents
version of
who
yourself to
genuinely
belong.
love each other.
I had
And
not
that's
realized
worth
how
more
much
than
of my
anything
energy at
Marcus
greater
could have
anointing
ever
had
given
gone
me.
into maintaining
More than
that
the house we were
presentation
saving
until I
for
was
or the
somewhere
life
that
we'd
didn't
planned.
require it.
I ran into one of Marcus's friends at a charity gala last year.
Than the life I had
Someone
before.
we'd been close with during the marriage.
That is neither
and he
complaint
pulled me
nor
aside
boast,
looking
just observation.
uncomfortable and said,
I live alone
need to
in a
apologize.
smaller apartment in
I knew what
Kirkwood that I
Marcus
chose
was doing,
specifically
and I didn't
because
say
it had
anything.
nothing to do with my marriage.
I appreciated
no
the
shared
honesty,
history
but
in the
told him
walls.
I didn't blame him.
No furniture that had belonged to us rather than just to me.
And that's a whole other issue.
I bought things
but
I liked.
I'd moved on, and
I
he
painted
should
the
too.
bedroom a color
and he
Marcus
looked
would have
relieved,
vetoed.
like he'd been
I
carrying
started
that guilt
cooking
for
in a way I
years.
hadn't since
He
before we
told
bought
me
the
Marcus
house.
asks about
Trying
me sometimes.
recipes, I'd
Wants
always
to know
been
if I'm
curious
happy,
about, and
if
eating
I ever
dinner
talk
at odd
about
hours
him.
because I
And
could.
I said, tell him
Small
I am
freedoms.
happy, and I don't
The
talk
kind
about
that
him at
only
all.
feels
And
significant
walked
when
away
you've
before
spent
he
time
could
without
say
them.
anything else.
I still talk
I
to
don't
my
owe
mother,
Marcus
my
updates
cousin
on my
Danielle,
life.
and
Don't
a
owe him the
handful of friends who
satisfaction
were
of
mine
knowing he
before the
still
marriage
crosses my
and
mind
are still mine
occasionally.
after it.
Don't owe him
I eventually
anything
told
except
them the
maybe
whole
a thank
story.
you for showing
Not
me exactly
immediately,
what I didn't
and not
want.
all at once.
Thank
but
you,
over
Marcus,
time,
for lying to my
as I
face
found
for
language
6 months,
for its different
because
parts.
it taught me to trust
my
my
mother,
intuition.
to her credit,
Thank
did
you for
not
cheating
say,
because
I told
it
you
forced
so,
me to find
though
my
she
spine.
had, in fact,
Thank you for
told
being
me
a
version
terrible
of it.
husband,
Having
because
sensed
it made
something
me
off about
appreciate a
Marcus
good one.
in ways she'd
That's
mentioned
the only
carefully
gratitude
and
he'll ever get from
diplomatically
me.
over the
The
years.
acknowledgement that his
She just
betrayal
listened,
inadvertently
then
led
drove
me
from
to
her
something
house
better.
in Stone Mountain
And
to my
even that
apartment in
feels like
Kirkwood
more than he
and sat with
deserves.
me for a weekend.
James knows all
we
of
watched
this.
old movies.
Knows about Marcus.
She made food
knows
I'd
about
grown
the
up
hotel
eating,
room.
and we didn't
knows
talk
about
Marcus
the divorce
or
and
the church for
healing
most of
and
it.
all of it.
It was
And
exactly
he's
what
never
I
once
needed.
made me feel
I've
like
been
damaged
asked
goods
by more than
or
one
like
person
my past
whether
was
I
too
regret
much
the
baggage.
marriage.
He
Whether
says
I would
my
go
past
back
made
and
me
choose
who I am,
differently if
and
I
he
could.
loves who I am.
I've thought about
So
that
he's
question
grateful for
seriously rather
everything
than
that led me to
dismissively,
him,
because
even
it
the
deserves a
painful
serious
parts.
answer.
And that kind of acceptance
And what
is
I've
what
arrived
real
at
love
is
looks
this.
like.
I don't
We
regret the love
celebrated
I
our
brought to
10th
that
wedding
marriage.
anniversary last
I don't
month.
regret the effort,
Took a trip
the
to Greece
faithfulness,
without the kids,
or the years of
just us
genuine partnership
reconnecting
that
and
existed
remembering
before
why
the
we
drift
chose each
set
other.
in.
And
I
it
don't
was
even
perfect,
fully regret the fact
easy,
that it ended,
effortless
because
in the way
ending,
love should be.
as devastating
I
as
thought
it
about
was,
my 5-year
was also
anniversary
a kind
with
of
Marcus.
clearing.
How we'd
It
gone through the
removed things
motions,
that had
nice
long blocked
dinner,
my view of
generic
myself.
gifts, both of
And
us
what I see
pretending
now in the
everything was
space they
fine when it was
occupied is
already
something I
falling
value
apart.
more than the
And
comfortable
I realized
blindness
I'd
I
been
was
living a
in.
lie for so
What
long
I do
I'd
regret
forgotten
is
what
the
truth
years
felt
I
like.
spent ignoring
With
my own
James,
instincts
everything
in
is
deference
truth,
to other people's
transparent
voices.
and honest,
My mother's
and
wisdom
sometimes
about
messy,
trust,
but
my
always
grandmother's
real.
advice
And
about
I'll
giving
take
men
real
room
over
to breathe,
perfect any day
the
of the
collective
week,
female
because
wisdom of
perfect
my
is
family
usually
that was
just a
well-intentioned
performance.
and
We
sometimes
renewed our
accurate,
vows on
and
that trip.
also,
Nothing
in this
official,
case,
just the
was
two
a
of us on a
framework
beach
I
at
used to talk
sunset,
myself
saying
out
the
of things I
we'd
needed
learned
to
over
pay
a decade
attention to.
together.
I don't
Promising
blame
to
those
keep
women.
choosing each other,
I don't
even
blame
when
the
it's hard.
tradition.
I cried
blame the way
happy
I applied
tears,
it,
the kind
as a
that
reason
come
not
from
to
a place
see,
of pure
rather than as a
contentment.
foundation
And
for
James
seeing
wiped them
clearly.
away and
That's
said,
a
"This is
distinction
what
I
you
carry
deserve.
with me now.
This is
and
what
it
it's
shows up
always
in
supposed
every
to feel like."
relationship I have.
And he was right.
Every context
I'm
where I'm
41
tempted
now,
to look away
gray
from
hair
something
starting
that
to show.
deserves my attention.
Wrinkles around my eyes
I ran
from
into
smiling
Marcus's
so
mother,
much.
Miss Caroline,
Body different
about
after
6
2 kids,
months after
and
the
I've
divorce
never felt
was
more
finalized.
beautiful because I'm
We were
loved
both
for
at a
who I
grocery
am,
store in
not who
College Park,
someone wants me to
and
be.
she saw me first.
Marcus would have made
I
comments
watched her
by
decide
now.
to
Would have
approach me.
suggested I
I
hit
could
the
see it in
gym
the way
more
she
or
stopped
dress
and
younger
steadied
or
herself.
do something
And
about
I
the
stood
gray.
still
But
and
James
let her
tells
come.
me I'm aging
She
like
looked older.
fine wine, and
She took my
actually
hand
means
in
it.
both of hers.
Looks at
and
me like
she
I'm
said,
still the
"I'm
most
so
beautiful
sorry,
woman in the
baby."
world.
And
That's
I
the
believed
difference
her.
between a
Miss
man who
Caroline
values
is not
you
a woman
and a
who
man who's
apologizes
keeping his
on behalf
options
of
open.
other people
One
as a
makes
deflection.
you feel secure and
She was
cherished.
apologizing for
The
her
other
own
makes
grief,
you feel like
for
you're
the loss of
constantly
what she'd
auditioning
hoped
for a
her
role
son's
you
life
already
would be.
have.
For the
I
gap
look at young
between the
women
man
now,
she'd raised
the ones in
and
their
the man
20s getting
he'd shown
married,
himself to be.
and I want to shake them
I
and
squeezed
say,
her
make
hands
sure
and
he's
told
worthy.
her I was okay.
Make sure you're not
She
ignoring
said,
red
"I know you
flags.
are."
Make
We
sure
stood
you
there a
love
moment
yourself
longer
enough
than
to
a
leave
grocery
if he
store
shows you
parking
he's
lot
not the
required.
one.
Then
But
went
I
our
know they have
separate
to learn
ways.
their own lessons.
It was one of the more
Some of them will
dignified
get
endings
lucky
to
and
something
marry good
painful
men
that
on
I've
the first try.
experienced.
and some of them will go through what I went through.
Pastor Drummond,
and all I can do is be there when they need someone
to
who
another city.
understands.
Whether
Someone
he's
who's
found
been in the
another
fire and
congregation,
came out the other
another
side.
platform,
My story
another
isn't
community
unique.
willing to
Thousands
restore
of women
him to
go
a
through this
position
every
of
day,
spiritual
but
authority.
it's mine.
I
And
genuinely
own
don't
every
know.
part of it.
I don't
the
follow
pain
his
and the
movements.
healing and the
What
triumph.
I do know
because
is that
it
the
made me who I
accountability
am.
he faced in
I'm a
Atlanta
wife,
was
a
largely
mother,
informal
a
rather
successful
than
professional,
institutional,
a mentor,
which is both
a friend,
typical and
a
deeply
survivor,
unsatisfying.
and none of that would be true
The
if I'd
church
stayed,
protected its
if I'd
reputation
accepted
as long as it
Marcus's
could,
version of love,
then moved on,
if I'd
as
convinced myself
institutions
that good
do.
enough was
The
actually
people
good
most
enough.
directly harmed
It
by
wasn't
what
then,
he did
and
had
it
to
won't
find
ever
their
be.
own way to
I
the other
deserve great
side,
love,
with
and
little
so
help
does
from the
everyone
structures
else.
that were
And
supposed to
settling for
hold him
less
accountable.
is just slow
That is not a
suicide
unique
disguised
story
as
in religious
compromise.
communities,
Marcus
and that
is
fact
50 now,
doesn't
I
make it
know,
less
because
true
we share a
or less
birthday month,
painful.
and sometimes
Renee is
mutual
doing well,
acquaintances
as we
post
last
about
spoke.
him.
And
she's doing some consulting work,
like life
which she'd been wanting to do for years,
and
but had set aside to support her husband's ministry.
Real, and he's
her
facing
kids are adjusting in the way kids adjust,
or
which
maybe
is to
he's
say
happy,
unevenly and with a lot of help from their mother.
Either way, it doesn't matter.
She mentioned she'd started attending a smaller church,
which
made
out
me
of that
smile.
Hotel room.
Something about both of us landing in
from the ashes of that
quieter
marriage,
places after
something
years
real
of the
and
large
lasting
and the
and
prominent
full
felt
of joy.
right.
And
Like
that's
we'd
the best
both
revenge.
learned something about
Not
what
that I'm
actually
trying to get
sustains you
revenge,
versus what
but
looks
if I
like
was,
it should.
living well
People
would
ask me about
absolutely be
faith.
it.
Whether
My
what
kids will
happened
grow up
broke it,
knowing their mom
whether
was
I still
strong,
believe in the
knowing
church
she
as an
didn't stay in
institution,
something that hurt her
whether the
just
betrayal
because
of a
leaving was
man who
scary,
was supposed to
knowing
represent
that
something
sometimes the
sacred
bravest thing you
destroyed
could do
my
is start
relationship
over.
with that thing.
And when
And
Zara
the
gets
honest answer
older,
is that
and
my
I
faith
tell her
is
the full
intact,
story,
though it looks
when
different
I
than it
explain
did.
about Marcus
It is
and
quieter.
the cheating and the
It is
divorce,
less dependent
I'll
on
also tell her
institutional
about the courage
validation.
it took to leave,
It is less likely
the healing
to
that
accept
came
someone's
after,
spiritual
the love I
authority
found
at face
because I
value and
refused to
more
settle.
interested in the
I'll
evidence
tell her
of
that
how
her
they
dad is
actually
proof
live.
that good men exist.
It has, in some
that
ways,
loyalty
become
isn't a
more
fantasy,
personal and
that
more
respect
durable
is the
precisely
bare minimum,
because
and she
it is
should
no
never
longer
accept
being
less.
held up by
And I'll
structures
hope
I've
she
had to
listens
stop
better
trusting.
than I did at her age.
What I believe now
But
is simpler
even if
than
she
what I
doesn't,
believed before.
even if she has
and
to
I
learn
think
these
simpler
lessons
is
the
closer
hard
to
way
the
like I
truth.
did,
I
I'll be
believe
there,
in showing
ready
up
to
honestly.
catch her when she falls.
I believe in
ready
paying
to
attention
remind
to
her
what
that
the
she's
people
strong
closest
enough
to you
to
are
survive
actually
anything,
doing rather than
ready
what
to
they're
show
saying.
her what rebuilding
I believe
looks
that
like.
love is not
Because
naivete.
that's what we do.
Trust
Those
is
of
not
us who've been
passivity,
through the fire,
and faith is
we
not
reach
the
back
same
and
as
pull
looking
others
away.
through.
I
We share our
believe that the
stories
hardest
so they don't
lessons
feel
tend to be
alone.
the most
We
permanent
prove
ones,
that survival
and
is
that the clearing
possible
that
and
happens after
happiness is
devastation,
waiting on the other side.
as brutal as
This
the
is my
clearing
story.
process is,
From betrayal to
makes room
divorce
for
to
things
healing
that
to
couldn't
finding
grow
real
in the
love.
shade of what was
And
there
I'm
before.
sharing it because
I am
somewhere out there is a
31 years
woman
old.
sitting on her
I
couch
live in
reading
an
a
apartment
message from
I
a
like,
stranger,
in a neighborhood
and
I've
she
come
needs
to
to know
love.
she's not alone.
I have a job
She's
I'm
not
good at
crazy.
and that I find
and
meaningful.
she's strong enough to
I have
walk
friends
away.
who are real,
She's
an
strong
honest
enough to
community,
choose herself,
and a
to
faith
demand
that I have
better,
actually
to believe
examined
she
rather than
deserves
just
more than
inherited.
lies and
I
betrayal.
have a cleaner
And
relationship with
whatever
my own
happens
instincts
next,
than I have
she'll
had at
survive
any
it,
other point in
just
my adult
like I
life.
did.
And
That's
I
my
have a
truth.
capacity for
That's my
solitude
journey.
that I had
And
never
I'm
developed
finally
before.
at a place where I
that
can
I
tell
think
it
is
without
one of the
breaking,
most
where
underrated
Marcus
forms of
is
strength
just
a
the
person
plot
can
point
have.
instead of the
The
main
ability to
character,
be alone with
where my
yourself
life is
without
about what
filling
I
the
built
silence
after
with
him,
noise.
not what he destroyed.
I am not finished being
I'm
affected
free,
by what
I'm
happened.
happy, I'm loved,
I don't think you're ever
I'm enough,
finished.
and
Not
that's
really.
how this story ends.
It shows up in
not with him
unexpected
begging for me
moments.
back, but
in the
with me
way,
not caring
I sometimes
either way,
catch
living
myself
my
in a
best
new
life,
relationship
loving
or
my
friendship,
family, and never
looking for the
looking back.
frequency drift
That's the
before
power
it becomes
of
a
walking
problem.
away. That's
in the
the
way,
beauty of choosing
I'll hear
yourself.
a certain kind of
That's
gospel
what happens
music
when you
and feel a
refuse to
complicated
accept less
mixture of
than you
love
deserve.
and loss
And
that
to
I can't
everyone
fully
who's still
untangle.
in it, still
in the
deciding,
way, I
still
sometimes
scared,
dream about that
I'm
whole
telling
way in
you
the
what I
Marriott
wish someone
and
had
wake
told
up
me.
with the
Leave.
same combination
Don't wait
of
for it
dread
to get
and
better.
clarity
Don't
I
hope
felt
he'll
standing
change.
outside
Don't
that door.
waste another day on
But
someone
I am
who's
not defined
already
by it
shown
either.
you who they are.
That is the line
Believe
I
them
have
the
worked
first
hardest
time.
to walk.
Walk away with
to
your
let what
head
happened
high
be part
and
of my
trust
story
that something
without
better
letting
is
it be the
waiting,
whole of it.
because it is.
To carry
I'm
the
proof of
knowledge
that,
it
and
gave
you
me
will be
without
too.
carrying the wound of
I
it
never
in a way
imagined
that
I'd be
closes me
standing
off
here
to what
15
comes
years
next.
later,
What
looking
comes
back
next,
at that
I don't
version
know
of
yet.
myself in that
That
hotel
is not a
hallway
sad admission.
and feeling
It is an
anything
honest
other
one.
than pain.
And
But
after
here I
years
am,
of filling in that uncertainty
grateful
with
for
assumptions,
every single moment
deference,
that
and
led
the
me away
voices
from
of other
Marcus
people's wisdom,
and toward the life I
find
have now.
not knowing to be one of the
Zara's
most honest
13
things
now,
I can
in
say.
that weird middle
I'm
school
standing.
phase where everything
I'm clear.
is dramatic and
I am
nothing makes
in ways
sense.
I couldn't have
And she
predicted
came
when
to
I
me
was
last week
23 years
asking about
old in a
first
white
loves
dress
and
in that
heartbreak
sanctuary,
and how you know if
more
someone's
fully
right
myself
for you.
than I have ever been.
I sat her down and
that
told
is
her the
nothing.
full story.
That is,
age
in
appropriate,
fact,
but
everything.
honest.
The
About
end.
Marcus and the
She
cheating
caught her
and the
pastor in the
divorce,
hotel room
and she
with her
listened with these
sister-in-law.
wide eyes.
I
Like
need
she
you to
couldn't
understand
believe her
something
mom
before
had
I
been
start.
through something
I
so
am not a
messy.
suspicious woman
She
by
asked,
nature.
"Did you love him?"
I never
and
went
I
through
said,
Marcus's
I
phone.
loved who I thought he
Never
was.
questioned his
But
whereabouts.
that person didn't exist.
Never demanded
I was in
passwords
love
or
with a
check-ins
fantasy.
or any of
and
that.
once I saw the
I was
real
raised
him,
to
I
believe
couldn't
that
unsee
trust
it.
was the
the foundation
She wanted
of a
to know
marriage.
if it hurt when I found out, if I cried,
you didn't have
if I was
anything worth
angry,
keeping.
and I told her yes to all of it.
My grandmother told me that.
Supposed to hurt.
The women in my family built their entire identities around being the kind of wife who didn't sweat the small stuff.
Then she asked the
who
question
gave her
I'd
husband
been
waiting
room
to
for.
breathe.
How did you know
kept
Daddy
the
was
home
different?
steady and
I
the faith
smiled
strong.
because that answer
I
was
carried that
easy.
into my marriage
He never
as
made
if it were
me question
scripture.
if I was enough.
And for a long
never
time,
made me feel
I
crazy
thought it was
for
working.
having standards.
Marcus Webb
never
came
gave
into
me
my
a
life
reason to
when I
doubt
was
him.
22 years
She
old.
nodded like she was
standing
taking
in the
mental
parking
notes
lot of
and
Greater
said,
Anointing
"I'm glad you
Ministries
left him,
after a Sunday
because
morning
if you hadn't,
service,
you wouldn't have had
arguing
me in
with my
miles."
cousin Danielle
And she
about whose turn it was to host Christmas dinner.
Every terrible thing that happened led me to my kids.
He walked past us,
and that makes it all worth it.
Looked at me and said,
Miles is
I don't know what the argument is about,
basketball
but
and
I
getting
hope you
straight
win.
A's and
That was
turning into this
That was the whole
thoughtful young
introduction.
man who opens
I
doors
laughed.
and says,
Danielle
please
rolled
and
her
thank
eyes,
you without
and
being
3
reminded.
weeks later,
And I know
Marcus
that's because
and
of
I
James.
were having coffee at
Because
a little
he's watching
spot
his
on
father
Cascade
treat people
Road,
with respect
talking for
and
4
dignity.
hours like we've
James's
known each
firm
other
is
our whole
thriving.
lives.
He's become
He
one
was
of the most
25.
sought-after architects in
clean
Atlanta,
cut, the kind
and
of man
I'm the
who
VP
opened
at my
doors
company
without
now.
being asked
We're both
and remembered
successful,
things you
but
mentioned
more
in
importantly,
passing
we're
3
happy.
conversations ago.
Genuinely happy
He
in a
was
way that
thoughtful in a
doesn't
way
feel
that made you
fragile
think
or
someone had been
temporary.
raised right.
We bought a
and
bigger
he had
house
been.
last year.
His mother,
Nothing
Miss
ostentatious,
Carolyn,
but
was one of the
comfortable,
most
with enough
respected
space
women
for
in
the
our
kids
congregation.
to grow and for us
His
to
father
host
had
family
passed
dinners
when Marcus
and
was
make
16,
memories that'll last
and he
long
carried
after
that
we're
grief
gone.
with a quiet
I was
dignity that I
unpacking
found
boxes in the
deeply
new
moving
house
at the
when
time.
I found an old
I
photo
thought it
album
meant he
from my
understood
first
loss,
wedding.
that
Must
he
have been
understood
buried
how
in
fragile
storage
things
for
were.
years.
I
And
thought
I sat
it made
there on
him
the
someone
floor
who would
looking at
never
pictures
take
of
what he had
Marcus
for granted.
and me smiling
We dated
like
for
we had
2
it
years
all
and
figured
married
out.
when I was 23.
James walked in and
the
saw
wedding
me
was
with the
held in
album
the same
and said,
sanctuary
"You okay?"
where we'd
And I
both been
said,
baptized
"Yeah,
as children.
just weird seeing
And
these,
there was something
feeling
about
like
that
I'm looking
symmetry
at a
that
stranger."
felt like a promise
And he
bigger
sat
than
down
the
next
vows
to me,
themselves.
put his arm
My
around
father
me.
walked me down
Didn't
the
make
aisle.
it weird or
Miss
jealous.
Carolyn
Just
cried
let me
through the
process.
entire ceremony.
I threw the album
Pastor
away
Elijah
after that.
Drummond,
Didn't need it.
who had known
Didn't want
Marcus
my kids
since he was a
finding it
teenager,
someday and
officiated.
asking questions.
He gave a
Didn't
sermon
want
before
any
the
physical
vows that
reminders
people
of
in our
that
church
version
still
of my life
talk about.
taking up space
Something
in this
about
new one.
covenants and sacred
Marcus
ground
reached out
and the
again
way God
about 3
sees
years ago,
marriages not as
sent a long
contracts,
email
but
talking
as
about
living
how
things
he'd been
that
in
have to be
therapy for
tended.
years.
I remember
How he
standing at
finally
that altar
understood the
thinking I
depth
had
of what
never
he'd
felt
done,
more certain
how he'd
about
become a better
anything in my
person
life.
and wanted me
For
to
the
know that.
first several years,
I read it once,
the marriage
felt
was
nothing,
good.
deleted
Not
it,
perfect,
and
because
moved on with
nothing
my
is,
day because
but
his
genuinely
personal
good.
growth journey
We
had
bought a
nothing
house
to do
in
with me.
Adamsville.
I wasn't a
I was
character
working
in
as
his
a project
redemption arc.
manager for a
I was just
mid-sized
the woman
healthcare
he'd
company
betrayed
downtown,
who'd moved on
and
completely.
Marcus was building
His wife reached
career
out
in
too,
commercial real
the one
estate.
he married after
we
me.
were busy,
Found me
but
on
we made
LinkedIn
time for
and
each
sent
other.
a message saying,
we traveled
"I
when
need
we
to know,
could.
did he cheat
We had
on
a
you?"
standing date
And
night
I
on
knew
Fridays.
immediately what that meant.
We were active in
Knew
the
he'd
church.
done it again.
Both of us
New
serving on
leopards
different
don't change
ministry
their
teams,
spots.
and that
I
community was
responded
the
honestly.
backbone of our social
Told her
life
yes,
in
he
a way
did.
that felt
Told her for
healthy
6
and
months.
grounding rather
Told
than
her
insular.
I found him in a
The
hotel
first
room
time
with
I
another
noticed
woman.
something shift
And
was
she
about
thanked
4
me and
years into
said
the marriage.
She'd suspected,
It
but
wasn't
needed
dramatic.
confirmation.
It wasn't an
And
argument,
I felt bad for her,
a cold
but also
shoulder,
relieved
or
I wasn't
any
her
of the
anymore.
obvious signs
She
people
left
talk
him
about.
apparently.
It was more
Heard
like
through
a
mutual
frequency
friends
change.
that she'd filed
when a
for
radio
divorce
signal
and took
drifts
him for
slightly off
everything.
station,
And
you
part
keep
of me
reaching
wanted
for
to
the
reach
dial
out
to
and
bring
say,
it back.
"Welcome to the club."
But the sound keeps
But
getting
I didn't
fuzzy
because
at the
that
edges.
wasn't my place.
Marcus was
She was
present
on her own
physically,
journey
but
now.
somewhere else in
It's funny
every
how
other
some
way
men
that
never
mattered.
learn.
I
How they
chalked it up
repeat
to
the
work
same
stress.
patterns,
He was
expecting
trying to
different
close
results.
a significant
How they
deal,
destroy good
and
women
the
over and
pressure was
over
visible.
because they're too
I
broken
gave him
to
space.
appreciate what they
The
have.
deal closed.
Marcus is
Things
alone
got a
now
little
from what
better.
I hear.
I
Pushing
stopped paying
55,
attention to the frequency.
burned too many bridges,
But that drift never
reputation
fully
too
corrected
damaged,
itself.
living
It
in
would
some
settle
apartment
for a few
downtown,
months,
and
and
I
then
don't
I'd
feel
feel it
sorry
again.
for him because
That
he made
subtle
his
pulling
choices,
away,
and now
that
he's
quality
living
of
with
being
them.
in the same
I
room
ran
with
into his
someone
mother
who
at
had
a grocery
already
store
left.
2 years ago.
I mentioned it to
Hadn't
him
seen her
once,
since the
maybe
divorce,
8 months
and she looked at me
before
with these
everything
sad eyes
fell
and said,
apart.
"I owe you
We
an
were in the
apology.
kitchen on a Sunday
I should have
evening,
believed you."
and I told him
should
I
have
felt
held my
like we
son
were losing
accountable.
something.
I
Like
told
we
her
were
it was
becoming
okay,
roommates who
that
went
I'd
to church
forgiven
together
everyone
instead
involved
of
a long
husband
time
and
ago.
wife.
And
He
she started
listened.
crying right
He
there in
nodded.
the produce section.
He said I was right
saying
and
Marcus
that he would do
had
better.
ruined his life,
And he did
that she
for
didn't
about
even
6
recognize
weeks.
him anymore.
Then the drift
that
came
she
back,
wished he'd
and
been
this
the man
time
I
it brought
deserved.
company.
It was
He started
awkward
spending
and
more time at the
uncomfortable,
church.
and I felt bad
Not
for her
just
because she was
Sundays,
carrying
but
guilt that
multiple
wasn't
evenings a
hers to
week.
carry.
Tuesday
Her
Bible
son's
study,
choices
which
weren't
he'd
her
attended
fault.
off and
But
on for
I understood
years,
why she
became
felt
a
responsible.
non-negotiable
Mothers mothers always do.
Thursday
I gave her my
leadership
number
meetings that
and
he
told her
never
to call
mentioned
if she
before
ever
started
needed to
appearing
talk.
on his calendar.
Not because I wanted to be
Saturday
friends,
morning prayer
but
calls
because
that
she was a
seemed to
good woman
stretch
who'd
past
been lied
noon.
to just like I had.
didn't question it at
and
first
she deserved
because the church
compassion
had
even
always
if her
been
son
central
didn't.
to our lives.
She called
And
once,
honestly,
about 6 months
I told
later,
myself
just
I
to
should
check
be
in,
glad he was
to tell me
investing
she'd
in
heard
his
I had kids
spiritual
now
growth
and was
instead
happy.
of sitting at
And
home
she said,
disconnected.
"I'm glad you
I
found
told
what you were
myself
looking
a
for.
lot of things that
I'm
year.
glad you didn't let
I
what
was
my
very
son did
creative
make you
with
bitter."
my explanations.
I told her bitterness
What I
was
didn't
a
pay
choice,
close enough
and I'd
attention
chosen
to was the
differently.
way he started
chosen
guarding
to
his
take the
phone.
lesson and leave
Marcus
the pain.
had never been
And she
secretive
said,
about his
"I wish
phone
more
before.
women had your
We
strength."
weren't the type to go
And
through
we
each
said
other's
goodbye
devices,
and haven't
but
spoken
we also
since.
weren't the type to hide
Shanice
them.
and I still
His
text
phone
on
had
the
always
anniversary
just
of that
been his
message
phone,
every year.
sitting on the counter,
It's become this
face
weird
up,
tradition.
no drama.
We send each
But
other
somewhere
updates
around
on our
7
lives
months
and
before
remind
that
each
Wednesday
other
night,
how far we've
I started
come since
noticing
that night
that
at the
he'd
W.
flip it over whenever I
She has 2
walked
kids
into
now,
the room.
owns 3
That
bars
he'd
in
take
Atlanta,
calls in the garage.
completely
His screen
transformed her
brightness
life.
was
And
always
she
set
still
to the
says that
lowest
decision
level.
to message
I
me
noticed.
changed everything for her.
I filed it away.
Made her realize the
I didn't
power
want to
of
be the
women
suspicious
looking out
wife.
for each other.
My mother's voice
about
in my
writing
head,
a book together,
my grandmother's
sometimes,
voice,
about our experience,
the voices of every
about
woman in my
betrayal and
family
recovery
who had
and
ever
the
told me
importance
that a
of
man
sisterhood.
needed space
But we
and
haven't
trust.
done it yet.
I listen
Maybe
to those
someday when
voices
the
instead
story
of my own
feels fully
instincts,
complete.
and I will carry the weight of that
Tasha's still
choice
my
for a
best
long
friend.
time.
Still
On
the
Wednesday
first person
night,
I call
it all
with good
collapsed
news
as
or
it
bad.
often does.
Still the one who
I'd had a
knows
long
all my
day at work,
secrets and
back-to-back
loves meetings,
meetings, ate
and
lunch
she's
at my
watching
desk
me raise
and
my
drove
kids
home
thinking
in that
that's the woman
particular
I
Atlanta
helped put back
traffic
together.
that makes you question
She got
every
married
life
5
decision
years
you've
ago
ever
to an
made.
amazing man
Marcus
who
was
treats her
already
like
dressed
gold.
and heading
And
out
at her
when I
wedding,
walked in
she
the
gave
door.
a speech
He
thanking me
kissed
for
me on the
showing her
cheek,
what
said
standards
he had a
look
late
like,
leadership
for
debrief
refusing
at the
to settle,
church, and
for
said
proving
he'd
that
be
good
home
men
by 10.
exist if you're
I
patient
kicked
enough
off my
to wait for
shoes,
them.
changed
My
into
career
something
hit
comfortable,
heights I never
heated the
imagined.
leftovers in the fridge,
Speaking at
and
conferences
was in
now,
bed by 9,
mentoring dozens
watching
of young
a show
women,
I'd already
writing
seen
articles
twice
about
because I was
leadership
too
and
tired
resilience.
to invest in
And
anything
people
new.
always ask what
My
made
phone
me
rang
so
at
strong,
9:47.
where that drive comes
Unknown
from.
number.
I tell them it
Atlanta
comes
area
from being
code.
broken
I
and
stared at it
choosing
for a
to
moment
rebuild better,
and then picked up
from
because
hitting
something,
rock bottom,
some instinct
and
I hadn't
deciding
learned
the
to
only
ignore
way out
yet,
was up,
told me to
from
answer.
learning that your worst
The woman on
moments
the
can
other end
become
had
your
a calm
greatest
voice.
teachers if you
The way
let them.
people are calm
James
when they've
and I
made a
still
decision
go on
they
date
can't
nights
take
every
back.
week,
She
non-negotiable.
didn't introduce
Just
herself.
us reconnecting
She didn't
and
apologize
remembering why
for
we
calling.
chose each other.
She
And
just said,
people always
"Is this
comment
Marcus
on
Webb's
how in
wife?"
love we
And the
still
way
are
she
after
said
15
wife
years.
with this particular
the
weight
secret
on
isn't
it
that we never
made my
fight
stomach
or that
drop before
everything's
I'd
perfect.
even processed the
It's that
question.
we choose each other
I said
every
yes.
single day.
I asked
we
who she
communicate
was.
instead of hiding.
She said her
We
name
work
didn't
through
matter.
problems
Then
instead
told
of
me
running
my
from
husband
them.
wasn't
We
at
do the
any
work
church
that
meeting.
Marcus never
She
wanted
said
to do.
he was at the Marriott
I look at my
Peachtree,
life now,
room
my
214,
beautiful family,
and that he was
my
not alone.
successful career.
She said
my
it
genuine
without drama,
happiness,
without
and
emotion.
I think about that woman
like
standing
she was reading
outside
an address
room
off a piece of
804 with her
paper.
heart pounding.
And then she hung
terrified
up.
of what she'd
I
find,
sat in my
but
bed
brave
for
enough
probably
to knock
4
anyway.
full minutes without
I want to
moving.
go back and hug her.
I ran through
Tell her
every
it's going to
rational
hurt worse
alternative
than she
I
can
could
imagine,
manufacture on
but
number.
she's going to survive.
Someone is playing a game.
Tell her that breaking
a
is sometimes the
misunderstanding,
only way to
a
break
mix-up.
through.
Some
Tell her
woman
that her
with a
best
grudge
life
against
is
a
waiting
different
on the
Marcus
other
Webb
side of this
in a
nightmare.
different marriage with
But
a different
I
wife.
can't go back.
I
None
built
of you
those
can.
alternatives up
All
as
we
high
can
as
do
I
is
could,
move forward
and then I
and
watched
hope we
them
make
collapse
better
on their own
choices than we
because
did
not one of
before.
them could hold the
Hope we
weight
learn
of what
from
I'd
our
heard in that
mistakes.
woman's voice.
Hope we become the
She
people
wasn't
we
making
needed
something
when we were
up.
struggling.
She knew something.
I'm that person
and
now
she had
for other
decided
women
I should know it
because
too.
I'm living proof.
I got up.
Zara
I got
wants to
dressed.
study psychology
Not
in
slowly,
college.
not
Says she wants
dramatically,
to help people
just
heal from
mechanically.
trauma.
The way you
And
move
I
when
know
your
that's
brain
because
has made a
she's watched
decision.
me do that work
and
on
your
myself.
body is following
Watched
orders
me
before
transform
your
pain into
emotions have
purpose.
had a chance
And
to
I'm
vote.
so proud of the
I
woman
grabbed
she's
my
becoming.
keys in my purse
Miles
and I
wants to
drove
be an
to that
architect
Marriott.
like his
And
dad.
I want to tell you
already
that I was
drawing
composed the
buildings
whole
and
way there.
structures.
But the
already
truth is
showing
that I
that
cried
same
for the
attention to
first 10
detail
minutes
and
of that
passion
drive.
for creating
And then
beautiful
something
things.
switched off inside
And
me.
watching him
and I went
idolize
very
James
still.
makes my heart
Not
full.
peaceful still.
My kids will never
Certain
know
still.
what it's like to have a
Like,
father
I already
who's
knew
checked
what
out,
I was about to
who's
find,
lying, who's
and the
building
grief
a
of knowing
secret
it had
life.
arrived
They'll
before the
never
proof.
question if they're
The
loved
lobby of the
or
Marriott
valued
was
or
bright
important.
and quiet.
And that's
one
the
of those
greatest
business
gift
travel
I could give
hotels
them.
where the energy
James's
at 10
parents
o'clock
are
on a
aging
Wednesday
now,
is
slower
tired
and
and
more
transactional.
fragile. And
A
they
man
tell
in
us
a
all the
suit was
time how
checking in at the
grateful they
front
are that we
desk.
found each other.
A woman was
how we
waiting for
restored
the
their
elevator
faith that
with a
real love
rolling
exists.
suitcase.
And their blessing
Nobody paid me
means more
any
to me than
attention.
they'll ever know.
I took the elevator
my
to
parents
the
are
second
proud of me in
floor
ways
and
they
walked
never
down
were
the
during
hallway.
my first marriage.
And when I got to
they
room
can see the
214,
difference. Can see that
I
I'm
stood
not just
outside that
surviving
door,
anymore, but
and I
thriving.
made myself breathe.
And my dad told me
I could
recently,
hear the television.
this is the daughter
A
I
low
always
murmur of
knew you
sound,
could be.
some late night
I
show.
volunteer at
The
a
kind of
domestic
noise
violence
people put
shelter
on
now.
when they want to feel
Not
less
because
alone
Marcus was
or less
physically abusive,
conspicuous.
but because
there was
betrayal
light
is
under
its
the
own
door.
kind of violence.
Someone was
And
awake
I want
in that
women
room,
to know there are
and
different
they had
kinds
no
of abuse.
idea I was standing
Different ways
18
men
inches
can
away
destroy
from them.
you.
I knocked
sit
two
with
firm
women
knocks,
who've just
not
left,
frantic,
who
not
are
timid.
terrified and
The
broken
television
and doubting their decision.
I heard
and I tell them about Marcus,
the unmistakable
about
sound
the hotel
of people
room,
adjusting,
about rebuilding from nothing,
the shuffle
and
and
I watch
hush
hope
of a
flicker in their
situation
eyes.
being rearranged
They need to know
before
it's
a door
possible.
opens.
Need to see
I
someone
heard a low
who's made
male
it to the
voice
other
saying
side.
something I couldn't
Need
make
proof
out.
that leaving
I
doesn't
heard
mean
another
your life
voice
is over.
respond.
It means your
I
real
stood
life
there
is
and I
finally
waited,
beginning.
and when the door
I'm
finally
53
opened,
now. More
I
than
was
half
looking
my
at
life has
Pastor
been
Elijah
lived since
Drummond.
Marcus.
He was
More
wearing a
years
hotel
without him
robe.
than with him.
His hair,
and that feels
usually
significant
perfectly
somehow.
shaped for Sunday
Like
mornings,
I finally
was not
outrun
right.
that version of
His
myself
eyes went
who
wide
thought
when
she
he
needed
saw
him.
me, and for
I don't
just
need
a moment,
anyone. I choose
one
James
very
every
small
day,
and
but
very
I don't need
honest
him
moment,
to survive.
I saw
Don't need
pure
him to
panic
validate
cross
my
his
worth
face before he
don't need him
composed
to
himself
complete
into
me
the
because
Pastor
I'm
Drummond
already
I
whole
had
on my
known for
own.
11 years.
That's what Marcus
But
never
I had
understood.
already seen the
that I
panic.
was never
I
incomplete.
had already
I
clocked
was
the
just
robe
loyal
and the
to the
hair
wrong person.
and the way he was standing in the
once I
doorway of a
redirected that
hotel room at
loyalty
10
towards
o'clock
someone
on a
worthy,
Wednesday
everything
night,
changed.
and every question
We're
in my
planning a
mind
big trip trip for our 20th anniversary,
of terrible
taking
clarity.
the whole family to Africa,
I looked past him into the
safari
room.
and beaches and
the lamp on the
adventures,
nightstand
making
was
memories
on.
that'll last
The bed
forever.
covers were pulled
and
back
I'm
and
so
rumpled.
excited to experience
And sitting
it with
on the
people
far
who
edge
love
of the
me
bed,
authentically.
wrapped from
Marcus
her shoulders
is
to
still
her
alone
knees
from
in the
what I
white
hear.
bedsheet,
Still
was
struggling,
a woman I had
still
known since
repeating
the year
patterns,
I joined
and I
Greater
feel nothing
Anointing
about that.
Ministries.
Not
A
satisfaction,
woman who had sat
not
beside
pity,
me at women's
just
ministry
nothing,
retreats
and that
and
nothingness
eaten at
is
my
freedom.
kitchen table
I
and
write
been in my
sometimes.
wedding.
Journal
A woman
entries
whose
about my
last
journey,
name was Webb,
thoughts about
because she had
healing,
been born into the
lessons I've
same
learned,
family as
and
my
maybe
husband.
someday I'll publish
Tamara,
them, share them with the
Marcus's
world,
younger sister,
let other women
30
know they're
years
not
old.
alone.
The woman
But
I had
even
called
if I
my
don't,
sister-in-law
even
and
if
my
these
friend
words
for
stay
11
private,
years.
they've served their
I want
purpose.
to stop here
They've
because
helped me
I need you to
process,
actually
helped
sit
me
with what I'm
heal,
describing.
helped me understand
I drove
that my
to that
story
hotel
isn't
expecting to
defined
find
by
my
what Marcus
husband with
did,
another
but
woman.
by how I responded.
What I found instead was my
responded
pastor,
with courage, with
a married
dignity,
man with
with a
3
refusal
children
to
and
accept
20
less
years
than I
of
deserve.
spiritual authority
And that
over my
response
community
changed everything.
in a hotel room
Not
with
just
my
for me,
sister-in-law.
but for my kids,
My husband
for the
was
women I
nowhere in
mentor,
that room.
for everyone
and the caller
watching
who
and
sent me
learning
there knew
from my
exactly
example.
what I would find.
This is what surviving
world
looks
did
like.
not spin.
This is what thriving
It didn't
looks
do
like.
anything
this is what
dramatic
happens
or
when you
cinematic.
choose yourself, even
It
when
just
it's
rearranged
terrifying.
itself
when
very
you walk
quietly
away from
into a
comfortable
shape I
misery
didn't
toward
recognize.
uncertain possibility.
Pastor Drummond started
the possibility
talking
became
immediately.
reality.
His
became
voice
this
was low,
beautiful,
measured,
messy,
controlled.
and perfect life
He said,
I'm living
Sister
now.
Keisha,
And I wouldn't
this is
trade
not
it
what
for
dash.
anything.
And I
Not
held up
even
one
a
hand,
version
and
where
something in my
Marcus never
face
cheated.
made him stop mid-sentence.
Because that version doesn't
I
include
looked at Tamara.
Zara and Miles
She had
and
pulled
James
the sheet
and
higher up
everything
around
I've
herself,
become.
and she
I'm
was looking at a
grateful,
point somewhere to the left
grateful
of my
for
face,
every moment
unable
of pain
or
that led me
unwilling
here,
to meet my
for
eyes
every
directly.
tear I cried.
I had
for
known this
every
woman
night
for over
I thought
a
I wouldn't
decade,
survive,
and she couldn't look
because
at me.
I did survive.
That told me
and
more
I'm
than the
better for
robe
it.
or the rumpled
That's
bed
my
or
final word
any
on
of the rest
Marcus,
of it.
on betrayal,
I said
on divorce,
very calmly,
on healing.
"Where is
I
Marcus?"
survived and I thrived.
Neither of them
and
answered
I'm living
immediately.
proof that your worst day
Pastor
doesn't
Drummond
have to define
opened
you.
his mouth,
It can refine
and I
you
cut him off
instead,
before he
make you
could start.
stronger, wiser,
I said,
more
"Not you."
compassionate.
Her.
And to anyone
Tamara
reading this
finally
who's
looked at
standing
me.
outside their
Her
own
eyes
room
were wet,
804,
but she hadn't
heart
cried yet.
pounding,
She said
terrified
she
of
didn't
what
know.
they'll find.
I told
I'm
her that
telling
was
you to
interesting,
knock, to
given
face
that
the
my
truth,
husband had
to choose
told me he
yourself,
was at a church
because
meeting
your best
tonight,
life is waiting
and
on
I
the
had
other
a
side of
feeling
that
the two
door.
things were connected.
Trust me, I've
She
been
looked
there.
away again.
I've lived it.
So
and
I called
I'm here to
Marcus.
tell you it's worth it.
Right there in
Every
the doorway,
painful
phone
moment
on
is worth
speaker,
it. Because
loud enough
freedom
that
is worth
everyone
it.
in that
Peace is
hallway
worth
and
it.
everyone
Real
in that
love
room could
is
hear
worth it.
every word.
Walk away from the
He
lie
picked up
and
on
toward
the
your
second
truth.
ring.
And
His
watch how
voice was
quickly your
normal,
life
relaxed.
transforms when you
the
stop
voice of a
accepting
man who
crumbs
had
and
no idea
start
the
demanding
floor
the
was
whole
about to
damn
disappear
piece.
from under him.
That's my story.
He said
That's
he was
my
wrapping
truth.
up at the
That's
church.
my life 15
asked
years
if I was
after
okay,
the worst day became
and
the
asked
catalyst
if I needed
for the best
anything.
years.
I
And
said,
I'm proud of
"Which
every
church,
choice I
Marcus?"
made,
He
every
paused
boundary
for
I
just a
set,
beat.
every
Not long,
moment I
but I
chose
heard it.
myself.
He said,
Marcus
"Greater
is
anointing,
a memory
same
now,
as always."
not even a painful
I
one.
said,
just
"So
a
you're
fact
there
of
right
my
now."
history.
He
and
said,
I'm
"Yes."
focused on my
I
present,
said,
on my
"Then I
future,
need you to
on the
explain to me
legacy
why I'm
I'm
standing
building for my
outside room
kids,
214
and the example
at the Marriott
I'm setting for
Peachtree,
every
looking
woman
at your
watching.
pastor and
This
your
is
sister.
what winning looks like.
The silence
not
that
revenge,
followed that sentence
not karma,
was one of the
not
longest
him suffering,
I have ever
but me
experienced.
living fully.
It was the
loving
silence
deeply,
of someone
and
whose
never
entire
looking back.
architecture of
That's
deception
the end
just
of the
cracked
story.
at
Not
every
because
joint
there's
simultaneously.
nothing left to say, but
it was the
because I've
silence
said
of a man
everything that
running
matters.
through every
And now it's
possible
time
response,
to close this
finding
chapter
none worked.
and focus on
and
the
then
one
he said
still
it.
being written.
He said,
I
"Keisha,
never
I can
expected to hear his
explain."
name again after
Not,
all these years.
"What are you talking
but
about?"
life has a way
Not,
of bringing things
"That's
full
impossible."
circle when you least
Not,
expect it.
"You must be
and
mistaken."
Marcus's name
He
came
said,
up
"I
in the
can
most
explain,"
unexpected
which meant
way
he had
possible
something to
about
explain,
6 months ago.
which meant he
Zara
already
came
knew
home
what I
from
was looking
college
at,
for winter break.
which meant that
She's
whatever
18
was
now,
happening in that
studying
hotel room was
psychology
not
at
new
Spelman.
information to my husband.
Brilliant and compassionate.
I told him
and
to come.
everything I hoped
I
she'd
told
be.
him to come right
and
now.
she mentioned
And I
casually
hung up.
over dinner that her
15
professor
minutes
had
later,
assigned a case
he
study
walked off
about
that
infidelity
elevator
and
and
its
down that
long-term
hallway.
effects.
And I watched
She
his
said
face
we
the
had to
whole
interview
way.
someone who'd been went through it.
He didn't look shocked.
And I thought about asking you, but I didn't want to bring up bad memories.
Walking towards something
and I told her I would have been happy to help.
And there was something almost like relief in his expression that made me angrier than
James looked at me
anything
across
else I
the
had
table with
seen
that
or
knowing
heard
smile.
that entire night.
The one that says
because
he's proud of
relief
how
meant
far
he
I've
was
come,
tired of carrying
and Miles,
something.
who's 15
And the
now
fact
and
that he had been
towers over
carrying
all
it
of us
without telling
asked
me meant
Mom,
he had chosen
do you
to
ever
carry it
regret
alone
not giving
rather
him a
than
second
trust me
chance?
with the truth.
The question
We
caught
did not
me
have
off
a
guard.
screaming match in
Not
that
because
hallway.
it hurt, but
all four
because
of
it
us
was
ended
so
up in that
far
room
from
because I
anything
wasn't
I'd
about to have
ever
this
considered.
conversation where
And I
anyone
said,
walking
not even
past
for a
could hear
second.
it.
And
I
giving
think
him a second
everyone
chance
involved
would have meant
understood that.
disrespecting myself.
Pastor Drummond
and
sat in
I'll
the
never
chair by the
regret
window.
choosing my own dignity.
Tamara put on the
Zara
second hotel
started her
robe
interview
and
project
sat back down on
came
the edge
back
of the
with
bed.
statistics that
Marcus
shocked
stood
even
near
me.
the door.
She said,
And
"Did you
I
know
stood
that
in the
people
middle
who
of that
cheat once
room,
are 3
looked at
times
each of
more
them
likely
and
to cheat
said,
again in
very
future
quietly,
relationships?"
someone
And I
needs to
thought
start
about
talking.
Marcus's second
What
wife.
came out over the next
About
2
the
hours
pattern he couldn't
in that
break.
hotel room with the
She
television,
said her professor
still
talked
murmuring
about
in the
how betrayal
background, and the
trauma
city
affects
moving
people
around
long-term,
outside the window,
how it changes brain
completely
chemistry,
indifferent to what
how
was
it can
happening
make
inside.
future relationships relationships
was
difficult.
one of the most painful
and I realized
most
how lucky I was that I'd done the work
of my life.
That I'd healed
Marcus
properly
had been at the
instead of
church
carrying that
approximately
damage
4
forward.
months earlier.
I told her
Thursday
the key is
evening
not letting
leadership
what
meeting.
someone else did
The
make
meeting
you
ended
suspicious
earlier
of
than
everyone,
expected,
not
and
punishing
he had gone
new
back
people
to the
for
main
old
building
crimes.
to retrieve
And
his
she wrote
jacket
that
from
down
her
like
room
it
where
was
they'd been
profound.
meeting.
But
He
to
had
me, it
walked
was just
past
survival.
Pastor Drummond's office,
Just the choice
which
I'd
should
made
have been
to not
empty
let
at that
Marcus's
hour,
betrayal
and the
poison my
door had
future.
been slightly
James
open.
has been talking
He
about
heard
retirement
voices.
lately.
He heard
He's
sounds
60
that
now
stopped
and
him
wants
in the
to slow
hallway.
down.
He stood
Spend more
outside
time
that
with
door for
grandkids
long
when they
enough to
come.
understand
Travel
exactly
more.
what was
Just
happening
enjoy
inside
life,
it,
and
then
I'm
he
right there
walked
with
away.
him, ready
He
for
did
the
not
next
tell
chapter.
me. He
We
did not
talk
tell
sometimes
Sister
about
Renee.
moving.
He
Maybe
did
to the
not go
coast,
to the church
somewhere
elders,
quiet where
the
we can
deacon
watch
board,
the ocean
or
and
any of the
reflect on
accountability
everything
structures that
we've
exist
together.
within a church
And
for
the fact
exactly
that we're
this kind of
planning a future
situation.
together after
He went
20
home,
years,
lay
still
down
amazes
beside
me.
me in our bed,
I think
and
about
started
how I
thinking
couldn't
about
even
what
plan
that
next week with
information was
Marcus,
worth.
because I
want to be
always
precise
waiting
about
for the
what
other
I'm
shoe
telling
to
you
drop.
because I think
Always
the
sensing
details
something
matter.
was wrong, but
Marcus
not trusting
did not
myself
go to
enough
Pastor
to
Drummond
investigate,
out of anger
and
or
that's no way to
protectiveness
live.
or
Living
any
with
impulse
James
I
is
could
easy.
respect.
Not because
even
we
while I
don't
was
have
hurt by
problems,
it.
but because we
He went
solve
to him
them together,
deliberately,
because there's
strategically,
no hidden
with
agendas
a list
or
of things
secret
he
lives.
wanted.
Just
He
two
wanted the
people
church
committed
board
to making
position
it work
he'd been
every
passed over
single
for
day.
twice.
I got
He
a
wanted
message
the
on
pastoral
LinkedIn last
mentorship
month
he'd
from
been
a woman I
requesting
didn't
for
know.
years
She
and
said,
kept
"I hope
being
this
told
isn't
to wait
weird,
for.
but I'm going
He
through a
wanted to
divorce
preach,
because of
which
infidelity,
Marcus had
and
wanted
someone
since he
told
was
me your
young,
story.
but had
Would you
never
be willing
been
to
given
talk?"
a real
And I said
platform.
yes immediately.
And he wanted the
We
kind
met
of
for
access
coffee,
and
she
standing in
cried,
that
telling me
community
about
that he
finding
felt
texts
he
on her
deserved,
husband's phone,
but had never
about
been
the
able to
lies
earn
he'd
through
told,
ordinary means.
about how she felt
He laid
stupid for
all of
not
that out
seeing
for
it
Pastor
sooner.
Drummond in
And
a
I held
private
her
meeting the
hand
week
and said,
after he
"You're not
walked past
stupid."
that office
He
door.
was intentionally
And
hiding
Pastor
it.
Drummond,
That's
a
what they
man
do.
who had built his
She
entire
asked how long
identity
it took
on
me to trust
spiritual
again, and I was
authority
honest.
and moral
I
leadership,
said years.
sat
But
across
it's
from one of his
possible. I'm living
congregants
proof.
and agreed.
And she looked at me
Because
like
he didn't
I was
have a
giving her
choice,
permission
or
to
at least
hope.
that's how
Like
Marcus
my
had
existence
framed it
meant
for him.
she could survive
And
this too.
because
I gave
powerful
her my
men who
number
have been
and
doing
told
wrong
her to
things
call
in secret
anytime,
are often
day
more
or
afraid
night,
of being
if
exposed
she needed
than
someone
they are
who
committed to
understood.
doing right.
And she's called
So
a
for
few
4
times
months,
since then.
the arrangement
Each
held.
time sounding a little
Marcus got his
stronger,
board seat.
a little more
He got
certain
his
she
mentorship
made the right
meetings.
choice.
He got to preach
That's my
on 2
purpose
Sunday
now,
evenings.
being that
He got
lifeline
the
for women
standing
who
and
are
the
where I
access
was,
and the
reminding
deference
them
he'd
they're
been
not
wanting,
alone,
and he
showing
paid for
them
it
what
with his
life
silence
looks like
about
on
what
the
he
other
knew.
side of betrayal.
And what he knew
And
was
it
that the
feels
man
good,
delivering sermons
meaningful
about
in a way
covenant
my
and
career
sacred
success
ground
never
on Sunday
quite did.
mornings, was
Marcus's
spending
mother
Wednesday
passed away
nights
last
in
year.
hotel rooms
I
with
saw
his
the
younger
obituary
sister.
online.
When Marcus
and I
told
thought
me
about
this,
calling
when
him to
all of
offer
it came out,
condolences,
I went
but
very
decided
quiet
against
for a
it.
long time.
We're not those people
Not because
to each
I was
other
at a loss
anymore.
for words,
We're nothing
but
to each
because
other.
I was trying to find
And
words
inserting
that were
myself into
accurate
his
rather
grief
than
felt
just
wrong.
reactive.
I sent
I looked at
flowers
my
to the
husband,
funeral home
this man I had
anonymously
married
instead,
in that
because
sanctuary,
despite
this
everything
man
she'd
whose
been kind
grief
to
I
me
had
once,
found moving
before
and
she
whose
chose her
thoughtfulness
son's lies
I had
over my
found
truth,
beautiful.
and she
I tried
deserved
to
that
locate
small
something I
gesture of
recognized some
respect.
version of the person
His
I
father
had
died
built
a few
11 years of
before
my life
that.
around.
I'd heard,
I asked
and
him one
apparently
question.
Marcus fell apart.
I asked him if,
started
at any
drinking
point in
heavily,
those 4 months,
lost his
knowing
job,
what he knew about his own
spiraled
sister
in
and
ways
his
that
pastor,
confirmed what I'd
he had
always
considered
suspected,
telling me
that he was
not
running
the
from
elders,
something
not
inside
Sister Renee,
himself all
not
along.
any
The
institutional
cheating
body,
was never about
just me,
never about
his
not
wife.
being enough. It
How
was
did it
about
occur
him
to him
trying
even
to
once
fill
to
some
come
void
home
that
and
couldn't
tell me
be
the
filled
truth?
with external
He was
validation.
quiet for a moment.
And understanding
Then he
that
said he
freed me
hadn't
from
wanted to put
any
that on
remaining
me.
traces of
I have thought
self-blame.
about that answer many
I
times
see him
since that
sometimes
night.
in my mind.
I have
not
turned
as
it
the
over
man
from
who betrayed
every
me,
angle,
but as a cautionary
and every
tale,
time I come
as
back to
proof
the
that you
same
can have
conclusion,
everything and
which is
throw
that
it
it was
away
not an
because
act
you're
of
too
protection.
broken to appreciate
It was an act of
and
exclusion.
I feel sorry for
He
him
had
in an
decided
abstract way.
unilaterally
Sorry
that I
that
didn't
he
get
get to know.
never did the work to heal
Not
whatever
because
made
the
him that
knowledge
way.
would have hurt me,
Sorry that
though
he's
it would
probably
have,
still
but
lonely
because
and lost.
sharing it would have
Sorry
required
that he
him to
wasted
share
his
what he
chance
was
at real
doing with
love
it as well.
because he was
And
too
he
busy
wasn't ready to
chasing
give that
something he
up.
couldn't name.
I left
But
that hotel
sorrow
room
doesn't
at
consume
close
me.
to midnight.
Doesn't make me want to
I
reach out
drove
or
home
check
alone.
on him. It's
Marcus
just a
stayed
passing
in his
thought,
own car.
like feeling
I don't know
bad
where he
for
went
a
for the
stranger
next
you
few
see on the
hours,
street.
and I didn't ask.
Compassionate, but
I
detached.
sat in our house,
James
in the kitchen,
and I renewed
at the
our
table
vows
where
again
we'd
last
eaten
year for our
1,000 meals
20th
together.
anniversary.
And I
This
stayed
time
there
with
until
the
the
kids
sun
there,
started
with
coming
our
up.
closest friends
I
and
didn't
family.
cry that night.
And it felt
I
like
had
a
already done
celebration
my
not
crying
just
in the
of our
car on the
marriage,
way to
but
the
of
Marriott.
survival.
What
of
I did that
choosing
night
right
was
the second
grieve,
time.
which is different
Zara
from
read
crying.
a poem she'd
Grief
written
is
about
slower
watching
and
her
quieter,
parents love
and
each
it
other
takes
well,
up more space.
about learning what
The days
partnership
that
looks
followed
like.
were some of
And
the
I
most
cried
surreal
because
of my
I'd
life.
given her that gift.
Marcus came home
the
the
gift
next
of knowing
morning,
what healthy
and
love
we began
looks
the
like.
process
And
of
that felt
talking
like
through
the
what had
biggest
happened,
success of my
or
life.
trying to.
Miles
But
walked
talking
me down
through
the
it
aisle with
required
James's
both people
father,
to be
who's
fully
still with us
present
at
and
82.
honest.
And having
Marcus
my
kept
son
hedging,
beside me in
kept
that moment
qualifying,
felt full circle.
kept offering
Like I was
explanations
showing
that
him
were
the kind
really
of man
just
to become,
reframings of the
the kind
same
of love
central
to
truth.
build. The
He had
ceremony
chosen
was
leverage
simple,
over integrity.
just us reaffirming
And
promises
he had done
we
it while
already
sleeping
kept for
beside
2
me
decades.
every night and
But it
sitting
mattered.
beside me in
It
church
felt
every
important
Sunday.
to mark the milestone.
Every time I thought
to
we were getting
acknowledge that
somewhere,
we'd built something
I'd hit
real
another wall
and
of
lasting.
deflection. I look
Not
at my
lying
wedding
exactly,
photos from that
but
day,
not the whole
at my
truth
gray
either.
hair and laugh
Just
lines,
enough truth
and the
to
way
seem
James looks at
cooperative
me
without
like
being
I'm still
fully
the most
accountable.
beautiful thing he's
About a
ever
week
seen.
after that night,
And I think
I
about that
asked him
first
to stay
wedding,
somewhere else
how
for a
young I
while.
was. How
Not
naive.
permanently, or at
I
least
wouldn't
that's
trade
what I
wisdom
told
for
myself at the
wouldn't
time.
go back even if I
said
could,
I needed
because
space to
everything
think,
I've learned,
and he needed
every
space
scar
to figure
I
out
carry,
who he actually
made
was.
me capable of this love,
Because the man
this
I had
life,
married and
this
the man
version
who
of
had spent
myself I
4
actually
months
like.
running a covert leverage
Marcus is
arrangement
60
against
now,
his own
maybe
pastor
older,
were not
time has
people I
blurred
could
the
reconcile
specifics,
into the
and
same
I genuinely
human
don't
being.
know where he is
Until
or
I could
what he's
understand
doing.
which one was
And the
real.
fact that I don't
didn't know how to
and
be in the
don't care
same house
feels
with
like
him.
the ultimate
He
freedom.
went to stay with a friend
There's
from
no
work,
curiosity left.
and I sat with the
No
silence
wondering
of
if
that
he thinks
house
about me.
and let it tell me
No
things
mental
I'd been
space
too busy
devoted
to
to
hear.
someone who stopped
Meanwhile,
mattering the
the
moment
situation
I
at
closed
the
that
church was
hotel
moving
room
on
door
its own
behind me
timeline.
and chose myself.
I had not said a word
I'm
to
teaching
anyone
Zara
outside
about
of that hotel
boundaries
room.
now as she
I
navigates
had not
college
called Sister
relationships,
Renee, had not
telling
spoken
her
to
to
any
watch
of the
how
other
men
women
treat
in my
her,
ministry
to
circle,
trust her instincts,
had not breathed
to
a
never
word to
make
my
herself
mother,
small for
my
someone
cousin
else's
Danielle,
comfort,
or
and she
anyone
listens
else who
because
might
she's
have helped
seen
me
me live
carry
these
what I was
principles.
holding.
She's
Part of
dating
that was
someone
because
now,
I didn't know
a
what
nice
to say.
young man who
Part of
treats
it
her
was
well,
because I was
and
still
when she
figuring
brought
out
him
what I
home for
believed.
Thanksgiving, James,
And part of
I
it was a
grilled him
small,
the way fathers
stubborn
do,
corner of
and
me
he
that was
passed
still
every
hoping there
test,
was some version of this
respectful
story
and
that didn't
honest
require
and
everyone's
clearly
world
smitten
to be
with our
destroyed.
daughter.
That
Watching
hope
her be
lasted
loved
about 2
well
weeks.
by someone worthy
Then
makes
Tamara
my heart
made
so
her own
full.
decision.
Knowing she won't
went
have
to
to
Sister
learn these
Renee on a
lessons the
Sunday
hard way.
afternoon.
Won't have
When
to
her
waste
home,
years on
not
someone
the
who
church,
doesn't value her.
not a neutral
won't have to
location,
rebuild
her home.
herself from scratch
Renee told
like
me
I did.
later that Tamara
Miles
had
is starting
called
to
ahead
notice girls
and asked
now
if she could come
awkward
by,
about it the way
and Renee had
15-year-olds
said,
are.
of course,
and James has already
assuming it was
started
about a
having
ministry
conversations
matter
about
or
respect
maybe
and
something
consent
personal
and
she
treating
needed counsel
women like
on.
human beings.
She opened her
not
door
objects
and let in
or
the woman
conquests.
who had been sleeping
We're
with her
raising good
husband
humans,
for over a year.
James and I.
They sat
Kids
down
who
in
know what
Renee's
love
living
looks
room,
like, who
and
understand
Tamara
that
told her
loyalty
everything.
isn't optional.
Renee
who
said
will
she didn't
hopefully
cry.
never inflict the
I
kind
believe
of
that
pain
completely
Marcus
because
inflicted
I
on
know
me on
Renee,
anyone
and
else.
she is the kind of
That's
woman
legacy,
who cries in
real
private
legacy,
and composes
not
herself
money
for
or
the world.
property or
She
accomplishment.
said she sat and
but
listened,
raising kids
and
who
when
make the
Tamara
world
was
better,
finished,
who break
she asked
cycles
one
instead
question.
of repeating them,
She asked
who
how
choose
long.
kindness over
Tamara
cruelty.
said 14
I
months.
volunteer at the shelter
Renee
still.
thanked her for
more
coming,
now that both
stood
kids
up,
are older
walked
and
her to the
more
door,
independent.
and closed
and
it.
last week a woman
Then she
asked
called
me
her
if I ever
oldest
see
sister
my
in
ex
Savannah
and
and
what I
talked
do
for
when that
4
happens.
hours.
And
I
I
only
realized
know all of
I
this
haven't seen
because
Marcus
Renee
in
told
over a
me
decade.
herself weeks
Our
later,
paths
when
just
we
don't
had
cross
finally
anymore.
started the
We
slow
live in
and
different
complicated
worlds,
process
different
of being
circles,
honest with each
different
other
realities,
about everything
and that
we've both
separation
been
feels
navigating.
appropriate.
But I'm
Feels
getting
like
ahead
the
of
natural
myself.
conclusion to a
Pastor
story
Drummond's
that should have
resignation
ended
came
years
22
before it
days
actually
after
did.
that Wednesday night.
I told her
The
I don't
announcement
see
to the
him,
congregation
and if
was
I did,
delivered
I'd feel
on a
nothing,
Sunday morning
not
by the
anger,
chairman of the
not
deacon
pain,
board,
not
Elder
even
Thorne,
curiosity,
who had been
just
at greater
nothing,
anointing
and that's how you know
almost
you've
as long
healed.
as the
And
church
she
had
looked
existed.
skeptical, like she
He
couldn't
read from a
imagine
prepared
ever getting
statement.
there.
The
But
language
she will.
was careful
They
and
all
vague
will, because
about Pastor
time
Drummond
and work
stepping
and
back
choosing
for a
yourself
period
over
of
and
personal
over
reflection
creates that
and
distance,
renewal,
that
and
indifference,
about the leadership
that
team
freedom
being
from the
committed to
person who once
continuity
felt
and
like your whole
stability.
world.
The kind
I'm
of language
55
that is
now,
designed to
been
be
free
technically
from Marcus
true while
longer
being
than some people
practically
have been
empty.
alive.
But
And
in a
when I
community
think
like
about my life,
ours,
I categorize
in a
it
church
as
where
before
people
and
had
after.
known each other for
Before
decades,
I found my
had
spine
watched their
and after
children
I found
grow
my
up
strength.
together, and
The
had
before
sat
version
beside each
feels
other
like
in the
someone
worst
else's
moments
story,
of their lives.
like a movie
that
I watched
kind of language
once,
doesn't
and the
hold
after
for long.
version is the
Information
only one that
moves
matters,
through those networks
the only one
faster
I
than
claim,
any announcement
the
can
only
catch
one
up
I
to
want
it.
to pass down.
By the following
James
Sunday,
and I
the
talk about
details
writing
were
our
circulating
story
through the
someday,
congregation
not as
in
a revenge
whispers,
tale or an
carefully worded
expose,
text messages,
but as a testament
and
to
private
finding
conversations
love after
in the parking
devastation,
lot.
to building
Not
something
everyone knew
real
everything,
the second time around,
but everyone knew
to
something.
proving that your first
and the
marriage
thing about a
doesn't have to
community
define
built
your
on moral
capacity for
authority is
happiness.
that when the person
But we
holding that
probably
authority
won't.
is
We're
revealed
too
to have
busy
been
living
living
to
a
write
double
about about living, too focused on the present to dwell on the past. Too grateful for what we have to spend time analyzing how we got here.
I was both inside the situation and peripheral to it.
And boundaries.
I knew more than most
to
of the
settle.
congregation,
Choosing
but
myself
I was
when
not
it was
the central
terrifying.
figure in the story,
Trusting that
as
something
Renee
better
or Tamara
existed
was.
even when I couldn't
I
see
was
it
a wife
yet.
whose husband
And those
had done
choices
something wrong in
compounded over
response to
time
someone
into this
else's
beautiful
wrongdoing,
life.
and the
That's
concentric
secret
circles of
nobody
that
tells you.
wrongdoing kept
That
expanding
leaving is
outward
just the first
until I
step.
felt like I
The
couldn't
real
find the
work
wretch.
is rebuilding
I
yourself
went back
into
to greater
someone who
anointing
won't
one more
accept
time
less than
after
they deserve.
everything came out.
Someone who knows
I
their
sat
worth
in the third
isn't
row,
negotiable.
which was my
Someone
row,
who
the
chooses
place I had
themselves
sat almost
every single
every
day.
Sunday for 11
I
years.
choose myself every
The
day
interim
now.
minister
Even
was a
while
visiting
choosing
pastor
James.
from a church in
Even
Decatur,
while being a mother
an
and
older
wife
man
and
who
professional,
preached a careful,
there's a part of me that's
measured
just
sermon
mine,
about
that
steadfastness
answers to no
in
one,
times of
that
uncertainty.
remembers what it
It was a
costs to
fine
get here
sermon.
and refuses
It was not
to
the
ever go
sermon that
back. place needed.
Marcus
but
can't
it was
hurt
the
me
sermon
anymore.
a man could give
Not
when
because
he didn't
I've
know the
forgiven
full
him
weight of what had
completely,
happened in
though
that
I have.
room. But
I sat
because
there
I've built a
and
life
felt the
so full
absence
that
of
there's
everything
everything
that
that
had
had
made
made
that
that sanctuary feel like
for his
mine.
memory to take
The choir
root
that
and grow.
Sister Carolyn,
This is what
Marcus's
victory
mother,
looks like,
had sung
not
in for
dramatic
20
or
years.
cinematic.
The
Just
particular way
quiet
the light
confidence,
came through the
deep
side
peace,
windows and the
genuine
morning
happiness
sense of
that doesn't
continuity
depend
and
on his
rootedness
suffering or my
that I had
vindication.
carried into every
Just
corner
exists
of my
because
adult
I
life.
created it.
I stayed
And
through
to
the
anyone
whole
out there
service.
still hurting,
I hugged
still
a few
wondering
people
if you'll
who approached
survive,
me,
still questioning
people who didn't
if
know the
leaving was
full
the right
story,
choice,
and were glad
I'm
to
here
see
to
a
tell you that
familiar
you will
face.
survive.
I did
Leaving
not
was the
break
right
down.
choice, and your
I
best
did not
life
make
is waiting.
anything harder for
It's
anyone.
waiting for you to choose
And
it,
when the last
to
song
believe you
finished,
deserve it,
I picked up
to
my
do the
purse,
hard work of
walked back
healing
down that
and
aisle for the
rebuilding
last time,
and becoming
and
someone
went home.
who won't settle
The
ever
divorce
again.
was filed 4
I did
months
it.
after that Wednesday
Thousands
night.
of women before me did
Marcus
it.
and I had
Thousands
attempted a
after
few
me will do
sessions
it.
with a
And
marriage
you can
counselor
too.
during that
I
period.
promise you can.
A woman named
Because if I
Dr.
could walk
Anita
away
Pearson,
from
whose
Marcus
office
and build
was
this
off
life,
Memorial
anyone
Drive,
can.
and who had a
That's
gift
my
for
final
asking
truth,
the exact
my
question
final
that
testimony,
neither person
my
in the
final
room
word
wanted
on
to
a
answer.
man who once was
I think
everything
under different
and now is
circumstances,
nothing.
she
And
might
I
have
mean
helped
that
us.
with peace,
But
with
circumstances
gratitude,
were what
with
they
the
were.
wisdom that
Every
only comes
session
from
kept
surviving
returning to the
something
same
you weren't
question:
sure you could survive.
whether Marcus was
I'm
capable
here,
of the
I'm
kind
whole,
of radical
I'm happy,
honesty
and
that
Marcus
rebuilding
is
would have
wherever he
required.
is. And those
Not
two things
honesty
have
about what
nothing
had
to do with
happened.
each other anymore.
He could do that
and
when
that's
pressed.
exactly how it
But
should be.
honesty about who
this
he was
story
and
ends
why
not
he
with
had
me
made the
thinking about
choices he
him,
made.
but with me thinking
That
about
deeper
my
kind
life,
of honesty,
my family,
the kind that
my
requires you
future,
to look at
my
yourself
peace,
without
and that
flinching,
shift from him
kept
to me is
eluding
the
him.
whole point.
He would get
is
close
the entire
and then
journey
retreat.
is everything.
Would touch the truth
I'm
and then
free,
pull back into
finally
explanation.
and completely free.
I don't say that with
and
contempt.
that freedom tastes
I say it
sweeter
with the
than
sadness
anything
that
I
I
ever
still
had
carry,
with Marcus,
because I think
sweeter
Marcus
than
is
any
genuinely
apology
not a
he
bad
could give.
man.
Sweeter
I think
than
he is a
any
man
revenge
who
I
wanted
could
things
take.
he hadn't earned,
Just sweet on
found
its
a
own,
shortcut,
uncomplicated
and told himself
pure.
enough stories
That's
to justify
the end,
it.
the real end.
That is a
not
very
because there's
human
nothing
failure.
left to say, but
It is not
because
a
I've
failure
moved
I can
so
build a
far
life
beyond
on,
that
but
chapter
it
that
is a human
continuing to
one.
talk about it
The
feels
difference
like
matters
going
to me,
backward.
even
and
now.
I only move
We
forward
divided
now.
the house,
forward
the
into
accounts,
whatever
and the
comes
accumulated
next,
material
with
of
James
11
beside me,
years with a
with my
thoroughness
kids
that
growing
felt
into
almost
amazing
clinical.
humans.
Our lawyers
with a life
handled
I'm
most of
proud
it.
of and a
We were in the
story
same
that might
room
help
only
someone
twice
else
during the
find their
divorce
way
process,
out of the darkness.
and both times
That's
we were
enough,
largely
more
quiet,
than enough.
communicating
Everything
through
I needed it to
paperwork
be,
and the occasional
and I'm
brief,
closing this
direct
chapter with
exchange.
gratitude for
He looked
everything
tired.
it taught me and
I imagine I
excitement
did
for
too.
everything still
We had
to
both
come.
been carrying
Marcus
something
was a
heavy
lesson,
for a long time,
not a life sentence,
just different
and
things,
I'm living
and the
proof
weight
that
of
you
it
can
had
graduate
settled
from
into
that
both of our
school
faces.
and build something
The
beautiful
last thing
from
he
what
said
you
to me
learned.
directly,
And that's
on
where
the day
this
we
story
signed the final
finally,
papers,
peacefully,
was that he was
gratefully
sorry.
ends.
Not for getting
I thought
caught.
that was the end.
He'd already said
Thought
that
I'd
version.
said everything that
This
needed
was a
saying,
different story.
But life has
Quieter
this way of
and
adding
more
epilogues
specific.
when you least expect
He said
them.
he was sorry
And
for letting
mine
his
came
ambition
in the form
turn
of a
him
phone
into
call
someone
3
he
months
didn't
ago
want to be.
that I never saw
That the
coming.
wanting had gotten
It was
ahead
a
of his
Tuesday
judgment,
afternoon,
and he
I was
had
at
made
my desk
choices that
reviewing
cost him
quarterly
the thing that
reports
mattered most.
when my assistant
I
buzzed
looked at
and
him
said,
for a moment,
"There's a woman
then
online
said,
to ask
I hope
for
you
you.
figure out who
Says
you
it's
want to be."
urgent.
And
Won't
I
give
meant
her
it.
name,
Not
and
generously,
something in my
not
gut
warmly,
told me to
but
take
honestly.
it. I picked
Because
up
the
and heard a
alternative,
voice I didn't
hoping
recognize,
he stayed broken,
young,
would have
shaky,
required me to
scared,
keep
and
carrying
she said,
something
"Is
that
this
wasn't
the woman
mine to
who was
hold?"
married to Marcus
Tamara
Thompson?"
and I did not
And
have
my
a formal
blood went
conversation
cold
about
because
any of it.
nobody's called me
We
that
were
in
not in
decades.
contact after
I'm
that
not
night.
that woman anymore.
The connection between us,
Haven't been
which
for
had been
25
real
years.
and warm,
I said,
and had
"Who
its
is
own
this?"
history
and she
separate
took
from
a
my
deep
marriage,
breath and said,
closed
"My name
like
is
a door
Alana.
that locks
I'm
from the
Marcus's
inside.
daughter, and
I have
I need
thought
to
about
talk
her
to you
more
about
than I
him."
expected to.
And the world
Not with
tilted
anger,
because
though
Marcus
the
has a
anger was
daughter,
there for a while,
which meant he'd
but
built
with
a
a
life
kind
after
of
me,
mournful
had a family.
curiosity.
And this
I wonder
girl
what
was
she
calling
told
me for
herself during
reasons
those
I couldn't
14
begin
months.
to understand.
I wonder how she
said,
sat
"I
across
found your
from me
name
at my
in some
kitchen
old
table,
papers of his,
talked about her
court
life,
documents
and
from your
asked about
divorce,
mine, and I tracked you down because I need to understand something, and my mom underneath it that would have broken everything. I felt that old familiar
I wonder if she felt relief when it was over.
Marcus's chaos was about to touch my life again.
I wonder if she feels the loss of what we were the way I do.
I asked how old she was,
I will probably never know the answers to any of those questions,
which meant he'd had her with someone not long after our divorce. Probably the woman from the hotel, or someone right after.
About 3 months
I wondered
after
why this
Pastor
girl was
Drummond's
calling
resignation,
me now. What could
she reached out to
be
me
so
and
urgent?
asked if we could meet.
She said
we went to a restaurant
cancer,
in Buckhead,
stage 4,
neutral ground,
and he's been asking
somewhere
for
neither
you,
of us had been with our
things
husbands.
that don't make sense.
And we sat
and
for
I found
3
these
hours
letters
over
he never
food
sent,
we barely touched,
dozens of them,
talking
all
with
addressed
Uranus
to you over
I
the
hadn't
years,
expected,
and I need to know who you were to him.
My hands started shaking,
and I had to sit down because Marcus
I told her
dying.
things I'd been
this
holding
man
alone.
who'd once been my
we
entire
cried,
world,
both
and
of
then
us,
my worst
which I think
nightmare
surprised
is
us
actually
both.
dying.
We were
and
not the
he'd
type,
been writing me
either of
letters
us,
he never
to cry
sent
in public.
And his
But
daughter was
something about
calling
being in
me
the
like I
presence
held
of someone
some key
who
to
understood the
understanding him.
specific quality
I
of
told
what
her I
we'd
was
both
his
been
first
through
wife,
made the usual
that we
containment
divorced
feel
over 20 years
unnecessary.
ago. that I hadn't spoken to him in decades. And I want to say that clearly. I know, I read the court record.
She had been married to a man for 23 years,
but the letters make it sound like losing you destroyed him.
Had built an entire identity as a pastor's wife in a community where that identity came with significant expectations and significant visibility.
Made me into the one that got away instead of the afternoon conversation with her husband's own bad choices into some tragic love story where he was the victim of his own stupidity.
Resigned.
She asked if I'd be willing to see him. Said he doesn't have long,
something I don't think she'll ever fully get back.
Talking about needing to apologize properly,
but she carried herself with a dignity that I found genuinely inspiring. And
I felt torn between the person I'd become, who's supposed to be compassionate, and the person who remembers exactly what he did. I told her I needed time to think about it. Took her number,
she filed for divorce about 2 months after I did.
Because I
their
thought
settlement was significantly more complicated than mine, given the length of the marriage,
and now he's
the
dying
shared
and
assets,
wanting to see
and the
me,
children,
and I have
one
no
of whom
idea
was
what
still
to do.
in high school.
I told James that night. Laid out the whole conversation.
I found my new church on a Sunday morning about 13 months
not what you think
after
you should
I
do.
walked out of Greater Anointing for the last time.
And I realized I didn't
know. A colleague at work had mentioned it in passing.
From desire,
one of those
from
conversations where someone
Part
says
of me
something
wanted to
offhand
it.
and it
Let
lodges
Marcus
in your brain
die
for
without
weeks.
giving him the closure
The church
he
was in a
seeking.
converted space
Let
in
him
East
sit with his
Atlanta,
regrets the way
a
I'd
neighborhood
sat with my
I didn't spend much time
but
in,
another part
and
of me,
it was smaller
part
than anything I'd been part of since childhood.
And growing.
Maybe
Wondered if
150
seeing him
people
one
on a
last
full
time would
Sunday.
bring me some kind
No
of peace
cameras.
too. I
No
talked
live
to my
stream.
therapist about
No
it.
merchandise
Yes,
table.
I still
Just
see
a
Dr.
room,
Williams
some
after
chairs,
all these
and
years.
a praise team
and
that
she
played
said
with
the
more
question
feeling
isn't
than
whether
flash.
he deserves your
The
time.
pastor was a woman
It's whether
named
you'll regret
Reverend
not
Gloria
going.
Osei.
Whether you have
She was in her
anything
early
left unsaid
60s,
that needs
Ghanaian
saying.
American.
I thought
and
about
she
it for
preached
days.
like someone
Couldn't
who had
sleep.
earned
Kept
every word
imagining
she was
what
saying.
it would be like to see
Not
him
through
after a
performance
quarter
or
century,
polish,
to
but
look at
through
this
a
man
quality of
who'd
conviction
once
that
held
you
my
either
heart
have
and
or you
destroyed
don't.
it.
To
And
stand
she had
in
it in
front of
abundance.
him
knowing he's
Her
dying
sermons
and
had a
I'm
directness
thriving.
that I wasn't used
Zara
to.
said, Mom,
a way of naming
you don't owe
things
him anything.
plainly without
If you go,
cruelty.
it should be for you.
That made me
Not
feel
for
more
him.
seen in
And
that
Miles
small
said,
room than I
whatever
had
you
in
decide,
11
we
years
support
in a
you.
much larger
And
one.
I was so grateful
The first
to have
Sunday
raised
I
kids
sat in
who
her
understood
congregation.
nuance.
She was
Who knew life
preaching
isn't
about
black
witness.
and white.
About
I
the
finally
difference
called
between
Alana
being
back
a witness
and
to
said
truth
I'd come.
and being a
Not
keeper
for
of
Marcus,
someone else's
but for her.
secrets.
This young
She
woman
talked about
who was
how
losing
silence
her father
can be a form
and
of
trying to
complicity,
understand
and
him,
how the hardest
who
thing
deserved
is
whatever
often not
small
speaking up
pieces
to
of truth I
outsiders,
could offer.
but being
And
honest
we
within
arranged
the
to
walls
meet at
of
a
your own
hospice
closest
facility in
relationships.
North Carolina where
I
he
sat there
moved
with my
years ago.
hands folded in my
James
lap
offered to come
and
with
felt
me,
something
but
I
I
hadn't
said
felt
no.
in a long
This
time,
was something I
which
needed
was that
to
I
do
was in the
alone.
right place.
Needed to face
That the words
without
being
anyone
spoken were
protecting
reaching
me from
something in me
whatever
that had been
emotions might
unreachable for a
surface.
while.
And he understood.
After the service,
Kissed my
she was
forehead,
greeting people
told
at the
me
door,
he loved me,
and when I came
trusted
through,
me completely.
she looked at me with
I
the
drove
kind of
there on a
directness
Saturday
that
morning,
doesn't feel intrusive,
3 hours through
but
Georgia
lets you know
and
you've
into
been
the
seen.
mountains. And
She
the whole
said,
way
I
I
haven't
kept
seen you here
rehearsing what
before.
I'd say.
I told
how I'd
her it was
react,
my first Sunday.
whether I'd cry
She
or
said,
yell
come back.
or just feel
Not as a
nothing like
command
I'd felt
or a
for
sales
so long.
pitch.
The
Just an
hospice was
invitation,
nice,
simple
peaceful,
and warm,
tucked into
from
the woods
someone
with
who
big
meant it.
windows and soft
I did come
lighting.
back.
And
I
Alana
came
met
back
me in
the
the lobby
following
looking
Sunday,
so much
then
like
the one after
Marcus
that,
it hurt.
and then the one
Same
after
eyes,
that. The
same
community
smile,
I found in
and
that
I
smaller
saw a version
space
of him
was
that
different
never
from
got
what
a
I'd had
chance
at
to hurt
Greater
me staring
Anointing.
back.
Not
She hugged
necessarily
me and
better
said,
in every
"Thank
way,
you for coming.
but
He
more
doesn't know
honest
you're
in the
here
ways
yet.
that had
I
come
wanted to
to
talk to
matter
you
most
first."
to me.
And we
People
sat in a
talked about
quiet
their
room,
struggles
and she
without
told me about
dressing
her
them up.
life, about
The prayer
growing up
requests
with
were
Marcus as a
specific
father,
and real.
and it
There
was
was no
complicated
performance
and
layer
messy
between
and
the
sad.
congregation
She
and
said
the worship.
he'd been a good dad
No
when he was
sense
present,
that you needed
but
to
he was
present a
rarely
certain
present,
version of yourself to
always
belong.
working or
I
traveling
had not
or
realized how
disappearing
much
for
of my
days.
energy at
And
Greater
her mother
Anointing
had
had
left
gone
him
into
when Alana
maintaining
was
that
12.
presentation
Same
until I
pattern.
was somewhere
He
that
cheated
didn't
again.
require it.
Couldn't help
My life
himself.
in the year and a half
She
since
said,
the divorce
"I've
has
spent my
been
whole
quieter
life
than the life I
watching
had
him sabotage
before.
every
And
good
I
thing,
mean that as
every
neither
relationship,
complaint nor boast, just
every job,
observation.
and I've
I
never
live alone
understood
in a
why.
smaller apartment
And
in
I told her
Kirkwood
some
that I
people
chose
are just broken in ways
because it
that
had
can't be
nothing to
fixed.
do with my marriage.
That sometimes
no
the why
shared
doesn't
history
matter
on the
as much
walls.
as accepting
no
the why.
furniture that had
We talked
belonged
for
to
an
us
hour,
rather than
and
just
I
to
gave
me.
her what I could.
I bought things I
pieces
liked.
of my story.
I painted the
hotel
bedroom a
room,
color
the
Marcus would have
divorce,
vetoed.
the healing.
I started
and she
cooking in
cried
a way
and
I
said,
hadn't since
"I'm
before
so
we bought
sorry
the house.
he did that to you.
Trying
I'm
recipes
sorry
I'd
he's done
always
it to
been
everyone.
curious about, and eating
I
dinner
told
at odd
her his
hours
choices
because I
weren't her
could.
burden to carry.
Small freedoms.
Then she asked
the kind
if I was
that
ready
only
to see
feels
him,
significant
and I said
when you've
yes,
spent
even
time
though I
without
wasn't
them.
sure I was.
I still
And she
talked
led
to my
me down
mother,
a hallway
my
to a
cousin
room at the
Danielle,
end where
and a
Marcus
handful
was
of
waiting,
friends who were
dying
mine before the marriage
probably
and are
terrified
still
of
mine
whatever
after it.
comes next.
I eventually
walked
told
in,
them the whole
and there
story.
he was, This
not
man
immediately,
who'd once been
and
strong
not all at
and
once,
handsome
but
and
over
full of
time,
life,
as I
now
found
shrunken
language
and
for its
pale
different parts.
and hooked up to machines.
My mother,
and
to
he
her
looked
credit,
at me with
did
those
not
same
say,
eyes
"I
that
told
used
you
to make
so,"
me feel
though
safe,
she had,
and I
in
felt
fact, told
absolutely
me a version
nothing.
of it.
He tried
Having
to sit up
sensed
when he
something
saw
off about
me,
Marcus
said
in
my
ways
name like
she
it was a
mentioned
prayer,
carefully
and I stood there at the foot of his
over
bed
the
just
years.
looking at him.
She just
thinking
listened,
in what time
then
and
drove
choices
from her
had
house
done to
in
the man
Stone
I
Mountain
once
to my
promised
apartment in
forever to.
Kirkwood and
He
sat
said,
with
"You
me for a
came.
weekend.
I didn't think you
We
would."
watched old
and
movies.
I said,
She
"I
made
almost
food
didn't.
I'd grown up
I'm
eating,
here for your daughter,
and we didn't talk
not
about
for you."
Marcus or
and
the
he
church
nodded
for
like
most
he
of
understood.
It was exactly
like
what I
expected
needed.
nothing less.
I've been asked
We sat
by
in
more
silence
than one
for a
person
minute,
whether
and then
I
he
regret
started
the marriage,
talking, words
whether I would go
tumbling out
back
like
and
he'd
choose
been holding
differently
them
if
for
I could.
decades.
I've
I'm
thought
sorry.
about that question
I know that's not
seriously
enough.
rather than
I know
dismissively,
sorry doesn't
because
fix
it deserves
anything,
a serious
but
answer.
I need you to know
And
that
what
losing
I've
you was
arrived
the
at is
biggest
this.
mistake of my
I don't
life.
regret the love I
I
brought
let
to
him
that
talk,
marriage.
didn't interrupt,
I don't regret the effort,
didn't argue,
the faithfulness,
just let him
or
say
the
whatever
years
he
of
needed to
genuine
say.
partnership that
And he
existed
told me about
before
the
the
years
drift
after
set
our
in.
divorce.
I don't
how
even
he'd
fully
tried to
regret the
replicate
fact
what
that
we
it
had with
ended,
other women,
because the ending,
how he'd failed
as
every
devastating
time
as it
because he was the problem,
also a kind
not
of
them.
clearing.
He
It
said
removed
therapy
things
had
that
helped
had
him
long blocked
understand
my
that
view
he'd
of
been running
myself,
from intimacy,
and what
from
I see
real
now in the
connection,
space they
that the
occupied
cheating
is
was
something
about
I
his own
value more than the
inadequacies, not
comfortable
about
blindness
anything
I
I
was
did
living
or
in.
didn't do.
What I do
and I
regret
wanted to say,
is the
I know
years
that
I spent
now.
ignoring
Learned it
my own
years ago
instincts
without
in deference
you,
to
but
other
I
people's
stayed quiet.
voices.
He
My
talked
mother's
about
wisdom
watching my
about
life
trust,
from a distance,
my grandmother's
seeing my
advice about
success,
giving men
my
room
new
to
marriage,
breathe,
my kids,
the collective
and
female
how happy I
wisdom of
looked
my
in
family
photos,
that was
and he
well intentioned
said, "I'm glad
and
you found
sometimes
what you
accurate,
deserve,
and also,
I'm glad you
in this
didn't let
case,
what I did destroy you."
was a framework I used to
finally
talk
spoke
myself
and
out of
said,
things
"It
I
almost
needed
did
to pay
destroy
attention
me.
to.
I spent
I don't
years
blame
putting
those women.
myself back together.
I don't blame the tradition.
Years learning to trust
I blame
again.
the way I applied
years
it
building
as a
life
reason
you
not
have
to
no
see,
part of,
rather than
and
as
he
a
flinched
foundation
like the
for
words
seeing
hurt,
clearly.
but he needed
That's
to
a
hear
distinction
them.
I carry
He
with
asked
me now,
if I'd forgiven
and it
him,
shows up
and I
in every
said, "I
relationship
forgave you
I
a
have.
long time ago.
Every context
not because
where I'm
you
tempted
deserved
to
it,
look
but
away from
because I
something
needed
that
to.
deserves my
Because
attention.
holding on to anger
I
was
ran into
only
Marcus's
hurting me,
mother, Miss
and he
Carolyn,
started crying.
about 6
These weak,
months
pathetic
after the
tears.
divorce was finalized.
And I felt sorry for him
we were
in a
both
distant
at a grocery
way.
store in
Sorry
College
that
Park,
he'd wasted his
and
whole
she
life
saw me
chasing
first.
something he couldn't name.
I watched her decide
Sorry
to
that he was
approach
dying
me.
alone,
I
except
could
for
see
a
it in the
daughter
way she
who
stopped
barely knew
and
him.
steadied herself.
Sorry that he
and I
never
stood
figured out
still
how to be
and
happy.
let her come.
But that
She
sorrow
looked
didn't
older.
crack the walls I'd
She
built.
took my hand in both
I
of
said,
hers,
"I'm
and
not
she
here to
said,
give you absolution,
"I'm so
Marcus.
sorry, baby."
I'm here to close
And
a
I
chapter
believed
that
her.
should have ended
Miss
decades
Carolyn
ago.
is not a
You
woman
don't get
who
to rewrite
apologizes
history
on
on your
behalf
deathbed.
of other people
You don't
as
get
a
to make
deflection.
yourself the tragic
She was
hero of the
apologizing for
story.
her own grief.
He nodded
for
and
the loss
said,
of what
"I know.
she'd hoped
I just
her
wanted you
son's
to know
life
that I
would be,
know what I lost.
for the gap
that I've
between the
thought about
man
you
she'd
every day
raised
for
and the
25
man
years.
he'd shown himself
that
to
if
be.
I could go back,
I
I'd do
squeezed her
everything
hands
differently.
and told her I was
I
okay.
stood up to leave and said,
She said,
"But you
"I
can't
know
go
you
back.
are."
None of you
We
can.
stood there a
All
moment
we can
longer
do is
than a
live with our
grocery store
choices.
parking lot
and
required.
I've lived well
Then
with
went
mine.
our separate ways.
I hope you find some
It was
peace
one
with
of the
yours,
more
and I
dignified
walked
endings
toward
to
the
something
door.
painful that
He
I've
called my name
experienced,
one more time, and I
grateful
turned
for
around,
it.
and he said,
Pastor
"Are you
Drummond,
happy?"
I
And
understand that
smiled,
you relocated
genuinely
to another
smiled,
city,
and said,
whether he's found
deliriously,
another
"The
congregation,
kind of happy
another
you
platform,
and I never even got
another
close
community
to,
willing
and I
to
left.
restore him to a
I
position
found
of
Alana in the
spiritual
hallway,
authority.
and she asked
I
how it
genuinely
went,
don't
and I
know.
said, "It went
I don't
exactly
follow
how
his
it needed
movements.
to."
What
And
I
she
do
hugged
know
me
is
tight
that the
and thanked me
accountability
for
he
coming,
faced in
for
Atlanta
giving
was
her father
largely
whatever
informal
small
rather
piece
than
my presence
institutional,
had provided.
which is both
I
typical
gave her my
and
number
deeply
and
unsatisfying.
told her to call if she
the
needed
church protected
anything,
its reputation
not as her
as long
father's
as it could,
ex-wife, but
then
as a
moved
woman
on,
who
as
understood
institutions
complicated
do.
family dynamics,
The people most
who knew
directly
what it was
harmed
like
by
to
what he
process
did had to
someone's
find their
death
own
while
way to
still
the other
being
side,
angry at them.
with little
I
help
drove
from the
home and
structures that
called
were
James
supposed
from the
to hold
car
him
and
accountable.
told him
That is not a
everything, and
unique
he
story
said,
in
"How
religious
do you
communities,
feel?" And
and
I
that fact doesn't make it less true or less painful.
Like I just put down a weight I didn't even know I was still carrying.
She's doing some consulting work.
Marcus died 2 weeks
she'd been
later.
wanting to do
Alana
for
called
years,
to tell me,
but had
said
set
he'd
aside
gone
to
peacefully
support
in
her
his sleep,
husband's ministry.
and I felt nothing
her kids are
except sympathy
adjusting
for
in
her.
the way kids
For
adjust,
the young woman
which is
losing
to
a
say
father
unevenly
she'd never
and with
fully
a lot
known
of help
or
from their
understood.
mother.
I
She
didn't go to the
mentioned
funeral.
she'd started
Sent
attending a
flowers
smaller
instead,
church,
because
which made
showing
me
up felt
smile.
like making it about
Something
me when
about
it should
both
be
of
about
us
his
landing
daughter
in smaller,
processing her
quieter
grief.
places
And
after
I'd
years
already
at the
said
lodge,
everything
and the
I needed to
felt
say
right.
in that hospice
Like
room.
we'd both learned
James
something about
asked
what
if I wanted
actually
to talk about
sustains
it,
you versus
and I
what
said
looks
there's
like it
nothing
should.
to talk about.
People
A
ask me about
chapter
faith.
closed. An
Whether
old
what
wound
happened broke
finally
it,
fully healed.
whether I still
I'm
believe
good.
in the church
And
as
I
an
meant
institution,
it. I was good.
whether the
Better than
betrayal
good,
of a man
actually.
who was
I
supposed to
told
represent
Zara
something
and Miles
sacred
that the man
destroyed
from
my
my first
relationship with
marriage
that
had
thing.
died.
And the
Didn't
honest
give them
answer
details
is that
they
my
didn't
faith
need.
is intact.
Just let them
though
know
it
their
looks
mom
different
had
than it
handled
did.
something
It is
difficult
quieter.
and come through
It
it
is
fine.
less dependent
And
on
they hugged me
institutional
and
validation.
moved on with their lives.
It is less likely
That's
to
what
accept
Marcus is
someone's
now,
spiritual
was even
authority
before he
at
died.
face value
Just a
and
fact
more
of my
interested in the
history,
evidence
not
of how
even
they
a
actually
painful
live.
one anymore.
It
Just
has,
something
in
that
some
happened
ways,
once that led
become
me to where I am.
More personal and more durable
where I am
precisely
is exactly where I'm supposed to be.
Because it is no longer being held up by structures I've had to stop trusting.
And I'm still
what
here.
I believe now
still
is
loving
simpler
James,
than what I believed
still
before.
raising kids,
and I think
still
simpler
mentoring
is
women,
closer to the truth.
still living a life so
I
full
believe
that
in
there's
showing
no
up
room
honestly.
for ghosts or regrets.
I believe in
or
paying
what ifs.
attention to what the people
Alana
closest
and
to
I
you are
text
actually
occasionally.
doing rather
I check
than
in
what
on
they're
her.
saying.
Make sure
I
she's
believe
doing
that
okay.
love is not
and she's
naivete.
healing, seeing
Trust
a therapist,
is not passivity,
working through
and
her
faith is
complicated
not the
feelings
same
about
as
her
looking
father.
away.
And
I believe
I'm proud
that
of her
the
for
hardest
doing that
lessons
work
tend to
young
be the
instead
most
of waiting
permanent ones,
decades like I
and
did.
that the clearing that
She asked
happens
me
after
once
devastation,
if I ever loved her father,
as brutal
and
as
I
the
said
clearing
I
process
loved who I
is,
thought he was.
makes room
but
for
that
things
person
that
didn't
couldn't grow
exist.
in the shade
I
of what
loved
was
a
there
fantasy,
before.
and losing
I
that
am
fantasy
31
hurt,
years old,
but it also
I
freed
live in
me
an
to find
apartment
something
I
real.
like, in a
She said
neighborhood
that
I've
helped
come
her
to love.
understand that she could
I have a
love
job
her
I'm
father
good at and that I
still
find
acknowledge
meaningful.
his flaws.
I have friends
could
who are
grieve
real,
him while being
an honest
angry at him,
community,
could
and a
hold
faith
space
that I have
for both
actually
things at
examined
once.
rather than
And
just
I was
inherited.
glad my story could
I have
give
a
her that
cleaner
permission.
relationship with my own
This
instincts
is
than I
really
have
the
had
end
at
now.
any other
Not
point in
because
my adult
Marcus
life.
died, but
and
because
I have a
his death
capacity
didn't
for
change anything
solitude that
for
I had
me.
never
Didn't
developed
bring me
before,
closure I
that I
didn't
think
already
is one of the
have.
most
Didn't make
underrated
me
forms of
question
strength
any
a
of my
person can
choices
have,
or
the
feel
ability
any
to be
lingering
alone with
attachment.
yourself without
He was
filling
a
the
man I
silence
knew
with
once
noise.
who hurt me deeply
I am
and
not
taught me
finished being
exactly what
affected
I
by
didn't
what
want.
happened.
And then he
I don't
was
think you're
gone.
ever finished.
And I
Not
continued
really.
being happy.
It shows
and
up
that's
in
the ultimate
unexpected
proof
moments.
that I'd healed,
In the
that
way,
I'd moved on,
I sometimes
that I'd
catch
built
myself
something
in
he
a
could
new
never
relationship
touch.
or
My
friendship,
life is mine now,
looking for the
completely
frequency
and
drift
totally
before
mine.
it becomes a
No
problem.
ghosts, no
in the way,
unfinished business,
I'll hear a certain
no
kind of
questions
gospel
left
music
unanswered,
and feel a
just me and
complicated
James
mixture
and
of
our
love
kids,
and loss
and the
that I can't
beautiful
fully
ordinary
untangle.
magic of a
In the
life
way,
well
I
lived.
sometimes dream about
That's
that
how
whole
the
way
story
in the Marriott
actually
and
ends,
wake up with the
with
same
Marcus
combination
dead
of
and
dread
Neil
and
alive
clarity
thriving,
I felt
with
standing
his daughter
outside that
finding
door.
her way, and
But
me
I
still
not to
offering
find guide
guidance.
either.
With
That is the
closure
line
that
I have
came not
worked
from
hardest
his
to
apology,
walk.
but from
To
my
let what
own
happened
journey.
be part of my story
I don't think about
without
him
letting
anymore
it be the
unless
whole of
someone
it.
asks.
To
Don't
carry
wonder
the
what
knowledge
he'd think of my
it
life
gave me
now.
without carrying
Don't
the
care if
wound of it
dying
in
with
a way
regrets
that
about me
closes
made
me
his
off
last
to what
days
comes
harder.
next.
I'm just
What comes
here,
next, I don't
fully
know yet.
present in my own
That
life.
is not a sad
Grateful
admission.
for
It is
everything
an
that
honest
led me
one.
here.
And
And
after
to
years
anyone
of
reading
filling in
this
that
who's still
uncertainty with
processing their own
assumptions,
betrayal,
deference,
their
and
own
the
Marcus,
voices of other
their
people's
own journey
wisdom,
from broken
I
to
find
whole.
not knowing to be
I'm
one of
here
the
to
most
tell you that
honest
you'll
things
get
I
here
can
too.
say.
To this
I'm
place
standing.
of genuine
I'm
indifference,
clear.
of real peace,
I am in
of
ways I
complete
couldn't have
freedom.
predicted when I was
It takes
23
time
years
and work
old
and
in a white
choosing
dress
yourself
in that
over and
sanctuary.
over, but you'll get
more
here.
fully myself
And when
than I
you
have
do
ever
look back
been.
and be
And
so
that
grateful
is
you
nothing.
left.
So
That
proud
is,
of who you
in
became.
fact,
Everything.
so clear
The
that
end.
everything happened
She caught her
exactly as it
pastor
needed
in the
to.
hotel room
That's
with her
my
sister-in-law.
truth, my testimony,
I need you to
my
understand
promise,
something before
and
I
I'm
start.
living it every
I am
single
not
day,
a suspicious woman
free
by
and
nature.
happy and so
I never
far
went through
removed
Marcus's
from who I
phone.
was in that
Never
hotel
questioned
hallway
his
that
whereabouts.
she feels like a stranger
Never
I
demanded
once knew
passwords
who needed
or
help I'm now
check-ins or any of
qualified
that.
to give.
I was
This is
raised to
victory.
believe that
This
trust
is healing.
was the foundation
This is what
of a
happens
marriage,
when you
and
survive
if you
something
didn't have
that tried
that,
to destroy
you didn't
you
have
and you use it
anything
as
worth
fuel
keeping.
to become
My
indestructible.
mother told me that.
And I'm
My
grateful
grandmother
for all
told
of
me
it.
that.
Even
the
the
women in
painful
my
parts,
family built their
especially
entire
the painful
identities
parts,
around being the
because
kind
they
of
made
wife
me who
who
I
didn't
am.
sweat the small
And
stuff,
who I am is enough,
who gave her
more than
husband
enough,
room to breathe,
exactly enough,
who kept
and
the home
that's the
steady
lesson
and the
Marcus
faith
never
strong.
learned, but I
I
did.
carried that
and
into my
that's why I'm
marriage
here
as if it
and
were
he's
scripture.
gone. And
And
that's
for
how
a
this
long
story
time,
ends.
I thought
with
it
me
was
still
working.
standing.
Marcus
Still
Webb
loving,
came into my life
still
when I was
living,
22
and
years
that's
old.
everything.
Standing
I
in the
thought
parking
seeing
lot of
Marcus on
Greater
his
Anointing
deathbed would be the
Ministries after
final
a Sunday
punctuation
morning
mark
service,
on that chapter.
arguing with
But
my cousin
closure doesn't
Danielle
work
about
like
whose
that.
turn it was to
It
host
keeps
Christmas
unfolding
dinner.
in unexpected
He walked
ways.
past us,
And the
stopped,
latest
looked at me,
unfoldment came
and
in the
said,
form of a
I don't know
box
what
that
that argument
arrived
is
at my
about,
office
but
6
I hope
months
you win.
after his death.
That was it.
Alana
That was
had
the
sent
whole
it with a note
introduction.
that said he
I
left
laughed.
instructions for
Danielle
these to be given to you after he passed.
3 weeks later,
I debated
Marcus
sending them,
and I were having coffee
right
at a little spot on Cascade Road,
were those
talking
letters.
for 4 hours
Decades
like
worth
we'd
of
known each other
unsent
our
letters
whole lives.
Marcus had
He was
written to me
25.
over the years.
Tall, clean
I sat
cut,
in my
the
office
kind of
staring
man
at
who
that box
opened doors
for 20
without being
minutes
asked
before I could
and
even
remembered
open
things
it.
you mentioned
And when
in
I
passing
finally
3
did, I found
conversations
them
ago.
organized by
He was
year,
thoughtful in a way that made you think
meticulously
someone
dated,
had
some
been raised right,
some
and
handwritten,
he had been.
all of them
His
addressed
mother,
to me,
Miss
but
Carolyn,
never mailed,
was one of the
never
most
sent.
respected women
Just
in
written
our
and
congregation.
stored like confessions.
His
He
father
couldn't
had
quite bring
passed
himself
when
to
Marcus
deliver.
was 16.
I took the
and he
box
carried
home
that
and
grief
told
with
James
a
about
quiet
it,
dignity
and he
that
asked if
found
I was
deeply
going to read
moving at
them,
the time.
and I said I didn't
I
know.
thought it meant he
Wasn't
understood
sure I
loss,
wanted to give
that
Marcus
he
access
understood
to my
how
head again
fragile
after
things
all
were.
these years.
I thought it
Wasn't
made him
sure
someone
what reading
who
his
would
version
never
of our
take what
story
he had for
would do to the
granted.
peace I'd
We
worked
dated for
so
2 years
hard
and
to
married
build.
when I was
But
23.
curiosity won
The wedding was
eventually,
held in
the
the
way it
same
always
sanctuary
does,
where
and
we
one
both
night
been
when James was
baptized as
traveling
children.
for work
And
the
there
kids
was
were
something
busy
about
with their
that
own
symmetry
lives.
that felt like
I
a
poured
promise
myself a
bigger than the
glass
vows
of wine,
themselves.
sat on my back
father
porch,
walked me down the
and
aisle.
opened the first
Miss
letter
Carolyn
dated 3
cried
months
through the entire
after
ceremony.
our divorce was finalized.
Pastor Elijah
It was
Drummond,
angry,
who
bitter,
had known
full
Marcus
of blame
since he
directed
was a
at me for not
teenager,
giving him enough another chance.
He gave a
for
sermon
not understanding
before the vows
that
that
everyone
people in
makes
our
mistakes,
church still talk
for
about.
being too proud
Something
to forgive.
about covenants
and
and
I
sacred
almost stopped
ground
reading
and
right
the way
there,
God sees
because
marriages
this was the
not as
Marcus
contracts,
I remembered,
but as
the
living
one
things
who
that have
couldn't
to be
take
tended.
accountability.
I remember
But I kept
standing at
going,
that altar thinking
moved
I
through
had
the years
never felt more
chronologically,
certain about
and watched
anything
his
in my
tone
life.
shift as time
For the
passed
first
and
several
therapy
years,
presumably
the marriage
kicked in.
was good.
Watched him
Not
move from
perfect,
anger to
because
bargaining to
nothing is,
depression
but
to something
genuinely
resembling
good.
acceptance.
We bought a house in
Watched him
Adamsville.
document his own
I was working as
unraveling
a
in real
project
time.
manager for a
There was a
mid-sized
letter
healthcare
from the
company
year
downtown,
he lost his second
and
marriage.
Marcus was building
Raw
his
and
career
broken,
in commercial
admitting
real
that
estate.
he'd cheated again.
We were busy,
that
but
he
we
couldn't
made time
seem
for
to
each
stop
other.
himself.
We traveled
that
when we
watching
could.
another woman
We
leave
had a
him the way
standing
I
date
had
night on
finally
Fridays.
made him understand
We were active
that
in
he
the
was
church,
the problem.
both of us
Not
serving
all
on
these
different
women
ministry
who kept
teams,
walking away.
and that community
There was a
the
letter from
backbone
the
of
year
our
Alana
social
was
life in a
born,
way that
talking
felt
about how
healthy and
terrified
grounding
he was
rather
that
than
he'd mess
insular.
up this innocent
The first
life
time
the
I
way
noticed
he'd
something
messed up
shift was
everything
about
else.
4
How
years
he
into
looked
the
at his
marriage.
daughter and
It
saw
wasn't
my
dramatic.
face in his mind.
It wasn't an argument,
Wondered what our
a
kids
cold
would have
shoulder,
looked like if
or
he hadn't
any of the
destroyed that
obvious
possibility.
signs people talk
There
about.
were letters
It
from
was more
random
like a
years
frequency
documenting
change.
random moments.
When a radio signal
Seeing me at
drifts
that restaurant
slightly
with
off station,
James,
you
hearing
keep
through
reaching for the
mutual
dial to
friends
bring
that
it
I'd
back,
gotten remarried,
but the sound keeps
finding
getting
out I'd
fuzzy
had
at the
kids.
edges.
Each
Marcus
milestone
was
in my
present
life
physically, but
apparently
somewhere
triggering
else in
some
every
kind of
other way
crisis
that
in
mattered.
his.
I
Some
chalked it up
reminder
to
of
work
what he'd
stress.
lost.
He was
The
trying
later
to close
letters
a
were
significant
different,
deal,
more
and
contemplative,
the pressure was
less
visible.
about me specifically,
I gave him
and more
space.
about his own patterns,
The deal closed.
his own demons.
Things got a
the
little
work
better.
he was finally
I
doing
stopped
in
paying
therapy
attention to the
understand
frequency,
why he'd
but
sabotaged
that drift
every
never
good thing.
fully corrected itself.
And I found
It
myself
would settle
feeling
for a
something
few
I
months,
never expected.
and then I'd feel it
Gratitude
again.
that he'd
that
finally
subtle pulling
figured it
away,
out, even if
that
it was too
quality
late.
of being in the same
There was a
room
letter
with
from
someone
5
who
years
had
ago
already
where
left.
he wrote about seeing my
I
daughter's
mentioned it to him
photo on
once,
social media.
maybe 8 months
how
before
beautiful she was,
everything fell
how
apart.
much she looked like me.
We were in the kitchen
and
on
he
a Sunday
said, I hope
evening,
she never
and
meets
I
someone
told
like
him
me.
I felt like we
I
were
hope
losing
you've taught her
something,
to recognize
like we
red
were
flags
becoming
and run.
roommates who went to
I
church
hope she has
together
standards you
instead
had
of
to learn the
husband
hard
and
way.
wife.
That
He
one made me
listened.
cry.
He
Not
nodded.
sad tears,
He
but
said I was
something
right
more
and that
complicated.
he would do better.
Acknowledgement
And he
that
did
even
for about
broken
6
people
weeks.
can want better for
Then
the
the
next
drift came
generation.
back, and this
can
time it brought
recognize their
company.
own toxicity.
He started
and
spending
hope
more
it doesn't
time at the
spread.
church.
And
Not
I
just
appreciated
Sundays,
that
but
glimpse of
multiple
awareness,
evenings a
even if
week.
it came decades
Tuesday
late.
Bible study,
The final
which
letter
he
was dated
attended
a
off
month
and
before
on for
he died,
years,
written in
became a
shaky handwriting
non-negotiable
that
standing
showed his
commitment.
declining health.
Thursday
And it
leadership
said,
meetings
I'm not
that he'd
asking
never
for
mentioned
forgiveness.
before
I know
started
I don't
appearing
deserve to know
Saturday
that you were
morning
right
prayer
about
calls
everything.
that seemed to stretch
That
past
leaving me
noon.
was the smartest
I
thing
didn't
you
question
ever
it
did.
at first
That I
because
hope
the
these
church
letters
had
help you
always
understand it
been
was
neutral to
never
our
about
lives.
you.
And
He wrote,
honestly,
you were perfect.
I told
You
myself I
loved
should
me
be glad he
completely,
was investing
and I
in his
destroyed it
spiritual
because I was
growth
broken
instead
in
of
ways
sitting
I
at
didn't
home
understand
disconnected.
and refused
I told
to
myself
acknowledge.
a lot of
and
things
you
that
deserved
year.
so much
I
better
was
than
very
what I gave
creative
you.
with my
I'm
explanations.
glad you found it with
What
someone
I didn't
worthy.
pay close enough
I
attention
sat there
to
with
was the
that
way
final
he
letter
started
for a
guarding
long
his
time.
phone.
Watching
Marcus
the
had
sunset
never
over
been
my
secretive
backyard,
about his phone
thinking
before.
about the man
We
who
weren't
wrote
the type
these
to go
words,
through each other's
the journey
devices,
he'd taken
but
from
we also
anger to
weren't the type to
acceptance.
hide them.
The fact
His
that
phone
he
had
carried me
always
with him
just
in
been his
some way
phone,
for 25
sitting on
years,
the counter,
even though I'd
face up,
moved on
no
completely.
drama. But
James
somewhere
came home
around
the next
7
day
months
and
before that
found me on the
Wednesday
couch,
night,
surrounded
I
by
started
letters,
noticing
and
that
I
he'd
told
flip it
him I'd
over
read them
whenever I
all,
walked into the
every
room.
single one.
That he'd take
and
calls
he asked
in the garage.
how I felt, and I
His
said,
screen
sad for
brightness
him
was
mostly.
always set to the
Grateful
lowest
it wasn't
level.
me.
I
Sad
noticed.
that Marcus had
I
spent
filed it
decades
away.
writing letters
I didn't
to a
want to be
ghost,
the suspicious
to a version
wife.
of me that had moved
My
on
mother's
and
voice
built
in my
a life
head,
he
my
wasn't part
grandmother's
of.
voice,
Grateful
the
that my life
voices of
was
every
real
woman
and
in my
full,
family
while his
who
had
had ever
apparently
told
been
me that
stuck
a
in
man
this loop
needed
of
space
regret
and
and
trust.
self-destruction.
I listened to those
I
voices
thought about
instead of
burning
my
the
own
letters,
instincts,
some
and I will
dramatic
carry the
gesture
weight of that
letting
choice
go,
for a long
but
time.
that felt performative
On Wednesday
and
night,
unnecessary.
it all collapsed,
So I
as it
just
often
put them
does.
back in the box.
I'd had a
put
long
the box
day at
in the
work,
attic, and
back-to-back
moved on with
meetings,
my day
ate
because
lunch at my
Marcus's
desk,
words
and
couldn't touch me
home
anymore.
in that particular
Couldn't
Atlanta
change my
traffic
story.
that makes
Couldn't
you question
rewrite what
every
actually
life
happened.
decision you've ever
Zara
made.
found out about the letters
Marcus was
somehow.
already dressed
Probably
and
Alana
heading out when I
mentioned
walked
them,
in the door.
and she asked if
He
she could
kissed
read
me on
them
the cheek,
someday.
said he
and
had
I
a
said
late
maybe when
leadership
she's
debrief
older.
at the church.
When she
and
can
said he'd
understand
be
the
home by
complexity
10.
of human nature
I kicked off
without
my
it
shoes,
damaging her view
changed
of
into
love
something
and
comfortable,
relationships.
heated the
I
leftovers in
told
the
her your
fridge,
father
and was
and
in
I had
bed by
something
9.
real and
Watching
healthy.
a show
What I
I'd
had with
already seen
Marcus
twice
was a cautionary
because I was
tale.
too tired to
And I don't
invest
want you
in
reading those
anything
letters
new.
and thinking
My
that's what
phone
love
rang
looks
at
like.
9:47.
And she understood.
Unknown number.
Said she'd trust my
Atlanta
judgment
area
on when the
code.
time was right.
I stared at
The
it for a
letters
moment
confirmed
and then
what I
picked up
already
because
knew,
something,
but it was
some
validating
instinct
to
I
see it
hadn't
written
learned
in
to
his own
ignore
hand.
yet. told me
cheating had nothing to do with me.
The woman on the other end had a calm voice.
Anyone, and
the
he
way
still would have sabotaged
when they've made a decision
that his demons
they can't
were
take
his
back.
alone to wrestle with.
She didn't introduce herself.
I went back to the shelter the next week and told some of the women about the letters.
She just said
about Marcus's
Marcus
deathbed
Webb's wife?
confessions,
And the way she said
so many questions.
With this particular
wanted
weight
to
on
know
it,
if it gave
made
me closure,
my stomach drop
if it changed
before
how I
even
felt,
processed
if I
the
regretted
question.
anything.
I said
I
yes.
told them it didn't change
I asked
anything
who she
because
was.
I'd already
She
done
said
my
her
healing,
name didn't matter.
already understood
Then told me my
intellectually
husband
what the
wasn't
letters
at any
confirmed
church
emotionally.
meeting.
She
And
said
the
the
only
only
thing
thing I
I
regretted
regretted
was
was
not
not
leaving
leaving
sooner,
room 214
not trusting
and that
myself
he was not
faster.
alone.
Not
She said
recognizing
it
the
without
red flags,
drama,
I spent
without
years
emotion,
explaining away.
like she was reading
One
an
woman
address
asked
off
if
a
I thought
piece of
Marcus
paper.
had really changed,
And then she hung
if
up.
his growth was
I
genuine
sat in my
or
bed
just
for
the result
probably
of
4
facing
full minutes
mortality.
without moving.
And I said,
I ran
think he
through
did the work
every
eventually,
rational
but it
alternative
was
I
too
could
late.
manufacture on
He'd
number.
already burned too
Someone
many
is playing a
bridges,
game.
hurt too
A
many
misunderstanding.
people, wasted
A
too
mix-up.
much time.
Some woman
I
with
said,
a grudge
that's the
against
thing
a
about
different
doing the work
Marcus
late.
Webb
You
in
gain
a different
awareness,
marriage with
but
a different
you
wife.
can't undo the damage.
I built those
You
alternatives
understand
up
why
as
you were the
high as
way
I
you
could,
were, but
and then I
everyone you
watched them
hurt has
collapse on
already
their
moved
own
on,
because not one
and
of
you're
them
left
could hold
with
the weight
nothing
of
but
what I'd heard in
regrets
that
and
woman's
what ifs.
voice.
That
She
seemed to
wasn't
resonate
making
with
something
them.
up.
This idea
She knew
that
something,
timing matters,
and she had
that
decided
you can't just
I
wake
should
up
know it
one
too.
day after
I got
decades
up.
of bad behavior
I got
and
dressed.
expect everything
Not
to
slowly,
be fixed.
not dramatically,
That some things
just
once broken
mechanically.
can't be
The way
repaired
you
no
move when
matter
your
how
brain
much
has made a
therapy you
decision,
do.
and
James
your body
and I
is
talked about the letters
more
before
over the
your
next few
emotions,
weeks have had a chance
processing
to vote.
what it meant that
I grabbed
Marcus
my
had
keys
carried
in my
this torch
purse
for
and
so
I drove
long
to that
while I
Marriott.
completely moved
And I want to tell you that
and
I was
James
composed
said,
the
it's
whole way
almost
there.
sad how
But
uneven
the
it
truth
was.
is that I
You
cried
living
for
your
the
life
first
and
10
him
minutes
stuck
of
in
that
the
drive.
past.
And
I
then
agreed,
something
but
switched
also
off
said
inside
that's
me,
what happens
and
when you
I
don't
went
do the
very
work.
still.
When you don't
Not
heal
peaceful
properly,
still.
you get
Certain
stuck in
still.
loops replaying
Like
the
I
same
already
patterns.
knew what I was about
and
to find.
I'm grateful I
and
broke
the grief
that cycle
of knowing
when I
it had
did.
arrived before
We were
the
lying
proof.
in bed one night,
The
and
lobby
James
of the
said,
Marriott
"Do you
was
think
bright
you would have ended
and
up
quiet.
with me if Marcus
One of those
hadn't
business
cheated?"
travel
And I
hotels
thought about
where
it
the
and
energy
said,
at 10
eventually,
o'clock on a
yes,
Wednesday
because
is tired
even if he
and
hadn't cheated,
transactional.
he was the wrong
A
person.
man in a suit
I
was
would have
checking
figured
in
that
at
out
the front
somehow.
desk.
Maybe
A
it would have
woman
taken
was waiting
longer,
for the
but I would have
elevator
gotten
with
there.
a rolling
She
suitcase.
said, "I'm grateful
Nobody
for however
paid
it
me
happened.
any attention.
Grateful you
I
were
took
free
the
when I met
elevator
you.
to the second floor
Grateful every
and
day
walked
that
down the
Marcus
hallway.
was too
And when
stupid
I
to
got to room
appreciate what he had.
214,
And I kissed
I
him
stood
and
outside
said,
that door,
his loss was your
and
gain.
I made myself
and I'm the
breathe.
real winner
I
because
could hear
I
the
got
television.
Alana
A
called
low
around
murmur
the
of
1 year
sound. Some late
anniversary
night
of
show.
Marcus's
The
death
kind of
and
noise
asked how
people
I was
put
doing,
on when they want to
if
feel
the
less
letters had
alone
helped
or less
hurt.
conspicuous.
And I told her
there
they'd
was
done
light
neither,
under
really.
the door.
Just confirmed
Someone was
what I
awake in that
already
room,
knew.
and they had
Gave me
no
a window
idea
into
I
her
was
father's
standing
mind,
18 inches
but
away
didn't
from
change
them.
my story.
I knocked 2
She
firm
said
knocks,
she'd been
not
reading them
frantic,
too,
not timid.
that Marcus had
The
left
television
copies
kept
for her.
going.
And it was
I heard
helping her
movement,
understand
the
him better,
unmistakable sound
helping
of
her
people
process
adjusting,
her complicated grief
repositioning,
about a father
the shuffle
who loved
and
her,
hush of a
but
situation
couldn't quite
being
show up for her the way
rearranged
she
before a
needed.
door opens.
I told her,
I
you
heard
can
a
love
low
someone
male voice
and
saying
still
something I
acknowledge they
couldn't make
failed
out.
you. You can
I heard
grieve
another
them
voice
and
respond.
still be angry at them.
I stood there,
Healing
and
isn't
I
linear,
waited.
and it
when
doesn't
the door
require
finally
you to forgive
opened,
everything.
I was looking
And
at
she
Pastor
thanked me for
Elijah
giving her
Drummond.
permission to feel
He was wearing a
multiple things
hotel
at
robe.
once.
His
She's
hair,
doing well now,
usually
engaged to
perfectly
someone who
shaped for
treats her
Sunday
right,
mornings,
and she
was
told
not
me,
right.
I think about
His
your
eyes
story
went
when I'm
wide
with
when
him,
he saw me,
about how you
and
need
for
to
just a
leave,
moment,
about how you rebuilt,
one very small
and it
and
helps
very
me
honest
recognize
moment.
green flags
I saw
because
pure
I grew
panic
up
cross
seeing
his face
so many
before
red
he
ones.
composed himself
That
into
made
the
me
Pastor
so
Drummond
happy,
I had
knowing
known
that my
for
story
11
was
years.
helping her build
But
something
I had
better.
already seen
that
the panic.
Marcus's daughter was
I had
breaking
already
the cycle.
clocked the robe
that
and the
maybe
hair,
something good
and the
could
way
come
he was
from
standing
all
in the
that pain
doorway
after
of a
all.
hotel room
I'm
at 10
60
o'clock
now,
on a
been
Wednesday
writing
night,
this story for
and
what
every
feels like
question in my
forever,
mind
and
collapsed
I realize
into a
it's
single
not really a
point of
story about
terrible
Marcus
clarity.
at all.
I looked
It's a
past
story
him
about
into
me,
the room.
about becoming
The lamp
someone
on the
who couldn't be
nightstand was
destroyed
on.
by betrayal,
The bed covers
about
were pulled
building a
back
life
and rumpled.
so good that the past
and sitting on the far edge of the bed,
Marcus
wrapped
is
from
gone.
her shoulders
His
to
letters
her
are
knees
in my
white
attic.
bedsheet,
His daughter is
was a
thriving.
woman I had known
and
since
I'm
the
here
year
with
I
James
joined
planning
greater
our
anointing
30th anniversary
ministries.
trip.
A woman
watching
who had
our
sat
grandkids
beside
grow
me
up,
at women's ministry
mentoring the
retreats
next generation
and
of
eaten at
women
my kitchen
who need to
table
hear that
and been
survival
in my
is
wedding.
possible.
A woman
Zara
whose
has a
last
daughter
name was
now,
Webb,
my first
because she had been
grandchild,
born into the
named her
same
Maya,
family as my
and
husband.
watching her hold that
Tamara,
baby made me so
Marcus's
emotional
younger sister,
because this is the
30
legacy that
years old.
matters.
The
Three
woman I had
generations
called my
of women
sister-in-law
who know their
and my
worth,
friend for
who
11
won't
years.
settle, who will
I want to
choose
stop here
themselves when
because
they
I
need
need
to.
you to actually
I
sit
told
with what
Zara
I'm describing.
Maya will never know Marcus.
I drove to that
She'll
hotel
never know
expecting
that
to
part
find
of
my
your
husband
history.
with another
She'll
woman.
just grow up
What
knowing
I
she
found
comes
instead
from a
was
line
my
of
pastor,
strong women
a
who don't
married man
tolerate
with
disrespect.
3 children and
Zara
20
said,
years of
exactly.
spiritual
That's
authority
the
over
point.
my community.
We don't pass
in a
down the
hotel
trauma.
room with my sister-in-law.
We pass down the strength.
My husband was nowhere
Miles
in
is
that
getting
room.
married next
And the
spring to
caller
a
who sent
wonderful
me there
woman
knew
who
exactly
reminds
what
me
I
of
would
myself
find.
at that age.
The
full
world
of
did
hope
not
and
spin.
standards and
It
no
didn't do
willingness to
anything
compromise
dramatic
either.
or cinematic.
And I'm so so proud of the man
rearranged
he's become.
itself very quietly
so grateful
into a
he
shape
learned what
I
love
didn't
looks
recognize.
like by watching James
Pastor
and me.
Drummond started
My
talking
career is
immediately.
winding down.
His
Thinking
voice
about
was
full
low,
retirement
measured,
in a
controlled.
few years. And
He
when
said,
people
Sister
ask what
Keisha,
I'm most
this
proud
is
of, I
not
don't
what
talk about
dash.
the promotions
And I held
or
up
the
one hand,
accomplishments.
and something in
I
my
talk about
face
leaving
made him
Marcus,
stop mid-sentence.
about choosing myself.
I looked at Tamara.
About building
She
something
had
real
pulled the
from the
sheet
rubble.
higher up around
That's
herself,
my greatest
and she was
achievement.
looking at a point
Not my
somewhere to the
professional
left of my
success
face,
or my beautiful
unable
family,
or unwilling
though
to
those
meet
are
my
wonderful.
eyes directly.
But the simple
I had
act
known
of
this
walking
woman
away
for
when
over a
staying would have
decade,
been
and
easier,
she couldn't
of
look at me.
trusting myself
That
when
told me more
everyone
than the
had
robe
opinions.
or the rumpled bed
Of
or
rebuilding
any
when
of
it
the
would have
rest
been
of it.
simpler to stay
I
broken.
said very
The
calmly,
letters are
"Where's
still in the
Marcus?"
attic. Haven't
Neither
looked
of
at
them
them
answered
since that first
immediately.
reading, and
Pastor
I probably
Drummond
never
opened
will
his
again.
mouth,
They
and I
served
cut
their
him
purpose,
off before he could
confirmed
start.
what needed confirming.
I said, "Not
and now
you.
they're just paper
Her."
in a box
Tamara
gathering dust
finally
while
looked
I'm
at
down
me.
here living.
Her eyes were wet,
living fully,
but she hadn't
loving
cried
deeply,
yet.
laughing
She said she
often,
didn't know.
choosing joy
I told
every
her that
single
was
day,
interesting,
and that's
given
the
that my
ultimate
husband
revenge.
had told
Though
me
I'm
he
not
was at a
trying to get
church meeting
revenge
tonight,
anymore,
and
I'm
I had
just
a
trying to
feeling
live
the
well,
two things were
and
connected.
it turns out living well
She looked
is
away
its
again.
own reward.
So I called
think about that
Marcus.
woman standing
Right there
outside
in the
room
doorway,
804
phone on speaker,
sometimes,
loud enough
26
that
years ago
everyone
now,
in that hallway
heart-pounding,
and everyone
world
in that
about to
room could hear
implode,
every
and I want
word.
to tell her, you're
He
about to
picked
have the
up on the
worst day
second
of your
ring.
life, and
His
it's
voice
going to
was
save
normal,
you.
relaxed.
It's going to crack
the
you
voice
open
of a
so the
man
light
who had
can get
no
in.
idea the
It's
floor
going to
was about
destroy
to
you
disappear
and
from
remake
under
you
him.
into someone
He
incredible.
said he was wrapping up at
I
the
want to
church,
tell her, trust
asked
yourself,
if I was okay,
choose yourself,
and asked
don't
if I
look back,
needed anything.
and in 26
I
years
said,
you'll be
"Which
exactly
church,
where
Marcus?"
you're supposed to be.
He paused
happy
for just
beyond
a beat,
measure,
not long,
grateful for
but I heard
everything,
it.
including this
He said
moment
greater
that feels
anointing,
like it might
same
kill
as
you.
always.
But I can't go back.
So you're
None
there
of
right
us
now.
can. All
He
we can
said
do
yes.
is keep moving forward.
I said,
keep
then I
choosing
need you to
ourselves,
explain to me why
keep
I'm
building
standing
lives we're
outside
proud
room
of,
214
and
at
hope
the
that our
Marriott
stories
Peachtree,
help someone
looking
else
at your
find the
pastor
courage to do
and
the
your
same.
sister.
That's
The
what the
silence
story
that
has
followed
always
that
been
sentence
about.
was one of the
Not
longest
Marcus's
I
betrayal,
have ever
but my survival.
experienced.
Not what
It
he
was
did
the
to me,
silence
but
of
what I
someone
did for
whose
myself
entire
after.
architecture of
Not the
deception
breaking,
just
but the
cracked
rebuilding.
at every
And
joint
that's the
simultaneously.
story I'm still
It was the
living every
silence
day.
of a man running
Marcus
through
wrote letters
every
for
possible
25
response,
years trying to
finding
make
none
sense
worked.
of what he'd lost,
And then he
trying
said
to
it.
apologize
He
for
said,
what he'd done,
"Keisha, I can
trying to
explain."
find peace with his
Not,
choices.
"What
and
are you talking
all
about?"
of that energy could
Not,
have gone into
"That's
being
impossible."
better, doing better,
Not, "You
choosing
must be
better.
mistaken."
But that was
He
his
said,
journey,
"I can explain,"
not mine.
which meant he had
Mine
something
was about
to
letting
explain,
go completely,
which meant he
about
already knew
moving
what I was
forward
looking
without
at,
looking back,
which meant that
about
whatever
building
was
something
happening
so
in that
good
hotel
that the
room was
past
not new
becomes
information
nothing
to
more
my
than
husband.
a distant memory of who
I
I
told
used
him
to
to
be
come.
before I found myself.
I told him to come
and
right
I
now.
did find myself,
And I hung
found
up.
strength I didn't know I
15
had,
minutes later,
found
he
standards
walked
I'd
off
been
that
taught to
elevator
compromise,
and down that
found
hallway,
a voice I'd been
and
taught
I watched
to quiet,
his face the
found
whole way.
everything I needed
He didn't
to
look
not
shocked.
just survive but
He didn't
thrive.
look confused.
I'm 60
He looked
years
like
old.
a man walking
Marcus
towards
has
something
been
he had
dead
known
for
was
over
coming,
a year.
and there was
His
something
letters are
almost like
collecting
relief
dust,
in his expression
and
that
I'm
made me
planning trips
angrier
with
than
my husband,
anything else I had
spoiling
seen
my
or heard
grandkids,
that entire
mentoring
night.
young women,
Because relief
living a
meant
life
he was
that
tired
proves
of carrying
every single
something.
day that leaving
And the
was
fact
the right
that he had been
choice.
carrying it
That's
without
the end
telling
of the
me meant
story,
he had chosen
the real
to
end.
carry it alone
Not because
rather
there's
than trust
nothing
me
left
with
to
the
say,
truth.
but because
We
I've
did not
said
have a screaming
everything that
match in
matters.
that hallway.
Because
All
Marcus
four of us
is
ended up in that
finally
room
and
because I
completely
wasn't about to
irrelevant.
have this conversation
Because
where
my life
anyone
is
walking
full and
past
his
could
is
hear
over,
it.
and those
I
two
think
facts
everyone
are
involved
completely
understood
unrelated
that.
now.
Pastor
I won,
Drummond sat
not
in the
because he
chair by
died,
the window.
but because I lived,
Tamara put on the
really
second
lived,
hotel robe
fully
and sat back down on the edge of the
without
bed.
reservation.
Marcus
and
stood
that's
near the
the
door.
only victory that
And I
ever
stood in the
mattered.
middle of that room.
This is my
looked
story,
at each of
my
them,
truth,
and said,
my life,
very
and
quietly,
I'm sharing it one
someone
last
needs
time
to start
so someone out
talking.
there knows that
What came out
survival
over
is
the next
possible,
2 hours
that happiness
in that
is
hotel
real,
room with the
that
television
leaving is
still
sometimes the
murmuring in the
bravest
background
and best
and the
thing
city
you'll ever
moving
do.
around
Walk
outside
away,
the window,
choose yourself,
completely indifferent
trust the
to what was
process,
happening
and
inside.
I promise you'll
was
end
one
up
of the
somewhere
most
beautiful,
painful and
somewhere you
most can't even imagine right now when you're in the thick of it.
Somewhere
Marcus
that makes
had been at the church approximately 4 months earlier.
That's
for
my
a Thursday
promise,
evening
my
leadership
testimony,
meeting.
my truth,
The meeting
and
ended
I'm living
earlier
proof
than expected,
every single day
and
that
he
it's
had gone
possible
back to the
not
main
just
building
survive
to
betrayal,
retrieve his jacket
but
from
to
the
use
room
it as
where
the
they'd been
foundation
meeting.
for something
He had
extraordinary.
walked past Pastor
Marcus
Drummond's
is gone.
office,
I'm
which
still
should have
here,
been empty at
and
that
that's
hour,
exactly how
and
the
the door
story
had
was
been
always
slightly
meant to
opened.
end.
He
I
heard
thought Marcus's
voices.
death and
He
those
heard
letters
sounds
would be
that
the
stopped him in
absolute
the
final
hallway.
word.
He
Thought
stood
there was
outside
nothing
that
left
door
to
for long
uncover
enough
or
to
process
understand
or
exactly
understand.
what was happening
But
inside
life
it.
keeps teaching
And then
me that
he walked
closure
away.
is never as
He did not
simple
tell
as
me.
we want it to be.
He did not tell
And
Sister
the latest
Renee.
lesson
He
came
did
just
not go
last
to the
month in
church
a way
elders,
that completely
the deacon board,
blindsided me.
or any of
I
the
was at a
accountability
women's leadership
structures that
conference in
exist
Miami,
within a church for
giving
exactly
a keynote
this
about
kind of
resilience
situation.
and reinvention.
He went home,
when a woman
lay
approached
down
me
beside
during
me
the
in our
networking
bed,
session
and started
said,
thinking
"You
about
don't know
what that
me,
information
but I
was
need to
worth.
talk to you about Marcus
I want to be
Thompson."
precise about what I'm telling
And
you
I felt my
because
stomach
I think the
drop
details
because
matter.
I thought I was done with
Marcus
this.
did not
Done
go
with
to
people
Pastor
from that
Drummond out of
chapter
anger
emerging
or
from nowhere.
protectiveness
She
or
was maybe
any
50,
impulse I could
well-dressed,
respect.
confident,
even while I was hurt by it.
And she said, "My name
he
is
went
Diane.
to him deliberately,
I was married to Marcus between
with a
his
list
first
of things
wife
he
and
wanted.
Alana's mother.
He wanted the church board
I've been
position
following your
he'd been
career
passed
for
over
years,
for twice.
trying to work up the
he
courage
wanted the
to reach
pastoral
out.
mentorship he'd
And
been
I
requesting
realized
for
Marcus
years
had a
and
whole
kept
other
being
wife
told to
I'd
wait
never
for.
known about.
He wanted
Another
to preach,
woman caught in
which
his pattern.
Marcus had wanted
We found
since he
a
was
quiet
young,
corner,
but had
and
never
she
been
told me
given
her
a
story.
real platform.
Married him 3
and he
years
wanted the
after
kind
our
of
divorce,
access and standing
left
in
him
that
2
community
years later
that
when
he
she
felt
caught
he
him
deserved,
cheating.
but
And
had
she
never
said,
been able to
"I've read
earn through
interviews
ordinary
where
means.
you've talked about your
He
divorce.
laid all of that
and
out
I
for
need you
Pastor
to know you
Drummond
weren't
in a
alone."
private meeting the week
He did
after
the same
he
thing
walked
to me,
past that office
probably
door.
worse, because
and
he
Pastor
learned how to
Drummond,
hide it better.
a man who
I
had built
felt
his
this strange
entire
kinship with
identity
her.
on
This
spiritual
woman
authority
I never
and
met
moral
who loved
leadership,
the same broken
sat across
man,
from one
who
of his
discovered the
congregants
same
and
betrayal,
agreed.
who'd
Because
made
he didn't
the
have a
same
choice
to leave.
or at least that's
And
how
I asked
Marcus
her why
had
she
framed
was
it for
telling
him.
me this now
And
after all these
because
years.
powerful men
She
who have
said,
been doing
"Because I
wrong
saw
things
your
in
keynote
secret
topic,
are
and I
often
knew
more
you'd
afraid of being
understand.
exposed
I've spent
than they are
20
committed
years
to doing
building a
right.
life after him.
So for 4
Successful
months,
career,
the arrangement
happy
held.
remarriage,
Marcus
everything
got his
you
board
talked
seat.
about. But
He got
I
his
still
mentorship
carry
meetings.
shame about how long
He
I
got to
stayed,
preach on 2
about
Sunday
the red
evenings.
flags I ignored.
He got the
about
standing and the
believing his
access
lies.
and the deference
I
he'd
took
been
her
wanting,
hand and said,
and he
"We
paid
all
for it
stayed
with his
too
silence
long.
about
We
what
all
he knew.
ignored red flags.
And what he knew was
We
that
all
the man
believed
delivering
lies
sermons
because we
about
wanted to
covenant
believe in
and
the man we
sacred
thought we
ground on
married.
Sunday mornings
And there's no
was
shame
spending
in that.
Wednesday
The
nights
shame
in
is
hotel
his for
rooms
being
with his
that
younger
man.
sister.
And she
When
started
Marcus
crying
told me
right there
this,
in the conference
when all of
center.
it came out,
We talked
I
for
went
an
very
hour,
quiet
and she
for a
told
long
me things
time.
about Marcus
Not
I'd
because I
never
was at a
known.
loss for words,
Patterns I'd
but because
recognized,
I was trying
but
to
she'd
find
seen
words
evolve.
that were accurate
Lies that
rather
got
than
more
just reactive.
sophisticated.
I looked at my
Manipulation
husband,
that got more
this
subtle.
man I had married
And I
in that
realized he'd
sanctuary,
spent his
this
entire
man
adult
whose
life
grief I had
perfecting
found
the art of
moving
betrayal.
and whose
She
thoughtfulness
said,
I
"I
had
tried to
found
find you
beautiful.
years ago.
And
Wanted
I tried to
warn you
locate
that he was
something
still
I
talking about
recognized some
you.
version of the
Still
person
using
I
your
had built
relationship
11
as the
years
gold
of my life
standard
around.
he measured
I
everything
asked
against.
him one question.
But I couldn't
I
track
asked
you
him
down,
if
and
at any
eventually
point
I
in those
decided
4
it wasn't my
months,
place.
knowing what he knew about
I
his own
told her about
sister
the
and
letters,
his pastor,
about the deathbed
he had
visit,
considered
about
telling me,
Alana, and
not
she
the elders,
said he has
not
another
Sister
daughter
Renee,
too,
not
from a
any
relationship
institutional
between
body,
me and Alana's
just me,
mother.
his
He
wife.
was terrible to her
Had
too.
it occurred to him even once to
Abandoned her,
come home
basically.
and tell me the truth?
She wants nothing
He
to
was
do with his
quiet
memory.
for a moment.
And I
Then he
realized
said he
Marcus
hadn't wanted to
had
put
left
that on
a
me.
trail of destruction
I have thought
wider
about that
than
answer
I'd
many
ever
times since
imagined.
that night.
We
I have
exchanged
turned it
numbers
over
and
from
promised to
every
stay in
angle.
touch.
And
when
every
I got
time
back
I
to my
come back to
hotel
the
room, I
same
called
conclusion,
James and
which
told
is that
him
it was not an
everything,
act
and
of
he
protection.
said, "Baby,
It was an act
how
of
many more
exclusion.
versions of this
He
story
had
are going to
decided
emerge?"
unilaterally
And I
that
said,
I didn't
"I don't
get to
know,
know.
but I'm
Not
done
because
letting them
the
affect
knowledge
me."
would have hurt me,
But they did
though
affect
it would
me.
have.
Not
But
in the
because
crushing way they
sharing
would
it
have
would have
20
required
years ago,
him to share
but
what he
in
was
this
doing with
low-grade
it as
way
well.
that made me
And
question
he wasn't
if
ready
I'd
to give
ever
that up.
really known Marcus
I
at all.
left that
if
hotel
anyone
room
had.
at close to midnight.
Or if he was
I
just a
drove
collection
home
of
alone.
masks. He showed
Marcus
different
stayed in
people
his
at
own
different
car.
times.
I don't know where he
couldn't
went for
stop
the next
thinking
few
about
hours,
Diane,
and I didn't
about this
ask.
other woman who
I
lived
sat in
a
our
parallel
house
version
in the
of my
kitchen
story.
at the table where
and I
we'd
wondered
eaten
how many
1,000
more there
meals
were,
together.
how
And
many
I
women
stayed
Marcus
there until the
had
sun
cycled
started
through,
coming up.
how many hearts
I didn't
he'd
cry
broken
that night.
while writing
I
letters
had already
to me
done
about
my
his
crying in the
regrets.
car on the way
I
to the
reached
Marriott.
out to Alana and
What I did
asked
that
if
night
she
was
knew about
grieve,
Diane,
which is
and she
different
said
from
yes,
crying.
that she'd
Grief
found
is
evidence of
slower and
multiple
quieter,
marriages
and it takes up
relationships
more
her
space.
father had hidden
The
from
days that
everyone.
followed were some
that
of the most
untangling his
surreal
web
of my life.
lies had become a
Marcus
full-time
came home
job
the next
after his
morning,
death.
and we
She
began
said,
the process
"I'm starting
of
to
talking
think I
through
didn't
what
know
had
him at
happened,
all,
or
that none of
trying
US
to.
did,
But
that he
talking
was
through it
so busy
required both
performing
people
different
to be
versions of
fully
himself
present
for
and
different
honest.
people that there was
Marcus
no
kept
real
hedging,
person
kept
underneath.
qualifying,
And
kept
I told
offering
her that might be
explanations
closer
that
to
were
the
really
truth
just
than any of us
reframings of
wanted
the
to admit.
same central truth.
We talked about doing
He
something
had chosen
together,
leverage
the
over
three of
integrity.
us, me and Diane
And he had done
and
it while
Alana,
sleeping
maybe
beside
writing
me
a book
every night
or starting a
sitting
podcast
beside
about
me in church every
narcissistic
Sunday.
patterns in relationships.
Every time I thought we
about
were getting
how to
somewhere,
recognize
I'd
and
hit
escape
another
them.
wall of deflection.
But I wasn't sure
Not
I wanted
lying
to build
exactly,
a platform
but
around
not the whole
Marcus,
truth either.
even if it could help people.
Just enough truth to
James
seem
thought it was a good
cooperative
idea,
without being
though.
fully
Said,
accountable.
You've been helping women
About a
one-on-one
week after
for
that
decades.
night,
Maybe
I
it's
asked
time
him
to
to
scale
stay
that
somewhere else
impact.
for a while.
Use your story
Not
to
permanently,
reach thousands
or at least
instead of
that's what I
dozens.
told
And I
myself
told
at the
him
time.
I'd think about it.
I said I
that
needed space
time
to
to
think,
process
and
whether
he
I
needed
wanted to go
space
public
figure
with
out
everything.
who he actually was.
Zara was against it.
Because the
said,
man I had
"Mom,
married
you've
and the
moved
man
on.
who had spent
Why
4
drag
months
yourself
running
back
a
into
covert
that
leverage
publicly?
arrangement
Why
against
give him
his
more
own
of your
pastor
energy?"
were not people
And
I
she
could
had a
reconcile
point.
into the
I had
same
moved on.
human being.
My life was
Until
good.
I could understand
Did I
which
really
one
want
was
to become
real.
known as the woman
I didn't know
who'd
how
been
to be in the
cheated on
same
by a
house with
serial
him.
cheater?
He went to
But
stay with
Miles
a friend
said,
from
if
work.
it helps people, then
And I
maybe
sat
it's
with the
worth
silence
it.
of that house
Maybe that's how
and
you
let
take
it tell me
something
things I'd
terrible
been too
and
busy
make it
to hear.
meaningful.
Meanwhile,
And I
the
appreciated
situation
his
at the church
perspective.
was moving
The
on its
idea
own
that
timeline.
sharing could be service
I had not
rather
said a
than
word
dwelling.
to anyone outside
I met
of that
with
hotel
Diane
room.
again a few weeks
I
later.
had not called
This
Sister
time
Renee, had
intentionally.
not spoken
Just
to
the
any
two
of the
us
other
at a
women in my
coffee shop
ministry
in
circle,
Atlanta,
had not breathed a word to my mother, my cousin Danielle,
and patterns,
or
and
anyone else who might
Marcus
have helped
had
me
used the
carry
same
what I was
playbook
holding.
on both of us.
Part of that was
She
because
said
I
he
didn't
told
know
me
what
the
to say.
same things he
Part of it
probably
was
told
because
you,
I was still
that his
figuring
ex-wife
out what I
didn't
believed.
understand him,
And
that you
part
were
of it was
too
a
rigid,
small,
too
stubborn
unforgiving,
corner of me
that
that
if
was
you'd
still
just
hoping
given
there was
him
some
another
version of
chance,
the story
everything would
that
have
didn't
been
require
different.
everyone's
And I
world
laughed
to be
because
destroyed.
of course he had.
That hope lasted
Of
about
course
2 weeks.
he'd made me the villain
Then
in the
Tamara
story.
made her own
I
decision.
told her about finding
She went
him
to
in that
Sister
hotel
Renee on a
room,
Sunday
and she told me
afternoon.
about finding
When
texts
her
on his
home,
phone,
not the church,
and we realized
not
we'd
a
both
neutral
had that
location,
same
her
moment
home.
of clarity.
Renee told me
that
later
same
that
instant
Tamara
where
had called
everything
ahead
clicked
and asked if
we
she
knew
could
we
come
had to
by.
leave.
And Renee
And
had
that
said,
shared
of
experience
course,
felt sacred
assuming it was
somehow.
about a ministry
We decided
matter
to write
or
the book
maybe
together,
something personal
not as a
she
tell-all
needed
about
counsel on.
Marcus, but
She
as a
opened her
guide
door
for women
and let in the
recognizing
woman who had been
narcissistic
sleeping with her
patterns,
husband
with
for
our
over a
stories
year.
as case
They
studies
sat down
showing
in
how
Renee's
the same
living room,
tactics get
and
used on
Tamara
different
told her
victims,
everything.
how to spot them,
Renee said
how
she
to
didn't
escape.
cry.
Alana
I believe
wanted
that
to
completely
contribute
because
too.
I know Renee.
Wanted to write
and
about
she
what
is
it's
the
like
kind
to
of
be the
woman
daughter
who
of a
cries in
narcissist,
private and
to love
composes
someone
herself
who's
for the world.
fundamentally
She said
incapable
she
of healthy
sat and
attachment.
listened,
And
and when
the three of
Tamara
us
was
started
finished,
meeting monthly
she
to
asked
work on
one
it.
question.
James was
She
supportive
asked how
but worried.
long.
He said,
Tamara
"Are you sure
said
you want to do
14
this?
months.
Are you sure it won't
Renee
pull you
thanked her
back
for
into
coming,
darkness? You've
stood
worked
up,
hard to escape."
walked her to the door,
and I
and
promised
closed
him
it.
I was doing it
Then
from
she
a
called
place
her
of
oldest
strength, not
sister in
woundedness.
Savannah and talked
That
for
I could
4
tell
hours.
the story without being
I only know
consumed
all
by
of
it.
this because
The
Renee
writing
told me
process
herself
was harder
weeks
than I
later,
expected,
when we
though.
had finally
Not
started the
emotionally,
slow
but
and
logistically,
complicated
trying to
process
tell
of
the
being
truth
honest
without
with each
making it
other about
gratuitous,
everything
trying
we've
to be
both been
helpful without
navigating.
being preachy,
But I'm
trying
getting
to
ahead
honor
of
our
myself.
pain while focusing
Pastor
on healing.
Drummond's resignation
Diane
came
struggled
22
more than I
days
did.
after that Wednesday
Her wounds
night.
were old but
The
less
announcement to the
processed.
congregation
She
was
hadn't done
delivered
as
on a
much
Sunday
therapy,
morning by the
hadn't
chairman
rebuilt
of the
as
deacon
completely,
board, Elder
and I
Thorne,
found myself
who had been
coaching
a
her
greater
through
anointing
panic attacks
almost
and
as long
self-doubt
as
and
the church
moments
had
where
existed.
she wanted to quit.
He read from a
I
prepared
realized
statement.
that healing isn't
The
linear,
language was
that
careful
even
and
decades
vague
later something
about
can
Pastor
trigger you back
Drummond
to that
stepping
place
back
of raw
for a
pain.
period of personal
And I was
reflection
grateful
and
I'd done my
renewal,
work early,
and about the
that I'd
leadership
built a
team being
foundation
committed
strong
to
enough to
continuity
withstand these
and
aftershocks.
stability. The
Alana
kind of
was the
language
most
that is
raw of
designed to
all
be
of us.
technically true
Everything
while
still
being
fresh from
practically
losing
empty.
her father,
But in
from
a community
discovering
like
he wasn't
ours,
who she
in
thought,
a church where
from
people had
processing
known
that
each
her
other for
entire
decades,
childhood might
had
have been
watched their
based on
children
lies.
grow up together,
And I held
and had
space
sat
for her
beside
grief
each
while
other in
gently
the worst
pushing us
moments
all
of their
forward.
lives.
The book
That
took
kind
2
of
years
language
to write,
doesn't hold for
2
long.
years of dredging up
Information
memories
moves
I'd
through
filed
those
away,
networks
2
faster
years
than
of
any
coordinating
announcement
with
can
2
catch
other
up
women
to it.
who loved
By
the
the
same
following
man at
Sunday,
different times.
the details were
2 years of
circulating
making
through the
peace with
congregation
sharing
in
my
whispers,
story at the scale.
carefully worded
We
text
found a publisher,
messages,
a
and
woman-owned
private
press that
conversations
specialized
in the
in
parking
memoirs
lot.
about surviving
Not
toxic
everyone knew everything,
relationships.
but
And they loved
everyone
it,
knew something.
said it was
And the
exactly
thing
what
about a
women
community
needed.
built on moral
A
authority
roadmap
is
out
that
of
when the person
narcissistic
holding
abuse
that
written by
authority is
survivors
revealed
who'd
to have
not
been
just
living a
escaped,
double
but
life,
thrived.
the shock
The book
waves
came out
travel
last
deep
spring,
and far.
got some attention,
I watched it happen
modest
from
success.
a complicated position.
Nothing that would make it a
I was both
bestseller,
inside
but
the
enough
situation
that we knew we'd
and
reached
peripheral
people
to
who
it.
needed it.
I knew
And
more
the
than
emails
most of the
started coming in
congregation,
almost
but
immediately.
I was not the central
Women
figure
writing
in the
to
story,
say they
as
recognized
Renee or
themselves in our
Tamara was.
stories.
I was a
thanking us
wife
for
whose
putting
husband
words
had
to
done something
patterns
wrong
they'd
in
sensed,
response to
but
someone
couldn't
else's
name,
wrongdoing,
telling
and
us
the
they'd
concentric
left
circles
because
of
of what
that
we'd
wrongdoing
shared.
kept
And
expanding
those
outward
emails
until
made
I felt
every
like I couldn't
difficult
find their
moment
edge.
of writing worth
I
it.
went back to Greater
One
Anointing
woman wrote,
one more time
"I'm standing
after
outside
everything
my
came
own
out.
room,
I
804
sat
right
in the
now,
third row,
your book in
which
my
was
hand,
my row,
and
the
I'm
place
about
I had
to
sat
knock.
almost
And I
every
wanted you
Sunday
to know
for
that your
11
courage
years.
28 years
The
ago
interim
is
minister
giving me
was a
courage
visiting
today,
pastor from
and
a
I
church in
cried reading
Decatur.
that.
An
Grateful
older
my
man
pain
who
had
preached a
become
careful,
someone else's
measured
permission.
sermon about
We did some book
steadfastness
events,
in
the
times
three
of
of us
uncertainty.
together, and
it was a fine
powerful
sermon.
to stand
It was
on
not the
stage
sermon
with
that place
Diane and
needed,
Alana,
but it was
to
the
tell our
sermon a man could
interconnected
give when he
stories,
didn't know the full
to
weight
show
of what
the
had
audience
happened
how
in that
one
room.
man's
pattern had affected 3 generations of women,
of everything that had made that sanctuary feel like mine.
People asked if we were
choir that
angry at
Sister
Marcus,
Carolyn,
and we
Marcus's
all answered
mother,
honestly,
had
no,
sung in for 20
not
years.
anymore. Anger
Particular
had
way
given
the
way to
light
understanding,
came through the side
pity,
windows in the
to a
morning,
kind
the
of
sense
detached
of
compassion
continuity
for someone
and
who'd
rootedness
been so
that I had
broken,
carried
he'd
into
broken
every corner
everyone he
of my
touched.
adult life.
They asked if
I
we
stayed
forgave
through the
him,
whole service.
and that answer was
I
more
hugged
complicated.
a few people who approached
yes,
me,
in the sense that
people
we
who didn't know
the
the full
anger.
story,
No,
and
in
were
the
glad to
sense
see a
that
familiar
forgiveness
face.
doesn't erase
I
accountability.
did not break down,
and we tried
I
to
did
model
not make
that nuance.
anything harder for anyone.
That you can heal without
and when the
absolving
last song
someone of what they
finished,
did.
I picked up my
James
purse,
came to one of the
walked
events
back
and
down
watched
that
from the
aisle
back,
for the
and
last
afterward
time,
he said,
and
"I'm
went home.
so proud of you."
The
divorce was
not
filed
just for
4 months
surviving,
after
but
that
for
Wednesday
using what
night.
you survived to help
Marcus
others.
and I had
And
attempted
I
a
felt
few
so
sessions
grateful
with
to
a
have a
marriage
partner
counselor
who
during that
celebrated my
period.
strength
A
instead
woman
of
named
feeling
Dr.
threatened by
Anita
it.
Pearson, whose
Zara
office
read the
was
book
off
and came to me
Memorial
crying,
Drive,
said,
and who
"Mom,
had a gift
I had
for
no
asking the
idea it was
exact
this
question
bad.
that
I
neither
knew the
person
basic
in the
story,
room wanted
but
to
reading
answer.
the details,
I think under different
understanding the
circumstances,
manipulation,
she
it
might
makes
have
me
helped
so
us.
grateful you
But
left."
circumstances
And I
were
held
what they
her
were.
and said, "That's
Every
why I wrote
session
it."
kept returning
So
to
you
the
and
same
Maya
question:
and every woman
whether
after
Marcus
you knows
was
what to look
capable of
for.
the kind of
Miles
radical
read it
honesty
too
that
and said
rebuilding
it
would have
changed how he
required.
thinks about relationships,
Not honesty about what had
the
happened.
responsibility men
He could
have
do
to do
that
their
when
own work,
pressed.
about
But
how much
honesty about who
damage
he was
unhealed
and why
trauma
he had
can
made the
cause.
choices he made.
And I was glad the
that
book
deeper
was
kind
reaching
of
them
honesty,
too.
the kind
Helping
that
them
requires you to
understand
look
their
at
role
yourself
in breaking
without
these
flinching,
cycles.
kept
The
eluding
book
him.
has been out for
He
8
would
months
get
now,
close
and
then
we're working
retreat.
on a second one.
Would touch the
This
truth
time
and then pull
focus
back into
specifically on
explanation.
rebuilding,
I don't
on
say
what
that with
comes after
contempt.
you leave,
I say
on
it
how
with
to
a
construct a
sadness
life
that I still
that's
carry.
not just different
Because
from
I
what you
think
had,
Marcus
but better
is
in
genuinely
every
not
way.
a bad man.
Diane is engaged
I think
again.
he is a man who
Third
wanted
time's
things he
the charm,
hadn't
she
earned,
jokes,
found
to
a
a
shortcut,
man who's been
and
patient
told
with her
himself
healing,
enough stories
who
to
read the book
justify
before
it.
she even
That
told
is
him
a
about
very
it.
human failure.
Who said, "I see
It is
you,
not a failure
all
I
of
can
you,
build a life
and
on,
I'm not
but
scared,
it is a human
and
one.
I'm so happy
The difference
she found
matters
that.
to me.
Alana
Even now,
is pregnant
we
with her
divided the
second
house,
child,
the accounts,
thriving in her
and
career,
the accumulated
in therapy
material of
regularly,
11 years with
doing
a
the work
thoroughness
to
that
ensure
felt
she doesn't
almost
repeat
clinical.
patterns she learned
Our lawyers
growing up.
handled most
And
of it.
I'm so
We
proud
were
of
in
the
the
woman
same
she's
room
becoming
only twice
despite
during the divorce
everything.
process.
I'm
and
62
both
now,
times we were
grandmother to
largely
3,
quiet,
still married to
communicating
James
through
after
paperwork
32
and
years,
the occasional brief,
still mentoring
direct
women,
exchange.
still speaking
He
at
looked tired.
conferences,
I
still
imagine
building
I
a
did
legacy
too.
that has
We had
nothing to
both
do
been
with
carrying
Marcus,
something
and
heavy for a
everything
long
to do with
time.
who I became
Just
after
different
him.
things,
The
and
book
the weight
sits
of it
on my
has
shelf
settled into
alongside
both of
other
our faces.
accomplishments,
The
degrees
last thing
and
he said
awards
to me
and
directly
photos of my family,
on the day we signed
and
the
it
final
represents
papers
something
was
important,
that he was sorry.
proof that I took the
Not
worst
for
thing
getting
that
caught.
ever happened
He'd
to
already
me
said
and
that
turned
version.
it into something
This
that helps
was a different
people.
story.
Marcus
Quieter
would probably
and
hate
more
the book if he
specific.
were alive to read
He
it.
said he was
Would
sorry for
plainly
letting his ambition
misrepresented him,
turn him into someone he
exaggerated
didn't
his
want to
flaws,
be. That
made
the
him
wanting
into
had
a
gotten
villain
ahead
when
of
he
his
was just a
judgment,
flawed
and
human
he had
making
made
mistakes.
choices that
And
cost
maybe
him the
there's some
thing that
truth to
mattered
that.
most.
Maybe
I
we'll
looked at
never
him for a
fully
moment,
understand
then
what
said,
drove him.
I hope you
But
figure out who you
understanding
want to
him
be.
was never the point.
And I meant it.
Understanding
Not
ourselves
generously,
was
not warmly, but
understanding how
honestly.
we got caught
Because
in his
the
web,
alternative,
and more importantly,
hoping he
how we
stayed
got
broken,
out.
would
And
have required
that's the
me to
story
keep
that matters,
carrying something
not
that
his
wasn't mine to
motivations,
hold.
but our liberation.
Tamara and I did not have
still
a
get
formal
emails
conversation
sometimes
about
from
any
women
of
in the
it.
thick of it,
We were not in
begging for
contact
advice,
after that night.
asking if
the
it gets
connection
better,
between us,
wondering
which
if they're
had been
strong
real
enough to
and
leave,
warm,
and
and had
I
its own
always
history
respond the
separate
same
from my
way.
marriage.
Yes, it gets
Closed
better.
like a door
Yes, you're
that
strong
locks
enough.
from the inside.
Yes, choosing
I
yourself
have thought
is
about
worth
her
it.
more than I expected
I tell
to.
them my life now,
Not with anger,
the peace and
though
joy
the anger
and
was there for a
genuine
while,
happiness, and
but
I
with
say,
a kind of
this is
mournful
waiting for you on
curiosity.
the other side of that
I
door.
wonder what she told
this
herself
life you
during
can't
those
even imagine
14
right
months.
now when you're drowning
I
in
wonder
its
how
chaos.
she sat across
But it's
from me at
there.
my kitchen
I
table,
promise it's
talked
there.
about her life,
And it is there.
asked about
I'm living
mine,
proof.
and
Diane's
maintained
living
the
proof.
surface of our
Thousands of
friendship
women
while
who've
holding
left
something
toxic
underneath it
relationships
that
are
would have
living
broken
proof.
everything.
You can survive.
I wonder if
You
she
can
felt
thrive.
relief when it was
you
over,
can build something
the way
beautiful
Marcus
from
did.
the ashes.
I wonder if
That's
she
the
feels the
message of
loss
the book.
of what we were the way
That's
I
the
do.
message of my life.
I will probably
That's what
never
I
know
want
the
every
answers
woman
to any
who's
of those
ever
questions,
doubted herself
and I've
or
made a
stayed
kind of
too
peace
long
with that
or
uncertainty.
accepted less than
Sister
she
Renee
deserved to
and
know.
I did eventually
You can
talk.
leave. You should
About
leave.
3 months
And
after
what's
Pastor
waiting on the
Drummond's
other side
resignation,
is worth
she
every
reached out to
difficult
me
moment.
and asked if we could
Marcus
meet.
is still gone.
We went to a
His
restaurant
legacy
in
is
Buckhead,
still complicated.
neutral ground,
His daughters
somewhere
are still
neither of us
processing.
had been with our
His
husbands,
ex-wives are still
and we
healing.
sat for 3
But
hours
we're all
over
doing it on
food
our
we
terms
barely
now.
touched.
Not defined
Talking
by
with
him,
Uranus,
but refined
I
by what
hadn't
we learned
expected
surviving
and
him.
haven't forgotten.
The book tour wraps
She
up
told
next
me
month,
things she
and
hadn't
then
told
I'm finally
anyone
done.
else.
Done
I
telling
told her
this story
I'd been
publicly,
holding alone.
done mining this
We
pain
cried,
for lessons,
both of us,
done
which
looking
I think
backward
surprised us
instead of
both.
forward.
We were
and
not
I'm
the
ready
type,
for that.
either of us,
ready to
cry in
close this
public.
chapter completely.
But something
and
about being in the
focus on
presence
what
of
comes
someone
next.
who understood
What
the
comes
specific
next is
quality of
retirement,
what we'd both
travel,
been through made the
grandkids,
usual containment
maybe another
feel
book about
unnecessary.
something totally different.
Renee is a
maybe
remarkable
nothing
woman.
but quiet days
I want to
with
say that
James
clearly.
and family dinners.
She had been
and the
married to
simple
a
joy
man
of
for
a life well
23
lived.
years,
And
had
that
raised
sounds
3
perfect.
children with him,
I've
had
done
built
what
an
I needed to
entire
do,
identity
helped
as
who
a
I could help,
pastor's wife
shared
in a
what needed
community where
sharing,
that identity
and now
came
I'm
with
ready to just
significant
be
expectations
not
and
Marcus's
significant
ex-wife,
visibility.
not a survivor of
and had
betrayal,
all of it dismantled
not an
in a
author
Sunday
or speaker
afternoon
or
conversation
mentor,
with her
just me,
husband's affair
fully
partner.
myself.
The grace
Finally
she brought
and
to that
completely
dismantling
free.
was not
That
passive
freedom
or
tastes
resigned.
better than
It was
anything else
active
ever
and
has.
hard won,
Better
and
than revenge.
It cost her something I
Better
don't think
than
she'll
vindication.
ever fully get back.
Better than his deathbed
But she carried
apologies
herself with
or
a dignity
posthumous
that I found
letters.
genuinely
Just
inspiring.
the pure sweet taste
not
of
in
knowing
a
I
performance
survived
way,
and thrived,
but in
and
the
have
quiet way
nothing
of
left to
someone who
prove.
has decided who they're going to be on the other side of something terrible and is doing the final paragraph of becoming that person.
Not because there's nothing more to say,
for divorce
but because
about
I've
2
said
months after
everything
I
that
did.
matters.
Their
and
settlement
now it's time
was
to live the
significantly
rest
more
of my life in
complicated
private
than mine,
peace rather than
given the
public
length of the
testimony.
marriage, the
Marcus
shared
was a
assets,
chapter,
and the children.
a difficult,
one of
painful,
whom was
necessary
still
chapter,
in high school.
but chapters
She handled
end,
it.
books
She
close,
always
and
handles
new
it.
stories begin.
I found my new
and
church
new
on a
story
Sunday
has
morning
nothing
about
to do with
13
him,
months
and everything
after I
to do
walked
with
out of
joy
greater
and
anointing for the
presence
last
and
time.
gratitude.
A
That's
colleague
where
at
I'm
work
leaving
had
this,
mentioned
in
it in
gratitude.
passing. One of those
Grateful for
conversations
surviving,
where someone
grateful
says
for
something
thriving,
offhand
grateful
and it
for
lodges
every
in your
woman
brain
I've
for
helped,
weeks.
and every
The
lesson
church
I've
was in a
learned,
converted
and
space
every
in
moment
East
of
Atlanta,
peace I fought for
a neighborhood
and won.
I didn't spend
This
much
is my
time
story
in,
from
and
that
it was
Instagram
smaller
message
than
28
anything I'd
years
been
ago
part
to
of
this
since
moment right
childhood.
now, and
Maybe
I'm proud of
150
every word,
people on a
every
full
choice.
Sunday.
Every
No
moment
cameras,
I chose
no
myself
live
over
stream,
comfortable misery.
no merchandise
And
table,
to anyone still
just a
reading,
room,
still
some
processing,
chairs, and a
still
praise
wondering
team
if
that
they can
played
do
with
it,
more feeling
I'm telling
than
you
flash.
one last time.
The pastor
you
was a
can,
woman
you
named
will,
Reverend
you
Gloria
already have
Osei.
the strength inside
She was
you.
in her early 60s,
You just have to choose to use
Ghanaian
it.
American,
Choose yourself,
and she preached
walk
like
away.
someone who
Don't
had
look
earned
back,
every
and
word
I
she was
promise
saying.
you'll end up somewhere
Not
better
through
than you can
performance or
possibly
polish,
imagine right
but
now.
through a quality
Somewhere
of
that makes
conviction that you either
everything
have
worth it.
or you don't.
That's my final
and she
word,
had it in
my
abundance.
last testimony.
Her sermons had a
closing
directness
statement,
that I wasn't
and
used
I mean
to,
it with
a
everything
way of
I am.
naming things
Survival
cleanly
is
without
possible.
cruelty.
Happiness
that
is
made
real,
me feel more
and you
seen in
deserve
that
both.
small room than I
Now
had in
I'm done,
11 years
really done,
in a much larger
finally
one.
done, and
the first
I'm walking
Sunday
away
I
from
sat
this
in her
story
congregation.
just like I walked away
she was
from Marcus,
preaching about witness,
with my head high
about
and my
the difference
heart full
between
and my
being a
future
witness
bright.
to truth
That's
and
the
being
end.
a keeper of someone
I
else's
promised myself
secrets.
that was the end.
She talked about
Swore
how
I'd
silence
close that
can be a
chapter
form
for
of
good.
complicity,
But life
and
has
how
this
the
way of
hardest
circling
thing is
back
often
when you
not
think
speaking
you
up to
finally moved on,
outsiders,
and
but
the circle
being honest
completed
within the
itself in
walls
the
of your
most
own
unexpected
closest
way just
relationships.
3 weeks ago.
I sat there
I was
with
at
my
the grocery
hands
store,
folded in my lap
Monday and
and
Tuesday
felt something
afternoon,
I hadn't felt
picking
in a
up
long
ingredients
time,
for dinner,
which was that
when
I was in
turned
the right
down the
place.
cleaning supplies
That
aisle,
the words
and
being
there she was,
spoken were
the
reaching
woman
something
from the
in me
hotel
that had
room,
been unreachable
the one
for a while.
Marcus had been with that
After
day
the service,
28 years
she
ago,
was greeting
and
people
we
at the
both
door,
froze.
and when I came
She looked
through,
older, obviously.
she looked at me
We
with
all
the
do,
kind of directness
but I
that doesn't
recognized
feel
her
intrusive,
immediately.
but lets
Those
you know
same
you've been
eyes that
seen.
had looked at me with
She
shock
said,
and
"I haven't
confusion
seen
when
you
I
here
pushed
before."
open that hotel
I
door.
told her it was my
and
first
I could tell
Sunday.
she recognized me
She said,
too,
"Come
because
back."
her face went
Not as a
pale
command
and her
or a
hand
sales
gripped the
pitch.
cart like she
Just
might
an
fall over.
invitation, simple
We stood there
and
for what
warm,
felt like
from
hours,
someone who
but
meant
was
it.
probably 30
I did come
seconds.
back.
Just staring
I came
at each
back
other,
the following
and then
Sunday,
she said,
then the one
so
after that,
sorry, I
and
know
then
that's
the one
not
after
enough.
that.
I know it's
The
been
community
almost
I
3
found in that
decades,
smaller
but
space
I'm
was
so
different
sorry.
from what I'd had at
And her
greater
voice
anointing.
cracked, and I
Not
realized
necessarily
she'd been
better
carrying
in
this
every
guilt
way,
all these years.
but more honest in
I
the ways
said,
that
you
had
didn't know
come
he was
to matter
married.
most to me.
I was there.
People
I saw your
talked
face.
about their
You were a
struggles
victim
without
too.
dressing them
and
up.
she started
The
crying
prayer
right there in the
requests were
grocery store.
specific and real.
These quiet
There was
tears
no
that told me
performance
she
layer
needed to
between
hear
the
that for
congregation
28
and the
years.
worship.
We abandoned
no
our
sense
carts
that you needed
and
to
went
present
to a coffee
certain
shop
version
across
of
the
yourself
street,
to belong.
and she told me her
I
story.
had not realized
Her
how
name
much
was
of my
Nicole.
energy at Greater
She'd been
Anointing had
24
gone into
when she met
maintaining that
Marcus,
presentation
brand new
until
to
I was
Atlanta,
somewhere that didn't
working
require
as a
it.
bartender.
My life in the year
and
and a
he
half
swept her
since
off
the
her
divorce
feet
has
with
been
charm
quieter than the
and
life I had
attention
before.
and promises.
And I mean that as
She
neither
said he
complaint
told me
nor
he was
boast,
divorced.
just observation.
Showed me the papers. Even
I live alone in
I
a
had
smaller
no
apartment
idea
in
you were still
Kirkwood
his
that I
wife
chose
until you showed up,
specifically because
and
it had
when you
nothing
left,
to do with my
I confronted him,
marriage,
and he
no
admitted
shared
everything.
history in the walls,
And I left that
no
day
furniture
too.
that had
Never
belonged to
spoke
us
to him
rather than
again.
just to me.
I believed
bought
her,
things I
could hear the
liked.
truth in her
I
voice,
painted the
and
bedroom
I
a
said,
color
thank you
Marcus
for
would
leaving
have
him.
vetoed.
Thank
I
you for
started
not
cooking
making
in a way I
excuses
hadn't
for
since
him.
before we bought that
Thank
house.
you for having
Trying
standards
recipes
even when
I'd
you'd
always
been
been
lied
curious
to.
about and
she
eating
looked
dinner
at me
at
like
odd
I'd
hours
just
because I
absolved
could.
her of something
Small
she'd been
freedoms,
carrying forever.
the kind that
She
only
said,
feels
I thought about you
significant
so
when
many
you've spent
times over
time
the
without
years.
them.
Wondered if
I
you
still
were okay,
talk to my mother,
if you'd
my
recovered,
cousin
if
Danielle,
you blamed
and
me,
a handful
and
of
I wanted
friends
to
who
reach
were
out,
mine
but I
before
was
the
too
marriage
ashamed,
and are still
too
mine
scared scared you'd hate me.
I eventually
told her
I'd
never hated her, that my anger had always been directed at Marcus,
over
where
time,
it belonged.
As I found
and
language
I told her about
my
life now,
parts.
about
my
James
mother,
and the
to her
kids
credit,
and the book,
did not
and
say,
how I turned
told
that
you
terrible
so,
day
though
into
she
something
had,
meaningful.
in fact, told
she
me a
told
version
me
of
she'd
it.
gotten married
Having
5
sensed
years
something
ago
off about Marcus
to someone
in
honest
ways
and
she
kind,
mentioned
but
carefully
that she'd
and
struggled with
diplomatically
trust for
over the
years,
years.
had been in
She
therapy
just listened,
processing
then
what
drove
Marcus
from
had
her
done,
house in
had
Stone Mountain
second-guessed
to my
every
apartment in
relationship
Kirkwood
because
and
of
sat
how
with me
thoroughly
for a
he'd
weekend.
fooled her.
We watched
I
old
said
movies.
he fooled
She
all
made
of us.
food I'd
That's
grown
what
up eating,
narcissists do.
and we didn't
They're
talk about
expert
Marcus
manipulators,
or the church
and
for
there's
most of
no
it.
shame in being
It was
manipulated
exactly
by
what
an
I needed.
expert. And
I've
she
been
nodded
asked
and said,
by more
I've
than
been
one
telling
person
myself
whether
that for
I regret
years,
the marriage.
but hearing it from you
Whether
makes
I would
it
go
real.
back and choose
We talked
differently
for
if I
2
could.
hours, comparing
I've thought
notes,
about that question
filling in gaps
seriously
in each
rather than
other's stories,
dismissively,
and
because
I
it
learned
deserves
things
a
about that
serious
day
answer.
I'd never known.
And
Like
what I've
how
arrived
Marcus
at is
had
this.
begged her not to
I don't
leave,
regret the love
had
I brought to
promised
that
he'd
marriage.
fix things with me,
I don't regret the
had
effort,
tried to make
the
her feel
faithfulness,
guilty for
or the
ruining
years
his
of
marriage.
genuine partnership
She
that
said,
existed
I told him
before
he
the
ruined
drift
his
set
own
in.
marriage and
I don't
walked
even
out with
fully
nothing
regret the
but my
fact that it
purse,
ended,
left my
because the
clothes
ending,
there, left
as
everything,
devastating as it
just
was,
needed to get
was
away from
also
him.
a kind of
And
clearing.
I respected her
It
so
removed
much
things
for
that
that,
had long
for
blocked
having
my view of
clarity
myself.
even at 24.
And what I see now
I told
in
her
the
about
space they
Diane and
occupied is
Alana
something
and the
I
book,
value
and she
more than the
asked if she could
comfortable
read it.
blindness
Said,
I was
I
living
need to
in.
understand the pattern.
What I do regret
need
is
to know
the
I
years
wasn't
I
alone
spent
in this.
ignoring my own
And I
instincts in
promised to
deference
send
to
her a
other
copy.
people's voices.
Said maybe
My
her
mother's
story
wisdom
could be in the
about
next
trust,
one if she
my
was
grandmother's
comfortable
advice
sharing.
about giving men
She
room
said,
to
I want
breathe.
I want
The
other young
collective
women to
female
know what
wisdom
to
of
watch
my
for,
family that was
to know that men
well-intentioned
can lie with
and
court
sometimes
documents
accurate,
and straight
and
faces
also,
and
in this
complete
case,
conviction,
was
and
a
you're not
framework I
stupid
used
for
to talk
believing them.
myself out of things
We
I needed to
exchanged
pay
numbers
attention
and
to.
hugged goodbye.
I don't blame
and I
those
drove
women.
home feeling this
I don't
strange
blame the
sense of
tradition.
completion,
I
like
blame
a
the way
circle
I
that had
applied
been
it
open for
as a
28
reason not to
years
see,
had finally
rather
closed.
than as a foundation
Like
for seeing
every
clearly.
woman Marcus
That's
had
a
hurt was
distinction I
connected
carry
now.
with me now,
A network
and it
of
shows up in
survivors
every
supporting each
relationship
other.
I have.
I told
Every
James about running
context
into
where I'm
Nicole,
tempted
and
to
he
look away
said,
from
"That's
something that
wild.
deserves my attention.
What are the odds?"
I
And
ran
said,
into Marcus's
maybe there are
mother,
no odds.
Miss Carolyn,
Maybe the
about
universe
6
wanted us
months
to meet.
after the divorce
wanted
was
me to release her
finalized.
from guilt
We were
she
both
shouldn't
at a
have been
grocery
carrying.
store in College
I
Park,
sent Nicole the
and
book,
she saw
and
me
she called me
first.
after reading it.
I watched her
Said,
decide
"This is
to
exactly
approach
what
me.
I needed.
I could see it in the way she
Validation that I
stopped
wasn't
and
crazy.
steadied herself.
That what I
And I stood
experienced was
still
real,
and let her
that his
come.
pattern was
She looked
deliberate,
older.
not accidental.
She took my hand
And
in
I
both
was
of hers,
so glad the
and
book
she
could serve
said,
that purpose.
"I'm so sorry,
She asked
baby."
if we could meet again,
and I believed
we started
her.
having coffee
Miss
once a
Carolyn
month,
is not a woman
just
who
checking in,
apologizes on
sharing
behalf
updates,
of other people
building
as
a
a
friendship
deflection.
neither of us
She was
expected,
apologizing
but
for
both
her
of us
own
needed.
grief,
And
for the
I
loss
realized
of what
that
she'd
healing
hoped her
happens
son's
in
life would
community.
be, for the
That we're
gap
not meant
between
to
the man
survive
she'd
trauma
raised
alone.
and the man
Nicole
he'd
met
shown
Diane
himself
and
to
Alana
be.
too.
I
The
squeezed
four of
her
us had
hands
dinner
and
together
told her I was
and
okay.
sitting around that
She
table
said,
with
"I know
three
you
other
are."
women who'd
We
all
stood there a
loved
moment
and left
longer
the
than a
same
grocery
man
store
felt
parking
surreal
lot
and
required.
powerful and
Then
healing
went
in
our
ways
separate
I
ways.
didn't know I still
It was
needed.
one of the more
We
dignified
joked about
endings
starting
to
a
something
support group,
painful that I've
survivors
experienced,
of Marcus
and
Thompson,
I'm grateful for
and
it.
then we realized
Pastor
that's
Drummond,
essentially what
I understand
we
that you relocated
an
to
informal
another
network
city.
of women
Whether
helping
he's
each other
found another
process
congregation,
and heal and
another
move
platform,
forward, and it
another
felt right.
community willing to
Alana
restore
said,
him
"My
to a
father
position
left
of
destruction
spiritual
everywhere
authority."
he went, but
I
look
genuinely
what grew
don't
from it.
know.
Look at this
I don't follow
community of
his
strong
movements.
women who
What I do
refuse to
know
stay
is that the
broken.
accountability
And
he
she was
faced
right.
in Atlanta
Marcus's
was largely
legacy
informal
wasn't just
rather than
pain.
institutional.
It was also
which
the
is
strength
both
we'd
typical
found in
and
surviving
deeply
him.
unsatisfying.
The second book came
the
out
church
this fall,
protected its
and we
reputation
included
as
Nicole's
long as it
story
could,
with her permission,
then moved on,
and the
as
response was
institutions
even
do.
stronger than the first
people
time.
most directly
Women
harmed by
saying
what
they'd
he
been
did
the
had
other
to find
woman
their own
and
way
never
to the
told
other
anyone.
side, with
Never
little help
processed
from the
their own
structures that
victimhood.
were supposed
And
to
now
hold
they
him
finally
accountable.
could.
That is
We
not
started
a unique
getting
story
invited
in
to
religious
speak at
communities,
universities,
and
at
that
women's
fact doesn't make it
organizations,
less true
at therapy
or less
conferences.
painful.
The
Renee
four
is
of
doing
us
well,
together
as we
telling
last
our
spoke.
interconnected
She's
stories,
doing some consulting
showing
work,
how one
which
person's
she'd been
pattern
wanting to
can
do for
affect
years,
so many lives,
but had set
but
aside
doesn't
to
have to
support her
define them.
husband's ministry.
James comes to
Her
some of
kids
the
are
events
adjusting
now,
in the way
sits in the
kids
audience,
adjust,
and
which is to
afterward
say
women approach
unevenly
him
and
asking
with
what
a
it's
lot
like
of
to
help
love
from their
someone
mother.
who's survived this
She
kind of
mentioned
trauma.
she'd started
And
attending
he's
a smaller
honest.
church,
Says it
which made me
requires
smile.
patience and
Something about
understanding
both of
and
us
never
landing in
taking
smaller,
trust for
quieter
granted.
places
He
after
said,
years
but
of
it's
the
worth
large
it.
and
She's
the
worth
prominent
it.
felt right.
The depth she has
Like
because
we'd
of
both
what she's
learned something about
survived
what
makes her
actually
capacity
sustains
for
you
love
versus
and
what
joy
looks like
even
it should.
greater.
People
And hearing
ask me
him
about
say
faith.
that in public made
Whether
me
what
fall
happened
in love
broke
with
it,
him all
whether
over
I
again.
still believe in the church
Zara's
as an
daughter Maya
institution, is 5 now,
whether the betrayal of a man who was supposed to represent something sacred destroyed my relationship with that
and I realized we've been
honest
so
answer
focused
is
on
that
the
my
work
faith
that
is
we brought it
intact,
home in
though
ways
it looks
we shouldn't
different than
have,
it did.
that she
It is
deserved
quieter.
innocence.
It is
I
less
told
dependent
her
on
I talk about them
institutional
so
validation.
other grandmas, granddaughters
it is less likely
never
to
have to
accept
meet
someone's
them.
spiritual
And she
authority
said,
at
"That's good,
face
Grandma.
value and
You're
more
like a
interested in the
superhero."
evidence of how
And
they
I
actually
thought about
live.
how different her
It
world
has,
would be
in
from
some
mine.
ways,
How
become
she'd
more
grow up
personal
with
and
language
more
for
durable
abuse,
precisely
with permission
because
to
it is
leave,
no longer
with
being held up
models
by
of healthy
structures I've
love.
had to stop
The
trusting.
speaking engagements
What I
have
believe
slowed
now
down.
is simpler
We're
than
all
what I
getting
believed
older.
before.
Diane
And
is
I think
65
simpler is
now and
closer
wants
to
to
the truth.
retire.
I believe in showing up honestly.
And a demanding
career.
I
believe in paying attention to what the people closest to you are actually doing rather than what they're saying.
Let the books speak for themselves.
I believe that love is not naivete.
We did one final event last month.
Trust is not passivity.
Our farewell
and faith
tour,
is not
and
the same as looking away.
Standing room
I believe
only,
that the hardest
women
lessons
of all
tend to be the
ages
most
read the
permanent
books
ones,
or heard about
and
them,
that the clearing
or
that
just needed
happens
to know
after
that survival
devastation
was possible.
as brutal
We
as
each
the
spoke
clearing
about where we
process
are now,
is,
not
makes
about
room
Marcus,
for things that
but
couldn't
about the
grow in
lives
the
we
shade
built.
of what was there
and
before.
then we opened it up for
I am
questions,
31
and
years
a young
old.
woman in the back
I
stood
live
up
in an
and
apartment
said,
I
I'm
like
in the hotel
in a
hallway
neighborhood
right
I've
now,
come to love.
metaphorically.
I have a
and
job I'm good
scared.
at and that I find
Tell me it's
meaningful.
worth it to knock.
I have friends
The
who are
four
real,
of us answered
an
in
honest
unison,
community,
knock,
and a
and
faith
the room
that I have
erupted in
actually
applause,
examined rather
and the
than
young
just
woman was
inherited.
crying, and I knew
I have
we'd
a
done
cleaner
what we set out
relationship
to
with
do.
my own instincts
We'd
than I have
created
had
a
at
roadmap.
any other point
We'd
in my
offered
adult
hope.
life.
We'd
And
proven
I have
that
a capacity
happiness
for
after
solitude
betrayal
that I had
isn't just
never developed
possible.
before.
It's probable
that I
if
think
you
is
do
one
the
of the
work.
most underrated
After that
forms
event,
of
the
strength
four of
a
us went
person
to dinner,
can have.
and we
The
toasted to
ability
Marcus,
to be alone with
not
yourself
with
without
gratitude,
filling
but
the
with
silence with
acknowledgement.
noise.
Here's to the
I
man
am not
who
finished
broke
being
us
affected
and
by what
inadvertently
happened.
introduced us
I
to
don't
our
think
own
you're ever
strength.
finished.
And
Not
we all
really.
laughed because
it shows
was
up
true.
in unexpected
We
moments.
found ourselves by
in the
losing
way
him.
I sometimes
Nicole said,
catch myself
I can't
in a new
believe I
relationship
wasted even
or
6
friendship,
months on him.
looking for
And
the
Diane
frequency
said,
drift
try 2
before
years,
it becomes a
and
problem.
Alana said, try
in the
a
way,
lifetime of
I'll
wishing
hear a
he was
certain
different.
kind of gospel
and
music
I said,
and
we
feel
all
a
wasted
complicated
time,
mixture of
but
love
we got it back
and
with
loss
interest.
that I can't
Look
fully
at us
untangle.
now.
In
And
the
looking
way,
at us,
I
for
sometimes
women
dream
from
about
different
that hallway in the
generations and
Marriott
backgrounds
and wake
and
up with the same
circumstances,
combination of
united
dread
by
and
one
clarity
man's
I felt
dysfunction,
standing
but
outside
defined
that
by
door.
our own resilience.
But I am not
I felt
defined by it
overwhelming
either.
gratitude
That
not
is the
for what
line
we'd
I have
survived,
worked hardest to
but
walk.
for who we'd become.
To let what happened
I'm
be part of my
63
story
now. Marcus
without letting
has been
it be the
dead
whole
for
of it.
almost 3 years.
To carry the knowledge,
and I can finally
it gave me
say
without
without
carrying the wound
hesitation
of
that
it
I'm
in a
glad
way
I
that
knew him,
closes
because
me off
knowing
to what
him
comes
led me
next.
to myself.
What comes
and
next,
myself
I don't
is
know yet.
pretty damn great.
That is not a sad
James
admission.
and I are planning
It is
a
an
trip
honest
around the
one.
world for our 35th
And after years
anniversary.
of filling in that uncertainty
6
with
months of
assumptions,
just wandering
deference,
and exploring
and the voices
and
of other
being present
people's
with
wisdom,
each other.
I
And
find
I'm
not
so
knowing to be one
excited
of the
to do
most
it while
honest
we're
things
still
I can
young
say.
enough to enjoy it.
I'm standing.
The grandkids are
I'm
growing.
clear.
Maya
I am,
and her
in
little
ways I
brother
could not
Jackson
predict it
and
when I was
Alana's
23
2 daughters.
years old
and
in a
we
white
have
dress
family
in that
dinners
sanctuary,
every Sunday where the
more
kids
fully
run
myself
around
than I
and
have
the
ever
adults
been.
drink wine
And that
nobody
is
talks
nothing.
about Marcus
That is,
unless
in
someone
fact,
specifically
everything.
asks.
The end.
My career is
She
over.
caught her pastor in the
Officially
hotel
retired
room
last
with her
month,
sister-in-law.
and my legacy is
I need you to
secure.
understand
Not
something
in
before I
corporate
start.
achievements,
I am
but
not a
in the women I've
suspicious woman
helped,
by nature.
the stories I've
I
shared,
never went through Marcus's
the difference
phone.
I've made by
Never
refusing
questioned
to
his
suffer in
whereabouts.
silence.
Never
The
demanded
letters are
passwords
still
or
in the attic.
check-ins or
Nicole
any of that.
asked if she could
I was
read
raised
them,
to believe
and I
that
said
trust
no.
was the
They weren't
foundation
mine
of
to
a
share.
marriage,
They
and
were
if you didn't
Marcus's
have that,
pathetic
you
attempt
didn't
at
have
redemption,
anything worth
and
keeping.
they should stay private.
My mother told
should
me
die
that.
with him.
My grandmother
the book has
told me
sold
that.
over 100,000
The women in my
copies
family
now,
built their
been
entire
translated into
identities
12
around
languages,
being the kind of wife
and we
who
still
didn't
get
sweat the
emails
small
daily
stuff,
from women
who
saying
gave her
it changed their
husband room
lives,
to breathe,
gave them
who
permission
kept
to
the home
leave,
steady
showed
and the
them
faith
what
strong.
happiness looks like
I carried
after
that into my
heartbreak.
marriage as
that
if it were
impact
scripture.
matters more
And
than
for a
anything
long
else I've
time,
ever
I
done.
thought it was working.
More than promotions
Marcus
or
Webb came
awards
into my
or
life
recognition.
when I was 22 years
Knowing
old,
that my worst day became
standing in the
someone
parking
else's
lot of
catalyst
Greater
for
Anointing
change.
Ministries
That's
after
legacy.
a Sunday morning
That's
service,
purpose.
arguing
That's
with my
meaning.
cousin
I
Danielle
think
about
about
whose
that
turn it was to
Instagram
host
message
Christmas
sometimes.
dinner.
The one from
He walked
Shanice
past
that started
us,
all of
stopped,
this.
looked
And I
at me
wonder where
and
I'd be
said,
if she
I
hadn't
don't know
sent
what
it.
the argument
if I
is about,
discovered the
but
cheating
I
some
hope
other
you
way,
win.
or maybe
That was
never
it.
discovered it at
That
all.
was the whole introduction.
And I'm grateful she
I
was
laughed.
brave enough to
Danielle
get involved.
rolled her eyes,
I
and
reached
3
out
weeks
to her
later,
recently.
Marcus
We hadn't talked
and
in
I
a
were
while,
having coffee
and
at a
told her
little
about the
spot
book
on
and
Cascade
Nicole
Road,
and everything
talking
that had
for
happened.
4 hours
And
like
she
we'd
said,
known each other
"Girl,
our whole lives.
I had no idea
He was
that one
25.
message would lead to
Tall,
all this.
clean cut,
I was
the
just
kind of
trying
man
to look
who
out for
opened
you.
doors without being
I told
asked
her,
and
you did more
remembered
than
things
look
you
out for
mentioned
me.
in
You
passing
saved
3
my life.
conversations ago.
Not literally,
He was
but
thoughtful
in every
in a
way
way that made
matters.
you think
someone had been raised right,
"No, baby,
and he had
you saved your own life.
His mother,
I just
Miss
opened
Carolyn,
a door.
was one
You're
of the
one
most
who walked through
respected
it.
women in our
And
congregation.
She's right. Shanice
His
showed
father
me the
had
truth,
passed
but
when
I'm the one
Marcus
who
was
chose
16,
to face it,
and he
chose to
carried
leave,
that grief with a
chose to
quiet
rebuild,
dignity that I
chose
found
myself
deeply
over
moving at
and
the
over
time.
until choosing
I
myself
thought it meant he
became
understood
natural.
loss,
And
that
that
he
choice
understood
made
how
all the
fragile things
difference.
were.
This
I
really
thought
is
it
the
made
end
him
now.
someone who would
Not
never
because there's
take what
nothing
he had
left
for
to say,
granted.
but because
We
I've
dated
lived
for
long
2 years
enough
and
past
married when I
Marcus
was
that he's
23.
become a footnote.
The wedding
a
was
piece
held
of
in the
history.
same
A
sanctuary
story
where
I
we'd
tell
both been
sometimes,
baptized
but
as
not
children,
a reality I live
and
in
there
ever.
was something about
My
that
reality
symmetry
is
that felt like
James
a
and
promise
grandkids
bigger
and
than the vows
retirement
themselves.
and travel and
My
friendship
father
and
walked me
peace.
down the aisle.
My reality
Miss
is
Carolyn
waking up
cried through
grateful
the
every
entire
single
ceremony.
day. My reality
Pastor
is
Elijah
knowing
Drummond,
with absolute
who had
certainty
known
that
Marcus
leaving was
since
the
he was
best
a
decision
teenager,
I ever
officiated.
made. He gave a sermon before the vows that people in our church still talk about.
Losing me
something
was his
about
biggest
covenants
mistake.
and sacred ground,
not because
and
I
the
was
way
perfect,
God sees
but
marriages,
because I
not
was
as
real
contracts,
and loyal
but as
and
living
willing
things
to build
that have to be
something
tended.
meaningful.
I
And
remember
he threw
standing
that
at
away
that
for
altar
nothing
thinking
that
I had
lasted.
never felt more
But his
certain
loss
about
was never my
anything in my
problem.
life.
His regret
For the
was
first
never my
several
burden.
years,
And
the
his
marriage
death
was
doesn't
good.
change
Not
anything
perfect,
except
because
confirming what I
nothing is,
already knew,
but genuinely
that I
good.
survived him.
We bought a
that I
house in
built
Adamsville.
something better without him.
I was working
that
as
I
a
won
project
by every
manager for
measure
a
that
mid-sized
matters.
healthcare company
I'm
downtown.
closing this story now,
And Marcus was
permanently,
building his
completely,
career in
with
commercial
gratitude
real
for
estate.
every woman
We were
who
busy,
read it and
but we made
found
time for
strength.
each other.
With
We
love
traveled
for the
when we
community
could.
it created.
We had a standing
with
date
peace
night
about
on Fridays.
every choice I
We
made
were
along
active
the
in
way.
the church,
To
both of
Marcus,
us serving on
wherever
different
he is,
ministry teams.
I hope you found
and that
peace
community
eventually.
was the backbone
I hope
of
you
our
understood
social
the
life
damage
in a
you
way
caused.
that felt healthy
I hope you
and
learned
grounding
something before
rather
you
than
died.
insular.
But whether
the
you
first
did
time
or
I
didn't
noticed
doesn't
something
matter
shift
to me anymore.
was about 4 years
To every
into the
woman
marriage.
who's lived some
It
version
wasn't
of the
dramatic.
story, who's
It
standing
wasn't an
outside their
argument,
own room,
a cold shoulder,
804,
or any
who's
of the
reading a
obvious
message
signs
that's about
people
to
talk
change
about.
everything.
It was more
I'm
like
telling
a
you one
frequency
final
change.
time with
When a
everything I
radio
have.
signal drifts
Walk through
slightly
that
off
door.
station,
Choose
you
yourself.
keep reaching for
Don't
the
look
dial to
back.
bring it back.
Your best
but
life
the sound
is waiting.
keeps getting
I
fuzzy
promise
at the
it's
edges.
waiting, and 28
Marcus was
years
present
from now you'll be
physically, but
exactly
somewhere
where you're
else in
supposed to
every
be.
other way that
happy
mattered.
and whole and
I
grateful
chalked it
you
up
were
to work
brave enough
stress.
to leave.
He was trying
That's
to
my
close
truth.
a significant
That's my
deal,
promise.
and the
That's
pressure
my
was
legacy.
visible.
And I'm at
I
peace
gave
with
him
all
space.
of it. This
The
is
deal
the end,
closed.
the real,
Things got a little
absolute
better.
final end.
I stopped
and
paying
I'm
attention
walking
to the
away from this
frequency.
story with my
But
head
that
high
drift
and
never
my heart
fully
full.
corrected itself.
Closing the book
It would
on
settle
Marcus
for a few
Thompson
months
forever,
and then I'd feel
Goodbye
it again.
to all of it.
That subtle
the pain
pulling away,
and the healing
that
and the
quality
telling
of being
and
in
the
the same
retelling.
room with someone
I'm
who
done
had
now,
already left.
finally, and
I mentioned it to
completely
him
done.
once.
I'm
Maybe
going to
8
live the
months
rest of
before
my life in
everything
joy
fell
and
apart.
presence and gratitude.
We were in the kitchen on
and
a Sunday
Marcus Thompson
evening,
will
and
never
I told
cross
him
my
I
mind
felt like
again
we were
unless
losing
I choose
something,
to let him.
like we were
And
becoming
I'm choosing
roommates
not to.
who went to church
That's
together
freedom.
instead
That's
of
victory.
husband and
That's
wife.
everything,
He
and
listened.
that's where this story
He
ends.
nodded. He
For
said
real
I was
this
right
time.
and that he would do
Forever.
better. And
I
he did
followed my
for about
husband to
6
this
weeks.
hotel.
Then
and
the
caught
drift
him
came
with
back,
another
and
woman's
this time
cheating
it brought
story.
company.
I couldn't
started
believe I
spending
was
more
staring
time
at
at
a
the
message
church.
from a complete
Not just
stranger,
Sundays,
a
but
woman
multiple
I'd never
evenings
met,
a week.
telling
Tuesday
me my
Bible
husband
study,
wasn't
which
alone.
he'd attended off
Marcus
and on for
had left
years,
for Dallas
became
3 days
a
ago.
non-negotiable
Another
standing
conference,
commitment.
another hotel,
Thursday leadership
another
meetings
week
that
of me
he'd
holding
never
down
mentioned
everything
before
at
started
home while
appearing
he
on his
networked
calendar.
and closed deals.
Saturday morning
And
prayer
I
calls
trusted
that
him.
seemed to stretch
God,
past
I
noon.
trusted him so
I didn't
much
question it at
hurts to
first
even think
because
about
the church
now.
had always
The
been
message
central
came
to
through
our lives.
Instagram,
And
a DM
honestly,
from an account
I told
I didn't
myself I should be
recognize.
glad
No
he was
profile
investing in
picture,
his spiritual
just a
growth
name.
instead of
Shanice
sitting at home
_ATL,
disconnected.
and it
I
said,
told myself
hey girl,
a lot of things that
I don't
year.
know you, but
I was
think
very
you should know your
creative with my
husband isn't
explanations.
in Dallas alone.
What I didn't pay
I
close
saw
enough
him at the
attention
W
to was
last
the way
night
he
with
started
someone.
guarding his phone.
My stomach dropped
Marcus
and I sat
had
there on
never
the
been
couch.
secretive about his phone
Scandal
before.
playing in the background.
We weren't the type to go
Reading
through
it
each other's
again and
devices,
again.
but
My
we also
hands
weren't the
shaking
type
so
to hide
bad,
them.
I almost
His
dropped
phone
my
had
phone.
always just been his
I typed
phone,
back immediately.
sitting on the counter,
Who is this?
face up,
What are you
no
talking
drama.
about? And the
But
3
somewhere
dots
around
appeared,
7 months before
disappeared,
that Wednesday
appeared
night,
again,
I
and then
started
she said,
noticing
I'm
that
a
he'd
bartender
flip it
at the
over
W in
whenever I
Midtown.
walked into the room.
Your husband came in
that
last
he'd take
night
calls
with a
in the
woman.
garage.
They were all
His
over
screen
each other.
brightness was
I
always
recognized
set to
him
the
from your
lowest
Instagram.
level.
I'm sorry.
I noticed.
I felt like you
I
needed
filed
to know.
it away.
I felt
I
like
didn't
the
want to
room
be
was
the
spinning
suspicious
because
wife.
the W in Midtown
My mother's
is Atlanta,
voice in my head,
and
my
Marcus
grandmother's
was
voice,
supposed to be in
the
Dallas.
voices of every
Unless he
woman in my
wasn't.
family
Unless
who had
this
ever
whole
told
trip
me
was
that
a
a
lie
man
from the
needed
start.
space and trust.
I clicked on her profile,
I listened to those
private
voices
account,
instead of my own
47
instincts,
followers,
and I will carry the
nothing
weight of that
suspicious
choice for
about
a
it.
long time.
Just someone trying
On
to
Wednesday
protect their
night,
peace.
it all collapsed,
But the fact
as it
that she
often
went out of
does.
her way to
I'd
message
had a
me
long
made
day
it
at
feel
work,
real.
back-to-back
Too real.
meetings.
I
ate
went to
lunch at my
Marcus's
desk
location
and
on Find
drove
My
home
iPhone.
in that
We
particular
shared
locations years ago after I got stranded
every
with a
life
flat
decision
tire,
you've
and
ever
he couldn't
made.
find me.
Marcus
Never
was
thought
already
I'd be using it like
and
this.
heading out when I
and
walked
the pin
in the
dropped
door.
right there in Atlanta.
He kissed me on the
in
cheek,
Midtown.
said he had a
right
late
near the
leadership
W
debrief
Hotel.
at the church.
My vision
and said
blurred,
he'd be
and I
home
had to
by
blink
10.
back tears just
I
to see
kicked
the
off my
screen
shoes,
because he lied.
changed into something
He looked me in
comfortable,
the face 3 days
heated the
ago.
leftovers in the
Kissed me
fridge,
goodbye.
and was in
Told
bed
me
by
he
9.
loved me
Watching
and
a
lied.
show I'd
I
already
called
seen
him,
twice,
and it went
because
straight
I
to
was too
voicemail.
tired to
Called
invest
again,
in anything
voicemail.
new. My phone
Texted,
rang
call me
at
now,
9:47.
and got nothing. Just
Unknown
radio
number.
silence.
Atlanta
So
area
I called the
code.
W
I
Hotel
stared at it
directly,
for a moment,
and my voice
then
was
picked
steady
up because
even though my
something,
insides
some
were
instinct
screaming.
I hadn't learned
said,
to ignore
"Hi,
yet.
Can you
told me
connect
to
me
answer.
to Marcus
The
Thompson's
woman on
room,
the other
please?"
end had a
and
calm
the front
voice.
desk lady
The way
paused,
people are
clicked
calm
some
when they've
keys,
made a
said
decision
one
they
moment.
can't take back.
And that hold music
She didn't
made me want
introduce
to throw
herself.
my phone across the
She
room.
didn't apologize
Then
for
she
calling.
came back and said,
She just
"I'm
said,
transferring
"Is
you
this
now,"
Marcus
and
Webb's
it rang
wife?
once,
And the way
twice,
she said wife
3
with
times,
this
and then a
particular
woman
weight on
answered.
it
not
my
Marcus,
stomach
a
drop
woman.
before I'd
her
even
voice
processed
groggy
the question.
and annoyed, saying,
I
"Hello."
said yes.
I froze.
I asked who
Every
she was.
nerve in my body
She
went
said
cold.
her name didn't
I
matter.
couldn't speak.
Then
I
told
couldn't
me my
breathe.
husband
And
wasn't
she
at
said,
any church
"Hello,"
meeting.
again.
She said
more
he was at the
irritated
Marriott
this time,
Peachtree,
and I hung
room
up.
214,
My chest
and
felt
that
like
he was
it was
not
caving
alone.
in because a
She
woman
said
answered
it
his
without
hotel room
drama,
at 10
without
in the morning
emotion,
in Atlanta,
like she was
when
reading
he was
an address
supposed to
off
be
a
in
piece
Dallas.
of paper.
I sat there
And
for
then she
maybe
hung
5
up.
minutes, just staring
I
at the
sat in
wall,
my bed
and then
for
something in
probably
me
4
snapped.
full minutes
I wasn't
without
about
moving.
to sit here and
I ran
fall
through
apart.
every
I
rational
needed to see this
alternative
for
I could
myself.
manufacture wrong
I
number.
grabbed my keys
Someone
and my
is playing a
purse,
game.
and I was out the
A
door.
misunderstanding.
The W was
A
only
mix-up.
20 minutes
Some
away in
woman
traffic,
with a grudge
but
against
I
a
made
different
it in 12.
Marcus Webb in
My
a
heart
different
was
marriage
pounding
with a
so
different
hard,
wife.
I thought I might
I
pass
built
out
those
in the lobby,
alternatives up as
but
high
I
as
walked
I
up
could,
to the front desk
and then I
like
watched
I
them
belonged
collapse
there,
on their own
confident,
because not one of them
unbothered.
could hold the weight
Even though
of
I
what
was
I'd
breaking
heard in that
inside.
woman's voice.
I smiled
She
big
wasn't
and
making
warm
something
and
up.
said, "Hi,
She knew something,
I'm here to
and
surprise
she
my
had
husband,
decided I
Marcus
should know it
Thompson.
too.
Can
I
you
got
tell me
up.
what room he's in?"
I got
And the
dressed.
guy at the desk
Not
hesitated,
slowly,
said,
not
"I'm
dramatically,
sorry, ma'am.
just mechanically.
I can't give out room
the way
numbers."
you move when your brain
I
has
leaned
made a
in,
decision,
dropped my voice,
and your body
said,
is
"Look,
following
it's our
orders
anniversary.
before your
I
emotions
flew
have
in
had
to
a
surprise
chance to
him.
vote.
Please,
I grabbed my
I just
keys
wanna
and
see
my
my
purse,
husband."
and I drove
And
to
he
that
looked at me,
Marriott. And
looked
I
at
want to
his
tell you that
computer,
I was composed
sighed,
the whole
and
way
said,
there.
"Room
But the
804."
truth is that I
I
cried for the
thanked him
first
and
10
headed
minutes of
straight
that
for the
drive.
elevators.
And then
My
something
hands
switched off
trembling
inside
as
me,
I hit the
and
button,
I went very
and
still.
the ride up felt
Not
like
peaceful
forever.
still.
Every
Certain
floor
still.
that passed made
Like
my
I already
stomach
knew what I
twist
was about
tighter.
to find.
When the
and
doors
grief
opened
of
on the
knowing
8th
it had
floor, I
arrived
stepped
before
out
the
and
proof.
followed the signs.
The lobby of the Marriott
804
was
was at
bright
the end of
and
the hall,
quiet.
and I
One of
stood
those
outside
business
that
travel
door for a
hotels
full
where
minute
the energy
because
at
part of
10
me wanted
o'clock
to
on
turn
a
around,
Wednesday is tired
pretend
and
I never saw that
transactional.
message,
A man
go
in a
home
suit was
and
checking
live
in
in
at the
blissful
front
ignorance,
desk.
but I
A
couldn't.
woman was waiting
I
for the
knocked,
elevator
3
with a
sharp
rolling
knocks,
suitcase.
and there was silence.
Nobody
Then
paid me
shuffling,
any attention.
whispers.
I
The lock
took the
clicked,
elevator to the
door
second
opened
floor
a crack,
and walked
there
down
he
the
was,
hallway.
Marcus,
And when
my
I got
husband,
to room 214,
standing there in a hotel robe,
I stood outside
hair
that door
messy,
and
eyes
I
wide,
made myself
saying,
breathe.
"Baby,
I could
what
hear
are you
the
doing
television.
here?" His voice
A low
cracking,
murmur of sound,
guilt written
some late
all
night
over his
show.
face.
The kind of
I
noise
pushed
people
the
put
door
on
open,
when they want to feel
stepped
less
inside,
alone or
and there
less
she was,
conspicuous.
sitting on the
there
bed,
was light under
wrapped
the door.
in a sheet.
Someone
Her
was awake in
makeup
that room,
smudged.
and they had
My
no
husband's
idea I was
clothes on the
standing
floor
18
next to
inches away
hers.
from them.
She looked
I
at
knocked
me.
2
I
firm
looked at her.
knocks, not
Marcus
frantic,
stood
not
frozen
timid.
between us like
The
a deer in
television kept
headlights.
going.
And I said,
I heard
"So
movement,
this is Dallas."
the
My
unmistakable
voice
sound
calm,
of people
too calm,
adjusting,
the kind of calm that comes
the
right
shuffle
before a
and
storm.
hush of a situation
Marcus
being
started stammering,
rearranged before
"Baby,
a door
listen,
opens.
this isn't
I
what it
heard
looks
a low
like.
male
I
voice
can
saying
explain,"
something I
and
couldn't make out.
actually laughed.
I heard another
Not because
voice
it was funny,
respond.
but because
I
that's what
stood
they all
there,
say.
and I waited.
Every cheating
And when
man
the
in
door
history has
finally
used that
opened,
exact line.
I was looking at
The woman
Pastor
on the
Elijah
bed pulled
Drummond.
the sheet tighter around
He was wearing a
herself
hotel
and said,
robe.
"Marcus,
His hair,
who is this?"
usually
and I turned
perfectly
to her,
shaped for
looked
Sunday
her dead in
mornings,
the eye,
was not
and
right.
said, "I'm his wife."
eyes went
"Who
wide
the hell
when
are
he saw
you?"
me,
Her
and for
face
just a
went
moment,
pale, and she
one
looked at
very
Marcus
small
like
and
he
very
just
honest
betrayed
moment,
her too.
I saw
Like she
pure
didn't
panic
know.
cross his face
Like maybe
before
he
he
told her
composed
he was
himself
single
into the
or
Pastor
divorced
Drummond
or some
I had
other
known
lie.
for 11 years.
And she said, "His
but
wife?"
I had already
Marcus,
seen the panic.
you told me you were
I had
separated.
already clocked the robe
And there it
and
was,
the hair,
the
and
web
the way
of
he was
lies
standing in the
unraveling
doorway
right
of a
in front of
hotel
me.
room at 10
Because
o'clock
not
on a
only was
Wednesday
he
night,
cheating,
and
he was
every
telling
question
this
in my
woman we were
mind
separated
collapsed
when
into
I
a
just
single
kissed
point
him
of
goodbye 3
terrible
days
clarity.
ago. I looked
looked
back at
past
Marcus
him into
and
the
said,
room.
"Separated?
The lamp
Is
on the
that what you
nightstand
told
was
her?"
on.
When exactly
the bed
did we
covers
separate
were pulled
Marcus?
back and rumpled.
Because I must
and
have
sitting
missed
on the
that
far edge of the
conversation.
bed,
He
wrapped
opened his
from her
mouth,
shoulders
but
to her
nothing
knees
came
in the
out.
white bed
Just
sheet,
pathetic
was
silence.
a woman I had
And
known
the woman
since
got
the
up,
year I joined
started
Greater
grabbing her
Anointing
clothes,
Ministries.
said, "I can't
A
believe
woman
this.
who had sat
You're
beside me at
disgusting."
women's
And
ministry
I almost
retreats
felt bad
and
for her,
eaten at my kitchen
almost,
table and
because
been
she was
in my
a victim
wedding.
here too.
A woman whose
just
last
not my
name was
priority.
Webb, because she had been born into the same family as my husband.
Shot Marcus one last look of pure
Marcus's
disgust
younger sister,
and walked past
30
me out the
years
door.
old.
And then it
The
was
woman
just
I
the
had
two
called
of
my
us,
sister-in-law
me
and
the
my
man
friend
I'd
for
built a
11
life
years.
with.
I want to
Standing in a
stop here
hotel room
because
that
I need you
smelled
to
like
actually
betrayal.
sit with what I'm
I
describing.
walked over to the bed.
I drove
sat
to the
down on the
hotel
edge,
expecting to
looked
find
at
my
the rumpled
husband
sheets,
with another woman.
The 2 coffee cups
What I
on the
found
nightstand,
instead was my
the
pastor,
room service tray
a
with
married
breakfast
man
for
with
2,
3 children
and I felt
and
this
20
strange
years
calm
of
wash
spiritual
over me
authority
because
over
the
my
wondering was
community.
over.
In a
The
hotel room with
paranoia
my
I'd
sister-in-law.
convinced myself was
My husband
crazy
was
actually
nowhere in that
real,
room.
and now
And
I
the
knew.
caller who sent me
Marcus
there knew
finally
exactly
found
what
his
I would
voice
find.
and said, "Baby,
The world
please,
did not spin.
let me explain.
It didn't do
was a
anything
mistake.
dramatic
It
or
didn't mean
cinematic.
anything." And
It
I
just
held up my
rearranged
hand to stop
itself
him
very
because I'd heard
quietly
enough.
into a shape I
I'd
didn't
seen
recognize.
enough. And nothing he
Pastor
could
Drummond
say would
started
change what I
talking
just
immediately.
walked in on.
His voice
I
was
said,
low,
"How
measured,
long?" And he
controlled.
hesitated,
He
looked
said,
away,
"Sister Keisha,
and I said it again,
this is not what
louder.
dash."
How
and I
long,
held up one
Marcus?
hand, and
he
something in my
mumbled 6
face
months,
made him
like
stop
that would
mid-sentence.
somehow hurt less than
I looked
saying
at Tamara.
it clearly.
She had pulled the sheet higher up around herself,
lying to my face,
and she was looking at a point somewhere to the left of my face,
and late nights
unable or unwilling to meet my eyes directly.
And kissing
I had
me
known
like
this woman for over a decade, and she couldn't look at me. That told me more than the robe or the rumpled bed or any of the rest of it.
Looked out at the Atlantic skyline
very calmly,
and said,
"Where's
I want
Marcus?"
you to know that I love you.
Neither of them answered
I gave
immediately.
You everything,
Pastor
and you threw it away
Drummond
for
opened
what?
his
For
mouth,
her, for the
and
thrill,
I cut him off
for the
before
ego
he could
boost
start.
of having two women.
I said,
and
"Not
my voice
you."
didn't break.
Her.
Didn't waver
Tamara
because
finally
I was
looked
done
at me.
crying over him.
Her eyes were wet.
He tried to come
but she
closer.
hadn't cried yet.
Tried to touch my
She
shoulder.
said she didn't
and
know.
I stepped back.
I
said,
told her
"Don't-
that was interesting.
Don't you dare touch
Given
me,
that my
because his
husband
hands
had told
felt
me he was at a
contaminated
church
now.
meeting tonight.
Everything about
and
him
I had
felt
a
dirty.
feeling the two things
I
were
pulled
connected.
out my phone.
She
opened
looked
the
away
camera
again.
and
So
started
I called
recording.
Marcus.
looking
right
confused,
there in the doorway,
saying,
phone
"What
on
are you
speaker,
doing?" And I
loud
said,
enough that
"I'm documenting
everyone in
this,
that
your
hallway
confession,
and everyone
this
in that
hotel
room could hear
all of
every
it.
word.
Because when
He
I
picked
file
up
for
on the
divorce,
second ring.
I want to make sure
His
the
voice
judge
was
knows
normal,
exactly
relaxed.
who you are.
The voice of a
His face
man
went
who
from
had
guilty
no
to
idea
panicked
the
real
floor
quick,
was about
and
to
he said,
disappear from
"Divorce?
under him.
Baby,
He
come
said
on.
he was wrapping
We can
up
work
at the
through
church.
this.
Asked
We can go
if
to
I was
counseling,
okay,
and I
asked if I
actually
needed
laughed
anything.
again because the
I
audacity
said,
of this
"Which
man
church,
thinking I would
Marcus?"
stay.
He
thinking
paused
I
for
would
just
work
a
through
beat.
him sleeping
Not
with
long,
another woman
but I
for
heard
6
it.
months.
He
was
said greater
genuinely
anointing,
insane.
same as always.
I recorded him standing there in his robe.
"So you're there right now."
Recorded the hotel room.
He said yes.
The evidence of
I
his
said,
betrayal.
"Then I need you
and
to
then I
explain to
stopped,
me why I'm
put my
standing
phone away
outside room
and said, I'll be
214
moved
at the
out by
Marriott
the time you
Peachtree,
get home.
looking at your
Don't
pastor
bother trying to
and your
contact
sister."
me. My
The
lawyer will
silence
be in
that
touch.
followed that
I
sentence
walked toward
was
the
one
door,
of the
and
longest
he followed
I
me,
have ever
begging now,
experienced.
please.
It was the
don't do
silence
this.
of someone
I love
whose
you.
entire
I made a
architecture
mistake,
of deception
and I
just
turned around
cracked
one last
at
time
every
and
joint
said, "You didn't make a
simultaneously.
mistake, Marcus."
It was the silence
You made
of a
choice
man running
over
through
and over
every
again
possible
for 6
response,
months, and now
finding
I'm
none
making
worked.
mine.
And
I
then
left
he
him
said
standing
it.
there in that
He
hotel
said,
room
"Keisha,
and took
I
the
can
elevator
explain.
back down.
Not,
Walked
what
through
are you
the lobby
talking
with
about?
my head high,
Not,
even though I
that's
wanted
impossible.
to collapse. Got in
Not,
my car,
you must be
and
mistaken.
the second I closed
He said
the door,
I can
the tears
explain,
came.
which meant he
Not
had something
sad
to
tears,
explain,
angry
which
tears.
meant he already knew
Because
what I was
I'd
looking
wasted
at,
5 years
which
of my
meant
life
that
on a
whatever
man
was
who didn't
happening in that
deserve me.
hotel room was
I
not
drove
new
home
information
and
to my
immediately
husband.
started packing
I
his
told
things,
him to come.
every shirt,
I told
every
him to
pair
come
of
right
shoes.
now.
Every
And I
reminder
hung up.
of him went into
15
trash
minutes
bags,
later,
and I
he
piled
walked
them
off that
all in the
elevator
garage
and down
because
that
I
hallway,
wanted them out of my sight.
and I watched his face.
I called
the
my
whole
girl
way.
Tasha and
He didn't
told
look
her
shocked.
everything.
He
And
didn't
she
look
came
confused.
over within the hour with
He looked
wine
like a
and
man
tissues
walking
and
towards
righteous
something
anger,
he had known was
saying,
coming.
I knew something
and there
was
was
off with
something
him.
almost like
I never
relief in his
trusted his
expression
ass,
that made
and
me angrier
honestly,
than
I needed
anything
to
else
hear
I
that.
had seen or
Needed
heard
someone
that
to validate
entire night.
that my gut had
Because
been right
relief
all
meant
along.
he was tired
That
of carrying
night Marcus
something.
called 17
and the fact
times,
that he had been
texted
carrying it
34
without telling me
messages,
meant he had
all the
chosen
same
to carry it
desperate
alone
bullshit.
rather than
I'm
trust
sorry.
me with the truth.
Please talk to me.
We did not have
I
a
love
screaming
you.
match in that
I'll
hallway.
do anything.
All
and
four
I
of us
blocked
ended
his
up in that
number
room
because
I
I
wasn't
didn't
about
need
to
his
have this
apologies.
conversation where
Didn't need his
anyone walking
explanations.
past could hear it.
Didn't
and
need
I think
anything
everyone
from him
involved
anymore.
understood that.
I contacted
Pastor
a divorce
Drummond
attorney
sat
the
in the
next
chair
morning.
by the window.
A woman Tasha
Tamara
recommended
put on the
who
second
had a
hotel robe
reputation
and
for
sat
eating
back
cheating
down on the
husbands
edge of the
alive
bed.
in court.
Marcus
and
stood
when
near
I walked
the door
into her office
and I stood in
told
the
her
middle
my
of that
story,
room,
she smiled.
looked at each of them
Actually
and said,
smiled
very
and
quietly,
said, "Oh, honey,
someone needs to start
we're
talking."
going to take him for
what came out over
everything
the
he's
next
got.
2 hours
Turns
in
out
that
Georgia
hotel room
is
with
a
the television
divorce
still
state,
murmuring in the
meaning his
background and the
infidelity
city
actually
moving around
mattered.
outside the
And
window,
because we'd been married
completely
5
indifferent
years
to what was
and
happening
I'd supported
inside,
him through
was
grad
one of the
school
most
while he built his
painful
career.
and most
I was
clarifying
entitled to
conversations
alimony
of my life.
and a significant
Marcus
portion
had
of
been
our
at the
assets.
church approximately
Marcus
4
tried
months
to come
earlier
home 2
for a
days later
Thursday
and
evening
found the locks
leadership meeting.
changed. His
The
stuff
meeting
in the
ended
garage
earlier
and
than
a
expected,
note on the door that
and
said,
he had gone
"You can
back
pick up
to
your
the main
things
building to
between 2
retrieve
and
his
4
jacket
p.m.
from
on
the room
Saturday.
where they'd been
My
meeting.
brother will be
He
here
had
to
walked
supervise
past Pastor
because I
Drummond's
wasn't about
office,
to deal with
which
him
should have
alone.
been empty at that
He
hour.
showed up that
and the
Saturday
door
looking
had
like
been
he hadn't
slightly
slept,
open.
eyes red,
He heard voices.
face haggard,
He
and
heard
my
sounds
brother
that
Marcus,
stopped him in the
hallway.
Yeah, we had the same
He
name,
stood outside that door for long enough to understand exactly what was happening inside
loaded his
it, and then he walked away.
His car.
He did not tell me.
It felt poetic somehow.
He did not tell Sister
Having
Renee.
a real man watch
He did
a
not
fake
go
one
to the
pack
church
up his
elders,
lies.
the deacon
The
board,
divorce took
or
4 months
any
to
of the
finalize,
accountability
and in that
structures
time
that
I
exist
found out
within a
even
church
more.
for exactly
Found
this kind of
messages between
situation.
him and at
He
least
went home,
2 other women.
lay down
Found
beside me
credit
in our
card
bed,
statements
and
for
started
hotels
thinking
and
about what
dinners
that
I was
information
never
was
at.
worth.
Found a whole
I want to be
secret
precise
life
about
I'd
what
been
I'm
blind
telling
to
you because I
trusted
think the
him.
details matter.
My attorney used all
Marcus
of it.
did not go
Every
to Pastor
text,
Drummond
every
out of
receipt,
anger or
every
protectiveness
piece of evidence,
or
and when
any
we
impulse
walked into
I could
that
respect,
courtroom, Marcus
even
looked
while I was hurt by
terrified
it,
because he
he
knew
went to
was
him
caught.
deliberately,
Knew there was no
strategically,
talking
with
his
a
way out
list
of
of things he wanted.
The judge looked
He
at the
wanted the
evidence,
church board
looked at
position
Marcus
he'd been
with
passed
pure
over for
disdain,
twice,
and
he
awarded
wanted
me
the
the house,
pastoral mentorship he'd
alimony
been
for
requesting
3
for
years,
years and
half
kept
of his
being told to
retirement
wait
account.
for.
And
He wanted to
Marcus had
preach,
the nerve to look
which
shocked,
Marcus had
like
wanted he
since he was
expected
young,
to cheat and
but
get
had
away
never
with
been
it
given a real
consequence-free.
platform.
I walked out of
And
that
he wanted the
courtroom
kind of
feeling
access
lighter than
and
I had in
standing in
months,
that community
like I'd
that he
finally
felt he
shed
deserved,
dead weight,
but
and
had
when
never been
Marcus
able to
tried to
earn
stop
through
me in the
ordinary
hallway,
means.
tried one
He
last
laid
time
all
to
of that out for
apologize.
Pastor
I
Drummond
looked
in
at
a
him
private
and
meeting
said,
the week
I hope
after
she
he
was
walked
worth it,
past
and
that
kept
office door.
walking.
And
Shanice,
Pastor Drummond,
the bartender who
a man
messaged
who had
me,
built his
reached
entire
out again a
identity
few
on
weeks after the
spiritual
divorce was
authority
final,
and moral
said,
leadership,
"Hey girl,
sat
I've
across
been thinking
from
about
one of his
you.
congregants
I hope you're
and
okay."
agreed.
And I
Because
thanked
he didn't
her,
have a choice,
told her she'd
or at
saved
least
me
that's
from
how Marcus
wasting
had
any
framed
more
it for him.
years on a man
And
who didn't value
because
me.
powerful
Told
men
her
who
she
have
was
been
the
doing
real
wrong
one for
things in
reaching out
secret
when she
are
didn't have
often
to.
more afraid of being
She said
exposed
she'd seen
than they
too
are
many
committed
women
to doing
get played
right.
at that bar.
So for
said
4
she had a
months,
sixth
the
sense for
arrangement
men who were up
held.
to no good.
Marcus got his
and when
board
she
seat.
saw Marcus
He
that
got
night
his
with his
mentorship
wedding ring
meetings.
in his pocket,
He got
and
to
his
preach
hands
on 2
all over
Sunday
that woman.
evenings.
She knew
He got
she
the
had to say
standing
something.
and the access
I
and the
sold the
deference
house
he'd
6
been
months
wanting,
later
and
because
he
I
paid
didn't
for
want
his
a
silence
space
about
that
what
held
he knew.
so many memories
And what
of a
he
lie.
knew was that the
Took
man
money
delivering
and moved
sermons
into a
about
high-rise in
covenant and
Buckhead.
sacred ground
Started
on
over
Sunday
completely,
mornings was
new
spending
place,
Wednesday nights
new
in
energy,
hotel
new
rooms
life.
with his younger
Marcus
sister.
tried to reach
When
out on my
Marcus
birthday,
told me this,
sent
when
flowers
all
to
of
my
it
new
came
address
out,
somehow,
I went very
and
quiet
I threw
for a
them
long
in the
time.
trash without reading
Not
the
because
card,
I was at a
because
loss
I
for
didn't
words,
need his
but
performative
because I was
gestures.
trying to find
Didn't
words
need his
that were
guilt
accurate
offerings.
rather than just
I ran into
reactive.
him a year
I
later
looked
at
at
a
my
restaurant.
husband,
He
this
was
man
with
I had
someone
married
new,
in that
and
sanctuary.
when our eyes met across the
This
room,
man
I
whose
felt
grief
nothing,
I had found
no
moving
anger,
and whose
no
thoughtfulness
sadness,
I
no
had
lingering
found beautiful.
feelings.
And I
Just
tried to locate
difference,
something
and
I
that's when I
recognized
knew
some
I'd
version of the
truly moved
person
on.
I had built
He looked
11
like he
years
wanted
of my
to
life
come over,
around.
wanted to talk.
I asked
but
him one
I
question.
turned back to my date.
I asked him
a man
if
who'd
at any
proven
point in
himself
those
honest
4 months,
and steady
knowing what
and
he knew
nothing
about
like
his
Marcus,
own sister and his
I
pastor,
didn't give my ex
he
another
had considered
glance.
telling me.
The audacity
Not
of
the
men
elders,
who cheat is
not
something
Sister
I'll
Renee,
never understand.
not any
The way they
institutional
think they can
body.
have everything.
Just me,
The devoted wife
his
at
wife.
home, and the
Had it
excitement
occurred
on the
to him
side.
even once to come
like, we're
home
not
and tell me
human
the
beings
truth?
with feelings
He was
and dignity
quiet for a
and the
moment.
right to be respected.
Then he said he
But
hadn't
here's
wanted
what
to
I
put that
learned.
on me.
You can't make
I have
someone
thought
value
about that
you.
answer many
You can't
times
love
since
someone
that
into
night.
being faithful.
I have turned it
All
over
you can
from
do is
every
know your
angle.
worth and walk
And
away
every
when
time
someone
I come
shows
back
you
to
they
the
don't see
same
it.
conclusion,
And I'm
which is that it
grateful
was
now,
not an act of
grateful for
protection.
Shanice's message.
It was an act of exclusion.
Grateful for that knock
He
on
had
room
decided
804.
unilaterally that I
Grateful
didn't get
for
to
the
know.
truth, even though
Not
it
because the
shattered my
knowledge
world.
would have hurt me,
because staying
though it
with
would have,
Marcus would have
but
shattered
because
me
sharing
even
it would have
more.
required him
I'm
to
32
share what
now,
he was
living
doing
my
with it
best
as well.
life, traveling,
And he wasn't ready to
thriving
give
in
that
my
up.
career,
I
dating
left that
intentionally,
hotel room
and
at
I've
close
never
to
been
midnight.
happier because
I
I'm
drove
not settling,
home alone.
not ignoring
Marcus
red
stayed
flags,
in his own car.
not letting
I don't know
anyone
where
make
he
me
went
feel
for the
like
next
I'm
few
asking
hours,
for too
and
much
I didn't
when all I
ask.
want is
I
basic
sat in our
respect
house
and loyalty.
in the kitchen at the
Sometimes
table where
I
we
think
eaten
about that
1,000
version of me
meals
sitting
together.
on the couch reading
and
that
I stayed there
Instagram
until the
message.
sun
How
started coming
scared
up.
she was.
I
how
didn't
her
cry
whole
that
world
night.
was about to implode.
I had already done
and
my
I want to
crying
tell
in
her
the
it's
car
going
on
to
the way to
hurt,
the
but
Marriott.
you're going to survive.
What I did that
You're
night
going
was
to come out
grieve,
stronger,
which is different from
You're going to
crying.
realize you never
Grief
needed
is
him.
slower and quieter,
You just needed to
and
believe
it
in
takes
yourself.
up more space.
And to
The
anyone
days
listening
that
who's in
followed
that
were
place
some of
right
the
now,
most
who
surreal
just
of my
found
life.
out, who's
Marcus
reading the
came
texts
home the
or
next
scanning
morning,
receipts
and
or
we
standing
began the
outside
process
a
of
hotel
talking
room
through
door.
what had happened.
I'm telling you
or
what I
trying
wish
to.
someone had told
but
me.
talking through it
Leave.
required
Don't
both
wait for
people
more
to be
proof.
fully present
Don't give them
and
another
honest.
chance.
Marcus
Don't believe
kept
the tears
hedging,
and the
kept
promises.
qualifying,
Just leave
kept offering
and don't look back,
explanations
because
that
you
were
deserve
really
someone
just
who would never
reframings
put you
of
in
the
that
same
position to
central
begin
truth.
with.
He
Marcus
had chosen
texts me
leverage
sometimes,
over integrity.
even now, 3
And
years
he had
later,
done it while
saying
sleeping
he's
beside
sorry,
me every
saying
night
he
and
thinks about
sitting
me,
beside me in
saying
church
he made
every
the biggest
Sunday.
mistake of his life.
Every time I thought
and
we were
I don't
getting
respond
somewhere,
because
I'd
my
hit
silence
another wall
is
of
the
deflection.
only answer he deserves.
Not lying exactly,
I'm
but
happy,
not the whole
genuinely
truth
happy.
either.
And he's
Just
still
enough
out there
truth
trying to
seem
spill whatever
cooperative
void
without
made
being
him
fully
think cheating was
accountable.
acceptable.
About a week
And
after that
that's
night,
not my problem
I asked
anymore. him to stay somewhere else for a while.
And I'm free.
Not permanently.
I started therapy about 6 months
told
after
myself
the divorce.
at the time.
Not because I was broken,
I needed space to think,
because I wanted to understand how I'd
figure
missed
out
the
who he
signs,
actually was.
how I'd let myself
because
be
the man
so
I had
blind to
married
what was
and the
happening
man who
right
had
in
spent
front of
4
me.
months running
My
a covert
therapist,
leverage arrangement
Dr.
against his own pastor
she didn't let
were
me
not
sit in
people
that
I could
victim space
reconcile
for
into
long.
the same
She
human
said,
being.
"You didn't miss signs."
Until I could understand which one was
deliberately
real,
hiding them.
I didn't know
That's
how to
what
be in the
cheaters
same
do.
house with him.
They
He
gaslight
went to
you
stay
into
with a
thinking you're
friend from
paranoid
work,
when your intuition
and I
is
sat with the
screaming
silence
truth.
of that house
And hearing
and
that
let it
released
tell me
something
things
in me
I'd
I
been
didn't
too
know
busy
I
to
was
hear.
holding on to.
Meanwhile,
She helped
the
me see that
situation
I'd
at the
been
church
so
was
busy
moving
being
on
the
its own
perfect wife,
timeline.
so
I had
focused
not
on
said a word to
supporting
anyone
Marcus
outside
and
of that
building our
hotel
life
room.
together.
I
that
had
I'd
not called
stopped paying
Sister
attention
Renee,
to
had not
myself,
spoken to any of the
stopped
other
listening
women
to
in
my
my
own
ministry
needs,
circle,
stopped
had not
noticing
breathed
when
a word
things
to my
felt off.
mother,
There
my
were
cousin
signs, though.
Danielle,
Looking
or
back, I can
anyone
see them
else who
clearly
might have
now.
helped me
The
carry
way he what I was holding.
He started going to the gym more.
Part of that was because I didn't know what to say.
Being extra
part of it was
protective
because
of his
I was
phone,
still figuring out what I believed.
And showering
and
immediately
part of it was a
before
small,
even greeting
stubborn
me.
corner of
All
me
those
that was
little
still
changes
hoping there
I'd
was some
explained
version
away
of the
as him
story
just
that
taking
didn't
better care
require
of himself.
everyone's world to
I
be
remember
destroyed.
one night about 8
That
months
hope lasted
before I
about
found
2
out.
weeks.
We were lying in bed,
Tamara
and I said,
made her own
"You feel
decision.
different lately."
She went to
Like
Sister
distant,
Renee on a Sunday
and he rolled
afternoon.
over, kissed
When
my
her
forehead,
home, not
said,
the church,
"I'm just stressed
not
with
a
work,
neutral
baby.
location, her
Nothing
home.
to worry about."
Renee told
and
me later
I
that
believed
Tamara
him
had
because why
called
wouldn't
ahead
I?
and asked
He was
if
my
she
husband.
could come by.
That's
and
what
Renee
gets
had
me the
said,
most.
of course,
Not just the cheating,
assuming
but
it was
the
about
ease
a
with which he
ministry
lied.
matter
The
or
way he
maybe
could look in
something
my eyes
personal
and
she
feed me
needed
bullshit
counsel
with a
on.
straight face.
She opened her
The way
door
he made
and
me
let
doubt
in
my
the
own
woman who had been
instincts when they were
sleeping with
trying
her
to protect
husband
me.
for over a year.
Dr. Williams
They
said
sat
that's
down
the
in
real
Renee's
damage
living
of
room,
infidelity.
and Tamara
Not
told
just the
her
broken
everything.
trust, but
Renee
the way
said
it makes
she
you
didn't
question
cry.
your own judgment.
I believe that completely
Makes you wonder
because
if you
I
can
know
ever
Renee,
trust
and
yourself
she is
again.
the kind of woman who
And
cries
working
in
through
private
that took
and
longer than
composes
getting
herself
over
for the
Marcus
world.
ever did.
She said
I joined
she
this
sat
online
and listened,
support group for
and
women
when Tamara
who'd been
was
through
finished,
similar situations.
she asked one question.
And hearing their
She
stories
asked
made
how
me
long.
realize I wasn't alone.
Tamara said
wasn't
14
crazy.
months.
Wasn't
Renee
the only
thanked her
one
for
who'd been
coming,
blindsided
stood
by
up,
someone they thought
walked
they
her
knew.
to the door,
One woman
and
in the
closed
group.
it.
Her
Then
husband
she called
had
her
been
oldest
cheating for
sister in
10
Savannah
years with
and talked
multiple
for
women.
4 hours.
Another found
I
out
only
her
know all of
husband had a
this
whole
because Renee
second
told
family
me
in
herself
another state.
weeks later,
And my
when we
situation,
had finally started the
as
slow
devastating
and
as it was,
complicated
could
process
have been
of being
so
honest
much
with
worse.
each other about
But pain
everything
is pain.
we'd both
You
been
can't
navigating.
measure it against someone
But
else's
I'm
trauma.
getting ahead of myself.
And what Marcus did to me
Pastor
was
Drummond's
enough.
resignation
More than enough
came
to justify
22 days
every
after
decision
that
I
Wednesday
made
night.
after.
The announcement
started
to the
dating again about a
congregation was
year
delivered
after the
on a
divorce
Sunday
was
morning
final.
by the
Nothing
chairman of the
serious
deacon
at
board,
first.
Elder
Just getting
Thorne,
back out there,
who had been at greater
remembering what it
anointing
felt like to be
almost
wanted
as long
without
as
the
the
weight
church
of
had
betrayal
existed.
hanging over
He
everything.
read from a prepared
The first
statement.
guy I went out with,
The language
David,
was careful
he was
and
nice
vague
enough, but
about
halfway
Pastor
through dinner,
Drummond
he made
stepping
some
back
joke
for a
about his
period of
crazy
personal
ex-wife,
reflection
and I
and
immediately
renewal.
shut down
And
because
about the
any
leadership
man who
team
talks
being
about his
committed
ex
to
like that is
continuity
telling you
and
exactly
stability.
who he is.
The kind of
I learned
language
to watch
that is
for the red
designed to be
flags I'd
technically
ignored
true
with Marcus,
while being
the
practically
love
empty.
bombing, the
But in a
inconsistencies
community
in
like
stories,
ours,
the
in
way
a
some
church
men
where
would push
people
for
had known
commitment
each other
too
for
fast
decades,
or get
had watched
defensive
their
when I
children
asked
grow up
basic
together,
questions about their
and
life.
had sat beside each
I
other
dated a
in the
few
worst
guys
moments
who
of their
seemed
lives.
promising until they
That
weren't.
kind of language
One who
doesn't
still
hold
had
for
dating
long.
apps on his phone
Information
while we were
moves through those
supposedly
networks
exclusive.
faster than
Another
any
who
announcement
conveniently
can catch
forget
up
to
it.
mention he was
By the
technically
following
still
Sunday,
married.
the details
until
were
I found his
circulating
wedding
through the
photos on
congregation in
Facebook.
whispers.
It was
Carefully
exhausting
worded
and
text
demoralizing,
messages
and there were
and
nights I
private
wondered if
conversations
all men
in the
were
parking
just
lot.
variations of
Not
Marcus.
everyone knew
If
everything.
loyalty was just
but
some
everyone
fantasy
knew
I'd
something.
been sold that didn't
and the thing
actually
about a
exist
community
in real
built
life.
on moral authority
But then
is
I met
that when
James
the
at a
person
friend's
holding that
birthday
authority
party.
is
He
revealed
wasn't
to
my
have been
usual
living a
type,
double life.
quieter, more
the
reserved.
shockwaves traveled
Worked as
deep
an
and
architect
far.
and spoke
I
about
watched
his
it happen
projects
from a
with this
complicated
genuine
position.
passion that was
I
actually
was both
refreshing
inside the
after
situation
dealing with
and
so many
peripheral to
men
it.
who couldn't talk
I knew
about
more than most of
anything
the
but
congregation,
themselves.
but
He
I
asked
was
for
not
my
the central
number,
figure in
and
the
I
story,
almost didn't give
as
it to
Renee
him
or
because
Tamara
I was
was.
so tired of being
I was a wife
disappointed,
whose husband
but
had
something
done
about
something
him
wrong
felt
in
different.
response to someone
Felt
else's
safe in a way I
wrongdoing,
hadn't
and the
experienced in a
concentric
long
circles
time.
of that wrongdoing
Our
banding
first date
outward
was coffee,
until I felt like I
simple,
couldn't
low
find their
pressure,
edge.
and he asked
I went
me
back
questions,
to Greater
real
Anointing one more
questions
time
about
after
my life
everything
and
came
my
out.
work and
I
what I
sat
wanted
in the
for my
third row,
future,
which
and
was my
he
row,
actually
the
listened
place
to
I
the
had sat
answers
almost
instead of
every
just
Sunday
waiting
for
his
11
turn to
years.
talk.
The
I
interim
told him on
minister
the
was a
third date
visiting
that I'd
pastor
been
from a
married
church
before,
in Decatur,
that it had
an
ended
older
badly,
man who
that I had
preached a
trust
careful,
issues I was working
measured
through,
sermon about
and he didn't run,
steadfastness in
didn't
times
make it
of
weird,
uncertainty.
just said,
It was a
I
fine
get it.
sermon.
We all have
It was not
history.
the sermon that
I'm
place
not in
needed,
a rush, and
but it
meant
was the sermon a man
He was
could give when he
consistent.
didn't know the
Showed
full
up
weight
when he
of what
said
had
he
happened
would,
in that room.
texted back in
I sat
reasonable
there,
time frames,
and the absence of
introduced me to
everything
his
that had
friends
made
and
that
family sanctuary feel like mine.
Had his
the choir
location
that
shared with
Carolyn,
me from day
Marcus's
one without
mother,
me even asking.
had sung in for 20
years.
It took
me 6 months to
the
fully
particular
trust
way
him.
the light came
6
through
months
the side
of waiting
windows
for the other
in the morning,
shoe to
the
drop,
sense of
for
continuity
him to reveal
and
himself
rootedness
as
that
just
I had
another
carried
Marcus
into
in
every
disguise.
corner of my
But
adult
he never
life.
did.
I
He
stayed
just kept
through the
being
whole
honest
service
and present.
I
and
hugged a few
everything
people
Marcus
who approached
had
me,
pretended to be.
people who didn't
We've
know
been
the full
together
story,
2 years
and
now,
we're glad
and
to see
I'm
a
not
familiar
saying it's
face.
perfect. No
I did not
relationship
break
is,
down,
but it's
I
real.
did not make
it's
anything
honest,
harder
and
for
I
anyone.
never have to wonder
And
if
when
he's
the
lying
last
to me
song
because he's
finished,
shown me
I
over
picked
and
up
over
my
that
purse,
transparency
walked back
is
down
just
that
who he
aisle
is.
for the last time.
James knows
and
about
went
Marcus,
home.
knows the
The
whole
divorce
story,
was filed
and
4
he's
months
never
after
once
that
made
Wednesday
me feel
night.
crazy for being
Marcus
cautious
and I had
or for
attempted a
needing
few
reassurance
sessions with a
when my
marriage
anxiety
counselor
spikes.
during that period.
He understands
a woman
that
named
trust is
Dr.
something
Anita
I'm
Pearson,
rebuilding
whose
slowly,
office was
and
off
he's patient
Memorial
with that
Drive,
process.
and who had a
I
gift
ran into
for
the woman
asking
from
the
the
exact
hotel room
question
once,
that neither
completely
person
random.
in the room wanted
We
to
were
answer.
at the same
random brunch spot in
under
Midtown,
different circumstances,
and I recognized her
she
immediately,
might have helped
even though
us.
it had been
But
almost 3 years.
circumstances were what they were.
She saw me too,
Every
and for a
session
second
kept
we just
returning
stared
to
at
the
each
same
other.
question.
And then she got
Whether
up,
Marcus was
walked over to
capable
my
of the
table
kind of
and
radical
said,
honesty
"I'm sorry,
that
I know
rebuilding
that
would
doesn't
have
mean
required.
much, but I am."
Not honesty
I didn't
about
know
what
he
had
was
happened.
married until you
He
showed
could
up
do
that
that
day.
when pressed.
I believed
But
her
honesty
because
about who
I'd
he
seen
was
her
and
face
why
that
he had
morning,
made the choices
seen
he
the
made.
genuine shock
That
when she
deeper kind of
realized
honesty,
Marcus had
the
lied
kind
to
that
her
requires
too.
you to look
And
at
I
yourself
said,
without
I know.
flinching,
He fooled
kept
both
eluding
of
him.
us, and she
He would
nodded,
get close
thanked
and then
me for not
retreat,
hating her,
would touch
and
the truth
walked away.
and then pull back into
I don't
explanation.
hate her. Never did
I don't
really,
say that with contempt.
because she wasn't the
I
problem.
say it with
Marcus
a sadness
was.
that I still
He
carry.
was the one who
because
made
I think
vows and broke
Marcus
them.
is genuinely
He was
not
the
a
one
bad
who
man.
chose to deceive
I think
everyone
he is a
around
man
him.
who wanted things
and
he hadn't
she was
earned.
just another
The
casualty
shortcut,
of his
and
selfishness.
told himself enough
My
stories
mom asked
to
me
justify
once
it.
if I regretted
That
marrying
is a
Marcus,
very human
if I wished
failure.
I could go back
It is
and
not
never
a failure
meet him.
I can build a
and
life
I
on,
thought about it
but
for a
it is
long
a
time
human
before
one.
answering.
The
because
difference
the truth
matters
is
to me,
complicated.
even now.
I said
We
no,
divided
I
the
don't
house,
regret it,
the
because
accounts,
that
and the
relationship taught
accumulated
me what I
material
will
of
and
11
won't
years
tolerate.
with a
Showed
thoroughness
me my
that
own
felt
strength.
almost clinical.
Forced me to rebuild
Our
myself
lawyers
into
handled
someone
most
who
of
knows
it.
her worth
We
and
were in the
won't
same
compromise
room
it for
only
anyone.
twice during the
If I
divorce
hadn't
process,
gone through that,
and both
I
times
might have
we were
settled for
largely
less,
quiet,
might have ignored red
communicating through
flags
paperwork
in future
and the
relationships,
occasional brief,
might
direct
have never
exchange.
developed the standards I have
Tired.
now that protect
I
me
imagine
from
I did
ending up
too.
in that situation
We had both
again.
been carrying
Marcus
something
was a
heavy for a
lesson,
long time,
an expensive,
just
painful
different things,
lesson,
and the
but
weight
a
of it
lesson
had
nonetheless.
settled into both of
And
our faces.
I'm grateful for what I
The
learned,
last thing
even
he
if I'm
said to
not
me
grateful
directly
for how I
on the
learned
day
it.
we signed the final
I still have
papers
Shanice on
was that he
Instagram.
was sorry.
We don't talk
Not
regularly,
for getting
but
caught.
every now
He'd already
and then
said
she
that
checks
version.
in, sends me
This
a
was a
message
different
asking
story.
how I'm doing,
Quieter
and I
and
always
more
respond
specific.
because without her
He
I
said
might
he was
still be in
sorry
that
for letting
marriage,
his
might
ambition
still
turn
be
him
living
into
a lie.
someone he didn't want to be.
She told me recently
that the
that
wanting
she's
had
gotten
gotten ahead of
messages
his
from
judgment,
other women
and
thanking
he had
her for
made choices
exposing their
that
partners
cost him
too.
the thing that mattered
That she's
most.
made it her mission
I
at the
looked
bar
at him
to
for
look
a
out for
moment,
women
then
being
said,
played.
I hope
and
you
I
figure
think
out
that's
who you want to
beautiful.
be.
The way
And I
she
meant
turned
it.
witnessing
Not
someone's
generously,
betrayal
not
into
warmly,
a form
but
of
honestly.
sisterhood.
Because
There's
the
this quote I
alternative,
saw somewhere that
hoping
said,
he stayed
sometimes
broken,
the person
would
you
have
take a
required
bullet
me
for
to
is
keep
the one
carrying
behind the
something
trigger,
that wasn't mine
and
to
that
hold.
hit different.
Tamara
because that's
and I
exactly
did
what
not have a
Marcus
formal
was.
conversation
I would have
about
done
any of it.
anything for him.
We were not
and
in
he used
contact
that
after that
devotion
night.
as cover to
The
destroy
connection
me.
between us,
But
which
here's
had
the
been
thing about
real
being
and
destroyed.
warm, and
You get
had
to
its own
decide how
history
you
separate
rebuild.
from my marriage.
You get to choose what
Closed
version of
like a
yourself
door that
rises from the
locks
ashes.
from the inside.
And I chose
I have
to
thought
become
about her
someone
more than
who
I
would never
expected
ignore
to.
her intuition
Not
again.
with anger, though
Never
the
make
anger was
yourself
there for a
small
while,
to accommodate
but
a
with
man's
a kind
ego.
of mournful
Never settle for
curiosity.
breadcrumbs when
I
she
wonder
deserves
what she
the
told
whole
herself
damn
during
meal.
those 14
I look at my
months.
life now.
I
my
wonder
career
how she sat
thriving,
across
my
from me at my
friendships
kitchen
deeper,
table,
my
talked
relationship
about her life
healthy,
and
my
asked about
peace
mine,
protected,
and
I
maintained the
realized
surface
that
of our
losing
friendship
Marcus
while
wasn't a
holding
loss at
something
all.
underneath
It
it
was
that
a
would have
gain.
broken
I
everything.
gained myself
I
back.
wonder if she felt
People
relief
ask
when
me
it was
sometimes
over,
if I think
the way
he's
Marcus
changed.
did.
If I think
I
he
wonder
regrets
if
what
she
he
feels
did,
the loss
if
of
I
what
think
we were
he's
the way
being
I
faithful
do.
to whoever he's
I will
with
probably
now.
never know
And
the answers
honestly,
to
I
any
don't
of those
care.
questions.
His character
And I've made a
development
kind of
or
peace
lack
with that
thereof
uncertainty.
is no longer my
Sister Renee
concern.
and I did
What I
eventually
know
talk.
is that people who
About
cheat
3
once
months
usually
after
cheat again
Pastor
because
Drummond's
the issue
resignation,
isn't the person they're
she
cheating
reached
with.
out to me
It's
and
something
asked
broken
if we could
inside
meet.
them. Some
We went to a
inability to be
restaurant in
satisfied.
Buckhead,
Some need
neutral
for
ground,
validation that
somewhere
no one
neither
person
of us
can
had been
fill.
with our husbands.
Marcus is
and
probably
we sat
still
for
out there
3
doing the
hours
same
over
thing to
food
someone
we
new.
barely touched.
Probably still lying
Talking
and
with Uranus,
gaslighting
I
and
hadn't
convincing some
expected
other woman
and
that
haven't
she's
forgotten.
paranoid while he
She
builds
told
his
me
secret
things she
life.
hadn't told
And I
anyone
hope
else.
she finds out sooner
I
than
told
I
her
did.
things I'd been
I
holding
hope someone
alone.
messages her
We
the way
cried,
Shanice messaged
both of
me.
us, which I think
hope she has
surprised
the
us
strength
both.
to walk away.
We were not the
I hope
type,
she doesn't
either
waste
of us,
5
to
years
cry in
trying to
public.
fix someone who
But
doesn't want to
something
be
about
fixed.
being in the presence of
My
someone
advice
who
to anyone
understood
who's been cheated on is this. Don't try to understand it. Don't torture yourself trying to figure out what you did wrong
is a remarkable
or what you could have
woman.
done differently.
I want to say that clearly.
The truth is you did nothing
She had been
wrong.
married to a
Their
man for
cheating
23
has nothing
years,
to do with you,
had
and
raised
everything
3
to do
children
with their
him,
own brokenness.
had built an entire
Leave,
identity as a
heal,
pastor's
rebuild,
wife in a
and don't
community
ever let
where
them
that
convince
identity
you that you're
came with
bitter or
significant
holding a grudge when you
expectations and
refuse to give
significant
them another
visibility.
chance. Because
And had
walking
all of
away
it
from
dismantled in a
disrespect
Sunday
isn't bitterness,
afternoon
it's
conversation with her
self-respect.
husband's affair partner.
I'm living proof that you can come out
she
the other
brought to
side
that
of betrayal
dismantling was
stronger,
not
happier,
passive or
more whole than
resigned.
you were before.
It was active
because when
and
you
hard
stop
one,
wasting
and
energy
it
on
cost
someone
her something
who
I don't think
deserve
she'll
it.
ever fully
You have
get
so
back.
much more to pour
But she
into
carried
yourself
herself
and the
with a
people who
dignity that I
actually
found
value
genuinely
you.
inspiring.
3 years ago,
Not
I was
in a
sitting on a
performance
couch
way,
reading a message
but
that
in
would
the
change
quiet
my
way of
life.
someone who has
And if I
decided
could go
who they're
back
going
and
to be
tell
on the
that
other
version of
side
me
of something
anything,
terrible,
I'd
and
say
is
thank
doing
you
the
for
daily
being
work
brave
of
enough to
becoming
knock
that
on that
person.
hotel room door.
She filed for divorce
Thank you
about
for
2
not
months
making
after I
excuses
did.
for him.
Their settlement
Thank you
was
for choosing
significantly
yourself
more
even when it
complicated
hurt.
than mine,
Because
given
that
the length
decision,
of the marriage,
that moment
the
of
shared
choosing my own
assets,
dignity
and the
over a
children,
comfortable
one of
lie,
whom was still
that's
in
what
high
saved
school.
me, and
She
I'd make
handled
that
it.
same choice
She
1,000
always
times
handles
over.
it.
Marcus
I found my
is
new
still
church on a
texting,
Sunday
still
morning about
apologizing,
13
still
months
trying to
after
rewrite
I walked
history
out
in
of
a way
greater
that makes him
anointing
look
for the
less
last time.
terrible. A colleague at work had mentioned it in passing. One of those conversations where someone says something offhand and it lodges in your brain for weeks.
The void where his access
the church was in a
used to
converted
be.
space in
He
East
lost
Atlanta,
a woman who loved him
a neighborhood I
unconditionally,
didn't spend much
and
time
I lost
in,
a man who
and
didn't
it was
know how to
smaller
appreciate
than
that.
anything I'd been
And
part
those
of
two
since
losses
childhood.
are not the same.
Maybe
Not even
150
close.
people on a full Sunday.
I won, even though
no
it didn't
cameras,
feel like winning at the time.
no live stream.
I won because I'm
no
free,
merchandise
because
table,
I'm happy,
just a
because
room,
I'm with someone
some
who
chairs,
would never
and
make
a
me
praise
question
team
if I'm
that
enough.
played with more feeling
And to
than
everyone
flash.
who's still in the thick
pastor
of it,
was a woman
who's
named
reading this
Reverend
and
Gloria
seeing
Osei.
themselves in my story.
She was in her early
I'm telling you
60s,
right now,
Ghanaian
you're going to be
American,
okay.
and she
Better than
preached
okay.
like someone
You're
who
going
had
to look
earned
back
every
one
word
day
she was
and
saying.
thank yourself for
Not
leaving,
through performance
for not
or
settling,
polish,
for
but
believing
through a
you
quality
deserve
of conviction
more than
that you either
lies and
have or
betrayal.
you don't.
Walk
And
away.
she had it
Don't
in
look
abundance.
back and
Her
watch how
sermons
quickly
had a
your life
directness
transforms
that I wasn't
when
used
you
to.
stop accepting
A way of
crumbs
naming
from someone
things
who
plainly
should have been
without
giving you the
cruelty.
whole damn cake.
That made me feel
That's
more
my
seen
story.
in that
That's
small
my
room
truth.
than I had in
And
11
I'm not
years
ashamed of
in
any
a
of
much
it
larger
because
one.
I came out the other
The first
side
Sunday
exactly who
I
I was
sat in
meant
her
to be.
congregation.
And Marcus
She
is
was
still out there
preaching
trying
about
to
witness,
figure out who he is without
about
me
the
holding him
difference
together.
between being a witness
I'm done
to
giving
truth
him my
and
energy,
being a keeper
done
of
letting
someone
his
else's
betrayal
secrets.
define my narrative.
She talked about
I'm
how
writing a new
silence
story
can be
now,
a form of
one
complicity,
where I'm the hero,
and how the
not
hardest
the
thing
victim.
is often
And
not
it's the
speaking up
best
to
story
outsiders,
I've ever told.
but being honest
I never
within the
thought I'd
walls of
say
your
this,
own closest
but
relationships.
I'm actually grateful for
I
that
sat there with
Instagram
my
message
hands
now.
folded in my lap
Grateful for the
and
way it
felt
forced
something
me
I
to
hadn't
stop
felt in
living
a
in
long
denial
time,
and face
which
a
was
truth
that I was in
I'd
the
been
right
avoiding
place.
for longer than
That the
I realized.
words being spoken were
Because
reaching
looking
something
back,
in me that
there
had
were
been
moments
unreachable
even
for a
before
while.
those 6 months
After the
where things
service,
fell off.
she was greeting
Little
people at the door,
inconsistencies
and
I'd
when I
brushed
came
aside.
through,
Times
she
when
looked at me
Marcus's
with the
story
kind of
didn't
directness
quite add
that
up,
doesn't
but
feel
I'd
intrusive,
convinced
but
myself
lets
I was
you know
being
you've been seen.
paranoid or insecure.
She said, "I haven't
like this
seen you
one
here
time
before."
about a year before I
told
found
her
out
it was my first
I
Sunday.
came home early from
She
a
said,
girls'
"Come
trip
back."
because one of my
Not as
friends
a
got
command
food
or a
poisoning
sales
and
pitch.
we had to cut
Just
it
an
short.
invitation,
And when I
simple
walked in the
and
house,
warm,
Marcus
from
looked
someone
startled,
who meant it.
genuinely shocked
I did come
to see
back.
me. And
I
there
came
was
back
this
the
weird
following
energy in the
Sunday,
air I
then
couldn't
the one
quite
after
place.
that, and then
He
the one
cleaned
after
the
that.
whole house.
The community
which he
I
never
found
did.
in that
Had
smaller
fresh
space
sheets
was
on the bed.
different from what
Had
I'd had
taken
at
out the
greater
trash.
anointing.
And when I
Not
asked why
necessarily
everything
better
was so
in every way,
spotless, he said
but more
he just
honest in
felt
the
like
ways
being
that had come
productive.
to matter
But
most to
something
me.
about it felt
People
staged,
talked about
like
their
he'd been
struggles
covering
without
tracks.
dressing them up.
I found
The
a
prayer
wine glass
requests
in
were
the dishwasher
specific
that
and
wasn't
real.
mine.
There was
a
no
lipstick shade I
performance
didn't
layer
know.
between the
And when I
congregation
asked
and
about
the
it,
worship.
he said his sister
No
had
sense
stopped
that you
by
needed to
earlier that
present
week,
a certain
which
version of
made
yourself
sense,
to belong.
except his sister lived
I had
in
not
Texas
realized
and
how much of
hadn't
my
mentioned
energy
visiting.
at greater anointing
But I
had
didn't
gone
push
into
it because I
maintaining
didn't
that
want to be that way.
presentation until I was
That's
somewhere
what they
that
count
didn't
on,
require
cheaters.
it. My
They
life
count
in
on
the
you
year
not
and a
wanting to be
half
that
since
way.
the divorce has
Not
been
wanting to
quieter
seem
than the life I had
crazy or
before.
jealous or
And I
controlling.
mean that as
So
neither
you swallow your
complaint nor
questions
boast, just
and ignore your
observation.
gut
I
and
live
let them
alone in a
gaslight you
smaller
into thinking
apartment
you're
in
imagining
Kirkwood that I
things.
chose specifically
I wish I'd
because it
trusted
had
myself
nothing to
back
do with
then.
my marriage.
Wish I'd
no
investigated
shared history
further
in the walls.
instead of accepting
no
his
furniture that had
explanation at
belonged
face
to us
value.
rather than just
Because
to me.
maybe I could have ended
I bought
it sooner.
things I liked.
Saved myself
I painted
some
the
of those
bedroom a
6
color
months of
Marcus
being
would have
played.
vetoed.
But
I started
also know
cooking
that
in
I
a way
wasn't
I
ready
hadn't
then.
since before we
Wasn't
bought
strong
that
enough
house.
to face the
Trying
truth.
recipes, I
Still
always
believed
been
our
curious
marriage
about
was
and
worth
eating
fighting
dinner
for
at odd
even if I
hours
had to
because
fight
I could.
alone. And
Small
sometimes
freedoms.
you have to reach
The
that
kind
breaking
that
point
only
before you
feels
can walk
significant
away.
when you've
The
spent
breaking
time
point
without
for me
them.
wasn't just finding
I
him
still
in that
talk to my
hotel
mother,
room.
my
It was
cousin
everything
Danielle,
that came
and a
after.
handful of
the way
friends
he
who
tried
were
to
mine
minimize
before
it,
the marriage
the way
and
he
are
made
still
it
mine
seem like
after
I
it.
was overreacting.
I eventually
the
told
way
them
he
the whole
said
story.
it didn't mean anything.
Not immediately,
like that was
and not
supposed
all at
to make
once,
me feel
but
better.
over time.
If it didn't
as
mean
I found
anything,
language
then
for
why'd
its
you
different
risk
parts.
everything for it?
My mother,
Why'd you
to
lie
her
to my
credit,
face
did
for
not
6
say,
months?
"I told you so."
Why'd you tell her
though
we
she
were
had,
separated?
in fact,
Why'd
told
you
me a
create
version of
this
it.
whole alternate
Having
reality
sensed something
where I
off
didn't
about
exist
Marcus in
except
ways
as an
she
obstacle
mentioned
to your
carefully
happiness?
and
He tried
diplomatically
the
over the
typical
years.
playbook
after I left.
She just listened.
First came the desperate apologies and grand gestures,
to my apartment
flowers
in Kirkwood,
and the handwritten letters
for a weekend.
and the showing up at my job trying to talk to me
she made
until my
food I'd
coworkers
grown up
had
eating,
to escort
and
him
we
out.
didn't talk about
Then
Marcus
came the anger
or the church
phase
for
when
most
he
of it.
realized I wasn't
It was
coming
exactly
back.
what I needed.
Suddenly, I was
I've
the
been
bad guy.
asked by
I
more
was
than
being
one person
unreasonable.
whether I regret
wasn't willing
the
to
marriage,
work on the marriage.
whether I would go
I was
back
throwing
and choose
away 5
differently if I
years
could.
over one mistake.
I've thought about that
As if
question
6 months
seriously
of
rather
deliberate
than
deception
dismissively,
was just
because
a
it
simple
deserves
mistake.
a serious answer.
He told his
And
family
what
I'd
I've arrived at is
blindsided him,
this.
that
I
I'd
don't
given
regret
up
the love
without
I brought
trying,
to that marriage.
that I was being vindictive
I don't regret
and
the effort,
cruel.
the faithfulness,
and some of them
or the
believed him
years of
because
genuine
he's always been
partnership
good
that
at playing the
existed
victim,
before the drift
at
set
twisting
in.
narratives
I don't
to
even
make
fully
himself
regret
look
the
better.
fact that it ended.
His mother
because
called
the
me
ending,
crying,
as
begging me to
devastating as it
reconsider,
was
telling me that
also a
all
kind of
marriages
clearing.
go through rough
It removed
patches,
things that had
I
long
needed to
blocked
be
my
more
view of
forgiving,
myself.
that divorce
And
was
what
a
I
sin,
see now in
and
the
I
space they
regret
occupy
throwing away
is
my
something I
family.
value more than the
I told her
comfortable
I didn't throw
blindness I was
anything
living
away.
in. Her
What I
son
do
did
regret
when he
is the
decided
years
another
I
woman
spent
was
ignoring
worth
my
more
own
than his
instincts
vows.
and deference to
And
other
if she
people's
wanted to be
voices.
mad at someone, she
My
should
mother's
direct
wisdom
that
about
energy
trust,
toward
my
the person
grandmother's
who
advice
actually
about
destroyed
giving
this
men room
marriage.
to breathe,
And she
the
hung up on
collective
me.
female wisdom
His
of my
father
family
reached out
that was
separately,
well-intentioned and
apologized
sometimes
for his
accurate,
wife,
and
said he
also,
didn't know the full
in this
story,
case,
but from what
was
he
a framework
gathered,
I
Marcus
used to
had
talk
messed
myself
up
out of
badly,
things I needed
and
to
he
pay
didn't blame
attention
me
to.
for leaving.
I don't
and
blame
that
those
phone call
women.
meant more to me
I
than
don't blame the
any
tradition.
apology Marcus
I
ever
blame
gave.
the way I applied
It's
it
interesting
as
how
a reason
betrayal
not to
reveals
see,
people's
rather
true
than as a
characters,
foundation for
not
seeing
just the
clearly.
person who betrayed
That's
you,
a
but
distinction
everyone
I
around
carry
them.
with me now,
You see who
and
makes
it shows up in
excuses for
every
bad
relationship
behavior
I have,
and who holds
every
people
context
accountable,
where I'm tempted
and
to
that
look
tells
away
you
from something
everything
that
you need to
deserves
know.
my attention.
My family
I
rallied
ran
around
into
me in
Marcus's
ways I didn't
mother,
expect.
Miss Carolyn,
My dad,
about
who'd
6
always
months
liked Marcus
after the divorce
and called
was
him son,
finalized.
stopped speaking
We
to
were
him
both at a
entirely.
grocery store in
My
College
mom,
Park,
who's usually
and she
all
saw
about
me
forgiveness
first.
and second
I watched
chances,
her decide
told
to
me she was
approach me.
proud of me for
I could
leaving.
see it in the way she stopped
My younger
and
sister
steadied
said
herself,
she'd never liked
and I
him
stood
anyway,
still
which was
and
news
let
to
her
me,
come.
but I
She
appreciated
looked
the
older.
loyalty.
She took
My
my hand
friends
in
were
both
split.
of hers,
Most
and
of
she
them
said,
supported my
"I'm
decision
so
completely,
sorry, baby."
but a few,
And I believed
the
her.
ones who were married
Miss Carolyn
and maybe
is
dealing
not a
with their
woman
own
who
relationship
apologizes
issues,
on behalf of
tried
other
to convince
people
me
as
to
a
give him
deflection.
another chance.
She was
said counseling
apologizing
could
for her
fix
own
this.
grief, for the
Said
loss
I was
of what
giving
she'd
up too
hoped her
easily.
son's life would
I
be,
lost some friendships
for the
over
gap
it
between the
because I
man
couldn't
she'd
be around
raised
people who
and the
thought I
man
should have
he'd
stayed,
shown himself
who
to
didn't
be.
understand
I
that staying
squeezed
would
her
have destroyed
hands
me
and
slowly,
told her I was okay.
who valued the
She
appearance
said,
of marriage
"I know you
over
are."
my actual well-being.
We stood there a moment
but the
longer
friends
than a
I
grocery
kept,
store
the ones
parking
who
lot
showed up
required,
with wine and
then went
tissues
our
and
separate
righteous
ways.
anger.
It was
Those
one of the more
friendships got
dignified
stronger,
endings to
deeper,
something painful
became
that
the
I've
foundation
experienced,
I built
and
my new
I'm
life
grateful
on.
for it.
Tasha
Pastor
became my
Drummond,
rock during those
I
first
understand
few
that you
months.
relocated
She
to
was at my
another
house
city.
almost every
Whether
day,
he's found
making
another
sure I ate,
congregation,
making
another
sure I got out of
platform,
bed,
another
making sure I
community
wasn't drowning
willing
in
to restore
grief
him
and
to a
anger.
position of
And I don't know if
spiritual
I would have
authority.
survived without her.
I genuinely don't
She
know.
was the one who pushed
I
me
don't
to go
follow
to
his
therapy,
movements.
who helped
What
me
I do
pack
know
Marcus's
is that the
things,
accountability
who
he
sat with
faced
me
in
while I
Atlanta
cried
was
ugly
largely
tears and
informal
questioned
rather than
everything I
institutional,
thought I knew about
which is
love
both typical
and commitment
and deeply
my own
unsatisfying.
judgment. She
The
also
church
kept me from
protected its
doing stupid
reputation
things
as
like
long as it
checking his
could,
social media
then moved on,
obsessively
as
or driving
institutions
past
do.
his new apartment
The people
or
most
reaching out to
directly
him in
harmed by
moments
what
of
we did
weakness.
had to find their
She'd
own
take
way
my
to the other
phone
side,
and say,
with
"Not
little
today,
help from the
Satan.
structures that
We're
were
not giving
supposed
him
to
that
hold him
power."
accountable.
I found
That is
out
not
later
a
that
unique story
Marcus
in
had
religious
tried to contact
communities,
her,
and that
tried to
fact
get her
doesn't
to
make it
convince me
less
to talk
true
to him,
or less painful.
and she told him
Renee is
exactly
doing
where
well
he
as
could
we
go,
last spoke.
and it wasn't anywhere
She's doing
polite,
some consulting
and I
work,
loved her
which
even
she'd
more
been
for
wanting
that.
to do for years.
Having good people
but had
around you
set
when your
aside
world
to
falls
support her
apart isn't
husband's
just
ministry.
helpful. It's
Her
essential,
kids are adjusting
because those
in the way
dark
kids
moments
adjust,
when you're questioning
which is
if
to
you made
say
the right
unevenly
choice,
and with
when
a
you're
lot of
lonely
help from
and
their
missing
mother.
what you thought you had.
She mentioned she'd
Those are the
started
moments
attending
when
a
you
smaller
need someone
church,
to remind
which
you
made
why
me
you left.
smile.
The
Something
loneliness
about
was
both
real,
of us
though.
landing in
I'm
smaller,
not going to pretend
quieter
it wasn't.
places after
Going
years
from
of the
sharing your
large
life
and
with
the
someone to
prominent felt
sleeping
right.
alone in a quiet
Like we'd
house,
both learned something
cooking for
about what
one,
actually
having
sustains
no
you
one to
versus
tell about
what
your
looks
day.
like it should.
It's an adjustment
People
that
ask me
hits
about
harder
faith.
than you expect.
Whether what happened
There were
broke
nights
it,
I'd reach
whether
for my
I still
phone to
believe
text
in the
Marcus
church as
about
an
something
institution,
random,
whether
some
the
inside
betrayal
joke
of a
or
man who was
stupid meme,
supposed to
and
represent
then I'd
something
remember
sacred
that person
destroyed
didn't
my
exist
relationship
anymore.
with that thing.
The Marcus
And the
I
honest
thought I
answer
knew was
is
a
that my
fiction.
faith is intact,
And the real
though
Marcus
it looks different
wasn't
than it
someone
did.
I wanted to
It
share
is
anything
quieter.
with.
It is
I
less
had to
dependent
grieve
on
not just the
institutional
relationship,
validation,
but the future
it
I'd
is less
imagined.
likely to
The
accept
kids we
someone's
talked about
spiritual
having,
authority
the
at
house
face
we were
value
saving
and
for,
more
the
interested in the
retirement
evidence
plans
of how
and
they actually
vacations
live.
and growing old
It has,
together.
in some ways,
All of it gone
become more
because he
personal
couldn't
and
keep his
more
dick in his
durable
pants.
precisely
And
because
yes,
it is
I'm
no
still bitter
longer
about
being
that
held up by
specifically,
structures I've
about
had
how
to stop
he threw away
trusting.
decades of
What I believe
potential
now is
happiness
simpler
for
than what I
some
believed
before,
some
and
ego
I think
boost.
simpler is
Some
closer
woman
to the
he's
truth.
probably not even
I
with
believe
anymore
in showing
because
up honestly.
relationships built on
I believe
betrayal
in paying
rarely
attention
last.
to what the
I
people
saw
closest
on
to you
social
are
media
actually
through a
doing
mutual
rather than
friend
what
that
they're
he
saying.
dated the woman from
I
the
believe
hotel
that
for a
love
few
is
months
not
after our
naivete.
divorce.
Trust is
But
not
it didn't work
passivity,
out, shocker.
and faith is
Turns
not the
out when
same
you
as
start a
looking
relationship
away.
with someone
I
who
believe
helped you
that the
cheat,
hardest lessons
trust
tend to be
becomes
the
an
most
issue.
permanent ones.
Who would have
And
thought?
that the clearing that
Part of
happens
me wanted
after
to reach out to her
devastation,
and say,
as
told you
brutal
so,
as the clearing
but
process
honestly,
is,
she'd already
makes
learned
room
that
for
lesson
things
the
that
hard
couldn't
way,
grow in the
and I
shade
wasn't
of what was there
interested in
before.
rubbing salt in wounds.
I am 31 years
I'd moved
old.
on, and
I
she
live
could
in an
figure out her
apartment
own
I
path.
like, in a
Marcus
neighborhood
tried
I've
to
come
date
to
other
love.
people too, from what
I have a
heard,
job I'm good
but
at and that I
apparently
find
he
meaningful.
struggled because
I
word
have
gets
friends who
around
are
in
real,
Atlanta,
an honest
especially
community,
in our
and
social
a faith
circles,
that I have
and
actually
women
examined
talk.
rather than
And
just
nobody
inherited.
wants to date the guy
I
who
have a
cheated on
cleaner
his wife
relationship
for
with
6
my own
months.
instincts than I have
His
had at any
reputation
other
took a
point
hit,
in my adult life.
and I can't say I
And
feel
I
bad
have a
about that.
capacity for
Actions
solitude
have
that I had never
consequences,
developed
and one of those
before,
consequences
that I think is one
that
of the
people
most
remember how
underrated
you
forms
move,
of strength
and
a
they
person
judge
can
you
have.
accordingly.
The ability
I've
to
built
be
a good
alone
life
with yourself
now, better
without
than
filling
good
the
actually.
silence with
My
noise.
career took off after
I am
the
not
divorce
finished being
because
affected
I
by
finally
what
had the
happened.
mental space
I
to
don't think
focus
you're
on
ever
myself
finished,
instead
not
of
really.
managing a
It
relationship
shows
that
up
was
in
rotting from the
unexpected
inside.
moments.
I got promoted twice in 2 years.
I sometimes catch myself in a more money than Marcus or friendship,
and I ever made together.
Looking for the frequency
Bought myself
drift
a car
before
I
it becomes a
actually
problem.
wanted instead of
in
the
the
practical
way,
sedan.
I'll hear a certain
convinced me
kind of
was the
gospel
smarter
music
choice.
and feel a
Started
complicated
traveling to
mixture of
places
love
I'd
and
always
loss
wanted to
that
go.
I can't fully
I
untangle.
went to Bali by myself.
In the way, I
Spent
sometimes
2 weeks
dream
in
about
Thailand.
that whole way in
Took
the
a
Marriott
girlfriend trip
and
to
wake
Dubai.
up with the same
Did a
combination
yoga
of dread
retreat in
and
Costa
clarity
Rica.
I felt
Lived
standing
my life
outside
in
that
full
door.
color instead
But
of the
I am
muted
not
gray
defined
my
by it
marriage
either.
had become
That is
without
the
me
line
even
I have
realizing
worked
it.
hardest to walk.
James has been
To
part
let
of that
what
journey
happened
too.
be part of my
He
story
encourages
without
me to
letting it be
chase
the
my
whole of
dreams.
it.
To
Never
carry
makes
the
me feel
knowledge
guilty
it
for
gave me without
prioritizing
carrying
myself.
the wound of it in a way
Celebrates
that
my
closes
wins
me
like
off
theirs
to
what comes next.
And that kind of
What
support
comes
is
next,
something
I
I
don't
didn't
know
even
yet.
know I was missing
That is
until
not
I
a
had
sad
it.
admission.
We're talking
It is
about
an
getting
honest
engaged
one.
soon,
And
which
after
terrifies
years of
me if
filling
I'm
in that
being
uncertainty
honest.
with assumptions,
Not because I don't
deference,
trust him, but
and the
because
voices
I'm
of
still
other
carrying
people's
some scar
wisdom,
tissue from
I find
Marcus.
not knowing to be one
Still
of the
have
most
moments
honest
where
things
I worry
can
the
say.
other shoe will drop.
I'm standing.
But James is
I'm
patient with
clear.
that.
I am
He understands
in ways
that
I
my
couldn't have
trauma
predicted
isn't
when I
about
was
him.
23 years
He's willing
old
to
in
move
a
at my
white dress
pace,
in that
and
sanctuary.
he's shown me through his
more
actions
fully
that he's
myself
nothing
than I
like
have
my
ever
ex.
been.
That
And
not all
that is
men are
nothing.
incapable
That
of
is,
loyalty
in fact,
and honesty.
everything.
I think
The
about the
end.
version of me who
She
is
caught her
married to
pastor
Marcus,
in the hotel
and I
room
barely
with her
recognize
sister-in-law.
her.
I
She was
need you
so
to understand
focused on
something
being
before
the
I
perfect
start.
wife.
I am
on
not a
making him
suspicious
happy,
woman by nature.
on keeping the peace.
I never went
that
through
she
Marcus's
forgot to
phone.
ask if she was
Never
happy,
questioned his
if
whereabouts.
her needs were being met.
Never demanded passwords
if she was getting
or
back
check-ins
even
or any
half
of that.
what she was given.
I was raised to believe
I'm not that
trust
woman
was the
anymore.
foundation
I won't
of a
shrink
marriage.
myself to
And
make
if you
someone
didn't
else
have that,
comfortable.
you didn't have
Won't ignore
anything
red
worth
flags
keeping.
to avoid conflict.
My mother told me that.
Won't accept less
My
than I
grandmother
deserve
told me
just
that.
because I'm
The
afraid
women
of
in my
being
family
alone.
built their
Being
entire
alone is
identities
better than being
around
with
being
someone
the
who
kind
makes
of
you
wife
feel
who
alone.
didn't sweat the
That's
small
something
stuff,
I learned the hard
who
way,
gave her husband
and it's a
room to
lesson I'll
breathe,
carry with me
who
forever.
kept the home steady
Marcus
and the faith
represents
strong.
a chapter of my life
I carried
that's
that into
closed
my
now.
marriage
Not
as if it were
forgotten
scripture.
because I learned
And
too
for
much
a
to
long
forget,
time,
but
I thought
definitely
it was working.
closed. And
Marcus
I'm not
Webb
interested
came
in
into my life
reopening it
when I
no
was
matter how
22
many
years
times
old,
he tries to
standing
rewrite
in the
the
parking
ending.
lot of
He
Greater
wanted me to
Anointing
be a
Ministries
safety net
after
while
a
he
Sunday
explored
morning
other
service,
options.
arguing
Wanted
with my
me to be the
cousin
stable,
Danielle about
comfortable
whose
choice.
turn it was to
He could
host
come home
Christmas
to
dinner.
after his adventures.
He walked past
and I
us,
refused
stopped,
to be
looked
anyone's
at me,
backup
and
plan
said,
ever
"I don't know
again.
what the argument is about.
I'm someone's
but
first
I hope
choice
you
now.
win."
Someone's
That
only
was it.
choice,
And
that's
that was
what
the
I
whole
deserved all
introduction.
along.
I
just had
laughed.
to lose
Danielle
everything
rolled
to
her
realize
eyes,
it.
and 3
The
weeks
journey
later,
from that
Marcus
hotel room to
and
where
I
I
were
am now
having
wasn't
coffee
easy.
at a
It
little
was
spot on
messy and
Cascade
painful,
Road,
and there were
talking
setbacks.
for 4
Days
hours
when
like
I
we'd
felt
known
like I
each
was
other our
moving
whole
backward
lives.
instead of
He
forward.
was 25.
Moments when I
Tall,
wondered if
clean-cut,
I'd
the
ever
kind of
trust
man who
anyone
opened
again.
doors without being
But I
asked
kept going,
and remembered
kept healing,
things you mentioned
kept choosing
in
myself
passing 3
over and over
conversations
until
ago.
choosing myself
He was thoughtful
became
in a way
natural
that made
instead
you
of
think
radical,
someone had been raised
and
right.
that's the real
and he
victory
had
here.
been.
Not
His
that I
mother,
survived
Miss
Marcus's
Carolyn,
betrayal,
was
but
one of
that
the
I
most
used it as fuel
respected
to
women
become
in our
someone who would
congregation.
never tolerate that
His
treatment
father
again.
had passed when
Someone
Marcus
who knows
was
her
16,
worth isn't tied to
and
whether
he
a
carried
man can
that
stay
grief with a
faithful.
quiet dignity
Someone who
that
understands
I found
that
deeply
his
moving
cheating
at
was
the
about
time.
his character.
I thought it
not
meant
my
he
value.
understood loss.
I hope
that
my
he
story
understood how
helps someone
fragile
who's
things
going
were.
through this right now.
I thought it made
someone
him
who
someone
just
who would
found out.
never take what
someone
he had
who's
for granted.
deciding whether to stay
We dated
or
for
go.
2 years and
Someone
married
who's
when I was
questioning
23.
their own judgment.
The wedding
and
was
wondering
held in
if
the
they'll
same
ever feel
sanctuary
whole
where
again.
we'd both been
You will.
baptized as
I
children.
promise you will.
And
It
there
takes
was something
time
about
and
that
work and
symmetry
support,
that felt like
but
a
you will come
promise
out the
bigger
other
than the
side
vows
stronger
themselves.
than you ever thought
My
possible.
father walked me
and
down
you'll
the
look
aisle.
back and thank
Miss
yourself
Carolyn
for having the
cried through
courage
the
to walk
entire
away.
ceremony.
Don't let anyone
Pastor
convince you
Elijah
that
Drummond,
leaving is giving
who
up.
had known Marcus
Leaving is
since he was
sometimes
a
the bravest
teenager,
thing you can do.
officiated.
It's
He
choosing
gave a
yourself
sermon
when
before the
someone else
vows
has
that people
chosen
in
to
our church
disrespect
still
you.
talk about.
And there's
Something
nothing
about
weak about
covenants
that.
and sacred
Marcus
ground
is still
and the
out
way
there
God
somewhere,
sees marriages
still living
not as
his life,
contracts,
still
but as
dealing
living
with the
things that have to be
consequences of his
tended.
choices.
I remember standing at that altar thinking I had never felt more certain about anything in my life.
And that's exactly how it should be.
For the first several years,
I'm free.
The marriage was good.
I'm loved by someone who deserves me.
Because nothing
is but
genuinely
a story
good.
I tell now.
We bought a house in
tale,
Adamsville.
a reminder of what I survived
as a project manager
for
a mid-size healthcare company downtown.
Not with him begging for me back
was building
or
his
some dramatic
career in
confrontation,
commercial real estate.
But with me moving on
busy,
completely,
but we made
building
time for
a life
each other.
so full
we
and
traveled when we
that
could.
He becomes irrelevant.
We had a standing date night on
footnote
Fridays.
in my history instead
we were
of a
active in the
defining
church,
chapter.
both of us
and
serving on
more
different
than any
ministry
revenge
teams,
I could have planned.
and that community
more
was
than
the backbone
any
of our social life in a way that felt
move.
healthy and
Is
grounding
the ultimate
rather
victory.
than insular.
Living well,
the first time I
loving
noticed
better,
something
and
shift
never
was
looking
about
back.
4 years into
I
the
saw
marriage.
him one more time after
it wasn't
that random
dramatic.
restaurant encounter.
It wasn't an argument,
and it was at a place
cold
neither
shoulder,
of us expected,
or any of the obvious
funeral for a
signs
mutual
people talk
friend's
about.
parent.
It was more
Someone
like
we
a
both
frequency
known during our
change.
marriage,
When a
and
radio
there was
signal
no
drifts
avoiding each
slightly
other in
off
that
station,
small church.
you keep
He
reaching for
looked
the dial
older,
to bring it
more
back,
worn down,
but the sound
like
keeps
life
getting
had
fuzzy
heavy
at the
on
edges.
him. And when our
Marcus
eyes
was
met
present
across
physically,
the pews,
but somewhere
I felt
else
absolutely
in every other
nothing.
way that mattered.
No anger,
I
no
chalked
sadness,
it up to work stress.
no lingering attachment.
He was trying to close a
Just
significant
the same
deal,
feeling you get
and
when
the
you
pressure
see a
was
stranger
visible
on the street.
I gave him
After
space.
the service, everyone
deal
gathered at the
closed.
family's house
Things
for
got
the
a little
repast,
better.
and Marcus
I stopped
cornered
paying
me in the
attention
kitchen
to the
while I was
frequency.
refilling my plate.
But that drift
said,
never
"Can
fully
we talk for
corrected
a minute?
itself.
Please,
It would settle
I've
for
been
a
wanting
few
to
months,
reach out,
and
but
then
I
I'd
didn't
feel
think
it
you'd
again.
respond.
That subtle
I
pulling
looked at
away.
him.
That
This man
quality
who'd
of being
once
in the
been my
same
entire
room with
world,
someone who had
I'd
already
built dreams
left.
with and trusted
I mentioned it
completely.
to him once,
and I said,
maybe 8
"There's
months
nothing to
before
talk about
everything
Marcus."
fell apart.
That was a lifetime
We were in the
ago.
kitchen
I've
on a
moved
Sunday
on.
evening.
You should too.
And I told him
He
I
looked
felt
hurt,
like we were losing
like he'd
something.
expected some
like
different
we were
reaction.
becoming roommates
Like
who
maybe
went to
he
church
thought enough
together
time had
instead of
passed that we
husband
could be
and wife.
friendly or
He
civil
listened.
or whatever
He
fantasy
nodded.
he'd built in his
He
head.
said I was right,
But I
and
wasn't
that he would do
interested
better.
in giving him
And
closure
he did
or
for about 6
absolution
weeks.
or anything else
Then the
he
drift
thought he
came back,
deserved.
and this time
He
it brought
said,
company.
"I know I messed up.
He started
I
spending
think about
more
it every
time
day,
at the church,
about what I
not
lost,
just Sundays,
about how
but
stupid I
multiple
was,
evenings a week.
and I just want you to know
Tuesday
that I'm
Bible
sorry,
study, which he'd
truly
attended
sorry,
off and on
and
for
I hope you
years,
can forgive me
became
someday.
a non-negotiable
I set my
standing
plate
commitment.
down, looked him
Thursday
dead in the
leadership
eye,
meetings
and
that
said,
he never
"I forgave
mentioned
you a
before
long time
started
ago,
appearing
Marcus.
on his calendar.
Not for you, but
Saturday
for me,
morning
because
prayer calls
holding on to
that
that
seemed
anger
to
was
stretch
only
past
hurting
noon.
me.
I
But
didn't question it at
forgiveness
first
doesn't mean I
because
forget.
the church had
And
always
it
been central
definitely
to our
doesn't mean
lives.
I want you in
And
my life in
honestly,
any capacity.
I told myself I should be
His
glad
face
he was
fell,
investing
and
in
he
his
said,
spiritual
"I'm in therapy
growth
now.
instead
I've
of
been
sitting at
working
home
on myself,
disconnected.
trying
I
to
told myself
understand
a
why I
lot of
did what
things
I
that
did,
year.
why I
was very
sabotaged the
creative
best
with
thing
my
I ever had.
explanations.
And I just
What I
wanted
didn't
you
pay
to know
close
that.
enough attention
I
to was
almost
the way
laughed
he started
because the
guarding his
audacity of
phone.
him thinking I
Marcus
cared about
had
his
never been
personal
secretive
growth
about his
journey.
phone before.
Like his therapy
We weren't the
sessions
type to
had
go through each
anything to
other's
do with me.
devices, but
Like
I
I was
also
supposed
weren't the
to be
type to
proud
hide
of him
them.
for doing the bare
His
minimum
phone had
work
always
he should
just
have
been
done
his phone,
before he destroyed
sitting
our
on the
marriage.
counter.
I
Face
said,
up,
"That's
no
good,
drama."
Marcus. I'm
But
glad you're
somewhere
working
around
on
7
yourself
months
genuinely.
before that Wednesday night,
But that's for you
I
and
started
whoever you're
noticing
with
that
now,
he'd flip
not
it
for
over
me.
whenever
I don't need
walked into the
updates on
room.
your healing process.
That he'd take calls
I did
in the
my own
garage.
healing without you.
His screen brightness
Someone
was
else
always
walked
set
into the
to the
kitchen
lowest
then,
level.
and the conversation
I
ended.
noticed,
And I was
filed
grateful
it
for
away.
the interruption
I
because
didn't want to be
said
the suspicious
everything I
wife.
needed to say, and
My mother's
staying in that
voice in my
space
head,
with him
my
any
grandmother's
longer
voice,
felt like giving
the
him
voices
more of
of
my
every
energy
woman
than
in
he
my
deserved.
family who had
I
ever
left
told
the
me that a
repast
man
early.
needed
Didn't
space
say
and
goodbye to
trust.
him. Didn't
I
look
listened
back.
to those voices
Just got in my
instead of
car
my own
with
instincts,
James, who'd come
and
with
I will
me for
carry the
support,
weight of that choice
and
for
I
a
told
long
him
time.
about the conversation.
On Wednesday
and he
night,
squeezed
it all
my hand and
collapsed,
said,
as it
"I'm
often
proud
does.
of you for standing
I'd had
your
a
ground."
long day at work.
That interaction
back-to-back
confirmed
meetings,
what I
ate
already
lunch
knew,
at my desk,
that I'd
and
completely
drove
moved
home
on.
in that particular
that
Atlanta
Marcus no
traffic
longer
that
had
makes
any
you question
power over me.
every life
that I could
decision
see
you've
him
ever
and
made.
feel nothing
Marcus
because
was
he was
already
truly
dressed
in my
and
past.
heading out when I walked
Not
in the
just
door.
physically, but
He
emotionally
kissed me on the
too.
cheek, said he
Some
had a
people
late
hold on to
leadership
their hurt
debrief
forever.
at the church,
Let it
and
define
said
them.
he'd be home by
Let it
10.
poison every
I
future
kicked off my
relationship.
shoes,
And
changed
I get
into something
that.
comfortable,
I understand how
heated the
betrayal
leftovers
can
in the
make you
fridge,
bitter
and was in bed by
suspicious
9,
and closed off.
watching a show
But I
I'd
chose
already
differently.
seen twice.
I chose to
because
take a
I was
lesson
too
without
tired to
carrying the
invest
pain.
in anything
chose
new.
to protect my
My
peace
phone
without
rang
building
at
walls so
9:47.
high that no one could
Unknown
ever
number.
get close again.
Atlanta area
chose to
code.
believe that what
I
Marcus
stared
did
at it
was
for a
about
moment,
him,
and then
not
picked
about
up
the
because
entire
something,
male population.
some instinct I hadn't learned
that
to
choice
ignore
saved
yet,
me.
told
Saved
me
my
to answer.
ability to love again.
The woman on the other
Saved
end
me
had
from
a calm
becoming the
voice.
kind of person
The way
who's
people
so
are calm
damaged
when
by
they've
the
made a
past
decision
that
they
they
can't
sabotage
take
their
back.
own future.
She didn't introduce
and
herself.
I'm grateful I had the awareness
She didn't
to make
apologize
that
for
choice.
calling.
James
She just
and I got
said,
engaged
"Is this
6
Marcus
months
Webb's
after
wife?"
that funeral.
And the way she said
he proposed
wife,
during
with
a
this
trip to
particular weight
Santorini,
on it,
on a
made my
cliffside at
stomach
sunset,
drop before I'd
the most
even processed
beautiful
the
moment
question.
of my life.
I said
and
yes.
when I said yes, I
asked
wasn't
who
thinking
she
about
was.
Marcus or
She
my
said her
first
name
marriage
didn't matter,
or any
then
of the
told
pain
me my
I'd been
husband
through.
wasn't at
I was
any
fully
church meeting.
present, fully
She
grateful,
said he was at the
fully
Marriott
ready to
Peachtree,
start this new
room
after with someone who'd proven
and that he was not
worthy
alone.
of my trust.
She said
and
it
that's
without
how
drama,
I knew I'd
without
healed
emotion,
completely,
like
because my
she was
past
reading an
wasn't
address
interfering
off
with
a
my
piece of
present
paper.
anymore.
And then
Planning
she
my
hung
second
up.
wedding was
I sat in my bed
from
for
planning my
probably 4
first.
full minutes
Back
without
then, I'd
moving.
been so focused
I ran
on the
through
details,
every rational
the perfect
alternative
dress
I could
and flowers
manufacture
and
on
venue,
number.
making
Someone
sure
is playing a
everything
game.
looked picture
A
perfect
misunderstanding.
for everyone else.
A mix-up.
This time I
Some
didn't
woman
care
with
about
a grudge
any of that.
against
We
a
kept
different
it small,
Marcus Webb
just
in a
close
different
family
marriage
and
with a
friends,
different wife.
at a vineyard
I built
outside
those
the city,
alternatives up as high as
simple
I could,
and intimate,
and then I
and
watched them
focused on
collapse
what
on their
actually
own
mattered.
because not one of
The
them
commitment
could hold
we
the
were
weight
making
of
to
what
each
I
other.
heard in that woman's
My
voice.
dad walked me down the
She
aisle,
wasn't making
and he
something
leaned
up.
in right before
She
we
knew
got to
something,
James and
and
whispered,
she had
"This
decided
one's
I should know
different."
it too.
I can see
I
it in the
got
way
up.
he looks at you.
I got dressed.
Like you're the only
Not
person
slowly,
in the room.
not dramatically,
And I knew he was
just
right.
mechanically. Marcus
the way
had
you
never
move when
looked
your
at me
brain
like
has
that.
made a decision.
Even in our best
and your
moments,
body is following
there was
orders
always something
before your
distracted
emotions
about
have
him.
had a chance
Something
to vote.
looking for the next
I
thing,
grabbed my
the
keys
next
and
thrill,
my purse,
the next
and I drove
validation.
to that Marriott.
But James
and
looks
I want
at
to
me
tell
like
you that I
I'm
was
enough,
composed the
like
whole
I'm
way there.
everything.
But the truth
We
is
said
that
our
I cried
vows
for
and
the
I cried,
first 10
not
minutes
sad
of that
tears,
drive,
but happy
and
ones,
then something
grateful
switched off
tears,
inside me,
because I'd
and
gone
I
through
went
hell
very
to
still.
get to this moment,
Not
and
peaceful
it made
still.
me appreciate it
Certain
so
still.
much more than I would
Like,
have
I
if
already
I'd
knew
never
what I
known
was about to
heartbreak.
find,
I
and the
thought
grief of
about
knowing
Marcus
it had
briefly
arrived
during the
before the
reception.
proof.
Wondered
The
if
lobby
he
of the
heard I
Marriott
was
was
getting
bright
remarried.
and quiet.
Wondered if
One
it
of those
bothered him.
business travel
And then I
hotels
let
where
the
the
thought go
energy
because
at
it
10
didn't
o'clock
matter.
on a Wednesday
He was a
is
ghost
tired
I'd
and
stopped being
transactional.
haunted by.
A man in a suit
Tasha
was
gave a
checking
toast
in at the
that
front
had
desk.
everyone laughing and
A
crying.
woman was waiting
She
for the
talked about
elevator
watching
with
me
a
go through
rolling
the worst
suitcase.
time of my life.
Nobody
and come
paid
out
me
stronger.
any attention.
Talked about
I
how
took the
James
elevator
had
to the
restored
second
her
floor
faith that
and
good men
walked down
still
the hallway.
existed.
And
When
talked
I got
about
to
how
room
this was the wedding I
214,
deserved. I stood
not the
outside that
first
door,
one.
and
My
I
mom
made
cried
myself
through the whole
breathe.
ceremony.
I could hear
partly
the television.
because she was happy,
A low
but
murmur
partly
of sound,
because she
some
felt
late
guilty.
night show.
She
The
told
kind
me
of noise
later that
people
she'd
put on when they
suspected
want to
Marcus
feel
was
less
cheating
alone
toward the
or
end,
less conspicuous.
but didn't say anything
There was light
because she
under
didn't
the
want
door.
to plant seeds of
Someone
doubt
was
if she
awake
was
in that
wrong.
room,
I
and they had
told
no
her I didn't
idea
blame
I
her,
was standing
that it
18
wasn't her
inches
job
away
to
from them.
expose him.
I knocked
that
two
even if
firm
she had
knocks,
said
not
something,
frantic,
I probably
not
wouldn't have
timid.
believed her
The
until I saw it
television
with my
kept
own
going.
eyes. And
I
we
heard
hugged,
movement,
and I felt
the
that weight lift
unmistakable
off her
sound of
shoulders.
people adjusting,
James's family
repositioning,
embraced me
the
completely.
shuffle and hush
No
of a
judgment
situation
about my
being
divorce.
rearranged
No
before
weird
a door
questions about
opens.
what happened.
I heard a
Just
low
love
male
and
voice saying
acceptance
something I
and
couldn't make
welcoming
out.
me into their fold.
I heard
like
another
I'd
voice
always
respond.
belonged there.
I stood
His
there
mother pulled
and
me
I
aside
waited,
at the reception
and when the door
and
finally
said,
opened,
I can see how much
I
you've
was
been
looking
through.
at Pastor
I can see it
Elijah
in your
Drummond.
eyes. But
He was
I can
wearing a
also see
hotel
how
robe.
strong you are.
His hair,
and I'm so
usually
grateful my son
perfectly
found
shaped for
someone
Sunday
who knows
mornings,
what real love
was
looks
not
like,
right.
because she
His
knows
eyes
what it
went
doesn't
wide
look
when
like.
he saw me,
That hit
and
me
for just
harder
a
than I
moment,
expected,
one
and
very
I cried
small
again
and very
because
honest
she was
moment.
right.
I
Surviving
saw pure
Marcus
panic
made me
cross his
appreciate
face
James
before
in
he
ways I
composed
never
himself
could
into
have
the
otherwise.
Pastor Drummond
Made me
I'd
recognize
known
healthy
for
love
11 years.
because I'd
But I had
experienced
already
toxic
seen the
love.
panic.
We
I had
honeymooned
already
in Italy.
clocked the robe
2
and the
weeks
hair
of wine
and the way he was
pasta
standing in
and
the doorway of a
exploring
hotel
ancient
room
cities.
at 10
And
o'clock
it was the
on a
first
Wednesday
time
night.
in years I
and
felt
every
completely
question
at
in my
peace.
mind collapsed
No anxiety
into a
about
single
where
point
James
of
was
terrible
or who
clarity.
he was texting.
I looked
Just pure
past him
trust
into the
and
room.
joy.
The lamp
I
on the
posted a few
nightstand was
photos
on.
from the trip,
The
and
bed
Marcus
covers were
liked one
pulled
of them,
back and rumpled,
which felt pathetic.
and sitting on
honestly.
the far edge
like,
of the bed,
what was he doing
wrapped
lurking
from
on my
her
page?
shoulders to her knees
What
in the
did
white
he hope
bed
to
sheet
gain from
was a
watching
woman
me
I
live
had
my
known
best
since
life
the year
without
I
him?
joined Greater
I blocked him
Anointing
after
Ministries.
that. Should have done
A
it
woman
years
who had
ago,
sat
honestly.
beside me at
But
women's
I
ministry
left him
retreats
unblocked
and
out of
eaten
some
at my
misplaced
kitchen
sense of
table
being the
and
bigger
been in my
person.
wedding.
And then
A
I
woman
realized
whose
the
last
bigger
name was
person
Webb,
wouldn't carry
because
either
she
way.
had been born
the bigger
into the
person
same
would just
family
remove
as my
access
husband,
and move on.
Tamara,
James never
Marcus's
asked me to
younger
block
sister,
Marcus.
30
Never made me
years
feel
old.
like he was
The
threatened
woman I
or
had called my
insecure.
sister-in-law
But
and
I
my
did it for
friend
myself,
for 11 years.
for my own peace.
I want to
Because
stop
I
here
didn't need
because
that
I need you to
connection
actually
anymore.
sit with what
Didn't
I'm
need to know what
describing.
Marcus was up
I
to,
drove
or
to that
if he was
hotel
watching my
expecting to
life
find my
unfold.
husband with another
We bought
woman.
a house a year after
What I
the
found
wedding.
instead was
Nothing
my
huge,
pastor,
but perfect
a
for
married
us.
man
and
with
I made
3
sure my
children
name was
and
on the
20
deed.
years of
Made sure I
spiritual
had my own
authority
money
over
in my
my
own
community.
accounts.
In
Made
a
sure
hotel
I
room
learned the
with my
financial
sister-in-law.
lessons my first
My husband
marriage
was
had
nowhere
taught
in
me.
that room.
Not because
And the
I didn't
caller
trust
who sent
James,
me there
but
knew exactly
because
what
I
I would
learned that you
find.
can love someone
The
and
world
still
did not
protect
spin.
yourself.
It
That
didn't
being
do
smart
anything
about money
dramatic
and
or
independence
cinematic.
isn't a lack of
It just
faith in your
rearranged
partner.
itself
It's
very quietly
self-preservation.
into a shape
James
I didn't
understood
recognize.
that. Never
Pastor
questioned
Drummond
why I
started
wanted separate
talking
accounts in
immediately.
addition to our
His
joint
voice
one.
was low,
Never made
measured,
me feel
controlled.
paranoid for
He
wanting
said,
to maintain
Sister
some
Keisha,
financial autonomy.
this is not what dash.
And that
And I
understanding
held up
made
one
me
hand,
trust him
and something
even
in my
more. face made
we
him
started
stop
talking about
mid-sentence.
kids. Something I'd wanted
Tamara.
with Marcus.
She had pulled
but
the sheet higher up around herself,
so grateful that
and
never
she was
happened.
looking at a point
Can you
somewhere to the
imagine
left
being
of my
tied
face,
to him forever
unable
through a child,
or unwilling to
having
meet
to
my
co-parent
eyes
with
directly.
someone who'd betrayed
I had
me
known
so
this woman for
completely.
over a decade,
With James,
and
the
she
idea
couldn't
of
look
having
at me.
kids felt
That told
exciting
me more than the
instead of
robe
terrifying.
or the rumpled bed
Felt
or
like something
any of
I
the rest of
actually
it.
wanted instead
I
of something
said
I was
very
supposed
calmly,
to want.
whereas
And we
Marcus,
started trying.
neither
no
of them
pressure,
answered immediately.
Just seeing what happened.
Pastor Drummond
I got
opened his
pregnant
mouth,
6 months
and
later,
I cut him off
when I saw
before
those
he
2
could
lines
start.
on the test,
I
felt
said,
pure joy,
not you.
no fear, no anxiety
Tamara
about whether
finally looked
James
at me.
would step up
Her
or
eyes were wet,
disappear or
but
turn
she
into
hadn't
someone I
cried
didn't
yet.
recognize.
She said she
Just
didn't know.
excitement about building
I
a
told her
family
that
with
was
someone I
interesting,
trusted
given
completely.
that my husband had
we
told
found out
me
we
he
were
was at
having
a
a
church
girl,
meeting
and
tonight,
I cried,
and I had
happy
a
tears
feeling
mixed
the two
with
things
relief
were
that I'd have a
connected.
daughter to
She
teach
looked
about
away again.
self-worth and boundaries,
So I called
and
Marcus.
never accepting less
Right
than
there
she
in the
deserves.
doorway, phone on
Lessons
speaker,
I'd learned the hard
loud
way.
enough that
Marcus
everyone in that
sent a
hallway and
congratulations
everyone
message
in that
somehow.
room could hear
Must have
every
heard through
word.
mutual friends.
He picked up on
and
the second
I deleted
ring.
it without reading
His
the
voice
whole
was
thing
normal,
because I didn't need his well wishes.
The voice of a man who had no idea the floor was about to disappear from under him.
Didn't need anything
he said he was
from him
wrapping
ever
up
again.
at the church.
My daughter was born on a Tuesday in
and
March,
asked if I needed
8 pounds,
anything.
3 ounces.
I said,
perfect
which
in
church,
every way.
Marcus?
And when James held
paused
her for
just
the
a
first
beat,
time
not
and
long,
started crying,
but I heard
knew
it.
I'd made the right
He
choice.
said greater anointing,
Knew this was the
same
life
as
I was
always.
supposed to have.
I said,
I
so
named
you're
her
there
Zara,
right now.
strong
He said
and
yes.
beautiful and fierce.
I said, then
everything
I need you to
hoped
explain
she'd
to me
be.
why I'm standing
and looking
outside
at her
room
tiny face, I
214
made
at
a
the Marriott
promise
Peachtree,
that I'd raise her
looking
to
at your
never tolerate
pastor
what I'd
and your
tolerated.
sister.
To
The
walk away the
silence that
first
followed
time
that
someone
sentence was one of the
disrespects her.
longest
To know
I have
her
ever
worth before
experienced.
anyone tries
It was the
to
silence
convince
of
her
someone
she's
whose
worthless.
entire architecture
Being
of
a mother
deception
changed
just
me in
cracked
ways I didn't
at
expect.
every joint
Made
simultaneously.
me even more grateful
It was the
I'd
silence
left
of a
Marcus,
man running
because
through
watching
every
Zara
possible
grow
response,
up in a home full
finding
of
none
love
worked.
and respect
And
and
then
honesty.
he said it.
That's
He
the
said,
legacy
Keisha,
I want
I
to
can
leave
explain.
her. Not dysfunction disguised
What are you talking about?
as commitment.
That's
She's
impossible.
3 now. Smart and
you
funny
must be
and
mistaken.
way too observant for
He
her
said
own
I can
good.
explain,
And
which meant he had
sometimes when I
something
watch
to
her play,
explain,
I think about
which
the
meant he
alternate
already knew
timeline
what I was
where
looking
stayed
at,
with Marcus,
which meant that
where she
whatever
would
was
have grown
happening
up
in that
watching
hotel
her
room
father
was not new
disrespect her
information
mother.
to my husband.
Learning that
I
love
told
looks
him to
like
come.
lies and
I told
betrayal.
him to come right now.
I saved her from that
and
by
I hung
saving
up.
myself.
15
and
minutes
that makes
later,
every hard
he walked
moment
off
worth
that
it.
elevator
Every
and
tear
down
I
that
cried.
hallway.
Every
And
night
I watched his
spent
face
angry
the whole
and
way.
hurt and
He
questioning
didn't look shocked.
everything.
He
It was
didn't look
all worth it
confused.
to get here.
He looked like a
James
man
is an
walking towards
incredible
something he
father,
had known was coming,
present and patient,
there was something
and so in
almost
love
like
with our
relief in his
daughter. It makes
expression
my
that
heart
made me
ache in the
angrier
best
than
way.
anything else
And
I
Zara
had
adores
seen
him,
or heard that
follows
entire
him
night.
around the house,
Because relief
wants him
meant
to
he
read
was
her
tired
bedtime
of carrying
stories
something.
every night.
And the fact
This
that
is what
he had been
partnership
carrying
looks
it
like,
without telling
what
me
real
meant
love
he had
looks
chosen
like,
to carry
what
it alone
marriage is
rather than
supposed to be
trust
when
me
both
with the
people
truth.
are committed
We
and
did not
honest
have a screaming
and
match
showing
in
up
that
fully.
hallway.
And
All
I'm
four
so
of us ended
grateful
up in
I
that
didn't
room
settle for
because
less.
I wasn't about to have
Didn't
this
accept
conversation
Marcus's
where
version of
anyone
love
walking
just
past
because
could
I was
hear it.
afraid of
And
starting
I think
over.
everyone
I
involved
run into
understood
people
that.
sometimes who knew us
Pastor
as a
Drummond
couple,
sat in the
Marcus
chair
and
by
me,
the window.
and they always
Tamara
ask what
put on the
happened,
second hotel
why we
robe
split,
and sat
I
back
keep
down
it
on the
simple.
edge of the bed.
Say he wasn't who I
Marcus
thought
stood
he
near
was.
the door.
I'm better
and
off
I
now,
stood in the
and
middle of
leave it
that
at that.
room, looked
Some
at each
people
of them,
push,
and said,
want the juicy
very
details,
quietly,
the drama,
someone needs to
and
start
I shut
talking.
it down because my
What came out
story
over the
isn't
next 2
entertainment.
hours in
It's
that
my
hotel
life,
room with
and
the
I don't know
television
anyone
still
an
murmuring in the
explanation
background
beyond
and
what
the
I'm
city
comfortable
moving around
sharing.
outside the window,
The people who matter,
completely
the ones who
indifferent to what was
actually care
happening
about me,
inside,
they know what
was
happened.
one of the most
They were there
painful
through
and
it.
most
They watched
clarifying
me rebuild from
conversations of
scratch,
my life.
and their support
Marcus
means
had been
everything.
at the church approximately
I heard
4
through the
months
grapevine
earlier
that
for
Marcus got
Thursday
married
evening
again.
leadership meeting.
Some woman he
The
met at
meeting
work.
ended earlier
and
than
my first
expected,
thought was, I
and
hope
he had
she
gone
knows
back
what
to the
she's
main
getting
building
into.
to retrieve his
Followed
jacket from the
immediately
room
by,
where they'd
that's
been meeting.
not my problem
He had
anymore.
walked past
Part of
Pastor
me wanted
Drummond's
to warn
office,
her,
which
wanted
should
to
have been
send an
empty at that
anonymous
hour,
message telling
and the
her to
door
watch
had
out,
been slightly
but
open.
I didn't because that's
He
not
heard
my
voices.
responsibility.
He heard
She'll
sounds
figure it
that
out on her
stopped him
own,
in the
or
hallway.
maybe he's actually
He stood
changed.
outside that door for
Stranger
long
things
enough
have
to
happened.
understand
But
exactly what was
probably
happening
not,
inside
because
it,
people who
and then
cheat
he walked
usually
away.
don't change.
He did
They
not
just
tell
get
me.
better at hiding
He did
it.
not tell
And
Sister
whoever
Renee.
she is, she'll
He did
learn that
not go
lesson
to the
the
church
same way I
elders,
did,
the deacon
hard
board,
way.
or
I
any
don't
of the
wish him ill.
accountability
Don't
structures
hope
that
his life
exist
falls
within
apart.
a church for
Don't
exactly
spend
this
any
kind
energy
of situation.
thinking about his karma
He went
or
home,
justice
lay
or
down
any of
beside
that.
me in our bed,
I'm just
and
indifferent.
started thinking about
and that
what that
indifference
information
is
was
the
worth.
ultimate freedom.
I want to be precise
Zara
about
asks
what I'm telling
sometimes
you
about my
because
first
I
wedding.
think the details
She's
matter.
seen photos at my
Marcus
mom's house.
did not go to Pastor
Pictures from
Drummond out
before
of anger
Marcus
or
and I split,
protectiveness,
and I tell
or
her the
any
truth
impulse
in
I could
age-appropriate
respect.
ways.
Even
That
while I was
mommy
hurt
was
by it.
married
He
before
went to him
daddy,
deliberately,
that it didn't work out.
strategically,
That
with a
sometimes
list of
people
things
make
he
mistakes,
wanted.
and we have to
He
be
wanted
brave
the
enough
church
to
board
start
position
over.
he'd been
She
passed over
accepts
for
it
twice.
easily the way kids
He
do.
wanted the
Doesn't
pastoral
judge.
mentorship he'd
Doesn't
been
ask
requesting for
complicated
years
questions,
and kept being
just says,
told to wait
okay,
for.
mommy, and
He
goes
wanted
back
to
to
preach,
playing,
which
and
Marcus
I'm
had
grateful
wanted since
she's
he was
growing
young,
up in a world
but had
where
never never been given a real platform.
It's just a fact of life.
And he wanted the kind of access and standing in that community that he felt he deserved,
living a life I'm
but
proud
had
of.
never been able to
when I
earn
think
through
about that day in the
ordinary
hotel
means.
room,
He laid
that
all
moment
of that
when
out
my
for
world
Pastor
imploded.
Drummond in a
I don't
private
feel
meeting the
pain
week
anymore.
after he walked
I feel
past
gratitude.
that office door.
Gratitude that
And
I
Pastor
found out when
Drummond,
I did.
a man who had built
that I
his
had the strength
entire
to leave.
identity on spiritual
Gratitude that I
authority
didn't waste
and moral
more years
leadership,
on someone who
sat
didn't
across
value me.
from one of his
Gratitude
congregants
for
and
every
agreed.
single thing that
Because
led
he didn't
me
have a
here.
choice,
This
or
is
at
my
least
truth,
that's how
my
Marcus
story,
had framed
my
it for
journey
him.
from betrayal
And
to healing to
because
happiness.
powerful men who have
And
been
if
doing
sharing
wrong
it
things
helps
in
even
secret
one person
are often
find the
more
courage
afraid
to
of
walk
being
away from
exposed
something
than
that's
they are
hurting
committed
them,
to doing
then
right.
every painful
So for
moment
4
was
months,
worth it.
the arrangement
Marcus
held.
is still out there
Marcus
somewhere,
got his board
still
seat.
living his life.
He got his mentorship
still dealing
meetings
with whatever demons
to preach
made him
on
the
2
way he
Sundays
evenings.
And I genuinely
he got the
hope
standing
he's found
and the
peace.
access and the
Hope he's
deference
worked
he'd
through
been
his
wanting,
issues.
and he
Hope
paid
he's
for it with his
treating people
silence
better.
about what he knew.
But that's his journey
and what
now.
he knew was that
Not
the man
mine.
delivering
I'm on my
sermons
own
about
path with
covenant
my husband
and sacred
and my
ground
daughter
on
and
Sunday
a future
mornings
full of
was spending
possibilities.
Wednesday nights
And Marcus
in hotel
is
rooms
just
with
a
his younger
chapter in
sister.
my history.
When Marcus
Not the
told
whole
me
book.
this, when
I'm
all
writing
of it
new
came
chapters
out,
now,
I went
better
very
ones,
quiet for a
happier
long
ones,
time.
and they don't
Not
include
because
him
I
at
was at a
all,
loss for
and
words,
that's exactly
but
how it
because I
should
was
be.
trying to find
I
words
never
that
told
were
Zara the
accurate
full
rather
story
than
about
just
Marcus.
reactive.
Figured
I looked
I'd
at my
save that
husband,
conversation
this
for
man
when
I had
she's
married
older,
in that
when she
sanctuary,
can understand
this
the
man
complexity
whose
of
grief
adult
I had found
relationships
moving
and the
and whose
importance of knowing
thoughtfulness
when to
I
walk
had
away
found
from
beautiful.
something toxic.
And I tried to
But she
locate
asked
something
me
I
one day when
recognized
she was
some
about
version of
5,
the person I had
completely
built
out of
11
nowhere
years
while
of my
we were
life
making
around.
pancakes, Mommy,
I asked him one
why
question.
didn't you stay married
I
to the man
asked
in
him
Grandma's
if
pictures?
at any point in those
And I
4
realized
months,
I couldn't
knowing
keep
what he
putting
knew
off
about
this
his own sister
conversation.
and his pastor,
I sat her down,
he had
got
considered
on her
telling
level,
me,
and said
not
sometimes
the elders,
grown-ups
not
make
Sister
promises
Renee,
to each other
not
that they can't
any
keep,
institutional
and
body,
when that happens,
just
we have
me,
to make hard
his
choices
wife.
about what's best for us.
Had it occurred to him
and I
even
chose
once
to
to
leave
come home
so I
and
could
tell me
find
the
real
truth?
love with your daddy.
He was quiet
She
for a
nodded
moment.
like she
Then
understood,
he said
even though
he
I
hadn't
knew
wanted
she
to put that
probably
on
didn't
me.
fully.
I have
And
thought
then
about
she
that answer
said,
many
"Did he
times
hurt
since
you?"
that night.
And my heart
I have
broke a
turned it
little
over
because
from
she was
every
already
angle.
learning that love
And
can
every
hurt,
time I come back
that
to the
people
same
can disappoint
conclusion,
you.
which is that
I
it was
said,
not an
yes,
act of
baby.
protection.
He hurt my
It was
feelings,
an act of
but
exclusion.
I'm okay now.
He had
and I learned
decided
a lot,
unilaterally
and I'm
that I
happy,
didn't get to know.
and that's what matters.
Not because the
and she
knowledge
hugged
would
me
have
tight
hurt me,
and said,
though it would
"I'm
have,
glad you found
but
Daddy."
because sharing
and
it
I
would
held
have
her
required
and thought
him to
about
share
how
what
right
he was doing with it as well.
James walked in
And
during
he
that
wasn't
moment,
ready to give that
saw
up.
us hugging.
I left
asked
that
what was
hotel
going
room
on,
at close to
and
midnight.
when I told him later,
I drove
he said,
home
"You
alone.
handled that perfectly."
Marcus stayed in his
she
own
needs
car.
to know that leaving
I don't
is
know where he
always
went
an
for the
option,
next few hours,
that she should
and I
never
didn't
feel
ask.
trapped.
I sat in
And
our house
I loved
in
him
the kitchen
even more
at
for
the table where
understanding.
we'd eaten 1,000
We had another
meals
baby
together,
2 years after
and
Zara,
I stayed there
a
until
boy
the
this
sun
time,
started coming
named
up.
him Miles.
I didn't
and
cry that
watching
night.
James with 2
I had
kids
already done
confirmed
my crying in the
everything I
car on the
already
way to
knew,
the Marriott.
that he was the
What
partner
I did that
I
night was
always
grieve,
deserved,
which is different
the
from
father
crying.
my children needed.
Grief is slower
The
and
man
quieter,
Marcus had
and it
pretended
takes
to
up
be,
more
but
space.
never actually was.
The days that followed
Life got
were some
busier
of the
with
most
2
surreal
kids.
of my
My
life.
career kept
Marcus
growing.
came home the next
James's
morning,
architecture
and
firm
we began
landed
the
bigger
process of talking
projects.
through what
we were
had
building this
happened,
beautiful,
or trying
chaotic
to.
life together.
But talking through it
and
required
sometimes
both
I'd
people
stop
to
in
be
the middle
fully
of a
present
regular
and
Tuesday
honest.
and just
Marcus
feel
kept hedging,
overwhelmed with
kept
gratitude.
qualifying,
Gratitude
kept offering
that I'd walked away
explanations
from
that were really
comfortable
just
misery,
reframings
that
of
I'd
the
chosen
same
myself
central
even
truth.
when it was terrifying.
He had chosen
that I'd
leverage
been
over
brave
integrity.
enough to believe I deserved
And he had
better,
done it while
and then
sleeping beside
actually
me
went
every
out
night
found
and
it.
sitting beside
I
me in
stopped
church
thinking about
every
Marcus
Sunday.
almost
Every
entirely
time I thought we were
except for
getting
moments like
somewhere,
this when
I'd
I'm
hit
reflecting
another
on
wall
how
of
far I've
deflection.
come. And
Not
even
lying
then, it's not
exactly,
about him
but not the
specifically.
whole truth
It's about
either.
who I was then
Just
versus
enough
who I am
truth
now.
to seem cooperative
The woman
without
who
being
stayed
fully
married to
accountable.
Marcus,
About a week after
who
that night,
ignored her
I
instincts,
asked him to
who
stay
made
somewhere
herself
else for a
small
while.
to accommodate his
Not
ego.
permanently, or at
She's
least
gone,
that's what I told
replaced
myself
by
at the
someone
time.
who knows her
I
worth
said I
and
needed
won't
space to
compromise
think,
it for
and he
anyone.
needed space to
I mentor
figure out
younger
who he
women now
actually
through a
was.
program at work,
Because the
and
man I had
always
married
tell them
and
the
the
same
man who had
thing.
spent 4
Don't ignore
months
red
running a
flags,
covert
hoping they'll
leverage
go away.
arrangement against
Don't
his own
stay in
pastor were
situations
not
that
people
make
I
you
could
question your
reconcile
sanity.
into the same
Don't
human
let
being.
anyone convince you
Until
that
I
your
could
standards
understand
are
which
too
one was
high.
real,
One of
I
my
didn't
men
know how to
came
be
to
in
me
the same
crying
house
last
with him.
year.
He
Found
went to
out her
stay with a
boyfriend
friend
was
from
cheating.
work.
Didn't
And
know
I
what
sat
to
with
do.
the silence of that
and
house
I told her
and
my
let it
story.
tell me things
Not
I'd been
all
too
the
busy to
details,
hear.
but enough.
Meanwhile,
and I watched
the situation
her
at the
face
church
change
was
as she
moving on
realized
its own
she wasn't
timeline.
alone.
I had
She
not
left
said a
him that
word to
week.
anyone
Thanked
outside
me
of
for
that
giving
hotel
her the
room.
courage, and
I had
6
not called
months
Sister
later,
Renee,
she's
had
thriving,
not spoken to any of
dating
the other
someone
women
new
in my
who treats
ministry
her right,
circle,
and
had
seeing
not
her
breathed a word to my
transformation
mother,
reminded me
my
why cousin
sharing
Danielle
our stories
or
matters.
anyone else
We're
who
not
might have
supposed
helped
to
me
suffer
carry
in
what I
silence.
was holding.
We're supposed to
Part
talk
of that
about it,
was because I
support
didn't
each
know
other,
what to say.
lift each other
Part
up
of it
when
was
someone
because
tries
I was
to
still
tear us
figuring
down.
out what I
and
believed.
that's what women do
And
when
part
we're at
of
our
it was a
best.
small,
We protect
stubborn
each other.
corner of me that was
Shanice
still
and I
hoping there
still
was
talk
some version of
occasionally.
this story
She's
that
doing
didn't
well,
require
still
everyone's
bartending,
world to be
but
destroyed.
also started her own
That hope
consulting
lasted
business
about 2
teaching
weeks.
bars and
Then
restaurants
Tamara
about customer
made her own
service.
decision.
And she
She went
credits
to Sister
that
Renee
message
on a
she
Sunday
sent me
afternoon.
as a turning point
When
in her life
home,
too.
not the church.
She said watching
not
me
a
leave
neutral
Marcus
location,
and
her
rebuild
home.
my life
Renee
inspired
told me
her
later
to stop
that Tamara
accepting
had called
mediocrity
ahead
in her
and
own
asked if
relationships,
she could come by
to demand better.
And Renee had said,
and she's
of
engaged
course,
now to someone
assuming
who
it was
worships
about
the
a
ground she
ministry
walks
matter
on.
or
And
maybe
I'm
something
so
personal
happy for
she
her.
needed counsel
We
on.
met up for brunch
She
last
opened
year.
her door and
First
let
time
in the woman
seeing each
who
other
had
in
been
person
sleeping with
since
her
all of this
husband for
started.
over a year.
And we hugged like
They sat
old
down
friends,
in Renee's
even though
living
we
room,
really only
and Tamara
connected through
told
that
her
one
everything.
devastating message.
Renee said she didn't
said,
cry.
I think about
I
that
believe
night
that
at the bar all
completely
the
because
time.
I know Renee.
Wonder if I
and
should
she
have
is the
minded
kind
my
of woman
business.
who cries in
But
private
then I see her
and
life now,
composes
and I
herself
know I
for
did
the
the right
world.
thing.
She
and
said
I told
she
her she
sat and
absolutely
listened.
did.
And when
that she
Tamara
saved
was
me from
finished,
wasting
she
more
asked
years
one
on a
question.
lie. We
She
laughed
asked
about how
long.
dramatic it all was.
Tamara said
the hotel
14
confrontation, the
Renee
divorce,
thanked her for
all
coming,
of it.
stood up,
Not because it was
walked
funny
her
at
to
the
the
time,
door,
but
and
because
closed
we'd
it.
both come so
Then she
far
called her
since
oldest
then that we
sister
could
in
look back
Savannah
without
and
pain.
talked for 4 hours.
That's healing, real
I
healing.
only know
When
all
you
of
can
this
talk about
because
the
Renee
worst
told me
moments of your
herself
life without
weeks
falling
later,
apart.
when we had
When you can
finally
acknowledge
started the
the pain
slow
without
and
letting it
complicated
consume you.
process of
When you
being
can
honest
find
with each
meaning in the
other
mess.
about everything
My
we've
parents
both
are
been
older
navigating.
now, mellowed out,
But
and
I'm
my
getting
mom
ahead of
told me
myself.
recently that
Pastor
watching me go
Drummond's
through that
resignation
divorce
came
and come out
22 days
stronger
after that
changed her
Wednesday night.
perspective on a
The
lot of
announcement
things.
to the
Made her
congregation was delivered
reevaluate
on
her
a
own
Sunday
marriage,
morning by the
her
chairman
own
of the deacon
compromises.
board,
She
Elder
didn't leave
Thorne,
my dad
who
or
had been a
anything
greater
dramatic like
anointing
that,
almost as
but she
long as
started
the church
speaking up
had
more.
existed.
Stopped
He read
accepting
from a
things that
prepared
bothered
statement.
her. Set
The language
boundaries
was
she'd
careful
never set
and vague
before,
about
and their
Pastor
relationship
Drummond
actually
stepping
got
back for
better
a period
because
of
it.
personal
She
reflection
said, "You
and
taught me that
renewal,
it's never too
and
late
about
to
the
demand
leadership
respect,
team being
even
committed
from
to
someone you've been with
continuity
for
and
40
stability.
years." And
The
I
kind
was
of language
proud
that
my
is
pain
designed to
had
be
somehow
technically
helped her
true
find her
while
voice
being
too.
practically empty.
My dad's always
But
been a
in
man of few
community like
words,
ours,
but he pulled me
in a
aside
church
at
where
Miles's
people had
first
known each
birthday
other for
party
decades,
and said, "I'm
had
sorry
watched
I
their
didn't see
children
what Marcus
grow up
was
together,
doing. I
and
should
had
have
sat
protected you
beside
better."
each other in the
And I
worst
told him
moments
it
of their
wasn't
lives.
his job to protect
That
me
kind
from
of
my own
language
husband.
doesn't hold for long.
That's some lessons we have to
Information
learn
moves through
ourselves.
those networks
He hugged
faster
me
than
tight
any
and said, "You're
announcement can
stronger
catch up
than
to
I
it.
ever gave you
By
credit
the following
for."
Sunday,
And
the
coming from
details
my
were
dad,
circulating
who
through the
rarely gives
congregation
compliments,
in whispers.
that meant everything.
Carefully worded text
James's
messages
parents treat
and
me like
private
I'm their
conversations
biological
in the
daughter.
parking lot.
Never make me feel
Not
like
everyone
the second
knew
wife
everything,
or the divorced
but
one.
everyone knew
Just
something.
embrace me fully.
And the thing about a
And
community
James's
built
mom
on moral
told me once
authority
that I'm
is
the
that
best
when the
thing that
person
ever
holding that
happened to her
authority
son.
is revealed
She
to have
said
been
he
living
was
a double
drifting
life,
before you,
the
successful
shockwaves
but
travel
empty,
deep and far.
and you brought him back to
I
life.
watched it happen
and
from a
I thought about
complicated
how we
position.
saved each other in
I was
different
both
ways.
inside the
How
situation
sometimes
and
broken
peripheral to
people
it.
can heal together
I knew more than
instead of
most of the
breaking each other
congregation,
further.
but I
We
was
take
not the
family
central
trips
figure in
now,
the story,
all four of us,
as Renee
and I
or
make sure to
Tamara
document
was.
everything.
I was a wife
not for
whose
social
husband
media,
had done
but for
something
us.
wrong in
So my
response
kids
to
can
someone
look back
else's
and
wrongdoing,
see what a happy
and the
family looks
concentric
like.
circles of
What
that
love is
wrongdoing
supposed
kept
to feel
expanding
like.
outward until
Zara's
I
8
felt
now
like I
and
couldn't
already
find their
so
edge.
perceptive.
I went back
She
to greater
watches how
anointing
James
one more
treats
time
me,
after
how he
everything
asks my
came out.
opinion on things.
I sat
how
in
he
the
shares
third row,
responsibilities
which was my
without
row,
being
the
asked.
place I had sat
And I know
almost
she's
every Sunday
internalizing
for
what a
11
good
years.
partner looks like.
The interim
Miles
minister
is
was
still
a visiting
young, only
pastor from a
5,
church in
but
Decatur,
he's already learning
an older
respect
man
by
who
watching
preached a
his
careful,
father,
measured
learning that
sermon
men
about
can be gentle and
steadfastness
present
in times
and
of
emotionally
uncertainty.
available.
It was a fine
and that
sermon.
makes me so
It was
hopeful
not the
for
sermon
the
that
kind
place
of man
needed,
he'll become.
but it was the
I
sermon
think
a
about
man
the
could
kids
give
I
when
might
he
have
didn't
had
know the
with
full
Marcus,
weight of what had
and
happened
I feel
in that
nothing
room.
but relief
I
that
sat
it never
there
happened.
and felt the
that I
absence
don't
of
have to
everything
co-parent
that
with
had
him.
made that
Don't have
sanctuary
to
feel
explain
like
to
mine.
children why their
The
father
choir
lives
that
somewhere
Sister
else.
Carolyn,
Don't have to
Marcus's
pretend
mother,
he's a good man
had sung
when
in
he's
for
not.
20 years.
My kids have
the
stability
particular way
and
the light
honesty
came through
and
the
two
side
parents
windows
who
in the morning,
genuinely
the
love
sense
each
of
other.
continuity
And
and
that's
rootedness
worth more than
that I had
anything
carried
Marcus
into
could
every
have ever
corner
given
of
me.
my adult life.
More than the house
I
we were
stayed
saving
through the
for
whole
or the
service.
life we'd planned.
I hugged a few
I
people
ran into
who
one of
approached
Marcus's
me,
friends
people
at a
who
charity
didn't know
gala
the full
last
story
year.
and were glad
Someone
to
we'd
see
been
a
close
familiar
with during the
face.
marriage.
I did
and
not
he
break
pulled me
down.
aside looking
I did not make
uncomfortable
anything
and said,
harder
I
for
need
anyone.
to apologize.
And when the
I
last
knew what
song
Marcus
finished,
was doing,
I picked
and I
up my
didn't say
purse,
anything.
walked back down that aisle for the
appreciated
last
honesty,
time,
but told
and
him I
went
didn't
home.
blame him.
The divorce
that men
was
protect
filed
each
4
other,
months
and
after
that's
that
a
Wednesday
whole other
night.
issue.
Marcus
But
and I had
moved on,
attempted a
and he
few
should too.
sessions with a
And he
marriage
looked
counselor
relieved,
during
like
that
he'd been
period.
carrying that
A
guilt
woman
for
named
years.
Dr. Anita
He
Pearson,
told me Marcus
whose office
asks about
was
me
off
sometimes.
Memorial Drive,
Wants to know if I'm
and who had a
happy,
gift
if
for
I ever
asking
talk
the
about
exact
him.
question
And
that
I said,
neither
tell
person
him
in
I
the
am
room
happy,
wanted to
and
answer.
I don't talk about him at all.
I think under different
and walked away
circumstances,
before he could
she
say
might have helped
anything
us.
else.
But
I don't owe
circumstances
Marcus
were what they
updates
were.
on my life.
Every
Don't owe him
session
the
kept returning
satisfaction
to
of
the
knowing
same
he
question:
still crosses my
whether
mind
Marcus
occasionally.
was capable of
Don't
the
owe him
kind of radical
anything
honesty
except
that
maybe a thank
rebuilding
you
would
for
have
showing me
required.
exactly what I
Not
didn't
honesty
want.
about what had happened.
Thank you, Marcus, for
He
lying
could
to
do
my
that when
face for
pressed.
6 months.
But
because
honesty
it
about
taught me
who
to
he was
trust my
and why he
intuition.
had made the choices
Thank you
he
for
made.
cheating because
That
it forced
deeper
me to
kind of
find my
honesty,
spine.
the kind
Thank
that
you for
requires
being
you
a
to look at
terrible
yourself
husband
without flinching,
because it made me
kept
appreciate
eluding
a good
him.
one.
He would get
That's
close
the only
and then
gratitude
retreat.
he'll ever get from
Would
me.
touch the truth and then
acknowledgement
pull
that
back
his
into
betrayal
explanation.
inadvertently led
I
me
don't
to
say that
something
with
better.
contempt.
And
I
even
say it
that
with a
feels like
sadness
more
that I
than
still
he
carry,
deserves.
because I
James
think Marcus
knows all
is
of this,
genuinely
knows
not
about
a bad
Marcus,
man.
knows
I
about
think
the
he is a
hotel
man
room,
who wanted things
knows
he
about
hadn't
the
earned,
divorce,
found
and
a
the healing
shortcut,
and
and
all of
told
it.
himself
And
enough
he's
stories
never
to
once made me
justify
feel
it.
like damaged
That is a
goods
very human
or like
failure.
my past was
It is
too
not
much
a failure
baggage.
I can build a life
He says
on,
my past
but it
made
is
me
a
who I
human
am,
one.
and he loves
The
who I
difference
am.
matters to me.
So he's
even
grateful
now.
for everything
We
that
divided
led
the
me
house,
to him,
the
even the
accounts,
painful
and the
parts,
accumulated
and that kind
material
of
of 11
is what
years
real
with a
love looks
thoroughness
like.
that felt
We
almost
celebrated
clinical.
our 10th wedding
Our lawyers
anniversary
handled
last
most
month.
of it.
Took a trip
We
to
were in the
Greece
same
without
room
the kids.
only twice
Just
during the
us
divorce
reconnecting
process,
and
and
remembering
both
why
times
we chose
we were
each other.
largely quiet,
And it was
communicating
perfect,
through
easy,
paperwork and the
effortless
occasional
in the way
brief,
love should
direct
be.
exchange.
I thought about
He
my
looked
5-year
tired.
anniversary
I
with
imagine
Marcus,
I did too.
how we'd gone through
We
the
had both
motions,
been carrying
nice
something
dinner,
heavy for a
generic
long
gifts,
time.
both of
Just
us
different
pretending
things,
everything
and the
was
weight of it
fine
had
when it was
settled into
already
both of our
falling apart.
faces.
And
The last
I
thing he
realized
said
I'd
to me
been living a
directly
lie for
on the
so
day we
long
signed
I'd
the
forgotten
final
what
papers
truth felt like.
was that he was
With
sorry.
James, everything is
not for
truth,
getting caught.
transparent,
He'd already
and
said
honest,
that version.
and sometimes
This
messy,
was a different
but
story,
always real,
quieter
and
and
I'll
more
take real
specific.
over perfect
He
any
said
day of
he
the
was
week,
sorry for
because
letting his
perfect
ambition
is
turn
usually
him into
just a
someone he
performance.
didn't want to be.
We renewed
That
our
the
vows
wanting
on
had
that
gotten
trip.
ahead of his
Nothing
judgment,
official,
and
just
he had
the
made
two of us on a
choices that
beach at
cost him the
sunset,
thing
saying
that
the
mattered
things we'd
most.
learned over a
I
decade
looked at him
together,
for a moment,
promising
then
to
said,
keep choosing
I
each
hope
other,
you figure
even
out
when
who you
it's
want to
hard.
be.
And
I
I cried
meant it.
happy tears,
Not
the kind
generously,
that come
not
from a
warmly,
place of
but
pure
honestly.
contentment.
Because
and
the
James wiped
alternative,
them away
hoping
and
he
said,
stayed
"This is what you
broken,
deserve.
would have required me
This
to
is what
keep
it's
carrying
always
something
supposed
that
to
wasn't
feel
mine
like."
to hold.
And he was
Tamara
right.
and I did
I'm
not have a
41
formal
now,
conversation
gray hair
about
starting
any of
to
it.
show.
We were
Wrinkles
not in
around my
contact
eyes
after
from
that night.
smiling so
The
much.
connection between us,
Body different
which
after
had been
2
real
kids,
and warm,
I've never
and
felt
had its
more
own history
beautiful
separate
because
from
I'm
my
loved
marriage,
for who I am,
closed like a
not
door
who
that
someone
locks
wants
me
to
from the
be.
inside.
Marcus would
I
have
have
made
thought about her
comments
more
by
than I
now.
expected
Would have
to.
suggested
Not
I
with
hit the
anger,
gym more
though
or
the
dress
anger was there
younger
for a
or
while,
do something
but
about
with
the
a
gray.
kind of
But
mournful
James tells
curiosity.
me I'm aging like
I wonder
fine
what she
wine
told
and
herself
actually
during those
means it.
14 months.
Looks at me like
I
I'm
wonder
still the
how she
most
sat across
beautiful
from me
woman
at
in
my
the world.
kitchen table.
That's the
talked
difference
about her life
between a
and
man who
asked about
values
mine,
you and a man
and
who's
maintained the
keeping his
surface of
options
our
open.
friendship while
One makes
holding
you
something
feel secure
underneath
and
it that would have
cherished.
broken
The
everything.
other makes you feel like
I
you're
wonder if she
constantly
felt relief
auditioning
when it
for
was
a
over,
role you
the
already
way
have.
Marcus did.
I look at
I
young
wonder
women
if she
now,
feels the loss of
ones
what
in
we
their
were the way I
20s
do.
getting married.
I will
And
probably
wanna
never
shake
know the
them
answers
and
to
say,
any of
make
those
sure
questions,
he's worthy.
and I've
Make
made a
sure
kind
you're
of
not
peace with that
ignoring red
uncertainty.
flags.
Sister
Make
Renee
sure you
and
love
I did
yourself enough
eventually
to
talk.
leave if he shows
About
you he's
3
not the
months
one.
after Pastor
But I know
Drummond's
they have to learn
resignation,
their own lessons.
she reached out to
Some
me
of them will
and
get
asked
lucky
if we
and
could
marry
meet.
good men on the
We
first
went to
try.
a restaurant in
Some of them will
Buckhead,
go through what I
neutral
went
ground,
through.
somewhere
And all I
neither
can
of
do
us
is
had been
be
with
there
our
when they need
husbands,
someone who
and
understands.
we sat for 3
Someone
hours
who's
over
been in the
food
fire
we barely
and came out the
touched,
other side.
talking with
My
a rawness
story
I
isn't
hadn't
unique.
expected
Thousands of
and
women
haven't
go through
forgotten.
this every day.
She
but
told
it's
me
mine,
things she hadn't
and
told
I own
anyone
every
else.
part of it.
I
The
told her
pain and
things
the
I'd been
healing
holding
and the
alone.
triumph.
We
Because
cried,
it made me
both
who I
of
am.
us, which I think
I'm a
surprised
wife,
us
a
both.
mother, a
We were not the
successful
type,
professional,
either
a
of us,
mentor,
to cry
a
in
friend,
public.
a
But
survivor,
something about
and
being in
none
the
of that would
presence
be
of
true
someone
if I'd
who
stayed.
understood the
If I'd
specific
accepted
quality of what
Marcus's
we'd both
version of
been
love,
through made the
if
usual
I'd convinced
containment feel
myself that good
unnecessary.
enough was actually
Renee
good enough.
is a remarkable
It
woman.
wasn't then, and it
I
won't
want to
ever
say that
be.
clearly.
I deserve great
She had
love,
been married
and
to a
so
man
does
for
everyone
23
else.
years,
And settling
had
for
raised
less
3
is
children
just
with him,
slow
had
suicide
built an
disguised as
entire
compromise.
identity as a
Marcus
pastor's
is
wife
50
in a
now, I
community
know,
where
because
that
we share a
identity
birthday
came with
month and
significant
sometimes mutual
expectations and
acquaintances
significant
post about
visibility.
him. And he looks
And had
tired,
all of it dismantled
like life
in a
has been
Sunday
harder than
afternoon
he
conversation
expected.
with her
And maybe
husband's
it has
affair
been.
partner.
Maybe
The
karma's
grace she
real
brought to that
and he's
dismantling
facing
was not
consequences I'll
passive
never
or
know
resigned.
about. Or maybe
It was
he's
active
happy,
and
I
hard
just
one,
can't imagine
and it
how.
cost her something
Either
I
way,
don't
it
think
doesn't
she'll
matter
ever
because
fully
his
get
life
back.
stopped being
But
my
she
concern
carried
the day I
herself with a
walked out of that
dignity that I
hotel
found
room.
genuinely
I've
inspiring.
built something beautiful
not
from
in
the
a
ashes of
performance
that
way,
marriage,
but
something
in the
real
quiet way
and
of someone who
lasting
has
and full
decided
of joy.
who they're going to be on the
And
other
that's the
side of
best
something
revenge.
terrible.
Not
and
that I'm
is doing
trying
the
to get
daily
revenge,
work of becoming
but
that
if I
person.
was, living
She
well
filed
would
for divorce
absolutely
about
be
2
it.
months after
My
I did.
kids will grow up
Their
knowing
settlement
their
was
mom is
significantly
strong.
more
Knowing she
complicated
didn't
than
stay in
mine,
something that
given
hurt
the
her
length
just
of the
because
marriage,
leaving was
the
scary.
shared assets,
Knowing
and
that
the children,
sometimes the
one
bravest
of
thing you
whom
can
was
do is
still in
start
high
over.
school.
And
She
when
handled
Zara
it.
gets older,
She
and
always
I tell her
handles
the
it.
full story.
I found my
when
new
I
church
explain
on a
about
Sunday
Marcus
morning
and
about
the
13
cheating
months
and the divorce,
after I walked
I'll
out of
also
Greater
tell her about the
Anointing for the
courage it
last
took to leave.
A colleague at work had mentioned it in passing.
The love I found.
One of those conversations where someone says something
I'll tell her that her dad
is
lodges
in your brain for
weeks.
That
the church was in a converted
space in East
Atlanta.
Respect is the bare minimum,
a neighborhood
and
I didn't spend much time in.
And it was smaller than
better than I did at her age
since childhood.
But even if she
maybe
doesn't,
150
even if she
people
has
on a
to
full
learn these
Sunday,
lessons the hard way like I did,
no
I'll
live
be there,
stream,
ready to
no
catch her when she
merchandise
falls,
tables,
ready
just
to
a room,
remind her that
some
she's
chairs,
strong enough
and a
to
praise
survive
team
anything,
that played with more
ready to
feeling
show
than
her what
flash.
rebuilding
The
looks
pastor
like.
was a woman
Because
named
that's what we
Reverend
do.
Gloria Osei.
Those of us who've been
She
through
was in
the
her
fire,
early 60s.
we reach back
Ghanaian
and pull others
American,
through,
and she
we share our
preached
stories
like someone
so they
who
don't
had
feel
earned
alone.
every word she
we
was
prove
saying.
that survival
Not
is
through
possible
performance
and
or
happiness
polish,
is waiting
but
on the
through
other
a
side.
quality of conviction
This is
that
my
you either
story.
have or you
From
don't.
betrayal to divorce
And she
to
had it in
healing to
abundance.
finding real love.
Her sermons
and
had a
I'm sharing
directness
it
that I
because
wasn't
somewhere
used to.
out there is a
A
woman
way of
sitting on her
naming things
couch reading
plainly
a
without
message from a
cruelty.
stranger.
That made
and
me
she
feel
needs
more
to know
seen
she's
in
not
that
alone.
small room than I
She's
had in
not
11
crazy.
years in a
and
much
she's
larger
strong
one.
enough to walk away.
The first Sunday
she's
I
strong
sat
enough
in her
to choose
congregation.
herself. to demand better,
preaching about
to
witness,
believe she deserves
about
more
the
than
difference
lies
between
and
being
betrayal,
a witness to
and
truth
whatever
and
happens
being
next,
a keeper of
she'll
someone
survive
else's
it,
secrets.
just like I did.
She talked about how
That's my
silence
truth.
can be a
That's
form
my
of
journey.
complicity,
And I'm
how the
finally at a
hardest thing
place
is
where I
often
can tell
not
it without
speaking up
breaking,
to outsiders,
where Marcus
but
is
being
just
honest
a plot
within the
point
walls
instead
of your
the main
own
character,
closest relationships.
where my life is about what I
sat
built
there with
after
my
him,
hands folded
not
in
what
my
he
lap,
destroyed.
and felt something
I'm
I hadn't
free,
felt
I'm
in
happy,
a long time,
I'm loved,
which was that
I'm
I was
enough,
in the right
and
place.
that's how this story
that
ends.
the words being
Not with
spoken
him
were
begging for
reaching
me
something
back,
in me that had
but
been
with me not
unreachable for a
caring
while.
either way,
After
living
the
my
service,
best life,
she was greeting
loving my
people at the
family,
door,
and never
when I
looking
came
back.
through,
That's
she
the
looked at me
power
with
of
the kind of
walking away.
directness
That's
that doesn't
the beauty
feel
of choosing
intrusive,
yourself.
but lets you know
That's
you've
what
been
happens
seen.
when you refuse
She
to
said,
accept
"I haven't
less
seen
than
you here
deserve."
before."
I
And
told her it
everyone
was my
who's
first
still in it,
Sunday, still
She
deciding,
said, "Come
still
back."
scared.
Not
I'm
as a
telling you what I
command
wish
or a
someone
sales
had told
pitch.
me. Leave.
Just an
Don't wait for it to
invitation,
get
simple
better.
and
Don't
warm,
hope he'll change.
from someone who
Don't
meant
waste
it.
another day
I
on
did come
someone
back.
who's already
I
shown
came
you
back
who they
the
are.
following Sunday,
Believe them
then
the
one
first
after
time.
that, and
Walk
then
away
the
with
one
your
after
head
that.
high, and
The community
trust
I
that
found in
something
that
better is
smaller
waiting,
space was
because
different
it is.
from what I'd
I'm
had
proof
at
of that,
greater
and
anointing.
you will be too.
Not necessarily
I never
better
imagined
in every
I'd be
way,
standing here
but
15
more honest
years
in
later,
the ways that had
looking
come to
back
matter
at that
most
version
to
of
me.
myself in that
People
hotel
talked about
hallway
their struggles
and
without
feeling
dressing them
anything
up.
other than pain.
The prayer
But
requests
here
were
I am,
specific and
grateful
real.
for
There was
every
no
single
performance
moment that
layer
led me
between
away
the
from
congregation
Marcus
and the worship.
toward the life I have
No
now.
sense that you needed to
Zara's
present a
13
certain
now,
version
in
of
that
yourself
weird
to
middle
belong.
school phase where
I had not
everything is
realized how
dramatic
much of my
and nothing
energy at
makes
greater
sense.
anointing
And
had
she
gone
came to
into
me last
maintaining
week
that
asking about
presentation
first
until I
loves
was
and
somewhere
heartbreak
that didn't
and
require
how you know
it.
if someone's
My
right
life
for
in the
you.
year and a
I
half
sat
since
her
the
down
divorce
and
has
told
been
her the
quieter
full
than the
story,
life I had before.
age appropriate,
And I
but
mean that
honest,
is neither
about
complaint nor
Marcus
boast,
and
just
the cheating
observation.
and the divorce.
I live
And she
alone in a
listened with
smaller
these wide
apartment in
eyes,
Kirkwood
like
that
she
I
couldn't
chose
believe her mom
specifically
had been
because it
through
had
something
nothing to do
so
with my
messy.
marriage, no
She
shared
asked,
history
"Did you
in
love
the
him?"
walls,
And I
no
said,
furniture
"I
that
loved
had
who I thought
belonged
he
to
was."
us rather than
But
just
that
to me.
person didn't exist.
I bought things I
I was
liked.
in love with a
I
fantasy.
painted the bedroom a
and
color
once I saw
Marcus
the
would
real
have
him, I
vetoed.
couldn't unsee
I
it.
started cooking in a
She
way I
wanted to
hadn't
know if
since
it
before
hurt
we
when I
bought that
found
house.
out, if I
Trying
cried,
recipes,
if I was
I'd always been
angry,
curious
and
about
I
and
told her
eating
yes
dinner at
to
odd
all of
hours
it,
because I
that
could.
heartbreak is
Small
supposed to hurt.
freedoms.
That's
The
how
kind
you
that
know it
only
mattered.
feels
But
significant
the hurt
when you've
doesn't
spent
last
time without
forever
them.
if you don't let it.
I still talk
Then
to my
she
mother,
asked the
my
question
cousin
I'd been
Danielle,
waiting for.
and a
How
handful
did
of
you know
friends
Daddy
who
was
were mine
different?
before the
And
marriage
I smiled
and are
because
still
that
mine
answer
after
was
it.
easy.
I eventually
He never made
told
me
them the whole
question if
story.
I was enough.
Not
Never
immediately,
made me feel
and not
crazy
all at
for
once,
having standards.
but over time,
Never
as
gave
I
me a
found
reason to
language
doubt
for
him.
its different parts.
She nodded like she
My
was
mother,
taking mental
to her
notes
credit,
and
did
said,
not say,
"I'm glad
"I
you
told
left
you
him,"
so,"
because
though she
if you hadn't, you
in
wouldn't
fact,
have had me
told
in
me a
Miles.
version of it.
And she
Having
was right.
sensed something
Every
off about
terrible
Marcus
thing that
in
happened
ways
led
she'd
me to my
mentioned
kid,
carefully
and that makes it all worth
diplomatically
it.
over the years.
Miles is 10
She just
now,
listened,
playing
then
basketball
drove from
and
her
getting
house
straight
in
A's
Stone
and
Mountain to
turning
my
into this
apartment in
kind, thoughtful
Kirkwood
young man
and sat
who
with me
opens
for a
doors
weekend.
and says,
We
"Please
watched
and
old
thank
movies.
you," without being
She
reminded.
made food I'd grown
And I
up
know
eating,
that's because of
and
James.
we didn't talk about Marcus
because he's
or the
watching
church
his
for
father
most of
treat
it.
people with
It was
respect
exactly
and
what I
dignity.
needed.
James'
I've been
firm
asked
is thriving.
by more than
He's
one
become
person
one of the most
whether I
sought-after
regret the
architects in
marriage,
Atlanta.
whether I would
and
go
I'm
back
the VP
and
at
choose
my company
differently
now.
if I could.
We're both
I've
successful,
thought about that question
but more
seriously
importantly,
rather
we're
than
happy.
dismissively,
Genuinely
because
happy
it
in a way
deserves a
that doesn't
serious
feel
answer.
fragile or temporary.
And what I've arrived at
We
is
bought a
this.
bigger house
I
last
don't
year.
regret the love I
Nothing
brought to that
ostentatious,
marriage,
but comfortable.
I don't regret the effort,
with enough
the
space for the
faithfulness,
kids to
or
grow
the years
and for
of
us
genuine
to host
partnership
family
that
dinners
existed
and
before
make
the drift
memories
set
that'll
in.
last long after
I don't
we're
even
gone.
fully regret the fact
I was
that it
unpacking
ended,
boxes
because
in the
the
new
ending,
house when I
as
found an old
devastating as
photo
it
album
was,
from my
was
first
also
wedding.
a kind of
Must
clearing.
have been buried in
It
storage
removed
for
things
years.
that had long
and I
blocked my
sat there
view
on the
of
floor
myself.
looking at pictures
And
of Marcus
what I see now
and
in
me
the space they
smiling like we
occupy
had it
is
all
something I
figured out.
value more than the
James
comfortable
walked in and
blindness
saw me
I
with
was
the album
living in.
and said, "You
what
okay?"
I do regret
and
is
I said,
the years
"Yeah,
I spent
just
ignoring
weird
my
own instincts in deference
feeling
to
like
other
I'm looking
people's
at a
voices.
stranger. And
My
he
mother's
sat down
wisdom
next
about
to me,
trust,
put
my
his arm
grandmother's
around me,
advice about
didn't make
giving
it
men
weird
room to
or
breathe,
jealous.
the
Just let me
collective female
process.
wisdom of my
I
family
threw the
that
album
was
away after
well-intentioned
that.
and
Didn't need
sometimes
it.
accurate.
Didn't want my
and
kids
also,
finding it
in this
someday
case,
and asking
was
questions.
a framework I
Didn't
used to
want
talk
any
myself
physical
out of
reminders
things I
of that
needed to
version
pay
of my
attention
life
to.
taking up space
I
in
don't
this
blame
new
those
one.
women.
Marcus
I don't blame
reached
the
out
tradition.
again about 3 years
I
ago.
blame the way I
sent
applied
a long
it
email
as a
talking
reason
about
not to
how he'd
see,
been in therapy
rather than
for
as a
years,
foundation
how
for
he
seeing
finally
clearly.
understood the
That's a
depth of what
distinction
he'd
I
done,
carry with me now,
how he'd become
and
a
it
better
shows up
person
in every
and wanted me
relationship
to know
I
that.
have.
I
Every
read it
context
once,
where I'm
felt
tempted
nothing,
to look away from
deleted
something
it,
that
and
deserves
moved on
my
with my
attention.
day because his
I ran
personal
into
growth
Marcus's
journey
mother,
had nothing
Miss
to do with
Carolyn,
me.
about
I wasn't a
6
character
months
in his
after the
redemption
divorce
arc.
was finalized.
I was just the woman
we
he
were both at a
betrayed
grocery
who'd moved
store
on
in College
completely.
Park, and
His
she
wife
saw
reached
me
out
first.
too.
The one he married after me
to approach
found me on LinkedIn and sent a message saying, I need to know,
herself.
did he cheat on you?
I stood still
and I knew immediately what that meant.
She looked
knew
older.
He'd done it again.
She took my hand in both of hers,
and
she said,
I responded
so sorry,
honestly,
baby.
Told her yes,
and
he did.
I believed her.
Told her for 6
Miss Carolyn
months.
is not a
Told
woman
her I
who
found
apologizes
him in a
on behalf
with
of
another
other
woman.
people as a deflection.
And she thanked me and
she was
said
apologizing for her own grief,
but needed
for the
confirmation.
loss of what she'd
and
hoped
I felt
her
bad
son's
for her,
life
but
would be,
also relieved
for the
I
gap
wasn't her
between the
anymore.
man she'd raised
She left
and
him
the man
apparently.
he'd shown
Heard
himself
through
to be.
mutual friends that
I
she'd
squeezed
filed
her
for
hands
divorce
and told her I was okay.
Everything.
She said,
part
I
of
know
me
you
wanted
are.
to reach out and
we
say,
stood there a
welcome
moment
to the
longer
club,
than a grocery
but
store
I didn't
parking
because that
lot
wasn't
required.
my place.
Then went
she
our
was on
separate
her own
ways.
journey now.
It was one of the
It's
more
funny how
dignified
some men
endings
never
to
learn
something painful
how they
that I've
repeat the
experienced,
same patterns,
and I'm
expecting
grateful
different
for it.
results.
Pastor
How they
Drummond,
destroy good women
I understand
over and
that
over
you relocated
because they're
to
too
another
broken
city.
to appreciate
Whether
what
he's
they
found
have.
another congregation,
Marcus is alone
another
now
platform,
from what I hear.
another
Pushing
community
55,
willing to restore
burned
him
too
to a
many
position of
bridges,
spiritual
reputation
authority.
too damaged,
I genuinely
living
don't
in some
know.
apartment downtown.
I don't follow his
and I don't
movements.
feel sorry for
what
him
I do know
because he
is
made
that
his
the
choices,
accountability
and
he
now he's
faced in
living with
Atlanta
them.
was largely
I ran into his
informal
mother
rather
at a
than
grocery store
institutional,
2 years ago,
which is both
Hadn't seen
typical
her
and
since the
deeply
divorce,
unsatisfying.
and she looked at me with these sad
The
eyes
church
and said,
protected its
I owe you an
reputation
apology.
as long as it could,
I should have believed
then
you.
moved on.
I should have
as
held my son
institutions
accountable.
do. The
I
people
told her
most
it was
directly
okay,
harmed by
that
what
I'd
he did had
forgiven
to find their
everyone
own way
involved
to
a
the other
long time
side,
ago.
with
And
little
she
help
started
from the
crying
structures
right
that
there
were
in the
supposed
produce
to hold
section,
him accountable.
saying Marcus
That is not a
had ruined
unique
his life,
story in religious
that she didn't even
communities,
recognize
and that
him
fact
anymore,
doesn't make it
that
less
she
true
wished he'd
or
been the
less
man I
painful.
deserved.
Renee
It
was
was
doing
awkward
well as
and
we last
uncomfortable,
spoke.
and I
She's
felt
doing
bad
some
for her
consulting
because she was
work,
carrying
which
guilt
she'd
that
been wanting
wasn't
to do
hers
for
to
years,
carry.
but
Her
had
son's
set aside to
choices weren't
support
her
her
fault.
husband's ministry.
But I understood
her
why
kids
she
are
felt
adjusting in
responsible.
the way kids
Mothers
adjust,
always do.
which is to say
I gave her my
unevenly
number
and with a
and
lot
told
of
her to
help
call
from their
if she
mother.
ever needed to
She
talk.
mentioned she'd
Not
started
because I
attending
wanted
a
to be
smaller
friends,
church,
but
which made
because
me
she was
smile.
a good woman who'd been
Something
lied to
about
just
both
like
of us
I had.
landing in smaller,
And she
quieter
deserved
places
compassion
after
even if her
years of
son
the
didn't.
large and the
She
prominent
called
felt
once,
right.
about 6
Like
months
we'd
later,
both learned
just to
something
check
about
in,
what
to
actually
tell me she'd
sustains
heard
you
I had
versus
kids
what
now
looks
and
like
was
it should.
happy. And
People
she said,
ask me about
I'm glad
faith.
you found what you were
Whether
looking
what
for.
happened broke it.
I'm glad you
Whether
didn't
I
let what
still
my
believe
son
in
did
the
make
church
you
as an
bitter.
institution.
I told her
Whether
bitterness
the
was
betrayal
a choice,
of a man
and
who
I'd
was
chosen
supposed to
differently.
represent something
Chosen to
sacred
take the lesson
destroyed my
and leave the
relationship
pain.
with that thing.
And she said,
And the
I
honest
wish
answer
more
is
women
that my
had your
faith is
strength.
intact.
And we
though it
said
looks
goodbye
different than it
and
did.
haven't spoken
It is
since.
quieter.
Shanice
It is less
and I still
dependent on
text on the
institutional
anniversary of that
validation.
message every
It is
year.
less likely
It's
to
become
accept
this
someone's
weird tradition.
spiritual authority
We send
at
each other
face value
updates on
and
our lives
more
and
interested in the
remind each
evidence
other
of how
how
they
far
actually
we've
live.
come since that night
It
at the
has,
W.
in some ways,
She has
become
2
more
kids now,
personal
owns
and
3
more
bars in
durable
Atlanta,
precisely
completely
because it is no
transformed her
longer
life.
being held up by
And
structures
she still
I've
says
had
that
to stop
decision
trusting.
to message me
What
changed
I believe
everything
now
for
is
her.
simpler than what I
Made her
believed
realize
before,
the power of
and I
women
think
looking
simpler
out
is
for each
closer
other.
to the truth.
We talk about writing
I
a book
believe in
together
showing up
sometimes,
honestly.
about our experience,
I believe in paying
about
attention
betrayal
to
and
what the people
recovery and
closest
the
to you are
importance of
actually
sisterhood.
doing rather
But
than what
we
they're
haven't
saying.
done it yet.
I believe
Maybe
that
someday
love
when
is
the
not
story
naivete.
feels fully
Trust
complete.
is not passivity.
Tasha's still
and
my
faith
best
is
friend.
not the same
Still
as
the
looking
first
away.
person I call
I
with
believe
good
that the
news or
hardest
bad.
lessons tend to be
Still
the
one
most
who knows
permanent
all my
ones,
secrets
and that the
and
clearing
loves
that
me
happens
anyway.
after devastation,
And she's watching me raise
as
my
brutal
kids
as the
thinking,
clearing
that's the woman
process
I helped put back
makes
together.
room for things that
She got
couldn't grow
married
in the
5
shade
years
of what
ago
was there
to an
before.
amazing man who
I am
treats her
31
like
years
gold.
old.
And at
I
her
live in
wedding,
an
she gave a
apartment
speech
I like,
thanking me for
in a
showing her
neighborhood
what
I've come to
standards
love.
look like.
I
for
have a job
refusing
I'm
to
good
settle,
at and that I
for
find
proving
meaningful.
that good men exist
I have
if
friends
you're
who are
patient
real,
enough to
an
wait for
honest
them.
community,
My
and
career
a
hit
faith that I have
heights I never
actually
imagined.
examined rather than
Speaking
just
at
inherited.
conferences now,
I have a
mentoring
cleaner
dozens of
relationship
young
with my
women,
own instincts than I
writing
have had
articles
at
about
any other point
leadership
in my
and
adult
resilience.
life. And I have a
people
capacity
always
for
ask what made
solitude
me
that I had
so
never
strong,
developed before,
where that drive
that I
comes
think
from.
is one of the most
I tell them it
underrated
comes from
forms of
being
strength
broken
a person
and
can
choosing
have.
to rebuild
the ability
better,
to be alone
from hitting rock bottom without filling the silence with noise. The only way out was up.
I am not
from
finished
learning
being
that your
affected
worst
by what
moments
happened.
can become your greatest
I don't think you're ever
teachers
finished.
if you let them.
Not really.
James and I still go on date nights
unexpected
every
moments.
week, non-negotiable.
In the way,
just
I
us
sometimes catch
reconnecting
myself
and
in a
remembering
new
why we chose
relationship
each other,
or friendship,
and people
looking
always
for the
comment
frequency
on how in
drift
love we
before it
still are
becomes a
after
problem.
15 years.
In the way,
The secret
I'll
isn't
hear
that we
certain
never
kind
fight
of gospel
or
music
that everything's
and feel
perfect.
a complicated
It's
mixture
that we
of
choose
love
each other
and loss
every
that I
single
can't
day.
fully untangle.
We communicate
In the
instead
way,
of hiding.
I sometimes
We
dream
work
about
through
that hallway
problems
in the
instead of
Marriott
running from
and
them.
wake up with the
We do
same
the work that
combination of
Marcus
dread and
never
clarity
wanted to do.
I felt
I
standing
look at my
outside
life
that
now,
door.
my beautiful
But
family,
I am not defined by
my
it either.
successful career,
That is the line
my
I have
genuine
worked hardest
happiness
to walk.
and I think
To
about
let
that
what
woman
happened be
standing
part of my
outside
story
room
without letting it be the
804 with
whole
her
of it.
heart pounding,
To carry the
terrified
knowledge
of what
it
she'd
gave me
find,
without carrying
but
the
brave
wound
enough
of it
to
in a
knock
way
anyway.
that closes me
I
off
want
to
go
what
back
comes
and hug
next.
her. Tell
What
her
comes
it's going to
next,
hurt
I don't
worse
know
than
yet.
she can imagine.
That is not
but
a
she's
sad
going to
admission.
survive.
It is an
Tell her
honest
that
one.
breaking is
And
sometimes
after
the
years of
only way
filling
to
in that
break
uncertainty
through.
with assumptions,
Tell her that her best
deference,
life is
and the
waiting on
voices
the
of
other
other
side of
people's
this
wisdom,
nightmare.
I find not knowing to be one of the most honest things I can say.
All we can do is
I'm
move
standing.
forward and hope we make better choices than we did
in ways
before.
I couldn't have predicted when I was 23 years old in a white dress in that sanctuary.
When we were struggling.
More fully myself
I'm
than
that
I have
person
ever
now
been.
for other women,
And that is
because I'm
nothing.
living proof.
That is,
Zara
in fact,
wants to study
everything.
psychology in
The
college.
end.
Says she wants to
caught her
help people
pastor
heal
in the
from
hotel
trauma.
room with her
And I
sister-in-law.
know that's because she's
I need
watched
you to
me do that
understand
work on
something
myself.
before I start.
Watched me
I am
transform
not a
pain
suspicious
into
woman
purpose.
by nature.
And I'm so
I
proud
never
of the
went
woman
through
she's
Marcus's
becoming.
phone.
Miles
Never
wants to be
questioned
an
his
architect
whereabouts.
like his dad.
Never demanded
already drawing
passwords or
buildings
check-ins
and structures,
or any of that.
Already showing
I was
that
raised to
same
believe that
attention to
trust was the
detail
foundation
and
of a
passion
marriage,
for creating
and
beautiful
if you didn't
things.
have that,
and
you didn't
watching
have
him
anything
idolize
worth
James
keeping.
makes my heart
My
full.
mother told me
my
that.
kids will
My
never know
grandmother
what it's
told
like
me
to have
that.
a father who's
The
checked
women in
out,
my family
who's
built their
lying,
entire
who's building a
identities
secret
around
life.
being the kind
They'll
of wife
never
who didn't
question
sweat
if
the
they're
small
loved
stuff,
or valued
who gave
or
her husband
important.
room to
And
breathe.
that's the
Who
greatest
kept
gift
the home
I could
steady
give them.
and the faith
James's
strong.
parents are
I
aging
carried
now,
that into my
slower
marriage
and
as if it
more
were
fragile.
scripture.
And they tell us
for a
all the
long
time how grateful
I thought
they
it
are
was
that we
working.
found each other.
Marcus
How
Webb
we
came into
restored
my
their
life
faith
when I
that
was
real love
22 years
exists.
old,
And their blessing
standing in the
means
parking
more
lot
to
of
me than
Greater
they'll
Anointing
ever know.
Ministries after
My
a Sunday
parents are
morning
proud
service,
of me in ways they never
arguing
were
with my
during
cousin
my first
Danielle
marriage.
about whose
They
turn
can
it was
see
to
the
host
difference.
Christmas dinner.
Can see that I'm
He
not
walked
just
past
surviving
us,
anymore,
stopped,
but thriving.
looked at me and
my
said,
dad
"I
told
don't
me
know what the
recently,
argument
this
is about,
the daughter
but
I
I hope you
always
win."
knew you could be.
That was it.
I volunteer
That was the
at a
whole
domestic
introduction.
violence shelter now.
I laughed.
Not because
Danielle
Marcus
rolled
was
her
physically
eyes,
abusive,
and 3
but
weeks
because
later,
betrayal
Marcus
is its own
and
kind
I
of
were having
violence.
coffee
And
at
I
a
want
little
women to know
spot
there
on
are different
Cascade
kinds of
Road,
abuse.
talking
Different
for
ways
4
men
hours
can
like
destroy
we'd known
you.
each other our
I
whole
sit with
lives.
women who've
He was
just left,
25,
who are terrified and
clean-cut,
broken
the kind
and
of
doubting
man
their
who
decision.
opened doors without
And
being
I tell them
asked
about
and
Marcus,
remembered things
about
you
the
mentioned
hotel
in
room,
passing 3
about
conversations
rebuilding
ago.
from nothing.
He was
and
thoughtful
I
in a
watch
way
hope
that made
flicker
you
in
think
their
someone
eyes.
had been raised
They
right,
need to know it's
and
possible.
he had been.
Need to see
His
someone
mother,
who's made
Miss
it to
Carolyn,
the other side.
was one of the
Need
most
proof that
respected
leaving
women
doesn't
in
mean
our
your life is
congregation.
over. It means
His
your
father
real
had
life
passed
is
when
finally
Marcus was
beginning.
16,
I'm
and he
53
carried
now.
that grief
More than
with a
half my
quiet
life has
dignity
been
that I
lived
found
since
deeply
Marcus.
moving at the time.
More years without
I
him
thought
than
it
with
meant
him.
he understood
and
loss,
that feels
that
significant
he understood
somehow.
how fragile
like
things
I
were.
finally
I
outrun
thought
that
it made
version
him
of
someone
myself
who would
who
never
thought she
take what he
needed
had
him.
for granted.
I don't need
We dated
anyone.
for
I
2
choose
years and
James
married
every
when I
day,
was
but
23.
I don't need him to
The
survive.
wedding was held in
Don't
the
need
same
him to validate
sanctuary
my
where
worth.
we'd both been
Don't need him
baptized
to
as
complete me
children,
because I'm
and there was
already
something
whole on
about
my
that
own.
symmetry that
That's
felt
what
like a
Marcus
promise
never
bigger than the
understood,
vows themselves.
that I was never incomplete.
My father walked
I
me
was
down
just
the aisle.
loyal to the wrong
Miss
person.
Carolyn cried
and
through
once
the
I
entire
redirected that
ceremony.
loyalty towards
Pastor
someone
Elijah
worthy,
Drummond,
everything changed.
who had known Marcus
We're planning a
since he
big
was a
trip for our
teenager,
20th
officiated.
anniversary.
He gave
Taking
a
the
sermon
whole
before
family
the
to
vows
Africa,
that people in our
safari
church still
and
talk
beaches
about.
and adventures.
Something about
making
covenant
memories
sacred
that'll last
ground
forever.
and the way God
And
sees
I'm
marriages
so excited
not
to
as
experience
contracts,
it with
but
people
as
who
living
love
things
me
that have to be
authentically.
tended.
Marcus
I
is
remember
still alone
standing
from
at that
what I
altar
hear.
thinking I had
Still
never felt
struggling,
more certain
still
about
repeating
anything
patterns,
in my life.
and I feel nothing
For
about
the first
that.
several
Not
years,
satisfaction.
the marriage was
not
good.
pity. Just
not
nothing,
perfect,
and
because
that
nothing
nothingness
is
freedom.
but genuinely good.
I write sometimes.
We bought a house
journal
in
entries
Adamsville.
about my journey.
I was working
thoughts
as a
about
project
healing,
manager for a
lessons I've
mid-sized
learned,
healthcare company
and maybe
downtown.
someday I'll publish
And Marcus
them,
was
share them
building
with
his
the world.
career in commercial
Let other
real
women
estate.
know they're not alone.
We were busy, but we made
even
time
if I
for
don't,
each other.
Even
We
if these
traveled
words
when we
stay
could.
private,
We
they've
had a
served their
standing date
purpose.
night on
They've
Fridays.
helped me process.
We were active in the
helped me
church.
heal.
Both
helped
of
me
us serving on
understand that
different
my
ministry
story
teams,
isn't defined
and
by
that
what
community
Marcus
was the
did, but by
backbone of
how
our
I
social
responded.
life in a way
I
that
responded
felt
with
healthy
courage,
and grounding
with dignity,
rather than insular.
with a refusal
the
to
first
accept
time I
less
noticed
than I
something
deserved.
shift was about
And that
4
response
years into the
changed
marriage.
everything.
It wasn't
not just
dramatic.
for me, but for my kids.
It wasn't an
for
argument,
the women I mentor,
a cold shoulder,
for everyone
or
watching
any of the
and learning
obvious
from my
signs people
example.
talk about.
This is
It
what
was more
surviving
like a
looks
frequency
like.
change.
This is what thriving
When a radio
looks like.
signal
This
drifts
is what
slightly
happens
off
when you
station.
choose yourself,
You
even
keep
when
reaching
it's
for the
terrifying.
dial to bring it
when
back.
you walk away
But
from
the sound
comfortable
keeps getting
misery
fuzzy
toward
at the
uncertain
edges.
possibilities. possibility.
Marcus was
The
present
possibility
physically, but
became
somewhere
reality.
else in every other way that
Beautiful,
mattered.
messy, and
I
perfect,
chalked it up to work
life
stress.
I'm living now.
He was
and
trying
I
to
wouldn't
close
trade
a
it for
significant
anything.
deal,
Not
and the
even a
pressure was
version where
visible.
Marcus never
I gave
cheated.
him space.
Because that
The
version
deal
doesn't
closed.
include Zara
Things
and
got a little
Miles
better.
and James and
I stopped
everything
paying
I've
attention
become.
to the frequency.
I'm grateful,
But that
genuinely
drift never
grateful
fully
for
corrected
every
itself.
moment of pain that
It would
led
settle
me
for
here.
a few months,
For every
and then
tear I
I'd
cried.
feel it again.
For every
That
night
subtle
I thought
pulling
I wouldn't
away.
survive.
That quality
because
of being
I did
in the
survive,
same room with
and
someone
I'm
who had
better for it.
already left.
That's my final
I
word on
mentioned it to him
Marcus,
once.
on
Maybe
betrayal,
8
on
months
divorce,
before
on
everything
healing.
fell
I
apart.
survived and I
We
thrived.
were in the kitchen
and I'm
on a
living
Sunday
proof
evening,
that your worst day
and I
doesn't
told
have to
him I
define
felt
you.
like we were losing
It can
something.
refine you
Like
instead.
we were becoming
Make you
roommates
stronger,
who went to church
wiser,
together
more
instead of
compassionate.
husband and
And
wife.
to anyone reading
He
this who's
listened.
standing
He
outside their
nodded.
own room,
He
804,
said I was right and that he would do
heart-pounding,
better.
terrified
And he
of what
did
they'll
for
find.
about 6 weeks.
I'm telling you to
Then
not.
the drift
to
came
face
back,
the truth,
and this time
to
it
choose
brought
yourself,
company.
because your best life is waiting on the other side of that door.
Not just Sundays,
trust me,
but
I've
multiple
been there.
evenings
I've
a
lived
week.
it. And
Tuesday Bible study, which he'd attended
Every
off and
painful
on for
moment
years,
is worth it.
became a
Because freedom is
non-negotiable
worth
standing
it.
commitment.
Peace is worth it.
Thursday
Real
leadership
love
meetings
is worth
that he'd
it.
never mentioned
Walk away
before
from the
started
lie and
appearing
toward
on
your
his
truth.
calendar.
And watch
Saturday
how quickly
morning
your life
prayer calls that
transforms when you
seemed to
stop
stretch
accepting
past
crumbs
noon.
and start
I didn't
demanding
question
the
it
whole
at
damn
first
feast.
because the church had
That's my
always
story.
been central
That's my
to our
truth.
lives.
That's my
And
life 15
honestly,
years after
I
the
told
worst
myself
day
I should
became
be
the
glad he
catalyst
was
for the
investing
best
in his
years.
spiritual growth
And I'm proud of
instead
every
sitting
choice
at
I
home
made,
disconnected.
every boundary
I told
set,
myself a lot
every
of things that
moment
year.
I chose myself.
I was very creative
Marcus
with my
is a
explanations.
memory now, not
what
even
I didn't
a
pay
painful
close
one.
enough attention
Just a
to was
fact
the
of my
way he
history,
started guarding
and
his
I'm
phone.
focused on my present,
Marcus had
on my
never
future,
been secretive
on the
about his
legacy
phone
I'm
before.
building for my kids.
We weren't the type to
and
go
the
through each
example
other's
I'm setting
devices,
for every
but
woman
we also
watching.
weren't the type to hide
This is
them.
what winning looks
his
like.
phone had
Not
always
revenge,
just been his phone,
not karma,
sitting on the
not
counter,
him suffering,
face up,
but me
no
living
drama.
fully.
But
Loving
somewhere
deeply,
around 7
and
months
never
before
looking
that
back.
Wednesday night,
That's the end of
I
the
started
story.
noticing that
Not
he'd
because
flip
there's
it over
nothing left to
whenever
say,
I walked
but
into the
because
room.
I've said everything
that
that
he'd take
matters.
calls in the garage.
And now it's time to
His
close
screen
this
brightness
chapter
was always
and
set
focus
to
on
the
the
lowest
one still
level.
being written.
I noticed.
I never expected to hear
filed
his
it
name
away.
again after all these years.
I didn't want to be the suspicious
but life has a
wife.
way of bringing things
My
full
mother's
circle
voice
when
in
you
my
least
head,
expect
my
it,
grandmother's
and
voice,
Marcus's
the
name came
voices
up
of
in the
every
most
woman in my
unexpected way
family
possible
who had
about
ever told
6
me
months
that a
ago.
man needed
Zara
space
came
and
home
trust.
from college for winter
I listened to
break.
those voices
She's 18
instead of
now,
my own instincts,
studying
and I will
psychology
carry
at
the weight of
Spelman.
that choice for a
Brilliant
long time.
and compassionate.
On Wednesday
and
night,
everything I
it all
hoped she'd be.
collapsed, as it often
And
does.
she mentioned casually
I had a
over
long
dinner
day
that
at
her
work,
professor had
back-to-back
assigned a case
meetings,
study about
ate lunch at my
infidelity
desk,
and its
and
long-term
drove home
effects.
in that particular
She
Atlanta
said,
traffic
we had to
that
interview
makes you
someone who'd been
question
through
every
it,
life
and I
decision
thought
you've
about
ever
asking
made.
you, but I
Marcus
didn't want to
was
bring up
already
bad
dressed
memories.
and heading
and
out
I
when
told
I
her
walked
I
in
would
the
have been
door.
happy to help.
He kissed me
that
on the
those
cheek,
memories
said
don't
he had a
have power
late
over me
leadership
anymore.
debrief at the church.
James looked at
and
me
said
across
he'd
the
be
table
home
with that
by
knowing
10.
smile.
I kicked
The
off
one
my
that says
shoes,
he's proud of how
changed
far
into
I've
something
come,
comfortable,
and Miles,
heated the
who's
leftovers
15
in the
now
fridge,
and towers
was
over
in
all
bed
of
by
us
9,
asked, Mom,
watching a show
do you
I'd
ever regret
already
not
seen
giving
twice
him a second
because
chance?
I was too tired
The
to
question
invest
caught me
in
off guard.
anything new.
Not because
My
it hurt,
phone rang
but
at
because it was so
9:47.
far from
Unknown
anything
number.
I'd ever considered.
Atlanta area
and I
code.
said, not
I
even
stared
for a
at
second.
it for a moment,
Giving
and
him
then
a
picked up
second
because
chance would have meant
some instinct
disrespecting
I hadn't
myself,
learned to ignore
and
yet.
I'll never
told me to
regret
answer.
choosing my own
The
dignity.
woman on the other
Zara
end had
started
a calm
her
voice.
interview project
The way
and
people
came
are
back with
calm when they've made a
statistics that shocked
decision
even
they
me.
can't take back.
She said, "Did you know
She
that
didn't
people who
introduce
cheat
herself.
once are 3 times
She didn't
more likely to
apologize for
cheat
calling.
again in future
She
relationships?"
just said, "Is
and
this
I thought
Marcus
about
Webb's
Marcus's
wife?"
second
And the
wife.
way she said wife,
About the pattern
with this
he couldn't
particular
break.
weight on it,
She said
made
her
my
professor
stomach drop
talked about
before
how
I'd
betrayal
even
trauma
processed the
affects
question.
people long term.
I said yes.
How it changes brain
I asked
chemistry.
who she was.
How it can make
She
future
said her name
relationships
didn't matter.
difficult.
Then told
and
me my
I
husband
realized
wasn't
how
at
lucky I
any
was that
church
I'd
meeting.
done the work.
She said
that
he was
I'd
at the
healed
Marriott
properly
Peachtree,
instead of carrying
room
that damage
214,
forward,
and that he was
I
not
told
alone.
her the key is not
She
letting
said
what
it
someone
without
else
drama,
did make you
without
suspicious
emotion,
of everyone,
like she
not
was reading
punishing
an
new
address
people
off
for
a
old
piece
crimes.
of paper.
And she wrote
And then
that
she
down
hung
like it
up.
was profound.
I sat in my
but
bed
to me it was
for
just
probably
survival.
4 full minutes
Just
without
the choice
moving.
I'd made to not
I
let
ran through
Marcus's
every
betrayal
rational
poison my
alternative
future.
I could
James
manufacture
has
on
been
number.
talking about retirement
Someone is
lately.
playing a game.
He's 60
A
now and wants to
misunderstanding.
slow down.
A mix-up.
Spend more time
Some
with
woman
grandkids
with a
when they
grudge
come.
against a different
Travel
Marcus
more.
Webb in
Just
a different
enjoy
marriage
life,
with a
and
different
I'm right
wife.
there with him.
I built
ready
those
for the next
alternatives up
chapter.
as high as I could.
We talk sometimes
and then
about
I watched
moving,
them collapse
maybe to
on
the
their own
coast,
because not
somewhere
one of them
quiet
could
where
hold
we
the
can
weight
watch
of
the
what I'd
ocean
heard in
and
that woman's
reflect on
voice.
everything we've
She wasn't
built
making
together.
something up.
And the fact
She knew
that we're
something,
planning a
and
future
she had
together
decided
after
I should know
20
it too.
years still
I got
amazes
up.
me.
I got
I think
dressed.
about how I couldn't
Not
even
slowly,
plan next week with
not
Marcus,
dramatically,
because
just
I was
mechanically.
always waiting
the
for
way
the
you
other
move
shoe
when
to
your
drop.
brain has made a
Always
decision,
sensing something
and
was
your
wrong,
body is
but not
following
trusting
orders
myself enough
before
to
your emotions
investigate.
have had a chance
and
to
that's
vote.
no way to live.
I grabbed my
Living
keys
with
and my
James
purse,
is easy,
and I drove drove to
not
that
because
Marriott,
we don't have problems,
and I want to
but
tell you
because
that I
we
was
solved them
composed
together,
the whole way
because
there.
there's no
But the
hidden
truth
agendas
is that I
or
cried for the
secret lives.
first 10 minutes
Just
of that
two
drive.
people committed to
and
making
then
it
something
work
switched
every
off
single
inside
day.
me, and
I got
went
a
very
message on
still.
LinkedIn last
Not
month from a
peaceful
woman
still.
I didn't know.
Certain
She said,
still.
I hope this
Like,
isn't
I
weird,
already
but
knew what
I'm
I was
going
about
through a
to find,
divorce because of
and the grief of
infidelity
knowing
and
it had
someone
arrived
told me your
before the
story.
proof.
Would you be
The
willing
lobby
to
of
talk?
the Marriott
And
was
I said
bright
yes
and
immediately.
quiet. One of
We
those
met for
business
coffee,
travel
and she
hotels
cried,
where the
telling me
energy
about
at 10
finding
o'clock
texts
on a
her
Wednesday
husband's
is
phone,
tired and
about the lies he
transactional.
told,
A man
about
in a
how she
suit was
felt
checking in
stupid
at
for
the
not
front
seeing it
desk.
sooner.
A woman
And I
was
held her
waiting for
hand
the
and
elevator
said, "You're
with
not
a rolling
stupid."
suitcase.
He was intentionally
Nobody paid
hiding
me
it.
any attention.
That's what they do.
I took the elevator
She
to the
asked
second
how long
floor
it took me to
and
trust
walked
again,
down the
and
hallway.
I was honest.
And when I got
said
to room
years,
214,
but it's possible.
I
I'm
stood
living
outside
proof.
that door,
and she looked
and
at me
I
like
made
I was
myself
giving her
breathe.
permission to hope.
I could hear the
like
television.
my existence meant
A
she could
low murmur
survive
of
this
sound.
too.
Some late night show.
I gave her my number,
the kind
and
of noise
told her
people
to call
put on
anytime,
when they want to feel
day
less
or
alone
night,
or
if
less
she
conspicuous.
needed someone who understood.
There was light
and
under
she's
the door.
called a few times
Someone
since
was
then,
awake in that room,
each time
and they had
sounding
no
a little
idea
stronger,
I was standing 18
a little more
inches
certain
away from
she
them.
made the right choice.
I knocked 2 firm knocks,
That's my purpose
not frantic,
now,
not
being
timid.
that lifeline for
the
women who
television
are where I
kept
was,
going.
reminding them they're not
movement,
alone,
the
showing them
unmistakable
what
sound
life
of
looks
people
like on
adjusting,
the other side of betrayal,
repositioning, the
and it
shuffle
feels
and
good,
hush of a
meaningful
situation
in a
being
way my career
rearranged before a
success
door
never
opens.
quite did.
I heard
Marcus's
a low
mother
male
passed
voice
away
saying
last
something
year.
I couldn't make
I saw
out.
the obituary
I heard
online,
another voice respond.
and I thought about calling him
stood
to
there,
offer
and
condolences,
I waited, and
but
when the
decided
door
against
finally
it.
opened,
We're not
I
those
was
people
looking
to
at
each other
Pastor
anymore.
Elijah
We're
Drummond.
nothing to each other.
He was wearing a hotel
and
robe.
inserting myself into
his hair,
grief felt
usually
wrong.
perfectly
I
shaped
sent
for
flowers
Sunday
to the
mornings,
funeral home
was not
anonymously
right.
instead.
His eyes
because
went wide
despite
when he saw
everything
me,
she'd been
and
kind
for
to me
just a
once,
moment,
before she
one
chose
very
her
small
son's
and
lies
very
over my
honest
truth,
moment,
and she
I saw
deserved
pure
that
panic
small
cross his
gesture
face
of
before
respect.
he composed
His
himself into
father
the
died
Pastor
a few
Drummond
years before
I had
that.
known for 11
I'd
years.
heard, and
But I had
apparently
already
Marcus
seen
fell
the panic.
apart.
I had
Started
already
drinking
clocked the
heavily,
robe and the
lost
hair,
his
and the
job,
way he was standing in the
spiraled in
doorway
ways
of a
that
hotel room
confirmed
at
what
10
I'd
o'clock
always
on a
suspected,
Wednesday night,
that he
and
was running
every
from
question in my
something
mind
inside
collapsed
himself
into
all
a
along.
single point
The
of
cheating
terrible
was never
clarity.
about me,
I
never
looked
about
past
not
him
being
into the
enough.
room.
It was about him
The lamp
trying to
on the
fill
nightstand
some void
was on.
that couldn't be
The
filled
bed
with
covers
external
were
validation,
pulled back and rumpled,
and understanding
and sitting
that
on the
freed
far
me
edge
from
of the bed,
any remaining
wrapped
traces
from
of
her
self-blame.
shoulders to her knees in
I
the white
see him
bed sheet,
sometimes in my mind,
was a woman I
not
had
as the
known
man
since
who
the
betrayed
year
me,
I
but
joined
as a
Greater
cautionary
Anointing
tale,
Ministries.
as proof that you
A
can have
woman who had
everything
sat
and
beside
throw
me
it
at
away
women's
because
ministry
you're too
retreats
broken to
and
appreciate
eaten at
it.
my kitchen
And
table
I feel
and been
sorry
in my
for him in
wedding.
an abstract
A
way.
woman whose last
Sorry
name
that
was
he
Webb,
never did the work
because
to
she had
heal
been
whatever
born
made
into
him
the
that
same
way.
family
Sorry
as my
that he's
husband,
probably still lonely
Tamara,
and lost.
Marcus's
Sorry
younger
that he
sister,
wasted his chance
30
at real
years
love
old,
because he was
the
too
woman I
busy
had called my
chasing something he
sister-in-law
couldn't
and my
name.
friend for
But
11
that sorrow
years.
doesn't consume me.
I want to stop
doesn't
here
make me want to
because
reach
I need
out
you
or
to
check on
actually
him.
sit with what
It's
I'm
just
describing.
a passing thought.
I drove
like
to that
feeling
hotel
bad for a
expecting to
stranger
find my
you see on the
husband with
street.
another woman.
Compassionate,
What I
but
found
detached.
instead was my
James
pastor,
and I
a
renewed our
married
vows
man
again
with
last
3
year for our
children
20th
and 20
anniversary.
years of spiritual
This time with the
authority
kids
over
there,
my community,
with our closest
in a hotel
friends and
room with my
family.
sister-in-law.
And it felt like a
my husband
celebration
was
not
nowhere
just
in that
of our
room.
marriage, but of
And the
survival.
caller who sent
of
me there knew
choosing right
exactly
the
what I
second
would
time.
find.
Zara
The
read a
world
poem
did not
she'd
spin.
written about watching
It
her
didn't do
parents love
anything
each other
dramatic
well,
or cinematic.
about learning what partnership
It just
looks
rearranged
like.
itself
And I
very
cried
quietly
because
into
I'd
a
given
shape
her that
I didn't
gift,
recognize.
the gift of knowing
Pastor
what
Drummond
healthy
started
love looks
talking
like,
immediately.
and that felt like
His
the biggest
voice was
success
low,
of my
measured,
life.
controlled.
Miles walked
He
me down
said,
the aisle
"Sister
with
Keisha,
James's father,
this is
who's
not
still
what
with us
dashed."
at 82.
And I held up one
and
hand,
having my
and
son
something in my
beside me in
face
that
made him
moment
stop
felt full circle.
mid-sentence.
Like
I
I was
looked at
showing him
Tamara.
the kind of man
She
to
had
become,
pulled the sheet
the
higher up
kind of
around
love
herself,
to build.
and she
The
was looking at a
ceremony
point
was simple,
somewhere to the left
just
of
us
my face,
reaffirming promises
unable
we'd
or
already
unwilling
kept
to
for
meet
2
my eyes
decades.
directly.
But it mattered.
I had known
It
this
felt
woman for over a
important to mark the
decade,
milestone,
and she couldn't look at
to
me.
acknowledge that
That
we'd
told
built
me more than the
something real
robe or
and
the
lasting.
rumpled bed or
I look
any
at my
of the
wedding
rest of it.
photos from that day,
I said
at my
very
gray hair
calmly,
and laugh
"Where's
lines,
Marcus?"
and the way James
Neither of
looks
them
at me
answered
like
immediately.
I'm still the most beautiful
Pastor
thing
Drummond
he's ever
opened
seen.
his mouth,
and I
and
think
I
about
cut
that
him
first
off
wedding,
before he could
how
start.
young I was,
I
how
said,
naive.
"Not you."
I wouldn't
Her.
trade wisdom for
Tamara
youth.
finally
Wouldn't go
looked
back
at me.
even if I could.
Her eyes were
because
wet,
everything
but
I've
she
learned,
hadn't cried
every
yet.
scar I
She
carry,
said she didn't
made
know.
me capable of this
I told her
love,
that was
this
interesting,
life, this
given
version
that
of
my
myself
husband
I
had told me
actually
he was
like.
at a church meeting
Marcus
tonight,
is 60 now,
and I had a
maybe
feeling
older.
the two
Time
things were
has blurred the
connected.
specifics,
She looked
and
away
I
again.
genuinely don't know where
So
he
I
is
called
or
Marcus.
what he's doing.
Right
and
there
the
in the
fact
doorway,
that I don't know
phone on
and
speaker,
don't care feels
loud
like
enough
the
that
ultimate
everyone
freedom.
in that hallway
There's no
and
curiosity
everyone in
left.
that room could hear
No wondering
every
if he
word.
thinks about me.
He picked
no
up on the
mental
second
space
ring.
devoted to someone
His
who
voice was
stopped
normal,
mattering
relaxed.
the moment I closed
the voice
that
of a
hotel
man
room
who
door
had no
behind
idea
me
the
and
floor
chose
was about
myself.
to disappear from
I'm
under
teaching
him.
Zara about
he said he was
boundaries
wrapping
now
up
as
at the
she navigates college relationships,
if I was okay,
telling her to watch
if I
how men
needed
treat her,
anything.
to trust her instincts,
"Which church,
to
Marcus?"
never make herself small for someone
just a
else's
beat.
comfort.
Not long,
and she
but I
listens
heard it.
because she's seen
He
me
said
live these
greater
principles.
anointing, same as
She's
always.
dating someone now.
I said,
a nice
"So you're
young
there
man
right now."
who treats her well.
He said yes.
And when she brought
I
him
said,
home for
"Then
Thanksgiving,
I need you to
James,
explain to
and
me
I
why I'm
grilled him the way
standing
fathers
outside
do,
room
and
214
he
at the
passed
Mary
every
Peachtree,
test,
looking at your
respectful
pastor and your
honest,
sister.
and clearly
The
smitten
silence
with
that
our daughter.
followed that sentence
Watching
was
her be
one of the
loved well
longest
by
I
someone
have
worthy
ever
makes my
experienced.
heart so full.
It was the silence
Knowing
of
she
someone
won't have
whose
to learn
entire
these lessons
architecture
the
of
hard way.
deception just
Won't have
cracked
to waste
at
years
every
on
joint
someone who doesn't
simultaneously.
value her.
It was
Won't
the
have to
silence
rebuild
of a
herself
man
from
running
scratch
through
like I
every
did.
possible response,
Miles is starting to
finding
notice
none
girls
worked.
now,
And then
awkward
he
about
said
it the way
He
15-year-olds
said,
are.
"Keisha,
and
I can
James
explain."
has already started
Not,
having
"What are
conversations
you talking
about
about?"
respect and
Not,
consent,
"That's impossible."
and treating women like
Not,
human
"You
beings,
must be mistaken."
not objects
He
or
said, "I can
conquests.
explain," which
We're
meant he
raising
had
good
something
humans,
to explain,
James and
which
I,
meant he
kids
already
who
knew
know
what
what
I was
love
looking
looks
at,
like,
which meant that whatever was happening in that hotel room was not new information to my husband.
The kind of pain Marcus
I told him to come
on me on anyone else.
I told him to come right now.
That's legacy,
and
real
I
legacy.
15
not money
minutes later,
or property or
he walked off
accomplishments,
that elevator
but
and down that
kids
hallway.
Who make the world
and
better,
I watched his
who
face
break
the
cycles
whole way.
instead of repeating
He didn't look
them,
shocked.
who choose
he didn't look
kindness
confused.
over cruelty.
He looked like a man walking towards something he had known
more now
was
that
coming.
both kids
and
are
there was
older
something
and
almost
more
like relief
independent.
in his expression
and last
that
week
made
a woman
me angrier
asked
than
me if I ever
anything
see
else
my
I had
ex
seen
and what
or
I do when
heard that entire night.
And I
because
realized
relief
I haven't
meant he was
seen Marcus
tired
in
of
over a
carrying
decade.
something.
Our
And the
paths
fact
just
that he had
don't
been
cross
carrying
anymore.
it without
We
telling
live
me
in
meant he
different
had
worlds,
chosen to
different
carry it
circles,
alone rather
different
than trust me
realities,
with the truth.
and that separation
We did not
feels
have a screaming
appropriate.
match in that hallway.
Feels like the natural
All four of us
conclusion
ended up
to
in
a
that room
story
because
that
I
should
wasn't
have
about to
ended
have this
years
conversation
before it
where
actually did.
anyone walking
I
past
told
could hear
her
it.
I don't see
and
him.
I think
And
everyone
if I did,
involved
I'd feel
understood
nothing,
that.
not
Pastor
anger,
Drummond sat
not
in the
pain,
chair by the
not
window.
even curiosity.
Tamara put on the
just
second
nothing,
hotel
and
robe
that's how you
and
know
sat
you've
back
healed.
down on the edge
and
of the
she
bed.
looked skeptical,
Marcus
like she
stood
couldn't
near the
imagine
door.
ever getting
And
there.
I stood in the middle
But
of that
she will.
room.
They
looked
all
at
will,
each of them
because
and said,
time and work
very
and
quietly,
choosing yourself
someone
over
needs to
and
start
over
talking.
creates that distance.
What came out over
that
the next 2
indifference,
hours
that
in that
freedom
hotel
from the
room with the
person who once
television
felt like
still
your whole
murmuring in
world.
the background
I'm
and the city
55
moving
now,
around
been
outside
free
the
from
window,
Marcus longer than
completely
some people have
indifferent
been
to what was
alive.
happening inside.
And when I think about my
was one
life,
of the
I
most
categorize it as
painful and
before and
most
after.
clarifying
Before I found my
conversations of my
spine
life.
and after I found
Marcus
my
had been
strength.
at the church
The
approximately
before
4
version
months
feels
earlier
like someone
for a
else's
Thursday
story,
evening
like
leadership
a movie
meeting.
I watched once.
The meeting ended
and the
earlier than
after version
expected,
is the
and
only
he
one
had
that
gone back
matters.
to the main
The
building
only
to
one I
retrieve his
claim.
jacket from the room
only
where
one I
they'd
want
been
to
meeting.
pass down.
He had walked
James
past
and I
Pastor
talk about
Drummond's
writing our
office,
story
which
someday.
should have been empty
Not
at
as
that
a
hour,
revenge tale
and the
or
door
an
had been
expose,
slightly open.
but as a testament
he heard
to finding
voices.
love after
He
devastation.
heard sounds that
to
stopped
building
him in the
something
hallway.
real the second
He
time
stood
around.
outside that door
to
for long
proving that
enough
your
to
first
understand
marriage doesn't have
exactly
to
what was
define your
happening inside
capacity
it,
for happiness.
and then he walked away.
But we probably
He did
won't.
not tell me.
We're too busy
He did
living
not
to
tell
write about
Sister
living.
Renee.
Too
He
focused
did not
on the
go to the
present to
church
dwell on the
elders,
past.
the deacon
Too
board,
grateful
or
for what we
any
have
of
to
the
spend time
accountability
analyzing
structures
how we
that
got
exist
here.
within a
I
church
know
for
how we got
exactly
here.
this kind of
Courage
situation.
and boundaries
He went
and
home,
refusing to settle.
lay down beside
Choosing
me in our
myself
bed,
when it was
and
terrifying.
started thinking about what that
Trusting
information
something
was
better
worth.
existed even
I
when
want
I
to be
couldn't see
precise
it
about
yet.
what I'm telling
and
you
those
because
choices
I think the
compounded over
details
time
matter.
into this beautiful
Marcus
life.
did not go to
That's
Pastor
the secret
Drummond out of
nobody
anger
tells you.
or protectiveness,
That leaving is just
or
the first
any
step.
impulse I could
The
respect.
real work is
even while I
rebuilding
was
yourself
hurt by
into
it.
someone who won't
He went to
accept
him
less than they
deliberately,
deserve.
strategically,
Someone who
with
knows
a
their
list
worth
of things
isn't
he
negotiable.
wanted. He
Someone
wanted
who
the church
chooses
board
themselves
position he'd
every
been
single
passed over
day.
for twice.
I choose
He
myself
wanted
every
the
day
pastoral
now,
mentorship
even
he'd
while
been
choosing
requesting for
James,
years, and
even
kept
while being a
being
mother
told to
and
wait
wife
for.
and professional.
He wanted to
There's
preach,
a part of me that's
which Marcus
just mine,
had wanted
that
since he was
answers
young,
to no one,
but had
that
never been
remembers
given
what
a
it
real
costs
platform.
to get here and refuses
he wanted
to
the
ever
kind
go
of
back.
access and standing
Marcus
in that
can't hurt
community
me anymore,
that he felt he
not
deserved,
because I've forgiven
but
him
had never
completely,
been able to
though I
earn
have,
through ordinary
but
means.
because I've built a
He
life
laid
so
all
full
of
that
that out
there's
for
no
Pastor
room for his
Drummond in a
ghost,
private
no
meeting the
space
week
for his
after he
memory
walked
to take
past
root
that
and
office
grow.
door.
This
And
is what
Pastor
victory
Drummond,
looks like.
a
Not
man who
dramatic
had built
or
his
cinematic,
entire identity
just
on
quiet
spiritual
confidence,
authority
deep peace,
and moral leadership,
genuine happiness
sat
that
across
doesn't
from
depend
one
on
of his
his suffering
congregants
or
and
vindication.
agreed.
Just
Because he didn't have a
exists because
choice,
I created
or
it.
at least that's how
And
Marcus
to
had
anyone out
framed
there
it for
still
him.
hurting,
And
still wondering
because
if you'll survive,
powerful men who have
still
been doing
questioning
wrong
if
things
leaving
in
was the right
secret
choice,
are often
I'm
more
here to
afraid
tell
of
you
being
that you will
exposed
survive.
than they are committed
Leaving
to
was the
doing
right
right.
choice, and your
So
best
for
life
4
is waiting.
months, the
It's
arrangement
waiting for you
held.
to choose it.
Marcus
to
got his
believe
board
you deserve
seat.
it.
He
to
got
do
his
the
mentorship
hard work
meetings.
of healing
He got
and
to preach on
rebuilding
2
and
Sunday
becoming
evenings.
someone who
he
won't
got the
settle
standing
ever
and
again.
the access
I
and the
did it.
deference he'd been
Thousands
wanting,
of women
and he
before me
paid
did
for
it.
it with his silence
Thousands
about
after
what
me
he
will
knew.
do it.
And
you
what
can
he knew
too.
was that the
I
man
promise
delivering
you can.
sermons about
Because
covenant
if I could
and
walk away from
stick
Marcus
around on
and
Sunday
build this
mornings
life,
was
anyone
spending
can.
Wednesday nights
That's
in
my
hotel
final
rooms
truth,
with his younger
my
sister.
final testimony,
When Marcus
my
told
final
me
word
this,
on a
when
man who once was everything,
I went
and
very
now is
quiet
nothing.
for a long
And
time.
I mean that with
Not
peace,
because I was
with
at a loss for
gratitude,
words,
with
but
the wisdom
because I was
that
trying to
only
find
comes
words
from
that were
surviving
accurate
something
rather
you weren't
than
sure
just
you could
reactive.
survive.
I looked
I'm
at my
here,
husband.
I'm whole,
This man
I'm
I had
happy,
married in
and
that
Marcus
sanctuary.
is wherever he is.
This man
and
whose
those two
grief
things
I had
have
found
nothing to do with
moving
each
and
other
whose
anymore.
thoughtfulness
And
I
that's
had found
exactly how it
beautiful.
should be.
And I
This
tried to
story
locate
ends
something
not
I
with me thinking
recognized
about
some
him,
version of
but
the
with me
person
thinking
I
about
had
my
built
life,
11 years
my
of
family,
my life around.
my future,
I
my
asked him
peace,
one question.
and that shift from him
I
to me
asked
is
him
the
if,
whole
at
point.
any point
is
in
the
those 4
entire
months,
journey,
knowing
is
what
everything.
he knew about his own
I'm
sister
free,
and his pastor,
finally, and
he had
completely
considered
free,
telling me,
and that
not
freedom
the elders,
tastes sweeter
not Sister
than
Renee,
anything I ever
not
had with
any
Marcus,
institutional body,
sweeter than
just
any
me,
apology he
his
could
wife.
give. Sweeter
Had it
than
occurred to him
any
even
revenge
once
I
to
could
come
take,
home and tell
just
me the
sweet
truth?
on its own,
He was quiet
uncomplicated
for a
and
moment.
pure.
Then he said he hadn't wanted to put that on me.
Not because there's nothing left to say, but because I've moved so far beyond
I have turned it over from every angle.
To talk about it feels
and
like
every
going
time
backward.
I come back to the
and
same conclusion, which is that it was not an act
into
of
whatever
protection.
comes next.
It was an act of exclusion.
With
he
my
had
kids
decided
growing into
unilaterally
amazing
that
humans,
I didn't get to know.
with a life
not
I'm
because
proud
the
of
knowledge
and a
would have
story
hurt me,
that might
though it
help
would
someone
have,
else
but
find their way out of
sharing
the
it would have
darkness.
required him to
That's
share
enough.
what he was
More
doing
than
with
enough.
it as well.
Everything
and
I
he
needed
wasn't
it
ready
to
to
be,
give that up.
And I'm closing
I
this
left that
chapter with
hotel room
gratitude
at close
for
to
everything
midnight.
it taught me.
I
and
drove home
excitement
alone.
For everything still
Marcus
to come.
stayed in his own car.
Marcus was a lesson.
I don't know where
not
he
a
went
life
for the next
sentence,
few hours,
and I'm living
I didn't
proof
ask.
that you can graduate
I
from
sat
that
in our
school
house
and
in the
build
kitchen
something
at the
beautiful
table
from
where
what
we'd
you
eaten
learned.
1,000
and
meals
that's where
together.
the story finally,
and I stayed there until the
peacefully,
sun started
gratefully
coming
ends.
up.
I
didn't
thought
cry
that was
that
the
night.
end. Thought
I had
said
already done my
everything that
crying in the
needed
car
saying,
on the way to the
but
Marriott.
life has this way
What
of
I did
adding
that night was
epilogues when you
grieve,
least
which is
expect
different
them.
from crying.
And mine came in the
Grief is
form of a
slower
phone
and
call
quieter,
3 months ago
and it
that I
takes up
never
more
saw
space.
coming.
The
It was a
days that
Tuesday
followed
afternoon.
were some of the
I
most
was at my
surreal
desk
of my life.
reviewing quarterly
Marcus
reports
came home the
when
next
my
morning,
assistant buzzed
and we
said,
began
"There's
the
a woman
process of
online
talking through what
asking
had
for you.
happened,
Says
or
it's urgent.
trying to.
Won't
But
give her
talking
name,
through it required
and something
both
in my
people
gut
to be
told me
fully
to take
present
it.
and honest.
I picked up and
Marcus
heard a voice
kept
I
hedging,
didn't recognize,
kept qualifying,
young,
kept
shaky,
offering
scared,
explanations
and she
that
said,
were really
"Is this
just
the woman who was
reframings
married
of the
to Marcus
same central
Thompson?"
truth.
And my blood
He had
went
chosen
cold
leverage
because
over
nobody's
integrity.
called me that in decades.
And he had done it while
I'm not that
sleeping
woman
beside
anymore.
me every night and
Haven't
sitting
been for
beside me
25
in
years.
church every Sunday.
I said, "Who is
every
this?"
time
and
I
she
thought
took
we
a
were
deep
getting
breath
somewhere,
and said,
I'd
"My
hit
name is
another wall
Alana.
of deflection.
I'm Marcus's daughter.
Not lying exactly,
and I need to talk
but
to you
not
about
the whole
him."
truth either.
And the world tilted
Just enough
because
truth to
Marcus
seem
has a daughter,
cooperative without being
which meant
fully
he'd
accountable.
built a life after me.
About a week
had a
after that
family.
night, I
And
asked
this girl
him
was
to stay
calling
somewhere
me
else
for
for a
reasons
while.
I couldn't begin
Not
to understand.
permanently, or at least
She
that's
said,
what I
"I found
told
your name in
myself
some
at the time.
old papers of his.
I said I
court
needed
documents
space to
from
think,
your divorce,
and he needed
and I
space
tracked
to
you
figure
down
out
because
who he
I need
actually
to
was.
understand something.
Because
and my
the man
mom
I had
won't talk
married
about
and
it.
the man who
And
had
I
spent
felt that
4
old
months
familiar
running a
dread.
covert leverage
The sense
arrangement
that Marcus's
against his own
chaos
pastor
was
were
about
not
to touch
people
my
I
life
could
again
reconcile
after all
into the
these
same
years.
human being.
I asked how
Until I
old
could
she was,
understand
and she
which
said
one was real.
23,
I
which
didn't know
meant
how to
he'd
be in
had
the
her with
same
someone
house with
not
him.
long after our
He
divorce.
went to stay with a friend
probably
from
the
work.
woman from the hotel,
And I sat with
or
the
someone
silence
right
of that
after.
house and let it
I
tell me
wondered why
things
this
I'd been
girl
too
was
busy to
calling me
hear.
now.
Meanwhile,
what could possibly
the
be so
situation at the
urgent?
church was moving
She
on
said
its own
he's dying,
timeline.
cancer.
I had not said a
stage
word
4,
to anyone
and he's been
outside of that
asking
hotel
for you,
room.
saying
I
things
had
that
not
don't
called
make
Sister
sense.
Renee, had
and I
not
found
spoken
these
to
letters
any of
he
the other
never
women
sent,
in my ministry
dozens
circle,
of them,
had
all
not
addressed
breathed a
you
word
over
to
the
my
years,
mother,
and
my
I need to
cousin
know who you
Danielle,
were to him.
or
My
anyone
hands
else
started
who might have
shaking,
helped me
and I had
carry
to
what
sit
I was
down
holding.
because Marcus is
Part
dying.
of that was
This
because
man
I didn't
who
know what
once
to say.
been my entire world,
Part of it was
and then
because
my
I was
worst
still
nightmare
figuring
is
out what I
actually
believed.
dying.
And part of
he'd
it
been
was
writing
a
me
small,
letters he never
stubborn
sent.
corner of me that
And
was
his
still
daughter
hoping
was
there was
calling
some
me
version
like
of
I
the
held some
story
key to
that didn't
understanding
require
him.
everyone's
I
world
told
to
her
be
I was his
destroyed.
first wife.
That hope
that we
lasted about
divorced
2
over
weeks.
20 years ago.
Then Tamara
that I hadn't
made her own
spoken to him in
decision.
decades.
She went to
and
Sister
she
Renee
said,
on a
I know,
Sunday
I read the
afternoon.
court records.
Win her home.
I know he cheated
not
on
the church.
you. But
Not
the
a
letters
neutral
make it
location,
sound
her
like
home.
losing you destroyed
Renee
him.
told me later
Like
that Tamara
everything
had called
after was
ahead
just
and
him
asked
trying
if
to
she
fill
could
that
come
void.
by, and
I
Renee had
almost
said,
laughed because of course he'd
assuming
rewritten
it was
history
about
in
a
his
ministry
head,
matter,
made me
or
into the one
maybe
that got
something
away
personal
instead
she
of the
needed
woman he
counsel on.
betrayed.
She
Turned
opened
his
her
own
door
bad
and
choices
let in the
into some
woman who had
tragic
been
love
sleeping
story
with her
where he was the
husband for
victim
over a
of his
year.
own stupidity.
They sat down in
She
Renee's
asked if
living
I'd be
room,
willing to see him,
and Tamara
said he
told
doesn't
her
have
everything.
long, maybe
Renee
weeks,
said
and
she
he
didn't
keeps
cry.
talking about needing
I
to
believe that
apologize
completely
properly,
because I know Renee,
needing to make peace
and she is
before
the
he
kind of
goes.
woman who cries
And
in
I felt
private
torn between
and
the person
composes
I'd
herself
become
for the
who's
world.
supposed to be
She
compassionate,
said she
and the
sat and
person
listened,
who remembers
and
exactly
when
what
Tamara
he
was
did.
finished,
I told
she
her I
asked
needed
one
time
question.
to think about it.
She asked
Took her
how
number,
long.
hung up,
Tamara
and sat
said
there staring
14
at
months.
nothing because I
Renee
thought thought I
thanked her for
closed this
coming,
chapter.
stood up,
Thought Marcus
walked her
was
to the door,
ancient history,
and closed it.
And now he's dying.
Then she called
and
her
wanting
oldest
to see
sister
me,
in Savannah
and I have
and
no
talked
idea
for
what
4
to do.
hours.
I told
only
James
know all
that
of
night,
this because
laid out
Renee
the whole
told me herself
conversation
weeks later,
and he held
when
my
we had
hand
finally
and said, "What do you
started
want
the
to do?
slow and
Not what you think
complicated
you should
process
do.
of being
What do you
honest
actually
with each
want?"
other about
and I realized I
everything
didn't
we'd both
know.
been navigating.
Couldn't separate obligation
But I'm getting
from
ahead of
desire
myself.
from curiosity.
Pastor
Part of
Drummond's
me wanted to
resignation
ignore
came
it.
22
Let
days
Marcus
after
die
that
without
Wednesday
giving
night.
him the closure
The
he was
announcement to the
seeking.
congregation
Let him
was
sit with
delivered
his
on a
regrets
Sunday
the way
morning
I'd
by
sat
the
with my
chairman of the
heartbreak.
deacon board,
But another
Elder
part of me,
Thorne,
the
who had
part
been a
that
greater
spent
anointing
decades
almost
healing
as
and
long
growing.
as the church had
Wondered
existed.
if seeing him one
He
last
read from
time
a
would bring me
prepared
some kind of
statement.
peace too.
The language
I
was
talked
careful
to my
and
therapist
vague
about it.
Pastor
Yes,
Drummond
I
stepping
still
back
see
for a
Dr.
period
Williams
of
after
personal
all these
reflection
years,
and renewal.
and she said the
and
question
about the
isn't
leadership
whether he
team
deserves
being
your
committed
time.
to continuity
It's whether
and
you'll regret
stability.
not going.
The kind
Whether
of
you have
language that is
anything left
designed to be
unsaid that
technically
needs
true
saying.
while being
I
practically
thought about
empty.
it for days,
But
couldn't
in a
sleep.
community like
kept
ours,
imagining what it
in a
would be
church
like to
where
see
people
him
had
after
known
a
each
quarter
other for
century,
decades,
to look
had
at
watched
this
their
man who
children grow up together and had sat beside each other in the worst moments of their lives. That kind of language doesn't hold for long.
Mom,
information moves through those networks faster than any announcement can catch up to it.
Miles said, whatever you decide, we support you.
The details were circulating through the congregation in whispers, carefully worded text messages, and private conversations in the parking lot.
I finally called Alana back and said
Everyone knew everything.
Not for Marcus,
but everyone knew something.
For her.
This and the thing about a community built on moral authority is that when the person holding that authority is revealed to have been living a double life, the shockwaves traveled deep at a hospice facility in North Carolina from a complicated
years ago.
I was offered to come with the situation,
but I said no.
Peripheral to it.
This was something
I knew
needed
more than
to do
most
alone.
of the congregation.
Needed to face
but I was not the central figure in the story,
from whatever
as Renee or Tamara
was.
And he I was a wife whose husband had done something wrong in response to someone else's wrongdoing,
me completely.
And the concentric circles of that wrongdoing kept expanding outward until I felt like I couldn't find their edge.
And the whole way
I went back to Greater Anointing one more time
how I'd react,
everything came out.
Whether I'd cry or yell, or just
feel nothing like I'd felt for so long. The place I had sat almost every Sunday for 11 years.
Peaceful.
The interim minister was a visiting pastor from a church in Decatur,
and
an
Alana
older
met me in
man
the lobby
who preached a careful, measured sermon about steadfastness in times of uncertainty.
And I saw a version of him that never got a chance
It was not the sermon that place needed. But it was the sermon a man could give when he didn't know the full weight of what had happened in that room.
I wanted to talk to you first.
I sat there and
we
felt
sat
the
in a
absence
quiet
of
room,
everything that had made that sanctuary feel like
about
mine.
Growing up with Marcus
the choir
as a
that
father,
Sister Carolyn,
and it
Marcus's
was complicated
mother,
and
had hung
messy
in for
and sad.
20 years.
She said he'd
the particular
been a good
way
dad
the light
when he was
came
present,
through the side windows in the morning, the sense of continuity and rootedness that I had carried into every corner of my adult life.
When Alana was 12,
I stayed through the whole service. I hugged a few people who approached me, people who didn't know the full story and were glad to see a familiar face.
Every good thing.
I did not break
every
down.
relationship.
I did not
every
make
job,
anything harder for anyone.
I never understood why.
And when the last song
I
finished,
told her some people
I
are
picked up
just
my
broken
purse,
in ways
walked
that can't
back
be fixed.
down that aisle for the last time,
sometimes the why
and
doesn't
went
matter
home.
as much as
The
accepting
divorce
your
was filed 4 months
for an
after
hour,
that Wednesday
and
night.
I gave her what I could.
Marcus and I had attempted a few sessions with a marriage counselor during that period.
The healing,
a woman
and
named
she cried
Dr.
and
Anita
said,
Pearson,
so
whose
sorry
office
he
was
did that
off
to you.
Memorial
I'm
Drive,
sorry he's done
and
it
who
to
had
everyone.
a gift for asking
And
the
I
exact
told her his
question that
choices
neither
weren't her
person
burden
in
to
the
carry.
room wanted to answer.
Then she asked if I was
under
ready
different
to see him,
circumstances,
and I said yes,
she might
even
have
though I
helped
wasn't
us.
sure I was.
But circumstances
and she led me
were
down
what
a
they
hallway
were.
to a room at
Every
the end where
session kept
Marcus
returning
was
to the
waiting,
same question.
dying,
Whether
probably
Marcus
terrified
was
of whatever
of the
comes
kind
next.
of radical honesty
I
that
walked in,
rebuilding
and there
would
he
have
was.
required.
This man
Not
who'd once
honesty
been
about
strong
what had
and
happened.
handsome and
He
full
could
of
do
life.
that when pressed.
Now shrunken
But
and pale
honesty about
and
who he
hooked
was
up to
and why he
machines.
had made the
And he
choices
looked
he
at me
made.
with those same
That
eyes
deeper
that
kind
used
of
to make
honesty,
me feel safe,
the kind
and
that
I
requires
felt
you to look at
absolutely
yourself
nothing.
without flinching.
He tried to sit up
kept
when he
eluding
saw
him.
me, said
He
my
would get
name like it
close
was a
and
prayer,
then retreat.
and I stood
Would
there at
touch
the
the
foot of his
truth
bed
and then
just
pull back
looking
into
at him,
explanation.
thinking in what time
I don't
and
say that with
choices had
contempt.
done to the man
I
I'd
say
once
it with a
promised
sadness that
forever
I
to.
still carry.
He said
because
you
I think
came,
Marcus
I didn't
is
think you
genuinely
would,
not a
and
bad
I said
man.
I almost
I
didn't.
think he is a man
I'm here
who
for your
wanted things
daughter,
he hadn't earned,
not for you.
found a shortcut,
and he nodded
and
like he
told himself
understood,
enough stories
like
to justify
expected
it.
nothing less.
That is a
We
very
sat
human
in silence
failure.
for a minute.
It is
and
not
then
a
he
failure
started
I can build a
talking,
life on,
words
but
tumbling
it is a
out like
human
he'd
one.
been holding them
The
for
difference
decades.
matters to me,
I'm sorry.
even now.
I know that's
We
not
divided
enough.
the house,
I know
the
sorry
accounts,
doesn't fix
and the
anything,
accumulated
but
material
I
of
need you to
11
know
years
that
with
losing
a
you was the
thoroughness
biggest
that felt
mistake of my
almost
life.
clinical.
I let
Our
him
lawyers
talk,
handled
didn't
most of it.
interrupt,
We
didn't
were in the
argue.
same room
Just let
only
him
twice
say whatever
during the
he needed
divorce
to
process,
say.
and
He
both
told me
times
about
we were
the years
largely
after our
quiet,
divorce,
communicating
how he
through
tried to
paperwork
replicate what
and
we
the
had with
occasional
other
brief,
women,
direct
how he
exchange.
failed every time
He looked
because
tired.
he was the problem.
I imagine I
Not
did
them.
too.
He
We had
said
both been
therapy had
carrying
helped
something
him
heavy for a
understand that
long
he'd been
time.
running from
Just
intimacy,
different things,
from
and
real
the weight of it
connection,
had settled
that the
into
cheating
both
was
of
about
our
his
faces.
own inadequacies,
The last
not
thing he
about
said to me
anything
directly
I did or
on the
didn't
day
do.
we signed the
And
final
I wanted
papers
to say, I know
was
that
that he
now.
was sorry.
Learned it years ago
Not for
without
getting
you,
caught,
but I
he'd
stayed
already
quiet.
said that version.
He talked
This
about
was a
watching my
different
life
story.
from a distance,
Quieter
seeing my
and more
success,
specific.
my new marriage.
He said
my
he was
kids,
sorry for letting
and
his
how happy I
ambition
looked
turn
in
him into
photos,
someone
and
he didn't want to
said,
be.
I'm glad you
That
found
the wanting
what you
had
deserve.
gotten ahead of his
I'm
judgment.
glad you didn't let
and
what I
he
did
had made
destroy
choices
you.
that cost
I
him the
finally
thing that
spoke
mattered
and
most.
said it almost did
I looked at
destroy
him
me.
for a moment.
I
then
spent
said,
years putting
I
myself
hope you
back
figure out
together.
who you want to be.
Years learning
And
to
I meant
trust
it.
again.
Not generously,
Years building
not
a life
warmly,
you have no
but
part
honestly.
of.
and he
because the
flinched like the words hurt,
hoping
but
he
stayed
needed
broken.
to hear them.
Would have
He
required
asked
me to
if I'd
keep
forgiven
carrying
him,
something
and
that
I
wasn't
said,
mine to
I
hold.
forgave you a long
Tamara
time ago,
and I did not
not
have a
because
formal
you deserved
conversation
it,
about
but
any
because
of
I
it.
needed to.
We were not
because
in
holding
contact
on to
after that
anger was
night.
only
The
hurting
connection
me,
between
and
us,
he started
which had been
crying,
real
these
and
weak,
warm
pathetic
and had
tears.
its own history
And I
separate
felt
from my
sorry
marriage,
for him in a distant
closed
way.
like a door
Sorry
that
that
locks
he'd
from the
wasted his
inside.
whole life chasing
I have
something
thought
he
about her
couldn't
more than
name.
I expected to.
Sorry that he was
Not
dying
with
alone
anger,
except for a
though
daughter
the anger was
who
there for a
barely knew
while,
him.
but
Sorry
with a
that he
kind
never
of
figured out how to be
curiosity.
happy. But
I
that
wonder what
sorrow
she
didn't
told
crack the
herself
walls
during
I'd
those
built.
14 months.
I said,
I
I'm
wonder
not
how
here to
she
give
sat
you
across
absolution,
from me at my
Marcus.
kitchen table,
I'm here to
talked
close
about
a
her
chapter
life
that
and
should have
asked
ended
about
decades
mine,
ago.
and
You don't
maintained
get
the
to rewrite
surface of our
history on your
friendship
deathbed.
while holding
You don't
something
get to make
underneath
yourself
it that
the
would have
tragic
broken
hero of
everything.
the story.
I wonder
He
if she
nodded
felt
and
relief
said,
when it was
I know.
over.
I just
the
wanted
way
you to know
Marcus
that I
did.
know what I lost.
I wonder if she
that I've
feels
thought
the
about
loss
you
of what
every
we were
day
the way
for
I do.
25 years.
I will
That if
probably
I could
never
go
know
back,
the
I'd do
answers to any of those
everything
questions,
differently.
and
I
I've
stood
made
up
a
to
kind
leave
of
and
peace with
said,
that
but you
uncertainty.
can't go back. None of
Sister
us
Renee
can.
and I did
All we
eventually
can do is
talk.
live with our choices.
About 3 months
and I've
after
lived
Pastor
well with
Drummond's
mine.
resignation,
I hope you find some
she
peace
reached
with
out to
yours,
me
and
and
I walked
asked if
toward
we
the
could
door.
meet.
He
We
called
went to
my
a
name one
restaurant
more
in
time,
Buckhead,
and I turned
neutral
around,
ground,
and he said,
somewhere
"Are you
neither
happy?"
of us
And
had
I
been with our
smiled,
husbands,
genuinely
and
smiled,
we sat for
and
3
said
hours over food
deliriously,
we barely
the kind of
touched,
happy you,
talking
and I
with
never
a rawness
even got
I
close
hadn't
to,
expected
and I left.
and haven't forgotten.
I found Alana
She
in the
told me
hallway,
things
and
she
she
hadn't
asked
told
how it
anyone
went, and I
else.
said it
I
went
told her
exactly
things
how it
I'd
needed
been
to,
holding alone.
and she hugged
We
me
cried,
tight and
both
thanked
of
me
us,
for coming,
which I think
for
surprised
giving
us
her
both.
father whatever
We were
small
not the
piece
type,
my presence
either of
had
us,
provided.
to cry in public.
I gave her my number,
But something
and
about being in
told
the
her to
presence
call
of
if she
someone who
needed
understood
anything.
the specific
Not as
quality
her
of what
father's
we'd both
ex-wife,
been through
but
made
as
the
a woman
usual
who
containment
understood
feel
complicated
unnecessary.
family dynamics.
Renee is a
Who knew what it was
remarkable
like
woman.
to process
I want to
someone's
say that
death
clearly.
while still being
She had
angry
been
at them.
married to a
I
man for
drove home
23
and
years,
called James
had
from the
raised
car
3
and
children with
told
him,
him everything,
had built an
and he
entire
said,
identity
"How do you
as a
feel?"
pastor's
And I
wife in a
said,
community
"Free,
where that
finally
identity came
completely
with
free."
significant
Like I
expectations
just put
and
down a weight I
significant
didn't even
visibility.
know I was still
And
carrying.
had all of it dismantled
Marcus
in a
died 2
Sunday
weeks
afternoon
later.
conversation
Alana called to
with her
tell me
husband's affair
that he'd
partner.
gone peacefully
The
in his
grace
sleep,
she brought to
and
that
I felt
dismantling
nothing
was
except
not
sympathy
passive
for
or
her.
resigned.
For the young
It was
woman
active
losing a
and
father
hard
she'd
one,
never
and
fully
it
known
cost her
or
something I don't
understood.
think she'll
I
ever
didn't go
fully
to the
get
funeral,
back.
sent flowers
But she carried
instead,
herself with a
because showing
dignity
up
that I
felt
found
like genuinely
genuinely
about me when it
inspiring,
should be about his
not
daughter
in a
processing
performance
her
way,
grief.
but
And
in the
I'd
quiet way
already
of someone
said
who has
everything I
decided
needed
who
to
they're
say
going to
in
be
that
on the other
hospice
side
room.
of something terrible,
James asked
and
if
is
I
doing
wanted
the
to talk
daily
about
work
it,
of
and I
becoming that
said,
person.
"There's nothing to talk
She
about."
filed for
A
divorce
chapter
about 2
closed.
months after I
An
did.
old wound
Their
finally
settlement
fully
was
healed.
significantly
I'm
more
good,
complicated
and
than
I meant
mine,
it. I was
given
good.
the length of the
Better than
marriage,
good, actually.
the shared assets,
I told
and the
Zara
children,
and Miles
one
that
of
the
whom
man
was still
from
in
my
high
first
school.
marriage had died.
She handled it.
Didn't give them
She
details they
always
didn't
handles
need.
it.
Just
I
let them
found
know
my
their
new
mom
church
had
on a
handled
Sunday
something
morning about
difficult
13
and
months
come through it
after
fine.
I walked out of
And
greater
they hugged me
anointing
and
for the
moved
last
on
time.
with their lives.
A colleague at
That's
work
what
had
Marcus is
mentioned it
now,
in passing.
was even before
One of
he
those
died,
conversations
just a
where
fact
someone
of my
says something
history,
offhand
not even
and
a
it lodges
painful
in
one
your brain
anymore,
for weeks.
just something that
The
happened
church
once
was in a
that led me
converted
to where I
space
am.
in East Atlanta,
And where I am is
a
exactly
neighborhood
where I'm
I didn't
supposed
spend
to
much
be.
time in.
I'm
and
57
it was
now.
smaller
Marcus
than
is gone,
anything I'd been
and I'm
part of
still
since
here,
childhood.
still loving James,
Maybe 150
still raising
people
kids,
on a full Sunday.
still mentoring women,
No cameras.
still living a life
no
so
live
full
stream.
that there's no room
no
for
merchandise
ghosts
table.
or regrets
Just
or
a
what
room,
ifs.
some chairs,
Alana
and a
I
praise
text
team that
occasionally.
played with more
I check in on
feeling
her,
than flash.
make sure she's
The
doing
pastor
okay,
was a woman
and
named
she's
Reverend
healing,
Gloria
seeing
Osei.
a therapist.
She was in
working
her
through
early
her
60s,
complicated feelings
Ghanaian
about her
American,
father,
and she
I'm
preached
proud
like
of her for
someone who
doing
had
that
earned
work young
every word
instead
she
of
was
waiting
saying.
decades like
Not
I did.
through performance
She
or
asked
polish,
me once if I
but
ever
through
loved
a
her
quality
father,
of conviction
and I
that you
said
either
I
have
loved
or you
who
don't.
I thought he was.
And she
but
had
that
it
in abundance.
Person didn't exist.
Her sermons had a directness that I wasn't used to.
That fantasy hurt,
a way of naming
it
things
also freed
plainly
me to
without
find
cruelty.
something real.
That made me feel more seen in that small room than I had in 11 years in a much larger one.
Flaws,
the first Sunday I sat in her congregation,
could hold
she was
space
preaching
for both
about
things
witness.
at once. And
about
I was
the difference
glad my
between
story
being
could
a
give her
witness
that
to
permission.
truth and being
This
a keeper
is really
of
the
someone
end
else's
now.
secrets.
Not because Marcus
she talked
died,
about how
but
silence
his
can
death
be a
didn't
form of
change anything
complicity,
for me.
and how the
Didn't bring me
hardest thing is
closure I
often
didn't
not
already
speaking
have.
up to outsiders,
Didn't make me
but
question
being
any
honest
of my
within the
choices
walls of
or
your own
feel any
closest
lingering
relationships.
attachment.
I
He was
sat
a
there
man
with
I
my
knew
hands
once who
folded
hurt me
in my
deeply
lap
and taught me
felt
exactly
something I
what I
hadn't
didn't
felt in a
want.
long time,
And then he was
which
gone.
was that I was in the
And
right
I
place.
continued being happy.
That the words
And
being
that's
spoken
the
were
ultimate
reaching
proof
something
that I
in me that
healed,
had been
that I'd
unreachable
moved
for a
on,
while.
that I'd built
After the
something he
service,
could never
she was
touch.
greeting people
My
at the
life
door,
is mine
and
now,
when I came
completely
through,
and totally
she looked at
mine.
me with the kind
No
of directness
ghosts,
that
no
doesn't feel
unfinished
intrusive,
business,
but
no
lets you know
questions
you've been
left
seen.
unanswered.
She
Just
said,
me
"I
and
haven't
James
seen you
and
here
our
before."
kids, and
I
the
told her it was my
beautiful
first Sunday.
magic of a life
She said,
well lived.
"Come back."
That's
Not as
how
a
the
command
story
or a
actually
sales
ends,
pitch.
with Marcus
Just an
dead
invitation,
and me alive
simple
and
and
thriving,
warm,
from
with his
someone
daughter
who meant
finding
it.
her way,
I did come
and
back.
me still offering guidance.
I came back the following
with closure
Sunday,
that came
then the
not
one
from
after
his
that,
apology,
and then
but
the one
from
after
my own
that.
journey.
The community
I don't think
I
about
found
him
in that
anymore
smaller
unless
space
someone
was
asks.
different from what
Don't
I
wonder
had
what
at
he'd
greater
think of my life
anointing.
now.
Not
Don't
necessarily
care if dying
better
with
in
regrets
every
about
way,
me made his
but
last
more
days
honest
harder.
in the ways that
I'm
had
just
come
here,
to matter most
fully
to me.
present in my own
People
life,
talked about their
grateful
struggles
for
without
everything
dressing
that
them up.
led me here.
The prayer
And
requests
to anyone
were
reading this
specific
who's
and
still
real.
processing
There
their
was
own
no
betrayal,
performance
their
layer
own
between the
Marcus,
congregation
their own
and the
journey
worship.
from broken to whole.
No sense that you
I'm
needed
here
to
to tell you
present
that
a
you'll get
certain
here
version of
too,
yourself to
to
belong.
this place of genuine
I had not
indifference,
realized
of
how
real
much of my
peace,
energy at
of
greater
complete
anointing
freedom.
had gone into
It takes
maintaining
time
that
and work
presentation
and choosing
until I was
yourself over and
somewhere
over,
that didn't
but
require
you'll get
it.
here.
My
And
life in
when
the
you do,
year
you'll
and a
look back
half
and
since
be
the divorce
so
has been
grateful you
quieter
left.
than the life I had
So
before.
proud of who you became.
And I mean that
so
as neither
clear that
complaint nor
everything
boast,
happened
just
exactly as
observation.
it needed to.
I live alone
That's
in
my
a smaller
truth,
apartment
my
in Kirkwood
testimony,
that I
my
chose
promise,
specifically
and
because
I'm
it
living
had
it
nothing
every
to do
single
with my
day,
marriage,
free
no
and
shared
happy
history in
and
the
so
walls,
far removed
no
from who I
furniture
was
that had
in that
belonged
hotel
to us
hallway
rather
that
than
she
just to
feels
me.
like a stranger
I
I
bought
once
things I
knew
liked.
who needed help
I
I'm now
painted the
qualified
bedroom
to
a
give.
color Marcus would
This
have
is
vetoed.
victory. This is
I started
healing.
cooking
This
in a way
is what
I hadn't
happens
since
when you
before we
survive
bought that
something that
house.
tried to destroy
Trying
you, and
recipes
you
I'd
use it as
always been
fuel to
curious
become
about and eating
indestructible.
dinner at odd
And
hours
I'm
because I
grateful
could.
for all of it.
Small freedoms.
Even the painful
The
parts.
kind that
especially
only feels
the painful
significant
parts.
when you've spent
because
time
they
without
made me
them.
who I am.
I still
And
talk
who
to my
I am
mother,
is enough.
my
More
cousin
than enough.
Danielle,
Exactly
and a handful
enough.
of friends
And
who were
that's the
mine
lesson
before the
Marcus
marriage
never learned,
and are still
but I
mine
did.
after it.
And that's
I
why I'm
eventually
here, and
told
he's
them
gone.
the whole story.
And that's how the
Not
story
immediately,
ends.
and not
with me
all at
still
once,
standing,
but over time,
still loving,
as I found
still
language
living,
for its
and
different parts.
That's everything.
My mother,
I thought
to her
seeing
credit,
Marcus
did
on his
not say,
deathbed
"I
would be
told
the
you
final
so,"
punctuation
though she
mark
had,
on that
in
chapter.
fact, told me
But
a version of
closure
it.
doesn't work like
Having
that.
sensed something
It
off about
keeps
Marcus
unfolding
in
in
ways she
unexpected
mentioned
ways.
carefully
And the latest
diplomatically
unfoldment
over the
came
years.
in the form of a box
She just
that
listened,
arrived at my
then
office
drove
6
from her
months
house in
after his
Stone
death.
Mountain to my
Alana
apartment
had
in
sent it with a
Kirkwood
note
and
that
sat
said
with me
he
for a
left
weekend.
instructions for these to
We
be
watched
given to
old
you after he
movies.
passed.
She made food
I
I'd
debated
grown up
sending
eating,
them,
and
but
we
I
didn't
think
talk
he was
about
right
Marcus
that you should have
or
them.
the church for
And
most of it.
inside were those
It was
letters.
exactly what I
Decades
needed.
worth of
I've been
unsent
asked
letters
by
Marcus
more than one
had
person
written to me
whether
over the
I
years.
regret the marriage.
I sat in my
Whether I
office
would go
staring at
back
that
and
box
choose
for 20
differently if I
minutes
could.
before I could even
I've
open
thought
it.
about that question
And when I
seriously
finally did,
rather
I
than
found them
dismissively,
organized by
because it
year,
deserves a serious
meticulously
answer.
dated, some
And
typed,
what I've
some
arrived at is
handwritten,
this: I
all
don't
of them
regret the
addressed
love
to
I
me,
brought
but
to that
never
marriage.
mailed.
I don't
Never
regret
sent.
the effort,
Just
the
written and
faithfulness,
stored
or
like
the years
confessions
of
he
genuine
couldn't quite bring
partnership that
himself to
existed
deliver.
before the drift
I
set
took
in.
the box home
I
and
don't even
told
fully
James
regret
about
the
it,
fact that
and
it
he
ended,
asked if I was
because
going to
the
read them,
ending,
and I
as
said I didn't
devastating
know.
as it
Wasn't sure I wanted to
also
give
a kind
Marcus
of
access
clearing.
to my head
It
again after
removed
all
things
these
that
years.
had long blocked my
Wasn't
view
sure
of
what
myself.
reading his version of our
And
story
what
would
I see
do to
now
the
in the
peace
space
I'd
they
worked so
occupied
hard
is
to
something I
build.
value more
But
than the
curiosity
comfortable
won
blindness
eventually,
I was
the
living
way
in.
it always does.
What I do
And
regret
one night
is
when
the
James
years
was
I spent
traveling for work
ignoring my
and
own
the kids
instincts
were
and
busy
deference
with their
to other
own
people's
lives.
voices.
I poured myself
My
a
mother's
glass
wisdom
of wine,
about trust,
sat on
my
my back
grandmother's
porch,
advice about
and
giving
opened
men
the
room
first
to breathe,
letter dated 3
the
months
collective female
after our
wisdom of
divorce
my
was
family that was
finalized.
well-intentioned
It was angry,
and sometimes
bitter,
accurate,
full of blame
and
directed
also,
at me
in
for
this
not giving
case,
him another chance,
was a framework
for not
I used to talk
understanding
myself
that
out of
everyone
things I
makes
needed to
mistakes,
pay attention
for being
to.
too proud to
I don't
forgive.
blame those women.
And I almost
I
stopped
don't blame
reading
the
right
tradition.
there because
I
this was
blame the way I
Marcus
applied
remembered.
it as a reason
the
not
one
to see,
who couldn't take
rather than as a
accountability.
foundation for
But I
seeing
kept
clearly.
going, moved
That's
through
a
the years
distinction I carry with
chronologically,
me now,
and watched
and it
his
shows
tone
up in
shift as
every
time
relationship
passed
I
and
have.
therapy
Every
presumably
context
kicked
where
in.
I'm tempted to
Watched
look
him
away
move
from something
anger
that
to
deserves
bargaining
my
to depression
attention.
to something
I ran
resembling
into Marcus's
acceptance.
mother, Miss
Watched
Carolyn,
him document
about
his own
6
unraveling
months
in
after
real
the
time.
divorce was finalized.
There was a letter from the
we
year
were both
he
at a
lost
grocery
his
store
second
in
marriage,
College Park,
raw
and
and
she saw
broken,
me first.
admitting that he
I watched
cheated
her
again,
decide to approach
that he
me.
couldn't seem to
I could
stop
see it in the way
himself,
she stopped that watching another woman leave him the way I had finally made her understand that he was the problem.
She took my hand in both of hers,
kept walking
and
away.
she said,
there was a letter from the year Alana was born,
and I believed her.
Talking about how
Miss Carolyn
he
is not a woman who apologizes on behalf of other people as a deflection.
How he looked at his daughter for her own
saw
grief,
my face in
for
his
the
mind.
Loss of what she'd hoped
Wondered
her
what our
son's
kids
life
would
would
have
be,
looked like if he
for the
hadn't
gap
destroyed
between the
that
man
possibility.
she'd raised
There
and
were
the man
letters
he'd
from
shown
random
himself
years
to be.
documenting random moments.
I squeezed her hands
Seeing
and
me
told
at that
her I was
restaurant
okay.
with James.
She said,
Hearing
I know
through
you
mutual
are.
friends
We
that
stood
I'd
there a
gotten
moment
remarried.
longer than a grocery
Finding out
store
I'd had
parking
kids.
lot required.
Each
Then
milestone
went
in
our
my life
separate ways.
apparently triggering
It was one of the
some
more
kind of
dignified
crisis in me.
endings to something painful
Some
that I'd
reminder of what he'd
experienced,
lost.
and I'm
The
grateful
later
for
letters
it.
were different,
Pastor
more
Drummond,
contemplative,
I understand
less
that
about
you
me
relocated to another city.
And more about his own
whether
patterns,
he's found another congregation, another
the work
platform,
he was finally
another
doing in
community
therapy
willing
to
to restore him to a position of spiritual authority.
And I found
genuinely
myself
don't know.
feeling something I never
I don't follow his
expected.
movements.
Gratitude.
What I
that
do
he
know
finally
is that
figured
the
it out,
accountability
even if
he
it was
faced
too late.
in Atlanta was
There was a
largely
letter from
informal
5 years
rather
ago
than
where he wrote
institutional,
about seeing my
which is
daughter's
both
photo on
typical
social
and
media.
deeply
How
unsatisfying.
beautiful she was.
The church
how much she looked
protected its
like
reputation
me,
as
and
long
he
as
said,
it could.
I hope she
then
never meets
moved
someone
on,
like me.
as
I hope
institutions
you've taught
do.
her to recognize
The people
red
most
flags and
directly
run.
harmed by what he
I
did
hope
had
she
to
has
find their
standards
own
you had
way
to learn
the
the
other
hard
side.
way.
With
That one
little
made me
help from the
cry.
structures that
Not
were
sad
supposed
tears,
to hold
but
him
something
accountable.
more complicated.
That is not a unique
Acknowledgement
story
that
in religious
even broken
communities,
people can
and
want
that
better
fact
for the
doesn't
next
make it less
generation,
true or
can
less
recognize
painful.
their own toxicity
Renee is doing well
and
as
hope
we
it
last
doesn't
spoke.
spread.
She's doing
And
some
I
consulting
appreciated
work,
that glimpse of
which she'd
awareness,
been wanting to
even
do
if
for
it came
years,
decades late.
but had set
The
aside
final
to
letter was
support her
dated a month
husband's
before
ministry.
he died.
Her kids
written
are
in shaky
adjusting in the
handwriting
way
that
kids
showed his
adjust,
declining health.
which is to say
And it
unevenly
said, I'm
and
not
with a
asking
lot
for
of help from their
forgiveness.
mother.
I know I don't
She
deserve
mentioned
it.
she'd
I
started
just wanted you
attending
to
a
know that
smaller
you were
church,
right about
which
everything.
made me smile.
That leaving me
Something
was the
about both
smartest
of us
thing you
landing
ever
in
did.
smaller,
That I hope
quieter
these
places
letters help you
after
understand
years
it
of
was
the
never
large
about
and
you.
the prominent
He
felt
wrote,
right.
you were perfect.
Like we'd both
you loved
learned
me
something about what
completely,
actually
and I
sustains you
destroyed it
versus
because
what
I was
looks like it
broken in
should.
ways I didn't
People ask me
understand
about
and
faith.
refused to acknowledge.
Whether what happened
and you
broke
deserved
it,
so much
whether I
better
still
than what I
believe
gave
in the
you.
church as an
I'm
institution,
glad you found it with
whether
someone
the
worthy.
betrayal of a man
I
who was
sat there with
supposed
that
to
final
represent
letter for a
something
long
sacred
time,
destroyed my
watching the
relationship with
sunset
that
over
thing.
my backyard.
And the honest
Thinking
answer
about
is
the
that my
man who
faith
wrote
is
these
intact,
words,
though it
the
looks
journey
different
he'd
than it
taken
did.
from
It
anger
is
to
quieter.
acceptance.
It is less
The fact
dependent
that
on
he carried me with
institutional
him in
validation.
some way for
It
25
is less
years,
likely to
even though
accept
I
someone's
moved on
spiritual
completely.
authority at
James
face
came home
value
the next
and
day
more
and
interested in
found
the
me on the
evidence of
couch
how they
surrounded by
actually
letters.
live.
And
It
I
has,
told him
in
I'd
some
read
ways,
them all,
become more
every
personal
single
and
one.
more durable
And he asked
precisely
how I felt,
because
and I
it is
said,
no
sad
longer
for
being
him
held up
mostly.
by structures I've
Grateful
had
it
to
wasn't
stop
me.
trusting.
Sad that
What I believe
Marcus
now
had
is simpler
spent
than what I
decades writing
believed
letters
before,
to a ghost,
and I think
to a version
simpler
of me
is
that had
closer to
moved
the
on
truth.
and built a life
I
he
believe in
wasn't part
showing
of.
up honestly.
Grateful that my
I
life
believe in
was
paying
real
attention
and full
to what
while
the
his
people
had
closest
apparently
to
been
you are
stuck in this
actually
loop
doing
of
rather
regret
than what they're
and
saying.
self-destruction.
I believe that
I
love
thought
is
about
not
burning the
naivete.
letters, some
Trust is
dramatic
not
gesture of
passivity,
letting go,
and faith
but
is
that
not
felt
the same as looking
performative
away.
and unnecessary.
I believe that
So
the
I
hardest
just put them
lessons
back in
tend
the
to be
box.
the most
Put
permanent
the box
ones,
in the attic,
and that the
and
clearing
moved on
that
with my
happens
day
after
because
devastation,
Marcus's words
as
couldn't touch
brutal
me
as the
anymore.
clearing process
Couldn't
is,
change my story.
makes room
Couldn't
for
rewrite
things that
what
couldn't
actually
grow
happened.
in the shade of what was
Zara
there
found
before.
out about the letters somehow.
I am 31 years
Probably
old.
Alana mentioned
I live
them,
in an
and
apartment
she asked
I like
if she could read
in a
them
neighborhood
someday.
I've come to
and
love.
I said maybe when she's
I have
older.
a job I'm good at
When
and
she
that I
can
find
understand
meaningful.
the complexity
I
of
have
human
friends who
nature
are real,
without it
an
damaging
honest
her view
community,
of love
and a faith
relationships.
that I have actually
I
examined
told
rather
her
than
your
just
father
inherited.
and I have something
I have a
real
cleaner
and
relationship
healthy.
with my own
what I had with
instincts than I
Marcus
have had
was a
at any other
cautionary
point
tale.
in my adult life.
And I don't want you reading
and I
those
have a
letters and
capacity
thinking
for
that's what
solitude
love
that I
looks
had
like.
never developed
And she
before,
understood.
that I think
Said
is one of the
she'd trust
most
my judgment
underrated
on when
forms
the
of
time was
strength
right.
a person can
The
have.
letters
The
confirmed what
ability
I
to be
already
alone
knew,
with yourself
but it was
without
validating
filling
to
the
see it
silence
written in
with
his own
noise.
hand. That
I
the
am not
cheating
finished
had
being
nothing to do
affected
with
by
me,
what happened.
that I could have been
I don't
anyone,
think you're ever
and he
finished.
still would
Not
have
really.
sabotaged it.
It shows
that his
up in
demons were his
unexpected
alone
moments.
to wrestle with.
In the way,
I went back to the
sometimes
shelter the
catch
next
myself
week
in
and
a new
told some of the
relationship
women about the
or
letters,
friendship,
about
looking for
Marcus's
the
deathbed
frequency drift
confessions
before it
and they
becomes
had
a problem.
So many questions.
In the way,
wanted to know
I'll
if
hear
it
a certain
gave me
kind
closure,
of gospel
if it
music
changed
and
how I
feel
felt,
a complicated
if I regretted
mixture of
anything.
love and loss
I told
that
them
I
it
can't
didn't
fully
change
untangle.
anything because I'd
In the
already
way,
done
I
my
sometimes
healing,
dream about that
already
hallway in the
understood
Marriott
intellectually
and
what
wake
the
up with the
letters
same
confirmed
combination of
emotionally.
dread and
And
clarity
the only thing
I
I
felt
regretted
standing
was not
outside
leaving
that door.
sooner, not
But I
trusting
am not
myself
defined by it
faster.
either.
Not
That is the
recognizing
line
the
I
red
have worked
flags I
hardest to
spent
walk.
years
To
explaining
let what
away.
happened be part
One
of my
woman
story
asked
without
if I thought
letting it be the
Marcus
whole
had
of it.
really
changed.
To carry the
If
knowledge,
his growth was
it gave me
genuine
without
or
carrying
just
the
the
wound of
result
it in
of
a way
facing
that
mortality.
closes me off to
And
what
I
comes
said,
next.
I think he did the
What
work
comes
eventually,
next, I don't
but
know
it was
yet.
too late.
That is
He'd
not a
already
sad
burned
admission.
too many bridges.
It is an honest
hurt
one.
too many people.
And after years of
wasted
filling in
too
that
much
uncertainty
time.
with assumptions,
I said,
deference,
that's the thing about
and
doing
the
the work
voices of
late.
other
You
people's
gain
wisdom,
awareness,
I
but you
find
can't
not
undo
knowing
the
to be one of
damage.
the most honest
You
things I can
understand
say.
why you were the way you were,
I'm
but
standing.
everyone you hurt
I'm
has
clear.
already moved on.
I am, in ways
and
I
you're
couldn't
left
have
with
predicted
nothing
when I
but
was
regrets
23
and
years
what ifs.
old in a white
That
dress
seemed
in
to
that
resonate with
sanctuary.
them. This
More
idea
fully
that timing
myself
matters,
than I have ever
that
been.
you can't just wake
And
up one
that is
day after
nothing.
decades of
That
bad
is, in
behavior
fact,
and expect
everything.
to be
The
fixed.
end.
That
She
something
caught her
once
pastor
broken
in the
can't
hotel
be
room
repaired
with her
no matter
sister-in-law.
how much therapy
I
you
need
do.
you to understand
James
something
and I
before
talked
I start.
about the letters more
I am
over
not
the
a
next few
suspicious
weeks,
woman by nature.
processing what it meant
I
that
never went
Marcus
through
had
Marcus's
carried
phone.
this torch for
Never
so long
questioned
while
his
I'd
whereabouts.
completely moved on.
Never demanded
and James
passwords
said,
or
it's almost
check-ins
sad
or
how
any of that.
uneven it was.
I was
You
raised
living
to
your
believe
life
that trust
and him
was the
stuck in
foundation
past.
of a marriage.
I
and
agree,
if you
but
didn't
also
have that,
said that's what
you didn't
happens
have
when you don't do
anything
the
worth
work.
keeping.
When you don't heal
My mother
properly,
told me that.
you get stuck
My
in
grandmother
loops
told me
replaying
that.
the same
The
patterns.
women in my
And
family
I'm
built their
grateful I
entire
broke that
identity anxieties around being the kind of wife
who didn't sweat the small stuff.
We were lying in bed one night and James said, "Do you think you would have ended up with me if Marcus hadn't cheated?" Who kept the home
and I
steady
thought about
and
it
the faith
and said,
strong.
eventually, yes.
I carried that into my marriage
even if he
as if it were
cheated,
scripture.
he was the wrong person.
And for a long
I would have
time,
figured that
I
out
thought it
somehow.
was working.
Maybe it would have
Marcus
taken
Webb
longer,
came into
but
my
I would
life
have gotten
when I was
there.
22 years
He said,
old.
"I'm grateful
Standing
for
in the
however it
parking lot
happened.
of Greater
Grateful
Anointing
you were
Ministries
free when I
after
met
a
you.
Sunday morning service.
Grateful every day
arguing
that
with my
Marcus
cousin
was too
Danielle
stupid
about
to
whose turn it
appreciate
was
what
to
he
host
had.
Christmas dinner.
And I kissed him
He
and
walked
said
past
his
us,
loss was
stopped,
your gain,
looked at me,
I'm
and
the
said,
real winner.
"I don't know
because
what
I
the
got
argument
you."
is about,
Alana
but I
called
hope you
around the
win."
1-year
That was it.
anniversary of Marcus's
That was the
death
whole
and asked
introduction.
how I was doing.
I laughed.
If the letters
Danielle
had
rolled
helped
her
or
eyes,
hurt.
and
And
3
I
weeks
told her
later,
they'd done
Marcus
neither really.
and I were
Just
having
confirmed
coffee
what
at
I
a
already
little
knew.
spot on Cascade
Gave me a
Road,
window into her
talking
father's
for
mind,
4 hours
but
like
didn't
we'd
change
known
my
each other
story.
our whole lives.
She said she'd
He
been
was
reading
25.
them too. That
Tall,
Marcus
clean-cut,
had left
the kind
copies
of man
for her,
who opened doors
and it was
without
helping
being
her
asked
understand
and
him
remembered
better,
things you mentioned
helping her
in
process
passing
her
3
complicated
conversations
grief
ago.
about a father
He was
who'd
thoughtful
loved
in a
her,
way that
but
made you
couldn't
think
quite
someone
show
had
up
been
for her
raised
the way
right,
she needed.
and he had been.
I told her,
His
you
mother,
can love
Miss
someone
Kim,
and still
was one of the
acknowledge
most
they failed you.
respected women
You can
in our
grieve them
congregation.
and still be angry
His
at them.
father had passed
Healing
when
isn't
Marcus
linear,
was 16,
and it doesn't require
and he
you to
carried
forgive
that
everything.
grief with a quiet
And she
dignity
thanked
that
me
I
for
found
giving her
deeply
permission
moving
to
at the
feel
time.
multiple things
I
at
thought
once.
it meant he understood
She's doing
loss,
well now,
that he
engaged to
understood
someone
how
who
fragile
treats her
things
right.
were.
And she
I
told
thought
me,
it made
I
him
think about
someone
your story
who would
when
never
I'm
take
with
what
him,
he had for
about
granted.
how you knew to leave.
We dated for 2
about how
years
you
and married
rebuilt.
when I was
And
23.
it helps me recognize
The
green
wedding was held
flags
in the
because
same
I grew up
sanctuary
seeing
where we'd
so
both
many
been
red ones.
baptized as children.
That made me so
and
happy.
there was something about
knowing
that
that my
symmetry
story
that
was
felt like a
helping her build
promise
something
bigger
better.
than the vows themselves.
That Marcus's daughter
My
was
father
breaking the
walked
cycle.
me down the aisle.
That maybe something
Miss
good
Carolyn
could come
cried
from all
through
that
the
pain
entire
after all.
ceremony.
I'm 60
Pastor
now.
Elijah
Been writing
Drummond,
this story
who
for
had
what
known
feels
Marcus
like
since
forever.
he was a
And
teenager,
I realize it's
officiated.
not really a story
He gave
about
a sermon
Marcus at
before
all.
the vows that
It's
people
a story
in our
about
church
me,
still talk
about becoming someone
something
who
about
couldn't be
covenants
destroyed
and
by
sacred
betrayal.
ground, and the way
About
God
building a
sees
life
marriages
so good
not as
that the
contracts
past becomes
but
irrelevant.
as living things that have to
Marcus
be tended.
is gone.
I
His
remember
letters are in
standing
my
at that
attic.
altar thinking
His
I
daughter
had
is
never felt
thriving.
more certain
And
about
I'm here with
anything
James
in my life.
planning our
For
30th
the first
anniversary
several
trip,
years,
watching
the
our
marriage was
grandkids
good.
grow up,
Not
mentoring
perfect,
the next
because
generation of
nothing is,
women who
but
need to hear
genuinely
that
good.
survival is
We
possible.
bought a house in Adamsville.
Zara has a daughter now.
I was working
my
as a
first
project manager
grandchild,
for a
named her
mid-sized
Maya,
healthcare company
and
downtown.
watching her hold that
and
baby
Marcus
made me
was
so
building his
emotional,
career in
because
commercial
this is
real
the
estate.
legacy that matters.
We were busy,
3
but we made
generations
time for
of
each
women
other.
who know their
We
worth,
traveled when we could.
who won't settle.
We had a
who will
standing
choose
date night on
themselves
Fridays
when they need to.
We were active
I told
in the church.
Zara, Maya
both
will
of us
never
serving
know
on
Marcus.
different ministry
She'll
teams,
never know that
and
part
that
of your
community
history.
was the backbone
She'll
of
just
our
grow
social
up knowing
life
she
in a
comes
way
from
that
a
felt
line of
healthy
strong
and
women who
grounding
don't
rather than
tolerate
insular.
disrespect.
The first
And
time
Zara
I noticed
said,
something
exactly.
shift was
That's
about
the
4
point.
years into the
We
marriage.
don't pass down the trauma.
It wasn't dramatic.
We pass down the strength.
It wasn't an argument.
Miles is
a
getting
cold
married
shoulder,
next spring
or
to a
any of the
wonderful woman
obvious
who
signs
reminds
people
me of
talk
myself
about.
at that age.
It was more like
full
a
of hope
frequency
and
change.
standards and
when
no
a radio
willingness to
signal
compromise
drifts
either.
slightly off station,
And I'm so
you
proud
keep
of the
reaching
man
for
he's
the dial
become.
to bring it back.
So grateful
but the
he
sound
learned
keeps
what
getting
love looks
fuzzy
like
at the
by
edges.
watching James and me.
Marcus was
My
present
career
physically,
is
but
winding
somewhere
down.
else in
Thinking
every
about
other
full
way that
retirement
mattered.
in a few
I
years.
chalked it up
and
to
when
work stress.
people ask what I'm
He was
most
trying
proud
to
of, I
close
don't
a
talk about the
significant deal,
promotions or
and
the
the pressure was
accomplishments.
visible.
I talk about
I
leaving
gave him
Marcus,
space.
about choosing
The deal
myself,
closed.
about
Things
building
got a
something
little
real
better.
from the rubble.
I stopped paying
That's my
attention to the
greatest
frequency.
achievement. Not
But
my
that drift
professional
never
success
fully corrected
or my
itself.
beautiful family.
It would settle
though
for
those
a few
are
months,
wonderful.
and then
but
I'd
the
feel it
simple
again.
act of walking
That
away
subtle
when staying
pulling
would
away.
have been easier.
That quality of being in the
myself
same
when
room with
everyone
someone
had
who had
opinions.
already left.
Of rebuilding
I
when it
mentioned
would
to
have
him
been
once,
simpler to stay
maybe
broken.
8 months before
the letters
everything
are still
fell
in the
apart.
attic. Haven't
We
looked
were
at
in the
them
kitchen
since
on
that
a
first
Sunday
reading,
evening,
and I
told
probably
him I
never
felt
will
like we
again.
were losing
They
something.
served their purpose.
Like we were becoming
confirmed what
roommates
needed
who went to
confirming,
church together
and now they're
instead
just
of
paper paper in a
and
box
wife.
gathering dust
He listened.
while I'm down here living.
He nodded.
Living
He
fully,
said I was right
loving
and that
deeply,
he would do better.
laughing often.
And he did, for
choosing
about
joy
6
every
weeks.
single day.
Then the
and
drift
that's
came
the
back,
ultimate revenge,
and this time it
though
brought
I'm
company.
not trying to get revenge
He started
anymore.
spending more time
I'm just
at the
trying to
church.
live well,
Not just
and it
Sundays,
turns out living
but
well
multiple
is its own
evenings a
reward.
week.
I think
Tuesday
about that
Bible
woman
study,
standing
which he'd
outside
attended
room
off and on
804
for years,
sometimes,
became a
26 years
non-negotiable
ago now,
standing commitment.
heart-pounding,
Thursday
world about
leadership
to
meetings
implode,
that he'd
and I
never
want to tell
mentioned
her
before
you're about to
started
have the
appearing
worst day
on
of
his
your
calendar.
life, and it's going to
Saturday
save
morning
you.
prayer calls
It's
that
going to
seemed
crack
to
you open
stretch
so the
past
light
noon.
can get in.
I didn't
It's going to
question it at
destroy
first
you and
because the
remake
church
you
had
into someone
always been central
incredible.
to our lives.
I want to tell her,
And
trust
honestly,
yourself.
I told
Choose
myself I
yourself.
should be
Don't
glad
look
he was
back,
indicting
and in
in spiritual
26 years
growth
you'll be
instead of
exactly where
sitting
you're
at home
supposed to be.
disconnected.
Happy
I told
beyond
myself
measure,
a lot of things
grateful
that year.
for everything,
I was
including
very
this
creative
moment
with
that
my
feels like it
explanations.
might kill you.
What I didn't
But
pay
I
close
can't
enough
go back.
attention to
None
was
of
the
us
way
can.
he started
All we
guarding
can
his
do
phone.
is keep moving forward.
Marcus had
keep
never
choosing
been secretive
ourselves,
about his phone
keep
before.
building lives we're
We
proud
weren't the
of,
type to go
and
through
hope
each
that our
other's
stories
devices,
help someone
but
else
we also
find
weren't
the
the
courage
type
to
to
do the
hide
same.
them. His
That's
phone
what the
had
story
always
has
just been
always
his
been
phone,
about.
sitting
Not
on the
Marcus's
counter,
betrayal,
face up,
but my
no
survival.
drama.
Not what he did to me, but what I did for myself
before
after
that Wednesday night.
Not the breaking,
I
but the
started
rebuilding.
noticing that he'd
And
flip it
that's
over
the story
whenever I
I'm
walked
still
into the
living
room.
every day.
That he'd take
Marcus
calls
wrote
in the
letters
garage.
for 25
His
years,
screen
trying to
brightness
make
was
sense of what
always
he'd
set to
lost,
the lowest
trying to
level.
apologize
I
for what
noticed.
he'd done,
I
trying to
filed
find
it
peace
away.
with his choices.
I didn't want to
and
be the
all of that
suspicious
energy
wife.
could have gone into
my
being
mother's
better,
voice in my
doing
head,
better,
my
choosing
grandmother's
better.
voice,
But
the
that was
voices
his journey,
of every woman
not
in my
mine.
family who
Mine
had
was
ever
about
told
letting
me
go
that a man
completely,
needed space
about moving
and trust.
forward without looking
I
back,
listened to those voices
about building
instead of my own
something so good
instincts,
that
and
the
I will
past
carry the
becomes
weight of that
nothing
choice
more
for
than
a
a
long
distant
time.
memory of who I
On
used
Wednesday
to be before
night,
I found
it all
myself.
collapsed, as it
And I
often
did
does.
find myself.
I'd had
found
a long
strength
day
I
at
didn't
work,
know I had.
back-to-back
Found
meetings,
standards I'd been
ate lunch
taught
at
to
my desk,
compromise,
and
found
drove
a voice
home in
I'd
that
been taught to
particular
quiet,
Atlanta traffic
found
that makes you
everything I needed to
question
not
every
just
life
survive,
decision
but
you've
thrive.
ever made.
I'm
Marcus
60
was
years
already
old.
dressed
Marcus
and heading
has been
out when I
dead
walked
for
in the
over
door.
a year.
He
His
kissed me on
letters
the
are
cheek,
collecting
said
dust,
he had a late
and
leadership
I'm planning
debrief at
trips
the
with my
church,
husband,
and said he'd be
spoiling
home
my
by 10.
grandkids,
I
mentoring
kicked off
young
my
women,
shoes,
living a
changed
life
into something
that proves
comfortable,
every single day
heated the
that
leftovers
leaving
in the
was the right
fridge,
choice.
and was in bed
That's
by
the
9.
end of the story,
Watching a
the
show
real
I'd
end.
already
Not
seen
because
twice,
there's nothing
because
left
I was
to say,
too tired
but
to
because I've
invest
said
in anything
everything that
new.
matters.
My phone
Because
rang
Marcus
at
is
9:47
finally and completely
unknown number,
irrelevant.
Atlanta
Because
area
my life
code.
is full
I
and his
stared
is
at it
over,
for a
and
moment,
those two
and then
facts
picked
are
up because
completely
something,
unrelated
some
now.
instinct I hadn't
I
learned
won,
to ignore yet,
not because he
told me
died,
to
but
answer.
because I
The
lived,
woman on the other
really
end
lived,
had a calm voice,
fully and
the way
completely
people
and
are
without
calm when they've
reservation.
made a decision
And
they
that's
can't
the
take
only
back.
victory that ever
She didn't
mattered.
introduce herself.
This is my story.
She didn't
my
apologize
truth,
for
my
calling.
life, and I'm
She just
sharing
said,
it one last
"Is
time
this Marcus
so someone
Webb's
out there
wife?"
knows
And
that
the way she
survival
said
is possible,
wife, with
that
this
happiness
particular
is
weight
real,
on it,
that
made
leaving
my
is sometimes
stomach
the
drop
bravest
before I'd
and
even
best thing
process
you'll
the
ever
question.
do. Walk
I
away.
said yes.
Choose yourself.
I asked
Trust
who
the
she was.
process, and
She
I
said her
promise
name
you'll
didn't
end
matter.
up somewhere
Then
beautiful,
told me my
somewhere
husband
you
wasn't
can't even
at any
imagine
church
right now
meeting.
when you're in the thick of
She
it.
said he was at the
Somewhere
Marriott
that makes
Peachtree,
every
room
painful moment worth
214,
it.
and that he
That's
was
my
not alone.
promise, my
She said
testimony,
it without
my truth,
drama,
and
without
I'm living
emotion,
proof every
like
single
she was
day that
reading
it's
an
possible
address
to
off
not
a
just
piece of
survive
paper.
betrayal,
And
but
then
to
she
use it
hung
as
up.
the foundation
I
for
sat in
something
my
extraordinary.
bed for probably 4
Marcus
full
is
minutes
gone.
without moving.
I'm still here,
I ran
and that's
through
exactly
every
how the
rational
story was
alternative I
always
could
meant to
manufacture
end.
wrong number.
I thought Marcus's
Someone is
death
playing a
and those
game,
letters would be
a
the absolute
misunderstanding,
final word.
a mix-up.
Thought there was nothing
Some
left to
woman with a
uncover
grudge
or
against a
process
different
or
Marcus
understand.
Webb in a
But
different
life
marriage
keeps
with a
teaching me
different
that
wife.
closure is
I
never
built
as
those
simple as
alternatives
we
up
want it
as
to
high
be.
as I could,
And the
then I
latest
watched them
lesson
collapse
came
on their
just last
own
month
because
in a
not
way
one of
that
them could
completely
hold the weight of
blindsided
what
me.
I'd heard in that woman's
I was at a
voice.
women's leadership
She wasn't
conference in
making something
Miami,
up.
giving a
She knew
keynote
something,
about resilience
and she had
and
decided I
reinvention.
should know it too.
When a woman approached
I got
me
up.
during the
I
networking
got
session
dressed.
and said,
Not
"You don't know
slowly,
me,
not
but I need to
dramatically,
talk to you
just
about Marcus
mechanically,
Thompson."
the way you move
And
when your
I
brain
felt my
has made a
stomach drop
decision,
because I
and
thought
your
I was
body
done
is
with
following
this,
orders
done with
before your
people from that
emotions have
chapter
had a
emerging
chance to
from
vote.
nowhere.
I grabbed
She was
my
maybe
keys in my
50,
purse,
well-dressed,
and I drove to that
confident,
Marriott.
and
I
she
want to
said,
tell you
"My
that I
name
was
is
composed
Diane.
the whole way
I
there.
was married to
But
Marcus
the truth
between
is that I
his
cried
first
for
wife
the first
and
10
Alana's
minutes
mother.
of that drive.
And I've
And
been
then
following your
something
career
switched
for
off inside
years,
me,
trying to work
and
up
I went
the
very
courage to
still.
reach out.
Not peaceful
And I
still.
realized Marcus
Certain
had
still.
a whole other wife
Like I
I'd
already
never
knew
known
what I
about.
was about to
Another
find,
woman caught
and
in
the
his
grief
pattern.
of knowing it had
We found a
arrived before
quiet
the proof.
corner, and
The
she
lobby
told
of
me
the
her
Marriott
story.
was bright
Married
and quiet.
him 3 years
One of
after
those
our
business
divorce.
travel hotels
Left him
where the
2 years
energy
later
at 10
when she
o'clock
caught
on
him
a Wednesday
cheating.
is tired
and
and
she said,
transactional.
"I've read interviews
A
where
man
you've
in a
talked
suit
about
was
your
checking
divorce,
in at the front
and
desk.
I need you to know
A
you weren't
woman was
alone."
waiting for the
He
elevator
did the same
with
thing
a
to
rolling
me,
suitcase.
probably worse.
Nobody
because
paid
he'd
me
learned
any
how to
attention.
hide better.
I took
I
the
felt this
elevator to the
strange
second
kinship with
floor
her.
and walked
This
down the
woman
hallway.
I'd never met
and
who'd
when I got
loved
to
the
room
same broken man,
214,
who
I
discovered
stood
the
outside
same
that door,
betrayal,
and I
who'd
made
made the
myself
same choice
breathe.
to leave.
I could
And
hear
I
the
asked
television.
her why she was telling
a
me
low
this
murmur
now
of
after
sound,
all these
some late
years.
night show.
She
the the kind of noise people put on when they want to feel less alone or less conspicuous.
I've spent 20 years
there was
building
light
a life
under
after
the door.
Someone was awake in that room, happy remarriage,
and they had no idea
everything
I was
you talked
standing
about,
18 inches away from them.
I still carry shame
I
about
knocked
how
two
long
firm
I
knocks,
stayed,
not
about
frantic,
the red flags
not
I
timid.
ignored,
The television
about
kept
his
going.
lies.
I heard
I
movement,
took her hand and
the
said,
unmistakable
we all stayed
sound
too
of people
long.
adjusting,
We all ignored red
repositioning,
flags.
the shuffle
We all
and
believed
hush
lies
of a situation
because we wanted
being
to believe in the
rearranged
man we
before a
thought
door
we married.
opens.
And
I
there's
heard a
no
low
shame
male
in that.
voice saying
The
something
shame
I
is his
couldn't
for
make out.
being that man.
I heard another
and
voice
she started
respond.
crying right there in the
I stood
conference
there
center.
and I waited.
We talked
and
for an
when
hour,
the door
and
finally
she told me
opened,
things about Marcus
I was looking at
I'd never
Pastor
known.
Elijah Drummond.
Patterns I'd recognized.
He was wearing
but
a hotel
she'd seen
robe.
evolve.
His
Lies
hair,
that got more
usually
sophisticated.
perfectly shaped for Sunday
Manipulation
mornings,
that got more
was
subtle.
not right.
And I
His
realized
eyes went
he'd
wide
spent
when
his
he saw
entire
me,
adult life
and for just a
perfecting
moment,
the art of betrayal.
one very small
She said,
and very
I tried
honest
to find
moment,
you years ago.
I saw
Wanted
pure
to warn
panic
you that
cross
he was
his
still
face
talking
before
about
he
you.
composed
Still
himself into
using
the
your
Pastor
relationship
Drummond
as the
I had
gold
known
standard
for
he
11
measured
years.
everything against.
But I had already
But
seen the
I couldn't
panic.
track you down.
I had
and
already
eventually
clocked the robe
I decided
and
it
the
wasn't
hair
my place.
and the way he was standing
I
in the
told her
doorway
about the
of a
letters,
hotel room
about the
at 10
deathbed
o'clock
visit,
on a Wednesday
about
night,
Alana,
and
and
every
she
question
said
in
he
my
has another
mind
daughter
collapsed
too,
into a
from a
single
relationship
point of
between
terrible
me
clarity.
and Alana's mother.
I looked past
He
him
was
into the
terrible
room.
to her too.
The lamp on the
Abandoned
nightstand
her,
was on.
basically.
The bed
She wants
covers
nothing
were
to
pulled
do with
back
his
and
memory.
rumpled.
And
And
I
sitting on the
realized
far
Marcus
edge of the bed,
had left a trail of
wrapped from her
destruction
shoulders
wider
to her
than
knees
I'd
in the
ever
white bed
imagined.
sheet, was
We
a woman I
exchanged
had
numbers
known
and
since the
promised
year
to stay
I
in
joined
touch.
Greater
And when I
Anointing
got back to my
Ministries.
hotel room,
A
I
woman
called
who had
James
sat
and
beside
told
me
him
at women's
everything,
ministry
and he
retreats
said,
and
"Baby,
eaten at my kitchen
how
table
many more
and
versions
been
of
in
the
my
story
wedding.
are going to
A
emerge?"
woman whose
And I
last name was
said,
Webb,
"I don't know,
because
but
she had
I'm
been
done
born
letting them
into the
affect
same
me."
family
But
as
they
my
did affect me.
husband.
Not in the
Tamara,
crushing way they would have
Marcus's
20
younger
years ago,
sister,
but in
30
this low-grade
years
way
old.
that made me
The woman I had
question
called
if
my
I'd
sister-in-law
ever really
and
known
my
Marcus
friend
at all,
for 11 years.
if anyone had.
I want to stop
Or
here
if he was
because I
just a
need you to
collection of
actually
masks.
sit with
He
what
showed
I'm
different
describing.
people at different
I drove
times.
to that hotel
I couldn't
expecting to
stop
find my
thinking about
husband with
Diane,
another woman.
about this other
What
woman
I found
who'd lived
instead
a
was my
parallel version
pastor,
of my story.
a married man
And I
with
wondered
3
how many
children
more there
and
were.
20 years
How
of
many
spiritual
women Marcus
authority
had
over my
cycled
community.
through. How
in a
many
hotel
hearts
room
he'd
with my
broken
sister-in-law.
while writing letters
My
to me
husband
about
was
his
nowhere
regrets.
in that room.
I reached
And the
out to
caller who
Alana
sent me
and
there
asked
knew
if
exactly
she knew
what I
about
would
Diane,
find.
and she said
The
yes,
world did
that
not
she'd found
spin.
evidence of
It
multiple
didn't do
marriages
anything
and
dramatic or
relationships her
cinematic.
father had hidden
It
from
just
everyone.
rearranged itself
That
very
untangling
quietly
his web
into a
of lies
shape
had
I
become
didn't
a
recognize.
full-time job after
Pastor
his death.
Drummond started
She
talking
said,
immediately.
"I'm starting to think I
His
didn't know
voice
him
was
at all,
low, measured,
that none of you
controlled.
did, that
He
he
said,
was so
"Sister
busy
Keisha,
performing
this
different
is not
versions
what
of himself
dash."
for different
And I held
people
up one
that there was
hand,
no
and something
real
in my
person
face
underneath.
made him stop mid-sentence.
And I told her that might
I
be
looked at
closer
Tamara.
to the truth than
She had pulled
any
the
of us
sheet
wanted
higher
to
up
admit.
around herself.
We talked
and
about
she was
doing
looking
something
at a
together,
point somewhere
the
to the
three
left
of
of my
us,
face,
me and Diane
unable
and
or
Alana,
unwilling to
maybe
meet
writing
my
a
eyes
book
directly.
or starting a podcast
I had known
about
this woman for over a
narcissistic patterns
decade,
and
and she
relationships,
couldn't look at me.
about how to
That told me
recognize
more than
and
the
escape
robe
them.
or the rumpled
But
bed
I
or
wasn't sure
any
I
of the
wanted
rest
to
of
build
it.
a platform
I
around
said
Marcus,
very calmly,
even if it could help
"Where's
people.
Marcus?"
James
Neither
thought
of
it was a
them
good
answered
idea, though.
immediately.
Said, "You've been
Pastor
helping women
Drummond
one-on-one
opened his
for
mouth,
decades,
and I
maybe
cut
it's
him
time
off
to scale
before
that
he could
impact.
start.
Use your
I
story
said,
to
"Not
reach
you."
thousands instead
Her.
of dozens."
Tamara
and I told
finally
him I'd
looked at
think
me.
about it.
Her
That
eyes
I
were
needed
wet,
time to
but she
process whether
hadn't
I
cried
wanted
yet.
to go public with
She
everything.
said she didn't know.
Zara was against
I told
it,
her that
said,
was interesting,
"Mom, you've
given
moved
that my
on.
husband
Why
had
drag
told me he
yourself
was at
back
a
into
church
that
meeting
public
tonight,
light? Why
and
give
I had
him
a
more of your
feeling the
energy?"
two things were
And
connected.
she had a point.
She looked
I had
away
moved
again.
on. My
So
life
I
was
called
good.
Marcus.
Did I really
Right
want to
there
become
in the
known as
doorway,
the woman
phone
who'd
on
been cheated
speaker,
on by a
loud
serial
enough
cheater?
that everyone
But
in
Miles
that hallway
said, if
and
it helps
everyone
people,
in
then
that
maybe
room
it's
could
worth
hear
it.
every word.
Maybe that's how you take
He
something
picked up on the
terrible
second
and
ring.
make it meaningful.
His voice was
And
normal,
I
relaxed,
appreciated his
the voice of a
perspective.
man who
The
had no
idea that
idea the
sharing
floor
could be
was about to
service rather
disappear
than
from
dwelling.
under him.
I met
He
with
said
Diane
he was
again
wrapping
a
up
few
at the
weeks
church,
later.
asked
This time
if I was
intentionally,
okay, and
just
asked
the two
if
of
I
us
needed
at a
anything.
coffee shop in Atlanta.
I said,
and
"Which
we
church,
compared
Marcus?"
notes more thoroughly.
He paused for just a
timelines
beat,
and patterns
not long,
and all
but
the
I
ways
heard it.
Marcus had used
He said
the same
greater
playbook
anointing,
on both
same
of us.
as always.
She said,
I
he told me the
"So
same
you're there
things
right
he
now."
probably told
He
you.
said yes.
That his ex-wife
I
didn't
said,
understand
"Then I
him,
need you to
that
explain
you
to
were
me
too
why I'm
rigid,
standing
too
outside room
unforgiving,
214
that
at
if
the
you'd
Marriott
just given him
Peachtree,
another chance,
looking at your
everything
pastor
would have been
and your
different."
sister."
And I
The
laughed
silence that
because of
followed
course
that
he had.
sentence was one of the
Of course,
longest
he'd made
I
me
have
the
ever
villain in his story.
experienced.
I
It was
told
the
her
silence
about
of
finding
someone
him
whose
in that
entire
hotel room,
architecture
and
of
she told me
deception
about
just
finding
cracked
texts on
at
his phone.
every joint
And we
simultaneously.
realized we'd both
It was
had
the
that
silence
same
of a
moment
man
clarity
running through through every possible response,
where
finding none worked,
and we knew we had to leave.
And
that shared experience
I can
felt
explain.
sacred somehow.
Not.
What
are
you
talking about?
To write the book together.
That's
not
impossible.
as a tell-all about Marcus.
Not. You must
but
be
as
mistaken.
A guide for women recognizing
he said I can explain,
narcissistic
which
patterns,
meant he had something
with
to
our
explain,
stories as
which
case
meant he
studies
already
showing
knew
how
what
the
I was
same
looking at,
tactics get
which
used
meant
on
that
different
whatever
victims.
was happening in
How
that
to
hotel
spot them,
room was
how
not new
to
information to my husband.
Alana wanted to contribute
I told him
too.
to come.
Wanted to write
I
about
told
what
him
it's
to
like
come
to
right
be the
now.
daughter of a narcissist.
And I hung up.
To love
15
someone
minutes
who's
later,
fundamentally
he walked
incapable
off that
of healthy
elevator
attachment.
and down that hallway.
And the three of us
and I
started
watched
meeting
his
monthly
face
to
the
work
whole
on
way.
it.
He
James
didn't
looked
look
supportive
shocked.
but worried.
He didn't look
said,
confused.
"Are you sure you want to do
He
this?
looked like a
Are
man
you
walking
sure it
towards
won't pull you
something
back
he had
into
known was
darkness?
coming.
You've worked
And
hard
there
to
was
escape."
something almost like
And
relief
I
in his
promised him
expression
I was
that
doing
made
it
me
from a
angrier
place
than
of strength,
anything
not
else I had
woundedness.
seen or heard
That I
that
could tell the
entire
story
night.
without being
Because
consumed by
relief
it.
meant he was
The
tired
writing
of carrying
process
something.
was harder than I
and the fact
expected,
that he had been carrying
Not
it without
emotionally,
telling
but
me meant he had
logistically,
chosen
trying
to
to tell
carry
the
it
truth
alone
without
rather
making
than
it
trust me with
gratuitous,
the truth.
trying to be helpful
We did not
without
have a
being
screaming
preachy,
match in that hallway.
trying to honor our pain
All four of
while
us ended up
focusing
in
on
that room
healing.
because I wasn't
Diane
about to have this
struggled
conversation where anyone walking past could hear it,
but less
and
processed.
I think everyone involved
she hadn't
understood
done as
that.
much therapy.
Pastor Drummond sat in the chair by the window,
and I found
Tamara
myself
put on the
coaching
second
her
hotel
through
robe
panic
and
attacks
sat back down on the edge of the
moments
bed.
where she
Marcus
wanted to
stood
quit.
near the door.
I realized
and I
that
stood in the
healing
middle of
isn't
that
linear.
room,
That
looked at
even
each of
decades
them
later,
and
something
said,
can trigger you
very
back
quietly,
to that place of raw
someone
pain.
needs to start
and
talking.
I was grateful
What
I'd
came out
done
over
my
the
work
next 2
early,
hours
that I'd
in
built
that
a
hotel
foundation
room with the
strong enough to
television
withstand
still
these
murmuring in the
aftershocks.
background, and the
Alana
city
was the
moving
most
around
raw of all
outside
of
the
us.
window,
Everything
completely
still fresh
indifferent
from
to what was
losing her
happening
father,
inside.
from discovering
was one of
he
the
wasn't
most
who she
painful
thought,
and
from
most
processing
clarifying
that her entire
conversations of my
childhood
life.
might have been based on
Marcus
lies.
had been at the church
And I held
approximately
space
4
for her
months
grief
earlier
while
for a
gently pushing
Thursday
us all
evening
forward.
leadership meeting.
The book took
The
2
meeting
years
ended
to write,
earlier than
2
expected,
years of dredging
and
up
he had gone
memories
back
I'd
to the
filed
main
away.
building to retrieve
2
his
years
jacket
of
from the
coordinating
room
with
where
2
they'd
other
been
women
meeting.
who'd loved
He
the
had walked
same man
past
at different
Pastor
times.
Drummond's office,
2 years
which
of
should have
making
been
peace
empty
with
at that
sharing
hour,
my story
and
at
the
the
door
scale.
had been slightly
We found
open.
a publisher, a
He heard
woman-owned
voices.
press that
He
specialized
heard
in
sounds that
memoirs about
stopped him in the
surviving
hallway.
toxic relationships.
He stood outside
and
that
they
door
loved
for
it,
long enough to
said it was
understand
exactly
what
what
was
women
happening
needed.
inside it.
A
And
roadmap
then he
out of
walked away.
narcissistic abuse
He did
written
not
by
tell me.
survivors who
He did not
just
tell Sister
escaped,
Renee.
but thrived.
He did not
The
go to
book
the
came
church
out last
elders,
spring,
the
got
deacon
some
board,
attention,
or any
modest
of the
success.
accountability structures
Nothing that would make it a
exist within a
bestseller,
church for
but enough
exactly
that
this
we knew
kind of
we'd reached
situation.
people who needed it.
He went home,
and the emails
lay
started
down
coming in
beside me in our
almost
bed,
immediately.
and started
Women
thinking
writing
about what
to
that
say they
information
recognized
was worth.
themselves in our stories.
I want to be precise about
thanking
what I'm
us for
telling
putting
you
words
because
to
I think the
patterns they'd
details
sensed,
matter.
but couldn't
Marcus
name,
did not go
telling
to
us
Pastor
they'd
Drummond
left
out of
because
anger
what we'd
or
shared.
protectiveness,
And those
or
emails
any impulse
made
I could
every
respect,
difficult moment
even
of
while I
writing
was hurt
worth
by
it.
it.
One
He
woman
went to him
wrote, "I'm
deliberately,
standing outside my
strategically,
own room,
with a
800
list of
for
things
right
he
now.
wanted.
Your book in my hand.
He wanted the church
and
board
I'm about to
position
knock.
he'd been passed
and
over
I
for
wanted
twice.
you to know that your
He
courage
wanted the
28
pastoral
years ago is
mentorship
giving
he'd
me
been
courage
requesting
today.
for years
and I
and
cried
kept being
reading
told
that.
to wait for.
Grateful my pain
He wanted
had
to
become
preach,
someone else's
which Marcus
permission.
had wanted since
We did
he
some
was
book
young,
events,
but
the
had
3
never
of us
been
together,
given a real platform.
and it was powerful
and
to
he wanted
stand
the
on
kind of
stage with
access
Diane
and standing
and
in
Alana
that community
to tell our
that he
interconnected
felt he
stories,
deserved, but
to
had
show the
never been
audience
able to
how
earn
one
through
man's
ordinary
pattern had
means.
affected 3
He laid
generations
all
of
of
women,
that out for
but
Pastor
hadn't
Drummond in a
defeated any
private
of
meeting
us.
the week after
People
he walked
asked if we were
past that
angry
office
at
door.
Marcus, and we all
Pastor
answered
Drummond,
honestly, no.
a man who had
not
built
anymore.
his entire
Anger had
identity
given
on
way to
spiritual
understanding,
authority
to pity,
and moral
to
leadership,
a kind of detached
got
compassion
across
for
from
someone
one of his
who'd been
congregants
so broken
and agreed.
he'd broken
Because he
everyone
didn't have a
touched.
choice, or
They
at
asked
least
if we
that's how
forgave
Marcus
him,
had
and
framed
that
it for
answer
him.
was more
And
complicated.
because
Yes,
powerful
in the
men who
sense
have been
that
doing
we'd
wrong
release the
things in
anger.
secret
No,
are
in the
often more
sense that
afraid of being
forgiveness
exposed
doesn't erase
than they are committed to
accountability.
doing right.
Tried to
So
model
for
that
4
nuance.
months, the arrangement
That you can heal
held.
without absolving
Marcus
someone
got his
of what
board
they did.
seat.
James
He got his
came to
mentorship
one of the
meetings.
events and watched
He
from
got
the
to
back,
preach
and
on 2
afterward
Sunday
he said,
evenings.
"I'm so
He
proud
got the
of you,
standing and the
not
access
just for
and
surviving,
the deference
but
he'd
for
been
using what you
wanting,
survived
and
to
he
help
paid
others."
for it with his
And
silence
I felt
about what
so
he knew.
grateful to have a
And
partner
what he
who
knew was that the
celebrated my
man
strength
delivering
instead
sermons
of
about
feeling
covenant
threatened by
and
it.
sacred ground
Zara
on
read the
Sunday
book
mornings
and came to me
was
crying,
spending
said,
Wednesday
"Mom,
nights in
I had
hotel
no
rooms
idea
with his
it was
younger
this
sister.
bad. I knew
When
the
Marcus
basic
told me
story, but
this,
reading
when
the details,
all of it came out,
understanding
I went
the
very quiet
manipulation,
for a long
it
time.
makes me so
Not
grateful
because I
you
was at
left.
a loss for
And
words,
I held her
but
and
because
said,
I was trying to
"That's why I
find
wrote
words
it."
that were
So
accurate
you
rather
and
than
Maya
just
and
reactive.
every woman after
I
you
looked
knows
at my
what to look
husband,
for.
this man
Miles
I had
read it
married
too
in that
and
sanctuary,
said it changed how he
this
thinks
man
about
whose
relationships,
grief I had found
about the
moving
responsibility
and whose
men have to do their
I
own
had found
work,
beautiful,
about how much
and I tried
damage
to locate
unhealed
something I
trauma can
recognized
cause.
some version
And
of the
I was
person
glad the
I
book
had
was
built
reaching
11
them
years
too,
of my life around.
helping them understand
I
their
asked
role
him
in
one
breaking
question.
these cycles.
I asked
The
him
book
if
has been
at
out for
any
8
point
months
in those
now,
4
and
months,
we're working
knowing
on a
what he
second
knew
one.
about his own
This
sister
time
and his
focused
pastor,
specifically on
he had
rebuilding,
considered telling
on
me,
what comes after
not
you
the
leave,
elders, not
on
Sister
how to construct
Renee,
a life
not
that's
any
not just
institutional
different from what
body.
you had bad, but
just
better
me,
in every way.
his wife.
Diane is engaged
How did it occur
again.
to him even once to
Third
come
time's
home
the
and
charm,
tell me
she
the
jokes.
truth?
To a man
was
who's
quiet
been
for a
patient with her
moment.
healing.
Then
who
he
read
said
the book
he hadn't
before
wanted
she
to put
even
that on
told
me.
him about it.
I have thought
Who
about that
said,
answer
"I
many
see
times
you,
since that
all
night.
of you.
I
And
have
I'm
turned it
not
over
scared.
from every
And
angle.
I'm so happy
and
she
every
found that.
time I come back to the
Alana
same
is
conclusion,
pregnant with her
which
second
is that it was
child,
not an act of
thriving in her
protection.
career, in
It was an
therapy
act of
regularly.
exclusion.
Doing
He
the
had
work
decided
to ensure she doesn't
unilaterally
repeat
that I
patterns
didn't get
she
to
learned
know.
growing up.
Not because
And
the knowledge
I'm so
would have
proud
hurt
of the
me,
woman
though
she's
it would
becoming
have,
despite
but
everything.
because sharing it would have
I'm
required
62
him
now,
to share
grandmother
what he
to
was doing
3,
with it as well.
still married to
And
James
he wasn't
after
ready to
32
give that up.
years. Still
I
mentoring
left
women,
that hotel room
still
at close
speaking
to
at
midnight.
conferences,
I
still
drove
building
home
a
alone.
legacy that has
Marcus
nothing to
stayed
do with
in his
Marcus,
own car.
and
I
everything
don't know
to
where
do
he
with
went
who
for
I
the next
became
few
after
hours,
him.
and I
The
didn't
book
ask.
sits on my shelf
I sat
alongside
in our
other
house, in the
accomplishments,
kitchen, at the
degrees
table
and
where we'd
awards
eaten
and
1,000
photos of my
meals
family,
together.
and it
And I
represents
stayed there
something
until the
important.
sun started
Proof
coming
that
up.
I took the worst
I
thing
didn't
that
cry that
ever
night.
happened to me and
I had
turned
already
it into
done my
something
crying
that
in the
helps
car
people.
on the way to the Marriott.
Marcus would
What I
probably
did
hate
that
the
night
book
was
if he were
grief,
alive
which
to
is
read it,
different from
would
crying.
claim we
Grief
misrepresented
is
him,
slower and quieter,
exaggerated
and it takes up more space.
Made him into a villain.
The days that followed were some of the most surreal of my life.
And maybe there's
Marcus
some truth
came
to that.
home the next morning.
Maybe we'll never fully understand what drove him.
Through what had happened.
But understanding him was never the point.
But talking
understanding
through
ourselves
both
was
people to be
understanding
fully
how we got caught in his web.
Marcus
and more
kept hedging,
importantly, how
kept
we got
qualifying,
out, and
kept
that's
offering
the story
explanations
that
were
Not
really
his
just
motivations,
reframings
but
of
our
the
liberation.
same central truth.
I still get
He had
emails
chosen
sometimes
leverage
from women
over
in the thick of
integrity.
it, begging
And
for
he
advice,
had done it while sleeping
asking
beside
if it gets
me
better,
every night and
wondering
sitting
if they're
beside
strong
me in
enough
church
to leave.
every Sunday.
And I always
every
respond
time
the
I
same
thought we
way.
were getting somewhere,
Yes, it gets
I
better.
hit another
Yes,
wall
you're
of
strong
deflection.
enough. Yes,
not
choosing
lying
yourself
exactly,
is worth it.
but not the whole
I
truth
tell them
either.
my life now,
Just
the
enough
peace
truth
and
to
joy
seem
and
cooperative
genuine
without being
happiness,
fully
and
accountable.
I say, this
About
is
a week
waiting
after
for you
that
on the
night,
other side of
I
that door.
asked him to stay
this
somewhere
life
else
you can't
for a
even
while.
imagine right now
Not
when you're drowning in his
or
chaos.
at least that's what I
But it's
told
there.
myself at the time.
I promise it's there.
I said I needed
and
space
it is there.
to think.
I'm living
and
proof.
he needed
Diane's
space to
living
figure
proof.
out who he actually
Thousands
was.
of women who've left
Because the
toxic
man I had
relationships
married
are
and the
living
man
proof.
who had spent
You can
4 months
survive.
running a
You can
covert
thrive.
leverage
You can
arrangement
build
against
something
his own
beautiful
pastor
from the
were not
ashes.
people I could
That's
reconcile
the message
into
of
the
the book.
same human
That's
being.
the message of my
Until
life.
I could understand
That's what I
which
want
one was
every
real,
woman who's
I
ever
didn't know
doubted
how to be in the
herself
same
or
house with
stayed
him.
too long
He
or
went to stay
accepted
with a
less
friend
than
from
she
work.
deserved to know.
And I sat
You
with
can
the
leave.
silence of that
You should
house
leave.
and let it tell me
And
things
what's
I'd
waiting
been
on the
too
other
busy to hear.
side is worth
Meanwhile,
every
the
difficult
situation
moment.
at the church
Marcus
was
is
moving
still
on its
gone.
own timeline.
His legacy is
I had
still
not said a
complicated.
word to anyone
His
outside
daughters
of
are
that
still
hotel room.
processing.
I
His
had not
ex-wives
called
are
Sister
still
Renee,
healing.
had not
But
spoken
we're
to
all
any
doing
of
it
the
on
other
our
women
terms
in my
now.
ministry circle.
Not defined by
had
him,
not
but
breathed a
refined
word
by
to my
what we
mother,
learned surviving
my cousin
him.
Danielle,
The book tour
or
wraps up
anyone
next
else
month,
who might
and
have
then
helped
I'm
me
finally
carry what
done.
I was holding.
Done telling the
Part
story
of that was
publicly.
because I didn't
done
know what to
mining
say.
this pain for lessons.
Part of it was because
done
I was
looking
still
backward
figuring out what I
instead of
believed.
forward. And
And
I'm
part
ready
of it
for
was a
that.
small,
ready to
stubborn
close
corner
this
of me
chapter
that was still
completely
hoping
and
there was
focus
some
on
version
what
of this
comes
story
next.
that didn't
What
require
comes next
everyone's
is retirement,
world to be destroyed.
travel, grandkids.
That hope lasted
maybe
about
another
2
book
weeks.
about something
Then
totally
Tamara
different.
made her own
maybe
decision.
nothing but quiet
She
days
went to
with
Sister
James
Renee
and
on a
family
Sunday
dinners
afternoon.
and the simple
When her
joy
home,
of a life
not
well
the
lived.
church,
And
not
that
a
sounds
neutral
perfect.
location, her home.
I've done what
Renee
I needed
told
to
me
do.
later that
helped who
Tamara
I
had
could
called
help,
ahead
shared
and
what
asked
needed
if she could
sharing,
come by.
and now I'm
And
ready
Renee
to
had
just
said,
be
of course,
not Marcus's
assuming
ex-wife,
it was about a
not
ministry
survivor
matter
of betrayal,
or maybe
not
something
an
personal
author or
she needed
speaker
counsel
or
on.
mentor. Just
She
me,
opened her door
fully
and
myself,
let in the woman who had
finally
been sleeping with her
completely
husband
free.
for over a year.
That freedom tastes
They sat
better
down
than
in Renee's
anything
living
else ever
room,
has.
and Tamara
Better than
told her
revenge.
everything.
Better than
Renee
vindication.
said she didn't cry.
Better than his
I
deathbed
believe that
apologies
completely
or
because I know
posthumous
Renee,
letters.
and she
Just
is the
the
kind
pure
of woman
sweet
who
taste of
cries in
knowing I
private and
survived and
composes
thrived
herself
and
for
had
the world.
nothing left to prove.
She said she sat
This
and
is
listened.
really truly
and
the
when
end
Tamara
now,
was
the last
finished,
word, the
she
final
asked one
paragraph.
question.
Not because
She
there's
asked how
nothing more
long.
to say, but
Tamara
because I've
said
said
14
everything
months.
that matters, and
Renee
now it's
thanked her
time
for
to live
coming,
the rest of my
stood
life
up,
in private
walked
peace
her to the
rather
door,
than public
and
testimony.
closed it.
Marcus
Then she
was
called
a
her
chapter,
oldest sister
a
in
difficult,
Savannah and
painful,
talked for
necessary
4
chapter.
hours.
But
I only
chapters
know all
end,
of this
books
because
close,
Renee told
and
me
new
herself
stories begin.
weeks later,
and
when
my
we
new
had
story
finally
has
started the
nothing to do
slow
with him
and
and
complicated
everything to do
process
with
of
joy
being honest
and
with each
presence
other
and
about
gratitude.
everything we'd
That's
both
where
been
I'm leaving
navigating.
this, in gratitude.
But I'm getting ahead of
Grateful
myself.
for surviving.
Pastor
Grateful
Drummond's
for
resignation
thriving,
came
grateful
22
for
days
every
after
woman
that
I've
Wednesday
helped,
night.
and every
The
lesson
announcement
I've
to
learned,
the congregation
and every
was
moment of
delivered on a
peace I
Sunday
fought
morning
for
by
and
the
won.
chairman of the
This
deacon
is my
board,
story,
Elder
from that
Thorne,
Instagram
who had
message
been at
28
greater
years ago to
anointing
this moment
almost
right
as
now.
long as
And
the
I'm
church
proud
had
of
existed.
every word,
He read
every
from
choice,
a prepared statement.
every moment I
The
chose
language was
myself
careful
over
and
comfortable
vague
misery.
about Pastor
And to
Drummond
anyone
stepping
still
back
reading,
for a period
still
of
processing,
personal reflection
still
and
wondering if they
renewal,
can do it.
and
I'm
about the
telling you
leadership
one
team
last
being
time,
committed
you
to
can,
continuity
you will,
and stability.
you already have the strength
kind of
inside
language
you.
that is
You
designed
just
to be
have to choose
technically
to use
true
it.
while being
Choose
practically
yourself,
empty.
walk away.
But in a
Don't look
community
back,
like
and
ours,
I promise
in
you'll
a
end
church
up
where
somewhere
people
better
had
than you
known
can
each other for
possibly
decades,
imagine right now.
had watched their
Somewhere somewhere that makes
grow up
everything
together
worth it.
and had sat
That's my
beside each
final
other
word,
in the
my
worst
last
moments of their
testimony,
lives.
my closing
That
statement,
kind of language
and
doesn't
I mean it
hold
with
for long.
everything I am.
Information
Survival
moves
is
through
possible.
those networks
Happiness
faster
is
than
real,
any
and
announcement
you
can
deserve
catch up
both.
to it.
Now
By the
I'm
following
done,
Sunday,
really done.
the details
Finally
were circulating
done,
through the
and I'm walking
congregation
away
in
from this
whispers,
story, just like
carefully
I walked
worded
away
text
from Marcus,
messages,
with
and
my head
private
high
conversations
and my heart
in the
full
parking lot.
and my future
Not
bright.
everyone knew
That's
everything.
the end.
But
I
everyone knew
promised myself
something.
that was the end.
And the thing about a
Swore
community
I'd
built
close
on
that
moral
chapter for
authority
good.
is that when
But
the person
life has this
holding
way
that
of circling
authority
back
is
when you think
revealed
you've
to have been
finally
living a
moved
double
on.
life.
And the circle
The
completed
shockwaves
itself in the
traveled
most
deep and far.
unexpected way just
I watched
3
it
weeks
happen
ago.
from a complicated
I was at the
position.
grocery store.
I was both
mundane
inside
Tuesday
the situation
afternoon,
and
picking up
peripheral to it.
ingredients for dinner.
I knew more
when
than
I turned
most of
down
the
the cleaning
congregation,
supplies
but
aisle,
I was
and there
not
she
the
was,
central figure
the
in the
woman
story,
from the hotel
as
room.
Renee or
the
Tamara
one Marcus
was.
had been with that
I was
day
a wife
28
whose
years
husband
ago,
had done something
and
wrong
we
in
both
response
froze.
to someone
She
else's
looked
wrongdoing
her obviously,
and the
we all
concentric
do,
circles of that
but I
wrongdoing
recognized
kept
her
expanding
immediately.
outward
Those
until I
same
felt
eyes
like
that
I
had
couldn't
looked at
find
me
their
with
edge.
shock and confusion
I went back
when
to
I
greater
pushed open that
anointing one
hotel
more
door.
time after
And I could
everything
tell
came
she
out.
recognized me too,
I sat in the
because
third
her
row,
face went
which
pale,
was my row,
and her hand
the place
gripped
I
the
had
cart
sat
like
almost
she might
every
fall
Sunday
over.
for 11 years.
We stood there for what
The
felt like
interim
hours,
minister was
but
a visiting
probably
pastor
30
from a
seconds,
church in Decatur,
just staring at
an
each other.
older man
and then
who
she
preached
said,
a careful,
"I'm so sorry.
measured
I know
sermon
that's
about
not enough. I know it's
steadfastness
been
in
almost
times of
3
uncertainty.
decades, but
It
I'm
was a
so
fine
sorry."
sermon.
And
It was
her
not
voice
the sermon that
cracked,
place
and I
needed,
realized she'd
but
been
it was the
carrying
sermon
this
a man
guilt all
could
these
give when he
years.
didn't know the full
I
weight of
said,
what had
"You didn't know
happened
he
in
was
that room."
married.
I
was
sat
there.
there
I saw
and
your
felt
face.
the
You
absence
were a
of
victim
everything
too.
that had made
And
that
she started
sanctuary
crying
feel
right
like
there in
mine.
the grocery store.
The choir that
These
Sister
quiet
Carolyn,
tears that told me
Marcus's
she
mother,
needed to hear
had
that
sung
for
in
20
for 20
years.
years.
We
The
abandoned our
particular way the
carts
light
and
came
went to a
through the
coffee
side
shop
windows
across
in
the
the
street,
morning, the
and
sense
she
of
told me her
continuity
story.
and rootedness
Her name was
that I had
Nicole.
carried into
She'd
every
been
corner
24
of my
when she
adult
met
life.
Marcus.
I stayed
brand
through
new
the
to
whole
Atlanta,
service.
working
I
as a
hugged a
bartender.
few people who approached
and
me,
he'd swept her
people
off
who
her
didn't
feet
know the
with
full
charm
story
and
and were glad to
attention
see a
and
familiar
promises.
face.
She said
I did
he
not
told
break
me
down.
he was divorced.
I did
Showed
not
me
make
the papers
anything
even.
harder for anyone.
I had no idea
And when
you
the
were
last
still
song
his wife
finished,
until you showed
I
up.
picked up my
And
purse,
when you left, I
walked
confronted
back down
him,
that aisle
and
for
he
the
admitted
last time,
everything.
and
and
went
I
home.
left that day too.
The divorce was
Never
filed
spoke
4
to him
months
again.
after that Wednesday night.
I believed her.
Marcus
could hear the
and I
truth
had
in her
attempted a
voice.
few
and I
sessions
said,
with a
"Thank
marriage
you for leaving
counselor
him.
during that period.
Thank you for not
a
making
woman named
excuses
Dr.
for him.
Anita Pearson,
Thank
whose
you for having
office was
standards
off
even
Memorial
when you've
Drive,
been lied to."
and who had a gift
And she
for
looked at
asking
me
the
like
exact
I'd just
question
absolved her
that
of
neither
something
person
she'd
in
been
the room
carrying
wanted to
forever.
answer.
She said,
I think
"I've
under
thought
different
about you
circumstances,
so many times over the
she
years.
might have helped us.
Wondered if you were okay.
But circumstances
if you'd
were what
recovered,
they were.
If you blamed me,
Every session
and I
kept
wanted to
returning
reach
to
out,
the
but
same
I was
question:
too ashamed,
whether
too
Marcus
scared
was
you'd
capable
hate
of the
me.
kind of
I
radical
told her
honesty
I'd
that
never hated
rebuilding
her,
would have
that
required.
my anger had
Not
always been
honesty about
directed
what
at
had
Marcus,
happened.
where it belonged.
He could do that when
and I
pressed.
told her about my life
But
now,
honesty about who
about
he was
James
and
and
why
the
he had
kids
made
and
the
the
choices
book
he
and
made.
how I turned that
deeper
terrible
kind
day
of
into
honesty,
something meaningful.
the kind that requires
She told
you to
me
look
she'd
at
gotten
yourself
married
without
5
flinching,
years ago,
kept eluding
to someone
him.
honest and
He would
kind,
get close
but
and
that
then
she'd
retreat,
struggled with trust
would
for
touch the
years,
truth and then
had
pull
been in
back into
therapy
explanation.
processing what Marcus
I
had
don't
done.
say that with contempt.
Had second guessed
I say
every
it with a
relationship
sadness that I
because
still
of how
carry,
thoroughly he
because I
fooled
think
her.
Marcus is
I
genuinely
said he
not a
fooled
bad
all
man.
of us. That's
I
what
think he is a
narcissists
man
do.
who wanted things
They're
he hadn't
expert
earned,
manipulators,
found a shortcut,
and there's no
and
shame in
told
being
himself enough
manipulated by an
stories to
expert.
justify it.
And she nodded
That
and
is a
said,
very
"I've been
human
telling
failure.
myself that for
It
years.
is not a failure
but
I
hearing
can
it
build
from
a
you
life
makes
on,
it real."
but it is a
We
human
talked for
one.
2 hours.
The difference
comparing
matters
notes,
to me,
filling
even
in
now.
gaps in each other's
We divided
stories,
the house,
and
the
I learned
accounts,
things about
and
that
the
day I'd
accumulated
never
material
known,
of 11
like how
years
Marcus
with a
had begged her
thoroughness
not
that
to
felt
leave,
almost
had
clinical.
promised he'd fix
Our
things
lawyers
with me,
handled most of it.
had tried to make
we
her
were in
feel
the same
guilty
room
for
only
ruining
twice
his marriage.
during the divorce process.
She said, "I told
and
him
both
he
times
ruined
we
his
were
own
largely
marriage
quiet,
and walked out with
communicating
nothing
through
but my
paperwork
purse,
and the
left my
occasional
clothes
brief,
there,
direct
left everything.
exchange.
Just
He
needed
looked
to get away
tired.
from him.
I imagine
and
I did
respected
too.
her so
We had
much
both
for that,
been carrying
for
something
having
heavy for a
clarity,
long
even
time.
at 24.
Just different things.
I told her
and the
about
weight of it
Diane
had
and
settled
Alana
into
and the
both
book,
of our
and she
faces.
asked if she could
The
read
last
it.
thing he said to me
"I
directly
need to understand the
on the day
pattern.
we signed the
Need
final
to know I
papers
wasn't alone in
was
this.
that he was sorry,
and I promised
not
to
for
send
getting
her a
caught.
copy.
He'd already
said
said
maybe
that
her
version.
story could be in
This
the next
was a
one
different
if
story,
she was comfortable sharing.
quieter and more
She said,
specific.
"I want
He
other
said he
young
was
women
sorry
to
for
know what
letting
to
his
watch
ambition
for,
turn him
to
into
know that
someone
men
he
can
didn't
lie
want to
with
be,
court documents
that the
and
wanting
straight
had gotten
faces
ahead of
and
his
complete
judgment,
conviction,
and he had
and
made
you're not
choices
stupid
that
for
cost
believing
him the
them.
thing that mattered
We
most.
exchanged numbers
I
and
looked at
hugged
him for a
goodbye,
moment,
and
then
I drove
said,
home feeling
"I hope
this
you
strange
figure out who
sense
you
of
want to be."
completion,
And
like
I
a
meant
circle
it.
that had been
Not
open for
generously,
28
not
years
warmly,
had
but
finally
honestly.
closed.
Because
Like
the
every
alternative,
woman Marcus
hoping
had
he
hurt
stayed
was
broken,
connected now.
would have required
a
me to
network
keep
of survivors
something
supporting each
wasn't
other.
mine to hold.
I told James
Tamara
about
and
running
I did
into
not have a
Nicole, and
formal
he
conversation
said,
about
"That's
any of
wild.
it.
What are
We
the
were
odds?"
not in contact
and I
after
said,
that night.
Maybe there are no
The connection
odds.
between us,
Maybe the universe
which had been
wanted us
real
to meet.
and warm,
wanted
and had
me
its
to
own
release
history
her from
separate
guilt
from my
she
marriage,
shouldn't have been carrying.
closed like a door
I
that
sent
locks
Nicole the
from
book,
the inside.
and she called me after
I have
reading
thought
it.
about her more
said,
than I
"This is
expected
exactly
to.
what I needed."
Not with anger,
validation
though the
that I
anger
wasn't
was there
crazy,
for a while,
that what I
but with a
experienced
kind
was
of
real,
mournful
that his
curiosity.
pattern was deliberate,
I wonder what
not
she told
accidental.
herself during those
and
14
I was
months.
so glad the book could
I
serve
wonder
that
how she
purpose.
sat across from
She
me at
asked
my
if
kitchen
we could
table,
meet again, and
talked
we
about her
started
life
having coffee
and
once
asked
a
about
month,
mine,
just
and
checking
maintained
in,
the surface
sharing
of our
updates,
friendship
building
while
a
holding
friendship
something
neither of us
underneath it that would have
expected, but
broken
both of us
everything.
needed.
I
And
wonder
I
if she felt
realized
relief
that
when it was
healing
over,
happens in
the way
community.
Marcus did.
That we're not
I
meant
wonder
to
if she
survive
feels the
trauma
loss
alone.
of what we were the way I do.
Nicole met Diane
I
and
will
Alana
probably
too.
never know the
The
answers
four of
to
us
any
had
of those
dinner
questions,
together, and
I've
sitting
made a
around
kind of
that
peace
table
with that
with
uncertainty.
three other women who
Sister
all
Renee
loved
and I did
left
eventually
the same
talk.
man felt
About
surreal
3
and
months
powerful
after
and
Pastor
healing in
Drummond's
ways I didn't
resignation,
know I still needed.
she reached out to me
We joked
and
about
asked
starting
if
a
we could
support
meet.
group, survivors of Marcus Thompson, and then we realized that
somewhere neither of us had been with our husbands.
An informal network of women helping each other process
we barely touched,
and move forward.
Talking with Aranis,
and it felt
I
right.
hadn't expected.
Alana said,
"My
father left destruction everywhere.
She told me things she hadn't told anyone else.
Look at this
I told her things I'd been holding
alone. Who refused to stay
we
broken.
Cried, both of us,
and she was
which
right.
I think surprised
Marcus's
us both.
legacy wasn't
we were
just
not
pain.
the type.
Either
it was
of us
also the
to
strength
cry in
we'd
public.
found in surviving
But
him.
something about being in the presence
book
of
came out
someone
this
who
fall,
understood
and
the
we
specific
included
quality
Nicole's
of what
story
we
with
both
her
been
permission,
through
made the usual
and the response
containment
was
feel
even
unnecessary.
stronger than the first time.
Renee is a remarkable
women saying
woman.
they'd been the other
I want
woman
to say that
and
clearly.
never told anyone.
She had been married
never
to a man for
their own
23
victimhood.
years, had
and now
raised
they
3
finally
children
could.
with him.
We
had
started
built
getting
an
invited
entire
to speak at
identity as a
universities,
pastor's
at
wife
women's
in a community
organizations,
where that identity
at therapy
came with
conferences.
significant expectations
The four of us
and
together
significant
telling
visibility.
our interconnected stories,
and had all of it
showing
dismantled
how one
in a
person's
Sunday
pattern
afternoon
can
conversation
so many
with her
lives,
husband's affair
but
partner.
doesn't have to define
the grace
them.
she brought to
James
that
comes to
dismantling
some of
was
the
not
events now,
passive or
sits in the
resigned.
audience, and
It was
afterward
active
women
and
approach
hard
him
one,
asking
and
what it's
it
like to
cost
love
her something
someone
I don't
who's
think
survived
she'll
this
ever
kind of
fully
trauma.
get back.
And he's
But
honest.
she carried herself
says
with
it
a dignity
requires
that I found
patience and
genuinely
understanding
inspiring,
and never
not
taking
in a
trust
performance
for
way.
granted.
But
He
in
said,
the quiet
but it's
way of
worth
someone
it.
who has
She's worth
decided
it.
who they're going
The
to be on
depth
the
she
other
is
side
because
of
of what
something
she's
terrible
survived
and
makes
is
her
doing the
capacity
daily
for
work of
love
becoming
and
that
joy
person.
even greater.
She filed
and
for
hearing him
divorce
say
about
that
2
in
months
public
after I
made me
did.
fall in love
Their
with
settlement
him
was
all over
significantly
again.
more complicated
Zara's daughter
than mine.
Maya is 5
Given the
now,
length of the
and
marriage,
she asked me the other
shared
day,
assets,
Grandma,
and the children,
why do you talk about
one of
mean
whom
men
was
all
still
the
in
time?
high school.
And I realized we'd
handled
been
it.
so focused
She
on the
always
work that
handles
we
it.
brought it home
I
in
found
ways
my
we
new
shouldn't
church
have,
on a Sunday
that
morning
she
about
deserved
13
innocence.
months after
I
I
told
walked
her
out of
I
greater
talk about them
anointing
so
for the
other
last
grandmas,
time.
granddaughters
A colleague
never
at
have
work
to meet
had
them.
mentioned it in
And
passing.
she said,
one of
"That's
those
good, Grandma.
conversations where
You're
someone
like a
says something
superhero."
offhand
and
and
I
it
thought about
lodges in
how
your brain
different
for
her world
weeks.
would be from
The
mine.
church was in a
How
converted
she'd grow
space
up
in
with
East
language for
Atlanta.
abuse.
A neighborhood I
permission to
didn't
leave,
spend much time
with
in,
models
and
of
it was
healthy
smaller
love.
than anything
The
I'd been
speaking
part of
engagements
since
have
childhood.
slowed down. We're
Maybe
all getting
150
older.
people
Diane
on a
is
full
65
Sunday.
now and
No
wants
cameras,
to retire.
no live
Alana
stream,
has 2 kids
no
and a
merchandise
demanding
table,
career.
just a
Nicole
room,
just
some
opened her own
chairs,
business,
and a praise
and
team
I'm
that
ready to
played
step
with more
back
feeling
to
than
let the
flash.
books speak for
The
themselves.
pastor was a woman
We did
named
one
Reverend
final event
Gloria
last
Osei.
month, billed
She
as
was
our
in her
farewell
early
tour,
60s,
and the room was
Ghanaian
packed.
American,
Standing
and she
room
preached
only,
like someone
women
who
of
had
all
earned
ages
every
who'd
word
read
she
the
was
books
saying,
or heard about
not
them,
through
or
performance
just needed
or
to know that
polish,
survival
but
was
through
possible.
a quality of
We
conviction
each
that you
spoke
either
about
have
where we are
or
now,
you don't.
not about
And she had it
Marcus,
in abundance.
but about the lives we
Her
built.
sermons had a
And then we
directness
opened
that
it
I
up
wasn't
for
used to,
questions, and
a
a
way
young
of
woman in
naming
the back
things
stood up
plainly
and
without
said,
cruelty.
"I'm in the hotel
That made
hallway
me feel
right now,
more seen in that small
metaphorically,
room than I
and
had
I'm
in
scared.
11 years in a
Tell
much
me it's
larger
worth it
one.
to knock."
The first
The 4 of us
Sunday I
answered
sat
in
in her
unison,
congregation.
knock, and
She
the
was
room
preaching
erupted
about
in
witness.
applause, and the young
About
woman
the
was
difference
crying,
between
and I
being
knew
a
we'd done
witness
what
to
we set out
truth
to do.
and being a keeper
We'd
of
created a
someone else's
roadmap.
secrets.
We'd offered hope.
She talked about
We'd
how
proven that
silence can be a
happiness
form
after
of
betrayal
complicity,
isn't just
and how the
possible.
hardest thing
It's
is
probable
often
if
not
you do the
speaking
work.
up to outsiders.
After that event,
but
the 4 of
being
us
honest
went to
within
dinner,
the walls
and
of
we
your
toasted
own
to Marcus,
closest relationships.
not with gratitude,
I
but
sat
with
there with my
acknowledgement.
hands folded
Here's
in my
to the
lap
man who
and
broke
felt
us
something
and
I hadn't felt in a
inadvertently
long
introduced
time,
us to our
which
own
was that I
strength.
was in the right
And
place.
we all laughed
that the
because it
words
was
being
true.
spoken were
We'd
reaching
found
something in me that
ourselves
had
by
been
losing him.
unreachable for a while.
Nicole said,
After
"I
the
can't
service,
believe I
she was
wasted
greeting
even
people
6
at the
months
door,
on him."
and when I
And
came
Diane
through,
said, "Try
she
2
looked at
years,"
me with the
and
kind of
Alana
directness
said,
that
"Try a
doesn't feel
lifetime of
intrusive,
wishing he
but
was
lets you
different."
know you've been
and
seen.
I said, "We
She
all
said,
wasted
"I
time,
haven't seen you
but
here
we got
before."
it back with interest."
I told her it was
Look
my
at us
first
now.
Sunday.
And looking
She
at
said,
us,
"Come
for
back."
women from different
Not as a
generations
command
and
or a sales
backgrounds and
pitch.
circumstances,
Just an invitation,
united by
simple
one man's
and warm,
dysfunction,
from someone
but
who
defined
meant
by
it.
our own resilience.
I did come back.
I felt
I came
overwhelming
back the
gratitude,
following
not
Sunday,
for what we'd
then
survived,
the one after that,
but for who
and
we'd
then the
become.
one after that.
I'm 63
The community
now.
I found in
Marcus
that
has
smaller
been dead
space
for
was
almost
different
3
from
years,
what I'd had at
and I can
greater
finally
anointing.
say without
Not
hesitation
necessarily
that I'm
better
glad
in
I knew
every
him
way,
because because knowing
but
him
more
led
honest
me to
in the
myself,
ways that had come to
and
matter
myself
most
is
to me.
pretty damn great.
People talked about their
James
struggles
and I
without
are planning a
dressing
trip
them up.
around the world
The
for our
prayer
35th
request was
anniversary.
specific and real.
6 months of
There was
just
no
wandering
performance
and
layer between
exploring
the congregation
and being present
and
with
the
each
worship.
other. And
No
I'm
sense
so
that you
excited
needed
to
to
do it
present
while
a
we're
certain
still
version
young
of
enough to
yourself to
enjoy it.
belong.
The grandkids
I had not
are
realized
growing.
how much
Maya
of my
and
energy
her
at
little
Greater
brother
Anointing
Jackson
had gone
and
into
Alana's 2
maintaining
daughters.
that presentation
And we have
until I
family
was
dinners
somewhere that
every
didn't
Sunday
require
where
it.
the kids run
My
around
life in the
and
year
the
and a
adults
half
drink
since the
wine,
divorce
and
has been
nobody
quieter
talks
than the
about
life I
Marcus
had before.
unless someone
And I
specifically
mean that
asks.
is neither complaint nor
My
boast,
career
just
is over.
observation.
Officially
I
retired
live alone
last
in a
month,
smaller
and my
apartment in
legacy is
Kirkwood that I
secure.
chose
Not in
specifically
corporate
because it had
achievements,
nothing to do with
but
my
in the
marriage.
women I've helped,
No shared
the
history
stories
in the
I've
walls.
shared.
No
the
furniture
difference
that
I've
had
made by
belonged to us
refusing
rather
to
than
suffer
just
in
to me.
silence.
I bought
The
things I
letters
liked.
are still in the attic.
I painted the
Nicole
bedroom a
asked
color
if she
Marcus
could
would
read
have
them,
vetoed.
and I said no.
I started
They
cooking in
weren't
a way
mine
I
to
hadn't
share.
since before
They
we
were
bought
Marcus's
that house.
pathetic
Trying
attempt at
recipes,
redemption,
I'd always
and
been
they should
curious
stay
about
private.
and eating dinner
Should
at
die
odd
with
hours
him.
because I could.
The book has sold
Small
over
freedoms.
100,000 copies
The kind
now,
that only
been
feels
translated into
significant
12
when you've
languages,
spent time without
and
them.
we still get emails
I still
daily
talk to
from
my
women
mother,
saying it
my
changed
cousin
their
Danielle,
lives,
and a
gave them
handful of
permission
friends
to
who were
leave,
mine before
showed
the
them what
marriage and
happiness
are still
looks
mine
like
after
after
it.
heartbreak.
I eventually
That
told them the
impact
whole
matters
story.
more than
Not
anything else I've
immediately,
ever
and
done,
not all at once,
more than
but over
promotions
time,
or awards
as I
or
found
recognition.
language for its different parts.
Knowing that my worst day
my
became
mother,
someone
to her
else's
credit,
catalyst
did not
for
say,
change.
"I told you
That's
so,"
legacy.
though she
That's
had,
purpose.
in fact,
That's
told me
meaning.
a version of it.
I think
Having
about that
sensed
Instagram
something off
message
about
sometimes,
Marcus in ways
the one
she
from
mentioned
Shanice that
carefully
started all of
and
this.
diplomatically
And I wonder
over
where
the
I'd be if
years.
she hadn't sent
She
it.
just listened,
If I discovered
then
the
drove
cheating
from
some
her
other
house
way,
in
or
Stone
maybe
Mountain
never
to my
discovered it at
apartment
all.
in Kirkwood
And I'm
sat with
grateful
me
she
for a
was
weekend.
brave enough to get involved.
We watched old movies.
I reached
she
out
made
to her
food
recently.
I'd grown up
We
eating,
hadn't talked in a
and
while.
we didn't talk about Marcus
told her
or
about
the
the
church
book
for
and
most
Nicole
of it.
and
It was
everything that had
exactly what I
happened.
needed.
And she
I've
said,
been
"Girl,
asked by
I had
more than
no
one
idea
person
that one
whether
message
I
would
regret
lead
the
to all
marriage,
this. I
whether
was
I
just
would go
trying to
back
look out
and
for
choose
you."
differently if I
I
could.
told her, "You
I've
did
thought
more than
about
look
that
out for
question
me.
seriously
You saved
rather
my
than
life.
dismissively,
Not
because it
literally,
deserves
but
a
in every way
serious
that
answer.
matters."
And
And she
what
said,
I've arrived
"No,
at is
baby,
this.
you saved
I don't
your own
regret
life.
the love I brought
just
to that
opened
marriage.
a door.
I
You're
don't
the one
regret
who
the
walked
effort,
through it."
the faithfulness,
And she's
or
right.
the years
Shanice
of
showed
genuine
me the
partnership
truth,
that
but
existed
I'm the one who
before the
chose to
drift
face
set
it.
in.
Chose to
I don't
leave,
even fully regret
chose
the
to
fact that
rebuild,
it ended,
chose
because
myself
the
over
ending,
and over
as
until
devastating
choosing
as it
myself became natural.
was also a kind
And
of
that
clearing.
choice made all
it
the
removed
difference.
things that had
This
long
really
blocked
is
my
the
view
end
of
now.
myself.
Not because
And
there's nothing
what
left
I see
to
now
say,
in the
but
space
because
they
I've lived
occupied
long
is
enough
something I
past
value
Marcus
more
that
than
he's
the
become a
comfortable
footnote,
blindness
a
I
piece
was
of
living
history.
in. What
A
I do
story I
regret
tell
is the
sometimes,
years I spent
but not a
ignoring
reality
my
I
own
live in
instincts
ever.
in deference to
My
other
reality
people's
is
voices.
James and grandkids
My mother's
and
wisdom about
retirement and
trust,
travel
my
and
grandmother's
friendship
advice
and
about
peace.
giving men
My
room to
reality
breathe,
is waking
the
up
collective
grateful
female
every single
wisdom
day.
of my family
My
that was
reality is knowing
well-intentioned
with
and
absolute
sometimes
certainty
accurate,
that leaving
and
was the
also,
best
in this
decision I
case,
ever made.
was a framework
Marcus
I
was
used
wrong
to
about
talk
so
myself
many
out of things I
but he
needed
was
to pay
right about
attention
one.
to.
Losing
I
me
don't
was
blame
his
those
biggest
women.
mistake.
I don't
Not
blame the
because I was
tradition.
perfect,
I
but
blame the
because
way
I
I
was
applied
real
it
and
as a
loyal
reason
and
not to
willing
see,
to build
rather
something
than as a
meaningful,
foundation for
and
seeing
he threw that
clearly.
away for nothing
That's
that
a distinction
lasted.
I carry
But
with
his
me now,
loss was
and
never
it
my
shows
problem.
up in every
His
relationship
regret was
I
never
have,
my burden.
every
And his
context where I'm
death doesn't
tempted to
change
look away
anything
from something
except
that
confirming
deserves
what
my
I
attention.
already knew.
I ran
that I
into
survived
Marcus's
him,
mother,
that I
Miss
built
Carolyn,
something better
about
without
6
him,
months
that I
after
won
the
by
divorce
every
was
measure that
finalized.
matters.
We were
I'm
both at a
closing this
grocery
story
store
now,
in College
permanently,
Park, and she
completely,
saw me
with
first.
gratitude for
I watched
every
her
woman
decide
who
to
read
approach
it
me.
and found
I could
strength,
see it in the way
with
she
love
stopped
for the
and steadied
community it
herself,
created,
and I
with
stood
peace
still
about
and
every
let her
choice
come.
I made along
She
the
looked
way.
older.
To Marcus,
She took my hand in
wherever
both of
he
hers,
is,
and
I
she
hope you
said,
found peace
"I'm
eventually.
so sorry,
I hope you
baby."
understood the damage
And
you
I believed
caused.
her.
I hope
Miss
you learned
Carolyn
something
is
before
not a
you
woman
died,
who
but
apologizes
whether you
on
did
behalf
or
of
didn't
other
doesn't
people
matter
as
to
a
me anymore.
deflection.
To
She
every
was
woman who's
apologizing for
lived
her
some
own
version
grief,
of the story,
for the loss
who's
of what she
standing
hoped
outside
her
their
son's
own
life
room
would be,
804,
for the gap
who's
between the
reading a
man
message
she'd
that's
raised
about to
and
change
the man
everything.
he'd shown
I'm
himself
telling
to
you
be.
one final time
I
with
squeezed her
everything I
hands
have.
and told her I
Walk
was
through
okay.
that door.
She
Choose
said, "I know
yourself.
you are."
Don't look back.
We stood there a
Your
moment
best
longer
life
than
is
a
waiting.
grocery store
I
parking
promise
lot
it's waiting,
required.
and 28
Then went our
years from
separate
now
ways.
you'll be exactly
It
where
was
you're
one of the
supposed
more
to be,
dignified
happy
endings to
and
something
whole and
painful that
grateful
I've
you were brave enough
experienced,
to leave.
and I'm grateful
That's
for
my
it.
truth.
Pastor
That's my
Drummond,
promise.
I
That's
understand
my
that you
legacy,
relocated
and I'm
to
at
another
peace with
city.
all of it.
Whether he's
This
found
is the
another
end,
congregation,
the real,
another
absolute
platform,
final end,
another community
community willing to restore him to a position of spiritual authority. I genuinely don't know.
Marcus Thompson
I don't follow
forever.
his movements.
Goodbye to
what
all
I do
of
know
it.
is that the
pain
accountability
and the
he
healing
faced
and the
in
telling
Atlanta
and the
was
retelling.
largely informal
I'm done
rather
now.
than institutional,
Finally and
which is both
completely
typical
done.
and deeply
I'm going to live the rest
unsatisfying.
of my life in joy
The church
and
protected
presence
its
and
reputation
gratitude.
as long
and
as it
Marcus
could,
Thompson
then
will
moved
never
on,
cross my
as
mind again
institutions
unless I
do.
choose to let
The
him.
people most
and
directly
I'm choosing
harmed
not
by
to.
what he did had to
That's
find their
freedom.
own way
That's
to the other
victory.
side.
That's everything,
With little
and
help
that's
from the
where the
structures
story
that were
ends.
supposed to hold
For
him
real
accountable.
this time.
That is not a
Forever.
unique story in
I
religious
followed my
communities,
husband to this hotel,
and that fact doesn't
and
make
caught
it less
him with
true
another
or
woman's
less
cheating
painful.
story.
Renee
I
is
couldn't
doing well
believe
as
I
we
was
last
staring
spoke.
at a message
She's
from a
doing some
complete
consulting
stranger,
work,
a woman
which she'd
I'd
been
never
wanting to do
met,
for years,
telling me
but
my
had set
husband
aside
wasn't
to support
alone.
her husband's
Marcus
ministry.
had left for
Her
Dallas
kids are
3 days
adjusting
ago.
in the way kids
Another
adjust,
conference,
which
another
is to say
hotel,
unevenly,
another
and
week
with a
of me
lot of
holding
help
down
from their mother.
everything at home while
She
he
mentioned
networked
she'd started
and
attending a
closed
smaller
deals.
church,
and I
which
trusted
made me
him.
smile.
God, I
Something
trusted
about
him
both of us
so much
landing
it
in
hurts
smaller,
to even
quieter
think about
places
now.
after
The
years of
message
the large
came through
and the
Instagram.
prominent felt
A
right.
DM from an account
we
I
both
didn't
learned
recognize.
something about what
no
actually actually
profile
sustains
picture,
you versus
just
what
a name.
looks like it should.
Shanice
People
_
ask me
ATL,
about faith,
and it said, hey
whether
girl,
what happened broke it,
I don't know you,
whether I
but
still
I think
believe
you
in the
should know your
church as an
husband isn't
institution,
in Dallas alone.
whether the betrayal
I
of
saw
a
him
man
at the
who was
W
supposed
last
to
night
represent
with someone.
something sacred
My
destroyed
stomach
my
dropped
relationship
and I
with
sat
that
there on
thing.
the couch.
And the honest
Scandal
answer
playing
is
in
that
the
my
background.
faith is intact,
Reading it
though
again
it looks
and
different
again.
than it did.
My hands
it is quieter,
shaking so bad,
it is less
I almost
dependent on
dropped my phone.
institutional validation.
I typed back
It
immediately.
is less likely
Who
to
is
accept
this?
someone's
What are you
spiritual
talking
authority
about? And
at
the
face
three dots
value
appeared,
and more interested in the evidence
appeared
of how
again,
they actually
and then
live.
she said,
It
I'm a
has,
bartender
in some
at the
ways,
W in
become
Midtown.
more personal
Your husband
and
came
more
in last
durable
night with a
precisely
woman.
because
They were
it
all
is
over
no
each
longer
other.
being held up
I
by
recognized
structures
him
I've
from
had
your
to stop
Instagram.
trusting.
I'm sorry.
What I believe
felt
now
like
is
you needed
simpler
to
than
know.
what I believed
I
before,
felt like the room was
and I
spinning
think
because
simpler
the
is
W
closer
in
to the
Midtown
truth.
is Atlanta.
I believe
and
in showing
Marcus
up honestly.
was supposed to be in Dallas.
I believe in paying
unless he
attention
wasn't.
to what the people
Unless this
closest
whole
to you
trip
are
was a
actually
lie from the
doing
start.
rather than what they're saying.
I clicked on her profile.
I believe that love
private
is
account,
not naivete.
47
Trust
followers,
is not passivity,
nothing suspicious
and
about
faith
it.
is not the
Just
same
someone
as
trying to
looking away.
protect their peace.
I believe
But
that the
fact
hardest
that she went
lessons
out of
tend
her
to
way
be the
to
most
message me
permanent
made it
ones,
feel real,
and that the
too
clearing that
real.
happens after
I went to
devastation,
Marcus's location
as
on Find
brutal
My
as the
iPhone.
clearing
We'd
process
shared
is,
locations years
makes
ago
room for
after I
things
got
that
stranded
couldn't
with a
grow in
flat
the shade
tire,
of what
and
was
he
there
couldn't
before.
find me.
I
Never
am
thought
31
I'd be
years
using it
old.
like this.
I live
And
in
the
an
pin dropped
apartment
right there
I
in
like,
Atlanta,
in a neighborhood I've
Midtown.
come to love.
Right near the
I
W
have a
Hotel.
job I'm good at and
My
that
vision
I find
blurred,
meaningful.
and I had to blink back
I have
tears
friends who are
just to see
real,
the screen
an
because
honest
he
community,
lied.
and
He
a
looked
faith
me in
that
the
I have
face 3
actually
days ago,
examined rather
kissed
than
me
just
goodbye,
inherited.
told me he
I have a
loved
cleaner
me,
relationship
and
with my own
lied.
instincts
I called
than I have
him,
had at
and it
any
went
other
straight
point
to
in my
voicemail.
adult life.
Called again,
And I have a
voicemail.
capacity for solitude
Texted,
that I
call
had
me
never
now,
developed
and got
before,
nothing, just
that I
radio
think is one of the
silence.
most underrated
So I
forms
called
of
the
strength
W
a person
Hotel
can
directly,
have.
and
The
my
ability
voice was
to be
steady
alone with
even though my
yourself
insides
without
were
filling the
screaming.
silence
I
with
said,
noise.
Hi.
I
Can
am
you
not
connect me
finished
to
being
Marcus
affected by what
Thompson's room,
happened.
please? And
I
the
don't
front
think you're
desk
ever
lady
finished.
paused,
Not really.
clicked some keys,
It shows
said
up
one
in
moment.
unexpected
And that
moments.
hold music
In the
made
way,
me want to
I
throw my phone
sometimes
across
catch
the room.
myself in a new
Then she
relationship
came back
or
and said,
friendship,
I'm transferring
looking
you
for the
now,
frequency
and it rang
drift
once,
before it
twice,
becomes a problem.
3 times,
In the
and
way,
then a woman answered,
I'll hear a certain kind
not
of
Marcus,
gospel
a
music
woman.
and feel
Her
a
voice
complicated
groggy and
mixture of
annoyed,
love
saying,
and
hello.
loss that I can't
I
fully
froze.
untangle.
Every nerve
In the
in my
way,
body
I
went
sometimes
cold.
dream
I
about that
couldn't
hallway
speak.
in the
I
Marriott
couldn't breathe.
and wake up with
And
the
she
same
said,
combination
hello,
of dread
again,
and clarity
more
I
irritated
felt standing
this time,
outside that
and
door.
I hung up.
But
My
I am
chest
not
felt
defined
like
by
it was
either.
caving in because
That
a
is
woman
the line
answered
I
his
have
hotel
worked
room
hardest
at
to
10 in
walk.
the morning
To let
in
what
Atlanta,
happened be part of my
when he was
story
supposed to
without
be in
letting
Dallas.
it be the whole of it.
I sat there
To
for
carry
maybe
the
5
knowledge,
minutes,
it
just
gave
staring
me
at the
without
wall,
carrying
and then
the wound of
something
it
in me
in a
snapped.
way that closes
I wasn't
me
about
off
to
to what
sit
comes
here
next.
and fall apart.
What comes next,
I needed
I don't
to see
know
this
yet.
for myself.
That is not a
I
sad
grabbed
admission.
my keys and my
It is
purse,
an honest
and I was
one.
out the door.
And after
the
years
W
of
was
filling in that
only
uncertainty
20
with
minutes away in
assumptions,
traffic,
deference,
but I
and
made
the
it in
voices
12.
of other people's
My
wisdom,
heart was pounding
I find
so
not
hard,
knowing to
I
be
thought
one of
I
the
might
most
pass
honest
out in the
things I
lobby,
can say.
but I walked
I'm
up to the
standing.
front desk like I
I'm
belonged
clear.
there,
I am,
confident,
in ways I couldn't
unbothered,
have predicted
even
when
though
I was 23
breaking
years
inside.
old in a
I
white dress
smiled
in that
big and
sanctuary,
warm and said,
more
Hi,
fully myself
I'm here
than
to
I have
surprise
ever
my
been.
husband,
And
Marcus
that is
Thompson.
nothing.
Can you tell me
That
what room
is,
he's
in
in?
fact,
And the guy
everything.
at the desk hesitated,
The end.
said, I'm sorry,
She caught her
ma'am.
pastor in
I
the
can't
hotel
give out
room with her
numbers.
sister-in-law.
I leaned in,
I need you to
dropped my
understand
voice,
something
said,
before I
Look,
start.
it's our anniversary.
I am not a
I
suspicious
flew
woman
in
by
to surprise
nature.
him.
I never
Please.
went through Marcus's
I just
phone.
want to see my husband.
Never questioned
And
his
he looked at me,
whereabouts.
looked
Never
at his
demanded
computer,
passwords or
sighed,
check-ins
and
or
said,
any of
room
that.
804.
I was raised to believe that
thanked him
trust was
and
the
headed
foundation
straight
of
for
a
the
marriage.
elevators.
And if you
My
didn't have
hands
that,
trembling
you didn't
as I
have
hit the
anything
button,
worth keeping.
and the ride up felt
My mother
like
told me
forever.
that.
Every
My
floor
grandmother
that
told me
passed
that.
made my
The
stomach
women in my
twist
family
tighter.
built their entire
When the doors
identities
opened on
around
the 8th
being the
floor,
kind
I
of wife
stepped out
who
and
didn't
followed
sweat
the
the small
signs.
stuff.
804
who gave her
was at the end
husband
of the
room
hall,
to breathe,
and I stood
who kept
outside
the
that
home
door
steady
for a full whole
the
minute
faith strong.
because part of me wanted to
carried
turn
that
around,
into my marriage
pretend
as if
I
it were
never
scripture.
saw that message,
And for
go
a long
home
time,
and live
I
in
thought it was
blissful
working.
ignorance, but I
Marcus
couldn't.
Webb came into
I
my
knocked.
life when I was
3 sharp
22
knocks,
years old,
and there was silence.
standing in the
Then
parking lot of
shuffling,
Greater
whispers,
Anointing
the
Ministries
lock
after a
clicked,
Sunday morning
the door
service,
opened a crack,
arguing
and
with
there
my
he was,
cousin Danielle
Marcus,
about
my
whose turn it was
husband,
to host Christmas
standing
dinner.
there in a hotel
He
robe,
walked past
hair
us,
messy,
stopped,
eyes
looked at
wide,
me, and
saying,
said,
"Baby,
I don't know what the
what are you
argument
doing
is about,
here?" His
but
voice
I hope you
cracking.
win.
Guilt
That
written
was it.
all over his
That was
face.
the whole introduction.
I pushed the door
I
open,
laughed.
stepped
Danielle
inside,
rolled her eyes,
and there she was,
3 weeks
sitting
later,
on the bed,
Marcus and
wrapped
I
in
were
a
having
sheet,
coffee at
her
a little
makeup
spot
smudged,
on Cascade
my
Road,
husband's clothes
talking
on
for
the
4
floor
hours
next
like
to
we'd
hers.
known each other our
She
whole
looked at me.
lives.
I looked at
He
her.
was 25.
Marcus stood frozen
Tall,
between us
clean-cut,
like a
the
deer
kind
in
of man who
headlights,
opened doors
and I
without
said,
being
"So
asked
this is
and
Dallas."
remembered things you
My voice
mentioned
calm,
in
too
passing
calm.
3
The
conversations
kind of
ago.
calm that comes
He was
right
thoughtful
before
in a
storm.
way that made you think
Marcus
someone had
started
been raised
stammering,
right, and
"Baby,
he had
listen,
been.
this
His
isn't what it
mother,
looks like
Miss Carolyn,
I can explain,
was one of the
and
most
I actually
respected
laughed.
women in our congregation.
Not because it was funny, but
His
because
father
that's
had
what they all
passed when
say.
Marcus was
Every
16,
cheating man in history
and he
has
carried
used that
grief
exact
with
line.
a quiet dignity.
The woman
that
on
I
the bed
found
pulled the
deeply
sheet
moving at
tighter
the time.
around herself and
I
said,
thought it meant he
"Marcus,
understood laws.
who is this?"
That he
And I
understood
turned to
how
her,
fragile
looked
things
her dead
were.
in the eye.
I thought
and
it made
said,
him
"I'm his
someone
wife.
who would never
Who the
take
hell
what
are
he had
you?"
for granted.
Her face
We
went
dated
pale,
for 2 years
and she
and
looked at
married when I
Marcus
was 23.
like he just betrayed
The
her
wedding was
too.
held in the
Like
same
she didn't
sanctuary
know.
where we'd
Like
both
maybe
been
he told her
baptized
he
as
was
children.
single or
And
divorced
there was
or
something
some
about
other
that
lie.
symmetry that
And
felt
she
like a
said,
promise
his wife?
bigger than the vows
Marcus,
themselves.
you told me you
My
were
father
separated.
walked me down the aisle.
And there it was,
Miss
the web
Carolyn
of lies
cried through the
unraveling
entire
right in
ceremony.
front of me.
Pastor
Because not
Elijah
only was
Drummond,
he cheating,
who had
he
known
was telling
Marcus
this
since
woman
he
we
was
were
a teenager,
separated when I
officiated.
just kissed him
He
goodbye
gave a
3
sermon
days ago.
before the vows
I
that
looked
people
back
in
at
our
Marcus
church
and
still
said,
talk
separated?
about. Something
Is that what
about
you told
covenants
her?
and sacred
When exactly
ground
did
and
we
the way
separate
God sees
Marcus?
marriages not
Because
as
I must have
contracts,
missed that
but as living
conversation.
things that have to be
He
tended.
opened his mouth,
I
but
remember
nothing
standing
came
at that
out.
altar
Just
thinking I had
pathetic
never felt
silence.
more certain
And the woman
about
got up,
anything in my life.
started grabbing her
For
clothes,
the first
said,
several
"I
years,
can't believe this.
the marriage
You're
was good.
disgusting."
Not
and
perfect,
I almost felt
because
bad for
nothing
her.
is, but
almost,
genuinely
because
good.
she was a victim
We bought
here
a house
too.
in Adamsville.
Just not my
I
priority.
was working as a
She got
project
dressed
manager
fast,
for a mid-sized
grabbed her
healthcare
purse,
company
shot
downtown.
Marcus one
and
last
Marcus
look of
was
pure
building
disgust
his career in
and
commercial
walked
real
past me
estate.
out the door.
We were busy,
and then it was
but
just
we
the
made
two
time
of
for
us,
each other.
me and
We
the man
traveled
I'd
when we
built a
could.
life with.
We had a standing
Standing
date
in a
night on
hotel room
Fridays.
that smelled like
we were
betrayal.
active in the church.
I walked
Both
over
of
to
us
the bed,
serving on different
sat down on
ministry
the
teams,
edge,
and
looked at
that
the rumpled
community
sheets,
was the
the
backbone
2
of our
coffee
social
cups
life
on the
in a way
nightstand,
that felt
the
healthy
room service
and
tray with
grounding
breakfast
rather than
for 2,
insular.
and I
The
felt
first
this
time I
strange
noticed
calm
something
wash
shift
over me
was about
because the
4
wondering
years
was
into
over.
the marriage.
The
It
paranoia
wasn't
I
dramatic.
convinced myself
It
was
wasn't
crazy
an argument,
was actually
a
real,
cold shoulder,
and now
or
I knew.
any of the obvious
Marcus
signs
finally
people
found his
talk
voice
about.
and said,
It was
"Baby,
more like a
please,
frequency change.
let me explain.
When a
It
radio
was a
signal
mistake.
drifts
It
slightly
didn't
off
mean
station,
anything,
you
and
keep
I held up
reaching
my
for the
hand to
dial
stop
to
him
bring it
because
back.
I'd heard enough.
But the sound keeps
I'd
getting
seen
fuzzy
enough.
at the edges.
And nothing he could
Marcus
say would
was
change
present
what I'd
physically,
just
but
walked in
somewhere
on.
else in every
I
other
said,
way
"How
that mattered."
long?" And he
I
hesitated,
chalked it up to work
looked away,
stress.
and I
He
said
was
it
trying
again,
to close a
louder.
significant deal,
"How long,
and the
Marcus?"
pressure was
And he
visible.
mumbled 6
I
months,
gave him
like
space.
that would somehow
The
hurt
deal
less
closed.
than saying it clearly.
Things got a little
6
better.
months.
I
half
stopped
a year
paying
of lying
attention
my
to the
face,
frequency.
half a year
But
of
that
fake
drift
business
never
trips
fully
and
corrected
late nights
itself.
at the office.
It would settle
half
for
a
a few
year
months,
of him coming
and
home
then I'd feel
and
it
kissing
again.
me like
That
everything
subtle
was
pulling
normal
away,
while he
that
was
quality
building
of
a
being in
whole
the
other
same
life
room with
behind
someone
my
who
back.
had already
I
left.
stood up,
I
walked to
mentioned
the
it to
window,
him once,
looked out at the
maybe
Atlantic
8 months
skyline,
before
and
everything
said, "I
fell
want you to
apart.
know that I loved
We
you.
were in the kitchen
I
on a
gave you
Sunday
everything,
evening,
and
and
you
I
threw it
told
away
him
for
I
what?
felt like
For
we were
her,
losing
for the
something,
thrill,
like
for
we
the
were
ego
becoming
boost of
roommates
having
who
2
went
women,
to church
and
together
my voice
instead
didn't
of
break,
husband and
didn't
wife.
waver because
He
I was
listened.
done crying over
He
him.
nodded.
He
He
tried
said
to
I
come
was right
closer
and that he
tried
would do
to touch
better.
my shoulder,
And he
I
did
stepped
for
back,
about 6
said,
weeks.
Don't
Then
you
the
dare
drift
touch
came
me,
back,
because
and
his
this
hands
time it
felt
brought company.
contaminated now.
He started
Everything
spending
about
more
him
time
felt
at the
dirty.
church.
I
Not just
pulled out my
Sundays,
phone,
but
opened
multiple
the camera,
evenings a week.
and started
Tuesday
recording
Bible
Marcus
study,
looking
which he'd
confused,
attended off and
saying,
on for
"What
years,
are you doing?" And I
became
said,
a
"I'm
non-negotiable
documenting
standing
this,
commitment.
your confession,
Thursday
this hotel
leadership
room,
meetings that
all
he
of it.
never mentioned
Because
before
when I
started
file for
appearing on his
divorce, I
calendar.
want to make sure the judge
Saturday
knows
morning
exactly
prayer
who you
calls
are."
that seemed to
His
stretch
face
past
went from
noon.
guilty to panicked
I didn't
real quick,
question it at
and
first
he said,
because the
"Divorce?
church had
Baby,
always been
come
central
on.
to our
We
lives.
can work through this.
And honestly,
we can go to
I told
counseling.
myself I
and
should be
I
glad he
actually
was
laughed
investing
again
in his
because the
spiritual
audacity
growth
of this man
instead of
thinking
sitting
I would
at home
stay,
disconnected.
thinking I
I
would
told
work through him
myself a
sleeping
lot of
with
things
another
that
woman
year.
for 6 months.
I was very creative with my
genuinely insane.
explanations.
I recorded
What I didn't
him
pay
standing
close
there in
enough
his
attention
robe,
to was the way
recorded
he
the
started
hotel
guarding
room,
his phone.
the evidence of his
Marcus
betrayal,
had never been
and then I
secretive
stopped,
about his phone before.
Put my phone away,
We
and
weren't the
said,
type to
"I'll
go
be
through
moved
each
out
other's
by the
devices,
time you get home.
but we also
Don't bother
weren't the
trying trying to contact me. My
His
lawyer
phone
will
had
be in touch.
always just been his phone.
I walked toward the door
sitting on the
and
counter,
he followed me,
face up,
begging
no
now,
drama.
please,
But
don't do
somewhere
this.
around
I love
7
you.
months before
I made
that
a
Wednesday
mistake,
night,
and I turned
I
around
started
one last
noticing
time
that
and
he'd
said,
flip
"You
it
didn't make
over
a mistake,
whenever I walked
Marcus.
into the room.
You made a choice.
That he'd take
over
calls
and
in the
over
garage.
again for 6
His
months,
screen
and now I'm
brightness
making
was
mine.
always set to the
I left
lowest
him standing
level.
there in that
I
hotel room
noticed.
and took the
I
elevator
filed
back
it away.
down.
I
Walked
didn't
through
want
the
to be the
lobby with my
suspicious
head
wife.
high, even though I wanted
My
to
mother's
collapse.
voice in my
Got
head,
in my
my
car,
grandmother's
and the
voice,
second I
the
closed
voices
the door,
of
the
every
tears
woman in
came.
my family
Not
who had
sad
ever
tears,
told me that a
angry
man
tears.
needed space
Because
and trust.
I'd wasted 5
I
years
listened
of my
to those
life on a
voices
man
instead
who
of my
didn't
own
deserve me.
instincts, and I
I
will
drove
carry the
home
weight of that
and
choice for a
immediately
long
started
time.
packing his things.
On Wednesday night,
every shirt,
it all collapsed
every pair
as
of
it
shoes,
often does.
every
I'd
reminder
had a
of him
long
went
day
into
at work,
trash bags,
back-to-back
and I
meetings,
piled them
ate
all
lunch
in
at
the
my
garage
desk,
because
and
I
drove
wanted
home
them out
in
of
that
my sight.
particular Atlanta
I
traffic
called my girl
that makes you
Tasha
question
and told her
every
everything.
life decision
and
you've
she
ever
came
made.
over within the hour
Marcus
with
was
wine
already
and tissues
dressed
and
and
righteous
heading out
anger,
when I walked in the
saying,
door.
I knew something
He
was
kissed
off
me
with
on
him.
the cheek.
I never
said he had a
trusted
late
his
leadership
ass,
debrief
and
at the
honestly,
church
I needed
and
to hear
said
that.
he'd be home by 10.
Needed someone to
I
validate
kicked
that
off
my
my
gut
shoes,
had been right all
changed
along.
into something comfortable,
That night, Marcus
heated the
called
leftovers in
17
the fridge,
times,
and
texted
was in bed by
34
9,
messages,
watching
all
a
the
show
same
I'd
desperate
already seen
bullshit.
twice
I'm
because
sorry.
I was too
Please
tired to
talk to
invest
me.
in
I love
anything
you.
new.
I'll do
My phone
anything,
rang at
and I blocked his
9:47.
number because
Unknown
I didn't
number.
need his apologies.
Atlanta area
didn't need
code.
his explanations.
I stared at it for a moment
Didn't need
and then
anything
picked up
from him
because
anymore.
some
I
instinct
contacted
I hadn't
a
learned
divorce
to ignore
attorney
yet
the next morning.
told me to answer.
A woman Tasha
The woman
recommended
on the other
who
end
had a
had a calm
reputation
voice.
for eating
The way
cheating
people are
husbands
calm
alive in
when they've
court.
made a decision
And when
they
I
can't
walked
take
into her
back.
office and
She
told
didn't
her my
introduce
story,
herself.
she smiled.
She didn't apologize
Actually
for
smiled
calling.
and
She
said,
just said,
"Oh, honey,
is this Marcus
we're going
Webb's
to take
wife?"
him
and
for
the way she
everything
said
he's
wife
got.
with this
Turns out
particular weight
Georgia
on it
is a fault-based
made my
divorce
stomach
state,
drop before
meaning
I
his
even
infidelity
processed the
actually
question.
mattered.
I said
and
yes.
because we'd been
I
married
asked
5
who
years,
she was.
and I'd
She
supported
said her
him
name
through
didn't
grad
matter.
school while
then
he
told
built
me
his
my
career.
husband wasn't at
I was
any church
entitled
meeting.
to alimony
She
and
said
a
he was at the
significant
Marriott
portion of our
Peachtree,
assets.
room 214,
Marcus tried to come
and
home
that he
2
was
days
not
later
alone.
and found the
She
locks
said it
changed,
without drama,
his stuff in the
without
garage,
emotion,
and a note on
like
the door
she was
that said,
reading an
"You can
address
pick up your
off a
things
piece
between
of
2
paper."
and 4 p.m.
And then
on
she hung
Saturday.
up.
My
I
brother
sat
will
in
be
my
here
bed
to
for
supervise
probably 4
because
full
I wasn't
minutes
about to
without
deal with
moving.
him alone.
I ran
He
through
showed up
every
that Saturday
rational
looking like
alternative
he
I could
hadn't slept,
manufacture on
eyes
number.
red,
Someone
face
is playing
haggard,
a game,
and my brother
a
Marcus.
misunderstanding,
Yeah, we had the
a
same
mix-up.
name, which always
Some
annoyed
woman
him.
with a grudge
Stood
against
there
a different
arms
Marcus
crossed while
Webb
cheating
in a different
Marcus
marriage
loaded
with a
his
different
trash
wife.
bags into his car.
I built those
and it
alternatives
felt
up as
poetic
high as I
somehow.
could, and
Having
then I
a real
watched
man
them collapse
watch a
on
fake
their own
one pack
because
up his
not one of
lies.
them could hold the
The
weight
divorce
of what
took
I'd
4
heard in that
months to
woman's
finalize,
voice.
and in that
She
time
wasn't
I
making
found out
something
even
up.
more.
She knew
Found
something,
messages
and
between
she had
him
decided
and
I
at
should
least
know it
2
too.
other women.
I got
found
up.
credit card
I got
statements
dressed.
for hotels
Not
and
slowly,
dinners I was
not
never
dramatically,
at.
just
Found
mechanically.
A whole secret
The
life
way
I'd
you
been
move when
blind
your
to
brain
because
has
I
made a
trusted
decision,
him.
and
My
your
attorney
body is
used all of
following
it.
orders
Every
before your
text,
emotions
every
have had a
receipt,
chance to vote.
every piece of
I
evidence,
grabbed my
and when
keys
we
and my
walked into
purse,
that
and I drove
courtroom,
to that
Marcus
Marriott.
looked terrified
And I want to tell you
because
that
he
I was
knew he was
composed
caught.
the whole way there.
Knew there was
But
no
the truth
talking
is
his
that
way
I
out of
cried
this.
for the first
The
10
judge
minutes of
looked
that
at the
drive,
evidence,
and
looked
then
at
something
Marcus
switched
with
off
pure
inside
disdain,
me, and I went
awarded
very
me the
still.
house,
Not
alimony
peaceful
for
still.
3 years,
Certain still.
and half of his
Like
retirement
I already
account.
knew what I was
And
about
Marcus
to find,
had the nerve
and
to
the
look
grief
shocked,
of knowing it
like
had
he
arrived
expected
before
to
the
cheat
proof.
and get away
the
with
lobby
it
of the Marriott was
consequence-free.
bright and
I
quiet.
walked out of that
One
courtroom
of those
feeling
business
lighter
travel
than I had in
hotels
months,
where the energy
like
at
I'd
10
finally
o'clock on a
shed dead
Wednesday
weight.
is tired
and when
and
Marcus tried to
transactional.
stop me in the
A
hallway,
man in a suit
tried
was
one
checking
last
in at
time
the
to
front
apologize.
desk.
I
A
looked
woman
at
was
him
waiting
and
for the
said,
elevator
I hope she
with
was
a
worth
rolling
it, and
suitcase.
kept walking.
Nobody paid me
Shanice,
any attention.
the bartender who'd
I
messaged
took the
me,
elevator to the
reached out
second
again
floor
a few
and
weeks
walked
after the
down the
divorce
hallway.
was final.
And when I
said,
got
"Hey
to
girl,
room 214,
I've been thinking about you.
I stood
I
outside
hope you're
that door,
okay."
and
I
I
thanked
made
her,
myself breathe.
told her she'd saved
I
me
could
from
hear the
wasting
television.
any more years
low
on a
murmur of
man
sound.
who didn't
Some
value
late
me.
night show.
Told her she
The
was
kind
the
of
real
noise
one
people
for
put on
reaching
when
out
they
when
want
she
to feel
didn't have
less
to.
alone or
she
less
said she'd seen
conspicuous.
too many women
There was
get
light
played at
under
that
the
bar.
door.
Said she
Someone
had a
was
sixth
awake in that
sense
room,
for men who were up
and they
to
had
no
no
good.
idea I was
and when
standing
she saw
18
Marcus
inches
that
away
night
from
with his
them.
wedding ring in
I
his
knocked
pocket
2 firm
and his
knocks,
hands
not
all over
frantic,
that woman,
not timid.
she knew she
The
had to say
television
something.
kept going.
I sold the
I
house
heard
6
movement,
months later
the
because I didn't
unmistakable
want to
sound
live
of
in a
people
space
adjusting,
that held so many
repositioning,
memories of a
the
lie.
shuffle and
Took the
hush
money
of a
and
situation
moved into a
being
high-rise in
rearranged
Buckhead.
before a door
Started
opens.
over completely.
I heard a low
new
male
place,
voice saying
new
something
energy,
I couldn't
new
make
life.
out.
Marcus
I heard
tried
another
to reach
voice
out on my
respond.
birthday.
I
Sent
stood
flowers
there
to my
and
new
I
address
waited,
somehow.
and when the door
and I
finally
threw them in
opened,
the trash
I
without
was
reading
looking
the
at
card
Pastor
because I
Elijah
didn't
Drummond.
need his performative
He was wearing a
gestures,
hotel robe,
didn't need emptied his guilt
His
offerings.
hair, usually
I ran into him a
perfectly
year
shaped
later
for
at a
Sunday
restaurant.
mornings, was
He
not
was
right.
with someone new.
His eyes
and when
went
our eyes
wide
met
when he
across
saw
the
me,
room, I
and
felt
for just a
nothing.
moment,
No anger,
one very
no
small
sadness,
and very
no
honest
lingering
moment.
feelings.
I saw
just
pure
indifference,
panic cross
and
his
that's
face
when I knew
before
I
he
truly
composed
moved
himself
on.
into the Pastor
He
Drummond
looked like he wanted
I had
to come
known
over,
for 11
wanted
years.
to talk, but
I
I
had
turned back
already
to my
seen the
date.
panic.
A man
I
who
had
had
already
proven
clocked the
himself
robe
honest
and the hair
steady
and the way he was
nothing
standing
like
in the
Marcus.
doorway of a
And I
hotel
didn't give
room
my
at 10
ex
o'clock
another
on a
glance.
Wednesday night.
The audacity
and
of
every
men who
question in
cheat
my
is
mind
something I'll never
collapsed into a
understand.
single point
The way they
of
think they
terrible
can have
clarity.
everything. The
I looked
devoted wife
past
at
him
home
into the room.
and the excitement
The
on the
lamp
side.
on the nightstand
like
was
we're
on.
not human beings
The bed
with
covers were
feelings
pulled
and
back
dignity
and
and the
rumpled.
right to be respected.
And sitting on the far
But
edge of
here's
the
what I
bed,
learned. You
wrapped
can't
from
make
her
someone
shoulders
value
to her
you.
knees in
You
the
can't
white
love
bed
someone
sheet,
into being
was
faithful.
a woman I had known
All you can
since
do
the
is
year
know
I
your
joined
worth
Greater
and walk away
Anointing
when someone
Ministries.
shows you they don't
A
see
woman
it.
who had sat
And
beside
I'm
me at
grateful
women's
now,
ministry
grateful
retreats
for
and
Shanice's
eaten at my
message,
kitchen table
grateful
and
for
been
that
in my
knock
wedding.
on room
A
804.
woman whose last name was
Grateful
Webb
for the truth,
because she had
even
been
though it
born into
shattered
the
my
same
world,
family
because
as my
staying
husband.
with Marcus would have
Tamara,
shattered me even
Marcus's
more.
younger sister.
I'm 32 now,
30
living my
years
best
old.
life,
The woman I had called my
thriving in my
sister-in-law
career,
and my friend
dating
for 11
intentionally,
years.
and I've never
I want
been
to stop
happier
here because I
I'm
need
not
you to
settling,
actually sit
not
with what I'm
ignoring red
describing.
flags.
I drove
not
to that
letting
hotel
anyone make me
expecting
feel
to find
like
my
I'm
husband
asking
with
for too
another
much
woman.
when all I want
What I
is
found
basic
instead
respect
was my
and
pastor,
loyalty.
a married
Sometimes
man
I think
with
about
3
that version of
children
me
and
sitting on
20
the couch
years
reading
of
that
spiritual
Instagram
authority
message.
over my community.
How scared she
in a
was,
hotel room
how
with
her
my
whole world
sister-in-law.
was about to implode.
My husband was
and I want
nowhere
to tell
in
her
that
it's
room.
going to hurt,
And the
but you're
caller
going
who
to
sent me
survive.
there knew
You're
exactly
going to
what
come
I
out
would
stronger.
find.
You're going to
world did
realize
not
you never
spin.
needed him.
It didn't
You
do
just
anything
needed to believe in
dramatic
yourself.
or cinematic.
And to anyone
It just
listening
rearranged
who's in that
itself
place right
very
now,
quietly
who just
into a
found out,
shape I didn't
who's reading the
recognize.
texts or seeing
Pastor
the
Drummond
receipts
started
or standing
talking
outside a
immediately.
hotel room
His
door.
voice was low,
I'm telling you what I wish
controlled.
someone had told me.
He said,
Leave.
Sister Keisha,
Don't wait for
this
more
is
proof.
not what dash.
Don't give them
and
another
I held
chance.
up one hand.
Don't
and
believe the
something in my
tears and the
face
promises.
made him stop
Just leave
mid-sentence.
and don't look back.
I looked at Tamara.
Because you deserve someone
She
who would
pulled
never
the sheet
put you in
higher
that
up
position
around
to
herself,
begin with.
and she was
Marcus
looking at a
texts me
point somewhere
sometimes,
to the left of
even
my
now,
face,
3 years
unable
later,
or
saying
unwilling
he's
to
sorry,
meet my eyes
saying
directly.
he thinks about me.
I had known this
saying
woman
he made
for
the
over a
biggest
decade,
mistake of his
and
life,
she couldn't look at me.
and I don't respond
That told me more
because
than
my
the robe
silence
or the
is
rumpled
the
bed
only
or
answer he
any of the
deserves.
rest of it.
I'm
I
happy,
said,
genuinely
very
calmly,
happy.
and
Whereas
he's
Marcus,
still out there trying to fill
neither of them
whatever
answered
void made him
immediately.
think cheating was
Pastor
acceptable.
Drummond opened
and
his mouth,
that's not my
and
problem
I cut him
anymore.
off before
That's
he could
his,
start.
and I'm free.
I said, not
I started
you.
therapy about
Her.
6 months
Tamara
after the divorce.
finally looked at me.
Not because I was
Her
broken,
eyes were wet,
but because
but she
I wanted to
hadn't cried
understand
yet.
how I'd missed
She
the
said
signs,
she didn't know.
how I'd let
I
myself
told her
be
that was
so
interesting,
blind to what was
given
happening
that my
right in
husband
front
had
of me.
told me he was
My
at a church
therapist,
meeting tonight,
Dr. Williams,
and I had a feeling
she didn't
the
let
two
me
things
sit
were
in that
connected.
victim space for long.
She looked away again.
She said, "You didn't
So
miss
I called
signs."
Marcus.
He was deliberately
right there in the
hiding
doorway,
them.
phone
That's
on
what
speaker,
cheaters do.
loud enough
They
that
gaslight you
everyone
into
in that
thinking you're
hallway
paranoid
and
when your
everyone in
intuition
that
is
room could
screaming
hear
the truth.
every word.
And hearing that released
He picked
something
up on
in
the
me I
second
didn't
ring.
know I was holding
His
on
voice
to.
was normal,
She helped me
relaxed.
see that I'd
The
been
voice
so
of a
busy
man
being
who
the
had no
perfect
idea
wife,
the floor
so
was about to
focused on
disappear from
supporting
under
Marcus
him.
and
He
building
said
our
he was
life
wrapping
together,
up at the church,
that I'd stopped
asked
paying
if I was
attention
okay,
to myself,
and asked
stopped
if I needed
listening to my
anything.
own needs.
I said,
stopped noticing
"Which
when
church,
things
Marcus?"
fell off.
He
There
paused
were
for
signs,
just a
though.
beat.
Looking
Not
back,
long,
I can
but
see
I
them
heard
clearly
it.
now.
He said
the way he
greater
started going to the
anointing,
gym
same as
more,
always.
upgrading
I
his
said,
wardrobe,
"So you're there
being
right now."
extra protective
He
of
said
his
yes.
phone, coming
I
home
said,
and
then I need you
showering
to explain to me
immediately
why I'm
before
standing
even greeting
outside
me.
room
All those
214 at the
little
Marriott
changes
Peachtree,
I'd explained away
looking
as
at your
him just
pastor
taking
and
better
your
care
sister.
of himself.
The silence
I remember
that
one
followed
night
that
about 8
sentence
months
was one of
before
the
I found
longest
out.
I have
We
ever
were lying in bed,
experienced.
and I said,
It was
"You
the
feel
silence of
different
someone
lately,
whose
like
entire
distant."
architecture of
And
deception
he
just
rolled over,
cracked
kissed
at
my
every
forehead,
joint
said,
simultaneously.
"I'm just stressed
It
with
was
work,
the silence
baby.
of a man
Nothing
running
to worry
through
about."
every possible
and I
response,
believed him because
finding
why
none
wouldn't
worked.
I? He was
and
my
then
husband.
he said it.
That's
He
what
said,
gets me the
"Keisha,
most.
I can explain."
Not just the cheating,
Not,
but the ease with
"What are you
which he
talking
lied.
about?"
The way he
Not,
could look in
"That's
my eyes
impossible."
and feed me bullshit
Not,
with a straight
"You must be
face.
mistaken."
The way he
He
made
said,
me
"I
doubt
can
my own
explain,"
instincts
which
when they
meant
were
he had
trying to
something to
protect me.
explain, which
Dr.
meant he
Williams
already
said
knew
that's
what
the
I was
real
looking
damage
at,
of infidelity.
which meant that whatever
Not
was
just the
happening in that
broken
hotel
trust,
room was
but
not
the way
new
it makes you
information to
question
my
your own
husband.
judgment.
I told
Makes
him
you
to
wonder
come.
if you can ever
I told
trust
him to
yourself
come right
again.
now.
And
I
working
hung
through
up.
that took longer
15
than
minutes
getting
later,
over Marcus ever
he walked
did.
off that
I joined
elevator
this
and
online
down that
support
hallway,
group for women
and
who've
I
been
watched
through
his
similar
face the whole
situations.
way.
And
He didn't
hearing
look
their
shocked.
stories made me
He didn't look
realize I wasn't
confused.
alone.
He looked
wasn't
like a
crazy.
man walking towards
wasn't
something
the
he
only
had known
one
was
who'd
coming.
been blindsided
And
by
there was
someone they
something
thought they
almost
knew.
like relief in his
One woman in
expression
the
that
group,
made me
her
angrier than
husband had been
anything else
cheating
I
for
had
10
seen
years
or
with
heard that
multiple
entire
women.
night.
Another
Because
found out her
relief meant
husband
he was
had a
tired
whole
of
second
carrying
family in
something.
another state.
And the fact that
and
he
my
had been
situation,
carrying it without telling
as
me meant he
devastating
had
as it
chosen
was,
to carry
could
it
have been
alone rather
so
than
much
trust me
worse.
with the truth.
But pain is pain.
We did not have
You
a
can't
screaming
measure it
match
against
in that
someone
hallway.
else's trauma.
All four of
And
us
what
ended up in
Marcus
that
did
room
to me was
because I
enough.
wasn't about to
More
have
than
this
enough to conversation where every decision I made could hear it. And I started dating again about a year after the divorce was final.
Pastor Drummond sat in the chair by the window.
Just getting back out
put
there,
on the second hotel
remembering
robe
what it felt
and
like
sat
to be
back
wanted
down on the
without
edge
the
of the
weight
bed.
of betrayal hanging
Marcus
over
stood near the
everything.
door.
The
And I
first
stood
guy I
in the
went
middle
out
of
with,
that room,
David,
looked
he
at
was
each
nice
of them
enough,
and
but
said,
halfway through dinner,
very
he
quietly,
made some joke
"Someone
about his
needs to
crazy
start talking."
ex-wife, and I
What came out
immediately
over the
shut
next
down
2
because
hours
any
in
man
that
who
hotel
talks
room
about
with
his
the
ex like
television
that is
still
telling you
murmuring in
exactly
the
who he
background
is.
and the city
I learned to
moving
watch
around
for the red
outside the
flags
window,
I'd ignored with
completely
Marcus.
indifferent
The
to what
love
was
bombing,
happening
the
inside.
inconsistencies
Was
in
one of the
stories,
most
the way
painful
some
and
men would
most
push for
clarifying
commitment
conversations
too
of
fast
my
or
life.
get defensive when
Marcus
I asked
had been at the
basic
church
questions about
approximately
their life.
4 months earlier
I dated
for
a few
Thursday
guys who
evening
seemed
leadership
promising
meeting.
until they weren't.
The meeting ended
One who
earlier
still
than
had dating
expected,
apps on his
and
phone
he had
while
gone
we were
back to the main
supposedly
building to
exclusive.
retrieve his
Another
jacket
who
from the room where
conveniently
they'd been
forget
meeting.
to mention he
He
was
had walked
technically
past
still
Pastor
married
Drummond's office,
until I found
which
his
should have
wedding
been empty
photos
at
on
that hour,
Facebook.
and the
It was
door had been
exhausting and
slightly
demoralizing,
open.
and there
He
were
heard
nights I
voices.
wondered if all
He
men
heard
were just
sounds that
variations
stopped him
of
in the
Marcus.
hallway.
If
He stood
loyalty was
outside
just
that
some
door for
fantasy
long
I'd
enough
been
to
sold that
understand
didn't actually
exactly what was
exist in
happening
real life.
inside it, and
But
then
I
he
met
walked away.
James at a friend's
He
birthday
did not tell
party.
me.
He wasn't my usual
Sister
type.
Renee.
Quieter,
He did
more
not
reserved.
go to the church elders,
Worked as an architect
the deacon board,
and spoke about his
or
projects
any of the
with
accountability
this genuine
structures
passion
that
was
exist within
actually
a church
refreshing
for exactly
after
this
dealing
kind
with
of
so many
situation.
men who couldn't
He went
talk
home,
about anything
lay
but
down
themselves.
beside me in our bed,
He asked
and
for my
started
number,
thinking about
and
what
I
that
almost didn't
information
give it
was
to him
worth.
because I was so
I want to be
tired of
precise
being
about what I'm
disappointed,
telling you
but
because
something
I think
about
the
him felt
details
different.
matter.
Felt
Marcus
safe in a
did
way
not
I
go
hadn't
to Pastor
experienced
Drummond
in a
out of
long
anger
time.
or protectiveness.
Our first date was
or
coffee,
any impulse
simple,
I could
low
respect,
pressure, and
even
he
while
asked
I was
me
hurt by
questions,
it.
real questions
He went to him
about
deliberately,
my life
strategically,
and my work and
with
what
a
I
list
wanted for
of
my
things he
future,
wanted.
and he
wanted the
listened
church
to
board
the answers
position he'd
instead
been
of
passed
just
over
waiting
for
for his
twice.
turn to talk.
He wanted the
I told
pastoral
him on the
mentorship
third
he'd
date
been
that I'd been
requesting for
married
years
before,
and kept
that it
being
had
told
ended
to wait
badly,
for.
that I had
He
trust
wanted to
issues
preach,
I was working
which
through,
Marcus had
and
wanted
he didn't
since
run,
he was young,
didn't make
but
it
had
weird,
never been
just
given
said,
a real
I get
platform.
it. We all have
And he wanted the kind of
I'm
access
not in a
and
rush
standing
and
in that
meant it.
community that
He was
he felt he
consistent,
deserved,
showed up
but
when he
had
said
never
he
been
would,
able to earn
texted
through
back
ordinary
in reasonable
means.
time frames,
He laid all of that out
introduced me
for
to his
Pastor
friends
Drummond
and
in a
family
private
without
meeting the week
hesitation,
after he walked
had his
past that
location
office
shared
door.
with me from day
And
one
Pastor
without me
Drummond,
even asking.
a man who
It
had
took me
built his
6 months
entire
to fully
identity
trust
on
him.
spiritual
6 months
authority
of waiting
and
for the
moral
other shoe
leadership,
to drop,
sat
for
across
him to
from
reveal
one of his
himself as
congregants
just
and
another
agreed.
Marcus in disguise.
Because he didn't have a
But
choice,
he never did.
or at least that's
He
how
just
Marcus
kept being
had framed
honest
it for
and
him.
present, and everything
because
Marcus
powerful
had
men
pretended
who have
to
been
be.
doing wrong
We've
things
been
in
together
secret
2 years
are often
now,
more
and
afraid
I'm
of
not
being
saying it's
exposed
perfect.
than they
No
are committed to
relationship
doing
is,
right.
but it's
So
real.
for 4
it's
months,
honest.
the
And I
arrangement
never have to
held.
wonder if he's lying
Marcus
to me
got his
because
board
he's
seat.
shown me over and
He got
over
his
that
mentorship
transparency
meetings.
is just
He got
who
to
he
preach
is.
on 2 Sunday
James knows
evenings.
about Marcus.
He got the
knows the whole
standing
story,
and the access
and
and
he's
the
never
deference
once
he'd
made
been
me
wanting,
feel crazy
and
for
he
being
paid for it with his
cautious or
silence
for
about
needing
what he knew.
reassurance when my
And what
anxiety
he knew was
spikes.
that the man
He
delivering
understands
sermons
that
about
trust is
covenant
something
and
I'm
sacred
rebuilding
ground
slowly,
on Sunday
and he's
mornings,
patient with
was
that
spending
process.
Wednesday nights
I ran
in
into
hotel
the woman
rooms
from
with
his
his younger
hotel room
sister.
once, completely
When Marcus
random.
told me this,
We were at
when
the same
all of it
brunch
came
spot
out,
in Midtown,
I went very
and I
quiet
recognized
for a
her
long
immediately,
time.
even though it
Not
had
because
been
I was at a
almost
loss
3
for
years.
words, but
She
because
saw
I
me
was
too,
trying to
and
find
for a
words
second
that
we
were
just stared
accurate
at each
rather
other.
than just reactive.
And then she got up,
I looked
walked
at my
over
husband,
to my table,
this
and
man
said,
I had married
"I'm sorry,
in that
I know
sanctuary.
that doesn't mean much,
This
but I
man
am.
whose grief I
I
had
didn't
found
know he was
moving
married
and
until
whose
you showed up that
thoughtfulness
day.
I had found
I
beautiful.
believed her because
and I
I'd
tried to
seen her
locate
face
something
that
I
morning,
recognized some
seen the
version of the
genuine
person
shock
I
when
had
she
built
realized
11
Marcus
years of my
had
life
lied
around.
to her too.
I
And I
asked
said,
him one
I know.
question.
He
I
fooled
asked
both
him
of
if
us,
at
and she
any
nodded,
point in those 4
thanked
months,
me for not
knowing
hating
what he
her,
knew about his
and
own
walked
sister
away.
and his pastor.
I don't hate
he
her.
had considered
Never did
telling
really.
me.
Because
Not
she
the
wasn't
elders,
the problem.
not Sister
Marcus
Renee,
was.
not
He
any
was the one who
institutional
made
body.
vows and broke them.
Just me.
He was the
His
one who
wife.
chose to deceive
How did it occur
everyone
to him
around
even
him.
once to come home and
she was
tell me the
just
truth?
another casualty
He
of
was
his
quiet for a
selfishness.
moment.
My mom
Then
asked
he said
me once
he hadn't
if I
wanted to
regretted
put that on
marrying
me.
Marcus.
I have
if
thought
I
about
wished
that
I could
answer
go
many
back
times
and never
since that
meet him,
night.
and
I
I
have
thought
turned
about
it
it for a
over from
long time
every
before
angle.
answering. Because
And
the
every
truth
time
is
I come back to
complicated.
the same
I
conclusion,
said no, I
which
don't
is that it
regret
was
it,
not an act
because
of
that
protection.
relationship taught me
It was
what
an
I
act
will
of
and won't
exclusion.
tolerate.
He had
Showed
decided
me my own strength,
unilaterally
forced
that I
me
didn't
to
get
rebuild
to know.
myself into
Not
someone
because
who
the
knows her
knowledge
worth
would have
and
hurt
won't
me, though
compromise
it would
it for
have,
anyone.
but because
If I hadn't
sharing
gone
it would
through
have
that,
required him
I
to
might
share
have
what
settled
he
for
was
less,
doing with it as
might
well.
have ignored red
And
flags
he wasn't ready
in
to give
future
that up.
relationships.
I left
might
that
have
hotel
never
room
developed
at
the
close to
standards I have
midnight.
now that
I
protect me
drove
from
home alone.
ending up in that situation
Marcus
again.
stayed in his own car.
Marcus was a lesson.
I don't know where he
an
went for the next
expensive,
few
painful
hours,
lesson,
and I didn't
but
ask.
a lesson nonetheless.
I sat in our house,
and I'm
in
grateful
the kitchen,
for what
at
I
the
learned,
table where
even if
we'd
I'm
eaten
not grateful
1,000
for how
meals
I
together.
learned it.
And
I still
stayed
have
there until
Shanice
the
on
sun
Instagram.
started coming
We don't
up.
talk regularly,
I didn't
but
cry that
every
night.
now and then she
I had
checks
already
in,
done my
sends
crying
me a
in the
message
car on the way to
asking
the
how I'm
Marriott.
doing, and
What
I
I did
always
that night was
respond
grieve,
because
which
without
is
her I
different
might
from
still be in
crying.
that marriage,
Grief
might
is
still be
slower
living
and
a
quieter,
lie.
and it
She
takes
told
up
me
more
recently
space.
that she's gotten messages from other women thanking her for exposing their partners too.
Marcus came home the next morning,
her mission at the bar to look out for women being
talking through what had happened.
And I think that's beautiful.
Or trying to.
The way she turned witnessing someone's betrayal into a
fully
form of
present
sisterhood.
and honest.
There's this quote I saw somewhere that said, sometimes the person you take a bullet for is the one behind the trigger.
Just
and that hit different because that's exactly
truth.
what Marcus
he
was.
He had chosen leverage
I would have done
over integrity.
Anything for him.
And he had done it while sleeping beside me every night and sitting beside me in church every Sunday.
You get to decide how you rebuild.
We were getting somewhere.
You get to choose what version of yourself rises from the ashes.
Not lying
and I
exactly,
chose to become someone who would never ignore her intuition
just
again.
Just enough truth to seem
never make
cooperative
herself
without
small
being
to
fully
accommodate
accountable.
A man's ego.
About a week after
never
that
settle
night,
for breadcrumbs
I
when
asked
she
him to
deserves
stay
the
somewhere
whole
else
damn
for a
meal.
while.
I look
Not
at my life
permanently,
now,
or
my
at
career
least that's
thriving,
what I told
my
myself at
friendship
the time.
deeper. My
I
relationship
said I needed
healthy,
space to think,
my peace
and he
protected,
needed space to
and
figure
I
out who he
realized that
actually
losing
was.
Marcus wasn't a
Because
loss
the man
at all.
I had married
It was
and
a
the man
gain.
who had
I
spent 4
gained
months
myself
running
back.
a covert leverage
People ask me
arrangement
sometimes
against
if
his
I
own
think he's
pastor
changed,
were not
if
people
I
I
think
could
he regrets
reconcile
what he
into
did,
the same
if I think
human
he's
being.
being faithful to
Until
whoever
I could
he's with
understand
now,
which one
and
was real,
honestly, I don't
I didn't
care.
know how to be in
His
the same
character
house with
development
him.
or lack
He went to
thereof
stay with a
is no
friend
longer
from
my
work.
concern.
And I sat
What
with the
I know
silence
is
of that
that people who
house
cheat
and let
once
it tell me
usually
things
cheat
I'd been
again
too
because
busy
the
to hear.
issue isn't the person they're
Meanwhile,
cheating
the
with.
situation
it's
at the
something
church
broken
was
inside
moving
them.
on its own
Some
timeline.
inability to be satisfied.
I had not said a word
Some
to
need for
anyone outside
validation
of the
that
hotel
no one
room.
person can fill.
I had not called
Marcus
Sister
is
Renee,
probably
had not
still out there
spoken
doing
to
the
any of
same
the
thing
other
to
women
someone
in my
new,
ministry circle,
probably still
had
lying
not
and
breathed a word
gaslighting
to my
and
mother,
convincing some
my
other
cousin
woman that
Danielle,
she's paranoid
or
while he
anyone
builds
else
his
who might
secret
have
life.
helped me carry
And
what
I
I
hope
was
she
holding.
finds out sooner than
Part
I
of that
did.
was because
I
I
hope
didn't know
someone
what to say.
messages her the way she
Part of
needs
it
to
was
message
because
me.
I was still
I hope
figuring
she
out
has
what
the
I
strength
believed.
to walk away.
And part of
I
it was
hope
a
she
small,
doesn't waste 5
stubborn
years
corner
trying
of
to
me
fix
that was
someone
still
who doesn't
hoping
want
there
to
was
be
some
fixed.
version of this story
My advice
that didn't
to anyone
require
who's been cheated
everyone's
on is
world
this:
to be destroyed.
don't try to understand
That
it.
hope lasted
Don't
about 2
torture
weeks.
yourself trying to
Then
figure out what
Tamara
you did
made her
wrong
own
or
decision.
what you could have done differently.
She went to Sister Renee
because
on
the
a Sunday
truth is you
afternoon.
did nothing wrong.
When her home,
Their cheating
not
has
the
nothing to
church,
do with you
not
and
a neutral
everything to do
location,
with
her
their
home.
own brokenness.
Renee told me later
Leave,
that Tamara
heal,
had called ahead
rebuild,
and asked
don't
if she
ever
could
let
come
them
by,
convince you that you're
and Renee
bitter
had
or
said,
holding a
of
grudge
course,
when you refuse
assuming
to
it
give
was
them
about a
another
ministry
chance.
matter
Because
or
walking
maybe
away
something
from
personal
disrespect
she
isn't
needed
bitterness.
counsel on.
It's self-respect.
She opened her door
I'm
and let
living
in the
proof
woman
that you
who
can
had
come
been
out the other
sleeping
side
with her
of betrayal
husband for over
stronger,
a year.
happier,
They sat
more
down
whole
in
than you were
Renee's
before.
living room,
Because when
and
you stop
Tamara
wasting
told her
energy on
everything.
someone who doesn't
Renee
deserve
said
it,
she didn't cry.
you have so much
I
more to
believe that
pour into
completely
yourself
because
and the
I
people
know
who
Renee,
actually
and
value
she is the
you.
kind of woman
3
who
years
cries
ago,
in
I was
private
sitting on
and
a couch
composes
reading a
herself for
message
the
that
world.
would change my life.
She said she
and if
sat
I could
and
go back
listened,
and tell that
and when
version of me
Tamara was
anything,
finished,
I'd
she
say
asked
thank you
one
for being
question.
brave enough to knock
She
on
asked
that
how
hotel
long.
room door.
Tamara
Thank
said
you for not
14
making
months.
excuses for him.
Renee thanked her
Thank
for
you
coming,
for choosing
stood
yourself
up,
even when it
walked
hurt.
her to the door,
Because that
and
decision,
closed it.
that
Then
moment
she
of
called her
choosing my own
oldest sister
dignity
in
over a
Savannah and
comfortable
talked for
lie,
4 hours.
that's what saved me.
I only know
and
all
I'd
of
make
this
that
because
same
Renee
choice
told me
1,000
herself
times over.
weeks later,
Marcus
when
is
we had
still
finally
texting,
started
still
the slow
apologizing,
and
still
complicated
trying to
process
rewrite
of
history
being
in a
honest
way
with
that
each
makes
other
him look
about
less terrible.
everything we'd both
and
been navigating.
I'm still not responding
But
because
I'm getting
my
ahead of
silence
myself.
is the most powerful
Pastor
thing I
Drummond's
can give him.
resignation
The
came
absence
22
of my
days
attention.
after that Wednesday night.
The void where
The
his
announcement
access
to the
me used to be.
congregation was
He
delivered on a
lost a woman
Sunday
who
morning
loved
by
him
the chairman of the
unconditionally,
deacon board,
and I lost
Elder
a man
Thorne,
who didn't know how
who
to
had been at
appreciate
greater
that.
anointing
And those
almost
two
as
losses
long
are
as the
not
church
the same,
had existed.
not even close.
He read from a prepared
I won,
statement.
even though it didn't
The
feel like
language
winning
was
at the
careful
time.
and vague
I won because
about
I'm free,
Pastor Drummond
because I'm
stepping
happy,
back for a
because
period
I'm
of
with someone
personal
who would never
reflection
make me
and
question
renewal,
if I'm enough.
and about the
And to
leadership
everyone
team being
who's still in
committed
the
to
thick of it,
continuity
who's
and
reading
stability.
this and seeing
The kind of
themselves in my
language that
story,
is designed to
I'm
be
telling you right
technically
now,
true
you're
while
going to
being
be okay.
practically empty.
Better than okay.
But in a community
you're going
like
to look
ours,
back one day
in a
and
church
thank
where
yourself
people
for
had
leaving,
known each other
for
for
not
decades,
settling,
had
for
watched their
believing you
children
deserved
grow up
more
together,
than lies and
had
betrayal.
sat beside each
Walk
other
away.
in the worst
Don't look
moments
back
of their lives.
and watch how
that
quickly
kind
your
of
life
language doesn't
transforms
hold
when
for
you
long.
stop accepting crumbs from
Information
someone
moves
who
through
should have
those
been giving you
networks
the whole
faster
damn
than
cake.
any announcement
That's
can
my
catch
story.
up to it.
That's my
By
truth.
the following
and
Sunday,
I'm not ashamed
the
of any of
details
it
were
because
circulating
I came
through
out
the
the other side
congregation in
exactly who I
whispers,
was meant to be.
carefully worded
and
text
Marcus
messages
is still out there trying
and
to
private
figure out
conversations
without
in
me
the
holding
parking
him
lot.
together.
Not
I'm
everyone
done
knew
giving him my
everything,
energy.
but
Done
everyone
letting
knew
his
something.
betrayal define
And
my
the thing about a
narrative.
community
I'm
built
writing
on
a new
moral
story
authority
now,
is that when
one
the
where I'm
person
the hero,
holding that
not
authority
the victim.
is revealed to
And
have been
it's the
living a
best
double
story
life,
I've ever told.
the shock waves
I never
travel
thought
deep
I'd
and
say
far.
this, but
I watched
I'm
it
actually
happen from a
grateful for that
complicated
Instagram
position.
message now.
I was both
Grateful
inside
for the situation and peripheral living in denial.
I knew more than most of the congregation,
for longer
but
than
I was not the central figure in the story,
looking back,
as Renee or Tamara was.
Even before those 6
I was a wife
whose
husband had done something wrong in response to someone else's wrongdoing, and the concentric circles of that wrongdoing kept expanding outward until I felt like I couldn't find their
or
edge.
Insecure.
I went back to greater anointing
about
one
a
more
year
time
before I found out
everything came out.
I came home early from a girls' trip because one of my friends got food
the place I had
poisoning,
sat
and
almost
we had to
every
cut it
Sunday
short.
for 11
And
years.
when I walked in the house,
interim
Marcus
minister
looked
was
startled,
a visiting pastor from a
genuinely
church
shocked
in
to see
Decatur,
me. And there was this weird energy in the air I couldn't quite
measured
place.
sermon about
He'd cleaned the whole
steadfastness
house,
in times
which
of
he never
uncertainty.
did, had
It was a
fresh
fine
sheets on
sermon.
the bed, had
It was
taken
not
out
the
the
sermon
trash,
that place needed,
and when I asked
but
why
it was the
everything
sermon
was
a man
so
could give when
spotless,
he didn't know the
said
full
he
weight
just
of what
felt
had
like
happened
being
in that
productive.
room.
But
I
something
sat
about
there
it felt
and
staged,
felt the absence
like
of
he'd been
everything that
covering
had made
tracks.
that sanctuary
I found
feel like
a wine
mine.
glass in the
choir
dishwasher that
Sister
wasn't mine,
Carolyn,
a
Marcus's
lipstick
mother,
shade I didn't
had
know.
sung in for
And
20
when I
years.
asked about it, he
The
said his
particular
sister
way the
had
light
stopped
came
by
through
earlier
the
that
side
week,
windows in the
which
morning,
made
the
sense
sense of
except his
continuity
sister
and
lived in
rootedness
Texas
that I had
hadn't
carried
mentioned
into
visiting.
every corner
But
of
I
my
didn't
adult
push
life.
it because I didn't
I
want to be
stayed
that way.
through the whole service.
That's what they count
I
on.
hugged a
She
few people who approached
count on
me,
you not wanting to be that
people who didn't
way,
know the full story,
not wanting to
and
seem
were glad to see a
crazy or
familiar
jealous
face.
or controlling.
I did not
So you
break
swallow
down.
your questions
I did
and
not make
ignore your gut
anything harder
and
for
let
anyone.
them gaslight you
And
into
when the
thinking you're
last song
imagining
finished,
things.
I picked up
I
my
wish I'd
purse,
trusted myself
walked back down
then.
that aisle for the
Wish
last
I'd investigated
time,
further
and went home.
instead of accepting
The
his
divorce was
explanation
filed
at face
4 months
value.
after that
Because
Wednesday night.
maybe I could have ended
Marcus
it sooner.
and I had attempted
Saved
a few
myself some of
sessions
those
with a
6
marriage
months of
counselor
being
during
played.
that period.
But I
A
also
woman
know
named
that I wasn't
Dr.
ready
Anita
then.
Pearson,
Wasn't
whose
strong enough
office
to
was
face the
off
truth.
Memorial Drive,
Still believed
and
our
who had a
marriage
gift
was
for
worth
asking
fighting
the
for,
exact
even if I had to
question
fight
that neither
alone.
person in the
And
room wanted
sometimes
to
you have to
answer.
reach that breaking
I think
point
under
before you
different
can walk away.
circumstances,
The
she
breaking
might
point
have
for me
helped
wasn't
us.
just finding
But
him in that hotel
circumstances
room.
were what they were.
It was everything that
Every
came
session
after.
kept
The
returning
way
to
he
the
tried to
same
minimize
question.
it.
Whether
The way
Marcus
he made
was
it seem
capable
like I
of the
was
kind of
overreacting.
radical honesty
The way
that
he said
rebuilding
it
would have
didn't mean
required.
anything.
Not
Like that was
honesty about
supposed
what
to
had
make me feel
happened.
better.
He could do
If
that
it didn't
when
mean
pressed.
anything, then why'd
But
you
honesty
risk
about who
everything
he
for
was
it?
and why he
Why'd
had
you
made
lie
the
to my
choices he
face
made.
for 6 months?
That deeper kind of
Why'd
honesty,
you tell her we were
the
separated?
kind that requires
Why'd
you to look at
create
yourself
this whole
without
alternate
flinching,
reality
kept
where I
eluding
didn't
him.
exist except
He would
as an
get close
obstacle
and
to your
then
happiness?
retreat. Would
He
touch
tried
the
the typical
truth and then pull
playbook
back
after I
into
left.
explanation.
First came the
I don't say
desperate
that with
apologies
contempt.
and grand
I
gestures,
say it with a
the
sadness
flowers
that I
and
still
the
carry,
handwritten letters,
because I think
and the
Marcus
showing up
is
at my
genuinely
job
not
trying
a
to
bad
talk
man.
to me until my
I think
coworkers
he is a
had
man
to
who
escort
wanted
him
things he
out.
hadn't earned.
Then came the
found a
anger
shortcut
phase when he
and
realized
told himself
I wasn't
enough
coming
stories
back.
to justify
Suddenly,
it.
I was the bad
That
guy.
is a very
I
human
was being
failure.
unreasonable.
It is not
I
a
wasn't
failure
willing
I
to
can
work
build
on
a
the
life
marriage.
on, but
I was
it is a
throwing
human
away
one.
5 years
The
over
difference
one
matters
mistake.
to me, even
As
now.
if 6 months of
We divided
deliberate
the house,
deception was
the
just a
accounts,
simple
and the
mistake.
accumulated
He
material
told
of
his
11
family
years
I'd
with a
blindsided
thoroughness
him,
that felt
that I'd
almost
given up
clinical.
without trying,
Our
that
lawyers
I was
handled
being
most of
vindictive
it.
and cruel.
We were in the same
And
room
some of them
only
believed
twice
him
during the
because
divorce
he's always
process,
been good at
and
playing
both
the
times
victim,
we were largely
at twisting
quiet,
narratives to make
communicating
himself
through
look
paperwork
better.
and the
His
occasional
mother
brief,
called me crying,
direct exchange.
begging me to
He
reconsider,
looked tired.
telling me
I
that all
imagine I did
marriages
too.
go through rough
We had
patches,
both been carrying
that I
something
needed to
heavy
be
for
more
a long
forgiving,
time.
that
Just
divorce
different
was a
things,
sin,
and the
and
weight
I'd
of it had
regret
settled
throwing
into
away
both of
my
our
family.
faces.
I
The
told
last
her
thing
I
he
didn't
said
throw
to me directly
anything away.
on the day
Her
we
son
signed the
did
final
when he
papers
decided another
was that
woman
he
was
was
worth
sorry.
more than his vows.
Not for getting caught.
And if she
He'd
wanted to
already
be
said
mad
that
at someone,
version.
she should direct
This
that
was a different
energy
story,
toward the person
quieter
who actually
and more
destroyed this
specific.
marriage.
He said
And
he
she
was
hung up
sorry
on
for
me.
letting his ambition
His father
turn him
reached
into
out
someone he
separately,
didn't want to be.
apologized
That
for
the
his
wanting
wife,
had gotten
said
ahead
he
of
didn't
his
know the full
judgment,
story,
and
but
he had
from
made
what he
choices
gathered,
that cost
Marcus
him the
had
thing that
messed up
mattered
badly.
most.
And he
I
didn't
looked at
blame
him
me
for a
leaving.
moment, then said,
and that phone call
"I hope
meant
you
more to me
figure out
than
who you wanna
any
be."
apology
And I
Marcus
meant
ever
it.
gave.
Not
It's
generously,
interesting how
not
betrayal
warmly,
reveals
but honestly.
people's true character.
Because the alternative,
not just the person who
hoping he
betrayed
stayed
you,
broken,
but everyone
would
around
have required
them.
me
You
to
see
keep
who makes
carrying something
excuses
that
for
wasn't
bad
mine to
behavior,
hold.
and who
Tamara
holds people
and I did not
accountable.
have a formal
And that
conversation
tells you
about any
everything
of it.
you need to know.
We were not in contact
My family
after that
rallied
night.
around me in ways
The connection
I didn't
between
expect.
us,
My
which
dad,
had been
who'd
real
always
and
liked
warm
Marcus
and had its own
called his
history
son,
separate
stopped
from my
speaking
marriage,
to him entirely.
closed like a door
My
that
mom,
locks
who's
from the
usually
inside.
all about forgiveness,
I have thought about
and
her more
second
than I
chances,
expected
told
to.
me she was
Not
proud
with
of me
anger,
for leaving.
though the anger was
My
there
younger
for a while,
sister said she'd
but with
never
a
liked
kind
him
of
anyway,
mournful
which was
curiosity.
news to me. But I
wonder what she
appreciated
told
the loyalty.
herself during those
My
14
friends were
months.
split.
I
Most
wonder
of them
how she
supported
sat
my
across
decision
from me at my
completely,
kitchen table,
but a few,
talked about her life,
the ones who
and
were
asked
married
about
and
mine,
maybe dealing with
and
their own
maintained the
relationship
surface of our
issues,
friendship
tried
while
to convince
holding
me to
something
give him another
underneath it
chance.
that would have
Said
broken
counseling
everything.
could fix this.
I wonder if she
Said
felt
I was
relief when it
giving
was
up too
over,
easily.
the way Marcus
I lost
did.
some friendships
I
over
wonder
it
if she
because
feels
I
the
couldn't
loss
be
of
around
what we were the
people
way
who
I
thought I
do.
should have stayed.
I will
who
probably
didn't
never know the
understand that
answers to
staying
any of
would have
those
destroyed me
questions,
slowly,
and I've made a
who
kind of
valued
peace
the
with that
appearance of
uncertainty.
marriage over my
Sister
actual
Renee
well-being.
and I did eventually
But the
talk.
friends I kept,
About
the ones
3
who
months
showed up with
after
wine
Pastor
and
Drummond's
tissues and
resignation,
righteous anger,
she reached
those
out to me
friendships
and
got
asked
stronger.
if we
could
deeper.
meet.
Became
we
the
went
foundation
to a restaurant
I built my new life
neutral
on.
ground.
Tasha
Somewhere
became my
neither
rock
of us
during
had
those
been with our
first few
husbands.
months.
She was at my house
for
for
3
hours
every day,
making
sure
barely
I
touched,
making sure I got out of bed, making sure I wasn't drowning in grief and anger. And I don't know if I would have survived without
told
her.
anyone else.
She was the one who
I told
pushed
her
me to go
things
to
I'd been
therapy,
holding alone.
who helped me pack
We cried,
Marcus's things,
both of us,
who
which I
sat
think
with me while I
surprised us
cried
both.
ugly tears and
We were not the
questioned
type,
everything
either
I
of
thought
us,
I knew
to
about
cry in
love
public.
and commitment.
But something
and my
about
own
being in the
judgment.
presence of someone
She
who
also kept
understood
me
the
from doing
specific
stupid
quality
things
of what
like
we'd
checking
both
his
been
social
through made
media
the usual
obsessively
containment
or
feel
driving
unnecessary.
past his new apartment
Renee is
or
a
reaching out
remarkable
to him
woman.
in moments of weakness.
I want to say that clearly.
She'd take my phone
She had
and
been
say,
married to a man
"Not
for
today,
23
Satan.
years.
We're not
had
giving
raised
him that
3
power."
children with him.
I found
had
out
built
later
an
that
entire
Marcus
identity
had tried
as
to
a
contact
pastor's
her,
wife in a
tried to get her
community
to
where that
convince me to
identity
talk to
came
him,
with significant
and she told
expectations
him exactly
and
where he
significant
could
visibility.
go, and it wasn't anywhere
and had
polite.
all of it dismantled
and I
in a
loved
Sunday
her even
afternoon
more for that.
conversation with
Having
her
good
husband's
people
affair
around you when
partner.
your world falls
The grace
apart
she
isn't
brought
brought to that dismantling was not passive
because
or
those dark
resigned.
moments when you're
It was
questioning
active
if you
and
made the
hard
right
one,
choice,
and it
when you're
cost her
lonely
something
and
I don't
missing
think
what
she'll
you thought
ever
you had.
fully get back.
Those are the moments
But she
when
carried
you need
herself
someone
with
to
a
remind
dignity
you
that
why
I
you left.
found genuinely
The
inspiring.
loneliness was real,
not
though.
in a
I'm
performance
not going to
way,
pretend it wasn't.
but in the quiet
Going
way
from
of someone
sharing
who
your
has
life with
decided who
someone
they're
to
going to be
sleeping
on the
alone
other
in a
side of
quiet
something
house,
terrible
cooking
and
for
is doing
one,
the daily
having
work of
no one to
becoming
tell
that
about your
person.
day. It's
She
an
filed for
adjustment
divorce
that
about
hits
2
harder
months
than you
after I
expect.
did. Their
There were
settlement
nights I'd
was
reach for my
significantly
phone
more
to text
complicated
Marcus
than
about
mine,
something random,
given the length of
some
the marriage,
inside joke
the
or
shared
stupid
assets,
meme,
and the children.
and then I'd
one of
remember
whom
that
was
person
still in
didn't
high
exist
school.
anymore.
She
The
handled
Marcus
it.
I thought
She
I knew
always
was a fiction.
handles it.
And the
I
real
found my
Marcus
new church on a
wasn't
Sunday
someone I
morning
wanted to
about
share
13
anything
months
with.
after I
I
walked
had
out
to
of
grieve
greater
not just the
anointing for the
relationship,
last time.
but the future
A
I'd
colleague
imagined.
at work had
The kids
mentioned it
we'd
in
talked
passing.
about having.
One of those
The house we were
conversations where
saving
someone
for.
says
The
something
retirement
offhand
plans
and it
and
lodges in your
vacations
brain
and
for
growing
weeks.
old together.
The church was
All
in a
of it
converted
gone
space
because
in
he
East
couldn't
Atlanta,
keep his dick in his pants.
a neighborhood I
And
didn't
yes,
spend much
I'm
time
still
in,
bitter about that
and it was
specifically,
smaller than
about how he
anything
threw
I'd
away
been part of
decades
since
of
childhood.
potential happiness
Maybe
for what?
150
Some excitement,
people on a
some
full
ego
Sunday.
boost,
No
some
cameras,
woman he's probably
no
not
live
even
stream,
with anymore because
no merchandise
relationships
table,
built on
just a
betrayal rarely
room,
last.
some chairs,
I
and
saw
a praise
on social
team that
media
played
through
with
a
more
mutual
feeling
friend
than
that
flash.
he dated the woman
The
from
pastor
the hotel
was a
for
woman
few
named
months
Reverend
after our
Gloria
divorce.
Osei.
But it
She
didn't
was in
work
her
out,
early
shocker.
60s,
Turns out
Ghanaian
when you start a
American,
relationship
and she
with someone
preached
who
like
helped you
someone
cheat,
who had earned
trust
every
becomes
word
an
she was
issue.
saying.
Who
Not
would have
through
thought?
performance or
Part of
polish,
me wanted to reach
but
out to
through
her
a quality
and say,
of conviction
told
that
you
you
so.
either have
But
or
honestly,
you don't.
she'd already
And she
learned
had it
that
in
lesson
abundance.
the hard way.
Her
and I
sermons
wasn't
had a
interested
directness
in
that I
rubbing
wasn't
salt
used
in
to,
wounds.
a way
I'd
of naming
moved on,
things plainly
and she
without
could figure
cruelty
out her own path.
that made me feel
Marcus
more
tried to
seen
date
in that
other
small
people too,
room
from
than I
what I
had in
heard.
11
But
years
apparently
in a much
he
larger
struggled
one.
because
The
word
first
gets around
Sunday
in Atlanta,
I sat in her congregation.
especially in our social
She was
circles,
preaching about
and
witness,
women talk
about the
and
difference
nobody wants to
between
date the
being
guy
a
who
witness to
cheated on his
truth
wife
and
for
being a
6
keeper
months.
of someone
His
else's
reputation
secrets.
took a hit.
She talked
and
about
I
how
can't say I feel
silence
bad
can
about
be a
that.
form of complicity,
Actions have consequences,
and how the hardest
one of
thing
those
is often not
consequences
speaking up
is
to
that
outsiders,
people remember how you
but
move,
being honest
and
within
they judge
the
you
walls of your
accordingly.
own closest
I've built a
relationships.
good life now,
I
better
sat
than
there
good
with my
actually.
hands
My
folded
career
in my
took
lap
off after the
and
divorce
felt something I
because
hadn't felt in a
finally had
long
the mental
time,
space
which
to
was that
focus
I was
on
in the right
myself
place.
instead of managing
That
a
the words
relationship
being
that was
spoken
rotting
were
from the
reaching something in
inside.
me that had been
I got
unreachable
promoted
for a
twice
while.
in 2 years.
After the
started
service,
making more
she was
money
greeting
than
people
Marcus
at the door,
and I ever
and
made
when
together.
I came through,
Bought myself
she looked
a
at me
car
with the
I
kind of
actually wanted
directness that
instead of
doesn't
the
feel
practical
intrusive,
sedan
but
he
lets you
convinced
know
me
you've
was
been
the
seen.
smarter choice.
She said,
Started
I haven't
traveling
seen you
to
here
places
before.
I'd always
I
wanted
told
to
her
go.
it was my first Sunday.
I went to Bali by myself.
She said, come
spent
back.
2 weeks in
Not
Thailand.
as a command
took
or
a
a sales
girlfriend trip
pitch.
to Dubai.
Just an
Did a
invitation,
yoga retreat
simple
in Costa
and warm,
Rica.
from
Lived
someone
my
who
life
meant
in
it.
full color
I did come
instead
back.
of the muted gray
I
my
came back
marriage
the
had
following
become
Sunday,
without me even
then the one
realizing
after
it.
that, and
James
then the
has
one
been
after
part
that.
of that journey too.
The community I
He
found in that
encourages me
smaller
to chase
space
my
was
dreams.
different from what I
Never
had
makes
at
me
greater
feel
anointing.
guilty for prioritizing
Not necessarily
myself.
better in
Celebrates
every way,
my wins like
but
they're
more
his own.
honest in the ways
And
that had
kind of
come to
support
matter
is
most
something
to
I
me.
didn't even know I was
People talked
missing
about
until
their
I had it.
struggles without
We're
dressing
talking
them
about
up.
getting engaged
The prayer
soon,
requests
which
were
terrifies
specific
me if
and
I'm being
real.
honest.
There was
Not
no
because I don't
performance layer
trust him,
between the
but because I'm
congregation
still
and the
carrying
worship.
some scar tissue from
No
Marcus.
sense that you needed to
Still have
present a
moments
certain
where I
version of
worry the
yourself
other
to
shoe will
belong.
drop.
I had
But
not
James is
realized
patient
how
with
much
that.
of my energy
He
at greater
understands that my
anointing had
trauma
gone into
isn't about
maintaining
him.
that presentation
He's willing to move
until
at
I
my
was
pace,
somewhere that
and
didn't
he's
require
shown me
it.
through his actions
My life
that
in the
he's
year
nothing
and a
like my
half since
ex,
the divorce
that
has been
not all
quieter
men
than the
are
life I had
incapable
before.
of loyalty
And I
and
mean that
honesty.
as neither complaint
I think
nor
about the
boast,
version
just
of me who was
observation.
married to Marcus,
I live
and
alone
I
in a
barely
smaller
recognize
apartment
her.
in Kirkwood that
She
I
was
chose
so focused
specifically
on being
because
the
it had
perfect
nothing
wife,
to do with my
on
marriage,
making him
no
happy,
shared history
on
in the
keeping the
walls,
peace,
no
that she
furniture
forgot
that
to
had
ask
belonged
if she
to
was
us rather
happy,
than just
if
to
her
me.
needs were being met.
I bought things I liked.
If she was getting back
painted the
even
bedroom a
half
color
of what she
Marcus
was
would have
giving.
vetoed.
I'm not that woman
I started cooking
anymore.
in a way I hadn't
shrink
since
myself
before we bought
to make
that
someone
house.
else comfortable.
Trying recipes,
Won't
I'd
ignore
always been
red
curious
flags to
about
avoid
and eating
conflict.
dinner at odd hours
Won't
because
accept
I
less
could.
than I deserve
Small
just
freedoms.
because I'm afraid
the
of
kind
being
that
alone.
only feels
Being
significant
alone is
when
better
you've
than being
spent
with
time
someone who
without
makes
them.
you feel alone.
I still talk
That's
to my
something
mother,
I learned the hard
my
way,
cousin Danielle,
and it's a
and
lesson
a
I'll
handful
carry
of
with me
friends who were
forever.
mine before the
Marcus
marriage
represents
and
a
are still
chapter
mine
of my
after.
life that's closed
I
now.
eventually told
Not
them
forgotten
the whole story.
because I learned too
Not
much
immediately,
to forget,
and not
but
all at
definitely
once,
closed.
but over time,
And I'm not
as I
interested
found
in
language
reopening
for
it
its
no
different
matter how
parts.
many times he
My
tries
mother,
to rewrite
to her
the
credit,
ending.
did not say,
He wanted me
"I
to be a
told you
safety
so,"
net while
though
he
she
explored
had,
other
in fact,
options.
told me a
Wanted
version
me
of
to be
it.
the stable,
Having
comfortable
sensed
choice
something off about
he could come
Marcus
home
in a
to
way
after his
she'd
adventures,
mentioned carefully
and I
and
refused to be
diplomatically over
anyone's
the years.
backup plan ever
She just
again.
listened, then
I'm
drove
someone's
from her
first
house
choice
in
now,
Stone
someone's
Mountain to
only
my
choice,
apartment in
and that's what I
Kirkwood
deserved
and
all
sat
along.
with me for a weekend.
I just had to lose
We watched
everything
old
to
movies.
realize it.
She made food
The
I'd
journey
grown
from
up
that
eating,
hotel room to
and
where
we
I
didn't
am
talk
now
about
wasn't
Marcus
easy.
or
It
the
was
church for
messy
most
and
of it.
painful, and
It
there
was
were
exactly
setbacks.
what I needed.
days when I felt like I was moving
by
backward
more than one
instead
person
of forward.
whether I regret
Moments
the marriage,
when I wondered if
whether
I'd
I would
ever
go back
trust
and
anyone
choose
again.
differently if I could.
But I kept going.
I've thought about
kept
that
healing,
question
kept
seriously
choosing myself
rather than
over and
dismissively,
over until
because
choosing
it deserves
myself
a serious
became natural
answer.
instead of radical.
And what I've arrived at
that's
is
the
this.
real victory here.
I don't regret the
Not
love
that
I
I
brought to
survived
that
Marcus's
marriage.
betrayal,
I don't
but that
regret
I
the
used it
effort,
as fuel
the
to become
faithfulness,
someone who
or
would
the
never
years of
tolerate that
genuine
treatment
partnership
again.
that existed
Someone who
before
knows
the
her
drift
worth
set
isn't
in.
tied to whether a
I don't
man
even
can
fully
stay
regret the
faithful.
fact that it
Someone
ended,
who understands
because the
that his
ending,
cheating was about
as
his
devastating
character,
as it was,
not my value.
also a kind
I
of
hope my
clearing.
story
It
helps
removed
someone who's
things
going
that
through
had
this
long
right
blocked
now,
my view of
someone
myself.
who just found out,
And what
someone
I see
who's
now in the
deciding
space
whether
they
to stay or
occupied
go,
is something I value
someone who's
more than the
questioning their own
comfortable
judgment
blindness
and
I was
wondering
living
if
in.
they'll ever
What I
feel
do
whole
regret
again.
is the years
You
I
will.
spent
I
ignoring
promise
my
you
own
will.
instincts
It
in
takes
deference
time
to other
and work
people's
and
voices.
support, but you will
My
come out
mother's
the other
wisdom
side
about
stronger
trust,
than you
my
ever thought
grandmother's
possible.
advice about
And
giving
you'll
men
look
room
back
to
and
breathe,
thank yourself for
the
having the
collective
courage to
female
walk
wisdom
away.
of my family
Don't let
that was
anyone convince you
well-intentioned
that
and
leaving is
sometimes
giving up.
accurate, and
Leaving
also,
is sometimes
in
the
this
bravest
case,
thing you can do.
was a framework
It's choosing
I used to
yourself
talk
when
myself
someone
out of
else
things
has
I needed
chosen
to
to
pay attention
disrespect you.
to.
And
I don't
there's
blame
nothing
those
weak
women.
about that.
I don't blame the
Marcus
tradition.
is still out there somewhere.
I blame the
still
way I
living
applied
his
it
life,
as a reason
still
not
dealing
to
with
see,
the consequences
rather than as a
of his
foundation
choices.
for seeing
And
clearly.
I'm here living mine.
That's a distinction
and
I
our
carry with
paths
me
don't
now,
cross anymore.
and it shows up
and
in
that's
every
exactly how it
relationship
should
I
be.
have.
I'm
Every
free,
context
I'm
where
happy.
I'm tempted
I'm
to look
loved
away
by
from
someone who
something that
deserves
deserves
me.
my attention.
And Marcus is
I
just
ran
the
into
story I
Marcus's
tell now,
mother,
a
Miss
cautionary
Carolyn,
tale,
about
a
6
reminder
months
of what I
after the
survived
divorce
and
was
how far I've
finalized.
come.
We
That's
were
how
both
it
at a
ends.
grocery
Not
store
with
in
him
College
begging for
Park,
me back
and
or
she
some
saw me
dramatic
first.
confrontation.
I watched
But with
her
me
decide
moving
to
on
approach
completely,
me. I could
building a
see it
life
in the way
so
she
full
stopped
and
and
beautiful
steadied
that
herself.
he becomes irrelevant.
And I stood still
a footnote
and
in
let
my
her come.
history instead
She
of a
looked
defining
older.
chapter.
She took my
And
hand
that,
in both
more
of
than
hers,
any
and
revenge
she
I could
said,
have planned,
"I'm so
more than
sorry,
any
baby."
public
And
humiliation
I believed
or
her.
vindictive move.
Miss Carolyn
is
is
the
not a
ultimate
woman
victory,
who apologizes
living well,
on behalf of
loving
other
better,
people as a
and never
deflection.
looking back.
She was
I saw
apologizing
him one
for
more
her
time
own grief,
after that
for
random
the
restaurant
loss of what she'd
encounter,
hoped her
and
son's
it was at a
life would
place
be,
neither of us
for the gap
expected.
between the
A
man she'd
funeral for a
raised
mutual
and the
friend's
man he'd
parent,
shown himself
someone
to
we'd
be.
both known during
I
our
squeezed
marriage,
her hands
and there was
told
no
her I was
avoiding
okay.
each other in that small
She said,
church.
"I know you are."
He looked older,
We stood there a
more worn
moment longer
down,
than a grocery
like life
store
had been
parking
heavy
lot
on
required.
him. And
Then
when
went
our
our
eyes met
separate
across
ways.
the pews, I
It was
felt
one of the more
absolutely
dignified
nothing.
endings to
No
something
anger,
painful that
no
I've experienced,
sadness, no
and
lingering
I'm
attachment.
grateful for it.
Just
Pastor
the same
Drummond,
feeling you get
I
when you see
understand
a
that you
stranger on the
relocated to
street.
another city.
After the
Whether
service,
he's found
everyone
another
gathered at the
congregation,
family's house
another
for the
platform,
repast, and
another
Marcus
community
cornered me in
willing
the
to
kitchen
restore
while I
him
was
to a
refilling
position
my
of
plate.
spiritual
Said,
authority.
"Can we talk for a
I
minute?
genuinely don't
Please,
know.
I've been
I
wanting
don't
to
follow
reach
his
out,
movements.
but I didn't think
What
he'd
I do
respond.
know is that the
I looked at
accountability
him,
he faced
this
in
man
Atlanta
who'd once
was
been my
largely
entire
informal
world,
rather than
who I'd built
institutional,
dreams with and
which is
trusted
both
completely.
typical and
I
deeply
said,
unsatisfying.
"There's nothing to talk about,
The church
Marcus.
protected its
That was a
reputation
lifetime
as
ago.
long as
I've
it could,
moved on.
then
You
moved
should
on,
too."
as
He looked
institutions
hurt,
do.
like he'd
The
expected
people
some
most
different
directly
reaction.
harmed by
Like
what he
maybe
did
he
had to
thought
find
enough
their
time
own
had
way to the
passed
other
that
side,
we could be friendly
with little
or
help
civil
from the
or
structures
whatever
that were
fantasy
supposed
he
to
built
hold
in
him
his head.
accountable.
But I
That is
wasn't
not a
interested
unique
in giving
story
him
in religious
closure or
communities,
absolution
and that
or
fact
anything
doesn't make
else
it
he
less
thought he
true
deserved.
or less painful.
He said, "I know
Renee
I
is
messed
doing
up.
well as
I
we
think
last
about it
spoke.
every day.
She's doing
about
some
what
consulting
I lost,
work,
about
which
how
she'd
stupid
been
I
wanting
was,
to do for years,
and I just want you to
but
know
had
that
set
I'm
aside
sorry,
to support her
truly
husband's
sorry,
ministry.
and I hope
her
you can
kids are
forgive me
adjusting
someday."
in the way kids
I
adjust,
set my plate down,
which is to say
looked him dead in
unevenly
the eye,
and with a
and
lot
said,
of help from
"I
their
forgave
mother.
you a long time
She
ago,
mentioned
Marcus.
she'd started
Not for
attending
you,
a
but for
smaller
me,
church,
because
which made
holding
me
on to
smile.
that anger was
Something
only
about
hurting
both
me,
of us landing
but
in smaller,
forgiveness doesn't
quieter
mean I
places
forget.
after years
And
of the
it definitely
large
doesn't
and the
mean I
prominent
want you
felt
in my
right.
life in any
Like we'd
capacity.
both learned something about
His
what
face
actually
fell, and
sustains
he
you
said,
versus
"I'm
what
in
looks like it
therapy
should.
now. I've been
People
working on
ask me about
myself,
faith,
trying to
whether what
understand why
happened
I
broke
did
it,
what I did,
whether I still believe in the church as an institution, whether the betrayal of a man who was supposed to represent something sacred destroyed my relationship with that thing.
Personal growth
and
journey.
The honest answer
like
is that my faith is intact,
had anything
though it
to
looks
do with
different
me.
than it did.
Like I was supposed to be proud of him for doing the bare minimum
institutional
work he should have
validation
done before he
It
destroyed
is
our
less
marriage.
likely to accept
I
someone's
said,
spiritual
"That's good,
authority
Marcus.
at
I'm
face
glad
value
you're working on
and
yourself
more interested in the
genuinely.
evidence
But
of how
that's
they
for you
actually
and
live.
whoever you're with
It
now,
has, in
not
some
for me.
ways,
I don't
become
need
more
updates on your
personal
healing
and more
process.
durable precisely
I did my own healing
because
without
it is
you.
no longer being
Someone
held up
else
by
walked into the
structures I've
kitchen
had to
then,
stop
and
trusting.
the conversation ended.
What I believe now
and I
is
was
simpler than
grateful
what
for
I
the
believed
interruption
before,
because I'd
and I
said
think
everything I
simpler is
needed to
closer
say,
to the
and
truth.
staying in that space
I
with
believe
him
in showing
any
up
longer
honestly.
felt like giving
I
him
believe
more of
in
my
paying
energy than he
attention
deserved.
to what the people closest
I
to
left
you
the
are
repast
actually
early.
doing rather
Didn't
than
say
what they're
goodbye
saying.
to him. Didn't look
believe
back.
that love
Just
is
got
not
in my car
naivete.
with James, who'd
Trust
come with
is
me
not
for support,
passivity, and
I
faith
told
is
him
not
about
the
the
same as
conversation,
looking away.
and he squeezed
I
my
believe
hand
that
and
the
said,
hardest
"I'm
lessons
proud of
tend
you
to be
for
the most
standing your
permanent
ground."
ones,
That
and that the
interaction
clearing that
confirmed
happens
what I
after
already
devastation,
knew, that I'd
as
completely
brutal as
moved
the
on,
clearing process
that Marcus
is,
no longer
makes
had
room for
any
things
power
that
over
couldn't
me,
grow in the
that I
shade
could
of what
see
was
him
there
and
before.
feel nothing
I am
because he was
31 years
truly in
old.
my past.
I live in an
Not just
apartment
physically,
I like,
but emotionally
in a neighborhood
too.
I've come to love.
Some people hold on to
I
their
have a
hurt
job
forever.
I'm good at and
Let
that
it
I find
define
meaningful.
them. Let it
I have
poison
friends who
every
are real,
future
an
relationship.
honest community,
and I get that.
and a faith that
I
I have
understand
actually
how betrayal
examined
can
rather
make
than
you
just
bitter
inherited.
and suspicious
I have
and
a cleaner
closed off.
relationship with my
But
own
I
instincts
chose
than I have
differently.
had
I
at
chose
any
to
other
take the
point
lesson
in my
without
adult life.
carrying the pain.
And I have a
Chose to
capacity
protect
for
my peace
solitude that
without
I had
building
never
walls
developed
so
before,
high that no one
that
could
I think
ever
is
get
one of the
close
most
again.
underrated
Chose
forms
to
of
believe
strength
that
a
what
person
Marcus
can have.
did was about him,
The ability to
not
be
about the
alone with
entire
yourself
male
without filling the
population.
silence
That
with
choice
noise.
saved me.
I am
Saved
not
my
finished
ability
being
to love
affected
again.
by what happened.
Saved me from
I don't
becoming
think
the
you're
kind
ever
of person
finished.
who's
Not
so
really.
damaged by
It
the
shows
past
up
that
in
they
unexpected
sabotage their own
moments.
future.
In the way,
and I'm
I
grateful I
sometimes
had the
catch
awareness
myself
to
in a
make
new
that choice.
relationship or
James
friendship,
and I got engaged
looking for the
6 months
frequency
after
drift
that funeral.
before it becomes a
He
problem.
proposed during a
In
trip
the way,
to Santorini.
I'll hear a certain
on a
kind of
cliffside
gospel
at
music
sunset.
and feel
The
a
most
complicated
beautiful
mixture
moment
of
my
love
life.
and loss
And
that
when I
can't
said yes,
fully
I
untangle.
wasn't thinking about
In the way,
Marcus
I
or my
sometimes
first
dream about
marriage
that whole
or
way in the
any of the
Marriott
pain I'd
and
been
wake
through.
up with the same
I was
combination
fully
of dread
present,
and
fully
clarity
grateful,
I felt
fully
standing
ready to
outside
start
that
this
door.
new chapter with someone
But
who
I am not
proven
defined
himself
by it
worthy
either.
of my trust.
That is the line
And
I have
that's how
worked
I knew
hardest
I
to
healed
walk.
completely.
To let what
because
happened
my
be part of
past
my
wasn't
story
interfering
without
with
letting
my
it be the
present
whole
anymore.
of it. To
Planning
carry
my
the
second
knowledge,
wedding
it
was
gave me
completely
without
different
carrying the
from
wound of
planning
it
my
in a way
first.
that closes
Back then,
me off
I'd
to
been
what comes
so
next.
focused on the details.
What comes next,
the
I don't
perfect
know
dress
yet.
and flowers
That is
and
not a
venue,
sad admission.
making sure
It is an
everything
honest
looked
one.
picture perfect
And after
for
years
everyone
of filling
else.
in that uncertainty
This
with
time I didn't
assumptions,
care about any of
deference,
that.
and
We
the
kept
voices
it small,
of other people's
just
wisdom,
close family and
I find
friends,
not knowing to
at
be
a
one of the
vineyard
most honest
outside the
things I
city.
can say.
Simple
I'm
and
standing.
intimate and
I'm
focused
clear.
on what actually
I am,
mattered.
in ways I
The
couldn't have
commitment we
predicted
were
when I
making
was
to each
23
other.
years
My
old
dad
in a
walked
white
me
dress
down the
in
aisle,
that sanctuary.
and he leaned in right
more
before we
fully
got to
myself
James
than I have
and
ever
whispered,
been.
"This one's
And
different."
that is nothing.
I can see it in the way
That
he looks
is,
at you.
in fact,
like you're the
everything.
only person
The
in the
end.
room. And
She
I knew
caught
he
her
was
pastor
right.
in the hotel room
Marcus
with her
had never
sister-in-law.
looked at me like that.
I need you to
Even in our
understand
best
something
moments,
before I start.
There was always
I am not
something
a
distracted
suspicious
about
woman
him.
by nature.
Something looking for
I
the
never
next
went
thing,
through Marcus's
the next
phone.
thrill, the
Never
next
questioned his
validation.
whereabouts.
But James looks
Never
at me like
demanded
I'm
passwords
enough,
or
like I'm
check-ins or any of
everything.
that.
We
I
said
was
our
raised to
vows
believe
and I
that
cried.
trust was the
Not sad
foundation
tears,
of a marriage,
but happy
and
ones,
if you didn't
grateful
have that,
tears,
you didn't
because
have
I'd gone
anything
through
worth
hell to
keeping.
get to this moment.
My mother
and
told
it
me
made
that.
me appreciate it
My grandmother
so much
told
more
me
than
that.
I would have if
The
I'd
women
never
in my
known
family
heartbreak.
built their entire
I thought about
identities around
Marcus
being the
briefly
kind
during
of
the
wife
reception.
who didn't sweat the
Wondered
small
if
stuff,
he'd heard I was
who
getting
gave her husband
remarried.
room to breathe,
Wondered if it bothered
who
him.
kept the home
and
steady
then I let
and
the thought
faith
go
strong.
because it didn't matter.
I carried
He
that
was
into
a
my
ghost
marriage
I'd
as if it were
stopped being
scripture.
haunted by.
And for a long
Tasha
time,
gave a toast
I
that
thought
had
it was
everyone
working.
laughing and
Marcus
crying.
Webb came
She
into my
talked about
life when I
watching
was
me go
22
through the
years
worst
old,
time of my life
standing
and
in the
come out
parking lot of
stronger.
Greater
Talked
Anointing
about how
Ministries
James
after a
had
Sunday
restored
morning
her
service,
faith, that good men
arguing with
still
my cousin
existed.
Danielle about
Talked
whose
about
turn
how
it was
this
to
was the
host
wedding I
Christmas
deserved.
dinner. He walked
Not the
past
first
us,
one.
stopped,
My mom
looked
cried
at me,
through the
and
whole
said,
ceremony.
"I don't know what the
partly
argument is
because
about,
she was happy,
but I hope you
partly
win."
because she
That
felt
was it.
guilty.
That was
she
the
told
whole
me later
introduction.
that she'd
I
suspected
laughed.
Marcus was
Danielle
cheating toward
rolled
the
her
end,
eyes, and
but
3
didn't
weeks
say
later,
anything
Marcus
because she didn't want
and
to
I
plant
were having
seeds of doubt
coffee
if she
at a
was
little
wrong.
spot on
I
Cascade
told her I
Road,
didn't blame her,
talking for
that
4
it wasn't her
hours
job
like
to
we'd known
expose
each other
him,
our whole
that
lives.
even if she had
He
said
was
something I
25,
probably wouldn't
tall,
have believed
clean
her
cut,
until I
the
saw it
kind
with
of
my
man
own
who
eyes.
opened doors
And
without
we
being
hugged,
asked
and I
and
felt that
remembered
weight
things
lift
you
off her
mentioned in
shoulders.
passing 3
James's
conversations
family embraced me completely.
He was thoughtful in a way
no
that made you
judgment
think
about
someone
my
had been
divorce.
raised right.
No weird
and
questions about what happened.
His mother,
Just
Miss
love
Carolyn,
and acceptance
was one of the
and
most
welcoming me into their
respected women
fold,
in our
like
congregation.
I'd always belonged there.
His father had
His
passed
mother
when
pulled me
Marcus
aside
was
at the
16,
reception and
he
said,
carried that
how much
grief with
you've
a
been
quiet
through.
dignity
I can
that
see
I
it in your
found
eyes,
deeply moving
but
at the time.
I can also see
I
how
thought
strong
it meant
you are.
he understood
and
loss,
I'm so
that
grateful
he
my son
understood how
found someone
fragile
who
things
knows what
were.
real love looks
I
like.
thought it made him
because she
someone
knows
who
what
would
it doesn't
never
look
take
like.
what he had for granted.
That hit me harder
We
than
dated
I
for 2
expected,
years and
I
married
cried
when I was
again,
23.
because she was right.
The wedding was held in the
Surviving
same
Marcus made me
sanctuary where
appreciate
we'd both
James
been
in ways
baptized
I
as
never
children,
could have otherwise.
and there was
Made me
something about that
recognize healthy
symmetry that
love,
felt like a
because
promise
I'd
bigger than the
experienced
vows
toxic
themselves.
love.
My
We
father
honeymooned
walked
in
me down
Italy.
the aisle.
2 weeks of
Miss
wine
Carolyn
and
cried
pasta
through the
and
entire
exploring
ceremony.
ancient cities.
Pastor
And it was
Elijah
the
Drummond,
first time in years
who had
I
known
felt
Marcus
completely at
since he was a
peace.
teenager,
No anxiety
officiated.
about where James
He gave
was
a sermon
or who he
before
was
the
texting.
vows that people
Just
in our
pure
church
trust
still
and
talk
joy.
about.
I
Something
posted
about
a few
covenants
photos
and
from the
sacred
trip,
ground
and
and the way
Marcus
God
liked one
sees
of them,
marriages
which
not as
felt
contracts,
pathetic, honestly,
but as living
like,
things
what
that
was
have
he
to be
doing
tended.
lurking on my
I
page?
remember standing at
What
that
did he
altar
hope
thinking
to
I
gain
had
from
never
watching
felt
me
more
live my
certain
best
about
life
anything
without
in my
him?
life.
I blocked him after that.
For the first several years,
should have done it years ago, honestly. But I've left him unblocked out of some misplaced sense of being the bigger person.
We bought a house
and
in
then I
Evansville.
realized the bigger person
I was working as a project manager
the
for a
bigger
mid-sized
person would just
healthcare
remove
company
access
downtown
and move on.
And Marcus
James
was
never
building his
asked me to
career
block
in commercial
Marcus.
real estate.
Never made me feel
we were
like
busy,
he was
but
threatened
we made
or
time for each
insecure.
other.
But
We
I did it
traveled
for
when we
myself,
could.
for my own
We had a
peace,
standing date
because
night on
I didn't need
Fridays.
that connection
We were
anymore.
active in the church.
Didn't need to know
Both
what
of
Marcus
us serving
was up
on
to
different
or
ministry
if he was
teams.
watching my life
And that
unfold.
community was the
We bought a
backbone of
house
our
a
social
year
life
after the
in a
wedding.
way that
Nothing
felt healthy
huge,
and
but
grounding
perfect for
rather
us.
than
And I
insular.
made sure my
The
name
first
was on
time
the
I
deed.
noticed something
Made sure I
shift
had
was
my
about
own money
4
in my own
years
account.
into the marriage.
Made sure I
It
learned
wasn't
the financial
dramatic.
lessons my
It wasn't
first
an
marriage
argument,
had taught me.
a cold shoulder,
Not because
or
I didn't
any of
trust
the
James,
obvious
but
signs
because
people
I
talk
learned
about.
that you can love
It was
someone
more like
and
a
still
frequency
protect
change.
yourself.
When a
That
radio
being
signal
smart about
drifts
money and
slightly off
independence
station,
isn't a
you
lack
keep
of faith in
reaching
your
for the
partner.
dial to bring
It's
it back.
self-preservation.
But the sound keeps
James
getting
understood
fuzzy at the
that.
edges.
Never questioned
Marcus
why
was
I
present
wanted separate
physically, but
accounts in
somewhere
addition
else
to our
in
joint
every
one.
other way that mattered.
Never made me feel
I chalked
paranoid
it up
for
to work
wanting to
stress.
maintain some
He was
financial
trying to
autonomy,
close a significant
and that
deal,
understanding
and the
made me
pressure
trust
was
him
visible.
even more.
I gave him
We started
space.
talking about
The
kids,
deal closed.
something I'd wanted with
Things
Marcus.
got a little better.
But looking back,
I stopped
I'm
paying
so
attention
grateful
to the
that
frequency.
never happened.
But that
Can
drift
you imagine
never
being
fully
tied to
corrected
him
itself.
forever through a
It
child?
would settle for a few
having
months,
to co-parent with
and then
someone
I'd
who'd
feel it
betrayed
again.
me so
That
completely.
subtle pulling away.
With James,
that
the idea
quality
of having
being in the
kids
same
felt
room with
exciting
someone
instead
who
of
had already
terrifying.
left.
Felt like
I
something
mentioned
I
it to him
actually
once,
wanted
maybe
instead
8
of something
months
I was
before
supposed to
everything
want.
fell apart.
And we started trying.
We were in the
no
kitchen
pressure,
on a Sunday
just
evening,
seeing what happened.
and I told him
I got
felt like
pregnant
we were
6
losing
months
something.
later, and
like
when
we
I
were
saw those
becoming
2 lines
roommates
on the
who went to
test, I
church
felt
together
pure joy.
instead of
No
husband
fear,
and wife.
no anxiety about whether
listened.
James would step
He
up
nodded.
or
He
disappear
said I
or
was
turn
right
to someone
and that
I
he would
didn't
do better.
recognize.
And
Just
he did
excitement
for
about
6
building
weeks.
a family with someone
Then the
I
drift
trusted
came
completely.
back, and this time
We
it brought
found out we
company.
were having a girl.
He started
and I
spending
cried.
more time at
Happy
the church.
tears mixed with
Not
relief
just
that I have a
Sundays,
daughter
but
to
multiple
teach about
evenings a
self-worth
week.
and boundaries.
Tuesday
and
Bible
never
study,
accepting
which
less
he'd
than she
attended
deserved.
off and on for
Lessons
years,
I'd learned the
became
hard
a
way.
non-negotiable
Marcus
standing
sent a
commitment.
congratulations
Thursday
message
leadership
somehow.
meetings that he
Must have
never
heard through
mentioned
mutual
before
friends.
started appearing
and
on
I
his
deleted
calendar.
it without reading the
Saturday
whole thing
morning
because
prayer
I
calls
didn't
that
need his
seemed
well
to
wishes.
stretch past noon.
Didn't need him
I
inserting
didn't
himself
question it
into
at
my
first
happiness
because the church had
didn't
always
need
been
anything
central
from
to our
him
lives.
ever again.
And honestly,
my daughter was
I
born
told
on a
myself
Tuesday
I
in
should
March.
be glad he was
8
investing
pounds,
in his
3 ounces.
spiritual growth
Perfect
instead
in
of
every
sitting
way.
at home disconnected.
And when James held her
I
for
told
the
myself
first time
a lot of
and
things
started
that year.
crying, I knew I'd
I was
made the
very
right
creative
choice.
with my
Knew
explanations.
this was the life I was
What I
supposed
didn't
to
pay
have.
close enough
I
attention
named
to
her
was the
Zara,
way he started
strong
guarding his
and
phone.
beautiful and fierce.
Marcus had never
Everything
been
I
secretive
hoped
about
she'd
his
be.
phone before.
And looking at
We
her
weren't the
tiny
type to go
face,
through
I made
each
a
other's
promise
devices,
that I'd raise her
but
to
we also
never
weren't the
tolerate
type
what
to
I
hide them.
tolerated.
His
To
phone
walk away
had
the
always
first
just
time
been his
someone
phone,
disrespects
sitting on
her.
the counter,
To know
face
her
up,
worth
no
before
drama.
anyone tries
But somewhere
to convince
around
her
7
she's
months
worthless.
before that Wednesday
Being
night,
a mother changed
I
me in
started
ways I
noticing
didn't
that
expect.
he'd flip it over
Made me
whenever
even
I
more
walked
grateful
into the room.
I'd left Marcus.
That he'd take
because
calls in the
watching
garage.
Zara grow up
His
in a
screen
home
brightness
full of
was
love
always
and
set to
respect
the
and
lowest
honesty.
level.
That's
I
the
noticed.
legacy I want to
I
leave
filed
her.
it away.
Not dysfunction.
I didn't want to be the
disguised as
suspicious
commitment.
wife. My
She's
mother's
3
voice
now,
in my head,
smart
my
and
grandmother's
funny
voice,
and way too observant
the voices
for her own
of
good.
every woman in my
And
family
sometimes
who had
when I
ever
watch her
told me
play,
that
I
a
think
man
about the
needed
alternate
space and
timeline
trust.
where I stayed with
I
Marcus,
listened to those voices
where she
instead
would
of
have
my
grown
own
up
instincts,
watching her
and I will
father
carry the weight of that
disrespect her
choice
mother.
for a long time.
Learning that love
on Wednesday
looks like
night,
lies
it all
and
collapsed,
betrayal.
as it often
I
does.
saved her from that by
I'd had a
saving
long day
myself,
at work,
and that makes
back-to-back
every
meetings,
hard moment
ate
worth
lunch
it.
at my desk,
Every tear
and
I cried,
drove home in that
every
particular
night I
Atlanta
spent
traffic
angry
that
and
makes
hurt
you question
and questioning
every life
everything.
decision you've
It was
ever
all
made.
worth it to get
Marcus
here.
was already
James
dressed
is an
and
incredible
heading out when I
father,
walked in the door.
present and patient,
He kissed me on the
and so
cheek,
in love
said
with
he
our
had
daughter.
a late
It makes
leadership
my heart
debrief at
ache
the
in
church,
the best way,
and said
and
he'd
Zara
be home by
adores
10.
him. Follows
I
him
kicked off
around
my
the house,
shoes, changed into something comfortable,
stories
heated the
every
leftovers
night.
in the fridge,
This is what
and
partnership
was in
looks
bed by
like.
9.
What real love
Watching
looks
a show
like.
I'd already
What
seen
marriage
twice
is supposed to be
because
when
I was
both
too
people
tired
are
to
committed
invest
and
in
honest
anything
and
new.
showing up fully.
My phone rang
and
at
I'm
9:47.
so grateful I didn't settle for
Unknown
less.
number.
Didn't accept
Atlanta
Marcus's
area
version
code.
of love just
I stared
because
at
I
it
was
for a
afraid
moment
of starting
and then
over.
picked up because
I
something,
run into people
some instinct
sometimes
I hadn't learned
as
to
a
ignore
couple,
yet,
Marcus
told me
and
to
me,
answer.
and they
The
always
woman
ask
on the
what
other
happened,
end had a calm
why we
voice.
split,
The
and
way
I keep it
people are
simple.
calm when
Say,
they've made
he
a
wasn't who I
decision
thought
they
he
can't
was.
take back.
I'm better off
She
now
didn't introduce
and leave it
herself.
at that.
She
Some
didn't
people
apologize
push,
for calling.
want the juicy details,
She just said,
the drama,
"Is this Marcus
and I
Webb's
shut it
wife?"
down because
and the way
my
she
story
said, "wife,"
is an
with
entertainment.
this particular
It's my
weight on
life,
it,
and I
made
don't
my
know
stomach
anyone
drop
an
before I'd
explanation
even
beyond
processed
what
the
I'm
question.
comfortable sharing.
I said yes.
The people who matter,
I asked
the
who
ones
she
who
was.
actually care
She
about
said
me,
her name
they
didn't
know
matter.
what happened.
Then
They
told
were
me my
there through
husband
it.
wasn't at
They
any
watched
church
me rebuild
meeting.
from scratch.
She said he was
and
at
their
the Mary
support means
Peachtree,
everything.
room
I
214,
heard through the
and that he
grapevine
was
that
not
Marcus
alone.
got married
She
again.
said it without
Some
drama,
woman he met
without
at work.
emotion,
And my
like
first thought
she was reading
I
an
hope she
address
knows what
off
she's
a piece
getting
of
into.
paper.
followed
and then
immediately
she hung up.
by, "That's not my problem
I sat in my bed
anymore."
for probably 4
Part of me
full
wanted to
minutes
warn
without
her,
moving.
wanted to send
I
an
ran
anonymous
through every
message
rational
telling her to watch
alternative
out.
I could
But I
manufacture
didn't
wrong
because
number.
that's not my
Someone is playing a
responsibility.
game,
She'll
a
figure it out on her own,
misunderstanding,
or maybe
a
he's
mix-up.
actually changed.
Some woman with a
Stranger
grudge
things
against
have
a
happened.
different Marcus
But
Webb
probably
in a different
not,
marriage
because
with a
people
different
who
wife.
cheat usually don't
I
change.
built those
They
alternatives
just
up
get
as
better
high
at
as I
hiding
could,
it.
and then I watched
whoever
them
she is,
collapse
she'll learn
on their
that
own
lesson
because
the
not
same
one of
way I
them could
did,
hold the
the
weight of
hard
what
way.
I'd heard in that woman's
I don't
voice.
wish him ill.
She
Don't
wasn't
hope his
making
life
something
falls
up.
apart.
She knew
Don't
something,
spend any
and
energy
she had
thinking about his
decided I should know
karma
it too.
or justice
I got
or
up.
any of that.
I got dressed.
I'm just indifferent.
Not slowly,
and that indifference
not dramatically,
is the ultimate
just
freedom.
mechanically. The
Zara
way you
asks
move when your brain
sometimes about
has
my
made a
first
decision,
wedding.
and
She's
your
seen
body is
photos at my
following
mom's
orders
house.
before your
Pictures
emotions
from
have had a
before
chance to
Marcus
vote.
and I split.
I grabbed
and
my
I tell her
keys
the
and my
truth in
purse, and I
age-appropriate
drove
ways.
to that Marriott.
That
And
mommy
I
was
want to tell you
married
that I was
before
composed
Daddy,
the whole
that
way
it didn't
there.
work out.
But the truth
That
is that I
sometimes
cried
people
for
make
the
mistakes,
first 10
and we have
minutes
to
of
be
that
brave
drive.
enough to start
and
over.
then something switched
She
off
accepts
inside
it easily the way
and
kids
I went
do.
very still.
Doesn't judge.
Not peaceful
Doesn't ask
still.
complicated
Certain
questions.
still.
Just says,
Like I
"Okay,
already
mommy,"
knew what I was
and
about
goes
to
back
find.
to playing.
And the grief of
I'm
knowing it had
grateful
arrived
she's growing
before
up
the
in a
proof.
world where
The
divorce
lobby
isn't
of the
shameful.
Marriott was bright
It's just
and
a
quiet.
fact of life sometimes.
One of those business travel
I'm 36
hotels where
now,
the energy
happy,
at 10
healthy,
o'clock on a
living
Wednesday
a life
is
I'm proud
tired
of.
and transactional.
And when I think about that day
A
in the
man in a
hotel
suit
room,
was checking
that
in at the
moment
front
when
desk.
my world imploded,
A woman
I
was
don't
waiting
feel
for the
pain
elevator
anymore.
with
I
a
feel
rolling
gratitude.
suitcase.
Gratitude
Nobody
that I
paid me
found
any
out when I
attention.
did.
I took
Gratitude
the
that I had
elevator
the
to the
strength to
second
leave.
floor and
Gratitude
walked down the
that I
hallway.
didn't waste
and
more
when I got
years
to
on
room
someone who didn't value me.
214, I stood
Gratitude
outside
for
that door
every single thing
and
that
I
led
made
me
myself
here.
breathe.
This is my
I
truth,
could hear the
my
television.
story, my
A
journey
low
from
murmur of
betrayal
sound,
to healing
some
to
late-night
happiness.
show.
And
The kind
if
of noise
sharing it
people
helps
put on
even
when
one
they want to
person
feel
find
less
the courage
alone
to walk
or
away
less
from something that's
conspicuous.
hurting them.
There was
then
light under
every
the door.
painful moment was
Someone
worth
was
it.
awake in that room.
Marcus is
and they
still
had
out
no
there
idea
somewhere,
I was
still
standing
living his
18
life,
inches away from them.
still dealing with
I
whatever
knocked 2
demons
firms,
made
not
him the way he
frantic,
is.
not timid.
And I genuinely
The television
hope he's found
kept
peace.
going.
Hope
I
he's
heard
worked
movement,
through his issues.
the unmistakable
Hope he's
sound of
treating
people adjusting,
better. But that's
repositioning,
his journey
the
now.
shuffle
Not
and hush
mine.
of a
I'm
situation
on my own
being
path with my
rearranged
husband
before
and
a
my
door
daughter
opens.
and a future
I heard
full
a
of
low male
possibilities.
voice saying
And
something I
Marcus
couldn't make
is
out.
just a chapter
I
in my
heard another
history,
voice respond.
not the whole book.
I stood there
I'm writing
and I
new
waited,
chapters now,
and when the
better
door
ones,
finally
happier
opened,
ones,
I was
and they don't
looking at
include him at
Pastor
all.
Elijah Drummond.
And that's exactly
He
how
was
it should
wearing
be.
a hotel robe.
I never told
His
Zara
hair,
the full story
usually
about Marcus.
perfectly shaped for
Figured
Sunday
I'd
mornings,
save that
was not
conversation
right.
for when she's
His
older,
eyes went
when she
wide
can
when he saw
understand
me,
the
and
complexity
for
of
just a
adult
moment,
relationships and
one
the
very
importance
small
of knowing
and very
when to walk
honest
away
moment,
from something toxic.
I saw pure panic
But she
cross
asked
his
me
face
one day
before
when
he
she was about
composed
5,
himself into the Pastor
completely out of
Drummond
nowhere
I had
while we
known
were
for
making
11
pancakes,
years.
Mommy.
But I had
Why
already
didn't you
seen
stay
the panic.
married to the man in
I had
Grandma's
already
pictures?
clocked the robe
and
and
I
the
realized
hair,
I
and the
couldn't
way he
keep
was
putting off
standing in
this
the doorway of
conversation.
a hotel room
I
at
sat
10
her
o'clock
down,
on a
got on
Wednesday
her
night,
level, and said,
every
"Sometimes
question in my
grown-ups
mind
make promises
collapsed
to each
into
other
a
that they
single
can't
point
keep.
of terrible
And when that
clarity.
happens, we have to
I
make
looked
hard
past him
choices
into
about
the
what's
room.
best for us.
The lamp
and
on
I
the
chose to
nightstand was
leave
on.
so I could find
The bed
real love
covers
with
were
your daddy.
pulled back and rumpled.
She nodded like she
And
understood,
sitting on the far
even though
edge
I
of
knew
the bed,
she probably didn't
wrapped
fully.
from her shoulders
And then
to her
she
knees in
said,
the white
"Did he hurt
bedsheet,
you?"
was
And
a
my
woman
heart
I had
broke a
known
little
since the
because
year
she was
I
already
joined
learning
Greater
that love
Anointing
can hurt,
Ministries.
that
A
people
woman
can
who had
disappoint
sat
you.
beside me at
I
women's
said, "Yes,
ministry
baby.
retreats
He
and
hurt my
eaten at
feelings,
my kitchen table
but I'm
and
okay
been in
now,
my wedding.
and I learned a lot.
A woman whose
and
last
I'm
name was
happy,
Webb,
and that's
because
what
she had been
matters."
born
And
into
she
the
hugged
same
me tight
family
and
as
said,
my husband.
"I'm glad you found
Tamara,
Daddy." And
Marcus's
I held her
younger
and thought
sister,
about how right she
30
was.
years old.
James walked
The
in during
woman I
that
had called
moment,
my
saw
sister-in-law
us hugging,
and my friend for
asked
11
what was
years.
going on.
I want to
And
stop
when I
here
told him
because
later,
I need
he
you to
said, "You
actually
handled
sit
that
with what I'm
perfectly."
describing.
She needs to
I
know
drove
that
to that
leaving
hotel
is always
expecting
an
to find
option,
my husband
that
with
she
another
should
woman.
never feel trapped.
What I found instead
And I
was my
loved
pastor,
him even more for
a married
understanding.
man with 3
We had
children
another
and
baby
20
2
years
years
of
after Zara,
spiritual
a authority over my community.
Named him
in
Miles,
a hotel room
and
with my
watching
sister-in-law.
James with 2 kids
My husband was nowhere in
everything
that
I
room.
already knew.
And the caller
he
who
was the
sent me there
partner
knew exactly
I'd
what I
always
would
deserved.
find.
The
The
father
world
my
did
children
not
needed.
spin.
The
It
man
didn't do
Marcus
anything
had pretended
dramatic
to be,
or
but
cinematic.
never actually was.
It just rearranged
Life got
itself
busier with
very
2
quietly
kids.
into
My
a shape
career
I
kept
didn't
growing.
recognize.
James's
Pastor
architecture
Drummond
firm
started
landed
talking
bigger
immediately.
projects.
His
We were
voice
building
was low,
this
measured,
beautiful, chaotic
controlled.
life together.
He said, "Sister
And
Keisha,
sometimes I'd
this
stop
is not
in the
what
middle
dash."
of a regular
And I
Tuesday
held up one
and
hand,
just
and
feel
something in my
overwhelmed
face
with
made him
gratitude.
stop mid-sentence.
Gratitude that I'd
I looked
walked
at
away
Tamara.
from comfortable
She had
misery,
pulled the sheet
that
higher
I'd
up
chosen
around
myself
herself,
even when it
and
was
she was looking at a point
that
somewhere
I'd
to
been
the left
brave
of my
enough to
face,
believe I deserved
unable
better,
or unwilling
willing to meet my eyes
went out
directly.
and found it.
I had known this woman for over a decade, and she couldn't look at me.
Except for moments
that told me more than the robe or the rumpled bed or any of the rest of it.
Even then, it's not about him specifically.
I said very calmly,
it's about who I was then
Marcus?
versus who I am now.
Neither of them answered
immediately.
immediately.
Who stayed married to
Pastor
Marcus,
Drummond opened his
ignored
mouth,
her instincts,
and I cut him
who
off
made herself
before he
small
could start.
to accommodate his
I
ego.
said, not you.
She's gone.
Her.
Replaced
Tamara
by someone
finally
who knows
looked
her
at
worth
me.
and
her
won't
eyes were
compromise
wet,
it for
but
anyone.
she hadn't cried yet.
I mentor younger
she
women
said she
now
didn't
through
know.
a program at work.
I told her
and
that
I
was
always
interesting,
tell them the same
given
thing.
that my husband
Don't
had
ignore
told
red
me he was at
flags
a church
hoping they'll
meeting
go away.
tonight.
And
I
stay
had
in
a feeling the
situations
two
that make
things
you
were
question
connected.
your sanity.
She looked
Don't
away
let
again.
anyone convince
So
you that
I
your
called
standards
Marcus.
are too high.
Right there in
One
the
of my
doorway,
mens came
phone
to
on
me
speaker,
crying last year.
loud enough
Found
that
out her
everyone in
boyfriend
that
was
hallway
cheating.
and
Didn't
everyone
know
in
what
that
to do.
room could hear
and
every
I told her
word.
my story.
He picked up
Not
on the
all
second
the
ring.
details, but enough.
His voice was
and
normal,
I watched
relaxed.
her face change
The
as
voice
she
of a man
realized
who had
she
no
wasn't
idea
alone.
the floor was
She
about to
left him that
disappear
week,
from under him.
thanked me for giving
he said
her the
he was
courage,
wrapping up at
and
the church.
6 months later
asked
she's
if I was
thriving,
okay, and
dating
asked
someone
if I
new
needed
who
anything.
treats her right.
I said,
and seeing her
which church,
transformation
Marcus?
reminded me
He
why
paused for
sharing
just
our
a beat,
stories matters.
not long. But
We're
I
not
heard
supposed
it.
to suffer in
He said
silence.
greater
We're
anointing,
supposed to
same
talk
as
about
always.
it, support
I
each other,
said, so
lift
you're
each
there
other
right
up
now.
when someone tries
He said
to tear
yes.
us down.
I
And
said,
that's what women
then I
do
need
when
you to
we're at our
explain
best.
to me why I'm standing
We protect each
outside
other.
room 214 at the
Shanice and I
Marriott
still talk
Peachtree,
occasionally.
looking at your
She's
pastor
doing well.
and your sister.
Still bartending,
The silence
but also
that
started her
followed
own
that
consulting
sentence was one of
business,
the
teaching
longest
bars and
I have
restaurants
ever
about
experienced.
customer service.
It was the
And
silence
she
of
credits
someone
that
whose
message
entire
she sent me
architecture of
as a
deception
turning
just
point in her
cracked
life
at
too.
every joint
She said
simultaneously.
watching me leave Marcus
It was the
and
silence
rebuild
of
my
a man
life
running
inspired
through
her to
every
stop
possible
accepting
response,
mediocrity
finding
in her
none
own
worked.
relationships,
And then
to
he
demand
said it.
better.
He
and
said,
she's engaged
Keisha,
now
I
to
can
someone
explain.
who worships the
Not,
ground she walks
what
on.
are you talking about?
And I'm so
Not,
happy
that's
for her.
impossible.
We met up
Not,
for brunch
you
last
must be
year.
mistaken.
First time
He
seeing
said
each
I
other
can
in
explain,
person since
which
all
meant
of this
he had
started.
something to explain,
And we hugged like
which meant
old
he already
friends,
knew
even
what I
though
was
we
looking
really
at,
only
which meant
connected through
that whatever
one
was happening
devastating
in that
message.
hotel room was
She
not
said,
new information
I think
to
about
my
that
husband.
night at the bar all the
I
time.
told him to come.
Wonder if I should
I
have
told
minded
him
my
to come
business.
right now.
But then
And
I
I
see her
hung
life
up.
now, and I
15
know I did
minutes
the right
later,
thing.
he
And
walked
I told
off
her
that
she
elevator
absolutely
and
did,
down that hallway,
she saved me
and
from
I watched
wasting
his
more
face
years
the whole
on a
way.
lie.
He didn't
We
look
laughed about
shocked.
how dramatic
He
it
didn't
all
look
was.
confused.
The hotel
He
confrontation.
looked like a man
the
walking
divorce,
towards something he
all
had
of
known
it.
was coming.
Not because it was
and there was
funny
something
at the time,
almost
but
like
because
relief in
we'd
his
both
expression
come
that
so
made me
far
angrier
since
than
then that we could
anything
look
else I
back
had
without
seen
pain.
or heard that
That's
entire
healing,
night.
real healing.
Because
When you can
relief
talk about
meant
the
he was
worst
tired of
moments of your
carrying
life
something
without falling
and
apart.
the fact that he had
When
been
you can
carrying
acknowledge
it without
the pain
telling me
without
meant
letting
he
it
had
consume
chosen
you.
to carry it
When you can
alone
find
rather
meaning
than
in the
trust me
mess.
with the truth.
My parents
We
are
did not
older
have a
now,
screaming
mellowed
match in
out,
that
and my
hallway.
mom told
All
me
four of us
recently
ended
that
up in that
watching
room
me go
because
through
I
that
wasn't about
divorce
to have this
and come out
conversation
stronger
where
changed
anyone
her
walking past
perspective
could
on
hear
a lot
it.
of things.
I think everyone
Made her
involved
reevaluate
understood that.
her own merit,
Pastor Drummond
her own
sat in the
compromises.
chair by the window.
She didn't leave
Tamara
my dad
put on
or
the second
anything
hotel
dramatic
robe
like
and
that,
sat back
but
down
she
on the
started
edge of the
speaking
bed.
up more.
Marcus
Stopped
stood near the
accepting
door,
things that bothered
and
her.
I stood in the middle
Set
of that room,
boundaries she'd never
looked at
set
each
before,
of them, and said,
their relationship
very quietly,
actually got better
someone
because
needs
of
to
it.
start talking.
She said, "You
what
taught
came
me
out
that
over
it's
the
never
next
too
2
late
hours
to demand respect
in that hotel room
even
with the
from someone
television
you've been with
still
for 40
murmuring
years.
in the background,
and
and
I
the
was
city
proud
moving
that my
around
pain had
outside the
somehow
window,
helped her find her voice
completely
too.
indifferent to what
My
was
dad's
happening
always
inside.
been a man of few
was
words,
one of the
but
most
he pulled me
painful
aside
and
at Miles'
most
first
clarifying
birthday party and
conversations
said,
of my life.
"I'm sorry I didn't see what
Marcus
Marcus
had been
was
at the
doing.
church
I
approximately
should have
4
protected
months
you better."
earlier for a
And
Thursday
I told him it
evening
wasn't his
leadership
job
meeting.
to protect me
The
from my
meeting
own
ended
husband.
earlier than expected.
That's some lessons
and
we
he
have
had
to
gone
learn
back to the
ourselves.
main building to
He hugged
retrieve
me
his
tight
jacket
and
from
said,
the room
"You're
where they'd
stronger
been
than I
meeting.
ever gave you
He had
credit
walked
for."
past Pastor
And
Drummond's
coming from my
office,
dad,
which
who
should have
rarely
been
gives
empty at that
compliments,
hour,
that
and
meant
the door
everything.
had been slightly
James's
open.
parents treat
He
me
heard
like I'm their
voices.
biological
He
daughter.
heard sounds that
Never
stopped
make me
him in
feel
the
like
hallway.
the second wife
He
or
stood
the divorced
outside that door for long enough to understand exactly what was happening inside it, and then he walked away.
Ever happened to
he
her
did not
son.
tell me.
She said
he did not
he was
tell
drifting
Sister
before
Renee.
you.
He did not go by the church
empty,
elders,
and you brought
the
him
deacon
back
board,
to life.
or
And
any
I
of the
thought about how
accountability
we saved
structures
each other
that
in
exist
different
within
ways.
a church for
How
exactly this
sometimes
kind of
broken
situation.
people can heal
He
together
went
instead
home,
of breaking
lay
each other
down
further.
beside me in our bed,
We take
and
family
started
trips
thinking
now,
about what
all
that
four of us,
information
and
was
I make
worth.
sure to document
I want to
everything.
be precise about
not
what
for
I'm
social
telling you
media,
because
but for
I
us,
think the
so my
details
kids
matter.
can look back
Marcus
and see
did
what a
not
happy
go to
family
Pastor
looks like.
Drummond out of
What
anger
love
or
is supposed to feel
protectiveness
like.
or any
Zara's 8
impulse
now
I could
and
respect,
already so perceptive.
even while I was hurt by
She
it.
watches how James
He went to him
treats me,
deliberately,
how he asks my
strategically,
opinion on things,
with a list
how
of
he
things
shares
he wanted.
responsibilities
He
without
wanted the
being
church
asked.
board position
And I
he'd
know
been
she's
passed over for
internalizing what a
twice.
good partner
He
looks
wanted
like.
the pastoral
Miles
mentorship
is
he'd
still
been
young,
requesting
only
for
5,
years and
but
kept
he's
being
already
told to
learning
wait for.
respect by watching
He wanted
his
to
father,
preach, which
learning
Marcus
that
had
men
wanted
can be
since he
gentle
was young,
and present,
but
and
had never
emotionally
been given a
available.
real platform.
And that makes me
And
so
he wanted the
hopeful
kind
for
of
the
access and standing in that community.
I think about the kids I might have had with Marcus,
but had never been able to earn through ordinary means.
That it never happened.
He laid all of that out for Pastor Drummond in a private meeting the week after he walked past that office door. And
don't have to pretend he's a good man when
he's not. A man who had built his entire identity on spiritual authority and moral leadership,
genuinely love each
sat
other.
across from one of his congregants
more than
and
anything
agreed.
Marcus could
Because
have
he
ever
didn't have a
given
choice,
me.
or
More
at
than the
least
house
that's
we
how
were
Marcus
saving
had
for
framed
or
it
the
for him.
life we'd planned.
And because
I ran into
powerful
one of
men
Marcus's
who have been
friends
doing
at a
wrong
charity
things in
gala
secret
last year.
are often more
Someone
afraid
we've
of
been
being
close with during the
exposed
marriage,
than they are committed
and
to
he
doing
pulled
right.
me aside looking
So for 4
uncomfortable
months,
and said,
the
I need to
arrangement
apologize.
Marcus
I knew
got
what
his
Marcus
board
was
seat.
doing, and
He
I
got
didn't
his
say
mentorship
anything.
meetings.
I
He got to preach
appreciated
on
the
2
honesty,
Sunday
but
evenings.
told him I didn't blame
He got
him.
the standing
that
and
men
the
protect
access
each other,
and the deference
and
he'd
that's
been
a
wanting.
whole other issue.
And he paid for
But
it with
I'd
his
moved
silence
on,
about
and
what
he should
knew.
too.
And
he
what
looked
he knew
relieved,
was that
like
the
he'd
man
been
delivering
carrying that
sermons
guilt
about
for years.
covenant and
He
sacred
told me
ground
Marcus
on
asks
Sunday
about me
mornings
sometimes,
was spending
wants to know
Wednesday
if I'm
nights
happy,
in hotel
if I
rooms
ever
with
talk
his
about
younger
him.
sister.
And I said,
When
tell
Marcus
him I
told
am
me
happy,
this,
and
when
I don't
all
talk
of it
about
came
him at
out,
all.
I went
and
very
walked away
quiet for a
before
long
he could
time.
say anything
Not
else.
because I was at a loss
I don't
for words,
owe Marcus
but
updates
because
on my
I
life.
was trying to
Don't
find
owe him the
words that were
satisfaction
accurate
of
rather
knowing
than
he
just
still crosses
reactive.
my mind
I
occasionally.
looked at my husband,
Don't owe him
this man I had
anything
married
except
in that
maybe a
sanctuary,
thank you for showing me
this man
exactly
whose
what I
grief
didn't
I had
want.
found moving
Thank you,
and
Marcus,
whose
for lying to my
thoughtfulness I
face
had
for
found
6
beautiful.
months, because it
And I
taught me
tried to
trust my
locate something I
intuition.
recognized
Thank
some
you for
version of the
cheating,
person
because it
I had
forced me
built
to find
11
my
years of
spine.
my life around.
Thank you for being a
I
terrible
asked him
husband,
one question.
because it made me
I asked him
appreciate a
if
good
at
one.
any point in
That's
those
the
4
only
months,
gratitude
knowing
he'll
what
ever
he
get
knew
from
about
me.
his own
The
sister and his
acknowledgement that his
pastor,
betrayal
he had
inadvertently
considered
led me
telling
to
me,
something better.
not the elders,
And even
not
that
Sister
feels
Renee,
like more
not
than he
any
deserves.
institutional body.
James knows all
Just
of this.
me,
Knows
his
about
wife.
Marcus.
How
Knows
did it
about
occur
the
to him
hotel
even
room.
once to come home
knows
and
about
tell
the
me the
divorce
truth?
and the healing.
He was
and
quiet
all of
for
it.
a moment.
And he's never
Then he
once
said
made
he
me
hadn't
feel like
wanted to put that
damaged
on me.
goods, or
I have
like
thought
my
about that
past
answer
was
many
too
times
much
since that
baggage.
night.
He
I have
says my
turned it
past
over
made
from
me who
every
I am,
angle.
and he loves
And
who I am.
every time I come
So
back
he's
to the
grateful
same
for
conclusion,
everything that led
which
me
is
to
that
him.
it was not an
Even
act
the
of
painful
protection.
parts, and that
It was
kind
an
of
act of
acceptance
exclusion.
is what real love
He had
looks like.
decided unilaterally
We celebrated
that
our
I didn't
10th
get
wedding
to know.
anniversary last
Not
month.
because the
Took a
knowledge
trip
would have
to
hurt
Greece
me,
without
though
the
it would
kids.
have,
Just
but
us
because sharing it
reconnecting
would have
and
required
remembering
him
why
to
we
share
chose
what
each
he was
other.
doing with it
And
as well.
it was perfect.
And he wasn't
Easy,
ready to give that up.
effortless in the way
I
love
left
should
that
be.
hotel room
I
at
thought
close
about
to
my
midnight.
5-year anniversary
I drove
with
home
Marcus.
alone.
How we'd gone
Marcus
through the motions.
stayed in his own
nice
car.
dinner,
I
generic
don't know where
gifts,
he went for the next
both of
few
us
hours,
pretending
and I
everything
didn't
was
ask.
fine when it was
I sat
already
in our
falling
house
apart.
in the kitchen at
And
the table
I realized
where we'd
I'd
eaten
been living a
1,000
lie
meals
for
together.
so long I'd
and
forgotten
I
what
stayed
truth
there
felt
until the
like.
sun started
With James,
coming up.
everything is true.
I didn't cry that night.
Transparent and
I had
honest
already done
and
my crying
sometimes
in the
messy,
car on the way
but
to the
always
Marriott.
real.
What
And
I did
I'll
that
take
night was
real
grieve,
over perfect
which is
any day
different
of the
from
week,
crying.
because
Grief
perfect
is
is
slower
usually
and
just
quieter,
a performance.
and it takes up
we
more
renewed our
space.
vows on that trip.
The days that
Nothing
followed were
official.
some of the most
just the two
surreal
of us
of
on
my
a
life.
beach at sunset.
Marcus
saying the
came
things
home the
we'd
next
learned
morning,
over a decade
and
together,
we began the process of
promising to
talking
keep
through what
choosing
had
each other,
happened,
even when
or
it's hard.
trying to.
I
But
cried
talking
happy
through it
tears,
required
the
both
kind that
people
come
to
from
be
a
fully
place of
present
pure
and
contentment.
honest.
And James
Marcus
wiped
kept
them away
hedging,
and
kept
said,
qualifying,
"This is what you deserve."
kept offering
This is what it's
explanations that were
always
really
supposed to
just
feel like,
reframings
and
of the
he was
same
right.
central truth.
I'm 41
he had
now.
chosen
Gray
leverage
hair's
over
starting to
integrity.
show. Wrinkles
And he
around
had done
my
it
eyes
while
from
sleeping
smiling
beside
so
me
much.
every night and
Body
sitting
different
beside
after
me
2
in
kids.
church every
And
Sunday.
I've never felt more
Every
beautiful
time I thought we
because
were
I'm
getting
loved
somewhere,
for who I am.
I'd hit another
Not
wall
who
of
someone
deflection.
wants me to be.
Not lying
Marcus
exactly,
would have made
but
comments
not the
by
whole
now.
truth either.
Would have suggested
Just
I
enough
hit the
truth
gym
to
more
seem
or dress
cooperative
younger
without being
or
fully
do
accountable.
something about the gray.
About a week
But
after
James
that night,
tells me I'm
I asked
aging
him
like
to stay
fine
somewhere
wine
else
and
for a while.
actually means it.
Not permanently,
Looks at me like
or
I'm
at least
still the
that's
most
what I told
beautiful
myself
woman
at
in
the
the
time.
world.
I
That's
said
the
I
difference
needed space
between
to
a man
think,
who
and
values
he needed
you
space
and a man
to figure
who's
out who
keeping
he
his
actually
options
was.
open.
Because
One
the
makes you
man I
feel
had
secure
married
and
and the man
cherished.
who had spent
The
4
other makes
months
you feel
running
like
a
you're
covert leverage arrangement against his own pastor were not people I could reconcile into the same
the ones
human
in their
being.
20s getting
Until
married.
I could understand
and I
which one was real
and say,
I didn't
make
know
sure
how to
he's
be in the
worthy.
same house with
Make
him.
sure you're not
He went
ignoring
to stay
red
with
flags.
a friend from work.
Make sure you
And
love
I sat
yourself
with the
enough to
silence
leave
of that
if he
house
shows you
and
he's
let it
not
tell
the
me
one.
things I'd been too
But
busy
I know
to
they
hear.
have to learn their own
Meanwhile,
lessons.
the
Some of them
situation
will
at
get
the church
lucky
was
and marry
moving on
good
its
men
own
on the first
timeline.
try.
I
Some
had
of them
not
will
said a
go
word
through
to
what I
anyone
went through.
outside of that
And
hotel
all I
room.
can do is be
I had
there
not
when they
called
need
Sister
someone
Renee,
who understands.
had not spoken to
Someone
any of
who's
the
been
other
in the
women
fire
in my
and
ministry
came out the
circle,
other side.
had not
My
breathed a
story
word to my
isn't
mother,
unique.
my
Thousands
cousin
of women
Danielle,
go through this every
or
day.
anyone
But
else
it's
who
mine,
might have helped me
and
carry
I own
what I was
every
holding.
part of it. the
Part
pain
of that
and
was
the healing
because I didn't
and the
know what to
triumph,
say.
because it
Part
made
of it
me
was
who I
because
am.
I was still
I'm a
figuring
wife,
out what I believed.
a mother, a successful
And part of it was a
professional,
small,
a mentor,
stubborn
a
corner
friend,
of me that was still
a
hoping there
survivor,
was some
and none
version
of that
the
would be
story
true if
that
I'd
didn't
stayed,
require
if I'd
everyone's
accepted
world to be
Marcus's
destroyed.
version of love,
That hope
if I'd
lasted about
convinced
2
myself
weeks.
that good enough
Then
was
Tamara
actually
made
good
her
enough.
own decision.
It wasn't then,
She went
and
to
it won't
Sister
ever
Renee
be.
on a Sunday
I deserve
afternoon.
great love,
When
and
her home,
so does everyone
not the
else.
church,
And
not
settling
a
for
neutral
less
location,
is
her
just
home.
slow suicide
Renee told me
disguised
later
as
that
compromise.
Tamara had called ahead
Marcus is
and
50
asked if
now,
she could
I know,
come by,
because we share a
and
birthday
Renee had
month,
said,
and sometimes
of course,
mutual acquaintances
assuming it was
post
about a
him,
ministry matter
and he looks
or maybe
tired,
something
like
personal
life
she
has
needed
been harder
counsel
than
on.
he expected.
She opened
and
her
maybe
door
it has
and
been.
let in the woman
Maybe
who had been
karma's
sleeping
real,
with her
and
husband
he's
for
facing
over a year.
consequences I'll
They
never
sat
know
down
about,
in Renee's
or
living
maybe
room,
he's happy,
and
I
Tamara
just can't
told her
imagine
everything.
how. Either way,
Renee
it doesn't
said
matter
she didn't cry.
because his life stopped
I believe
being
that
my concern the
completely
day
because
I walked
know
out of
Renee,
that hotel room.
and she is the kind of
I've
woman
built
who
something
cries in
beautiful from the
private
ashes
and
of that
composes
marriage,
herself for the
something
world.
real and lasting.
She said she
and
sat
full of
and
joy.
listened, and when
that's the
Tamara
best
was
revenge.
finished,
Not that
she
I'm
asked
trying to
one
get
question.
revenge, but
She
if I
asked
was,
how long.
living well would
Tamara
absolutely
said
be
14
it.
months.
My kids will
Renee
grow up
thanked
knowing
her
their
for
mom
coming,
is strong,
stood up,
knowing she
walked
didn't
her to
say
the
in
door,
something that hurt
and
her
closed
just
it.
because leaving
Then
was
she
scary,
called her oldest
knowing
sister
that
in
sometimes
Savannah
the
and
bravest
talked for
thing you can
4
do
hours.
is start over.
I only
And
know all
when
of
Zara
this
gets
because
older,
Renee told
and
me
I tell
herself
her the full
weeks
story,
later, when
when
we
I
had finally
explain about
started the
Marcus
slow
and the cheating and the
complicated
divorce,
process of being
I'll
honest
also
with
tell
each
her
other
about the
about
courage it took to
everything
leave,
we'd both been
the
navigating.
healing that came after,
But I'm
the
getting
love
ahead
I
of myself
found because I refused
Pastor
to
Drummond's
settle.
resignation
I'll tell
came
her that her
22
dad is
days
proof
after
that
that
good men
Wednesday night.
exist.
The
That
announcement to the
loyalty isn't a
congregation
fantasy,
was delivered
that
on a
respect
Sunday
is the
morning
bare
by the
minimum,
chairman
and
of the
she should
deacon
never
board,
accept less.
Elder Thorne,
And I'll hope
who had
she
been at
listens
greater
better than I
anointing
did at her
almost
age.
as long
But
as the
even if
church
she
had
doesn't,
existed.
even if
He
she
read
has
from
to
a
learn these
prepared
lessons
statement.
the hard way like
The language
I did,
was careful
I'll be
and
there,
vague,
ready to
about
catch
Pastor
her when
Drummond
she falls,
stepping back
ready
for a
to remind
period
her
of
that
personal
she's strong
reflection
enough to
and
survive
renewal,
anything,
and about
ready
the
to
leadership
show her
team
what
being
rebuilding
committed
looks
to
like.
continuity and
Because
stability.
that's what we do.
The kind
Those
of
us
language
who've been
that is
through the
designed
fire,
to be
we
technically
reach
true
back and
while
pull
being
others
practically
through.
empty.
We share our
But
stories
in a
so they
community
don't
like
feel alone.
ours,
We
in a
prove
church
that
where people
survival
had
is
known each other
possible
for
and
decades,
happiness is
had
waiting on
watched
the
their
other
children
side.
grow up
This
together,
is my story,
and had sat
from
beside
betrayal
each
to
other in
divorce
the
to
worst
healing to
moments of
finding
their
real
lives.
love.
That
And
kind
I'm
of
sharing
language
it because
doesn't hold
somewhere
for
out
long.
there is a woman sitting on her
Information
couch
moves through
reading a
those
message
networks
from a
faster
stranger,
than any
and she
announcement
needs to
can
know
catch up
she's
to
not
it.
alone.
By the
She's
following
not
Sunday,
crazy.
the details
and she's
were
strong enough
circulating
to
through
walk
the
away.
congregation in
She's
whispers,
strong enough to choose
carefully
herself,
worded text
to demand
messages,
better,
and
to believe
private
she deserves
conversations
more
in the
than
parking
lies
lot.
and betrayal.
Not everyone
and
knew everything,
whatever happens next,
but everyone
she'll
knew
survive
something.
it. Just
And the
like
thing
I
about
did.
a community built
That's my
on moral
truth.
authority
That's
is
my
that
journey.
when the person
And
holding
I'm
that
finally at a
authority
place
is
where I can
revealed
tell
to
it
have
without
been living
breaking,
a double life.
where Marcus
The
is
shock
just a
waves
plot
travel
point
deep
instead
and
of the
far.
main character.
I watched it
where my
happen
life
from a
is about what I
complicated
built
position.
after him.
I was
not what
both
he
inside the
destroyed.
situation
I'm
and
free,
peripheral
I'm
to
happy,
it.
I'm loved,
I knew more than most
I'm
of
enough,
the congregation,
and that's how the
but
story
I was
ends.
not the central
Not with
figure
him
in the
begging for
story,
me back,
as Renee
but
or
with me
Tamara
not
was.
caring either way.
I was a wife
living
whose
my best
husband
life,
had done something
loving
wrong
my
in
family,
response to
and
someone
never
else's
looking back.
wrongdoing, and
That's
the
the
concentric
power of
circles of
walking
that
away.
wrongdoing
That's
kept
the beauty of
expanding
choosing
outward
yourself.
until I felt
That's
like
what
I couldn't
happens
find
when
their
you
edge.
refuse to accept
I went back
less
to greater
than you
anointing
deserve.
one more time
And
after
to everyone
everything
who's still
came
in
out.
it, still
I
deciding,
sat in the third
still
row,
scared,
which was my
I'm
row.
telling you what
the
I wish
place I had
someone
sat
had told me.
almost
Leave.
every Sunday
Don't
for
wait
11
for it
years.
to get better.
The
Don't
interim
hope he'll
minister
change.
was a visiting
Don't waste
pastor
another
from a
day on
church in
someone who's
Decatur,
already
an
shown you
older
who they
man
are.
who preached a
Believe
careful,
them the first
measured
time.
sermon
Walk
about
away with your head high
steadfastness in
and
times
trust
of
that
uncertainty.
something better is waiting.
It was a fine
because
sermon.
it is.
It
I'm
was
proof
not
of
the
that,
sermon that
and
place
you will be
needed,
too.
but it was the
I never
sermon a man
imagined
could
I'd
give
be
when he
standing
didn't know
here
the full
15
weight
years
of what had
later,
happened in that
looking
room.
back at that version
I
of
sat
myself
there
in that
and
hell
felt the
hallway
absence of
and
everything that
feeling
had made that
anything other than
sanctuary
pain,
feel like mine.
But here I am.
The choir that
grateful
Sister
for
Carolyn,
every single
Marcus's
moment
mother,
that led
had
me away
sung in
from
for
Marcus
20 years.
and toward the life I have
particular
now.
way the light came
Zara's
through the
13
side
now,
windows
in
and
that
morning
weird
the
middle
sense
school
of
phase
continuity
where
and
everything is
rootedness
dramatic
that I
and
had
nothing
carried
makes
into
sense.
every corner
And she
of
came
my
to me
adult
last
life.
week asking
I
about
stayed
first
through the
love
whole
and
service.
heartbreak and
I
how you
hugged
know
a
if
few
someone's
people who
right for you.
approached me,
I
people
sat her
who didn't
down
know the
and
full
told her the
story
full
and
story,
were glad to see a
age
familiar
appropriate
face.
but honest.
I did not break
about
down.
Marcus and the
I
cheating
did not make
and the
anything
divorce,
harder
and
for
she
anyone.
listened with these
And
wide
when the
eyes,
last
like
song
she
finished,
couldn't believe her
I
mom
picked up
had
my
been through
purse,
something
walked
so
back
messy.
down that aisle for the
She
last
asked,
time,
"Did you love
and
him?"
went home.
And I said,
The divorce
"I loved
was
who I thought
filed
he
4
was."
months
But
after that
person
Wednesday
didn't
night.
exist.
Marcus
I was
and
in
I had
love with
attempted a few
fantasy.
sessions with
And
a
once I
marriage
saw the
counselor
real
during
him,
that
I couldn't
period.
unsee it.
A woman named
She
Dr.
wanted to know
Anita
if it
Pearson,
hurt when I
whose
found
office
out
was
if I
off
cried,
Memorial
if
drive,
if I was angry,
and who had a gift
and I
for
told her
asking
yes
the exact
to all
question
of it.
that neither
heartbreak
person
is
in the room
supposed to
wanted
hurt.
to answer.
That's how you
I
know
think
it mattered.
under different
But the
circumstances,
hurt doesn't last
she might have
forever
helped us.
if you don't let it.
But
Then
circumstances
she
were
asked
what
the
they
question
were.
I'd been waiting
Every
for.
session kept
How did you know
returning to
Daddy
the
was
same
different?
question.
And I smiled
Whether Marcus
because
was
that
capable
answer was
of the kind
easy.
of radical
He never
honesty
made me
that
question
rebuilding
if I
would
was
have
enough.
required.
Never made
Not
me feel
honesty
crazy
about what
for
had
having
happened.
standards.
He could do
Never
that when
gave me a
pressed.
reason to doubt
But
him.
honesty about
She
who he
nodded
was
like
and
she was
why he had
taking
made
mental
the
notes
choices he
and
made.
said, "I'm
That
glad you
deeper
left
kind
him,
of honesty,
because if you
the
hadn't,
kind
you
that
wouldn't have
requires
had me
you to
in
look at
miles."
yourself without
And she was
flinching,
right.
kept
Every
eluding
terrible
him.
thing that
He would
happened
get
led me to
close
my
and
kids,
then retreat.
and that makes
Would
it all
touch
worth
the
it.
truth and then pull
Miles
back
is
into
10 now,
explanation.
playing
I don't
basketball
say
and
that with
getting
contempt.
straight A's and
I say it
turning
with
into
a
this kind,
sadness that I
thoughtful
still
young man
carry,
who opens
because I
doors
think
and
Marcus
says,
is
"Please
genuinely
and
not
thank
a
you,"
bad
without
man.
being reminded.
I think
And
he is
I
a
know
man
that's
who
because
wanted
of
things he
James.
hadn't earned,
Because
found
he's
a
watching
shortcut,
his father
and
treat
told
people
himself
with
enough
respect
stories
and
to
dignity.
justify it.
James's
That
firm
is
is
a
thriving.
very human
He's
failure.
become one of the most
It is not a
sought-after
failure I
architects
can
in
build a life
Atlanta,
on,
and
but
I'm
it
the
is a
VP at
human
my
one.
company now.
The difference
We're
matters
both
to me,
successful,
even
but
now.
more importantly,
We
we're
divided the
happy.
house,
Genuinely
the accounts,
happy in a way
and the
that doesn't
accumulated
feel
material
fragile
of
or
11
temporary.
years with a
We bought a
thoroughness
bigger
that
house
felt last
almost
year.
clinical. Nothing ostentatious.
Our lawyers handled
but
most of
comfortable,
it.
with
We
enough
were in the
space
same
for the
room
kids
only
to grow
twice during
and
the
for us
divorce
to host
process,
family dinners,
and both times
and
we
make
were
memories
largely
that'll
quiet,
last long after we're
communicating
gone.
through paperwork
I was
and the
unpacking
occasional
boxes
brief,
in the new house
direct
when I found an
exchange.
old
He
photo
looked
album
tired.
from my first wedding.
I imagine I
Must
did
have
too.
been buried in
We had
storage
both
for
been
years,
carrying something
and
heavy
I sat
for a
there on
long
the floor
time.
looking at
Just
pictures
different
of
things,
Marcus,
and the
me
weight of it
smiling
had
like
settled
we had
into
it all
both of our
figured out.
faces.
James
The last
walked
thing
in
he
and
said to
saw
me
me with
directly
the album and
on the
said,
day we
"You
signed
okay?"
the final
And
papers
I said, "Yeah."
was that he was
Just
sorry.
weird seeing these.
Not for getting
feeling
caught.
like I'm looking
He'd
at a
already
stranger.
said that version.
And he sat down
This
next
was a
to me,
different story.
put his arm around
Quieter
me,
and more
didn't make
specific.
it weird or jealous.
He said he was
Just let me
sorry for letting
process.
his ambition
I
turn
threw
him
the
into
album
someone
away
he
after
didn't want
that.
to be.
Didn't need it.
That the wanting had
Didn't want
gotten
my
ahead of
kids
his
finding
judgment,
it someday
and he had
asking
made
questions.
choices that cost
Didn't
him
want
the thing
any
that
physical
mattered
reminders
most.
of that version
I
of
looked
my
at him
life
for a
taking up
moment,
space
then
in this
said,
new one.
"I hope you figure out
Marcus
who you want
reached
to
out
be."
again about 3
And I
years
meant
ago.
it.
Sent
Not
a long
generously,
email
not
talking about
warmly,
how he'd
but
been
honestly.
in therapy for years.
Because the
how
alternative,
he'd finally
hoping he
understood the
stayed
depth of what
broken,
he'd done.
would have required
how
me
he'd
to
become
keep
a better
carrying
person
something that
and
wasn't
wanted
mine
me
to
to know
hold.
that.
Tamara
I read it
and I
once,
did not have a
felt
formal
nothing,
conversation
deleted
about
it,
any of it.
and moved on
We
with
were
my
not
day
in
because
contact
his
after that
personal
night.
growth journey
The
had
connection
nothing to do
between
with
us,
me.
which
I
had been
wasn't a
real
character
and
in his
warm
redemption
and
arc.
had its own
I
history
was just
separate
the
from my
woman he'd
marriage,
betrayed who
closed
moved
like
on
a door that
completely.
locks from the
His
inside.
wife reached out too.
I have thought
the
about
one
her
he
more than
married
I
after
expected
me.
to.
Found me on
Not with
LinkedIn
anger,
and sent a
though the
message
anger was
saying,
there
"I
for
need
a
to
while,
know. Did he
but
cheat
with
on
a
you?"
kind of
And I knew
mournful
immediately
curiosity.
what that meant.
I wonder what
Knew
she
he'd done
told
it
herself
again.
during those
New
14
leopards
months.
don't change their spots.
I wonder how she sat
I
across from
responded
me at my
honestly.
kitchen table,
Told her yes,
talked
he
about
did.
her life,
Told her
and
for
asked
6
about
months.
mine.
Told
and
her I
maintained
found
the
him in a
surface of
hotel
our
room with
friendship
another
while
woman.
holding something
And she
underneath
thanked
it
me
that would
and
have
said
broken
she'd
everything.
suspected but
I
needed
wonder if she felt
confirmation.
relief when it was
And
over.
I felt bad
the
for
way
her,
Marcus
but also
did.
relieved
I
I wasn't
wonder
her
if she feels
anymore.
the loss of what
She
we were
left
the way
him
I do.
apparently.
I will
Heard through
probably never
mutual
know the
friends that
answers
she'd
to any of
filed
those
for
questions,
divorce and took him
I've
for
made a kind of
everything.
peace with that
And
uncertainty.
part of me wanted to reach
Sister
out
Renee
and say,
and I did
"Welcome to the
eventually
club."
talk.
But I
About
didn't because
3
that
months
wasn't my
after
place.
Pastor Drummond's
She was
resignation,
on her own journey now.
she reached out to
It's
me
funny
and
how
asked
some men
if we
never
could
learn,
meet.
how they
we
repeat
went to a
the
restaurant
same
in
patterns,
Buckhead,
expecting
neutral
different
ground,
results. How they
somewhere
destroy
neither of
good
us
women
had been
over
with our
and over
husbands,
because they're
and
too
we sat
broken
for
to
3 hours
appreciate
over
what they
food
have.
we barely
Marcus
touched.
is alone
Talking
now
with
from what I
Uranus,
hear.
I hadn't
Pushing
expected
55
and
burned
haven't
too
forgotten.
many bridges.
She told me
reputation
things she
too
hadn't
damaged,
told anyone else.
Living in some apartment
I told her
downtown,
things I'd been
and I don't
holding
feel
alone.
sorry for him
We
because
cried,
he made his
both
choices,
of us,
and
which
now
I think
he's living with
surprised
them.
us both.
I ran into
We were
his
not the
mother at a grocery store 2 years
to
ago.
Cry in public.
Hadn't seen her since the divorce,
about being
and
in the
she looked at
presence
me
of
with these
someone
sad
who
eyes and said,
understood the specific quality of what we'd both
I
been
should have
through made
believed
the
you.
usual
I should
containment
have held
feel
my son
unnecessary.
accountable.
Renee
I told
is
her
a
it was
remarkable
okay,
woman
that I'd
I
forgiven
want to say that
everyone
clearly.
involved a long
She had
time
been
ago.
married to a
And
man
she
for
started
23
crying
years,
right there in the
had
produce
raised
section,
3 children with
saying
him,
Marcus
had built
had
an
ruined his
entire
life,
identity
that
as
she
a
didn't even
pastor's
recognize
wife
him
in a
anymore,
community where that
that she
identity
wished
came
he'd
with
been the man I
significant
deserved.
expectations
It was
and
awkward
significant
and
visibility.
uncomfortable, and I
and
felt
had
bad
all
for
of it
her because she
dismantled
was
in a
carrying
Sunday
guilt that
afternoon
wasn't hers to
conversation with her
carry.
husband's
Her
affair
son's
partner.
choices weren't
The
her
grace
fault.
she brought to that
But I
dismantling
understood why
was
she
not
felt
passive
responsible.
or resigned.
Mothers always
It was
do.
active and
I
hard
gave
won,
her my number
and it
and
cost
told
her
her to
something
call
I don't
if she
think
ever
she'll
needed
ever
to talk.
fully get back.
Not because I
But
wanted
she
to be
carried
friends,
herself with a
but
dignity
because
that
she
I
was
found
a good woman
genuinely
who'd been lied to
inspiring,
just like I
not
had.
in a performance
and
way,
she deserved
but in a
compassion,
quiet
even if
way
her
of
son
someone
didn't.
who has decided
She
who they're
called
going to be
once,
on the
about
other
6
side of
months
something
later,
terrible
just to check
and
in,
is doing the
to tell me
daily work
she'd heard
of
I had
becoming that
kids
person.
now and was happy.
She filed
and
for
she
divorce
said,
about
I'm
2
glad
months
you
after
found
I
what you were
did.
looking for.
Their settlement
I'm
was
glad you didn't let
significantly
what my
more
son did make
complicated
you
than
bitter.
mine.
I
Given the
told her
length of the
bitterness
marriage,
was a choice,
the shared
and I'd
assets,
chosen
and
differently.
the children,
chosen
one
to
of
take
whom
the
was
lesson
still in
and
high
leave
school.
the pain.
She
and
handled
she
it.
said, I wish
She
more
always
women had
handles
your
it.
strength.
I found my new church on a Sunday morning about 13 months after I walked out of Greater Anointing for the last time.
Message every year.
A colleague at work had mentioned it in passing. One of those conversations where someone says something offhand and it lodges in your brain for weeks.
Night at the W.
The church was in a converted space in East Atlanta,
3 bars in Atlanta,
a neighborhood I didn't spend much time in, and it was smaller than anything I'd been part of since childhood.
Everything for her.
Maybe 150 people on a full Sunday,
looking out for
no
each other.
Cameras.
We talk
no
about writing a book together sometimes.
No merchandise
about
table.
Our experience.
Just a room,
about betrayal
some
and
chairs,
recovery
and a praise team that played with more feeling
than
flash.
We haven't done it yet.
The pastor was a woman named Reverend Gloria
fully
Osei.
Complete.
She was in her early 60s,
still my best friend.
Ghanaian American,
still the first person
and
I call with
like
good
someone
news
who had
or
earned
bad.
every word
still the one
she was
who knows
saying.
all my secrets
Not through performance
and loves me
or
anyway.
polish,
But
she's
watching me raise my kids
that you either
that's
have
the
or
woman
you don't.
I helped put back
and
together.
she had it in abundance.
She got married
her
5
sermons
years
had a
ago to an
directness
amazing
that I wasn't
man
used to.
who treats her
a
like
way
gold.
of naming things
And at her wedding, she gave a
cruelty
speech thanking
that
me
made
for
me
showing
feel
her
more
what
seen in that
standards look
small
like,
room than
for
I had in
refusing to
11
settle,
years in a
for
much
proving
larger
that
one.
good men exist.
The first
if you're
Sunday
patient
I
enough
sat
to wait
in her
for
congregation.
Them. My career
she was
hit
preaching
heights
about
I never
witness.
imagined.
About the
Speaking
difference between
now,
being a witness
mentoring
to truth
dozens of
and
young
being
women,
a keeper of
writing
someone
articles
else's
about
secrets.
leadership and
She
resilience.
talked about how silence can be a
always
form of
ask
complicity,
what made me so
and how the
strong,
hardest thing
where
is
that drive
often not
comes
speaking
from.
up to outsiders.
I tell them it comes
but
from
being
being
honest
broken
within the
and
walls
choosing
of your
to
own
rebuild
closest
better,
relationships.
from hitting rock bottom.
I sat there
and
with my
deciding
hands
the only
folded
way
in
out
my
was
lap
up,
and
from
felt
learning
something
that
I
your
hadn't
worst
felt in a
moments
long
can
time,
become your
which was
greatest
that I was in
teachers
the
if
right
you let
place.
them.
That the
James
words
and I
being
still go
spoken
on date
were reaching
nights
something
every
in me
week,
that had been
non-negotiable.
unreachable for a while.
Just us reconnecting
After the
and
service,
remembering
she was
why we
greeting
chose each
people
other.
at the door,
And people
when I
always
came
comment
through,
on how in
she
love
looked at
we
me with
still
the
are
kind of
after
directness
15
that
years.
doesn't feel intrusive.
The secret isn't
but
that we
lets
never
you know you've
fight
been seen.
or that everything's
She said,
perfect.
"I haven't seen
it's
you
that
here
we
before."
choose each other
I
every
told her
single
it was
day.
my first Sunday.
We communicate
She
instead
said,
of hiding.
"Come back."
We work
Not
through
as a command
problems
or a
instead
sales
of running
pitch.
from them.
Just
we did
an
the work that
invitation,
Marcus
simple
never
and
wanted
warm,
to do.
from someone
I look
who
at my
meant
life
it.
now.
I
My
did come
beautiful
back.
family.
I
my
came back the
successful
following
career,
Sunday,
my
then the one after that,
happiness,
and then the
I
one
think
after
about
that.
woman standing
The community
outside
I found
room
in that smaller
804
space
with
was
her
different
heart
from what
pounding,
I'd had at Greater
terrified of
Anointing.
what she'd find,
Not
but brave
necessarily
enough
better
to
in
knock
every
anyway.
way.
I
but
want to
more
go back
honest
and
in the
hug
ways
her.
that had come
Tell
to
her it's
matter
going to
most
hurt
to me.
worse than she can
People
imagine.
talked about their
but she's going
struggles
to
without
survive.
dressing them up.
Tell her that breaking
prayer
is
requests
sometimes
were
the
specific
only way to
and
break
real.
through.
There was
Tell
no
her that her
performance
best
layer
life
between
is
the
waiting on the
congregation
other side
and
of
the
this
worship.
nightmare.
No
But
sense
I
that you
can't
needed
go
to
back.
present
None
a
of you
certain
us
version
can.
of yourself
All
to
we
belong.
can do is move
I
forward.
had not
and
realized
hope we
how
make
much of
better
my energy
choices
at
than we
Greater
did before.
Anointing had gone
Hope
into
we learn
maintaining
from our
that
mistakes.
presentation
Hope
until
we
I was
become the
somewhere
people we
that
needed
didn't
when we
require
were
it.
struggling.
My life in the
I'm
year
that
and a half
person
since
now
the
for other
divorce
women
has been
because
quieter than
I'm
the
living
life I had
proof.
before.
Zara
And
wants
I
to
mean
study
that is neither
psychology in
complaint
college.
nor boast, just
Says
observation.
she wants to help people heal
I
from
live
trauma.
alone in a smaller
and I know
apartment in
that's because
Kirkwood
she's
that I
watched
chose
me do that work on
specifically
myself.
because it had nothing
Watched
to do
me
with my
transform
marriage.
pain into
No
purpose.
shared history
And
in the
I'm
walls.
so proud of the woman
no
she's
furniture
becoming.
that had belonged to
Miles
us
wants
rather
to be
than
an
just to me.
architect like his dad.
I bought things I
already
liked.
drawing buildings
I
and
painted the
structures.
bedroom a color
already
Marcus would have
showing that
vetoed.
same attention
I started
to
cooking
detail
in a way
and
I hadn't
passion
since
for
before we
creating
bought that
beautiful
house.
things.
Trying
And
recipes,
watching him
I've always
idolize
been curious
James
about
makes my
and
heart
eating
full.
dinner at odd hours
My kids
because
will
I could.
never know what it's like
Small
to have
freedoms.
a father who's checked
The
out,
kind that
who's
only
lying,
feels
who's
significant
building
when
a
you've
secret
spent
life.
time without
They'll
them.
never question
I
if
still
they're
talk to my
loved
mother,
or valued
my
or
cousin
important.
Danielle, and a
that's
handful
the
of friends
greatest
who were
gift I
mine
could
before
give
the
them.
marriage and are
James's
still
parents
mine
are
after it.
aging now.
I eventually
slower
told
and
them
more
the whole
fragile.
story.
And they tell
Not
us all the
immediately,
time how
and not
grateful
all
they
at
are that we
once,
found
but
each
over
other.
time,
How we
as I
restored
found
their
language
faith
for
that
its
real
different
love
parts.
exists.
My
And their
mother,
blessing
to her
means
credit,
more to
did
me
not
than
say,
they'll ever
"I
know.
told you so."
My
though she
parents are
had,
proud of
in
me in
fact,
ways they
told me
never
a
were
version
during
of
my
it.
first marriage.
Having sensed
They
something
can
off
see the
about
difference.
Marcus in ways
Can
she
see that I'm
mentioned
not just
carefully
surviving
and
anymore, but
diplomatically
thriving.
over the years.
And my dad
She
told
just
me recently,
listened,
this
then
is the
drove
daughter
from her
I
house
always
in
knew you
Stone
could
Mountain
be.
to my
I
apartment in
volunteer at a
Kirkwood
domestic
and sat
violence
with me
shelter
for a
now.
weekend.
Not because
We watched
Marcus
old
was
movies.
physically abusive,
She made
but
food I'd
because
grown up
betrayal
eating,
is its own
and we
kind of
didn't talk
violence.
about Marcus
And I want
or the
women to know
church
there
for
are most of it.
Different kinds of abuse.
It was exactly what I needed.
Different ways men can destroy you.
I've been asked by more than one person whether I regret the marriage,
terrified and broken,
whether I would go back
doubting their
and
decision.
choose differently if I could.
And I tell them about
I've
Marcus,
thought about that question
about the hotel
seriously
room,
rather than
about
dismissively,
rebuilding from
because
nothing,
it deserves a
and
serious
I watch
answer.
hope flicker in their
and
eyes.
what I've arrived
They
at
need
is
to know
this.
it's possible.
I don't regret
need
the
to
love
see
I
someone
brought to
who's
that
made
marriage.
it to the other side.
I don't regret
need
the effort,
proof that
the
leaving
faithfulness,
doesn't mean your life
or
is
the
over.
years of
It
genuine
means you're
partnership
real life
that existed before the drift set in.
I'm 53 now.
I don't even fully regret the fact that it ended,
been lived
because the ending, as
more
devastating
years
as it
him
was,
than with him,
was also
and
a
that
kind
feels
of
significant somehow.
It removed things that had
finally
long blocked my
outrun
view
that
of
version of myself who
and
thought she
what
needed
I see
him.
now in the space
I don't
they
need anyone.
occupied is
I
something
choose
I
James
value
every
more than
day,
the
but I don't need him to
blindness
survive.
I was living in.
Don't need him to
what
validate
I do regret
my worth.
is the years
don't
I
need
spent
him to
ignoring
complete
my own
me because
instincts
I'm
in deference to
already whole
other
on my
people's
own.
voices.
That's what Marcus
my mother's
never
wisdom
understood,
about trust,
that I was
my
never
grandmother's
incomplete.
advice about
I was
giving
just
men
loyal
room
to the wrong
breathe.
person.
The collective
And once
female
I
wisdom
redirected
of my
that
family
loyalty
that was
towards
well
someone
intentioned
worthy,
and
everything
sometimes
changed.
accurate, and
We're
also,
planning a big
in this
trip for our
case,
20th anniversary.
was a framework I
taking
used
the
to
whole
talk myself
family
out
to
of things
Africa,
I needed to pay
safari
attention
and
to.
beaches and
I
adventures.
don't blame those women.
Making memories
I
that'll
don't
last
blame the
forever.
tradition.
And
I
I'm so
blame the way
excited
I
to
applied
experience it
as
with
a reason
people who
not to
love
see
me authentically.
rather than as a foundation
Marcus
for
is still
seeing
alone
clearly.
from what I hear.
That's a
Still
distinction I
struggling,
carry with me
still
now,
repeating
and it
patterns,
shows up in
and I
every
feel
relationship
nothing about
I
that.
have.
Not
Every
satisfaction,
context where I'm
not
tempted
pity,
to look away
just
from
nothing,
something that
and
deserves my
nothingness
attention.
is freedom.
I ran
I
into
write
Marcus's
sometimes,
mother, Miss
journal
Carolyn,
entries about my journey,
6 months
thoughts
after
about
the
healing,
divorce was finalized.
lessons I've learned.
We were
and
both
maybe
at a
someday
grocery
I'll
store in
publish
College
them,
Park,
share them
and
with the
she
world.
saw me first.
Let other women
I
know
watched
they're
her
not
decide
alone.
to approach me,
But even if
I could
don't,
see it in the way she
even
stopped
if these words
and steadied
stay private,
herself,
they've
and
served
I
their
stood
purpose.
still and
They've
let
helped
her
me
come.
process.
She
helped
looked
me
older.
heal.
She
Helped
took
me
my hand in
understand that
both
my
of hers,
story
and
isn't
she
defined
said,
by what
"I'm
Marcus
so
did,
sorry,
but by
baby."
how I responded.
And I believed her.
responded with
Miss
courage,
Carolyn
with
is not a
dignity,
woman who
with a
apologizes
refusal
on
to
behalf
accept less
of
than
other
I
people
deserve.
as a deflection.
And that response
She was
changed
apologizing
everything.
for her own grief,
not just for me,
for the
but for my
loss of
kids,
what she'd hoped
for the
her
women I
son's life
mentor,
would be,
for everyone
for the gap
watching
between the
and
man
learning
she'd
from my
raised
example.
and the man
This
he'd
is what
shown
surviving
himself
looks
to be.
like. This
I
is what
squeezed her
thriving
hands
looks like.
and told
this
her
is
I
what
was
happens
okay.
when you choose
She
yourself,
said,
even
"I know
when
you
it's
are."
terrifying.
We stood
when
there
you
a
walk
moment
away
longer
from
than a
comfortable
grocery
misery
store parking
toward
lot
uncertain
required.
possibility.
Then went our
the
separate
possibility
ways.
became reality.
It was one of the more
Became this
dignified endings
beautiful,
to
messy,
something
and
painful that I've
perfect life
experienced,
I'm living
and
now.
I'm grateful
and I wouldn't
for it.
trade it for anything.
Pastor Drummond,
not
I
even
understand
a version
that you
where
relocated
Marcus
to
never
another
cheated.
city.
Because
Whether
that
he's found
version
another
doesn't
congregation,
include Zara
another
and Miles
platform,
and James and
another
everything
community
I've
willing
become.
to restore him
I'm
to a
grateful,
position of
genuinely
spiritual
grateful
authority.
for every
I
moment
genuinely
of pain
don't
that led
know.
me here.
I don't
for
follow
every
his
tear I
movements.
cried.
What I
for
do know
every night
is that
I
the
thought I wouldn't
accountability
survive.
he faced in
Because I
Atlanta
did
was
survive,
largely
and
informal
I'm better
rather than
for it.
institutional.
That's my
which
final
is
word
both
on
typical
Marcus,
and
on betrayal,
deeply
on
unsatisfying.
divorce, on healing.
The church
I survived
protected its
and I
reputation
thrived,
as
and I'm
long as
living
it could,
proof that your worst
then
day
moved
doesn't
on,
have to
as
define you.
institutions
It
do.
can refine you
The people
instead,
most directly
make you
harmed by
stronger,
what he did
wiser,
had to find
more
their own way to
compassionate.
the other side.
And to anyone
with
reading
little
this
help
who's
from the
standing
structures
outside
that
their
were
own
supposed
room,
to hold him
804,
accountable. That is not a unique story
terrified
in
of what they'll
religious
find.
communities,
I'm
and that
telling you
fact
to knock,
doesn't make it less
to face
true
the truth,
or less painful.
to choose yourself.
Renee
because
is doing
your best
well,
life
as
is
we last
waiting
spoke.
on the other side of that
She's
door.
doing some consulting
Trust
work,
me, I've
which
been
she'd
there.
been wanting
I've
to do
lived
for
it,
years,
and I'm
but
here
had
to
set
tell you
aside
it's worth
to support
it.
her
Every
husband's
painful
ministry.
moment is worth
Her
it.
kids are
Because
adjusting
freedom
in the
is
way
worth
kids
it.
adjust,
Peace is
which
worth
is to
it.
say
Real
unevenly
love
and
is
with a
worth it.
lot of help from
Walk
their
away
mother.
from the lie and
She
toward your
mentioned
truth.
she'd started
and
attending
watch
a
how
smaller
quickly your life
church, which made
transforms
me
when
smile.
you stop accepting
Something
crumbs
about
and
both of
start
us landing
demanding
in
the
smaller,
whole damn
quieter
piece.
places
That's
after
my
years
story.
of the
That's my
large
truth.
and the
That's
prominent
my life
felt right.
15 years
Like
after the
we'd
worst
both
day
learned
became
something
the
about what
catalyst
actually
for the best
sustains you
years.
versus what
and I'm
looks
proud
like it
of
should.
every choice I
People
made.
ask me about
every
faith.
boundary I set,
Whether what
every
happened broke
moment
it,
I chose
whether I
myself.
still believe in the church
Marcus
as an
is a
institution,
memory now, not
whether
even
the
a
betrayal of
painful
a
one,
man who was
just a
supposed
fact
to
of my
represent
history.
something sacred
and I'm focused
destroyed
on
my
my
relationship
present,
with
on my
that thing.
future, on the
And the honest
legacy I'm
answer is
building
that
for
my
my
faith
kids,
is intact,
and the example
though it
I'm
looks
setting
different than
for
it did.
every woman
It is
watching.
quieter.
This is
It is
what
less
winning
dependent
looks like.
on institutional
not revenge,
validation.
not karma.
It is less
not
likely
him
to accept
suffering,
someone's
but me living
spiritual
fully,
authority at face
loving
value
deeply,
and more
never
interested
looking
in the
back.
evidence of how
That's
they
the end of
actually
the
live.
story.
It
Not
has,
because
in
there's
some
nothing
ways,
left to say,
become
but
more
because I've
personal
said
and more
everything that
durable
matters.
precisely
And now
because
it's time
it
to
is
close
no
this
longer being
chapter
held up by
and
structures
focus on
I've
the
had
one
to
still
stop
being
trusting.
written. What I believe
never
now is
expected to
simpler
hear
than
his
what I
name again
believed
after all
before,
these years.
and I think
But life has a
simpler
way
is
of bringing
closer to the
things full
truth.
circle when you least
I believe
expect
in
it,
showing up honestly.
And Marcus's name
I
came
believe
up in
in
the
paying
most
attention to
unexpected
what the
way
people
possible
closest
about
to you
6
are
months
actually
ago.
doing rather
Zara
than what
came
they're
home
saying.
from college for
I
winter
believe
break.
that love
She's
is
18
not
now,
naivete.
studying
Trust
psychology
is not
at
passivity,
Spelman,
and faith
brilliant
is not
and
the same as
compassionate,
looking
and
away.
everything I
I
hoped
believe
she'd
that
be.
the hardest
And
lessons
she
tend to be
mentioned
the most
casually over
permanent
dinner
ones,
that her
and
professor
that the
had
clearing
assigned a
that
case
happens
study
after
about
devastation,
infidelity and its
as brutal
long-term
as the
effects.
clearing process
She
is,
said we had to
makes
interview
room for
someone
things
who'd been
that
through
couldn't
it,
grow in
and
the
I
shade
thought
of what
about
was there
asking
before.
you, but I didn't
I
want to
am
bring up bad
31 years
memories.
old,
And I told her I would have been happy to help.
In a neighborhood I've come to love.
Power over me
I have
anymore.
a job I'm good at.
James
and
looked
that
at me across the table with that knowing
I have
smile.
friends who are real,
the one that
an
says
honest
he's
community,
proud of how far I've
and
come,
a faith that I have
and Miles,
actually
who's
examined
15
rather
now
than
and
just
towers
inherited.
over all of us.
I have a
asks,
cleaner
Mom,
relationship with my
do
own
you ever
instincts
regret
than
not
I have
giving
had
him a
at
second
any other
chance?
point in my adult
The
life.
question caught me
and
off guard.
I have a capacity
Not
for
because it
solitude
hurt,
that I had
but
never
because it was
developed
so
before.
far from
that I think
anything
is one
I'd
of the
ever
most
considered.
underrated
And
forms
I
of strength
said,
a
not
person
even
can
for a
have.
second.
The ability
Giving him
to
a
be
second
alone with
chance would have
yourself
meant
without filling the
disrespecting
silence
myself,
with noise.
and I'll
I
never
am not
regret
finished
choosing
being
my own
affected by
dignity.
what happened.
Zara started
I don't
her
think you're
interview
ever
project
finished.
and
Not
came
really.
back with statistics
It shows
that
up in
shocked even
unexpected
me.
moments.
She said, "Did you know
In
that
the
people
way,
who cheat
I
once
sometimes
are 3
catch
times
myself
more
in a
likely
new
to cheat again in
relationship or
future
friendship,
relationships?"
looking
And
for
I
the
thought about
frequency
Marcus's
drift
second
before
wife,
it becomes a problem.
about the pattern
in
he
the
couldn't
way,
break.
I'll hear a certain
She said
kind
her
of gospel
professor
music
talked about
and
how
feel a
betrayal
complicated
trauma
mixture of
affects people
love
long-term,
and loss that
how
I
it
can't
changes
fully
brain
untangle.
chemistry,
In the
how it
way,
can make
I
future
sometimes dream
relationships
about that
difficult.
hallway in the Marriott
And I
wake
realized
up with
how
the
lucky
same
I was that I'd
combination
done
of
the
dread
work,
and clarity
that
I
I'd
felt
healed
standing
properly
outside
instead
that
of
door.
carrying that damage
But
forward.
I am not defined by
I
it
told
either.
her the key
That
is not
the
letting
line
what
I have
someone
worked
else did
hardest
make you
to walk.
suspicious of
To
everyone.
let what happened be
not
part of my
punishing
story
new people
without
for old
letting it be the
crimes.
whole of it.
And she wrote
To
that
carry
down
the
like
knowledge,
it was profound.
it gave me without
But to
carrying
me, it
the
was
wound
just
of it in a
survival.
way that closes
Just
me
the
off
choice
to what
I'd made
comes
to
next.
not let Marcus's
What comes
betrayal
next,
poison
I don't
my
know
future.
yet. That
James
is
has
not
been
a sad
talking about
admission.
retirement lately.
It is an honest
He's
one.
60 now and wants
after
to
years
slow down.
of filling in that uncertainty
Spend more
with
time with
assumptions,
grandkids when they
deference,
come,
and the
travel
voices
more,
of other people's
just
wisdom,
enjoy life.
I find
and
not
I'm right
knowing
there
to be
with
one
him,
of the most
ready
honest
for the
things I
next
can
chapter.
say.
We
I'm
talk
standing.
sometimes about moving.
I'm clear.
Maybe to the coast.
I am in
somewhere
ways I couldn't
quiet
have
where we
predicted
can watch
when I was
the ocean
23
and
years
reflect
old
on
in a white
everything
dress
we've
in that
built
sanctuary.
together. And the
More
fact
fully
that we're
myself
planning
than
a
I have ever
future
been.
together after
And
20
that is
years
nothing.
still amazes
That
me.
is, in fact,
I think about how I
everything.
couldn't even
The
plan
end.
next week with Marcus.
She caught her
because I
pastor
was
in the
always
hotel
waiting
room
for
with
the
her
other shoe to
sister-in-law.
drop.
I need
Always
you to
sensing
understand
something
something
was wrong,
before I
but
start.
not trusting myself
I am
enough
not a
to
suspicious
investigate.
woman by nature.
And that's no way
I
to
never
live.
went through Marcus's
Living
phone.
with James is easy.
Never questioned
not
his
because we don't
whereabouts.
have problems,
Never
but
demanded
because we solve them
passwords or
together.
check-ins
because
or
there's
any of
no
that.
hidden agendas
I was raised
or
to believe
secret
that
lies.
trust was the
Just two
foundation of a
people
marriage,
committed to making
and
it
if you
work
didn't have
every
that,
single day.
you didn't have
I got a
anything worth
message on
keeping.
LinkedIn last
My
month
mother
from a
told me
woman I
that.
didn't know.
My
She
grandmother
said,
told
I
me
hope
that.
this isn't weird.
The
but
women in
I'm
my
going through a
family built
divorce
their
because
entire
of infidelity
identities
and
around being
someone
the
told
kind
me
of
your
wife
story.
who didn't sweat
Would
the
you be
small
willing
stuff,
to talk? And
who
I
gave her
said yes
husband room
immediately.
to breathe,
We met
who
for
kept
coffee
the home
and
steady
she cried
and the
telling
faith
me about
strong.
finding texts
I
on her
carried that
husband's
into my
phone,
marriage as
about
if
the
it were
lies
scripture.
he told,
And
about
for a
how
long
she felt
time,
stupid
I
for
thought
not
it was
seeing
working.
it sooner.
Marcus
and I
Webb
held her
came into
hand
my
and
life
said,
when
"You're
I was
not
22
stupid."
years old.
He was intentionally
standing in the
hiding
parking
it.
lot of Greater
That's what
Anointing
they do.
Ministries after a
She
Sunday
asked
morning
how long
service,
it took me to trust
arguing
again,
with my
and I was
cousin
honest.
Danielle about
I
whose
said
turn it was
years,
to host
but
Christmas
it's
dinner.
possible. I'm
He
living
walked
proof.
past us,
And she
stopped,
looked at me like
looked
I
at
was
me
giving her
and
permission
said,
to
I
hope.
don't know what the
Like
argument
my
is about,
existence meant
but
she
I
could
hope you
survive
win.
this too.
That was it.
I gave her my
That was
number
the whole
and told her to
introduction.
call anytime.
I laughed.
Day
Danielle
or night,
rolled her
if
eyes,
she needed
and
someone
3
who
weeks
understood.
later, Marcus
And she's called
and I
a
were
few
having
times
coffee
since
at a
then.
little spot
Each
on
time
Cascade
sounding
Road,
a little stronger,
talking for
a
4
little more
hours like
certain
we'd
she
known
made
each
the
other
right
our whole
choice.
lives.
That's my
He was
purpose
25.
now, being that
Tall,
lifeline
clean-cut,
for women
the
who
kind
are
of
where I
man
was,
who opened doors
reminding
without
them
being
they're not
asked
alone,
and remembered
showing
things
them
you
what
mentioned
life
in
looks like on
passing
the
3
other side of
conversations
betrayal.
ago. He
And
was
it feels
thoughtful in a
good,
way that made you think
meaningful
someone
in a
had
way
been
my
raised
career
right,
success
and he
never
had been.
quite did.
His mother,
Marcus's
Miss
mother
Carolyn,
passed away last
was one
year.
of the most
I saw the
respected
obituary
women in our
online,
congregation.
and I thought about
His
calling
father
him
had
to
passed
offer
when Marcus
condolences,
was 16,
but decided
and
against
he
it.
carried that
We're
grief
not
with
those
a
people to
quiet
each other
dignity
anymore.
that I found
We're
deeply
nothing to
moving
each
at the
other.
time.
And
I
inserting
thought it meant
myself
he
into his
understood
grief
loss,
felt wrong.
that he understood
I
how
sent
fragile
flowers to
things
the
were.
funeral home anonymously
I thought it made him
instead,
someone who
because
would never
despite
take what he had for
everything she'd
granted.
been kind to me once.
We dated for 2 years and married when I was 23.
Over my truth.
The wedding was held in the same sanctuary where we'd both been baptized as children.
His father died a few years
and there was something about that symmetry that felt like a promise bigger than the vows themselves. My father walked me down the aisle.
Lost his job.
Miss Carolyn cried
spiraled
through the entire ceremony.
Confirmed what I'd
Pastor
always
Elijah
suspected,
Drummond,
that he
who
was
had
running
known
from
Marcus
something
since he was a teenager,
all
officiated.
Along. The
He gave
cheating
a
was
sermon
never about
before
me.
the vows that
Never
people
about
in
not
our
being
church
enough.
still talk
It was about him trying to
something
fill
about
some void
covenants
that
and
couldn't be
sacred
filled with
ground and the way
external
God
validation,
sees marriages
and
not as
understanding
contracts,
that freed
but
me
as
from
living things
any
that have to be
remaining
tended.
traces of self-blame.
I remember standing at that altar thinking I had never felt more
not as the
certain
man
about
who betrayed
anything
me, but
in my
as
life.
a cautionary tale.
For the first
as
several
proof
years,
that you can have
the
everything
marriage
and
was
throw
good.
it away because
Not
you're
perfect,
too broken
because
to appreciate
nothing
it.
is, but
and
genuinely
I feel
good.
sorry for him
We
in an
bought a
abstract
house in
way.
Adamsville.
Sorry that
I
he
was
never
working
did the
as a
work to heal
project
whatever
manager
made
for a
him that way.
mid-sized healthcare healthcare company downtown.
Probably still lonely
and Marcus
lost.
Was building his
Sorry
career
that he wasted
in commercial
his chance
real
at
estate.
real love.
We were busy,
he was too
but
busy
we made time for each
something
other.
he couldn't name.
We traveled when
but
we
that
could.
sorrow doesn't
We had a
consume me.
standing date
Doesn't
night
make
on
me
Fridays.
want to reach out or check on him.
We were active in the
it's
church.
just a passing
Both
thought.
of us serving on
like
different
feeling
ministry
bad
teams.
for a stranger
and
you
that
see on the
community
street.
was the backbone of our
Compassionate,
social
but
life in a
detached.
way that felt
James
healthy
and I renewed our
grounding
vows
rather
again
than
last
insular.
year for our 20th
The first time I
anniversary.
noticed something
this
shift
time with
was
the
about
kids there,
4 years
with
into
our
the marriage.
closest friends and family.
It wasn't dramatic.
And it felt like
it
a
wasn't an
celebration
argument,
not just of
a
our
cold
marriage,
shoulder,
but of survival,
or any of the obvious
choosing right the
signs people
second
talk
time.
about.
Zara
It was
read
more
a
like
poem
a frequency
she'd written
change.
about watching her
when a radio
parents love
signal
each other
drifts
well,
slightly off
about
station,
learning what
you
partnership
keep reaching
looks
for the dial
like.
to
And
bring
I
it
cried
back
because
but
I'd
the
given
sound
her
keeps
that
getting
gift,
fuzzy at the
the
edges.
gift of knowing what
Marcus
healthy
was
love
present
looks like,
physically, but
and that
somewhere
felt like
else
the
in
biggest
every other
success
way
of
that
my
mattered.
life.
I
Miles
chalked it up
walked
to
me
work
down the
stress.
aisle with James's
He was
father,
trying to
who's
close
still
a
with us at
significant
82,
deal, and the pressure
having my
was
son
visible.
beside me in that
I
moment
gave him
felt
space.
full circle.
The deal
like I was
closed.
showing him the kind
Things
of man
got a little
to become,
better.
the kind
I stopped
of love
paying
to build.
attention to the frequency.
The ceremony was simple,
but that drift
just
never
us
fully
reaffirming
corrected itself.
promises we'd
It
already
would
kept
settle
for
a few
2
months,
decades,
and then
but
I'd
it
feel it
mattered.
again.
It felt
that
important
subtle
to
pulling
mark
away,
the milestone,
that quality
to
of being in the
acknowledge that we'd
same
built
room with
something
someone who
real
had
and
already
lasting.
left.
I look
I
at my
mentioned
wedding
it to him
photos
once,
from that day,
maybe 8
at my
months
gray
before
hair and
everything
laugh
fell
lines,
apart.
and the way James
We were
looks
in the
at me
kitchen
like
on a
I'm still
Sunday
the most
evening,
beautiful
and
thing
I
he's
told
ever
him I
seen.
felt like we were
And
losing
I think
something.
about that first
like
wedding,
we were becoming
how young I
roommates
was,
who went to church
how naive.
together instead
I
of
wouldn't
husband
trade
and
wisdom
wife.
for youth.
He
Wouldn't go
listened.
back even if I could.
He nodded.
Because everything
he said I
I've
was
learned,
right and that
every
he would do
scar
better.
I carry,
And he
made
did
me
for
capable
about
of this
6
love,
weeks.
this life.
Then the drift
this
came
version
back,
of myself
and this
I
time it
actually
brought
like.
company.
Marcus
He started
is 60
spending
now,
more time
maybe
at the church.
older. Time
Not
has
just
blurred
Sundays,
the specifics,
but
and I
multiple
genuinely
evenings
don't
a
know
week.
where he is or
Tuesday
what he's
Bible
doing.
study,
And
which
the
he
fact that I
attended
don't
off and
know
on for
and
years,
don't care feels
became
like
a
the ultimate
non-negotiable
freedom.
standing
There's
commitment.
no curiosity
Thursday
left.
leadership
No
meetings
wondering
that
if
he
he
never
thinks about
mentioned
me.
before started
no mental
appearing
space
on his
devoted
calendar.
to someone who stopped
Saturday morning
nattering the
prayer
moment I
calls that
closed
seemed
that
to
hotel
stretch
room
past
door
noon.
behind me and
I didn't
chose
question
myself.
it at first because
I'm
the
teaching
church
Zara
had
about
always been
boundaries
central to
now
our
as she
lives.
navigates
And
college
honestly,
relationships.
I told
telling
myself
her
I
to
should be
watch
glad
how
he
men
was
treat her,
investing in his
to trust her
spiritual growth
instincts,
instead of
to never
sitting
make
at home
herself
disconnected.
small for someone else's
I told
comfort.
myself a lot
and
of things
she
that
listens
year.
because she's
I
seen
was
me
very
live these
creative with my
principles.
explanations.
She's dating someone
What I
now,
didn't pay close
a
enough
nice
attention
young
to
man
was the
who
way
treats
he
her well.
started guarding his
And when she
phone.
brought him home
Marcus
for
had
Thanksgiving,
never been
James
secretive
and I
about his
grilled
phone
him the way
before.
fathers do.
We weren't the type
and
to
he
go
passed
through each
every
other's
test,
devices, but
respectful
we also
and
weren't the type
honest
to hide
and
them.
clearly
His
smitten
phone
with our
had
daughter.
always just been his
Watching
phone,
her be loved
sitting
well
on the
by
counter,
someone worthy
face
makes
up,
my
no
heart so
drama.
full.
But
Knowing
somewhere
she
around
won't have to
7
learn
months
these
before
lessons
that
the hard
Wednesday
way.
night,
Won't
I
have to
started
waste years
noticing
on
that
someone
he'd
who
flip it
doesn't
over
value her.
whenever I walked
Won't have
into
to
the room.
rebuild herself from
That he'd
scratch
take calls
like I
in the
did.
garage.
Miles
His
is
starting
starting to notice
brightness
girls
was
now
always set to the
awkward about
lowest
it the way
level.
15-year-olds
I
are,
noticed.
and James
I
has
filed
already
it away.
started having conversations
I didn't want to be
about
the
respect
suspicious
and
wife.
consent and
My mother's
treating
voice
women
in my
like
head,
human
my
beings,
grandmother's voice,
not objects
the
or
voices
conquest.
of every woman in
We're
my
raising
family
good
who had
humans,
ever told me
James
that
and
a
I,
man needed
kids
space
who know what
and
love
trust.
looks like, who
I listen to
understand
those
that
voices
loyalty
instead of my
isn't
own
optional,
instincts,
who
and
will
I will carry the
hopefully
weight
never
of that
inflict
choice
the
for a
kind of
long
pain
time.
Marcus
On
inflicted
Wednesday
on me or
night,
anyone
it all
else.
collapsed, as
That's
it often
legacy,
does.
real legacy.
I'd had a long day
not
at work,
money or
back-to-back
property or
meetings,
accomplishments.
ate lunch at my
but
desk,
raising kids
and
who
drove
make the
home
world
in that
better,
particular
who
Atlanta
break
traffic
cycles
that makes
instead
you
of repeating
question
them,
every
who
life
choose
decision
kindness
you've ever
over
made.
cruelty.
Marcus
I
was already
volunteer at the
dressed
shelter
and
still,
heading out when
more
I
now
walked
that
in the
both
door.
kids are older
He kissed
and
me on the
more
cheek,
independent.
said he had a
And
late
last week
leadership
a woman
debrief
asked
at the
me
church
if I ever see
and
my
said
ex
he'd be
and
home
what I
by
do
10.
when that happens.
I kicked
and
off my
I realized
shoes,
I haven't
changed
seen
into
Marcus
something
in over a
comfortable,
decade.
heated the
Our
leftovers
paths
in the
just
fridge,
don't cross
and
anymore.
was in bed by
we
9,
live in different worlds,
watching a show
different
I'd
circles.
already seen
seen
different
twice
realities,
because I was
and
too
that
tired to
separation
invest
feels
in
appropriate.
anything new.
Feels
My
like
phone
the natural
rang at
conclusion to a
9:47.
story that should have
Unknown
ended
number.
years before
Atlanta
it actually
area
did.
code.
I told
stared
her
at it
I
for a
don't see
moment
him,
and then
and
picked
if
up
I did,
because
I'd
something,
feel nothing,
some instinct
not
I hadn't
anger,
learned to ignore
not
yet,
pain,
told
not
me to
even
answer.
curiosity.
The woman
just
on the other
nothing,
end had
and
a calm
that's how you
voice.
know you've healed.
The way people
and she
are
looked
calm when they've
skeptical,
made
like
a
she couldn't
decision they
imagine
can't take
ever
back.
getting there.
She didn't
But she
introduce
will.
herself.
They all will.
She didn't
Because
apologize
time
for calling.
And work and
She
choosing
just
yourself
said,
over
"Is
and
this
over
Marcus
creates
Webb's
that
wife?"
distance,
And the way she
that
said
indifference,
"wife" with this
that freedom
particular
from the
weight on
person
it
who once
made
felt
my
like
stomach
your whole
drop
world.
before I'd
I'm
even
55
processed the
now,
question.
been free
I
from
said
Marcus
yes.
longer than some
I
people
asked
have
who
been
she
alive.
was.
And
She
when
said
I
her
think
name
about my
didn't
life, I
matter.
categorize
Then
it
told
as
me my
before and
husband
after.
wasn't at any
Before
church
I found
meeting.
my spine,
She
and
said he
after
was
I
at the
found my
Marriott
strength.
Peachtree,
The
room
before version
214,
feels like
and that
someone
he was
else's
not alone.
story, like
She
a
said
movie
it
I watched
without drama,
once, and
without
the after
emotion,
version is
like
the only
she was
one that
reading an
matters,
address off
the
a piece
only
of
one
paper.
I claim,
And
the
then she
only
hung
one I
up.
want to pass down.
I sat in my bed
James
for
and I
probably
talk about
4
writing
full
our
minutes
story
without
someday.
moving.
Not
I
as a
ran
revenge
through
tale
every
or an
rational
expose,
alternative I could
but as a
manufacture. Wrong
testament
number.
to finding love
Someone
after
is playing a
devastation,
game.
to
A
building something
misunderstanding.
real the second
A
time
mix-up.
around. Some woman with a grudge against a different Marcus Webb in a different marriage with a different wife.
But we probably
I built those alternatives up as high as I
to write about living,
and then I watched them collapse on their own
to dwell on the
not
past.
one of them could hold the weight of what I heard in that woman's
time
voice.
analyzing how we got
She
here.
wasn't making something up.
I know how we got here.
She knew something.
Courage
and she had decided I should know it too.
To settle.
I got
choosing
up.
myself when
I got
it was
dressed.
terrifying.
Not
trusting
slowly,
that something
not
better
dramatically,
existed
just
even when I couldn't
mechanically.
see it yet.
The way you move
and
when your
those
brain
choices
has made a
compounded
decision
over time
and
into
your
this
body is
beautiful
following
life.
orders
That's
before
the
your
secret
emotions
nobody
have had a
tells you.
chance to vote.
That leaving is
I
just
grabbed
the
my
first
keys
step.
in my purse.
The real
and
work
I drove
is
to that
rebuilding
Marriott.
yourself into
And I want
someone
to tell
who
you that
won't
I was
accept
composed
less
the
than
whole
they
way
deserve.
there.
Someone
but the
who knows
truth is
their
that I
worth
cried
isn't
for the
negotiable.
first 10 minutes
Someone
of that
who
drive.
chooses themselves
and then something
every single
switched off
day.
inside me.
I choose
and I
myself
went
every
very
day
still.
now. Even
Not
while
peaceful
choosing
still.
James,
Certain
even
still.
while being a mother
Like,
and
I
wife
already
and
knew what I was
professional,
about to
there's
find.
a part of me that's
And the grief
just
of
mine,
knowing it had
that
arrived
answers
before
to
the
no
proof.
one. That
The
remembers
lobby of the
what it
Marriott
costs
was
to get
bright
here
and
and
quiet.
refuses to ever
One of
go
those
back.
business travel
Marcus
hotels
can't
where the
hurt me
energy
anymore.
at 10 o'clock
Not
on a
because I've
Wednesday
forgiven
is
him
tired
completely,
and
though I
transactional.
have. But
A man
because
in a
I've
suit
built a
was
life
checking
so
in
full
at the
that
front
there's
desk.
no room for his
A
ghost.
woman was
no
waiting for
space
the
his
elevator
memory
with
to
a
take
rolling
root and grow.
suitcase.
This
Nobody
is what
paid
victory
me any
looks
attention.
Like. Not dramatic
I took the
or
elevator
cinematic,
to the second
just
floor
quiet
and
confidence,
walked down the
deep
hallway.
peace,
And when I
genuine
got to room
happiness that doesn't
214,
depend on his suffering
I stood
or my
outside that
vindication.
door and
just
I
exists
made myself
because
breathe.
I created it.
I could hear
and
the television.
To anyone out there still hurting,
a low murmur of
still
sound,
wondering
some
if you'll
late
survive,
night show,
still
the kind of
questioning
noise
if
people
leaving was
put
the right
on when they
choice.
want to feel less
I'm here to
alone
tell you that
or
you will
less
survive.
conspicuous.
Leaving was the
There
right
was light
choice,
under
and
the
your
door.
best life is waiting.
Someone was awake in
it's
that room,
waiting for you to
and they
choose
had no
it,
idea
to believe
I was
you deserve
standing
it,
18 inches
to do the
away from
hard
them.
work of
I
healing
knocked 2
and
firm knocks,
rebuilding
not
and
frantic,
becoming
not
someone
timid.
who won't settle
The television
ever again.
kept going.
I did it.
I heard
thousands
movement,
of women
the
before me did it.
unmistakable sound of
Thousands
people
after
adjusting,
me will do it.
repositioning,
And you can too.
the shuffle
I
and
promise
hush
you
of a
can.
situation
Because
being
if I could walk
rearranged
away from
before a
Marcus
door
and
opens.
build this life,
I heard a low
anyone
male
can.
voice saying
That's
something
my
I
final
couldn't
truth.
make out.
My final
I heard another
testimony.
voice respond.
My final word on a
I
man
stood there
who once was
and I
everything
waited,
and
and
now
when the
is
door
nothing.
finally opened,
and I mean that
I was
with
looking
peace,
at
with
Pastor
gratitude,
Elijah Drummond,
with the wisdom
he was
that
wearing a
only
hotel
comes
robe.
from surviving
His
something
hair,
you weren't sure
usually
you could survive.
perfectly shaped for
I'm
Sunday
here,
mornings,
I'm whole,
was not right.
I'm happy, and
His
Marcus
eyes went
is
wide
wherever
when he
he
saw
is.
me,
And those
and
two
for
things
just a
have
moment,
nothing to do with each other
one very
anymore.
small and
And
very
that's
honest
exactly how it
moment.
should be.
I saw
This
pure
story
panic
ends
cross
not
his
with me
face
thinking
before
about
he
him,
composed
but with me
himself
thinking
into the
about my
Pastor
life,
Drummond
my
I
family,
had known for 11
my future,
years.
my peace,
But I had
and that
already
shift
seen the
from him
panic.
to me is the whole
I had
point,
already clocked
is
the robe
entire
and the hair,
journey
and
is
the way he was
everything.
standing in the doorway
I'm free,
of a hotel room
finally
at 10
and
o'clock on a
completely
Wednesday
free.
night.
And that
every
freedom
question
tastes
in my
sweeter than
mind collapsed
anything I
into
ever
a
had with
single
Marcus,
point of terrible
sweeter
clarity.
than any
I
apology
looked
he
past
could give,
him into the room.
sweeter than
The
any
lamp on the
revenge I could
nightstand
take,
was on.
just sweet
The
on
bed
its own,
covers were pulled back and
uncomplicated
rumpled.
pure.
And
That's
sitting
the
on the
end,
far edge
the
of
real
the bed,
end. Not
wrapped
because
from
there's
her
nothing left
shoulders
to
to
say,
her knees
but
in the white
because I've
bed
moved
sheet,
so far
was a woman
beyond
I
that
had known
chapter that
since the year
continuing
I
to talk
joined
about it
Greater
feels like
Anointing
going
Ministries.
backwards. And I
A
only
woman
move
who had
forward
sat
now.
beside me at women's
Forward into
ministry
whatever
retreats
comes
and
next,
eaten
with
at my
James
kitchen
beside
table
me,
and been in
with
my
my
wedding.
kids growing
a woman
into
whose last
amazing
name was
humans,
Webb,
with
because
a
she had been
life I'm
born
proud
in
of
Dame
and a
family
story
as my
that
husband.
might help someone else
Tamara,
find their way out of the
Marcus's
darkness.
younger sister.
That's enough.
30 years
More than
old.
enough.
The woman
Everything
I had called
needed
my
it to be,
sister-in-law and my
I'm
friend
closing
for
this
11
chapter
years.
with gratitude
I
for
want to stop
everything
here
it
because
taught me
I need
and
you to
excitement
actually
for
sit with what I'm
everything still to
describing.
come.
I drove
Marcus
to that
was a
hotel
lesson,
expecting
not
to
a
find
life
my
sentence,
husband with
and
another
I'm
woman.
living proof that you
what
can
I found
graduate from
instead
that
was my
school
pastor,
and build something
a married
beautiful
man
from
with
what you
3
learned.
children
and
and
that's
20
where the
years
story
of spiritual
finally,
authority over my
peacefully,
community
gratefully ends.
in a hotel room
I
with my
thought that was
sister-in-law.
the end.
My
Thought I'd
husband
said
was nowhere
everything
in
that
that
needed
room.
saying,
And the
but
caller
life
who
has
sent
this
me
way
there
of
knew
adding
exactly what I
epilogues
would
when
find.
you least expect them.
The world
and
did not
mine
spin.
came in the form of a
It
phone
didn't do
call 3
anything
months ago
dramatic
that I
or
never saw
cinematic.
coming.
It
It was
just
a
rearranged
Tuesday
itself
afternoon.
very
I was at
quietly
my
into a
desk
shape
reviewing quarterly reports when my assistant started talking immediately. There's a woman online too asking for you. His voice was low, measured, says it's controlled. Won't give her name, Sister Keisha. And something in my gut told me to take it.
And I held up one hand,
I picked up and heard a voice I didn't recognize, young, shaky, scared.
I looked at Tamara.
She said, "Is this the woman who was married to Marcus Thompson?"
And she was looking at a point somewhere to the left of my face,
called me that in decades.
unable or unwilling to meet my eyes directly.
Haven't been for 25 years.
I had known this woman for over a decade.
I said, "Who is this?"
And she couldn't look at me.
And she took a deep breath
and said, "That told me more than the robe or the rumpled bed or any of the rest of it."
And I need to talk to you about him.
Very calmly,
and the world tilted because Marcus
neither
has
of them
answered
immediately,
which meant he'd built a life after me,
opened his
had
mouth,
a family,
and I cut him off.
This girl was
before
calling
he could
me
start.
for reasons I couldn't begin to understand.
Her.
She said, "I found your name in some old papers of his.
Her eyes
court
were
documents
wet,
from
but
your
she
divorce,
hadn't cried yet.
and I tracked you down
she said
because
she didn't
I need to understand something."
I told her that was interesting.
Won't talk about
given
it.
that my
and
husband
I
had told me he was at a
dread.
church meeting tonight.
The sense that
and
Marcus's
I had a feeling the
was
two
about
things
to
were
touch my life
connected.
again after
she
all
looked
these
away
years.
again.
I asked how old she was, and she said
right
23,
there in the doorway,
which
phone on
meant he'd had her with someone
loud
not
enough
long
that
after our
everyone
divorce.
in that hallway
Probably
and
the woman
everyone
from the
in that
hotel
room could
or
hear
someone right
every
after.
word.
And
He
I
picked
wondered
up
why
on the
this
second
girl
ring.
was calling me now.
His voice was
what
normal,
could possibly be
relaxed.
so
The
urgent?
voice of a man who
She
had
said
no
he's
idea
dying,
the floor was
cancer,
about to disappear
stage
from
4,
under him.
and he's been
He said
asking
he
for
was
you,
wrapping up at the
saying
church,
things that don't make
asked
sense.
if I was okay,
And I found
and
these
asked
letters
if I
he never
needed
sent.
anything.
Dozens of
I
them,
said,
all
"Which
addressed
church,
to you
Marcus?"
over the years.
He paused
and
for
I need
just
to
a
know
beat,
who you were to him.
not long,
My
but I
hands
heard
started
it.
shaking,
He
and
said
I had to
greater
sit down
anointing,
because
same
Marcus
as
is
always.
dying. This
I
man
said,
who'd once
"So
been
you're
my
there right
entire
now."
world, and
He
then
said
my worst
yes.
nightmare
I
is
said,
actually dying.
"Then I need you to explain
and
to
he'd
me
been
why I'm
writing me
standing
letters he
outside
never
room
sent.
214 at
And
the
his
Marriott
daughter was
Peachtree,
calling me like
looking
I
at your
held some
pastor
key to
and your
understanding
sister.
him.
The
I
silence
told her
that
I was his
followed
first
that
wife,
sentence was
that
one
we
of the
divorced
longest
over
I
20
have
years
ever
ago,
experienced.
that I hadn't spoken
It was
to
the
him in
silence
decades.
of someone whose
And she
entire
said,
architecture
I know,
of deception
I read the court
just
record
cracked at
I know
every
he
joint
cheated on you,
simultaneously.
but the
It was
letters
the
make it
silence
sound
of
like
a man
losing you
running
destroyed
through
him.
every possible
Like
response,
everything after
finding
was
none
just
worked.
him trying to fill
And
that
then he
void.
said it.
I
He
almost
said,
laughed
"Keisha,
because
I
of
can
course
explain."
he'd rewritten history
Not,
in his head.
"What are you talking
Made
about?"
me into the one
Not,
that got away
"That's
instead
impossible."
of the woman he'd
Not,
betrayed.
"You must be
Turned
mistaken."
his own bad choices
He said,
into
"I can
some tragic
explain,"
love story,
which meant he
where
had
he was
something
the
to
victim
explain,
of his own
which
stupidity.
meant he already knew
She
what I was
asked
looking
if I'd
at,
be willing to see
which
him,
meant that
said
whatever
he
was
doesn't have
happening in
long,
that hotel
maybe
room
weeks,
was not
and
new
he keeps
information
talking
to my
about
husband.
needing to apologize
I told him
properly,
to come.
needing to make
I
peace
told him to
before he
come right
goes.
now.
And I felt
hung
torn
up.
between the person
15
I'd
minutes
become
later,
who's supposed to
he
be
walked off that
compassionate, and the
elevator
person
and
who
down that
remembers
hallway,
exactly what he
and
did.
I watched his
I
face
told
the
her
whole
I
way.
needed time to think
He
about
didn't
it.
look shocked.
Took her number,
He didn't look
hung
confused.
up, and sat there
He
staring
looked like
at
a
nothing
man walking
because
towards
I thought
something
I'd
he had
closed
known
this
was coming,
chapter.
and there
Thought
was something
Marcus was
almost like
ancient
relief in his
history,
expression
and
that
now
made
he's
me
dying
angrier
and
than
wanting to
anything
see
else
me,
I had
and I have
seen or
no
heard
idea
that
what to
entire
do.
night.
I told
Because
James
relief
that night,
meant he was
laid out
tired
the
of
whole
carrying
conversation,
something.
and
And the
he
fact
held
that
my
he had
hand
been
and
carrying
said, "What
it
do you want to
without
do?
telling me meant he
Not
had
what you think
chosen
you
to
should do.
carry it
What do you
alone rather
actually
than
want?"
trust me with
And
the
I
truth.
realized I didn't know.
We did not have a
Couldn't
screaming
separate
match in that
obligation
hallway.
from desire
All
from
four of us
curiosity.
ended up in that room
Part
because
of me
I
wanted
wasn't
to
about to have
ignore
this
it.
conversation
Let Marcus
where
die
anyone
without
walking
giving
past
him
could
the
hear
closure
it.
he was
And
seeking.
I think everyone
Let him
involved
sit with his
understood
regrets
that.
the way I'd sat
Pastor
with my
Drummond sat
heartbreak.
in the chair
But
by the
another
window.
part of me,
Tamara
the
put
part
on the
that
second
spent
hotel robe
decades
and
healing
sat back
and
down
growing.
on the edge of the bed.
Wondered if seeing
Marcus
him one
stood
last
near the
time
door,
would bring me some kind
and
of
I stood
peace
in the
too.
middle of that room.
I talked to my
looked at each
therapist
of them
about it
and said,
"Yes,
very
I still
quietly,
see Dr.
someone
Williams
needs to
after
start
all these
talking."
years."
What
And
came
she
out over
said,
the next 2
question
hours
isn't whether
in
he
that
deserves
hotel
your
room
time.
with the television
It's whether you'll
still
regret
murmuring
not
in the
going,
background
whether
and
you
the
have
city
anything
moving
left
around outside
unsaid
the
that
window,
needs saying.
completely
I thought
indifferent
about
to
it for
what was
days,
happening inside.
couldn't sleep.
Was
Kept
one of the
imagining
most
what it would be
painful
like to
and
see him
most
after a
clarifying
quarter century,
conversations of
to
my
look
life.
at this man who'd
Marcus
once held
had
my
been at the
heart
church
and
approximately
destroyed it.
4 months
to stand
earlier
in
for
front
a
of him
Thursday
knowing
evening
he's dying
leadership
and
meeting.
I'm thriving.
The meeting ended
Zara
earlier
said,
than
"Mom,
expected,
you don't
and
owe
he
him
had gone back
anything.
to the
If you
main
go, it should
building
be
to
for you.
retrieve his
Not
jacket
for
from the
him."
room where
And
they'd
Miles
been meeting.
said, "Whatever
He
you
had walked
decide, we
past
support
Pastor
you."
Drummond's
And
office,
I was so
which should have
grateful
been
to have
empty at
raised
that hour,
kids who
and the
understood
door
nuance,
had been
who
slightly
knew life
open.
isn't black
He
and
heard
white.
voices.
I finally
He heard
called
sounds
Alana
that
back
stopped him
and
in the
said
hallway.
I'd come.
He stood
Not for
outside
Marcus,
that door for
but
long
her.
enough to
This young
understand
woman who
exactly
was
what was
losing her
happening
father
inside it,
and
and then
trying
he
to
walked
understand
away.
him.
He
Who
did not
deserved
tell
whatever
me.
small
He did
pieces
not
of
tell
truth I
Sister
could
Renee.
offer.
He
And
did not
we
go to
arranged
the
to
church
meet at a
elders,
hospice
the
facility
deacon board,
in North Carolina
or any
where
of the
he'd
accountability
moved years ago.
structures that exist
James
within a
offered to
church
come with
for
me,
exactly
but I
this
said
kind
no.
of situation.
This was something I
He went
needed
home,
to do alone.
lay down
Needed
beside
to
me in our
face
bed,
without
and
anyone
started thinking
protecting me
about
from
what that
whatever
information
emotions
was worth.
might surface.
I want to be
And he
precise
understood
about
it.
what I'm telling
Kissed
you
my
because
forehead,
I think the
told me
details
he
matter.
loved me.
Marcus
Trusted me
did not go to
completely.
Pastor
I
Drummond
drove
out of
there on a
anger or
Saturday morning,
protectiveness,
3 hours hours through Georgia and into the mountains, and the whole way I kept rehearsing what I'd say.
He went to him deliberately,
how I'd react,
strategically,
whether I'd
with
cry
a list
or
of
yell
things he wanted.
or just feel nothing.
He wanted
like
the church
I'd felt
board
for
position
so long.
he'd been passed
The
over for
hospice
twice.
was nice.
He wanted the
peaceful,
pastoral
tucked into the
mentorship
woods
he'd
with
been
big
requesting
windows
for
and
years
soft lighting,
and kept being
and
told to
Alana
wait
met me
for.
in the lobby looking
He wanted
so
to preach,
much like Marcus
which Marcus had wanted
same
since he was
eyes,
young,
same
but had
smile,
never been
and
given
I
a
saw
real
version
platform.
of him that never got
And
a
he
chance
wanted the
to
kind
hurt
of
me staring
access
back.
and standing in that
She
community
hugged me and
that
said,
he felt
"Thank
he
you for
deserved,
coming. He
but
doesn't
had
know you're
never
here
been
yet.
able to
I
earn
wanted to
through
talk to
ordinary
you first."
means.
And
He
we sat
laid
in a
all of
quiet
that out
room,
for Pastor
and she told
Drummond
me
in
about
a
her
private
life,
meeting the week
about
after
growing
he
up
walked
with Marcus
past
as
that
a
office
father,
door.
and
And
it was
Pastor
complicated
Drummond,
and messy
a
and
man
sad.
who had built his
She said
entire
he'd been a good
identity
dad
on
when he was
spiritual
present,
authority
but he was
and
rarely
moral
present,
leadership,
always
sat across
working
from
or
one of his
traveling or
congregants
disappearing
and
for
agreed.
days. and
because
her
he
mother
didn't have a
had left
choice,
him when
or
Alana
at
was
least that's
12.
how Marcus had
Same
framed
pattern.
it for him.
He'd cheated
And
again.
because
Couldn't help
powerful men
himself.
who have been doing
She
wrong
said,
things in
I've
secret
spent my
are
whole life
often more
watching
afraid
him
of being
sabotage
exposed
every good
than they are
thing,
committed to
every
doing
relationship,
right. So
every
for 4
job,
months,
and
the
I've never
arrangement
understood
held.
why.
Marcus
and
got
I
his
told
board
her some
seat.
people are just
He got his
broken in
mentorship
ways
meetings.
that can't be fixed.
He got to preach
That
on 2
sometimes
Sunday
the why
evenings.
doesn't matter as much
He got
as
the
accepting
standing
the what.
and the access
We
and
talked
the
for an
deference
hour,
he'd been
and
wanting.
I gave her what I
and
could.
he paid for it with his
Pieces of my
silence about
story.
what he knew.
The hotel room,
And what he knew
the
was that the
divorce,
man
the
delivering
healing,
sermons
and
about
she cried and
covenant
said,
sacred
I'm so
ground
sorry
on
he
Sunday
did that to
mornings
you.
was
I'm
spending
sorry he's
Wednesday
done it to
nights
everyone.
in hotel rooms
and
with
I
his younger
told her
sister.
his choices weren't
When
her
Marcus
burden to
told
carry.
me this, when
then she
all
asked
of it came
if
out,
I was ready to
I went
see him,
very quiet
and I said
for a long
yes,
time.
even though I wasn't
Not
sure I
because
was.
I was at a loss
and
for
she
words,
led me down a
but
hallway
because
to
I
a
was
room at
trying
the
to find
end where
words
Marcus
that were
was
accurate
reading,
rather than
dying,
just reactive.
probably
I looked at
terrified
my
of whatever
husband,
comes next.
this man I had
I
married
walked
in that
in,
sanctuary.
and there he was.
This
man
man
whose
whose grief I had found
strong
moving
and handsome
whose
and full of
thoughtfulness
life,
I had
now
found
shrunken
beautiful.
and pale,
And I
and
tried to
hooked up to
locate something I
machines.
recognized
And he
some
looked at
version
me
of
with
the
those
person
same
I
eyes
had
that
built
used to make
11
me
years
feel
of my
safe,
life around.
and I felt absolutely
I asked
nothing.
him one question.
He tried to sit
I
up when he
asked
saw
him
me,
if at
said
any
my
point
name
in
like
those
it was
4
a prayer,
months, knowing
and
what
I
he
stood
knew
there
about
at the
his
foot
own
of his
sister
bed
and
just
his
looking
pastor.
at him,
He had
thinking what
considered
time
telling
and
me,
choices had done
not
to
the
the man
elders,
I'd
not
once
Sister
promised
Renee,
forever
not
to.
any institutional
he said, you
body.
came, I didn't
Just
think
me,
you would.
his
And I
wife.
said, I almost
Had it
didn't.
occurred to him even
I'm
once
here for
to
your
come
daughter,
home and tell me
not
the
for
truth?
you. And he
He was
nodded like
quiet
he
for a
understood.
moment.
Like
Then
he'd
he said he
expected
hadn't
nothing
wanted
less.
to put that on me.
We sat in
I have
silence
thought about
for a
that answer
minute,
many
and
times
then he
since that
started
night.
talking.
I have
Words
turned it over
tumbling
from
out like
every
he'd been
angle.
holding them for
And
decades.
every time I
I'm
come
sorry.
back to the
I know
same
that's not
conclusion,
enough.
which
I
is
know
that it was
sorry
not
doesn't
an act
fix
of
anything,
protection.
but
It was
I
an
need you
act
to
of
know that
exclusion.
losing you was the
He had
biggest
decided
mistake of my life.
unilaterally that I
I
didn't
let
get
him
to
talk.
know.
Didn't
Not because
interrupt,
the knowledge
didn't
would have
argue.
hurt me,
Just
though
let
it would
him say
have,
whatever he
but
needed to
because
say.
sharing it would have
And he
required
told me
him
about
to
the
share
years
what
after
he was
our
doing
divorce,
with it as well.
how he tried
And
to
he wasn't
replicate
ready
what
to
we
give
had
that
with
up.
other women.
I
how
left
he'd
that
failed
hotel
every
room at
time
close
because
to midnight.
he was the problem.
I drove
not
home
them.
alone.
He said
Marcus
therapy
stayed in
had
his
helped
own
him
car.
understand that
I
he'd
don't
been
know where he
running
went
from
for the next
intimacy,
few hours,
from
and
real
I didn't
connection.
ask.
That the
I
cheating
sat
was
in our
about
house
his own
in the kitchen
inadequacies
at
and
the
not
table
about
where we'd
anything
eaten
I did
1,000
or
meals
didn't do.
together.
And I wanted to say,
stayed there
I know
until
that
the
now.
sun started
Learned it
coming
years
up.
ago without you.
I didn't cry
but
that
I
night.
stayed quiet.
I had already
He
done
talked
my
about
crying in
watching
the
my
car
life
on the
from
way
a
to the
distance,
Marriott.
seeing my
What I did that
success,
night was
my
grieve,
new marriage,
which is
my
different
kids,
from crying.
and how happy I
Grief
looked
is
in
slower
photos.
and quieter,
he said,
and it
I'm
takes
glad
up
you
more
found what you
space.
deserved.
The days
I'm
that
glad you
followed
didn't
were
let
some
what
of
I
the
did
most
destroy
surreal
you.
of my life.
I finally
Marcus
spoke
came
and said
home the next
it almost
morning,
did destroy me.
and we began
I
the
spent
process
years
of talking
putting
through
myself
what had
back
happened,
together,
or trying
years
to.
learning to trust
but
again.
talking through it required
Years
both
building a
people
life
to
you
be
have no
fully
part of.
present and
And
honest.
he flinched like the
Marcus
words
kept
hurt,
hedging,
but he
kept
needed to hear
qualifying,
them.
kept
He
offering
asked if I'd forgiven
explanations
him,
that were
and I
really
said,
just
I forgave
reframings
you a
of the
long time
same
ago.
central truth.
Not because you
He had
deserved
chosen
it,
leverage
but because
over
I needed
integrity.
to. Because
And
holding
he
on
had
to
done it
anger
while
was
sleeping
only
beside
hurting
me every night
and he
and
started
sitting
crying.
beside me in
These
church
weak,
every
pathetic
Sunday.
tears.
Every
And
time
I
I
felt
thought we
sorry
were
for
getting
him in a
somewhere,
distant way.
I'd hit another wall
Sorry
of
that
deflection.
he'd wasted his whole life
Not lying
chasing something
exactly,
he couldn't
but
name.
not the whole truth
Sorry that he
either.
was dying alone
Just enough
except for a
truth to
daughter
seem
who
cooperative
barely knew
without
him.
being fully accountable.
Sorry that he'd never figured
About a
out
week
how to be
after that
happy.
night,
But
I
that
asked
sorrow
him to
didn't
stay
crack the
somewhere
walls
else for a
I'd
while.
built. I
Not
said,
permanently,
I'm not
or
here
at
to
least
give you
that's what I
absolution,
told myself
Marcus.
at the time.
I'm here to close
I
a
said I
chapter
needed
that
space
should have
to
ended
think,
decades
and
ago.
he needed space
You don't
to
get to
figure out
rewrite
who he
history
actually
on your
was.
deathbed. You
Because
don't
the
get to
man
make
I had
yourself
married
the
and the
tragic
man
hero
who had
of the
spent
story.
4 months
He
running a
nodded and
covert
said,
leverage
I know.
arrangement
I just
against
wanted
his
you
own
to know that I
pastor
know
were
what
not
I
people
lost,
I could
that I've
reconcile
thought about
into
you
the
every
same
day
human
for
being.
25 years.
Until I could
that if I
understand
could go
which
back,
one
I'd
was
was
do
real.
Everything differently.
I didn't know how to be in the same house with him.
I stood up to leave and said, "But
he
you
went
can't
to stay
go back.
with a friend
None of
from
us
work.
can.
All
And
we
I
can
sat
do
with
is
the
live with
silence
our
of that
choices,
house
and let it
I've
tell me
lived
things
well
I've
with
been
mine.
too busy to hear.
I hope you find some
Meanwhile,
peace with yours."
the situation at the church was moving on its
he
own
called my
timeline.
name one more time,
I had
and
not
I
said
turned
a word
around
to
and he
anyone
said,
outside
"Are
of
you
that
happy?"
hotel room.
And I smiled.
I had not called
genuinely
Sister
smiled,
Renee, had
and
not
said
spoken to any of the
deliriously,
other women in
"The
my
kind of
ministry
happy
circle,
you," and I
had
never
not
even
breathed
got
a
close
word to my mother,
and I left.
my cousin Danielle,
I found Alana
or
in the
anyone
hallway,
else
and
who
she
might
asked
have
how
helped
it
me
went,
carry
and
what
I
I was
said
holding.
it went exactly
Part
how
of that
it needed
was
to,
because I didn't
and
know
she
what to
hugged
say.
me tight and
Part of
thanked
it was
me for
because I
coming,
was still
for
figuring
giving
out
her
what I
father
believed.
whatever small
And
piece
part
my
of it was a
presence
small,
had provided.
stubborn corner
I gave
of me
her my
that was
number
still hoping
and
there
told
was
her
some
to
version
call
of the
if she
story
needed
that didn't
anything,
require
not as her
everyone's
father's
world to be
ex-wife,
destroyed.
but as a woman
That
who
hope lasted
understood
about 2
complicated
weeks.
family
Then
dynamics.
Tamara made her
who
own
knew what
decision.
it's like to process
She went to
someone's
Sister
death
Renee
while
on a
still
Sunday
being
afternoon.
angry at them.
When her home,
I drove home
not the
and
church,
called James from
not
the car
a neutral
and
location,
told
her
him
home.
everything.
Renee
and he
told me
said,
later that
"How do you
Tamara
feel?"
had called
and
ahead
I said,
and asked
"Free,
if she could come
finally
by,
completely
and
free."
Renee had said,
like
of
I
course,
just put down a weight I
assuming
didn't
it was
even
about
know
a
I was
ministry
still
matter
carrying.
or maybe something
Marcus
personal
died 2
she
weeks
needed
later.
counsel
Alana
on.
called to tell me.
She opened her
said
door
he'd gone
and let in the
peacefully
woman
his
who had
sleep,
been sleeping
and
with
I
her
felt
husband
nothing
for over a
except sympathy
year.
for her.
They sat
For
down
the young
in Renee's
woman
living
losing
room,
a father
father she'd never fully known or understood.
Renee said
I didn't
she
go
didn't
to the
cry.
funeral. Sent
I
flowers
believe
instead,
that completely because I
showing
know
up
Renee,
felt like
and
making
she
it
is
about
the
me
kind
when
of
it should
woman
be
who
about his
cries
daughter
and processes
processing her
and
grief.
composes herself
And
for the
I'd
world.
already said
She said
everything
she
I needed
sat
to
and
say in
listened,
that hospice
and
room.
when Tamara was
James
finished,
asked if I
she
wanted to
asked
talk
one
about it,
question.
and I said,
She
"There's
asked
nothing
how
to talk
long.
about." A
Tamara
chapter
said
closed.
14 months.
An old wound finally
Renee thanked
fully
her for
healed.
coming,
I'm
stood
good,
up,
and I
walked
meant
her
it.
to the
I was
door,
good,
and
better
closed
than
it.
good actually.
Then she called her
I told
oldest sister
Zara
in
and
Savannah
Miles
and
that the
talked
man
for
from
4
my
hours.
first marriage had
I
died.
only know all of this
Didn't give them
because Renee
details they
told me
didn't
herself
need.
weeks
Just
later,
let them know their
when we
mom
had
had
finally
handled
started
something
the slow
difficult
and
and come through it
complicated
fine,
process of
and
being
they
honest
hugged
with
me
each
and
other
moved
about
on with their
everything
lives.
we'd both been
That's
navigating.
what Marcus is now.
But
Was
I'm
even
getting ahead
before
of
he
myself.
died. Just a fact
Pastor
of my
Drummond's
history.
resignation
Not
came
even a
22
painful
days
one
after that
anymore.
Wednesday
Just
night.
something that
The
happened once
announcement
that
to the
led me to where I
congregation
am.
was delivered on
And
a
where
Sunday
I am is
morning by the
exactly where I'm
chairman of the
supposed to
deacon
be.
board,
I'm
Elder
57
Thorne,
now.
who
Marcus
had been
is
at
gone,
greater
and I'm
anointing
still here,
almost as
still
long as
loving
the church
James,
had existed.
still raising kids,
He read from a
still
prepared
mentoring women,
statement.
still
The
living a
language
life
was careful
careful that
and
there's
vague
no room for
about
ghosts
Pastor
or
Drummond
regrets
stepping
or
back
what
for a
ifs.
period of personal
Alana and I
reflection
text
and
occasionally.
renewal,
I
and
check in
about
on
the
her,
leadership team
make sure
being
she's
committed
doing
to
okay,
continuity
and
and
she's healing,
stability.
seeing a
The
therapist,
kind of language that is
working through her
designed to be
complicated
technically
feelings
true
about her
while being
father,
practically
and
empty.
I'm proud of her
But
for
in
doing
a
that work
community like
young
ours,
instead of waiting
in a
decades
church where
like I
people
did.
had known each
She
other
asked
for
me
decades,
once if I ever
had
loved
watched
her
their
father,
children grow
and
up
I
together,
said I loved
and
who I
had
thought
sat
he was.
beside each other
But
in
that
the worst
person didn't
moments of their
exist.
lives.
I loved a
that
fantasy,
kind of language
and
doesn't
losing that
hold for
fantasy
long.
hurt, but
Information
it also freed
moves
me to
through
find
those
something
networks
real.
faster than
She
any
said that helped
announcement
her
can catch up
understand
to
that
it.
she could love
By
her
the following
father
Sunday,
and still
the
acknowledge
details were
his flaws,
circulating through the
could grieve him
congregation
while
in
being
whispers,
angry at him,
carefully
could
worded
hold
text
space
messages
for both things
and
at once.
private
And
conversations
I was
in
glad
the
my
parking
story
lot.
could give her
Not
that permission.
everyone knew everything.
This is really
but
the
everyone
end now.
knew something.
Not because
And
Marcus
the thing
died,
about a community
but because
built
his
on
death
moral
didn't
authority
change
is
anything
that when
for
the
me.
person
Didn't
holding
bring
that
me
authority
closure I
is
didn't
revealed
already
to have been living a double
Didn't
life.
make me question
The
any of my
shockwaves
choices
travel deep
or
and
feel
far.
any lingering
I
attachment.
watched it happen from a
He was a
complicated
man I knew
position.
once who hurt me
I was
deeply
both
and
inside
taught
the
me exactly
situation
what I
and
didn't
peripheral
want.
to it.
And then he was
I
gone.
knew more than most
and
of the
I
congregation,
continued being happy.
but I was
And
not the
that's
central figure in the
ultimate proof
story,
that I'd healed,
as Renee
that I'd
or
moved
Tamara
on,
was.
that I'd
I
built
was a
something
wife
he
whose
could never
husband
touch.
had done something
My
wrong in
life is
response
mine
to
now,
someone else's
completely
wrongdoing,
and totally
and the
mine.
concentric
No
circles of that
ghosts,
wrongdoing
no
kept
unfinished
expanding
business,
outward
no
until I
questions
felt
left
like I couldn't find their edge.
Just me and James
I went back
and
to
our
greater
kids,
anointing one
and
more
the
time
beautiful
after
ordinary
everything
magic
came out.
of a life
I
well
sat in the
lived.
third row,
That's
which was
how the
my
story
row, the
actually
place I had
ends,
sat almost
with Marcus
every
dead
Sunday
and
for
me
11
alive
years.
and thriving.
The interim
with his
minister was
daughter
a visiting
finding her
pastor
way,
from a
and
church
me
in
still
Decatur,
offering guidance,
an older man
with
who
closure
preached a
that came
careful,
not from his
measured
apology,
sermon
but
about
from my own journey.
steadfastness in times
I don't think
of
about him
uncertainty.
anymore unless
It was
someone
a fine
asks.
sermon.
Don't wonder
It
what
was
he'd
not
think
the
of my
sermon
life
that place
now.
needed,
Don't care
but
if
it
dying
was
with
the sermon
regrets
a
about
man
me
could
made
give
his
when he
last
didn't know
days
the full
harder.
weight of what had
I'm
happened
just
in that
here,
room.
fully
I
present
sat
in
there
my own
and
life,
felt the absence of
grateful for
everything that had
everything
made
that
that
led me
sanctuary
here.
feel like
And
mine.
to anyone reading
the
this
choir
who's
that
still
Sister
processing
Carolyn,
their own
Marcus's
betrayal,
mother,
their own Marcus,
had sung in for 20
their own
years.
journey from broken
The
to
particular
whole.
way the light
I'm here to
came
tell
through
you
the
that you'll
side
get here
windows
too,
in the morning,
to
the
this
sense
place
of continuity
genuine
and
indifference,
rootedness
of real
that I had
peace,
carried
of
into
complete
every
freedom.
corner of my
It
adult
takes
life.
time and work
I
and
stayed
choosing
through the whole
yourself over and
service.
over, but
I
you'll
hugged
get
a few
here,
people who
and when
approached
you do
me,
look back and
people
be
who didn't
so
know the full
grateful you
story,
left.
and were
So
glad to
proud
see a
of who you
familiar
became.
face.
So clear
I did
that
not break down.
everything happened
I
exactly
did not
as
make
it needed
anything
to.
harder for
That's
anyone.
my truth,
And
my
when the last
testimony,
song finished,
my promise,
I picked
and
up my
I'm living
purse,
it every
walked
single
back
day,
down that aisle
free
for the
and
last
happy,
time,
and
and
so
went
far
home.
removed from
The
who I was
divorce
in
was
that
filed
hotel
4
hallway
months
that she
after
feels
that
like
Wednesday
a
night.
stranger I once
Marcus
knew who
and I
needed
had
help I'm
attempted
now
a few
qualified to
sessions with a
give.
marriage
This is
counselor
victory.
during that period.
This is healing.
A woman
This is
named
what happens
Dr.
when you
Anita
survive
Pearson,
something
whose
that tried to
office was
destroy you you and you use it as fuel to become indestructible.
For asking the exact
and
question
that
neither person in the room wanted to answer.
Parts, especially
I think under
the
different
parts,
circumstances,
because
she
they
might
made
have
me who I
helped
am.
us.
And
But circumstances were what they
more
were.
than enough. Exactly
Every session
enough.
kept
and
returning to the
that's
same
lesson
question.
Marcus never learned,
Whether
but I
Marcus
did.
was capable
and
of the
that's why
kind
I'm
of
here,
radical
and
honesty
he's gone.
that rebuilding
and
would
that's
have
how
required.
This story ends.
Not honesty
with me
about
still
what had
standing,
happened.
Still
He
loving,
could do that when pressed.
Still living, and
but honesty
that's
about
everything.
who he was and why
I
he had
thought
made
seeing
the
Marcus
choices
on
he
his
made.
deathbed would
That
be the
deeper
final
kind of honesty,
punctuation mark on that
the kind that
chapter.
requires you
But
to look at
closure
yourself
doesn't work
without
like
flinching.
That. It
kept
keeps
eluding
unfolding
him.
in unexpected
He would get close
ways.
and then retreat.
And the latest
would
unfoldment
touch the
came in
truth
the
and
form
then
of
pull
a
back
box
into
that arrived
explanation.
at my office 6
I don't say that
months
with
after
contempt.
his death.
I say it with a
Alana had sent
sadness
it with
that
a
I
note
still
that
carry,
said he left
because I think
instructions for these
Marcus
to be
is
given to you
genuinely
after
not
he
a bad
passed.
man.
I debated
think he is a
them,
man who
but
wanted
I
things
think
he hadn't
right
earned,
that you should have
found
them,
a shortcut,
and inside
told
were those
himself
letters.
enough stories
Decades
to justify
worth of unsent
That
letters
is a
Marcus
very human failure.
had written to me over the
It
years.
is not a failure I can
sat
build
in
a
my
life
office
on,
staring
but
at that
it is
box
a
for
human
20
one.
minutes before
The
I could
difference
even
matters
open
to
it.
me,
And
even
when
now.
I finally did,
We
I
divided
found
the
them
house,
organized by
the accounts,
year,
and the
meticulously
accumulated
dated,
material of
some
11
typed,
years
some
with a
handwritten,
thoroughness that felt
all of them
almost
addressed
clinical.
to me, but never
Our
mailed,
lawyers handled
never
most
sent.
of it. We
Just
were in the
written
same
and
room
stored like
only twice
confessions
during
he
the
couldn't
divorce
quite
process,
bring himself to
and
deliver.
both times we were
I took
largely
the box
quiet,
home and told James
communicating
about
through
it,
paperwork
and he asked
the
if I was
occasional
going to read
brief,
them,
direct
and I said I didn't
exchange.
know.
He looked
Wasn't
tired.
sure I wanted to give
I
Marcus
imagine I
access
did
to my
too.
head again after
We had
all
both
these
been
years.
carrying something
Wasn't
heavy
sure
for a
what
long
reading
time.
his version of our
Just
story
different
would
things,
do to the piece
and the weight
I'd
of it
worked
had
so
settled
hard
into
to
both
build.
of our faces.
But curiosity
the last
won
thing
eventually,
he said to me directly,
the way it always
on the
does,
day we signed
and
the
one
final
night when
papers,
James was traveling
that
for
he was
work
sorry,
and the kids were
not
busy
for
with
getting
their
caught.
own lives.
He'd already
I
said
poured
that
myself
version.
a glass of
This
wine,
was a different
sat
story,
on my back porch,
quieter and more
opened the
specific.
first letter dated
He
3
said
months
he was sorry for
after
letting
our
his
divorce
ambitions
was
turn him
finalized.
into someone he
It was
didn't want to
angry,
be.
bitter,
That the
full of
wanting had
blame
gotten
directed
ahead
at
of
me
his
for not
judgment,
giving him
and
another
he
chance,
had made choices
for
that
not
cost him the
understanding
thing
that
that mattered
everyone
most.
makes mistakes.
I looked
for
at him
being
for a
too
moment,
proud to
then
forgive.
said,
And I
hope
almost
you
stopped
figure out who
reading
you
right
wanna
there
be.
because this
And I
was
meant
the
it.
Marcus I remember.
Not generously, not
the
warmly,
one who couldn't
but
take
honestly.
accountability.
Because the
But I
alternative,
kept going,
hoping
moved
he
through
stayed
the years
broken,
chronologically,
would have required me
and
to
watched
keep
his
carrying
tone shift
something
as
that
time
wasn't mine to
passed
hold.
and therapy
Tamara
presumably
and I did
kicked
not
in.
have a formal
Watched him move
conversation
from
about any
anger
of
to
it.
bargaining to
We
depression
were not
to
in
something
contact after that
resembling
night.
acceptance.
The connection
Watched
between
him
us,
document
which
his
had been
own
real
unraveling
and
in
warm
real time.
and had its own
There was a
history
letter
separate
from
from
the
my
year
marriage,
he lost his
closed
second
like
marriage,
a door that locks
raw
from the
and broken.
inside.
Admitting
I have thought
that
about
he
her more
cheated
than I
again,
expected to.
that he couldn't
Not
seem
with
to stop
anger,
himself,
though the anger
that
was there
watching
for a
another
while,
woman leave
but
him
with
the
a
way I
kind
had
of
finally
mournful
made him
curiosity.
understand that
I
he
wonder
was
what
the
she
problem.
told herself during
Not
those
all these
14
women
months.
who kept walking away.
I wonder how she sat
There was a
across
letter
from me
from
at
the
my
year
kitchen
Alana
table,
was born,
talked about her
talking
life
about how
and asked
terrified
about
he was
mine,
that he'd mess
and
up this
maintained the
innocent
surface
life
of
the
our
way he'd
friendship
messed
while
up
holding
everything
something
else.
underneath
How
it
he
that
looked
would
at
have
his
broken
daughter
everything.
and saw my face
I
in
wonder
his
if she
mind.
felt relief when it was
Wondered
over,
what our
the
kids
way
would have
Marcus
looked like
did.
if he hadn't
I
destroyed
wonder if
that
she feels the
possibility.
loss of what we were
There
the
were
way I
letters
do.
from random
I will
years
probably never
documenting
know the
random
answers to
moments.
any of those questions,
Seeing me at that restaurant
and I've made
with
a kind of
James,
peace with that
hearing
uncertainty.
through mutual friends
Sister
that
Renee
I'd gotten
and I did
remarried,
eventually talk.
finding out I
About
had kids.
3 months after
Each
Pastor
milestone in my
Drummond's
life
resignation,
apparently triggering
she reached
some
out
kind
to me
of
and
crisis in
asked
his.
if we could meet.
Some reminder
We went
of what
to a restaurant
he'd
in
lost.
Buckhead.
The later
neutral
letters were
ground,
different,
somewhere
more
neither of
contemplative,
us had been with
less
our
about me
husbands,
specifically
and we
and
sat
more
for
about
3
his own
hours
patterns,
over food
his
we
own
barely
demons.
touched.
The work
Talking
he was
with
finally
Uranus,
doing
I
in
hadn't
therapy to
expected
understand
and
why
haven't
he'd
forgotten.
sabotaged every
She
good
told
thing.
me things she hadn't
And
told
I found
anyone
myself
else.
feeling something
I
I
told
never
her things
expected.
I'd been holding
Gratitude
alone.
that he'd
We
finally
cried,
figured it
both
out,
of us,
even if it was
which I
too
think
late.
surprised us
There was a
both.
letter from
We
5
were
years
not the
ago
type,
where he wrote
either
about
of us,
seeing my
to cry
daughter's
in
photo
public.
on social media.
But something about
how
being in the
beautiful she
presence of
was,
someone who
how much she
understood
looked
the
like me,
specific quality
and
of
he
what
said,
we'd
I
both
hope
been
she
through
never
made the
meets someone
usual
like me.
containment feel
I hope you've taught her
unnecessary.
to recognize
Renee
red flags
is a
and run.
remarkable woman.
I hope
I
she
want
has
to say that
standards you've had
clearly.
to learn the hard way.
She had been married to
That
a
one made
man
me
for
cry.
23 years,
Not sad tears,
had raised
but
3
something
children
more
with
complicated.
him, had built an
Acknowledgement
entire
that
identity
even
as a
broken people
pastor's
can want
wife
better
in a
for the
community
next
where that
generation,
identity came
can
with
recognize
significant
their own
expectations
toxicity
and significant
hope it doesn't
visibility.
spread.
And
And
had
I
all of it
appreciated
dismantled
that
in a
glimpse of
Sunday
awareness,
afternoon
even if it came
conversation with her
decades late.
husband's affair
The
partner.
final letter was
The
dated a
grace
month
she brought
before
to
he
that
died,
dismantling was
written in
not
shaky
passive
handwriting
or
that
resigned.
showed his declining
It was
health.
active and
it
hard
said,
one,
I'm not
and
asking
it cost
for
her
forgiveness.
something I don't think
know
she'll
I don't
ever
deserve
fully
it.
get back.
I just wanted you
But
to
she
know that
carried
you were right
herself
about
with a
everything.
dignity that I found
that leaving
genuinely
me was the
inspiring.
smartest thing you
Not
ever
in a
did.
performance
That
way.
I hope these letters
but
help
in the
you
quiet
understand
way
it
of
was
someone
never
who has
about you.
decided who they're
He
going to
wrote,
be on the
"You are
other
perfect.
side of something
You loved me
terrible and
completely,
is doing the
and I
daily work
destroyed it because I was broken in ways I didn't understand.
She filed for divorce about 2 months after I did.
And you
Their settlement was
so much better than what I gave you.
Complicated than mine.
I'm glad you found
Given
it
the
with
length
someone
of the marriage,
worthy.
the shared
I sat there with
assets,
that final
and the
letter
children,
for a long time,
one of whom was still
watching
in high
the sun
school.
set over my
She
backyard,
handled it.
thinking
She
about the
always
man who
handles
wrote
it.
these words.
I found my
the
new
journey
church on a
he'd taken
Sunday
from
morning
anger
about
to
13
acceptance.
months after I
The
walked
fact
out
that
of greater
he carried me
anointing
with him
for the
in
last
some way
time.
for 25
a
years,
colleague at work
even
had
though I
mentioned it
moved
in
on
passing.
completely.
One of those
James
conversations
came home the
where
next
someone
day
says
and
something
found me on the
offhand
couch,
and it
surrounded by
lodges in your
letters,
brain for
and
weeks.
I told him I'd
The church
read them
was in a
all,
converted space
every
in East
single
Atlanta,
one. And he asked
a neighborhood
how I felt,
I didn't
and I
spend
said,
much time
sad
in,
for him mostly.
and it was smaller
Grateful
than
it wasn't
anything
me.
I'd been part
Sad
of since
that Marcus
childhood.
had spent
Maybe
decades
150
writing letters
people
to a
on a
ghost,
full
to
Sunday.
a version of me
No no
had
cameras,
moved on and built
no
a
live
life
stream,
he wasn't part of.
no merchandise
Grateful
table,
that my life was
just a
real
room,
and full
some
while
chairs,
his had apparently
and a
been
praise
stuck
team that
in this
played
loop
with
of
more
regret
feeling than
and
flesh.
self-destruction.
The pastor was
I
a woman
thought about
named
burning the
Reverend
letters,
Gloria
some
Osei.
dramatic gesture
She was
of
in her
letting
early
go,
60s,
but that felt
Ghanaian
performative
American,
and unnecessary.
and she preached like
So
someone
I just
who had
put them
earned
back in
every
the box,
word she was
put
saying.
the box in the attic,
Not through
and moved
performance
on
or
with my
polish,
day because
but
Marcus's
through a
words
quality of
couldn't touch me
conviction that you
anymore.
either have or
Couldn't
you don't.
change my story,
And she
couldn't
had it in
rewrite
abundance.
what actually happened.
Her sermons had a
Zara
directness
found out
that
about
I
the
wasn't
letters
used
somehow.
to. A way
Probably
of naming
Alana
things
mentioned
plainly
them,
without
and
cruelty.
she asked if she could
that
read
made
them
me feel
someday,
more seen
and
in
I
that
said
small
maybe when
room
she's
than I had
older.
in 11 years
When she can
in a much
understand
larger
the
one.
complexity of
The
human
first
nature
Sunday
without
I
it
sat in her
damaging her view of
congregation.
love and
She was
relationships.
preaching about witness.
I told her, your
about the
father
difference
and I have
between
something
being a witness
real
to
and
truth
healthy.
and being
What
a
I had with
keeper of
Marcus
someone
was a
else's
cautionary
secrets.
tale.
She
And
talked
I
about
don't want
how
you reading those
silence
letters
can be a
and thinking
form of
that's what love
complicity,
looks like.
and how the
And
hardest
she
thing is
understood.
often not
Said
speaking
she'd
up to
trust my
outsiders,
judgment on when
but
the time
being
was
honest
right.
within the
The
walls
letters
of your
confirmed
own
what I
closest
already knew,
relationships.
but it was
I
validating
sat
to
there
see
with
it
my
written in
hands
his own
folded
hand,
in my lap
that the
and
cheating
felt
had nothing
something
to do
I
with
hadn't felt
me,
in a long
that
time,
I could have been
which
anyone,
was that I was
and
in the
he
right
still
place.
would have sabotaged
That
it.
the words
That
being
his
spoken
demons
were
were his
reaching
alone
something
to
in me
wrestle
that
with.
had been unreachable for
I
a
went
while.
back to the shelter the
After
next
the
week
service,
and told some
she
of
was
the women
greeting
about the
people at
letters,
the door,
about
and when I
Marcus's
came
deathbed
through,
confessions.
she looked at me
and
with
they
the
had
kind of
so many
directness
questions.
that doesn't feel intrusive,
Wanted to know if it
but
gave
lets
me
you know
closure,
you've been
if
seen.
it changed how I
She
felt,
said, I
if I
haven't seen you
regretted
here
anything.
before.
I told them
her
it
it was
didn't
my
change
first
anything
Sunday.
because I'd
She
already
said,
done
"Come
my
back."
healing,
Not as a
already
command
understood
or a sales
intellectually
pitch.
what the letters
Just an
confirmed
invitation,
emotionally.
simple
and the
and
only
warm,
thing I
from
regretted was
someone
not
who meant
leaving
it.
sooner.
I did
not
come
trusting
back.
myself
I
faster.
came back the following
not
Sunday,
recognizing the
then
red
the one
flags
after that,
I spent
and
years
then the one
explaining
after that.
away.
The
One
community
woman
I
asked
found in
if
that
I thought
smaller
Marcus
space
had
was
really
different from what I'd had
if
at
his
greater
growth
anointing.
was genuine or
Not
just the
necessarily
result
better
of
in
facing
every
mortality.
way, but
And
more
I
honest
said,
in the
I
ways
think
that
he
had
did the
come
work
to matter
eventually,
most to
but
me.
it was too late.
People talked
He'd
about their
already burned
struggles
too
without
many
dressing
bridges,
them up.
hurt too
The
many
prayer
people,
requests were
wasted
specific
too
and
much
real.
time.
There was
I
no
said,
performance
that's the
layer
thing about
between
doing
the
the work
congregation
late. You
and
gain
the worship.
awareness, but
No
you can't
sense
undo
that
the
you needed
damage.
to present a
You
certain version of
understand why you
yourself
were the
to
way you
belong.
were, but
I had
everyone
not
you hurt has
realized how
already
much of my
moved on,
energy at greater
and you're left
anointing
with
had gone
nothing
into
but
maintaining
regrets
that
and what
presentation
ifs.
until I
That
was
seemed to
somewhere
resonate
that
with
didn't
them.
require it.
This idea that
My life
timing
in the year
matters,
and a half
that you
since
can't
the
just
divorce
wake up
has been
one day
quieter than the
after
life I had
decades of
before.
bad behavior
And I mean that
expect
as neither
everything to be
complaint
fixed.
nor boast, just
That some things
observation.
once broken
I
can't
live
be
alone in
repaired
a
no
smaller
matter how
apartment in
much therapy
Kirkwood
you
that I
do.
chose specifically
James and I
because
talked
it had
about the
nothing
letters
to do
more
with
over
my
the next
marriage.
few weeks.
No shared history in
Processing
the
what it
walls.
meant that Marcus
No
had
furniture
carried
that
this
had
torch
belonged
for
to
so
us rather
long
than
while I
just to me.
completely moved on.
I bought things I
and
liked.
James said, it's
I
almost
painted
sad
the bedroom
how
a
uneven
color
it was.
Marcus would have
You
vetoed.
living your life
I
and
started
him
cooking in
stuck
a way
the
I
past.
hadn't since before
I
we bought
agreed,
that
but
house.
also said
Trying
that's what
recipes
happens when you
I'd
don't do
always
the
been
work.
curious about
When you
and
don't
eating
heal
dinner at
properly,
odd hours
you
because
get
I
stuck
could.
in loops replaying
Small
the
freedoms.
same patterns.
The kind
and
that
I'm
only
grateful I
feels
broke that
significant
cycle
when
when
you've
I did.
spent time without
We were
them.
lying in bed one
I
night
still
and
talk
James
to my
said,
mother,
do you think
my
you would have
cousin
ended up with
Danielle,
me if
and a
Marcus
handful
hadn't
of friends
cheated?
who were
And I
mine
thought
before
about
the
it
marriage
and said
and are still
eventually
mine
yes,
after it.
because
I
even if he
eventually
hadn't
told them
cheated,
the
he
whole
was the wrong
story.
person.
Not
I would have
immediately,
figured that
and
out
not all
somehow.
at once, but
Maybe
over
it would have
time,
taken longer,
as I
but
found
I would have
language
gotten
for
there.
its different parts.
He said, I'm
My
grateful
mother,
for however
to her
it
credit,
happened.
did not say,
Grateful
I
you were
told
free
you
when I
so,
met you.
though she had,
Grateful
in fact,
every day
told
that
me a
Marcus
version of
was
it.
too stupid
Having
to
sensed
appreciate
something
what
off
he
about
had,
Marcus in
and I
ways
kissed
she
him
mentioned
and said,
carefully
his loss
and
was your gain,
diplomatically over
and
the
I'm the
years.
real winner
She
because
just
I got
listened,
you.
then drove
Alana
from her
called
house
around the
in
1
Stone
year
Mountain to
anniversary
my
of
apartment
Marcus's
in
death
Kirkwood
and asked
and
how
sat
I was
with me
doing,
for a weekend.
if the letters had
We watched
helped
old
or hurt,
movies.
and
She
I
made
told
food
her
I'd
they'd
grown
done
up
neither
eating,
really.
and we
Just
didn't talk about
confirmed what I
Marcus
already
or
knew.
the church for most
most of it.
Gave me a window into her father's mind.
It was exactly what I needed.
But didn't change my story.
By more than one person whether I regret the marriage,
Marcus had left
whether I would go
copies for her,
back and choose
and it was
differently if I
helping her
could.
understand him
I've
better,
thought about that question
helping her
seriously
process her
rather than
complicated
dismissively
grief about a
because
father
it deserves
who
a
loved
serious
her,
answer.
but couldn't quite
And
show up for
what
her
I've
the way
arrived
she
at is
needed.
this.
I
don't
told
regret
her
the
you
love
can
I
love
brought to that
someone
marriage.
and still acknowledge
I don't
they
regret
failed
the
you.
effort, the
You can grieve
faithfulness,
them
or
and
the
still be
years
angry
of
at
genuine
them.
partnership
Healing
that existed
isn't linear,
before the
and it
drift
doesn't
set in.
require you to forgive
I don't
everything.
even fully regret the
And
fact
she
that it
thanked me
ended
for giving her
because the
permission to
ending,
feel multiple
as
things at
devastating
once.
as it was,
She's
was
doing
also
well
a
now,
kind of
engaged to
clearing.
someone who
It
treats her
removed
right,
things that
and
had
she
long
told me,
blocked my
I
view
think
of
about your
myself.
story when I'm with
And
him,
what I
about
see
how
now
you
in
need
the
to
space
leave,
they
about
occupied
how
is
you
something I
rebuilt,
value
and
more
it
than the
helps me
comfortable
recognize green
blindness
flags
I was living
because
in.
I grew up
What I
seeing
do
so
regret
many
is
red
the
ones.
years I spent
That made
ignoring
me
my
so
own instincts
happy,
in deference
knowing
to
that
other
my
people's
story was
voices.
helping her build
My
something
mother's
better.
wisdom about
That Marcus's
trust,
daughter
my
was
grandmother's
breaking the
advice
cycle,
about giving
that
men
maybe
room to
something
breathe,
good could come from
the
all that
collective
pain
female
after all.
wisdom of my
I'm
family
60
that was
now,
well-intentioned
been writing
and
this story for
sometimes
what feels
accurate,
like
and
forever,
also, in
and
this
I
case,
realize it's not really
was
a story
framework
about
I
Marcus
used to
at
talk
all.
myself out of
It's
things
a story
I needed
about
to
me,
pay attention
about
to.
becoming someone
I don't
who
blame
couldn't be
those women.
destroyed by betrayal.
I don't blame the tradition.
About building a life
I blame
so
the way
good
I
that the
applied
past
it
becomes
as a reason
irrelevant.
not to see,
Marcus
rather than
is
as
gone.
a foundation
His
for
letters
seeing
are in my
clearly.
attic.
His
That's
daughter
a distinction
is thriving,
I carry with me
and
now,
I'm here with
and it
James
shows up in
planning
every
our 30th
relationship
anniversary
I have.
trip,
Every
watching our
context where I'm
grandkids
tempted
grow up,
to look away from
mentoring
something
the next
that deserves
generation
my
of
attention.
women who need to hear
I
that
ran into
survival is
Marcus's
possible.
mother, Miss
Zara
Carolyn,
has a daughter
about
now,
6
my
months
first
after the
grandchild,
divorce was
named her
finalized.
Maya.
We were
And
both at a
watching her
grocery
hold that
store in
baby
College
made me
Park,
so
and
emotional
she saw me
because
first.
this is the legacy
I
that
watched her
matters.
decide to
3
approach
generations
me.
of
I could
women
see it in
who
the
know
way
their
she
worth,
stopped and
who
steadied
won't
herself,
settle, who
and
will
I
choose
stood
themselves
still
when they
and
need
let her
to.
come.
I
She
told
looked
Zara,
older.
Maya will never
She took
know
my
Marcus.
hand in both of
She'll
hers,
never know
and
that
she
part of your
said,
history.
"I'm so
She'll
sorry,
just grow
baby."
up knowing she
And
comes
I
from a
believed
line
her.
of strong women
Miss Carolyn
who don't
is not a
tolerate
woman who
disrespect.
apologizes
And
on
Zara
behalf
said,
of
exactly.
other people as a deflection.
That's the point.
She
We
was
don't pass down
apologizing
the
for her
trauma.
own grief,
We
for
pass
the
down the
loss of
strength.
what she'd hoped her
Miles
son's
is getting
life would
married
be,
next spring
for the
to a
gap
wonderful
between the
woman
man
who
she'd
reminds
raised
me of
and the
myself at
man
that
he'd
age,
shown
full of
himself to
hope
be.
and standards
I
and no
squeezed her
willingness
hand
to
and told
compromise
her I
either.
was okay.
And I'm
She
so
said,
proud
"I
of the
know
man
you
he's
are."
become.
We stood there
So
a moment
grateful
longer
he
than a
learned what
grocery
love
store
looks like by
parking lot
watching
required.
James and me.
Then went our
My
separate
career
ways.
is winding down.
It was one of the
Thinking
more
about full
dignified
retirement
endings to
in a
something
few years,
painful that I've
and when
experienced,
people ask
and
what I'm most
grateful
proud of,
for
I
it.
don't talk about
Pastor
the promotions
Drummond,
or the
I
accomplishments.
understand that you
I
relocated
talk about
to another
leaving
city,
Marcus, about
whether
choosing
he's found
myself,
another congregation,
about building
another
something
platform,
real from the rubble.
another community
That's my
willing to
greatest
restore him
achievement,
to a position
not my
of
professional
spiritual
success
authority.
or my beautiful
I genuinely
family,
don't know.
though those are wonderful.
I don't follow his movements.
But the simple act
What
of
I do
walking
know
away
is
when
that the
staying would have been
accountability
easier,
he faced
of
in
trusting
Atlanta was
myself
largely
when everyone had
informal rather than
opinions,
institutional,
of rebuilding
which is
when it
both
would have been
typical
simpler to
and
stay broken.
deeply unsatisfying.
The letters are still
the
in the
church
attic.
protected its
Haven't looked at them
reputation
since
as
that
long
first
as it
reading,
could,
and
then
I
moved
probably
on,
never
as
will again.
institutions
They
do.
served their purpose.
The people most
Confirmed
directly
what
harmed
needed
by what he did
confirming,
had to find
and
their
now they're
own
just
way to the
paper
other
in a
side,
box gathering
with
dust
little
while
help
I'm
from the
down here
structures
living.
that were supposed
Living
to hold
fully,
him accountable.
loving deeply,
That is not a
laughing
unique
often,
story in religious
choosing
communities,
joy every
and
single
that fact
day,
doesn't
and
make
that's
it
the
less
ultimate
true
revenge,
or less painful.
Though I'm not trying to get
Renee is
revenge
doing
anymore.
well, as we last
I'm just
spoke.
trying to live well.
She's doing some
and
consulting
it turns out
work,
living well
which
is
she'd
its
been
own
wanting to
reward.
do for years.
I think about
but had
that
set
woman
aside
standing
to
outside
support her
room
husband's ministry.
804 sometimes.
Her kids are
26
adjusting
years
in the way
ago
kids
now,
adjust,
heart-pounding,
which is to say
world about to
unevenly
implode.
and with a lot
And
of
I want
help
to tell
from their
her,
mother.
you're about to have the worst
She
day of your
mentioned
life,
she'd started
and it's
attending
going
a
to
smaller
save you.
church, which
It's going
made
to
me
crack
smile.
you open so the light
Something
can get
about
in.
both of us
It's going to
landing in
destroy
smaller,
you and
quieter
remake
places
you into
after
someone
years of the
incredible.
large and
I
the
want to tell
prominent
her,
felt
trust
right.
yourself.
Like we
Choose
both
yourself.
learned something
Don't
about
look
what
back,
actually
and in
sustains you
26
versus
years,
what
you'll be
looks like it
exactly
should.
where you're supposed
People
to be.
ask me about
happy
faith,
beyond measure,
whether what happened
grateful
broke it,
for everything,
whether I
including
still
this
believe in
moment
the church
that
as
feels
an
like it might
institution,
kill you.
whether the
But
betrayal
I can't
of a
go
man
back.
who was
None of
supposed
us
to
can.
represent
All we
something
can do is
sacred
keep
destroyed
moving
my
forward,
relationship
keep
with
choosing
that thing.
ourselves,
And the
keep
honest
building
answer
lives
is that
we're
my
proud
faith
of,
is intact,
and hope that
though
our
it looks
stories
different
help
than it
someone
did.
else find
It
the
is
courage
quieter.
to do the same.
It is less
That's
dependent
what
on
this story has
institutional
always
validation.
been about.
It is
Not
less
Marcus's
likely to
betrayal,
accept someone's
but my survival.
spiritual authority
Not what he
at
did to
face
me, but what I
value
did
and
for
more
myself
interested in
after.
the evidence
Not
of
the
how they
breaking,
actually
but the
live.
rebuilding.
It
And
has,
that's
in
the
some
story
ways,
I'm still
become more
living every
personal
day.
and more durable
Marcus wrote
precisely
letters for
because
25
it
years,
is no
trying to
longer
make
being
sense
held
of
up
what
by
he'd
structures
lost,
I've had
trying
to stop
apologize
trusting.
for what he'd
What
done,
I believe now
trying
is
to find
simpler
peace
than what
with
I
his
believed
choices,
before,
and all of
I
that
think
energy
simpler
could
is
have gone
closer
into
to
being
the
better,
truth.
doing better.
I believe in
choosing
showing
better.
up honestly,
But that was his
I believe
journey,
in paying
not
attention
mine.
to what the people
Mine was about
closest
letting
to
go
you are
completely,
actually doing
about
rather than
moving
what they're
forward
saying.
without looking back.
I believe that
about
love
building
is not
something
naivete.
so good that the
Trust
past
is not
becomes
passivity,
nothing more
and
than a
faith
distant
is
memory
not
of
the
who I
same
used
as
to be
looking away.
before I found myself.
I believe that the
And I
hardest
did
lessons
find
tend to be
myself,
the most
found
permanent
strength I
ones,
didn't know I had,
and that the clearing
found
that happens
standards
after
I'd been taught to
devastation,
compromise,
as
found
brutal
a
as
voice
the
I'd been
clearing
taught to
process
quiet,
is,
found
makes
everything
room for
I
things
needed
that
to
couldn't
not
grow
just
in the
survive,
shade
but
of what was
thrive.
there before.
I'm 60
I am
years
31
old.
years old.
Marcus has been
I
dead
live in
for
an
over a
apartment
year.
I like,
His
in a
letters are
neighborhood I've
collecting
come to
dust.
love.
And I'm
I have a
planning
job
trips
I'm
with
good
my
at
husband,
and that I find meaningful.
spoiling healing my grandkids,
I have friends who are
mentoring
real,
young women,
an honest community,
living a life
and
that
a faith that I
every
have
single
actually
day
examined
that
rather
leaving
than
was the
just
right
inherited.
That's the
I have
end
a
of the
cleaner
story,
relationship
the
with
real
my own
end.
instincts than
Not
I have
because
had at
there's
any
nothing
other
left to
point in my
say,
adult
but
life.
because I've said
And I have a
everything that
capacity for
matters.
solitude
Because
that I had
Marcus
never
is
developed
finally
before,
and
that I think is one of the
irrelevant.
most underrated
Because my
forms
life
of strength
is
a
full
person
and
can
his is
have,
over, and those
the
two
ability
facts
to be
are
alone with
completely
yourself
unrelated
without
now.
filling the silence
I
with
won,
noise.
not because he
I
died,
am not finished
but
being
because
affected
I lived,
by what happened.
really lived.
I don't think you're
fully
ever
and
finished,
completely
not
and
really.
without reservation.
It shows up in
and that's
unexpected
the only
moments.
victory that ever
In the
mattered.
way, I
This is my
sometimes catch
story,
myself
my
in a
truth,
new
my life,
relationship
and
or
I'm
friendship,
sharing it one last
looking
time
for the
so
frequency
someone out there
drift
knows that
before it
survival
becomes
is
a problem.
possible. that
In the
happiness
way,
is real.
I'll hear a certain
that
kind of
is
gospel
sometimes
music
the bravest
and feel a
and
complicated
best thing
mixture
you'll
of
ever do.
love
Walk
and
away.
loss that I can't
Choose
fully
yourself.
untangle.
Trust the process.
In the way,
and
I sometimes
promise
dream
you'll
about
end
that
up somewhere
hallway in the
beautiful.
Marriott and
Somewhere
wake
you
up with
can't
the
even
same
imagine right
combination
now
of
when you're
dread
in the
and
thick of it.
clarity I felt
Somewhere that
standing
makes
outside
every
that door.
painful moment
But
worth it.
I am not defined
That's
by
my
it either.
promise.
That
My
is the line
testimony,
I have
my
worked
truth,
hardest to
and
walk.
I'm living proof
To let
every
what happened
single
be
day
part
that
of my
it's
story
possible to
without
not
letting
just
it be the
survive
whole of it.
betrayal,
To
but
carry
use
the
it as
knowledge,
the foundation
it gave
for
me
something
without carrying the
extraordinary.
wound of it in a way
Marcus
that
is gone.
closes me off
I'm
to
still
what
here,
comes next.
and that's exactly
What comes
how
next,
the story
I don't
was
know yet.
always meant to
That
end.
is not a sad
I
admission.
thought Marcus's death
It is an
and those
honest
letters
one.
would be the
And
absolute
after
final
years
word.
of filling in that
Thought there was
uncertainty with
nothing left to
assumptions,
uncover
deference,
or process
and the
or
voices of
understand.
other people's wisdom,
But life keeps
I
teaching
find
me
not
that
knowing to be
closure
one of the
is
most
never
honest
as simple
things I can
as we
say.
want it to be.
I'm standing.
And the latest lesson
I'm clear.
came just
I
last
am
month in a
in
way
ways
that
I couldn't have
completely
predicted when I was
blindsided me.
23 years
I was
old
at a
in a
women's
white dress
leadership
in that
conference in
sanctuary,
Miami, giving
more
a
fully
keynote
myself
about
than I have ever
resilience
been.
and reinvention.
And that is
when
nothing.
a woman approached me
That
during the
is, in
networking
fact,
session
everything.
and said, "You don't
The
know me,
end.
but I need
She
to talk
caught her
to you about
pastor
Marcus
in the hotel
Thompson."
room with her
And
sister-in-law.
I felt my stomach
I need you
drop
to
because
understand
I thought
something
I was
before
done
I
with
start.
this. Done
I am
with
not a
people from that
suspicious woman
chapter
by
emerging
nature.
from nowhere.
I never went through
She was
Marcus's
maybe
phone.
50,
Never
well-dressed,
questioned his
confident,
whereabouts,
and she
never
said,
demanded
"My name is
passwords
Diane.
or check-ins
I was
or any of
married to
that.
Marcus between
I was
his
raised to
first
believe
wife
that
and
trust
Alana's
was the
mother.
foundation of a
And
marriage.
I've been
And
following
if you
your
didn't
career
have
for
that,
years,
you didn't
trying
have
to work up the
anything
courage
worth
to
keeping.
reach out.
My mother
And
told
I
me that.
realized Marcus
My grandmother
had a whole
told
other
me that.
wife I'd never
The
known
women in
about.
my family
Another
built their
woman caught
entire
in his
identities
pattern.
around
We
being
found
the
a
kind of
quiet
wife
corner,
who didn't sweat the
and
small
she
stuff,
told me her story.
who gave her husband
Married
room
him
to
3
breathe,
years after our
who
divorce.
kept the home steady
Left him
and
2
the
years
faith strong.
later when she caught him
I carried
cheating.
that into my
And
marriage
she
as
said,
if it were
"I've
scripture.
read interviews where
And
you've
for a
talked
long
about your
time,
divorce.
I thought it was
and
working.
I need you to know you
Marcus
weren't alone."
Webb came into my life
He did the
when
same
I was
thing to
22
me,
years old,
probably worse,
standing in
because
the
he
parking
learned how
lot
to
of
hide it
Greater
better.
Anointing Ministries
I felt
after a
this
Sunday
strange
morning
kinship with
service,
her.
arguing
this
with
woman
my
I'd
cousin
never met
Danielle
who'd
about
loved
whose
the
turn it was
same
to host
broken man,
Christmas dinner.
who discovered
He
the
walked
same
past
betrayal,
us, stopped,
who'd made
looked
the
at me,
same
and
choice
said,
to leave.
"I don't know what
and
the
I
argument
asked her
is
why
about,
she was
but
telling
I
me
hope
this
you
now
win."
after all these
That was
years.
it. That was
She
the
said,
whole introduction.
"Because I saw your keynote
I
topic,
laughed.
and I knew
Danielle
you'd
rolled her
understand.
eyes,
I've
and
spent
3
20
weeks
years
later,
building a life
Marcus
after him.
and I were having
Successful
coffee at a
career,
little spot
happy
on
remarriage,
Cascade Road,
everything you
talking
talked
for
about,
4 hours
but
like
I
we'd
still
known
carry
each other
shame
our
about
whole
how long
lives.
I stayed.
He was
about
25,
the red flags I
tall,
ignored,
clean-cut,
about
the kind of
believing
man
his
who
lies.
opened doors without
I
being
took her
asked
hand and said,
remembered
"We all
things you
stayed
mentioned
too
in
long.
passing
We all
3
ignored
conversations
red
ago."
flags.
He was
We all
thoughtful in a
believed
way that
lies
made you
because
think
we
someone
wanted
had
to
been
believe
raised
in the
right,
man we
and
thought we
he had
married.
been.
And
His
there's
mother,
no shame
Miss
in that.
Carolyn,
The
was
shame
one of
is
the
his
most
for being that
respected
man.
women in our
And
congregation.
she started crying right
His
there in the
father had
conference
passed
center.
when Marcus
We
was
talked
16,
for an hour, and
he
she told me
carried that
things about
grief with a
Marcus
quiet
I'd never
dignity
known.
that I found
Patterns
deeply
I'd
moving at the
recognized,
time.
but she'd
I
seen
thought it
evolve.
meant he
Lies
understood
that got
loss,
more
that he
sophisticated,
understood how fragile things
manipulation
were.
that got more subtle.
I thought it made him
and I
someone
realized
who would
he'd
never
spent
take
his
what he had
entire
for
adult
granted.
life perfecting
We dated
the art
for
of
2 years
betrayal.
and married when I
She
was
said,
23.
"I tried to find you
the
years
wedding
ago.
was held in the
Wanted to
same
warn you that he
sanctuary
was
where
still
we'd
talking
both
about
been
you.
baptized as
Still
children,
using your
and
relationship
there was
as the
something
gold
about that
standard he
symmetry that
measured
felt like a
everything
promise
against.
bigger than the
But
vows
I
themselves.
couldn't track you down,
My
and
father walked
eventually
me down
I
the
decided
aisle.
it wasn't my place.
Miss Carolyn cried
I
through
told
the
her about the
entire
letters,
ceremony.
about the deathbed
Pastor
visit,
Elijah
about
Drummond,
Alana,
who had
and
known
she
Marcus
said he has
since he
another
was a
daughter
teenager,
too, from a
officiated.
relationship
He
between
gave a
me
sermon
and
before the
Alana's
vows
mother.
that people in
He
our
was
church
terrible
still
to her
talk about.
too.
Something
Abandoned
about
her,
covenants
basically.
and sacred ground
She wants
and the way
nothing to
God
do with
sees
his memory.
marriages not as
And
contracts,
I realized
but
Marcus
as living
had
things that
left
have
a
to be
trail of
tended.
destruction
I
wider
remember
than I'd
standing at
ever
that altar
imagined.
thinking I had
We
never felt
exchanged
more
numbers
certain
and
about
promised to stay
anything
in
in my
touch.
life.
And when
For
I
the
got back
first
to my
several
hotel room, I
years,
called
the
James
marriage
and
was
told
good.
him everything.
Not
And he
perfect,
said,
because
"Baby,
nothing is,
how
but
many more
genuinely
versions
good."
of this story
We
are
bought
going
a house
to emerge.
in Adamsville.
And I said,
I was
don't
working
know,
as a
but
project
I'm done letting
manager
them
for a
affect me.
mid-size healthcare
But they did
company
affect
downtown.
me, not in
And
the crushing
Marcus
way
was
they would have
building
20
his
years
career
ago.
in commercial
But
real
in this
estate.
low-grade way
We
that
were
made
busy,
me question
but we made
if
time
I'd
for each
ever
other.
really known
We
Marcus at
traveled
all,
when we could.
if anyone
We
had.
had a standing date
Or
night on
if he was
Fridays.
just a collection of
we were
masks.
active in
He
the
showed
church,
different people
both of
at
us
different
serving on
times.
different ministry
I
teams.
couldn't stop thinking
and that
about
community
Diane,
was the backbone
about
of
this
our
other
social
woman
life
who'd
in a
lived
way
a
that
parallel
felt
version of my
healthy and
story.
grounding rather
And
than
I wondered
insular.
how many more there
The
were.
first time I noticed
How many
something
women
shift
Marcus
was about
had cycled
4 years
through.
into the marriage.
How many hearts
It
he'd
wasn't
broken
dramatic.
while writing letters
It wasn't
to me
an
about his
argument,
regrets.
a cold shoulder,
I reached out
or
to Alana
any of the
and
obvious
asked if
signs
she knew
people
about
talk
Diane,
about.
and she said
It was
yes,
more like a
that
frequency
she'd found
change.
evidence of
When a
multiple
radio
marriages
signal
and
drifts
relationships
slightly
her
off
father
station,
had hidden
you
from
keep
everyone.
reaching for the dial
that
to bring it back,
untangling his web
but
of
the
lies
sound
had
keeps
become
getting
a
fuzzy at
full-time
the
job
edges.
after his death.
Marcus was
She
present
said,
physically,
I'm
but
starting
starting to think I didn't know him
every
at
other
all,
way that mattered.
none of us did.
I chalked it up
that
to
he
work
was
stress.
so busy performing different versions of himself for different people,
and the
that there was
pressure was
no
visible.
real person underneath.
I gave him space.
And I told her
The
that
deal
might
closed.
be closer to the
Things
truth
got a
than
little
any
better.
of us wanted to
I
admit.
stopped paying attention
We talked
to the
about doing
frequency,
something together,
but that
the
drift
three of
never
us,
fully corrected
me and
itself.
Diane and Alana.
It would settle for
maybe
a few
writing
months,
a book or
and then
starting
I'd
a
feel it
podcast
again.
about
That subtle
narcissistic
pulling
patterns
away,
in relationships.
that quality of being
about
in the
how to
same room with
recognize
someone
and
who had
escape them.
already left.
But I wasn't
I
sure I
mentioned
wanted
it
to
to him
build a
once,
platform
maybe
around
8
Marcus,
months before
even if it could help
everything
people.
fell apart.
James
We
thought
were
it was
in the
a good
kitchen on
idea,
a
though.
Sunday
Said,
evening,
"You've been helping
and I
women
told him I
one-on-one
felt
for
like we were
decades.
losing something.
Maybe it's time to
like
scale
we were
that
becoming
impact.
roommates who
Use
went
your
to church
story
together
to reach thousands
instead of
instead of
husband
dozens.
and wife."
And I told
He
him I'd
listened.
think about it.
He nodded.
That I needed time
He
to
said I was
process
right
whether I
and
wanted
that
to
he
go
would do
public
better.
with everything.
And he did.
Zara
for
was
about
against
6
it.
weeks.
Said, "Mom,
Then the drift
you've
came
moved
back,
on.
and this
Why
time
drag
it brought
yourself
company.
back into that publicly?
He started spending
Why
more
give him
time
more
at
of
the
your
church.
energy?"
Not
And
just
she had a
Sundays,
point.
but
I had
multiple
moved on.
evenings a week.
My life was good.
Tuesday Bible
Did
study,
I really want
which
to
he'd
become known
attended
as the
off
woman
and
who'd
on
been
for
cheated
years,
on by a
became
serial
a
cheater?
non-negotiable
But
standing
Miles said,
commitment.
if it helps people,
Thursday
then
leadership
maybe it's
meetings
worth it.
that he'd never
Maybe that's
mentioned
how you
before
take
started
something
appearing
terrible
on his
and
calendar.
make it meaningful.
Saturday
And
morning
I
prayer calls
appreciated
that
his
seemed to
perspective.
stretch past
the
noon.
idea that sharing
I didn't
could be
question it at
service
first
rather than
because
dwelling.
the church had
I
always
met with
been
Diane
central
again
to our
a few
lives.
weeks later,
And
this
honestly,
time
I
intentionally.
told myself I
Just
should
the
be
two of
glad
us
he was
at a coffee
investing
shop
in
in
his
Atlanta,
spiritual growth
and we
instead of
compared
sitting
notes
at home
more
disconnected.
thoroughly.
I told
Timelines
myself
and
a
patterns
lot of
and
things
all
that
the
year.
ways Marcus
I was
had used
very
the same
creative with my
playbook on both of
explanations.
us.
What I
She
didn't
said
pay
he
close
told
enough
me the
attention
same
to was
things
the
he
way
probably
he started
told you,
guarding his
that
phone.
his ex-wife didn't
Marcus
understand
had never
him,
been
that
secretive
you were
about
too
his phone
rigid,
before.
too unforgiving.
We weren't the type to go
that if
through
you'd
each other's
just given
devices,
him another chance,
but we also
everything
weren't
would
the
have been
type to
different.
hide them.
And I
His
laughed
phone had
because
always
of course
just been
he
his
had.
phone,
Of
sitting on the
course,
counter.
he'd made me the
face
villain in
up,
his story.
no drama.
I told
But
her about
somewhere
finding
around
him in
7
that
months
hotel
before
room.
that
She told
night,
me about finding
I
texts
started
on his
noticing
phone,
that he'd flip
and
it
we
over
realized
whenever
we
I
both
walked
had
into
that
the room.
same moment of clarity.
That he'd take calls in
that
the garage.
same instant where
His screen
everything
brightness
clicked
was
and
always
we
set
knew we
to
had
the
to
lowest
leave.
level.
And that
I
shared
noticed.
experience felt
I filed
sacred
it away.
somehow.
I didn't
We
want to be
decided
the
to write the book
suspicious wife.
together, not
My
as a
mother's
tell-all
voice
about
in my
Marcus,
head, my
but as a
grandmother's
guide
voice,
for women
the
recognizing
voices of every
narcissistic
woman in my
patterns.
family who
With
had
our
ever told
stories
me that
as
a
case
man
studies
needed
showing
space
how the
and
same
trust.
tactics get
I
used
listened to
on
those
different
voices
victims,
instead of my own
how to spot
instincts,
them,
and I will
how to
carry the
escape.
weight of that choice for a
Alana
long
wanted
time.
to contribute too.
On Wednesday night,
wanted to
it
write
all
about what it's
collapsed,
like to be
as
the
it
daughter
often
of a
does.
narcissist.
I'd had a
to
long
love
day at
someone
work,
who's
back-to-back
fundamentally
meetings,
incapable of
ate lunch
healthy
at my
attachment.
desk, and
the
drove
three
home
of
in
us
that
started
particular
meeting
Atlanta
monthly
traffic
to work on
that
it.
makes you question
James was
every
supportive
life
but
decision
worried.
you've
He
ever
said,
made.
"Are you sure you want to do
Marcus
this?
was already
Are you
dressed
sure it won't
and
pull you
heading
back
out when
into
I walked in
darkness?
the door.
You've worked hard to
He
escape."
kissed me on the cheek,
and I
said he had a
promised him
late
I was
leadership
doing it from a
debrief at the
place of
church,
strength,
and
not
said
woundedness.
he'd be home by 10.
That I could tell the
I
story
kicked
without
off my
being
shoes,
consumed by it.
changed into
The
something
writing
comfortable,
process was
heated the
harder than I
leftovers in the
expected,
fridge,
though.
and
Not
was in bed by
emotionally,
9.
but logistically.
Watching a show
Trying to tell
I'd
the
already
truth
seen
without making
twice
it gratuitous,
because I was too
trying to
tired
be
to
helpful
invest
without
in
being
anything
preachy,
new.
trying to
My
honor
phone
our
rang
pain
at
while focusing on
9:47.
healing.
Unknown
Diane
number.
struggled more than I
Atlanta
did.
area code.
Her wounds were
I
older,
stared at it for
but
a
less
moment,
processed.
and then picked up because
she hadn't
something,
done as much
some instinct
therapy,
I hadn't learned
hadn't
to ignore
rebuilt
yet,
as completely,
told me to answer.
and I found
The
myself
woman on the
coaching
other
her
end
through
had a calm
panic
voice.
attacks and
The way
self-doubt
people are
and
calm
moments
when
where
they've
she
made a
wanted to
decision
quit.
they can't take
I
back.
realized that
She
healing
didn't
isn't
introduce
linear,
herself.
that even
She didn't
decades later
apologize
something
for
can trigger
calling.
you back to that
She
place
just
of raw
said,
pain.
"Is this Marcus
and I was
Webb's wife?"
grateful
And the
I'd
way
done
she
my
said
work early,
wife, with this
that I'd built a
particular weight
foundation
on it,
strong enough
made
to
my
withstand
stomach
these
drop
aftershocks.
before I'd even
Alana
processed
was the most
question.
raw of all of
I
us.
said yes.
Everything still
I
fresh
asked who
from
she
losing
was.
her father.
She said
from
her name didn't
discovering
matter,
he wasn't who
then
she
told
thought,
me my husband
from
wasn't at
processing that
any
her
church
entire
meeting.
childhood might
She
have
said
been
he was
based
at the
on
Marriott
lies.
Peachtree,
And I
room
held space for her
214,
grief
and
while
that he was
gently
not
pushing
alone.
us
all forward.
She said it
The
without
book took
drama,
2 years
without
to write.
emotion,
2 years
like
of dredging
she was
up
reading an
memories
address
I'd filed
off
away.
a piece of paper.
2 years of
And then
coordinating
she hung
with
up.
2 other women.
I
who
sat in
loved
my
the
bed
same
for
man
probably
at 4
4
full minutes.
2
without
years of
moving.
making peace
I
with
ran
sharing
through
my story
every
at the
rational
scale.
alternative
We
I could
found a
manufacture
publisher,
wrong number.
a woman-owned press
Someone
that
is playing a
specialized
game.
in memoirs
A
about
misunderstanding.
surviving toxic relationships.
A mix-up.
And they
Some
loved
woman
it.
with a grudge
Said it was
against a
exactly
different
what
Marcus
women
Webb
needed.
in a different
A
marriage with a
roadmap
different
out of
wife.
narcissistic
I
abuse
built those
written by
alternatives up
survivors
as high
who
as I
not just
could,
escaped,
and then
but
I watched
thrived.
them collapse on
The
their
book
own
came out
because
last
not one of
spring,
them could
got
hold the
some
weight of
attention,
what I'd heard in that
modest
woman's
success.
voice.
Nothing that
She
would
wasn't
make it a
making something
bestseller,
up,
but enough
she
that
knew
we knew
something,
we'd reached
and she
people
had
who needed
decided
it.
I should know
and
it
the
too.
emails started
I
coming
got
in
up.
almost
I
immediately.
got dressed.
Women
Not
writing to
slowly,
say they
not
recognize
dramatically,
themselves in
just
our stories,
mechanically.
thanking
The way
us
you
for
move when
putting
your brain
words
has
to
made a
patterns
decision,
they'd sensed,
and your
but
body is
couldn't name,
following orders
telling us
before
they'd
your
left
emotions have
because
had
of
a
what we'd
chance to
shared.
vote.
I grabbed my keys and my purse, and I drove to that Marriott. And I want to tell you that I was composed the whole way there.
I'm standing outside my own room, 804 right now. Your book in my hand.
Of that drive.
And I'm about to knock.
Something switched off inside me.
And I wanted you to know that your courage 28 years ago is giving me courage today. And I cried reading that.
Like I already knew what I was about to
had become someone else's
and the grief
permission.
of knowing it had arrived.
We did some book
before
events,
the proof.
The three of us
lobby
together,
of the Marriott was
and
bright
it was
and
powerful
quiet.
to stand
One
on
of those
stage
business
with Diane
travel
and
hotels
Alana
where the energy
to tell our
at 10 o'clock on a Wednesday
stories,
is tired
to show
and
the audience how
transactional.
one man's
A
pattern
man
had
in a suit
affected
was
3
checking in at the
generations of
front
women,
desk.
but
A
hadn't
woman was
defeated any
waiting
of
for
us.
the elevator
People
with a
asked
rolling
if we were
suitcase.
angry at Marcus,
Nobody
and
paid
we all
me any
answered
attention.
honestly, no.
I took the
not
elevator
anymore.
to the second
Anger
floor
had given
and
way to
walked down the
understanding,
hallway.
to pity,
And when
to
I
a
got to
kind of
room
detached
214,
compassion for someone who'd
I
been
stood
so
outside that
broken,
door
he'd broken
and I made
everyone he
myself
touched.
breathe.
They asked
I
if
could
we
hear the
forgave
television,
him, and that
a
answer
low
was
murmur of
more
sound,
complicated.
some late night show.
Yes, in the sense
the kind
that
of
we
noise
release
people
the
put
anger.
on when they want to
No,
feel
in the
less
sense that
alone or
forgiveness
less conspicuous.
doesn't erase accountability.
There was light
and
under
we
the door.
tried to model that
Someone
nuance.
was awake in that room.
That you can heal
and they
without
had no
absolving
idea
someone
I was
of what
standing
they did.
18 inches
James
away from
came
them.
to one of the events
I
and
knocked
watched
2
from
firm
the back,
knocks,
and
not
afterward
frantic,
he said,
not
I'm
timid.
so proud of
The
you.
television kept
Not just
going.
for surviving,
I heard
but for using
movement,
what you
the
survived to help
unmistakable
others.
sound of
And
people
I felt
adjusting,
so grateful to have a
repositioning,
partner who
the shuffle
celebrated
and
my
hush
strength
of a
instead of
situation
feeling
being
threatened by
rearranged
it.
before a door
Zara
opened.
read
A male
said,
voice
Mom,
saying something
I
I
had
couldn't
no
make
idea
out.
it was this bad.
I heard another
I
voice
knew the
respond.
basic story, but
I
reading
stood
the
there
details
and I waited.
understanding
and when
the
the door
manipulation,
finally opened,
it makes me
I was
so
looking at
grateful you left.
Pastor Elijah
And
Drummond.
I held her and said,
He was wearing
that's
a
why I
hotel
wrote
robe.
it. So
His
you
hair,
and Maya
usually
and every woman
perfectly
after
shaped
you
for
knows
Sunday
what to look
mornings
for.
was not
Miles
right.
read it too.
His eyes
and
went
said it
wide
changed
when he
how
saw
he thinks
me,
about relationships,
and for just a moment,
about the
one
responsibility
very
men
small
have to do
and
their
very
own work,
honest moment,
about how much
I saw
damage
pure panic
unhealed
cross his
trauma
face
can cause.
before he composed
And I was
himself
glad the
into
book
the
was
Pastor
reaching men
Drummond
too,
I had known for
helping
11
them
years.
understand their role
But
in
I had
breaking
already
these
seen the
cycles.
panic.
The book
I
has
had
been out for
already
8
clocked
months
the
now,
robe and the
we're
hair,
working on
and
a
the way he
second
was
one.
standing in the
This
doorway
time
of a
focused
hotel room at
specifically
10
on
o'clock
rebuilding,
on a Wednesday
on
night.
what comes after
and
you
every
leave,
question in my
on how to
mind
construct a
collapsed
life
into a
that's
single
not just
point
different
of
from what
terrible
you had,
clarity.
but better in
I
every
looked
way.
past him into
Diane
the room.
is engaged again.
The lamp on the
Third
nightstand
time's
was
the
on.
charm, she joked.
The bed covers
to a man
were pulled
who's been
back and
patient with her
rumpled.
healing,
And
who
sitting
read
on the
book
far edge
before
of the
she
bed,
even told him
wrapped
about it,
from her shoulders
who
to
said,
her knees
I
in the
see
white
you,
bedsheet,
all of you,
was a woman
and
I
I'm
had
not
known
scared,
since the year
and
I
I'm
joined
so
Greater
happy she found
Anointing
that.
Ministries.
Alana
A
is
woman who
pregnant
had
with her
sat
second
beside me at
child,
women's ministry
thriving in her
retreats
career,
and eaten
in
at my
therapy
kitchen
regularly,
table and been in
doing
my
the
wedding.
work to ensure
A
she
woman
doesn't
whose
repeat
last name was
patterns
Webb,
she learned
because
growing
she had
up.
been born
And
into
I'm
the
so
same
proud of the
family as
woman
my
she's
husband.
becoming despite
Tamara,
everything.
Marcus's
I'm 62
younger
now,
sister,
grandmother
30
to 3,
years old,
still married
the
to
woman
James
I had called
after
my
32
sister-in-law
years,
and my
still
friend for
mentoring
11
women,
years.
still speaking
I want to
at
stop here
conferences,
because I need
still
you to
building a
actually
legacy
sit with what
that
I'm
has
describing.
nothing to do with Marcus.
I drove to that
and
hotel
everything to
expecting
do
to
with who I
find my
became
husband
after
with
him.
another woman.
The book sits on
What
my
I
shelf
found instead
alongside
was my
other
pastor,
accomplishments,
a married
degrees
man
and awards
with 3
and
children
photos of
and
my
20
family,
years of
and it
spiritual
represents
authority
something
over my
important.
community.
Proof that
in
I
a
took the
hotel
worst
room
thing
with
that
my
ever
sister-in-law.
happened to me and
My
turned
husband
it
was
into
nowhere
something
in
that
that
helps
room.
people.
And the caller who
Marcus
sent
would
me there
probably
knew
hate the
exactly
book
what
if
I
you
would
were
find.
alive to read it.
The world
would claim
did not
we
spin.
misrepresented him.
It didn't do anything
exaggerated his
dramatic
flaws,
or cinematic.
made him into a villain
It just
when he was
rearranged
just a
itself
flawed
very
human
quietly
making
into a
mistakes.
shape
And
I
maybe
didn't
there's
recognize.
some truth to that.
Pastor Drummond
Maybe we'll
started
never
talking
fully
immediately.
understand what drove him.
His voice was
but
low,
understanding
measured,
him was
controlled.
never the point.
He said,
understanding
Sister Keisha,
ourselves was.
this is not what
understanding how we
and
got
I held
caught
up
in his
one
web,
hand
and
something
more
in my
importantly,
face
how we
made
got
him
out.
stop mid-sentence.
And that's the story
I
that
looked at
matters.
Tamara.
Not his
She had pulled the
motivations,
sheet
but
higher
our
up around
liberation.
herself,
I
and she
still
was
get
looking at
emails
a point
sometimes
somewhere
from
to the
women in
left of my
thick it,
face,
begging for
unable
advice,
or unwilling to
asking
meet
if it
my
gets
eyes
better,
directly.
wondering if
I
they're
had known
strong
this
enough
woman
to
for over a
leave,
decade,
and I always
she couldn't
respond
look
the
at
same
me.
way.
That told
Yes,
me
it
more
gets
than
better.
the robe or
Yes,
the
you're
rumpled
strong
bed
enough.
or any
Yes,
of the rest
choosing
of it.
yourself is worth it.
I said very
I tell them my
calmly,
life now.
whereas Marcus,
the peace and joy
neither of them answered immediately.
And I say,
Pastor Drummond
this is
opened
waiting
his mouth,
for you on the other
and
side
I
of that
cut him
door.
off before he
This
could
life
start.
you can't even imagine
I
right
said,
now when
not
you're
you.
drowning in his chaos. But
Tamara
it's there.
finally looked at me.
I promise it's there.
Her eyes were
and
wet,
it is there.
but she
I'm living
hadn't
proof.
cried yet.
Diane's living
She
proof.
said she didn't know.
Thousands of women
I
who've
told her
left
that was
toxic
interesting.
relationships are
Given
living
that my
proof.
husband
You
had
can
told me he
survive.
was at a
You
church
can
meeting
thrive.
tonight,
You can
and
build
I had a
something
feeling the
beautiful from
two
the
things were
ashes.
connected.
That's the message
She looked
of the
away
book.
again.
That's the message
I
of my
called
life.
Marcus.
That's what I want
Right there
every
in the
woman
doorway,
who's ever
phone on
doubted
speaker,
herself or
loud
stayed
enough
too
that
long
everyone
or
in that
accepted
hallway
less than
and
she deserved
everyone
to know.
in that room
You
could
can
hear
leave.
every word.
You should leave.
He picked
And
up on the
what's
second
waiting
ring.
on the other side
His voice
is
was
worth
normal,
every
relaxed.
difficult moment.
The voice of a
Marcus
man
is
who had
still
no
gone.
idea the
His
floor was
legacy
about
is
to
still
disappear from
complicated.
under him.
His daughters
He said
are
he was
still
wrapping up at
processing.
the church.
His ex-wives are
Asked if
still
I was
healing.
okay,
And
but we're
asked
all
if
doing
I
it on our
needed
terms
anything.
now.
Not defined by
which
him,
church,
but
Marcus?
refined by what we learned
He paused
surviving
for just
him.
a beat.
The book
Not
tour
long,
wraps up
but
next
I heard
month,
it.
and then I'm
He said
finally
greater
done.
anointing.
Done
Same
telling
as
the
always.
story publicly.
I said,
done
so
minding
you're
this
there
pain
right
for
now.
lessons.
He said
done
yes.
looking backward
I
instead
said,
of forward.
then I need you to
and
explain
I'm
to
ready
me
for
why
that.
I'm standing
Ready
outside
to
room
close this
214
chapter
at the Marriott
completely and
Peachtree,
focus on
looking
what
at your
comes
pastor
next.
and your
What
sister.
comes next is
The
retirement.
silence that
Travel,
followed that
granted,
sentence was one of
maybe
the
another
longest
book about
I have
something
ever
totally
experienced.
different. Maybe
It was the
nothing
silence
but
of someone
quiet
whose
days with
entire
James
architecture
and
of deception
family
just
dinner, and the
cracked
simple
at
joy of a
every
life
joint
well lived.
simultaneously.
And that sounds
It was the
perfect.
silence of a man running
I've done
through
what I needed
every
to do.
possible response,
Helped who I could help.
finding none worked.
Shared what needed sharing.
And then he said
and
it.
now I'm ready
He
to
said,
just be
Keisha, I
not
can explain.
Marcus's ex-wife,
Not
a
what are you
survivor
talking
of
about?
betrayal,
Not
an
that's
author
impossible.
or speaker or
Not,
mentor.
you must
Just
be
me,
mistaken.
fully myself.
He said I can explain,
finally and
which meant he had
completely
something
free.
to explain.
That freedom
which meant he
tastes better
already
than
knew what I was
anything
looking
else
at,
ever has.
which meant that
Better than
whatever was
revenge.
happening in that
Better
hotel
than
room was not
vindication.
new information
Better
to my
than
husband.
his deathbed apologies
I told him
or
to come.
posthumous letters.
I told him
Just
to come
the
right
pure
now.
sweet taste of
And I
knowing
hung up.
survived and thrived.
15 minutes
and
later,
have nothing left
he
to
walked off
prove.
that elevator
This is really
and down
truly
that
the
hallway.
end now. The
And
last
I watched
word,
his face
the final
the whole
paragraph.
way. He
Not
didn't look
because there's
shocked.
nothing more to
He
say,
didn't look
but
confused.
because I've said everything
He looked like
that
a man
matters,
walking
and
towards
now it's
something
time
he had
to live
known
the
was
rest
coming.
of my life in
And there
private
was something
peace rather
almost
than
like
public
relief in his
testimony.
expression that made
Marcus
me
was a
angrier than
chapter,
anything
a
else I
difficult,
had seen
painful,
or
necessary
heard that
chapter.
entire night.
But chapters
Because
end,
relief meant he
books
was
close,
tired of
and
carrying
new stories
something.
begin.
And the fact
my
that
new
he had
story
been carrying
has
it
nothing
without
to do with
telling
him
me meant
and
he had
everything to
chosen
do with
carry it
joy
alone
and
rather than
presence
trust
and
me with the
gratitude.
truth.
That's where
We
I'm
did not
leaving
have a
this,
screaming
in
match in that
gratitude,
hallway.
Grateful for
All
surviving,
four of us ended up in that
grateful
room
for
because I
thriving,
wasn't about to have this
grateful for
conversation
every
where
woman I've
anyone
helped
walking
and
past
every
could hear
lesson
it.
I've learned,
And I think
every
everyone
moment of
involved
peace
understood
I've
that.
fought for and won.
Pastor Drummond
This
sat
is
in
my
the chair
story
by the window.
from that Instagram
Tamara
message
put on the
28
second
years
hotel
ago to this
robe
moment
and
right
sat
now.
back down
and
on the
I'm
edge
proud
of the bed.
every word,
Marcus
every
stood near the
choice,
door.
every
And I
moment
stood in the middle
chose
of that
myself
room,
over
looked at
comfortable
each of them
misery.
and said,
And to anyone
very
still
quietly,
reading, still
someone
processing,
needs to start talking.
still wondering if they
what
can
came
do
out
it.
over the next
I'm
2
telling
hours
you one last
in that
time.
hotel room
You
with
can,
the television
you will,
still
you
murmuring
already
in the
have the strength
background and the
inside
city
you.
moving
You just
around
have to
outside
choose
the
to use
window,
it.
completely
Choose yourself,
indifferent to what
walk
was
away.
happening inside.
Don't look back, and
was one
I
of the
promise
most
you'll end up
painful
somewhere
and
better
most
than you can
clarifying
possibly imagine right
conversations
now.
of my life.
Somewhere that makes
Marcus had
everything
been at the
worth
church
it.
approximately
That's my
4
final
months
word,
earlier
my
for a
last
Thursday
testimony,
evening
my
leadership
closing
meeting.
statement.
The meeting
and I mean
ended
it with
earlier than
everything I am.
expected, and he had
Survival
gone
is
back to the
possible.
main building
Happiness
to
is
retrieve his
real,
jacket
and
from
you
a
deserve
room where
both.
they'd been meeting.
Now I'm
He had
done,
walked
really
past
done,
Pastor Drummond's
finally
office,
done, and
which should
I'm
have been
walking
empty
away
at
from
that
this
hour,
story, just
and
like
the door
I walked
had
away
been
from
slightly
Marcus,
open.
with my
He
head
heard
high
voices.
and my heart full.
He heard
and my
sounds that
future
stopped
bright.
him in the hallway.
That's the end.
He stood outside that
promised
door for
myself
long
that was
enough
the
to
end.
understand
Swore
exactly
I'd
what was
close
happening
that chapter
inside
for
it,
good.
and then
But
he walked
life
away.
has this way of circling
He did not
back
tell
when
me.
you think you finally
He did not
moved
tell
on,
Sister Renee.
and the circle
He
completed
did not
itself
go to
in
the
the
church
most
elders,
unexpected
the
way
deacon
just
board,
3 weeks
or
ago.
any of the
I was at the
accountability
grocery
structures
store
that exist
Monday
within a
and Tuesday
church for
afternoon,
exactly this kind
picking
of
up ingredients
situation.
for dinner.
He went
when
home,
I turned down the
lay
cleaning
down
supplies
beside me
aisle,
in our bed,
and there she was,
and started
the
thinking
woman
about
from the
what that
hotel room,
information was
the
worth.
one Marcus had
I
been
want to
with
be
that
precise
date
about what I'm
8
telling
years
you
ago,
because I
and
think
we
the
both
details
froze.
matter.
She looked
Marcus
older,
did not
obviously.
go to Pastor
we all
Drummond
do,
out of
but
anger
I
or
recognized her
protectiveness
immediately.
or
Those
any
same
impulse
eyes
I
that
could
had looked at
respect,
me with shock
even
and
while I was
confusion
hurt
when
by
I
it.
pushed open that
He went to
hotel
him
door.
deliberately,
And I could tell she
strategically,
recognized
with
me
a
too,
list of
because
things
her
he
face
wanted.
went pale.
He wanted
and
the
her
church
hand
board
gripped the
position
cart like
he'd been
she
passed
might fall
over for
over.
twice.
We stood
He
there
wanted
for
the
what felt
pastoral
like
mentorship
hours,
he'd
but
been
was
requesting
probably
for
30
years
seconds,
and kept
just
being
staring
told
at
to
each
wait
other.
for.
And then she
He
said,
wanted to
"I'm
preach,
so sorry.
which
I
Marcus
know that's
had
not
wanted
enough.
since he was
I know
young,
it's been almost
but had
3
never
decades,
been given
but
a real
I'm
platform.
so sorry."
And he
And her
wanted the
voice
kind of
cracked,
access
and I
and
realized
standing in
she'd
that
been
community
carrying this
that he
guilt all
felt he
these years.
deserved, but
I
had
said,
never
"You
been
didn't
able
know
to
he was
earn through
married.
ordinary means.
I was there. I saw your face.
He laid all of that out for Pastor
too.
Drummond
and
in
she
a
started
private
crying
meeting
right
there
in the grocery
store.
Past
that office
These
door.
quiet tears
and
that
Pastor
told me
Drummond,
she needed to hear that
a
for
man
28
who had
years.
built his entire
We
identity
abandoned our
on
carts
spiritual
and went to a
authority
coffee shop
and moral
across the
leadership.
street, and she
sat
told me her
across
story.
from one of his congregants
Her name was
and
Nicole.
agreed.
She'd
Because
been
he didn't have a
24 when
choice,
she met
or
Marcus,
at least that's how
brand
Marcus
new
had
to
framed it for
Atlanta,
him.
working
And
as a bartender.
because powerful men
and
who have been
swept her
doing
off her
wrong
feet
things in
with
secret
charm
are
and
often more
attention
afraid
and
of being
promises.
exposed than they
She
are
said
committed
he
to doing
told me
right.
he was divorced.
So for
showed
4
me the
months,
papers
the arrangement
I had
held.
no idea you were
Marcus
still
got
his
his board
wife
seat.
until you showed up.
He got his
and
mentorship
when you left, I
meetings.
confronted him.
He got to preach
and he
on
admitted
2 Sunday
everything.
evenings.
And I left
He got
that
the
day
standing
too.
and the access
Never
and
spoke
the
to him
deference
again.
he'd been wanting.
I believed
and he
her,
paid for
could
it
hear
with
the
his
truth in
silence
her
about
voice.
what he knew.
And I said, thank
and
you
what
for
he knew
leaving
was
him.
that the man
Thank
delivering
you for not
sermons
making
about
excuses
covenant
for him.
and sacred ground
Thank you
on
for
Sunday
having
mornings
standards even when you'd been
Wednesday
lied to.
nights in hotel
And she looked
rooms
at me
with
like
his younger
I'd
sister.
just absolved her of
When
something
Marcus
she'd
told
been
me
carrying
this,
forever.
when all of it came
She
out,
said, I've
I
thought
went
about
very
you so
quiet
many
for a
times
long
over the
time.
years.
Not
Wondered
because
if
I
you
was
were
at a
okay,
loss for words,
if you'd
but
recovered,
because I
if
was
you
trying to
blamed me,
find words
and
that
I
were
wanted to reach
accurate
out,
rather
but
than
I was
just
too
reactive.
ashamed.
I
Too
looked at my
scared you'd
husband,
hate me.
this man I had
told her
married
I'd
in that
never
sanctuary,
hated her, that my
this
anger
man
had
whose
always
grief I
been
had found
directed at
moving
Marcus
and
where
whose
it belonged.
thoughtfulness I
And
had
I
found
told her about
beautiful.
my life now,
And I tried
about
to locate
James
something
and the
I
kids
recognized,
and the
some
book
version
and
of the
how I
person
turned
I
that
had
terrible
built
day
11
into
years of
something
my life
meaningful.
around.
She told
I
me
asked
she'd
him
gotten
one
married
question.
5 years ago.
I asked him
to
if,
someone
at
honest
any
and
point in
kind,
those 4
but
months,
that she'd
knowing what
struggled
he
with
knew about
trust
his
for
own
years,
sister and his
had been in
pastor,
therapy
he had
processing what
considered
Marcus
telling
had
me,
done,
not
had
the elders,
second-guessed
not
every
Sister Renee,
relationship
not
because of
any
how thoroughly
institutional
he'd
body.
fooled her.
Just me,
I said he
his
fooled
wife.
all of us.
How did it
That's
occur
what
to him even
narcissists
once
do.
to come home
They're
and
expert
tell me the
manipulators,
truth?
and
He
there's
was
no
quiet
shame
for
in
a
being
moment.
manipulated by an
Then
expert.
he said he hadn't
And
wanted
she
to put
nodded
that on
and
me.
said, I've been
I have
telling
thought about
myself
that answer
for
many
years,
times since that
but
night.
hearing it from you
I
makes
have
it
turned it
real.
over from
We
every
talked
angle.
for 2 hours,
And every
comparing
time I
notes,
come back to the
filling in
same
gaps in each
conclusion,
other's stories,
which is that it was not
and
an
I
act
learned
of
things about
protection.
that day I'd
It
never
was an
known,
act of exclusion.
like how Marcus
He had
begged her
decided
not to leave,
unilaterally
had
that I didn't
promised
get to
he'd
know.
fix things with me,
Not because the
had
knowledge
tried
would
to
have
make her
hurt me,
feel guilty
though it would
for
have,
ruining his
but
marriage.
because sharing
She
it would
said,
have
I
required
told him
him to
he
share
ruined his
what he
own
was
marriage
doing with it as
and
well.
walked out with
And
nothing
he
but
wasn't
my
ready to
purse,
give that up.
left my clothes
I
there,
left that
left
hotel
everything.
room at close
Just
to
needed
midnight.
to get away from him.
I drove home
and
alone.
I respected her
Marcus
so much
stayed
for
in
that,
his own car.
for having clarity.
I don't know where he
even
went
at
for the next
24.
few hours. And
I told
didn't
her about
ask.
Diane and
I
Alana
sat in
and
our
the
house
book, and
in
she
the
asked
kitchen
if she
at
could
the
read
table
it.
where we'd
Said,
eaten
I
1,000
need to
meals
understand
together.
the pattern.
And I
need to
stayed
know I
there
wasn't
until the
alone in
sun
this.
started coming
and I
up.
promised to
I
send
didn't
her a
cry that
copy.
night. I
Said
had
maybe her
already done
story
my
could be
crying
in the next
car
one
on the way to
if
the
she was
Marriott.
comfortable sharing.
What I did that night
she
was
said,
grieve,
I want to.
which is
I want
different
other
from
young
crying.
women to know what to
Grief
watch
is
for.
slower and
to know that
quieter,
men can
and
lie
it
with
takes
court
up more
documents
space.
and straight
The
faces
days that
and
followed
complete
were some of the
conviction.
most
And
surreal
you're
of
not
my life.
stupid for believing
Marcus
them.
came home the
We
next
exchanged
morning,
numbers
and
and
we
hugged
began the
goodbye,
process
and
of
I drove
talking
home
through what had
feeling this
happened,
strange
or
sense of
trying to.
completion,
But
like a
talking
circle
through
that
it
had been
required
open for
both
28
people to be
years
fully
had finally
present and
closed.
honest.
Like
Marcus
every
kept
woman
hedging,
Marcus
kept
had hurt was
qualifying,
connected now.
kept offering
A network of
explanations that were
survivors
really
supporting
just
each other.
reframings of the
I told
same
James
central
about
truth.
running into Nicole,
He had
and
chosen
he said,
leverage
"That's
over
wild.
integrity.
What are the odds?"
And he had done it
and
while
I said,
sleeping
maybe
beside
there are
me
no
every
odds.
night and
maybe
sitting
the universe
beside me in
wanted us
church
to meet.
every Sunday.
Wanted me
Every
to release
time
her
I thought
from
we were
guilt
getting
she
somewhere,
shouldn't have been
I'd
carrying.
hit another wall of
I
deflection.
sent Nicole the book, and
Not
she
lying
called me
exactly,
after reading it,
but not the
said,
whole
this
truth
is exactly
either.
what I needed.
Just enough truth to
validation
seem
that I wasn't
cooperative
crazy,
without being fully accountable.
that what I experienced
About a
was
week
real,
after that night,
that his
I
pattern
asked
was
him to
deliberate,
stay
not
somewhere else
accidental.
for a while.
And I
Not
was so
permanently,
glad the book
or at
could
least
serve that
that's what I
purpose.
told myself
She
at the time.
asked if we could meet again,
I said I
and we
needed
started
space to
having
think,
coffee
and
once
he
a month,
needed space to
just
figure
checking
out
in,
who he actually
sharing
was.
updates,
Because
building
the
a
man I
friendship
had
neither
married
of us
and the man who had
expected, but
spent
both
4
of us
months
needed.
running a
And
covert
I
leverage
realized
arrangement
that healing
against his own
happens in
pastor
community,
were not people I could
that we're not meant to
reconcile into
survive
the same
trauma
human
alone.
being.
Nicole
Until I
met
could
Diane and
understand
Alana
which one was
too.
real,
The four of
I
us
didn't know
had
how to
dinner
be in the
together,
same house with
and
him.
sitting around that
He went to
table
stay
with
with a
3
friend
other
for
women
work,
who'd all loved,
and I sat with the
left
silence of
same
that
man
house
felt
and let it
surreal
tell
and
me things I'd
powerful
been
and
too busy
healing
to
in
hear.
ways I didn't know I
Meanwhile,
still needed.
the situation
We
at the
joked
church
about
was
starting a
moving on
support
its own
group,
timeline.
survivors of Marcus
I had not
Thompson,
said a word to
and
anyone
then we
outside of
realized
the hotel
that's
room.
essentially what we
I had
created.
not called Sister
An
Renee,
informal
had not
network of
spoken to
women
any of the
helping
other
each
women in my
process
ministry
and
circle,
heal and move
had not
forward,
breathed a word
and
to
it
my
felt
mother,
right.
my cousin
Alana
Danielle,
said, my father
or
left
anyone
destruction
else
everywhere
who might have
he
helped
went,
me
but
carry
look
what
what
I
grew
was
from it.
holding.
Look at this
Part of that
community
was
of
because I
strong
didn't know
women
what to
who
say.
refused to stay
Part
broken.
of it was because I was
And
still
she was
figuring
right.
out what I believed.
Marcus's legacy
And
wasn't
part of
just
it was a
pain.
small,
It was
stubborn
also the
corner
strength
of me
we'd
that was
found in
still hoping
surviving
there
him.
was some version of
The
this
second
story
book
that
came out
didn't
this
require
fall, and
everyone's
we included
world to be
Nicole's
destroyed.
story with her permission.
That hope lasted
and the
about 2
response
weeks.
was even
Then
stronger than
Tamara
the first
made
time.
her own decision.
Women saying
She
they'd
went to
been the
Sister
other
Renee
woman
on a
and
Sunday
never
afternoon.
told anyone.
When her
never
home,
processed
not
their
the
own
church,
victimhood.
not a neutral
And now they
location,
finally
her home.
could. We
Renee
started
told me
getting
later
invited
that
to speak
Tamara
at
had called
universities,
ahead and
at
asked
women's
if she could come
organizations,
by,
at
and
therapy
Renee had
conferences,
said, of course,
the four of us
assuming
together
it was about
telling
a
our
ministry matter
interconnected
or
stories,
maybe something personal
showing how one
she needed
person's
counsel
pattern
on.
can affect
She
so many
opened
lives,
her door and
but
let in the
doesn't have
woman
to
who had
define
been
them.
sleeping with her
James
husband
comes
for
to
over
some
a
of the
year.
events now.
They
Sits
sat
in
down
the
in
audience,
Renee's
and
living room,
afterward women
and
approach him
Tamara
asking
told her
what it's like to
everything.
love someone
Renee
who's
said
survived
she
this
didn't
kind
cry.
of trauma.
I
and
believe
he's
that
honest.
completely because
Says
I
it
know
requires
Renee,
patience
and she is the
and
kind of woman who
understanding
cries
and never
in private
taking trust
and
for
composes
granted.
herself for the
He
world.
said, but it's worth
She
it.
said she
She's
sat
worth
and
it.
listened.
The depth
And
she
when
has
Tamara
because of
was
what she's
finished,
survived
she
makes her
asked one
capacity for
question.
love and
She
joy
asked
even
how
greater.
long.
and
Tamara
hearing him
said
say that in
14
public
months.
made me fall
Renee
in love
thanked
with
her
him
for coming,
all over again.
stood up,
Zara's
walked her
daughter
to the
Maya
door,
is 5
and
now,
closed it.
and she asked
Then
me the
she
other
called
day,
her oldest
Grandma,
sister in
why
Savannah
do you
and
talk
talked
about
for
mean
4
men all the
hours.
time?
I
And
only
I
know
realized
all of
we'd
this
been
because
so
Renee
focused
told
on
me
the work
herself
that we'd
weeks
brought
later,
it home in ways
when we
we
had
shouldn't
finally
have,
started the
that
slow
she deserved
and
innocence.
complicated process
I
of
told
being
her
honest
I talk
with each
about
other
them
about
so other
everything
grandmas'
we'd both been
granddaughters
navigating.
never have to meet them.
But I'm
And
getting
she
ahead of
said,
myself.
That's good, Grandma.
Pastor
You're
Drummond's
like a
resignation
superhero.
came 22
and I
days
thought
after
about
that
how
Wednesday
different her
night.
world would be
The
from
announcement
mine.
to the
How she'd
congregation
grow
was
up with
delivered on a
language for
Sunday
abuse,
morning by the
with
chairman of the
permission to
deacon
leave,
board,
with
Elder
models
Thorne,
of healthy
who had
love.
been at greater
The
anointing
speaking
almost
engagements
as
have
long
slowed
as the
down.
church
We're
had
all
existed.
getting older.
He read
Diane
from a
is
prepared
65
statement.
now and wants
The
to
language
retire.
was careful and
Alana
vague
has 2 kids
about
and
Pastor
a
Drummond
demanding
stepping
career.
back for a period
Nicole
of
just
personal
opened her own
reflection
business,
and renewal,
and I'm ready to step
and about
back
the leadership
to let the
team
books
being
speak for
committed to
themselves.
continuity and
We did
stability.
one final event
The
last
kind
month,
of language
billed
that is
as our
designed to
farewell
be
tour,
technically true
and the room
while
was
being
packed.
practically empty.
Standing room
But
only,
in a
women
community
of
like
all
ours,
ages who'd read
in
the
a
books
church
or
where
heard
people
about
had
them,
known each
or
other for
just needed
decades,
to know that
had
survival
watched
was
their
possible.
children grow up
We
together,
each spoke about
and
where
had
we are
sat
now,
beside each
not
other
about
in the
Marcus,
worst moments
but
of their
about the
lives.
lives we'd built.
That kind of
And then we
language
opened it
doesn't
up for
hold for long.
questions, and a young woman in
Information
the back
moves through
stood up
those
and
networks
said,
faster
I'm in the
than
hotel
any
hallway
announcement
right
can
now,
catch up to
metaphorically,
it. By the
and
following
I'm scared.
Sunday, the details
Tell me
were
it's worth it to
circulating
knock.
through the congregation
The 4 of
in
us
whispers,
answered in unison,
carefully worded
knocked,
text
and
messages,
the room erupted
and
in applause,
private
and the
conversations
young
in the
woman was
parking
crying,
lot.
and I knew
Not
we'd done
everyone
what we
knew
set out to
everything,
do.
but
We'd
everyone
created a
knew something.
roadmap. We'd
And the
offered
thing about a
hope.
community
We'd
built
proven
on
that
moral
happiness
authority is
after
that when the
betrayal
person
isn't just
holding that
possible.
authority is
It's probable
revealed
if
to
you
have
do
been
the
living
work.
a double life.
After that event, the
shock
4 of us
waves
went to
travel
dinner,
deep
and we
far.
toasted to Marcus.
I watched it happen
not with
from
gratitude,
a complicated
but with
position.
acknowledgement.
I was
Here's
both
to the
inside
man
the
who broke
situation
us
and peripheral to
inadvertently
it.
introduced us
I knew
to our
more
own
than most
strength.
of the congregation,
And we all
but
laughed
I was
because
not
it
the
was
central
true.
figure in the story.
We'd found
as
ourselves
Renee
by
or
losing
Tamara
him.
was.
Nicole
I
said,
was a wife
I
whose
can't
husband
believe
had
I
done
wasted
something
even
wrong in
6
response
months
to
on
someone
him.
else's
And
wrongdoing,
Diane said,
and
try
the
2
concentric
years,
circles
and
of that
Alana
wrongdoing
said,
kept
try a
expanding
lifetime of
outward
wishing he
until
was
I felt
different.
like I couldn't
and
find their
I said,
edge.
we all wasted
I went
time,
back to greater
but we got
anointing
it
one more
back with
time
interest.
after
Look
everything
at us
came
now.
out.
And
I
looking
sat
at
in the
us,
third
for
row,
women from
which was my
different
row,
generations
the place
and
I had
backgrounds
sat
and
almost
circumstances,
every Sunday for 11
united
years.
by one man's
The interim
dysfunction,
minister was
but
a visiting
defined by our
pastor
own
from a
resilience.
church in Decatur.
I felt
an
overwhelming
older man
gratitude
who preached
not
a
for what
careful,
we'd survived,
measured
but
sermon
for who
about
we'd become.
steadfastness
I'm
in times of
63 now.
uncertainty.
Marcus has been
It was a
dead for
fine
almost
sermon.
3 years.
It was not
and
the
I
sermon
can
that
finally
place
say
needed,
without
but it was the
hesitation that I'm
sermon a
glad
man
I knew
could give
him
when he
because
didn't know the
knowing
full
him led
weight of
me
what
to
had
myself.
happened in that room.
And myself
I
is
sat
pretty
there
damn
and
great.
felt the absence of
James
everything
and I
that had
are
made
planning
that
a trip around the
sanctuary
world
feel
for our
like mine.
35th anniversary.
The choir that Sister
6
Carolyn,
months of
Marcus's
just wandering
mother,
and
had sung
exploring
in for
and
20
being
years.
present with each other.
The particular
And
way the
I'm
light
so
came
excited
through
to
the
do it
side
while we're
windows
still
in the
young
morning,
enough
the
to
sense
enjoy
of
it.
continuity
The
and
grandkids are
rootedness
growing.
that I had
Maya
carried
and
into
her
every
little brother
corner of
Jackson
my adult
and
life.
Alana's 2 daughters.
I stayed through
and
the
we
whole
have family
service.
dinners every
I hugged a
Sunday
few
where the
people
kids
who
run
approached
around
me,
and the adults
people who
drink
didn't know
wine
the full
and
story
nobody
and
talks
were
about
glad to
Marcus
see a familiar
unless
face.
someone specifically
I did not
asks.
break down.
My career
I did
is
not
over.
make anything
Officially
harder for
retired
anyone.
last month,
And when
my
the last
legacy
song
is
finished,
secure.
I picked
Not
up my
in
purse,
corporate achievement,
walked back down
but
that
in the
aisle
women
for the
I've
last
helped,
time,
the stories
and went
I've
home.
shared,
The divorce
difference
was
I've
filed
made by
4 months
refusing
after
to
that
suffer
Wednesday
in
night.
silence.
Marcus
The
and I
letters
had
are still
attempted
in the
a few
attic.
sessions
Nicole
with a marriage
asked if she
counselor
could read
during
them,
that period.
and I said no.
A woman
They
named
weren't mine
Dr.
to
Anita
share.
Pearson,
They were
whose
Marcus's
office was
pathetic
off
attempt at
Memorial
redemption,
Drive,
and
who
they
had a
should stay
gift for
private.
asking the
Should
exact
die with him.
question that
The
neither
book has
person in
sold
the room
over
wanted to
100,000
answer.
copies now.
I think under
been
different
translated
circumstances,
into 12 languages,
she might have helped
and
us.
we still get emails
But
daily from
circumstances
women
were what they
saying
were.
it changed their lives.
Every session
Gave
kept
them
returning
permission
to the
leave,
same question:
showed them what
whether
happiness
Marcus was
looks like
capable of
after
the kind of
heartbreak.
radical honesty that
impact
rebuilding
matters more than anything else I've ever done.
About what had happened.
More than promotions
he could
or
do that
awards or recognition.
But honesty about
knowing
who
that
he
my
was
worst day
and why
became
he had
someone
made the
else's
choices
catalyst
he made.
for change.
That deeper
That's
kind of
legacy.
honesty.
That's
the kind that
purpose.
requires
That's
you to
meaning.
look at yourself without
I think
flinching.
about that
Kept
Instagram
eluding
message
him.
sometimes.
He would
The
get
one from
close
Shanice
and then
that started
retreat.
all of this.
Would touch
and
the
I wonder
truth
where
and
I'd
then
be
pull
if she
back
hadn't
into
sent it.
explanation.
If I discovered
I
the
don't say
cheating
that
some
with
other way,
contempt.
or maybe
I
never
say it with
discovered
the
it at all.
sadness that I still
And
carry.
I'm grateful
because
she was
I think
brave enough
Marcus
to
is
get
genuinely
involved.
not a bad
I
man.
reached out to her recently.
I think he is a
We
man
hadn't
who
talked
wanted
in a
things
while,
he hadn't earned,
and told her
found a
about the book
shortcut,
and
and
Nicole
told himself
everything
enough
that had
stories
happened.
to justify
and
it.
she said,
That
"Girl,
is a very
I had
human
no
failure.
idea that one
It
message
is not
would
a
lead to
failure
all
I can
this.
build a life on.
I was just
but
trying to
it
look
is a
out for
human
you."
one.
I
The
told
difference
her, you
matters
did
to
more
me,
than look out
even
for me.
now.
You saved
We
my
divided
life.
the house,
Not
the
literally,
accounts,
but
and
in
the
every way that
accumulated
matters.
material of 11
and she
years
said,
with
no,
a thoroughness
baby,
that
you
felt
saved your own
almost
life.
clinical.
I just
Our
opened a door.
lawyers handled most
You're the
of
one
it.
who walked through
We were
it.
in the same room
And she's
only
right.
twice during the
Shanice
divorce
showed me the
process,
truth, but
and
I'm
both
the one who
times we
chose
were
to face
largely
it.
quiet,
Chose to leave.
communicating through
Chose to
paperwork
rebuild.
and the occasional
Chose myself
brief,
over
direct
and over
exchange.
until choosing
He
myself
looked
became
tired.
natural.
I imagine
and
I
that
did
choice
too.
made all
We
the
had
difference.
both been carrying
This
something
really
heavy
is the
for a
end
long
now.
time.
Not because
Just
there's
different
nothing
things,
left to say,
and the
but
weight of it
because
had
I've lived
settled
long
into
enough
both of our
past Marcus
faces.
that he's become
The
a
last thing
footnote,
he said to me
a piece
directly
of history,
on the day
a
we
story
signed
I
the
tell
final papers
sometimes,
was
but
that
not
he
a
was
reality
sorry.
I live in ever.
Not for getting caught.
My reality
He'd
is
already
James
said that
and
version.
grandkids and
This
retirement
was a different
and travel
story,
and friendship
quieter
and peace.
and more specific.
My reality is
He
waking
said
up
he was
grateful
sorry for
every
letting his
single day.
ambition turn
My
him into
reality
someone
is
he didn't
knowing
want to
with
be.
absolute
That
certainty
the wanting had
leaving
gotten
was
ahead
the
of his
best
judgment,
decision I ever
and
made.
he had made choices
Marcus
that
was
cost
wrong
him
about
the thing
so
that
many
mattered
things,
most.
but he was right
I
about
looked at
one.
him for a moment,
Losing me
then
was
said,
his biggest mistake.
I hope you figure out
not
who you
because
want to
I was
be.
perfect,
And
but
I meant
because
it.
I was
Not
real
generously,
and loyal
not
and
warmly,
willing to
but
build
honestly.
something meaningful.
Because the
and
alternative,
he threw that away for
hoping
nothing
he stayed
that
broken,
lasted.
would have
But his
required
loss
me to
was
keep
never my
carrying
problem.
something that wasn't
his
mine to
regret was
hold.
never my burden.
Tamara and I did
his
not have a
death doesn't
formal
change
conversation
anything
about
except
any of it.
confirming what
We
I
were not
already
in
knew,
contact after
that
that
I
night.
survived him.
The connection
that I
between
built
us,
something better
which had
without
been
him,
real and
that I won
warm
by
and had
every
its own
measure that
history
matters.
separate from my marriage,
I'm closing this
closed
story
like
now,
a door that
permanently,
locks from the
completely,
inside.
with
I have
gratitude
thought about
for
her more
every
than I
woman
expected
who read
to.
it and
Not
found
with
strength,
anger, though the
with
anger
love
was there
for the
for a
community
while,
it created,
but with a kind
with
of
peace
mournful
about
curiosity.
every choice I made
I
along
wonder
the
what
way.
she told
To
herself
Marcus,
during those 14
wherever
months.
he is, I
I
hope
wonder
you
how
found
she
peace
sat across
eventually.
from me at my
I hope
kitchen
you
table,
understood the damage
talked
you
about her
caused.
life, and
I hope you
asked
learned
about
something
mine,
before you died.
and maintained the
but whether
surface
you
of our
did or
friendship
didn't doesn't
while
matter to
holding
me
something
anymore.
underneath it
To
that would
every
have
woman
broken
who's
everything.
lived some version of the
I
story,
wonder if she felt
who's
relief when it
standing
was
outside
over,
their own
the way
room
Marcus did.
804,
I wonder
who's
if she
reading a
feels the
message
loss
that's
of what
about
we
to
were the way
change
I do.
everything.
I will
I'm telling
probably
you one
never know
final
the
time
answers
with
to any of those
everything I have.
questions, and
Walk
I've
through
made a
that
kind
door.
of peace with that
Choose
uncertainty.
yourself. Don't
Sister
look back.
Renee and I did
Your best
eventually
life
talk.
is waiting.
About
I promise
3
it's
months
waiting,
after
and
Pastor
28
Drummond's
years
resignation,
from now you'll be exactly
she
where you're
reached out
supposed
to
to
me
be,
and asked
happy
if we
and
could
whole
meet.
and grateful
We
you
went
were
to a
brave enough
restaurant
to
in
leave.
Buckhead,
That's
neutral
my
ground,
truth. That's
somewhere
my
neither
promise.
of us had been
That's
with
my
our
legacy,
husbands,
and I'm at
we
peace
sat
for
3
real
children
this
with
time.
him, had built
Forever.
an entire
I
identity
followed
as
my
a
husband to
pastor's
his
wife
hotel
in a community
and
where
caught
that
him with
identity
another
came
woman
with
cheating cheating
significant
story.
expectations
I couldn't
and
believe
significant
I was
visibility.
staring at a message from
And
a
had all of
complete
it dismantled
stranger,
in a
a
Sunday
woman I'd
afternoon
never
conversation
met,
with her
telling me
husband's
my
affair
husband
partner.
wasn't alone.
The grace she brought
Marcus
to that
had left for
dismantling was
Dallas
not
3 days
passive
ago.
or resigned.
Another conference.
It was active
another
and
hotel.
hard one.
Another
And
week
it
of me
cost her
holding
something
down
I don't think
everything
she'll
at home
ever
while
fully
he
get
networked
back.
and closed
But she
deals.
carried herself
And
with
I
a dignity
trusted
that I
him.
found genuinely
God,
inspiring.
I trusted him so
not
much
in a
it hurts
performance
to
way,
even think about now.
but in the quiet
The
way of
message
someone
came
who has
through
decided
Instagram.
who they're going to be
A
on the
DM
other
from an
side of
account I
something
didn't
terrible
recognize.
and is
No
doing the
profile
daily work
picture,
of becoming
just
that
a
person.
name.
She
Shanice
filed for
underscore
divorce
ATL,
about 2
and
months
it
after
said,
I did.
"Hey girl,
Their
I
settlement
don't know
was
you,
significantly
but I
more
think you should know
complicated
your
than
husband
mine,
isn't in
given
Dallas
the length of the
alone.
marriage,
I saw
the
him
shared
at the W
assets,
last
and
night
the
with
children,
someone.
one of whom
My
was
stomach
still in high
dropped
school.
and I sat there on the couch.
She handled it.
Scandal
She
playing in
always
the
handles
background.
it. I
Reading
found
it
my
again
new church
and
on a
again.
Sunday morning
My
about
hands
13
shaking
months
so
after
bad,
I walked out
almost
of greater
dropped my
anointing
phone.
for the last
I
time.
typed back
A
immediately.
colleague at work
Who is
had
this?
mentioned it in
What
passing.
are you talking about?
One of those
And the 3 dots
conversations where
appeared,
someone says something
disappeared,
offhand
appeared
and
again,
it lodges
and
in
then
your
she
brain
said,
for weeks.
"I'm a bartender
The
at
church
the
was in
W
a converted
Midtown.
space in
Your
East
husband
Atlanta,
came in last night with
a
a woman.
neighborhood I
They
didn't
were
spend
all
much
over each
time
other.
in. And
I
it was
recognized
smaller
him
than
from your
anything
Instagram.
I'd been
I'm
part of
sorry.
since childhood.
I felt like you needed
Maybe
to know.
150
I felt
people
like the
on a
room
full
was spinning nothing because the W in Midtown is Atlanta.
No live stream.
And Marcus
no
was
merchandise
supposed to be in Dallas.
Just a room,
unless he wasn't.
some chairs,
unless
and
this
a
whole trip
team
was
that
a lie
played with
from the
more
start.
feeling than flash.
I clicked on her profile.
The pastor was a woman
private
named
account,
Reverend
47
Gloria
followers.
She was in
Nothing
her early
suspicious about
60s,
it.
Ghanaian
Just someone
American,
trying to protect
and
their
she
peace.
preached like
But
someone
the fact
who had
that
earned
she went
every
out of her way
word
to
she was
message
saying,
me made it feel
not
real.
through performance
Too real.
or polish.
I went
but
to Marcus's
through a quality
location
of
on Find
conviction
My
that
iPhone.
you either have or
We'd
you
shared
don't.
locations years
and she
ago
had it
after
in
I got
abundance.
stranded with a flat
Her sermons
tire,
had a
and he couldn't
directness
find
that I
me.
wasn't used to.
Never thought
a
I'd
way
be
of
using it
naming
like
things
this.
plainly
And
without
the pin
cruelty.
dropped right there in Atlanta,
that made me feel
in
more
Midtown.
seen in that
Right
small
near the
room than I
W
had in
Hotel.
11 years
My
in a
vision
much
blurred,
larger
and
one.
I had to blink back
The
tears
first Sunday
just to see the
I sat in her
screen because he
congregation.
lied.
She
He
was
looked me in the
preaching
face
about
3 days
witness.
ago.
About
Kissed me
the difference
goodbye,
between
told
being
me
a
he
witness
loved
to
me
truth
and
and
lied.
being a keeper
I
of
called
someone
him
else's
and it
secrets.
went straight to voicemail.
She talked about
Called
how
again,
silence can be a
voicemail.
form of complicity,
Texted, call me
and
now,
how the
and
hardest
got
thing is
nothing,
often
just
not
radio
speaking up to
silence.
outsiders.
So I
but
called
being
the W
honest within
Hotel
the walls of
directly,
your own
and my voice
closest
was steady,
relationships.
even though my insides
I
were
sat there with
screaming.
my
I
hands
said,
folded
"Hi,
in my lap,
can you
and
connect
felt
me to
something I
Marcus
hadn't felt
Thompson's
in a
room,
long
please?"
time,
And the
which
front
was that I
desk
was in the
lady
right
paused,
place.
clicked
that
the
words being
said
spoken were reaching something in me that had been unreachable for a while.
Throw my phone across
After
the room.
service, she was greeting people at the door,
I'm
and when I came through,
and it rang
she
once,
looked at me with the
twice,
kind of directness
3
that
times,
doesn't feel
and then
intrusive,
a woman answered,
but lets you know
not
you've
Marcus,
been seen.
a woman.
She said,
her voice
I haven't
groggy
seen you
and
here
annoyed,
before.
saying, hello.
I told her it was my
I
first
froze.
Sunday.
Every nerve
She
in my
said,
body
"Come
went
back."
cold.
Not
I
as a
couldn't
command
speak.
or a
I couldn't
sales
breathe.
pitch.
And she
Just an
said,
invitation,
hello, again,
simple and warm,
more irritated
from
this
someone
time,
who meant it.
And I hung up.
I did come back.
My chest felt like
I
it was
came back
caving
the
in
following
because
Sunday,
a woman answered
then
his
the one
hotel
after
room
that,
at 10
and
in the morning.
then the one after that.
In Atlanta.
The community
when he
I
was
found in
supposed
that
to be in
smaller
Dallas.
space was different
I
from
sat
what
there
I
for
had
maybe
at
5
greater
minutes,
anointing.
just staring at the wall,
Not
and then
necessarily
something in me
better in
snapped.
every way.
I wasn't
but
about
more
to sit
honest
here
in the ways that
and
had come
fall
to matter
apart.
most
I needed
to
to
me.
see this for myself.
People talked about their
I grabbed
struggles
my
without
keys
dressing
in my
them
purse,
up.
and I was
The
out the
prayer
door.
requests were
the W was
specific and
only
real.
20 minutes
There was
away
no
in traffic,
performance layer
but
between
I
the
made it in
congregation
12.
and the worship.
My heart was pounding
No
so
sense
hard,
that you needed
I
to
thought I
present
might
a
pass
certain
out in the
version of
lobby,
yourself to
but
belong.
I walked up to the front
I
desk
had not
like
realized
I belonged
how
there,
much of my energy at
confident,
greater anointing
unbothered,
had gone into
even though I was
maintaining that
breaking
presentation
inside.
until I was
smiled
somewhere
big
that
and
didn't
warm
require
and
it.
said, "Hi,
My life
I'm
in the
here
year
to
and a
surprise
half
my
since the
husband,
divorce has
Marcus
been quieter
Thompson.
than the life I
Can you
had
tell me
before.
what room he's in?"
And I
the
mean
guy
that
at the
is neither
desk
complaint
hesitated,
nor
said,
boast, just
"I'm sorry,
observation.
ma'am.
I live
can't give
alone
out
in a
room
smaller
numbers."
apartment in
I
Kirkwood
leaned
that
in,
I chose
dropped my
specifically
voice, said,
because
"Look,
it had nothing
it's our
to do with my
anniversary.
marriage.
I
No
flew in
shared
to surprise
history in the
him.
walls.
Please,
No
I
furniture
just
that
want
had
to see my
belonged to us
husband."
rather
And
than
he
just
looked
to
at
me.
me.
I
Looked at
bought
his
things I
computer,
liked.
sighed,
I painted
and
the
said,
bedroom a
"Room
color Marcus
804."
would have vetoed.
I thanked him
I started
and
cooking in
headed
a way I
straight for the
hadn't since
elevators.
before we bought that
My
house.
hands
Trying
trembling as I
recipes
hit the
I'd
button,
always been
and
curious
the
about
ride-up
and
felt
eating
like
dinner at
forever.
odd hours because
Every
I could.
floor that passed
Small
made
freedoms.
my stomach
The
twist
kind
tighter.
that only feels
When the
significant
doors opened
when
on
you've
the
spent
8th
time
floor, I
without
stepped
them.
out and followed
I
the
still
signs.
talked to my mother,
804
my
was at
cousin
the end of the
Danielle,
hall,
and a
I
handful of
stood
friends
outside
who were
that
mine
door for
before
a
the
full
marriage
minute because
and are
part
still
of me
mine
wanted
after
to turn
it.
around.
I eventually
Pretend I
told them
never
the
saw
whole
that
story.
message.
Not
Go home
immediately,
and live in
not all at
blissful
once,
ignorance,
but
but
over
I
time,
couldn't.
as I
I
found
knocked,
language for
3
its
sharp
different
knocks,
parts.
and there was
My
silence.
mother, to her
Then
credit,
shuffling,
did not say,
whispers,
"I told
the
you
lock
so,"
clicked,
though she
the door
had,
opened a
in
crack,
fact, told
and
me
there
a
he
version
was,
of it.
Marcus,
Having
my
sensed
husband,
something off about Marcus
standing
in
there in a
ways
hotel
she
robe,
mentioned
hair
carefully
messy,
and
eyes
diplomatically
wide,
over the years.
saying, "Baby,
She just
what
listened,
are you doing here?"
then
His
drove
voice
from her
cracking,
house in Stone
guilt
Mountain
written
to my
all over his
apartment in
face.
Kirkwood
I
and
pushed
sat with
the
me
door
for a
open,
weekend.
stepped inside,
We watched old movies.
and there she was.
She made food
sitting
I'd
on the
grown
bed,
up eating,
wrapped
and
in a
we didn't
sheet.
talk about
Her
Marcus
makeup
or the
smudged.
church for most of it.
My husband's
It was
clothes
exactly
on the
what I
floor
needed.
next to hers.
I've been asked
She looked at
by
me.
more than
I
one
looked at her.
person whether
Marcus
I
stood
regret the
frozen
marriage,
between us like
whether
a
I
deer
would
in
go back
headlights.
and choose
And I
differently
said,
if I could.
"So this is Dallas."
I've thought about that
My
question
voice calm,
seriously
too calm.
rather than
The
dismissively,
kind of calm that
because
comes
it deserves
right
a
before a
serious
storm.
answer.
Marcus
And
started
what I've
stammering,
arrived at is this.
"Baby, listen.
I don't regret
this
the
isn't
love
what
I
it looks
brought to
like.
that marriage.
I can explain.
I don't regret
and
the
I
effort,
actually
the
laughed.
faithfulness,
Not
or
because
the
it was
years
funny,
of
but
genuine
because that's what they
partnership
all
that existed
say.
before
Every
the drift
cheating
set
man in
in.
history has
I
used
don't
that
even
exact
fully regret
line.
the fact that
The
it
woman
ended,
on the bed
because
pulled the
the
sheet
ending,
tighter around
as
herself
devastating
and
as
said,
it was
"Marcus,
also
who is
a
this?"
kind of
And
clearing.
I turned to her,
It removed
looked her
things
dead
that
in the
had
eye,
long blocked
and
my
said,
view of
"I'm his
myself.
wife.
And
Who the hell are
what
you?"
I see now in the
Her
space
face
they
went
occupied
pale,
is
and
something
she
I
looked at
value
Marcus
more than
like
the
he
comfortable
just betrayed
blindness
her too,
I was living in.
like she didn't know.
What I do regret
like
is
maybe
the years
he told
I
her
spent
he was
ignoring
single
my own
or
instincts in
divorced or
deference
some
to
other
other
lie.
people's voices.
And she said,
my
his
mother's
wife?
wisdom about
Marcus,
trust,
you
my
told me you were
grandmother's advice
separated.
about giving
And
men
there it
room
was,
to breathe,
the web of
the
lies
collective female
unraveling right
wisdom
in
of
front
my
of me,
family that was
because
well-intentioned
not only was
and
he cheating,
sometimes accurate,
he was telling
and
this
also,
woman we were
in this
separated
case,
when I just
was
kissed
a
him goodbye
framework I
3
used
days
to
ago.
talk myself out of
I
things
looked
I
back at
needed to
Marcus
pay
and
attention
said,
to.
"Separated?
I don't
Is
blame
that what
those
you told
women.
her?"
I
When
don't
exactly
blame the
did we
tradition.
separate, Marcus?
I blame the way I
Because I
applied
must
it
have missed
as a
that
reason not to
conversation.
see, rather
He
than as a
opened
foundation for seeing
nothing
clearly.
came out.
That's a distinction I carry with me
and
now,
the woman got
and
up,
it shows up in
started
every
grabbing her
relationship
clothes,
I have.
said, "I can't
every
believe
context
this.
where I'm
You're
tempted to
disgusting."
look away
And
from
I
something
almost
that
felt
deserves
bad
my
for her.
attention.
Almost.
I ran into
Because she was a
Marcus's
victim
mother,
here too.
Miss Carolyn,
Just
about
not my
6
priority.
months after the
She got
divorce
dressed
was
fast,
finalized.
grabbed her purse,
We were both at a
shot
grocery
Marcus
store
one
in
last
College
look of
Park,
pure
and
disgust,
she saw me
and
first.
walked past me
I
out
watched
the door,
her decide to approach
and then it was
me.
just the two
I
of
could
us,
see it in the way
me
she
and
stopped
the man
and
I'd
steadied
built a life
herself,
with,
and I stood
standing in
still
a hotel
and
room
let
that
her come.
smelled like betrayal.
She looked older.
I walked over
She took
to
my
the bed,
hand in both
sat
of
down
hers,
on the edge,
and she said,
looked at the rumpled
"I'm so
sheets,
sorry,
the two
baby."
coffee cups on
And
the
I
nightstand,
believed her.
the room
Miss
service tray
Carolyn
with
is not a
breakfast for
woman
two,
who apologizes
and I
on
felt this
behalf of
strange
other
calm
people
wash
as a
over me
deflection.
because the wondering
She was
over.
apologizing for
The
her own
paranoia
grief,
I'd
for the
convinced
loss
myself
of what
was
she'd
crazy
hoped her
was
son's
actually
life
real,
would be,
and now
for
I
the
knew.
gap between the man
Marcus
she'd
finally
raised
found his
and the
voice
man
and
he'd
said,
shown
"Baby,
himself to be.
please, let
I
me explain."
squeezed her hands
It was a
and told
mistake.
her I was okay.
It didn't mean anything.
She said,
and
"I
I
know
held
you
up
are."
my hand to stop
We
him
stood there a
because I'd
moment
heard
longer
enough.
than a grocery
I'd
store
seen
parking
enough.
lot required.
And nothing he could
Then
say
went
would
our
change
separate
what I
ways.
just walked in
It was
on.
one of the more
I
dignified
said, "How
endings
long?"
to something
and he
painful that I've
hesitated,
experienced,
looked away,
and
and
I'm
I said it
grateful for
again,
it.
louder.
Pastor Drummond,
how long, Marcus?
I understand that you
And he mumbled
relocated to
6
another
months,
city.
like that would
Whether
somehow
he's found
hurt less
another
than saying it
congregation,
clearly.
another platform,
6 months,
another
half a
community
year of
willing
lying
to
to my
restore
face,
him to a
half a
position
year
of
of fake
spiritual
business
authority.
trips and late nights
I
at the
genuinely
office.
don't know.
Half a year
I
of
don't
him
follow
coming
his
home
movements.
and kissing
What
me
I do
like
know is that
everything
the
was
accountability
normal while
he
he was
faced in
building a
Atlanta
whole
was
other life
largely
behind my
informal
back.
rather than institutional,
I stood up,
which
walked
is
to the
both
window,
typical and
looked out at the
deeply
Atlanta skyline,
unsatisfying.
and said,
The church
"I want you to know
protected
that
its
I loved you.
reputation as
I
long
gave
as it
you
could,
everything,
then moved
and you
on,
threw it away
as
for what?
institutions
for her,
do.
for the thrill,
The people
for
most
the ego
directly
boost of
harmed
having
by what
two
he
women,
did had to find
and my
their own
voice
way
didn't
to the
break,
other side.
didn't waver,
with little
because I
help
was
from the
done
structures
crying
that
over
were
him.
supposed to
He
hold him
tried to come
accountable.
closer,
That is
tried
not
to
a
touch my
unique
shoulder,
story in
and I
religious
stepped
communities,
back, said,
and that fact
don't
doesn't
you
make
dare
it less
touch me,
true
because
or
his
less
hands
painful.
felt contaminated
Renee
now.
is doing well.
Everything
as we
about
last
him
spoke.
felt dirty.
She's doing some
I pulled
consulting
out my
work,
phone,
which she'd
opened
been
the
wanting
camera,
to do for
and
years,
started recording.
but had set
Marcus
aside to
looking
support her
confused,
husband's ministry.
saying, "What are you doing?"
Her kids
and
are
I
adjusting
said,
in the
"I'm
way kids
documenting
adjust,
this, your
which is
confession,
to say
this
unevenly
hotel room,
and with a
all
lot
of
of
it."
help from their mother.
Because when I filed
She
for
mentioned
divorce,
she'd
I want to
started
make sure the
attending a
judge
smaller
knows
church,
exactly who
which
you are.
made me smile.
His face went
Something
from
about
guilty
both
to
of us
panicked real
landing in
quick,
smaller,
and he said,
quieter
"Divorce?
places after
Baby,
years of
come
the
on.
large,
We
and
can
the
work through
prominent
this.
felt right.
We can go to
like
counseling."
we'd both learned something
and
about what actually
laughed
sustains
again
you
because the
versus what
audacity
looks
of
like
this
it
man
should.
thinking I would
People
stay,
ask me about
thinking
faith.
I would work through
Whether
him
what
sleeping
happened
with
broke
another
it,
woman for
whether
6
I
months
still believe in the
was
church as an
genuinely
institution,
insane.
whether
I
the
recorded him
betrayal of a
standing there in
man
his
who was
robe,
supposed to
recorded
represent
the
something
hotel room,
sacred
the
destroyed
evidence
my
of his
relationship
betrayal,
with that thing.
and then I stopped,
And the honest
put
answer
my
is
phone
that my
away,
faith
and
is
said,
intact,
"I'll be moved
though it
out
looks
by the
different
time
than
you
it
get
did.
home.
It is
Don't
quieter.
bother trying to contact
It is less
me.
dependent
My lawyer
on
will be in
institutional
touch."
validation.
I walked toward
It
the
is
door,
less likely
and
to
he followed
accept
me,
someone's
begging
spiritual
now,
authority
"Please,
at face
don't do
value
this.
and
I love
more
you.
interested in
I
the
made a
evidence
mistake,
of how they
and I
actually
turned around
live.
one last time
It has,
and said,
in
"You
some
didn't make a
ways,
mistake,
become more
Marcus.
personal
You made
and
a
more
choice
durable
over and
precisely
over again for
because
6
it is
months,
no
and
longer
now
being
I'm
held
making
up by
mine."
structures
I
I've
left
had to
him
stop
standing there
trusting.
in that hotel room
What I believe
and
now
took
is
the
simpler
elevator
than
back
what I
down,
believed before.
walked through the
And I
lobby
think
with my
simpler
head
is
high,
closer
even though
to
I
the
wanted to
truth.
collapse.
I
Got in
believe
my
in
car,
showing up
and the
honestly.
second I
I
closed
believe
the door,
in paying
the tears
attention
came.
to what the people
Not sad
closest to you
tears,
are
angry
actually
tears.
doing rather than what they're
Because
saying.
I'd wasted
I
5
believe
years of
that
my life
love
on a
is
man
not
who
naivete.
didn't deserve me.
Trust is
I
not
drove
passivity,
home and
and
immediately
faith is
started
not the
packing
same
his
as looking
things,
away.
every shirt,
I believe that
every
the
pair
hardest
of shoes,
lessons tend to be the
every
most
reminder of
permanent
him
ones,
went into trash
and that the
bags,
clearing that
and I
happens
piled
after
them all in the
devastation,
garage
as
because I
brutal
wanted
as the
them out of
clearing
my sight.
process is,
I called my
makes
girl
room for
Tasha
things
and
that
told
couldn't
her
grow
everything,
in the shade of what
and
was
she
there
came
before.
over within the hour with
I am
wine
31
and
years
tissues
old.
and righteous anger.
I live in an apartment
saying I knew
like,
something was off
in a
with him.
neighborhood I've come
I
to
never
love.
trusted his ass.
I have a
and
job I'm good at
honestly,
and that I
needed
find
to hear
meaningful.
That.
I
Needed
have
someone
friends
to
who are
validate
real,
that my
an
gut had
honest
been right
community,
all along.
and a faith
That
that I
night
have
Marcus
actually
called
examined
17
rather than
times,
just inherited.
texted 34
I have
messages,
a cleaner relationship
all
with
the
my own
same
instincts
desperate
than I have
bullshit.
had at any
I'm
other
sorry.
point in my adult
Please
life.
talk to me.
And I have a capacity for
I'll do
solitude that I had
anything,
never
and I
developed
blocked his
before,
number because
that I think
didn't
is one
need
of the
his
most
apologies,
underrated forms
didn't
of
need his
strength a person can
explanations,
have.
didn't
The
need
ability to be
anything from
alone
him
with
anymore.
yourself without
I
filling the
contacted a
silence with
divorce
noise.
attorney the next
I
morning.
am not finished
a
being
woman
affected
Tasha
by what
recommended
happened.
who had a
I don't think you're
reputation
ever
for eating
finished.
cheating
Not
husbands
really.
alive in court.
It shows up in
and when I walked
unexpected
into her
moments.
office and
In the
told
way,
her my story,
I sometimes
she smiled,
catch myself in a new
actually
relationship
smiled,
or
and
friendship,
said, "Oh, honey,
looking for the frequency
we're going
drift
to take him
before
for
it becomes a
everything he's
problem."
got."
In the
Turns
way,
out Georgia
I'll hear
is
a certain kind of
fault-based
gospel
divorce
music
state,
and
meaning
feel a
his
complicated
infidelity
mixture of
actually
love
mattered,
and loss
and
that I
because
can't
we'd
fully
been married
untangle.
5 years,
In the
and
way,
I'd
I
supported
sometimes
him
dream
through
about
grad
that whole way in
school
the
while he built
Marriott
his
and
career.
wake up with the same
I was
combination
entitled
of
to
dread and
alimony
clarity
and a
I felt
significant
standing
portion of our
outside that
assets.
door.
Marcus
But I
tried
am
to
not
come home
defined
2
by it
days
either.
later and
That
found
is
the
the
locks
line I
changed,
have worked
his
hardest
stuff
to
in the
walk.
garage,
To
and
let
a
what
note on the
happened be
door
part
that
of my
said,
story
"You can pick up your
without
things
letting it be
between
the whole
2
of it.
and 4
To
p.m.
him on Saturday. My brother will be here to supervise
in a way
because
that
I wasn't about to
me
deal
off
with
to
him
what comes
alone.
next.
He showed up that Saturday
I don't know
looking
yet.
like he hadn't slept.
That is not a
eyes
sad
red,
admission.
face haggard,
It is an honest
and
one.
my brother Marcus.
And after years of filling in that uncertainty with assumptions, deference,
stood
and
their
the
arms
voices
crossed
of other
while
people's
cheating
wisdom,
Marcus loaded
I
his
find
trash
not knowing to
bags
be one
into
of the
his
most
car,
honest things
and
I
it
can
felt
say.
poetic somehow.
I'm standing.
Having a real
I'm
man
clear.
watch a fake
I
one
am
pack
in
up
ways
his lies.
I couldn't have predicted
The
when I was
divorce took
23
4 months
years
to
old in a
finalize,
white
and
dress
in that
in that
time I found out
sanctuary.
even more
fully
Found
myself than I
messages
have ever
between
been.
him and at least
that
2
is
other
nothing.
women. Found
That is,
credit
in
card
fact,
statements for
everything.
hotels and
The
dinners
end.
I was never at.
She caught her pastor
Found a
in the
whole
hotel
secret
room
life
with her
I'd been
sister-in-law.
blind to because I
I
trusted
need you to
him.
understand
My
something
attorney
before I
used
start.
all of it.
I am
every
not a
text,
suspicious
every
woman by
receipt,
nature.
every
I
piece
never
of
went
evidence,
through Marcus's
and
phone.
when we walked into that
Never
courtroom,
questioned his
Marcus
whereabouts.
looked terrified.
Never demanded
because he knew he
passwords
was
or
caught.
check-ins or
Knew
any
there
of
was
that.
no talking
I
his
was
way
raised
out
to
of
believe
this.
that trust
The
was the
judge looked at
foundation
the
of a
evidence,
marriage,
looked
and
at
if you didn't
Marcus
have
with
that,
pure disdain,
you didn't have
and
anything
awarded
worth
me the
keeping.
house,
My mother
alimony
told me
for
that.
3 years,
My grandmother
and half
told
of
me
his
that.
retirement
The
account.
women in my
And
family built
Marcus
their
had the nerve
entire
to look
identities
shocked,
around
like
being
he
the kind of
expected to
wife who
cheat
didn't
and
sweat
get
the
away
small
with
stuff,
it consequence
who
free.
gave her husband
I
room
walked
to
out
breathe,
of that courtroom
who
feeling
kept the
lighter
home
than I had
steady
in months,
and the faith
like
strong.
I'd finally
I
shed
carried
dead
that
weight.
into my marriage
and when
as
Marcus
if it were
tried to
scripture.
stop me in the hallway,
And for a long
tried
time,
one last
I
time
thought
to
it was
apologize.
working.
I looked
Marcus
at
Webb
him
came
and
into my
said,
life
I hope
when I
she
was
was
22
worth it,
years
and
old,
kept walking.
standing in the
Shanice,
parking lot of
the
Greater
bartender
Anointing
who
Ministries
messaged me,
after a Sunday
reached
morning
out again
service,
a few weeks
arguing
after
with
the
my
divorce
cousin
was final,
Danielle about
said,
whose
"Hey
turn it was
girl,
to host
I've
Christmas
been thinking
dinner."
about you.
He walked
I hope
past
you're
us,
okay."
stopped,
And I thanked
looked
her,
at me, and
told her
said,
she'd
"I don't
saved
know
me
what the
from
argument is
wasting
about,
any more
but I
years
hope
on
you
a
win."
man who didn't
That was
value
it.
me.
That
Told
was
her
the
she
whole
was the real
introduction.
one for reaching
I
out
laughed.
when she didn't have to.
Danielle rolled her
She
eyes,
said she'd
and
seen
3
too
weeks
many
later,
women get
Marcus
played at that bar.
and I were having
Said she
coffee
had a
at a
sixth
little
sense for
spot
men
on
who were up to
Cascade
no
Road,
good. And
talking
when
for
she saw
4
Marcus
hours like
that
we'd
night with
known
his
each
wedding
other our
ring in
whole
his
lives.
pocket and his hands
He was
all
25.
over that woman,
Tall,
she knew she
clean-cut,
had to
the
say
kind of
something.
man who opened
I
doors
sold the
without
house
being
6
asked
months
and
later
remembered
because
things
I
you
didn't want to
mentioned
live
in
in a
passing
space
3
that held
conversations
so many
ago.
memories of a lie.
He was thoughtful in
Took
a
the
way
money
that made
and
you think
moved into
someone
a
had been
high-rise
raised
in
right,
Buckhead.
and he had
Started
been.
over completely.
His mother, Miss
New
Carolyn,
place, new
was one
energy,
of the
new
most
life.
respected women
Marcus
in our
tried to reach out
congregation.
on my birthday.
His father
sent
had
flowers
passed
to
when
my new
Marcus
address
was
somehow,
16,
and I
he
threw
carried
them in the
that
trash
grief with
without
a
reading the
quiet
card
dignity that I
because
found
didn't
deeply
need his
moving at the
performative
time.
gestures.
I thought
Didn't
it
need
meant
his
he
guilt
understood
offerings.
loss.
I
He
ran into him
understood
a
how
year
fragile
later at a
things were.
restaurant.
He
was
thought
with
it made
someone
him
new,
someone who
and
would
when our
never
eyes
take
met
what he
across
had
the
for
room,
granted.
I felt nothing.
We dated for 2
No
years
anger,
and married
no
when I was
sadness,
23.
No lingering
The wedding was
feelings,
held in the
just
same
indifference,
sanctuary
and
where
that's
we'd
when I
both
knew
been
I'd
baptized
truly
as
moved
children.
on.
And
He looked
there
like
was
he wanted
something about
to come
that
over,
symmetry
wanted
that
to
felt
talk,
like a promise
but
bigger
I
than
turned
the
back
vows
to my
themselves.
date. A man
father
who'd
walked
proven
me down
himself
the aisle.
honest and
Miss
steady
Carolyn
and nothing
cried
like
through
Marcus,
the entire
and I
ceremony.
didn't give my ex
Pastor
another
Elijah
glance.
Drummond,
The audacity
who had
of
known
men
Marcus
who cheat is
since he was
something
a
I'll never
teenager,
understand.
officiated.
The way they
He
think
gave
they
a
can
sermon
have
before
everything,
the vows
the
that
devoted
people
wife
in
at
our
home,
church
and
still
the
talk about.
excitement on the side.
Something about
Like, we're
covenants
not
and
human
sacred
beings
ground
with
and the way
feelings
God
and
sees
dignity and
marriages
the right
not
to
as
be
contracts,
respected.
but as
here's
living
what I
things that
learned.
have to be tended.
You can't make someone
I
value
remember
you.
standing
You
at
can't
that
love
altar
someone
thinking I
into
had
being
never
faithful.
felt more certain
All you can
about
do is know
anything
your
in my
worth
life.
and walk away
For
when
the
someone
first
shows
several
you they don't
years,
see it.
the marriage
And
was
I'm
good.
grateful now.
Not perfect,
Grateful for
because
Shanice's
nothing
message.
is, but genuinely
Grateful for
good.
that knock on
We bought a
room
house in
804.
Adamsville.
Grateful
I was
for
working
the truth,
as a project
even though it
manager
shattered
for a
my world,
mid-sized healthcare
because
company
staying with
downtown,
Marcus would have
and
shattered
Marcus
me
was
even
building
more.
his career
I'm
in
32
commercial
now,
real estate.
living my best
We
life,
were busy,
traveling,
but we made time for
thriving
each
in my
other.
career,
We traveled
dating
when we
intentionally,
could.
and
We had
I've
a
never
standing
been
date night
happier
on
because
Fridays.
I'm not settling,
We were active
not
in the
ignoring
church,
red flags,
both of us serving on
not
different
letting
ministry
anyone
teams,
make me feel like
and
I'm
that community
asking for
was
too
the
much
backbone
when
of our
all I
social
want is
life in a
basic
way that
respect
felt
and loyalty.
healthy and grounding
Sometimes
rather
I
than
think
insular.
about that version of me
The
sitting
first
on
time
the
I
couch
noticed
reading that
something shift
Instagram
was
message.
about 4 years
How
into the
scared
marriage.
she was.
It
How her
wasn't
whole
dramatic.
world was about to implode.
It wasn't an argument,
and I want to tell her
a
it's
cold
going to
shoulder,
hurt,
or
but you're going
any
to
of the
survive.
obvious signs
You're going to
people
come out
talk about.
stronger.
It was
You're
more
going
like
to realize
a
you
frequency
never
change.
needed him.
When a
You
radio
just needed
signal
to believe
drifts
in yourself.
slightly off station,
And to
you
anyone
keep
listening
reaching
who's
for the
in that
dial
place
to
right
bring it
now,
back,
who just
but
found
the sound
out,
keeps
who's
getting
reading
fuzzy
the
at the
text
edges.
or seeing the receipts
Marcus was
or
present
standing
physically,
outside
but
a
somewhere
hotel
else
room door.
in every other
I'm
way
telling
that
you what
mattered.
I wish someone
I
had
chalked
told
it up
me.
to work
Leave.
stress.
Don't
He
wait
was
for
trying
more
to
proof.
close a significant
Don't give
deal,
them another chance.
and the pressure
don't
was
believe
visible.
the tears and the promises.
I gave him space.
Just leave and
The
don't
deal
look back
closed.
because you
Things
deserve
got a
someone
little
who would
better.
never put you in that
I
position.
stopped
to
paying
begin
attention
with.
to the frequency.
Marcus texts me
but
sometimes.
that drift never
Even
fully
now,
corrected
3
itself.
years later,
It would
saying
settle
he's
for a
sorry,
few months,
saying
and
he
then
thinks
I'd
about
feel it
me,
again.
saying he
That
made the
subtle
biggest
pulling
mistake
away.
of his life.
That quality of
and
being
I
in
don't
the same
respond
room with
because
someone
my
who had
silence
already
is
left.
the only answer he
I
deserves.
mentioned it to him once.
I'm
maybe
happy,
8 months
genuinely
before
happy,
everything
and he's
fell
still
apart.
out there trying to fill
We were in the
whatever
kitchen
void
on a
made
Sunday
him think
evening,
cheating was acceptable.
and I told him I felt
And
like
that's
we were
not
losing
my problem
something.
anymore.
Like we were
That's
becoming
his,
roommates
and I'm
who went
free.
to church together.
I started
instead
therapy
of
about
husband
6
and
months
wife.
after the divorce.
He listened.
Not because
He
I was
nodded.
broken, but
he said
because
I was right
wanted to
and that he
understand
would do
how
better.
I'd missed the signs.
And he did.
How
for
I'd
about
let
6
myself
weeks.
be so blind
Then the
to
drift
what was
came
happening
back,
right in
and
front
this
of
time
me.
it brought company.
My therapist,
He started
Dr.
spending
Williams,
more time at the church.
She didn't let me sit
Not
in that
just
victim
Sundays,
space for
but
long.
multiple
She
evenings
said,
a week.
You didn't miss signs.
Tuesday Bible
He
study,
was deliberately
which he'd attended
hiding
off
them.
and on
That's
for
what
years,
cheaters do.
became
became a
They
non-negotiable
gaslight you into
standing
thinking you're
commitment.
paranoid when your
Thursday
intuition is
leadership
screaming the
meetings that
truth.
he'd never
And
mentioned
hearing that
before
released
started
something in me
appearing
I
on
didn't
his
know I
calendar.
was holding on to.
Saturday morning
She
prayer
helped me
calls
see that I'd been
seemed to
so
stretch
busy
past
being the
noon.
perfect wife.
I didn't question
so
it at
focused
first
on
because
supporting
the church
Marcus
had
and
always
building
been
our
central
life
to our
together
lives.
that I'd
And
stopped
honestly,
paying attention
I
to
told
myself.
myself I should be
Stopped
glad he was
listening to my
investing
own
in his
needs.
spiritual
Stopped
growth
noticing
instead
when
of sitting
things
at
fell
home
off.
disconnected.
There were signs,
I told
though.
myself a
Looking
lot
back,
of things
I
that
can
year.
see them clearly now.
I was very
the way he
creative with
started
my
going to the gym
explanations.
more.
What I didn't pay
upgrading his
close enough
wardrobe,
attention to was
being
the way
extra
he started
protective of his
guarding his phone.
Coming home
Marcus
and
had never been
showering
secretive about
immediately
his phone
before
before.
even greeting me.
We weren't the type
All
to go
those
through
little
each other's
changes
devices,
I'd explained away
but
as
we
him
also
just
weren't the
taking
type
better
to hide
care of
them.
himself.
His phone
I
had
remember
always
one night
just been
about
his
8
phone,
months before
sitting
I
on the
found out.
counter.
We were
face
lying
up,
in
no
bed,
drama.
and I said, "You
But
feel
somewhere
different
around
lately,
7 months
like
before that
distant."
Wednesday night,
and he'd rolled
I
over,
started
kissed my
noticing
forehead,
that he'd flip it
said,
over
"I'm just
whenever I
stressed
walked
with
into
work,
the room.
baby.
That
Nothing
he'd
to
take
worry
calls
about."
in the garage.
And I'd believed
His
him
screen
because why
brightness
wouldn't
was
I?
always set
He was
to the
my
lowest
husband.
level.
That's what
I
gets me the
noticed.
most.
I
Not
filed
just
it
the
away.
cheating, but the ease
I didn't
with
want
which
to be
he
the
lied.
suspicious
The way
wife.
he could look in my
My
eyes
mother's
and
voice
feed me
in my
bullshit
head,
with a
my
straight
grandmother's
face.
voice,
The way
the
he made me
voices
doubt
of
my own
every woman in
instincts
my
when they were
family
trying to
who had
protect
ever
me.
told me that a man
Dr.
needed
Williams
space
said that's
and
the
trust.
real damage of
I
infidelity.
listened to those voices
Not
instead
just
of
the
my own
broken
instincts,
trust,
and I
but
will
the
carry
way it
the
makes
weight
you
of that
question
choice
your
for a
own
long
judgment.
time.
Makes
On
you
Wednesday
wonder
night,
if you can
it
ever
all
trust
collapsed,
yourself
as
again.
it often does.
And working
I'd had
through
a
that
long
took
day at
longer
work,
than getting over
back-to-back
Marcus ever
meetings,
did.
ate lunch
I
at my
joined this
desk,
online
and
support
drove
group for
home in
women
that
who'd been
particular
through
Atlanta
similar
traffic
situations.
that makes you question
and hearing their
every life
stories
decision
made me
you've
realize
ever
I
made.
wasn't alone.
Marcus was
wasn't
already
crazy.
dressed and
wasn't
heading
the
out
only
when I
one
walked
who'd
in the
been
door.
blindsided by
He
someone
kissed
they
me on
thought
the
they
cheek,
knew.
said he had
One
a
woman
late
in the
leadership
group,
debrief at
her
the church,
husband had been
and
cheating
said
for
he'd
10
be home
years
by
with
10.
multiple women.
I kicked off my
Another
shoes,
found out her
changed
husband
into
had a
something
whole
comfortable,
second family in
heated the
another
leftovers
state.
in the fridge,
And my
and was in
situation,
bed by 9.
as devastating
Watching
as
a
it
show
was,
I'd
could have
already
been
seen
so
twice
much worse.
because I was too
But
tired
pain
to
is
invest
pain.
in
You can't
anything
measure it
new.
against someone
My
else's
phone
trauma.
rang at
And what
9:47.
Marcus did to me was
Unknown
enough.
number.
More than enough
Atlanta
to justify
area
every
code.
decision I made
I stared
after.
at it for a moment.
I started
and then
dating
picked up
again
because
about a year
something,
after the
some
divorce
instinct
was
I
final.
hadn't learned to ignore
Nothing
yet
serious at
told
first.
me to answer.
Just getting
The
back
woman
out
on the
there,
other end
remembering
had a calm
what it
voice.
felt like to be
the way
wanted
people
without
are
the weight
calm
of
when they've
betrayal
made a
hanging
decision
over
they
everything.
can't take back.
The first guy
She
I
didn't
went out
introduce
with,
herself.
David, he was
She
nice
didn't
enough,
apologize
but
for
halfway
calling.
through dinner, he
She
made
just
some
said,
joke about his
"Is this
crazy
Marcus
ex-wife,
Webb's wife?"
and I
the way she
immediately
said
shut down
wife
because
with this
any man
particular
who
weight
talks
on
about
it
his ex like
made
that
my
is telling
stomach
you
drop
exactly
before
who he
I'd
is.
even processed
I
the
learned
question.
to watch for the red
I
flags
said
I'd
yes.
ignored with Marcus.
I asked who
the
she
love
was.
bombing.
She
the
said her name
inconsistencies
didn't
in
matter,
stories,
then told
the way
me my
some men
husband
would push
wasn't
for
at any
commitment
church
too
meeting.
fast or get
She said he was at the
when I
Marriott
asked
Peachtree,
basic questions
room
about their life.
214, and
I
that he was
dated
not
a few
alone.
guys who seemed
She said
promising
it
until
without
they
drama,
weren't.
without
One
emotion,
who still had dating
like
apps on
she
his
was
phone
reading
while
an
we were
address off a
supposedly
piece of
exclusive.
paper.
Another
And then
who
she hung
conveniently
up.
forget to mention
I sat in
he
my
was
bed for
technically
probably
still
4
married
full minutes
until
without
I found
moving.
his wedding photos
I
on
ran through
Facebook.
every
It
rational
was
alternative
exhausting
I
and
could manufacture,
demoralizing,
wrong number.
and there were nights I
Someone
wondered
is
if
playing
all
a
men
game,
were just
a
variations of
misunderstanding,
Marcus.
a
If
mix-up.
loyalty was just
Some
some
woman with
fantasy
a
I'd been
grudge
sold
against a
that didn't
different
actually
Marcus
exist
Webb
in
in
real
a different
life.
marriage with a
But
different
then I
wife.
met James at a
I
friend's
built those
birthday
alternatives
party.
up as
He
high as
wasn't
I
my
could,
usual type,
and then I watched them
quieter,
collapse
more
on their
reserved.
own because not
Worked
one
as
of
an
them could
architect
hold the
and
weight of
spoke
what I
about his
heard in that
projects
woman's
with
voice.
this genuine passion
She wasn't
that was
making something
actually
up.
refreshing.
She knew
after
something,
dealing with so
and
many
she had
men who
decided I
couldn't
should
talk
know it
about
too.
anything but
I got
themselves.
up. I got
He
dressed.
asked for my number,
Not slowly,
and I almost didn't
not
give it to him
dramatically,
because I
just
was
mechanically.
so tired of being
the way you move when
disappointed.
your brain
But
has made a
something about
decision,
him felt different.
and your body is
Felt safe
following
in a way I
orders
hadn't
before your
experienced
emotions
in a
have
long
had a
time.
chance to vote.
Our first
I
date was
grabbed my
coffee,
keys in my
simple,
purse,
low
and
pressure,
I drove to that
and
Marriott.
he asked me questions,
and I want to
tell you that I was composed the
about
whole
my
way
life
there,
and my
but
work
the truth
and
is
what
that
I wanted for
cried
my
for the
future.
first 10 minutes of that
He actually
drive.
listened to the
And then
answers
something
instead of
switched
just
off
waiting
inside
for his
me,
turn to talk.
and I went very still.
I told him on the
Not
third date
peaceful
that
still.
I'd been married before,
Certain still.
that it had ended
Like,
badly.
I already knew what
that
I was
had
about
trust
to find,
issues I was working
and the grief
through,
of knowing it
and
had
he didn't
arrived
run.
before the proof.
Didn't make it weird.
The lobby of
Just
the Marriott
said,
was
"I get
bright
it.
and quiet.
We all have history.
One of those
I'm
business
not in a
travel
rush,"
hotels
and
where
meant
the
it.
energy at
He
10
was
o'clock on a
consistent.
Wednesday
Showed
is
up when he
tired
said
and
he would.
transactional.
Texted back in
A man in a
reasonable
suit
time
was
frames.
checking in at the front
Introduced
desk.
me to his friends
A
and
woman
family
was waiting
without
for the
hesitation.
elevator with a
Had his
rolling
location
suitcase.
shared with me from
Nobody
day one
paid me
without
any
me even
attention.
asking.
I
It
took
took
the
me
elevator
6
to the
months to
second
fully
floor
trust him.
and walked down
6
the hallway.
months of waiting for
And
the
when
other
I got
shoe
to
to
room
drop.
214,
For him to reveal himself
I stood
as
outside
just
that
another
door,
Marcus in disguise.
and I made myself
But he
breathe.
never did.
I could
He
hear
just
the
kept
television.
being honest and
a
present,
low murmur
and
of sound.
everything
Some
Marcus
late night show.
had pretended
the
to be.
kind of noise people
We've been
put
together
on when they
2
want to
years
feel
now,
less
and
alone
I'm not
or
saying
less
it's perfect.
conspicuous.
No relationship
There was light
is,
under the
but
door.
it's real. It's
Someone
honest,
was awake in that room,
and I never have to
and
wonder
they had
if he's
no
lying
idea
to me
I was
because
standing
he's shown me
18
over and
inches
over
away
that
from them.
transparency
I
is
knocked
just
2
who
firm
he
knocks,
is.
not frantic,
James knows about
not timid.
Marcus, knows
The
the whole
television
story,
kept going.
and he's never
I
once
heard
made
movement,
me feel crazy
the
for being
unmistakable
cautious
sound of
or
people
for needing
adjusting,
reassurance when my
repositioning,
anxiety
the
spikes.
shuffle and
He
hush of a
understands
situation
that trust
being
is something I'm
rearranged
rebuilding
before a door
slowly,
opens.
and he's
I
patient
heard
with
a
that
low
process.
male voice saying
I
something
ran
I
into the
couldn't
woman
make
from
out.
the hotel room
I
once,
heard another voice
completely
respond.
random. We were
I
at the
stood
same
there,
brunch
and
spot
I
in
waited,
Midtown,
and when the
I
door
recognized
finally
her
opened,
immediately,
I
even
was
though it
looking
had
at
been almost
Pastor
3
Elijah
years.
Drummond.
She saw
He
me
was wearing
too,
a hotel
and for
robe.
a second we just
His
stared
hair,
at each other.
usually
And then she got
perfectly
up,
shaped for
walked
Sunday
over to my
mornings,
table
was not
and
right.
said, "I'm sorry.
His eyes
I know
went
that
wide
doesn't
when he
mean
saw
much,
me,
but I am."
and for just
I
a
didn't know
moment,
he was married
one
until
very
he showed
small
up that
and
day.
very honest
I
moment,
believed her
I
because
saw
I'd
pure
seen her
panic
face
cross
that
his
morning,
face before he
seen the
composed
genuine
himself
shock
into the
when she
Pastor
realized
Drummond
Marcus
I had
had
known
lied
for
to her
11
too.
years.
And I said,
But I had
know.
already seen the
He
panic.
fooled both of us.
I had
and
already
she
clocked
nodded,
the robe and
thanked
the hair
me for not
and the way
hating
he was
her,
standing in
and
the doorway
walked away.
of a hotel room
I don't
at 10
hate
o'clock
her.
on a
Never
Wednesday
did really,
night,
because
and
she
every
wasn't the
question in my
problem.
mind
Marcus
collapsed
was.
into a
He
single
was the one
point
who
of
made
terrible
vows and
clarity.
broke them.
I looked
He was the one
past
who
him into the
chose
room.
to deceive everyone
The lamp
around
on the
him,
nightstand was
and
on.
she was just
The
another
bed covers
casualty
were
of his
pulled back and
selfishness.
rumpled.
My
And
mom
sitting
asked
on the
me
far
once if
edge
I
of the
regretted
bed,
marrying
wrapped
Marcus,
from her
if I
shoulders
wished
to
I
her
could go
knees in the
back
white
and
bed
never
sheet,
meet him,
was a
and
woman
I
I
thought
had
about it
known
for a
since
long
the year
time
I
before
joined
answering
Greater
because the
Anointing
truth is
Ministries.
complicated.
A woman
I
who
said
had
no,
sat
I
beside
don't
me at
regret
women's
it,
ministry
because that
retreats
relationship
and
taught
eaten
me
at
what
my
I
kitchen
will
table
and won't
and
tolerate.
been in my wedding.
Showed me my own
A woman
strength.
whose last
Forced
name was
me to
Webb,
rebuild
because
myself
she had
into
been
someone
born
who knows
into
her
the
worth
same
and
family
won't
as my
compromise it for
husband,
anyone.
Tamara.
If I hadn't gone
Marcus's
through that,
younger sister,
I might have settled for
30
less,
years
might
old.
have ignored
The
red
woman I had
flags
called
in
my
future
sister-in-law and
relationships,
my friend for
might have
11
never
years.
developed the standards
I want to
I
stop
have
here
now that
because I
protect
need
me
you to
from
actually
ending up
sit
in
with
that
what I'm
situation
describing.
again.
I
Marcus
drove
was
to
a
that
lesson,
hotel
an
expecting to find
expensive,
my husband
painful
with
lesson,
another woman.
but a lesson
What I found
nonetheless.
instead was
And
my
I'm
pastor,
grateful for what
a
I learned,
married
even
man
if I'm
with
not
3
grateful for
children
how I
and
learned
20
it.
years of
I still
spiritual
have
authority
Shanice on
over my
Instagram.
community.
We don't
in a
talk
hotel
regularly,
room with
but
my
every now
sister-in-law.
and then she
My
checks
husband
in,
was
sends
nowhere
me a
in that
message
room.
asking how
And
I'm
the
doing,
caller who sent
and
me
I
there knew
always
exactly
respond
what I would
because
find.
without her I might still
The
be in
world
that
did not
marriage,
spin.
might still be living
It didn't
a lie.
do anything dramatic
She told me
or
recently
cinematic.
that she's gotten
It
messages
just rearranged
from other
itself
women
very
thanking her for
quietly into a
exposing their
shape
partners
I didn't
too,
recognize.
that she's made it her
Pastor
mission at
Drummond
the bar
started
to look out
talking
for women
immediately.
being played.
His voice
and
was
I think
low,
that's
measured,
beautiful.
controlled.
The way she turned
He said,
witnessing
"Sister
someone's
Keisha,
betrayal
this is
into
not
a
what
form
dash."
of sisterhood.
And I held up one
There's
hand,
this quote
and
I saw
something in my
somewhere that
face
said,
made him
sometimes
stop
the person you
mid-sentence.
take a bullet for
I
is
looked
the
at
one
Tamara.
behind the trigger.
She had
and
pulled
that
the
hit
sheet
different
higher up around
because
herself,
that's exactly what
and
Marcus
she was looking
was.
at a point
I would have
somewhere to
done
the left of my
anything for
face,
him, and he
unable
used that
or
devotion
unwilling
as
to meet
cover
my
to
eyes
destroy me.
directly.
But here's
I had
the
known
thing
this
about
woman
being
for over a
destroyed.
decade,
You get to
and she
decide
couldn't
how you
look at me.
rebuild. You
That
get to
told me
choose
more
what
than the
version of
robe
yourself
or the
rises
rumpled
from the
bed or
ashes.
any of the
and
rest
I
of
chose
it.
to become
I
someone
said
who would never
very
ignore her
calmly,
intuition
"Where is
again.
Marcus?"
Never
Neither
make
of them
herself
answered
small
immediately.
to accommodate a man's
Pastor
ego.
Drummond opened
Never
his mouth,
settle for
and I
breadcrumbs
cut
when
him
she
off
deserves
before
the
he
whole
could
damn
start.
meal.
I
I look at
said,
my life
"Not you."
now, my career
Her.
thriving,
Tamara
my friendships
finally
deeper,
looked at me.
my relationship
Her eyes were
healthy,
wet,
my
but she
peace
hadn't cried
protected,
yet.
and I
She said
realized
she
that
didn't know.
losing Marcus
I
wasn't
told
a
her
loss
that was
at all.
interesting,
It was
given
a
that
gain.
my husband
I
had
gained
told me
myself
he was at a
back.
church meeting
People
tonight,
ask me sometimes
and I
if
had
I
a
think he's
feeling the
changed,
two things
if
were
I
connected.
think he regrets what he did,
She looked away
if
again.
I think he's being faithful
So I
to
called
whoever he's
Marcus.
with now, and
Right there in the
honestly, I don't
doorway,
care.
phone on
His
speaker,
character
loud
development
enough
or
that
lack thereof
everyone in that
is no
hallway
longer my
and
concern.
everyone in that room
What
could
I know
hear
is that
every
people who
word.
cheat once
He
usually
picked up
cheat
on the
again
second
because
ring.
the issue
His
isn't the
voice
person
was
they're
normal,
cheating with.
relaxed,
It's something
the voice
broken
of a
inside
man
them.
who had no
Some
idea
inability
the floor
to be
was
satisfied.
about to disappear
Some
from
need
under
for validation that no one person
wrapping
can
up
fill.
at the church.
Marcus is probably still out there doing the same thing to someone new. Probably still lying and gaslighting and convincing some other woman that she's paranoid while he builds his secret life.
He said
and I hope she finds out sooner than I did. I hope someone messages her the way Shanice messaged me.
He said yes.
I hope she has the strength to walk away.
Then I need you to explain to me why I'm standing outside room 214 at the Mary Peachtree, looking at your pastor
My advice to anyone who's been cheated on is
the
this.
silence that
don't try to
followed
understand
that sentence
it.
was one of
Don't
the
torture
longest
yourself trying to figure out what you did wrong or
it was
what
the
you could have done
silence of
differently.
someone whose entire
Because the
architecture
truth
of
is you did
deception
nothing
just
wrong.
cracked
Their
at
cheating
every
has
joint
nothing to do with you,
simultaneously.
and
It was
everything
the
to do with
silence
their
of a
own
man running
brokenness.
through every
Leave,
possible response,
heal,
finding
rebuild,
none worked.
and don't ever let
And
them
then he
convince
said
you
it.
that you're bitter
He
or
said,
holding a
"Keisha,
grudge
I
when
can
you
explain.
refuse to give them
Not-
another chance.
What are you talking
because
about?
walking away from
Not- that's
disrespect isn't
impossible.
bitterness.
Not-
it's self-respect.
you must be mistaken.
I'm living
He
proof
said I
that
can
you can come out
explain,
the other
which
side
meant
of
he had
betrayal
something to
stronger,
explain,
happier,
which meant he
more
already
whole than
knew
you were
what I was
before.
looking at,
Because when you
which
stop
meant that
wasting
whatever was
energy on
happening in
someone
that
who
hotel
doesn't
room
deserve
was
it.
not new
You
information
have
to
so
my
much
husband.
more to pour into
I
yourself
told him
and
to
the people
come.
who actually
I
value
told him
you.
to come right now.
3 years ago,
And
I
I
was
hung
sitting
up.
on a couch reading a
15
message
minutes
that
later,
would change my
he
life.
walked off that
and if I could
elevator
go back
and down
that
that
hallway,
version of me anything.
and I watched his
I'd
face
say
the
thank
whole
being
way.
brave enough to
He
knock
didn't
on
look
that
shocked.
hotel room door.
He didn't look confused.
Thank you for not making
He looked like a
excuses for
man
him.
walking towards
Thank
something
you
he had
for
known was
choosing
coming.
yourself even when
and
it
there was
hurt.
something almost
Because
like
that
relief
decision,
in his expression
that moment
made
of
me
choosing
angrier
my own
than
dignity
anything
over
else
a
I had
comfortable
seen
lie.
or heard
That's
that
what
entire
saved
night.
me. And
Because
I'd make that
relief meant
same
he was
choice
tired of
1,000
carrying
times over.
something.
Marcus
And the
is
fact
still
that
texting,
he had been
still
carrying it without
apologizing,
telling me
still
meant he
trying
had
to
chosen
rewrite
to
history
carry
in
it
a way
alone
that
rather
makes him
than
look
trust
less
me
terrible.
with the truth.
And I'm
We did
still
not
not
have a screaming
responding
match in
because
that
my
hallway.
silence is the
All
most
four of us ended
powerful
up in
thing
that
I can
room
give
because
him.
I wasn't
The
about to have
absence
this
of my
conversation
attention.
where anyone
The
walking
void where
past
his
could hear
access
it.
to me used
And
to
I
be.
think everyone
He
involved
lost a woman
understood that.
who loved him
Pastor Drummond
unconditionally,
sat in the
and
chair
I
by
lost
the
a
window.
man who didn't know how to
Tamara
appreciate
put on the
that.
second hotel
And
robe
those two
and
losses
sat back
are
down
not
on the
the
edge of
same.
the bed.
Not even
Marcus
close.
stood near the door.
I won, even
and
though
I
it
stood
didn't
in
feel
the middle
like
of
winning
that
at the
room,
time.
looked at
I won
each of
because
them
I'm free,
and said,
because I'm
very
happy,
quietly,
because I'm
someone
with
needs
someone
to
who
start
would never
talking.
make me question
What
if
came
I'm
out
enough.
over the next 2 hours
And to everyone
in that
who's
hotel
still in the
room
thick
with
of
the
it,
television,
who's reading
still
this
murmuring
and
in the
seeing
background,
themselves in
and
my
the city
story,
moving
I'm
around
telling you
outside
right
the window,
now, you're going to be
completely
okay.
indifferent
Better
to what
than
was
okay.
happening inside.
You're going to look back
was one
one
of the
day
most
and
painful
thank yourself
and
for
most
leaving,
clarifying
for not
conversations
settling,
of my
for
life.
believing you deserved
Marcus
more than
had been at the
lies
church
and betrayal.
approximately 4 months
Walk away.
earlier for
Don't
a
look
Thursday
back
evening
and watch
leadership
how
meeting.
quickly your life
The meeting
transforms
ended
when you
earlier
stop
than
accepting
expected,
crumbs from
and
someone
he had gone
who should have
back to
been
the
giving
main
you the whole
building to
damn
retrieve
cake.
his jacket from
That's
the
my
room
story.
where they'd been
That's
meeting.
my truth.
He had
And
walked
I'm not
past
ashamed of
Pastor
any of it
Drummond's
because
office,
I came out
which
the
should
other
have been
side
empty at
exactly
that
who I
hour,
was meant to be.
and the door
and
had been
Marcus
slightly
is still out there
open.
trying to
He
figure
heard
out who he is
voices.
without me holding
He
him
heard
together.
sounds that stopped
I'm
him in the
done
hallway.
giving him my energy.
He stood
Done
outside
letting
that
his
door for
betrayal
long enough to
define my
understand
narrative.
exactly
I'm
what was
writing a
happening
new
inside
story
it,
now,
and then
one
he
where I'm
walked
the
away.
hero,
He
not
did
the
not
victim.
tell me.
And it's
He
the
did
best
not tell
story
Sister
I've
Renee.
ever told.
He did
I
not go
never
to the
thought
church
I'd say
elders,
this,
the deacon
but
board,
I'm actually
or
grateful
any
for
of the
that
accountability
Instagram
structures
message
that
now.
exist within a
Grateful for
church
the way
for
it
exactly
forced me to
this kind
stop
of
living in
situation.
denial and
He
face
went
a truth
home,
I'd been
lay
avoiding
down
for
beside
longer
me in
than
our
I
bed,
realized.
and started
Because
thinking about
looking
what
back,
that
there
information
were
was
moments
worth.
even before
I
those
want to be
6
precise
months
about
where
what I'm
things fell
telling you
off.
because I
Little
think the details
inconsistencies
matter.
I'd brushed aside.
Marcus did not
Times
go to
when
Pastor
Marcus's
Drummond
story
out of
didn't
anger
quite add
or
up,
protectiveness,
but I'd convinced
or
myself
any
I was being
impulse I could
paranoid
respect,
or insecure.
even while I was hurt
Like this
by
one
it.
time about a
He
year
went to him
before I found
deliberately,
out.
strategically,
I came home early
with a
from a
list
girls'
of things
trip
he
because one of
wanted.
my friends got
He wanted
food
the church
poisoning,
board
and
position
we
he'd
had
been
to cut it
passed over
short.
for twice.
And when I walked
He
in the
wanted the
house,
pastoral
Marcus looked
mentorship
startled,
he'd been requesting for
genuinely shocked
years
to see
and
me.
kept being told
And there
to
was
wait
this
for.
weird energy in
He
the air
wanted
I
to
couldn't
preach,
quite place.
which Marcus had
He'd
wanted
cleaned
since
the
he was
whole
young,
house, which
but
he
had
never
never
did,
been given
had
a
fresh
real
sheets
platform.
on the bed, had
And he
taken out
wanted
the
the kind
trash,
of access
and when
and
I
standing
asked
in
why
that
everything
community
was so
that he felt
spotless,
he
he
deserved,
said he just
but had
felt like
never been
being
able to
productive,
earn through
but
ordinary
something about it
means.
felt staged.
He laid all
like
of that
he'd
out
been
for
covering
Pastor
tracks.
Drummond in a private
I
meeting
found
the
a
week
wine
after
glass
he
in the
walked past
dishwasher
that
that
office
wasn't
door.
mine, a
And
lipstick
Pastor
shade I
Drummond,
didn't own,
a man
and when
who
I
had
asked
built his
about it, he
entire
said his
identity
sister
on
had stopped by
spiritual
earlier that
authority
week,
and moral
which
leadership,
made sense except
sat
his
across
sister
from
lived
one
in
of his
Texas
congregants
and hadn't
and
mentioned
agreed.
visiting.
Because he
But
didn't
I
have
didn't
a choice,
push it because
or
I
at
didn't
least
want to
that's
be
how
that way.
Marcus had framed it
That's
for
what
him.
they count on,
And
cheaters.
because
They count
powerful
on
men
not
who have
wanting to
been
be
doing
that way,
wrong things in
not
secret
wanting to
are
seem
often more
crazy or
afraid of being
jealous or
exposed
controlling.
than they are committed
So
to doing
swallow
right.
your questions
So
and
for
ignore
4
your
months,
gut
the
and let them
arrangement
gaslight
held.
you into thinking
Marcus
you're
got
imagining
his board
things.
seat.
I
He
wish
got his
I'd trusted
mentorship
myself
meetings.
back then.
He got to
Wish
preach
I'd
on 2 Sunday
investigated further
evenings.
instead of
He got the
accepting his
standing and the
explanation at
access
face
and the
value,
deference he'd been
because
wanting,
maybe I could have
and he
ended it
paid for
sooner.
it with his silence
Saved
about
myself
what he
some
knew.
of those 6
And
months
what
of
he
being
knew was that the
played.
man delivering
But I also
sermons
know
about
that I wasn't
covenant
ready then.
and sacred
Wasn't
ground
strong
on
enough to
Sunday
face the
mornings
truth.
was
Still
spending
believed
Wednesday
our
nights
marriage
in
was
hotel
worth fighting
rooms with
for
his
even
younger
if I had to
sister.
fight alone.
When Marcus
And
told me
sometimes
this,
you have to
when
reach
all
that
of it
breaking
came
out, I went very quiet for a long time.
The breaking point for me wasn't
not
just
because I was at a loss for words, but
it was everything that came after.
Words that were
the way he tried to minimize it,
reactive.
The way he made
I looked
it seem
at my
like
husband,
I was overreacting.
This man I had married in that sanctuary.
It didn't mean anything.
This man whose
like
grief
that was
I had
supposed
found
to make
moving
me feel better.
and whose thoughtfulness
if it didn't mean
I had
anything,
found
then
beautiful.
why'd you risk everything
And I tried
for
to
it?
locate something
Why'd
I
you lie to my
recognized some
face
version
for
of the
6
person
months?
I had built
Why'd you
11
tell her we
years
were
of my life
separated?
around.
Why'd you
I
create
asked
this
him
whole
one question.
alternate reality where
I
I
asked
didn't
him
exist
if, at
except
any
as an
point in those
obstacle
4
to your
months,
happiness?
knowing what he knew
He
about
tried
his
the
own
typical
sister and
playbook
his
after I
pastor,
left.
he had
First
considered
came the
telling
desperate
me,
apologies
not
and
the
grand
elders,
gestures,
not Sister
the
Renee,
flowers
not
and the
any
handwritten
institutional
letters,
body,
and the showing
just
up at
me,
my job trying
his
to
wife.
talk to me until my
How did it occur to
coworkers
him
had
even once to
escort
come
him
home
out.
and tell me the
Then
truth?
came the anger
He was
phase when he
quiet for a
realized I
moment.
wasn't coming back.
Then he said he
Suddenly
hadn't wanted
I was
to put
the
that
bad
on
guy.
me.
I have thought about that answer many times.
I wasn't willing to work on the marriage.
I have turned it over from
throwing
every
away
angle.
5 years over
and every
one
time
mistake.
I come back to the
As
same
if 6
conclusion,
months of deliberate
which is that it was
deception
not
was
an
just
act
a
of
simple
protection.
mistake.
It was an
He
act
told
of
his
exclusion.
family I'd blindsided
He had decided
him, that I'd given up
unilaterally,
without
that I didn't
trying,
get to know,
that I was being
not because the
vindictive
knowledge
and
would
cruel.
have hurt,
And
though it
some
would
of them
have,
believed him
but
because
because
he's
sharing
always
it
been
would have
good at
required
playing
him
the
to
victim,
share what he
at
was doing with
twisting
it as well.
narratives to make himself
And he wasn't
look
ready
better.
to give that up.
His mother called
I
me
left
crying,
that hotel
begging
room
me
at
to
close to
reconsider,
midnight.
telling
I
me
drove
that all
home
marriages
alone.
go through
Marcus
rough
stayed
patches,
in his own
that
car.
I needed to be more
I don't know where he
forgiving,
went for the next
that
few
divorce
hours,
was a
and
sin,
I didn't
and
ask.
I'd regret
I
throwing
sat in
away
our
my
house,
family.
in the kitchen,
I
at the
told
table
her I
where
didn't
we'd
throw
eaten
anything
1,000
away.
meals together.
Her son
And
did
I
when he
stayed there
decided
until the
another
sun
woman was
started
worth
coming
more
up.
than his vows.
I didn't cry
and
that
if
night.
she wanted to be
I
mad
had
at someone,
already done
she
my
should
crying in
direct
the
that
car on the way to
energy
the
toward the
Marriott.
person who
What I
actually
did that night
destroyed
was
this
grieve,
marriage,
which is different
and
from
she hung up
crying.
on me.
Grief
His
is
father
slower and
reached out
quieter,
separately,
and it takes up more
apologized for his
space.
wife.
The
said he
days
didn't
that
know the full
followed were
story,
some of the most
but from
surreal
what
of
he
my
gathered,
life.
Marcus
Marcus came home the next morning,
and he didn't blame
we
me for
began the
leaving.
process of
And
talking
that phone
through what
call
had
meant
happened,
more to me than
or
any
trying
apology
to.
Marcus
But
ever
talking
gave.
through it required
It's
both
interesting
people
how
to be
betrayal
fully
reveals
present
people's
and
true
honest.
characters.
Marcus
Not just
kept
the
hedging,
person who
kept
betrayed you, but
qualifying,
everyone
kept
around
offering
them. You see
explanations
who makes
that were
excuses
really
for
just
bad
reframings
behavior
of the
and who
same
holds
central
people
truth.
accountable.
He had
And
chosen
that tells
leverage
you
over
everything
integrity.
you need to know.
And he
My
had done it
family
while
rallied
sleeping
around me
beside
in ways I
every
didn't
night
expect.
and sitting
My
beside
dad,
me in
who'd
church
always
every
liked
Sunday.
Marcus and
Every
called him
time I
son,
thought we were
stopped
getting
speaking to him
somewhere,
entirely.
I'd hit another wall
My
of
mom,
deflection.
who's usually
Not
all
lying
about
exactly,
forgiveness
but
and
not the
second
whole
chances,
truth, told
either.
me she was proud
Just
of me
enough
for
truth
leaving.
to
seem cooperative
My younger
without being
sister
fully
said
accountable.
she'd never liked him
About
anyway,
a week after
which
that
was
night,
news to me,
I
but I
asked him to stay
appreciated the
somewhere else
loyalty.
for a while.
My friends were
Not
split.
permanently, or
Most
at
of them
least that's
supported
what I
my
told
decision
myself at the
completely.
time.
But a few,
I said I needed space
the ones
to
who were
think,
married
and
and
he
maybe
needed
dealing
space
with
to
their
figure
own
out who he
relationship
actually
issues,
was.
tried to
Because
convince
the
me to
man I
give
had
him another
married
chance,
and the man
said
who had spent
counseling
4
could fix
months
this.
running a covert
Said
leverage
I was giving
arrangement
up too
against his
easily.
own pastor
I
were
lost
not
some
people I
friendships
could
over it
reconcile
because
into
I
the
couldn't be
same
around
human
people
being.
who thought I should have
Until I
stayed,
could understand
who
which
didn't
one was
understand
real,
that staying would
I
have
didn't know how to
destroyed
be
me
in the
slowly,
same house with him.
who valued the
He went to
appearance of
stay with a
marriage
friend
over
from
my
work.
actual well-being.
And I sat with
But
the
the
silence
friends
of
I
that
kept,
house
the
and
ones
let
who
it tell
showed
me
up with
things I'd been
wine
too
and
busy to
tissues
hear.
and righteous anger.
Meanwhile,
those
the
friendships
situation
got
at the
stronger,
church was moving
deeper,
on its own
became the
timeline.
foundation I
had
built
not
my
said
new
a word
life
to
on.
anyone outside
Tasha
of that
became
hotel
my
room.
rock during those first
I had not
few
called
months.
Sister Renee.
She was at my
had
house
not spoken
almost
to any
every
of the
day,
other
making
women in
sure
my
I ate,
ministry circle.
making sure I
had
got
not
out of bed,
breathed a word to my
making
mother,
sure I wasn't drowning
my
in
cousin
grief
Danielle,
and anger,
or
and I don't
anyone
know if
else
I would
who
have
might have
survived
helped me
without
carry
her.
what I was holding.
She was the one who pushed
Part of
me to
that
go
was
to therapy,
because I didn't know what
who
to
helped
say.
me pack Marcus's
Part of it was
things,
because I was
who
still
sat with
figuring
me
out
while
what
I
I
cried
believed.
ugly tears
And part of it was a
everything
small,
I thought I knew
stubborn
about
corner
love
of me
and
that was
commitment
still hoping
and
there
my
was
own
some
judgment.
version of this story
She
that
also
didn't
kept me
require
from doing
everyone's
stupid
world
things like
to be
checking
destroyed.
his social media
That hope lasted
obsessively
about 2
or
weeks.
driving past
Then
his new
Tamara
apartment
made her
or
own
reaching out
decision.
to him in moments
She
of
went
weakness.
to Sister Renee on a
She'd
Sunday
take my
afternoon.
phone and say,
"When her home,
not today,
not
Satan.
the church.
We're not giving
a
him that
neutral
power."
location. Her home.
I found out
Renee
later
told me
that
later
Marcus
that Tamara
tried to
had called
contact
ahead
her,
and
tried
asked
to
if
get
she
her
could
to
come
convince
by,
me to talk to
and
him.
Renee had said,
and
of
she
course,
told him exactly
assuming
where
it
he
was
could
about
go,
a ministry
and it wasn't
matter
anywhere
or
polite.
maybe something
and
personal.
I loved
She
her
needed
even
counsel
more for
on.
that.
She
Having good
opened her
people
door
around you
and
when
let
your
in the
world
woman
falls
who had
apart
been
isn't
sleeping
just
with her
helpful.
husband
It's
for over a
essential,
year.
because
They
those
sat
dark
down in
moments when
Renee's
you're
living
questioning
room,
if you made the
and
right
Tamara
choice,
told her
when you're
everything.
lonely and missing
Renee
what you
said
thought
she
you
didn't
had.
cry.
Those are the
I
moments
believe that
when you need
completely
someone
because
to
I know
remind you why
Renee,
you left.
and she is the
The
kind of woman
loneliness
who
was
cries
real,
in
though.
private
I'm not
and
going to
composes
pretend it
herself
wasn't.
for the world.
Going from sharing
She
your
said she
life with
sat
someone
and
to
listened,
sleeping alone
and
in
when
a quiet
Tamara
house,
was finished,
cooking for
she
one,
asked one
having
question.
no one to tell tell about
She
your day.
asked how long.
It's an adjustment
Tamara
that hits
said
harder than you
14 months.
expect.
Renee
There were
thanked
nights
her for
I'd reach
coming,
for my phone
stood
to
up,
text Marcus
walked her
about
to the
something
door,
random,
and closed
some
it.
inside joke
Then
or
she called her
stupid meme,
oldest sister,
and then
Savannah,
I remember
talked
that
for 4
person didn't
hours.
exist anymore.
I only know all
the
of
Marcus
this because
I thought
Renee
I knew
told
was
me
a
herself
fiction.
weeks
And
later,
the real Marcus
when we had finally
wasn't someone
started
I
the
wanted to
slow
share
and
anything with.
complicated process
I
of
had to
being
grieve
honest
not
with
just
each
the
other
relationship,
about
but
everything
the
we'd
future
both
I'd
been
imagined,
navigating.
the kids we
But
talked
I'm
about
getting
having,
ahead of myself.
the house we were saving
Pastor
for,
Drummond's
the
resignation
retirement
came
plans
22
and
days after
vacations
that
and
Wednesday
growing
night.
old together.
The announcement
All
to
of
the
it gone
congregation
because
was
he couldn't
delivered
keep
on a
his stick in
Sunday
his
morning
pants.
by the chairman
And
of the
yes,
deacon board,
I'm still bitter
Elder
about that
Thorne,
specifically,
who had been
about
at
how he
greater
threw away
anointing
decades
almost
of
as long
potential
as the
happiness
church
for
had
what?
existed.
Some excitement.
He read
some
from a
ego
prepared
boost.
statement.
Some woman
The
he's
language was
probably
careful
not even
and
with
vague
anymore because
about Pastor
relationships
Drummond
built on
stepping back
betrayal
for a
rarely
period
last.
of personal
I
reflection
saw on
and
social
renewal,
media through a
and
mutual
about the
friend
leadership
that he
team
dated the
being
woman from
committed
the
to
hotel for a
continuity
few
and
months
stability.
after our divorce.
The kind of
But it
language
didn't
that
work
is
out,
designed to be
shocker.
technically
Turns
true
out when you
while
start a
being practically
relationship with
empty.
someone who helped
But
you
in a
cheat,
community like
trust
ours,
becomes an issue.
in a church where
Who
people
would have
had
thought?
known each other for decades,
Part of me wanted to reach
had
out to
watched
her
their
and
children
say,
grow
"Told
up
you
together,
so." But
and had sat
honestly, she'd
beside each
already
other
learned
in the
that
worst
lesson the
moments
hard
of their
way,
lives.
and I wasn't
That kind
interested
of
in
language
rubbing
doesn't
salt in
hold for
wounds.
long.
I'd moved
Information
on,
moves
and
through
she could
those
figure out
networks
her own
faster
path.
than any announcement
Marcus tried
can
to
catch
date
up
other
to
people
it.
too, from
By
what
the
I heard.
following Sunday,
But apparently
the details
he
were
struggled
circulating
because
through
word
the
gets around
congregation
in
in
Atlanta,
whispers,
especially
carefully
in
worded
our
text
social
messages,
circles,
and
women
private
talk.
conversations
And
in the
nobody
parking
wants
lot.
to date the guy
Not
who cheated
everyone
on his
knew
wife
everything,
for 6 months.
but everyone
His
knew
reputation
something.
took a hit,
And the thing about
and
a
I can't
community
say I
built
feel
on
bad
moral
about that.
authority is that when
Actions
the
have
person holding that
consequences, and one of
authority
those
is revealed to
consequences
have been
is
living
that
a
people
double life,
remember how you move,
the shock
and
waves
they
travel
judge you
deep
accordingly.
and far.
I've
I
built a
watched
good
it
life
happen
now,
from a
better than
complicated
good
position.
actually. My
I was
career
both
took off
inside
after
the
the divorce
situation
because I
and peripheral
finally
to
had the
it.
mental space
I knew
to
more than
focus
most
on
of the
myself
congregation,
instead of managing
but
a
I was not the
relationship that
central
was
figure
rotting
in the
from the
story,
inside.
as Renee
I got
or
promoted
Tamara
twice
was.
in 2 years.
I was a wife
started
whose
making
husband
more
had
money
done
than
something
Marcus,
wrong in response
and I
to
ever
someone
made
else's
together.
wrongdoing,
Bought myself
and the
the car
concentric
I
circles of
actually
that
wanted
wrongdoing
instead of
kept
the
expanding
practical sedan
outward
he'd
until I
convinced me
felt
was
like
the
I couldn't
smarter
find the
choice.
wretch.
Started
I went back
traveling
to Greater
places
Anointing
I'd
one more
always
time
wanted to
after
go.
everything
I
came
went to
out.
Bali by myself.
I sat in the third
spent
row,
2 weeks
which
in
was my
Thailand,
row,
took
the
a
place I
girlfriend
had sat
trip to
almost
Dubai,
every Sunday
did a
for
yoga
11
retreat
years.
in Costa Rica.
The interim minister
lived
was
my
a
life
visiting
in full
pastor from
color
a church in
instead of the
Decatur,
muted gray
an
my marriage
older
had
man who
become
preached a
without me even
careful,
realizing
measured
it.
sermon
James
about
has been part of that journey
steadfastness
too.
in times of
He
uncertainty.
encourages me to chase
It was a
my
fine
dreams.
sermon.
Never
It was
makes
not
me
the
feel
sermon that
guilty
place
for
needed,
prioritizing myself.
but it was the sermon a man
Celebrates
could
my
give when he
wins
didn't
like
know
they're
the
his
full
own.
weight of what
And
had
that
happened
kind
in
of
that
support
room.
is something I didn't
sat
even
there
know I
and
was
felt
missing
the
until I
absence
had
of
it.
everything that
We're
had made
talking
that
about getting
sanctuary
engaged
feel like
soon,
mine.
which
The
terrifies
choir
me if
that
I'm being
Sister
honest.
Carolyn,
Not because I don't
Marcus's
trust him,
mother,
but
had sung in
because
for
I'm
20
still
years.
carrying some scar
The
tissue
particular
from
way the
Marcus.
light came
Still
through the
have
side
moments
windows
where I
in the
worry
morning,
the
the
other
sense
shoe will
of
drop.
continuity
But
and
James is
rootedness
patient with
that I
that.
had carried
He
into every
understands that my
corner of
trauma
my adult
isn't
life.
about him.
I
He's
stayed
willing
through
to
the
move
whole
at my
service.
pace, and
I
he's shown
hugged a
me
few
through his
people who
actions that
approached
he's
me,
nothing like my
people
ex,
who didn't know the
that
full
not
story
all men
and
are
were glad to see
incapable
a
of
familiar
loyalty
face
and honesty.
I did not break
I
down.
think about the version of
I
me
did
who
not
was
make
married to
anything
Marcus,
harder for
and
anyone.
I barely recognized
And when the
her.
last song
She was
finished,
so focused
I picked up
on
my
being
purse,
the perfect wife,
walked back down
on
that
making
aisle
him
for the
happy,
last time,
on
and
keeping the
went
peace,
home.
that
The
she forgot
divorce was
to ask
filed
if she
4
was
months
happy,
after that
if
Wednesday
her needs
night.
were being met.
Marcus and I had
If she was
attempted
getting
a few
back
sessions
even
with
half
a
of
marriage
what she was
counselor
giving.
during that period.
I'm not that woman
a woman
anymore.
named
I won't
Dr.
shrink
Anita
myself to
Pearson,
make
whose
someone
office
else
was off
comfortable.
Memorial
Won't
Drive,
ignore red
and who
flags
had a
to
gift
avoid
for
conflict.
asking the exact
Won't accept
question
less
that
than I
neither
deserve
person in the
just
room
because
wanted
I'm
to
afraid
answer.
of being alone.
I think under different
Being alone is
circumstances,
better than being with
she
someone
might
who
have
makes
helped
you
us.
feel alone.
But
That's something I
circumstances
learned
were
the
what
hard
they
way.
were.
And it's
Every
a lesson I'll
session
carry
kept
with me
returning
forever.
to the same question.
Marcus represents
whether
a
Marcus
chapter
was
of my life
capable
that's
of the kind
closed
of
now.
radical
Not
honesty that
forgotten
rebuilding
because I
would have
learned
required.
too much to forget.
Not honesty
but
about what
definitely
had
closed.
happened.
And
He
I'm
could
not
do that when
interested in
pressed.
reopening it no
But
matter
honesty
how
about
many
who he
times
was
he tries
and why
to
he had
rewrite
made
the
the
ending.
choices he made.
He wanted me to
That
be a
deeper
safety
kind
net
of
while
honesty,
he explored
the
other
kind
options.
that requires you to
Wanted
look
me
at
to be the
yourself
stable,
without
comfortable
flinching,
choice
kept
he
eluding
could come
him.
home to after
He
his
would get
adventures.
close and then retreat.
I refuse to be
would touch the
anyone's
truth
backup
and then
plan
pull back
ever
into
again.
explanation.
I'm
I
someone's
don't say that
first
with
choice
contempt.
now, someone's
I
only
say it
choice,
with a
and
sadness
that's what I
that I
deserved
still
all
carry,
along.
because I think
just had
Marcus
to lose
is genuinely
everything to
not a
realize
bad
it.
man.
The journey
I think
from that
he is a
hotel
man
room
who
to
wanted
where I
things
am
he
now
hadn't
wasn't
earned,
easy.
found
It
a
was
shortcut,
messy and
and
painful,
told
and
himself
there were
enough stories
setbacks.
to justify
Days
it.
when I felt like I
That
was
is a
moving
very
backward
human
instead
failure.
of forward.
It is not a
Moments
failure
when
I
I
can build a
wondered
life
if I'd
on,
ever
but
trust
it is
anyone
a human
again.
one.
But
The
I
difference
kept going,
matters to
kept
me,
healing,
even
kept
now.
choosing
We
myself
divided
over
the
and
house,
over until
the
choosing
accounts,
myself
and the
became
accumulated
natural instead
material
of
of
radical.
11 years
And
with a
that's the
thoroughness
real victory
that felt
here.
almost
Not that I
clinical.
survived Marcus's
Our lawyers
betrayal,
handled
but
most
that
of
I
it.
used it as
We
fuel
were in
to
the
become
same room
someone who
only
would never
twice during the
tolerate that
divorce
treatment
process,
again.
and
Someone
both
who knows
times we
her
were
worth
largely
isn't tied
quiet,
to whether a man can stay
communicating through
faithful.
paperwork
Someone
and the
who
occasional
understands
brief,
that his cheating
direct
was about his
exchange.
character,
He looked
not my
tired.
value.
I
I
imagine
hope
I
my
did
story story. Help someone who's going through this right now.
Heavy for
someone
a long
who
time.
just found out.
Just different things.
Someone who's deciding whether to stay or go.
Into both of our
someone
faces.
who's questioning their own judgment
thing he said to
and
me
wondering
directly
if they'll
on the
ever
day we
feel
signed
whole
the
again.
final papers.
You will.
Was that
I
he was
promise
sorry.
you will. It
Not
takes
for getting
time
caught.
and work and
He'd
support,
already said that
but you will
version.
come out the other
This
side
was a
stronger
different
than you
story.
ever thought possible.
Quieter and more
you'll look
specific.
back and thank
He
yourself
said
for
he
having
was
the
sorry
courage
for
to
letting
walk
his
away.
ambition turn
Don't
him
let
into
anyone
someone he
convince
didn't
you
want
that
to be.
leaving is giving
That
up.
the wanting had gotten
Leaving is
ahead of his
sometimes
judgment.
the bravest thing you
and
can
he had
do.
made choices
It's choosing
that
yourself
cost him
when
the thing
someone
that
else
mattered
has
most.
chosen to disrespect
I looked at him
you.
for a moment,
and there's
then
nothing
said,
weak about that.
hope you figure out
Marcus
who you
is
want to
still
be.
out there somewhere.
And I meant
still
it.
living his life.
Not generously,
still
not
dealing
warmly,
with the
but
consequences
honestly.
of his choices.
Because the alternative,
and I'm here living
hoping
mine,
he stayed broken,
and our paths
would have
don't
required
cross
me
anymore,
to keep carrying
and that's
something that
exactly
wasn't
how it
mine to
should be.
hold. Tamara and I did not have a formal conversation about any of it.
Me,
and we were not in contact after that
story
night.
I tell now.
The connection between us, which had been real
of what I survived
and had its own history separate from my marriage,
how it ends.
closed
Not with
like a door
that
that locks
or
from the
some
inside.
dramatic confrontation.
I have thought about him more than I
moving on
expected
completely,
to. Not with
building
anger,
a life so
though the
full
anger
and
was there for a
beautiful
while,
that he becomes
but
irrelevant.
with a kind of
a
mournful
footnote in my
curiosity.
history instead of
I
a
wonder what
defining
she told
chapter.
herself during
and
those
that,
14
more than
months.
any revenge I could
wonder
have
how
planned,
she sat
more
across
than
from me at
any
my kitchen
public
table,
humiliation
talked
or
about her life
vindictive move,
and asked about
is the
mine,
ultimate victory,
and maintained the
living
surface
well,
of our
loving
friendship
better,
while
and
holding
never
something
looking back.
underneath it that would have
I saw
broken
him one more
everything.
time after that
I
random
wonder if she
restaurant
felt
encounter,
relief when it was over,
and it was at
the
a
way
place
Marcus
neither
did.
of us expected.
I wonder if she
A
feels the
funeral
loss
for a
of what we
mutual
were the way
friend's
I do.
parent.
I will
Someone we
probably
both
never
known
know the
during our
answers
marriage,
to any of those
and
questions,
there was no avoiding
and
each
I've made
other
a
in
kind
that
of
small
peace with that
church.
uncertainty.
He looked
Sister
older,
Renee
more
and I
worn
did
down,
eventually talk.
like life had been
About
heavy
3
on
months
him.
after
And
Pastor
when our eyes
Drummond's
met across
resignation,
the pews, I
she
felt
reached out to
absolutely
me and
nothing.
asked if we
no
could meet.
anger, no sadness,
We went to a restaurant
no
in
lingering
Buckhead,
attachment,
neutral ground,
just the same
somewhere
feeling
neither
you
of
get
us
when
had
you
been
see
with
a
our
stranger
husbands.
on the street.
And we sat for
After
3
the service,
hours over
everyone
food
gathered
we
at
barely
the family's
touched,
house for the repast,
talking with Aranis.
and Marcus
I hadn't
cornered me in the
expected
kitchen while
and
I was
haven't
refilling my
forgotten.
plate.
She
Said,
told me
"Can we
things
talk
she
for a
hadn't
minute?
told anyone else.
Please, I've been
I
wanting
told
to
her
reach
things
out,
I'd
but
been
I
holding
didn't think
alone.
you'd respond.
We cried,
I
both
looked
of
at
us,
him,
which
this
I think
man who'd
surprised
once
us
been
both.
my entire world,
We were not
who
the
I
type,
built dreams
either
with
of
and
us, to
trusted
cry in
completely.
public.
And
But
I said,
something about
"There's
being in the
nothing to
presence
talk
of
about
someone
Marcus.
who understood
That
the
was a
specific
lifetime
quality
ago.
of what
I've
we'd
moved
both
on.
been through
You
made
should
the
too."
usual
He
containment
looked
feel
hurt,
unnecessary.
like he'd expected some
Renee
different
is
reaction.
a remarkable woman.
Like maybe he
I
thought
wanna
enough
say that
time
clearly.
had passed that we
She
could
had
be
been
friendly
married to
or
a man
civil
for
or
23
whatever
years,
fantasy he'd
had
built in
raised
his
3
head.
children with him,
But I wasn't
had
interested
built
in
an
giving him
entire
closure
identity
or
as a pastor's
absolution
wife
or
in a
anything
community
else he
where that
thought he
identity
deserved.
came with
He
significant
said, "I know I
expectations
messed
and
up.
significant
I think about it
visibility."
every day."
And
about
had
what
all
I
of it
lost,
dismantled
about
in a
how
Sunday
stupid I
afternoon
was,
conversation
and I just
with her
want you to know
husband's
that I'm
affair
sorry.
partner.
Truly
The grace
sorry.
she brought to that
and I hope you
dismantling
can
was
forgive me
not
someday.
passive or
I
resigned.
set my plate down.
It was active
looked him
and
dead
hard
in the
one,
eye,
and it
said,
cost her
"I
something
forgave
I
you
don't
a
think
long
she'll
time
ever
ago,
fully
Marcus.
get back.
Not for you,
But
but
she
for
carried
me,
herself
because
with a
holding on
dignity
to
that I
that
found
anger was
genuinely
only hurting
inspiring.
me. But
Not in a
forgiveness
performance
doesn't
way,
mean I forget.
but in the quiet
And
way
it
of someone
definitely
who has
doesn't mean I
decided
want
who
you
they're
in my
going to be
life
on the
in
other
any
side of
capacity.
something terrible
His
and
face
is doing the
fell,
daily
and he
work
said,
of becoming
"I'm
that
in
person."
therapy now. I've been
She
working
filed
on
for divorce
myself,
about 2 months
trying to
after I
understand
did.
why I did
Their
what I
settlement
did,
was
why I
significantly more
sabotaged the
complicated
best
than
thing
mine,
I ever had.
given the
And
length
I
of the
just
marriage,
wanted you to know
the
that.
shared assets,
I almost
and
laughed
the children,
because the
one of
audacity
whom
of
was
him
still
thinking
in
I
high
cared
school.
about his
She
personal
handled
growth
it.
journey.
She
Like
always
his therapy
handles it.
sessions had
I found my
anything
new
to do
church
with me.
on a Sunday morning
Like
about
I was
13
supposed to be
months
proud of him
after
for
I
doing
walked
the
out
bare
of greater
minimum work
anointing
he
for the
should have
last
done
time.
before he
A
destroyed our
colleague at work
marriage.
had mentioned
I
it
said,
in passing.
"That's good,
One of those
Marcus.
conversations
I'm glad
where
you're working
someone
on
says
yourself
something
genuinely,
offhand and it
but that's
lodges
for
in
you
your brain
and
for
whoever
weeks.
you're with now.
The church
not
was
for
in a
me.
converted
I don't
space
need
in East
updates on your
Atlanta,
healing process.
a neighborhood
I did my
I
own
didn't
healing
spend much
without
time
you.
in,
Someone
and it was
else
smaller
walked into
than
the kitchen
anything
then,
I'd
and
been
the
part of since
conversation ended.
childhood.
And I was
Maybe
grateful for the
150
interruption
people on a
because
full
I
Sunday.
said everything
No
I needed
cameras.
to say, and
No
staying in
live
that
stream.
space with him
No
any longer
merchandise
felt
table.
like giving him
Just
more
a
of my
room,
energy
some
than he
chairs,
deserved.
and a praise
I
team
left
that
the
played
repast
with
early.
more feeling
Didn't
than
say
flash.
goodbye to him.
The
Didn't
pastor
look
was
back.
a woman named
Just got in my
Reverend
car
Gloria
with James, who'd come with
She
me
was
for
in her
support,
early 60s,
and I told him
Ghanaian
about the
American,
conversation,
and she
he
preached
squeezed
like
my hand
someone
and
who had
said,
earned
"I'm
every
proud of
word
you
she
for
was
standing
saying.
your ground."
Not through
That
performance
interaction
or polish,
confirmed what I
but
already
through
knew,
a quality of
that I'd
conviction that you
completely
either
moved
have
on,
or you
that
don't.
Marcus no
And she
longer
had it
had
in
any
abundance.
power over me.
Her sermons
that I
had a
could see
directness
him
that I
and
wasn't
feel
used
nothing
to,
because
a
he
way
was
of
truly
naming
in my
things
past,
plainly without
not
cruelty.
just physically,
that
but
made me feel
emotionally
more
too.
seen in that small
Some people
room
hold
than I
on to
had
their
in
hurt
11
forever.
years in a
Let it
much
define
larger
them.
one.
Let
The
it
first
poison
Sunday
every
I
future
sat in her
relationship.
congregation,
And I get
she
that.
was preaching about
I understand
witness,
how betrayal
about
can make
the difference
you bitter
between
and
being a witness to
and
truth
closed off.
and being a keeper
But I
of
chose
someone
differently.
else's secrets.
I chose to take the lesson
She talked
without
about how
carrying the
silence
pain.
can be a
chose
form
to
of
protect
complicity,
my peace without
and how the
building walls
hardest
so
thing is
high that
often
no
not
one
speaking
could
up
ever
to
get close
outsiders,
again.
but
chose
being
to
honest
believe
within
that what
the walls
Marcus
of your
did was
own
about
closest
him,
relationships.
not about the entire male
I sat there with my
population.
hands
That
folded in
choice
my
saved
lap
me,
and
saved
felt
my
something I
ability
hadn't
to love
felt in
again,
a long time,
saved me from
which was that I
becoming
was
the
in the
kind of
right
person
place.
who's so
that the
damaged
words
by
being
the past
spoken were
that they
reaching something in
sabotage
me
their
that
own
had been
future.
unreachable for a
And
while.
I'm grateful I
After
had the
service,
awareness to make
she was
that
greeting
choice.
people at the door,
James and I
when
got
came
engaged
through,
6 months
she looked
after
at
that
me with
funeral.
the kind of
He
directness that
proposed
doesn't
during a
feel
trip to
intrusive,
Santorini,
but lets you know
on a
you've been
cliffside
seen.
at sunset.
She said,
the
I
most
haven't seen you here
beautiful
before.
moment of my life.
I told her it
and
was
when
my
I said
first
yes,
Sunday.
I wasn't thinking
She
about
said,
Marcus
"Come back."
or my first
Not
marriage
as a command or a
any
sales
of the pain
pitch.
I'd been through.
Just an
I was
invitation,
fully present,
simple and
fully
warm,
grateful,
from someone
fully
who
ready
meant
to
it.
start this new
I did
chapter
come
with
back.
someone who'd
I
proven
came back
himself
the
worthy
following
of my
Sunday,
trust.
then the
And
one
that's
after
how
that,
I knew
and
I'd
then the
healed
one after that.
completely, because my past wasn't interfering with my present
different
anymore.
From what I'd had at
Planning my
Greater
second
Anointing.
wedding was completely
Not necessarily
different from
better
planning
in
my
every
first.
way,
Back
but
then,
more
I'd
honest
been
in the
so
ways that had
focused on
come
the
to matter
details,
most to me.
the perfect dress
People
and
talked about
flowers
their
and
struggles
venue,
without dressing
making
them
sure
up.
everything
The
looked
prayer
picture
requests
perfect
were
for
specific
everyone
and
else.
real.
This
There
time
was
I
no
didn't care about
performance
any
layer
of that.
between the
We kept it
congregation
small,
and the
just
worship.
close family
No
and
sense
friends
that you needed to
at a
present a
vineyard
certain
outside
version
the
of
city.
yourself to belong.
Simple and intimate.
I had not realized
and
how much
focused
of
on
my
what
energy
actually
at Greater
mattered.
Anointing
The
had gone
commitment
into
we were
maintaining
making to
that
each other.
presentation
My dad
until I was
walked me down
somewhere
the aisle,
that didn't require
and he leaned in right before
my
we
life
got
in the
to
year and a
James
half
and
since the
whispered,
divorce
"This one's
has been
different."
quieter than the life
I
I
can
had
see it in the
before.
way he looks at
And
you.
I mean that
Like
as
you're the
neither
only
complaint
person
nor
in the
boast,
room.
just observation.
And I knew he was right.
I live alone in a
Marcus
smaller
had never
apartment
looked
in
at me
Kirkwood
like
that
that.
I chose
Even in our
specifically
best
because
moments,
it had
there
nothing
was
to do with my
always something
marriage.
distracted
No
about
shared
him.
history in the
Something
walls.
looking for the next
No
thing,
furniture
the
that
next
had
thrill,
belonged to us
the next
rather
validation.
than just to me.
But
I
James
bought
looks
things
at me
I
like
liked.
I'm enough.
I painted
like
the
I'm
bedroom a color
everything.
Marcus would
We
have
said our
vetoed.
vows, and I
started
cried,
cooking in a
not
way I
sad
hadn't
tears,
since
but
before we
happy
bought the
ones,
house.
grateful
Trying
tears,
recipes
because
I'd
I'd
always
gone
been
through hell
curious
to get
about
to this
and eating
moment,
dinner at
and
odd
it
hours
made me
because I
appreciate
could.
it so much
Small
more than I would
freedoms.
have if I'd
The
never
kind
known
that
heartbreak.
only feels
I
significant
thought
when you've
about
spent
Marcus
time without
briefly
them.
during the reception.
I still talked to
Wondered
my
if
mother,
he'd heard I
my
was
cousin
getting
Danielle,
remarried,
and a
wondered
handful
if
of
it bothered
friends who were
him,
mine before
and then
the
I let the
marriage
thought
and
go
are
because
still
it
mine
didn't
after.
matter. He
I
was a
eventually
ghost
told
I'd
them the
stopped
whole
being
story.
haunted by.
Not immediately,
Tasha gave a
and not
toast
all
that
at
had
once,
everyone
but over
laughing
time,
and crying.
as I found
She
language
talked about
for its
watching me
different
go
parts.
through the worst time
My
of my
mother,
life
to her
and come out
credit, did not
stronger.
say, "I
Talked
told
about
you so,"
how James
though
had
she
restored
had,
her
in
faith
fact,
that
told
good
me a
men
version
still
of it.
existed.
Having sensed
Talked about
something
how
off
this
about
was the
Marcus
wedding I
in ways
deserved.
she'd mentioned
Not the
carefully
first
and
one.
diplomatically
My mom
over the
cried
years.
through the whole ceremony.
She just listened,
partly
then
because
drove
she was
from
happy,
her house
but
in
partly
Stone
because she
Mountain to
felt
my
guilty.
apartment in Kirkwood
She told me
and
later
sat with
that
me
she'd
for a
suspected
weekend.
Marcus was
We watched
cheating
old
toward
movies.
the end.
She made
but didn't
food
say
I'd grown up
anything
eating,
because she didn't
and
want
we
to
didn't
plant
talk
seeds
about
of doubt if
Marcus
she was
or the
wrong.
church for most of it.
I told her I didn't
It was
blame
exactly
her,
what I
that
needed.
it wasn't her job
I've
to
been
expose
asked
him
by more
that
than
even
one
if she had
person
said
whether
something
I
I
regret the
probably wouldn't
marriage,
have believed her
whether
until
I would go
saw it
back
with my
and
own
choose
eyes.
differently if I
And
could.
we hugged.
I've
and
thought
felt
about that
weight lift
question
off her
seriously
shoulders.
rather than dismissively,
James's family
because it
embraced me
deserves a
completely.
serious answer.
No judgment
And
about my divorce.
what I've arrived at is
no
this.
weird questions
I don't
about what
regret the
happened.
love I brought to
Just
that marriage.
love and acceptance.
I don't regret
and
the effort,
welcoming me into
the
their
faithfulness,
fold, like
or
I'd
the years
always
of
belonged
genuine
there.
partnership that
His
existed
mother pulled me
before the
aside at the
drift set in.
reception and said,
I don't even
can see
fully
how much
regret
you've
the
been
fact
through.
that it ended.
I can see it in
because
your
the
eyes.
ending,
But
as
I can
devastating
also
as
see
it
how
was,
strong you are.
also
and
a kind
I'm
of
so
clearing.
grateful my son
It
found
removed
someone who
things
knows
that
what
had
real
long
love
blocked
looks
my
like,
view of myself.
because she knows what it
And
doesn't look
what
like.
I see now in the
that
space
hit me
they
harder than I
occupied is something I
expected, and
value
I
more
cried
than the
again
comfortable
because she
blindness
was right.
I was living in.
Surviving Marcus
What I do
made me
regret
appreciate
is the
James
years
in
I
ways
spent
I never
ignoring
could
my
have
own
otherwise.
instincts and deference
made me
to other
recognize
people's
healthy
voices.
love because
My mother's
I'd
wisdom about
experienced
trust,
toxic love.
my grandmother's
We
advice about
honeymooned in
giving
Italy.
men room to
2
breathe,
weeks of wine
the
and
collective
pasta
female
and
wisdom of
exploring
my family
ancient
that
cities.
was well-intentioned
And it was the
and
first time in
sometimes
years
accurate,
I felt
and
completely
also,
at peace.
in this case,
No anxiety
was a
about where
framework
James
I
was
used to
or
talk
who he was
myself out of
texting.
things I needed
Just
to pay
pure
attention
trust
to.
and joy.
I don't blame
I
those
posted
women.
a few photos
I
from
don't
the
blame
trip,
the tradition.
and Marcus liked
I
one of
blame
them,
the way I
which
applied
felt
it
pathetic,
as a reason
honestly.
not to see,
Like, what
rather
was
than
he
as a
doing lurking
foundation
on my
for seeing
page?
clearly.
What did he
That's
hope
a distinction
to
I
gain from
carry with
watching
me
me
now,
live my best
and it
life
shows up
without
in
him?
every relationship
I blocked him
I have.
after that.
Every
Should have done it
context
years
where
ago,
I'm tempted
honestly,
to look away
but
from something
I'd
that
left him
deserves my
unblocked out of
attention.
some misplaced
I
sense
ran
of
into
being the bigger
Marcus's
person.
mother, Miss
and
Carolyn,
then I realized
about
the bigger
6
person
months
wouldn't
after
care
the
either
divorce
way.
was finalized.
The bigger person would just
we were
remove
both at a
access
grocery
and
store
move
in
on.
College Park.
James never
and she
asked
saw
me to block
first.
Marcus.
I watched
Never
her
made me
decide
feel
to
like he
approach
was
me.
threatened or
I could see it in the
insecure.
way she stopped
But I did
and
it for
steadied
myself,
herself,
for my own
and
peace,
I stood still
because I
and
didn't
let her
need
come.
that connection anymore.
She looked older.
Didn't need to know
know what Marcus was up to or if he was watching my life unfold.
I'm so sorry,
We bought a house a year after the wedding.
I believed her.
Nothing huge,
Miss Carolyn is not a woman who apologizes on behalf of other people as a deflection.
Made sure I had my own money in my own account.
She was apologizing for her own grief.
Made sure I'd learned the financial lessons
of what
my
she'd
first
hoped her
marriage
son's
had taught
life
me.
would be.
Not
For the
because
gap
I didn't
between
trust
the man
James,
she'd
but
raised
because
and
I
the
learned
man
that you
he'd
can
shown
love someone
himself to
and
be.
still protect
I
yourself.
squeezed her hands
that being
and
smart
told her
about
I was
money
okay.
and independence
She said,
isn't a
"I
lack
know
of
you
faith
are."
in your partner.
We stood
It's
there a moment longer
self-preservation.
than a grocery
James
store
understood
parking lot
that.
required.
Never questioned
Then went our
why I
separate
wanted
ways.
separate accounts in
It was one of
addition
the
to
more
our joint
dignified
one.
endings to
Never
something
made me feel
painful that I've
paranoid for
experienced,
wanting to maintain
and
some
I'm grateful
financial
for it.
autonomy.
Pastor
And
Drummond,
that understanding
I understand
made me
that you
trust him
relocated
even
to
more.
another city.
We started
Whether
talking
he's
about
found
kids,
another congregation,
something I'd wanted
another
with
platform,
but looking
another
back,
community
I'm so
willing to
grateful
restore
that
him
never
to a
happened.
position of
Can
spiritual
you imagine
authority?
being tied to him
I genuinely
forever through
don't
a
know.
child?
I
Having
don't
to
follow his
co-parent with
movements.
someone who'd betrayed
What I do
me
know
so
is that the
completely.
accountability
With
he
James,
faced
the
in
idea of
Atlanta
having
was
kids
largely
felt
informal
exciting
rather
instead
than
of terrifying.
institutional,
Felt
which
like
is both
something I
typical
actually
and
wanted
deeply
instead of something I
unsatisfying.
was supposed to
The
want.
church protected
And we
its
started
reputation
trying
as
no
long as it
pressure,
could,
just seeing
then
what
moved
happened.
on. as
I got
institutions
pregnant
do.
6 months later,
The people
and
most
when I saw
directly
those
harmed by what he did had to find their own way to the other
no
side.
fear, no
with
anxiety
little help
about
from the
whether James
structures
would
that were
step up
supposed
or
to hold him
disappear
accountable.
or turn into someone
That
I
is
didn't
not a
recognize.
unique story in religious
Just excitement
communities,
about building
and
a
that
family
fact
with
doesn't
someone
make it
I
less
trusted
true
completely.
or less painful.
We found out we were
Renee
having a
is doing
girl,
well
and
as
I
we
cried.
last spoke.
Happy tears
She's doing
mixed
some
with relief
consulting
that
work,
I'd have a daughter
which
to
she'd
teach
been
about
wanting to do for
self-worth and
years,
boundaries,
but had
and
set
never
aside to
accepting
support
less
her
than she
husband's
deserved.
ministry.
Lessons
Her
I'd
kids are
learned the hard
adjusting
way.
in the way kids
Marcus
adjust,
sent a
which is to say
congratulations
unevenly
message somehow.
and with a lot
Must
of help
have heard
from their
through
mother.
mutual friends.
She mentioned
and I
she'd
deleted
started
it without
attending a
reading the
smaller
whole thing
church,
because
which
I
made
didn't
me
need
smile.
his well wishes.
Something about
Didn't
both
need
of
him
us
inserting
landing in
himself
smaller,
into my
quieter
happiness.
places after
Didn't
years
need
of the
anything
large
from
and
him
the
ever
prominent
again.
felt right.
My daughter
Like
was
we'd
born
both
on a
learned
Tuesday
something
in
about
March,
what actually
8
sustains
pounds,
you
3
versus
ounces,
what looks like it
perfect
should.
in every
People
way.
ask me
And
about
when James
faith,
held her for the
whether
first
what happened
time
broke
and
it,
started crying,
whether
I
I
knew
still
I'd made
believe
the
in
right
the church
choice.
as an institution,
Knew this was the life
whether
I
the
was
betrayal
supposed
of
to
a
have.
man who was
I
supposed
named
to
her
represent
Zara,
something
strong
sacred
and
destroyed
beautiful
my
and
relationship
fierce.
with that thing.
Everything I
And
hoped
the honest
she'd be,
answer is that
and
my
looking
faith
at her
is intact,
tiny face,
though
I
it
made a
looks different
promise
than it
that
did.
I'd raise her
It
to
is
never
quieter.
tolerate what I
It is less
tolerated.
dependent on
To walk away the
institutional
first
validation.
time someone disrespects
It is less
her.
likely to accept
To know
someone's
her worth
spiritual
before
authority
anyone
at face
tries to
value and
convince her
more
she's
interested in the
worthless.
evidence of
Being
how
a
they
mother
actually
changed
live.
me in ways I didn't
It has,
expect.
in some ways,
Made me even
become
more
more
grateful
personal
I'd
and
left
more
Marcus,
durable precisely
because watching
because
Zara
it is
grow up
no
in a
longer
home
being
full
held
of
up by
love
structures
and
I've had
respect
to
and
stop
honesty.
trusting.
That's
What
the
I believe
legacy
now
I
is
want to
simpler
leave
than
her.
what I believed
Not
before,
dysfunction
and I think
disguised as
simpler is
commitment.
closer to the truth.
She's 3 now.
I believe in
smart
showing
and
up
funny
honestly.
and way too
I
observant
believe
for
in
her own
paying
good.
attention to
And
what the people
sometimes
closest
when I
to you
watch her
are
play, I
actually
think
doing
about the
rather than what they're
alternate
saying.
timeline where I stayed
I
with
believe that
Marcus,
love is not
where she would have
naivete.
grown up
Trust
watching
is
her
not
father
passivity,
disrespect
and
her
faith
mother.
is not the same
Learning
as
that
looking
love
away.
looks like
I
lies
believe
and
that the
betrayal.
hardest lessons
I
tend to
saved
be
her
the
from
most
that by
permanent
saving
ones,
myself,
and that the
and that
clearing
makes
that
every
happens
hard
after
moment worth it.
devastation,
Every
as
tear I
brutal as
cried,
the clearing process
every night I
is,
spent angry
makes room
and
for
hurt
things that
and
couldn't
questioning
grow in the
everything.
shade of what was
It
there
was
before.
all worth it to get
I am
here.
31 years
James
old.
is an incredible
I live
father,
in an apartment I
present
like,
and patient,
in a neighborhood
and so
I've come
in
to
love
love.
with our daughter. It makes
I have a
my
job
heart
I'm good
ache in
at
the best
and that I
way.
find meaningful.
And Zara adores him.
I have friends who are
follows
real,
him around
an
the
honest
house,
community,
wants him
and
to
a
read
faith
her
that I have
bedtime
actually
stories every
examined
night.
rather than just
This
inherited.
is what partnership looks
I
like.
have a cleaner
what real
relationship
love
with
looks
my own
like.
instincts than
what
I have had
marriage
at
is
any
supposed
other
to be
point
when
in my
both
adult
people are
life.
committed
And I have a
honest
capacity
and
for
showing up
solitude
fully.
that I had
And
never
I'm
developed
so
before,
grateful I didn't
that
settle
I think
for less.
is one of the most
Didn't accept
underrated
Marcus's
forms of
version of
strength
love
a person
just
can
because
have.
I was afraid
the
of
ability to
starting
be
over.
alone with yourself
I run into
without
people
filling the
sometimes who
silence
knew
with
us
noise.
as a couple.
I am not
Marcus and
finished
me,
being
and
affected
they
by what
always
happened.
ask what happened.
I don't think
why
you're
we
ever
split,
finished.
and I
Not
keep
really.
it simple.
It
Say
shows
he
up
wasn't
in
who I thought he
unexpected
was.
moments.
I'm better
In
off
the
now,
way,
and
I
leave it at
sometimes
that.
catch
Some
myself in
people
a new
push,
relationship
want the
or
juicy
friendship,
details, the
looking
drama,
for the frequency
and I shut it
drift
down
before
because
it
my
becomes
story
a problem.
isn't entertainment.
In the way,
it's my
I'll
life,
hear a certain
and
kind
I don't
of
know
gospel
anyone
music
an
and feel a
explanation
complicated
beyond what I'm
mixture of
comfortable
love
sharing.
and loss that I
The
can't
people who
fully
matter,
untangle.
the ones who
in the
actually
way,
care
I
about
sometimes
me,
dream
they
about
know
that
what
whole way in
happened.
the Marriott
They were there
and wake
through
up
it.
with the
They
same
watched
combination
me
of
rebuild
dread
from
and clarity
scratch,
I
and
felt
their
standing
support means
outside that door.
everything.
But
I heard
I am
through
not
the
defined by
grapevine
it
that
either.
Marcus got
That
married
is the
again.
line I have worked
Some woman
hardest
he
to
met
walk.
at work.
To let
And
what
my
happened
first
be
thought
part of
was,
my
I hope
story
she knows
without
what
letting
she's
it be the
getting
whole of
into.
it.
Followed
To carry the
immediately
knowledge,
by,
it
"That's
gave me
not my
without
problem
carrying the
anymore."
wound of it in a way
Part of
that
me wanted to
closes
warn
me
her.
off to what comes
wanted
next.
to send an anonymous
What comes
message
next,
telling
I don't
her
know
to
yet.
watch out.
That
but
is
I
not a
didn't
sad
because
admission.
that's not my responsibility.
It is an honest one.
She'll figure it
And
out on
after
her own,
years
or
of filling
maybe
in that
he's
uncertainty
actually
with
changed.
assumptions,
Stranger
deference,
things have
and the
happened.
voices of other
But
people's
probably
wisdom,
not, because
I find
people
not
who
knowing to
cheat
be one of the
usually
most
don't
honest
change.
things I can
They
say.
just get better at
I'm
hiding
standing.
it. And
I'm
whoever
clear.
she is
she'll learn that lesson
in
the
ways
same
I
way
couldn't
I
have
did,
predicted when
the
I was
hard way.
23 years old
I don't wish
in a
him
white
ill.
dress in
Don't
that
hope his
sanctuary.
life falls apart.
More fully myself
Don't spend
than I
any
have
energy
ever been.
thinking about his
And
karma
that is
or
nothing.
justice or
That
any
is,
of that.
in fact,
I'm just
everything.
indifferent.
The end.
And that indifference
She
is
caught
the
her
ultimate
pastor in the
freedom.
hotel room with
Zara
her
asks
sister-in-law.
sometimes about my
I need
first
you to
wedding.
understand something
She's seen
before I
photos
start.
at my mom's house.
I am not a suspicious
Pictures
woman
from
by
before
nature.
Marcus and
I
I
never
split,
went through Marcus's
and I tell her
phone.
the truth in
Never
age-appropriate
questioned his
ways.
whereabouts.
That mommy
Never
was
demanded
married before
passwords
daddy,
or check-ins
that it
or
didn't
any
work
of that.
out.
I was raised
sometimes
to believe
people make
that trust
mistakes
was the
and we have to be
foundation of a
brave enough
marriage,
to start
and
over.
if you didn't have that,
She accepts
you
it
didn't
easily
have
the way
anything
kids
worth
do.
keeping.
Doesn't judge.
My mother
doesn't
told me
ask
that.
complicated
My
questions.
grandmother told me
just
that.
says, "Okay,
The women
mommy,"
in my
and
family
goes
built
back to
their
playing.
entire identities
And I'm
around being
grateful
the
she's
kind of
growing
wife
up
who
in a
didn't
world
sweat the
where
small
divorce
stuff,
isn't shameful.
who gave her
It's
husband
just a
room
fact
to
of
breathe,
life sometimes.
who kept the home
I'm
steady
36
and the
now,
faith strong.
happy, healthy,
I carried
living
that
a
into
life
my
I'm
marriage
proud of.
as if it were
And
scripture.
when I think about that day
And
in the
for a
hotel
long
room,
time,
that
I thought
moment
it was
when my
working.
world imploded,
Marcus
I
Webb
don't
came
feel
into my
pain
life
anymore.
when I was
I feel
22 years
gratitude.
old,
Gratitude
standing in the
that I
parking
found
lot
out
of
when I
Greater
did.
Anointing Ministries
Gratitude
after
that I
a
had the
Sunday
strength
morning
to
service,
leave.
arguing with my
Gratitude that I
cousin
didn't
Danielle
waste
about
more
whose
years
turn
on
it was to
someone who
host
didn't
Christmas
value
dinner.
me. Gratitude
for
every single thing that led me here.
And said,
"This is
I don't
my
know
truth,
what the argument
my
is
story,
about,
my
but
journey
I hope you
from
win."
betrayal to
That
healing
was
to
it.
happiness.
That was the
And
whole
if
introduction.
sharing it helps even
I
one
laughed.
person find
Danielle
the courage
rolled
to
her
walk away
eyes,
from
and
something
3
that's
weeks
hurting
later,
them,
Marcus
then every
and I were
painful
having
moment was
coffee
worth
at
it.
a little spot on
Marcus
Cascade
is still out there
Road,
somewhere,
talking for
still
4
living his
hours
life,
like we'd known each
still
other
dealing
our
with
whole
whatever
lives.
demons
He
made
was
him the way he
25.
is. And
Tall,
I genuinely
clean-cut,
hope
the
he's
kind
found
of man
peace.
who opened doors
Hope he's
without
worked
being
through his
asked and
issues.
remembered things
Hope
you
he's
mentioned
treating
in
people
passing
better.
3 conversations
But that's
ago.
his journey now.
He was thoughtful
not
in
mine.
a way that made
I'm
you
on
think
my own
someone
path
had been
with my
raised right,
husband and
and
my
he had
daughter
been.
and a future
His mother,
full of
Miss
possibilities.
Carolyn,
And
was one of the
Marcus
most
is just a
respected
chapter
women
in my
in our
history,
congregation.
not the whole
His
book.
father had passed
I'm writing
when
new
Marcus
chapters
was 16,
now, better ones,
and he carried
happier
that
ones,
grief
and
with
they
a
don't
quiet
include him
dignity
at all,
that I found
and
deeply
that's
moving
exactly
at the
how
time.
it should be.
I thought it
never
meant he
told Zara
understood
the full
loss,
story about
that
Marcus.
he understood how
Figured
fragile
I'd
things
save
were.
that conversation
I thought
for
it
when
made
she's
him
older,
someone who would
when
never
she can
take what he had
understand
for
the
granted.
complexity of adult
We dated
relationships
for 2 years and
the
married when I
importance
was
of knowing
23.
when to walk away
The
from
wedding
something
was held
toxic.
in the same
But she
sanctuary
asked
where
me one
we'd
day
both
when
been
she was about
baptized
5,
as children,
completely
and
out of
there was
nowhere
something
while
about
we
that
were making
symmetry that
pancakes,
felt like a
Mommy,
promise bigger
why
than the
didn't you
vows
stay
themselves.
married to the man in
My
Grandma's
father walked
pictures?
me down the aisle,
And I realized
Miss
I couldn't
Carolyn
keep putting
cried
off this
through the entire
conversation.
ceremony.
I sat her
Pastor
down,
Elijah
got on her
Drummond,
level, and
who had
said
known
sometimes
Marcus
grown-ups
since he
make
was a
promises
teenager,
to each other that they
officiated.
can't keep.
He gave a
And
sermon
when that
before the
happens, we have
vows
to
that
make
people
hard
in our
choices
church
about what's
still
best
talk
for
about.
us. And
Something
I chose
about
to
covenants
leave
and
so I could
sacred
find
ground
real love
and the
with
way
your
God
daddy.
sees marriages
She
not
nodded
as
like she
contracts,
understood,
but
even
as
though I
living
knew she
things that have to
probably
be
didn't
tended.
fully.
I
And then
remember
she
standing
said,
at that
"Did he
altar
hurt
thinking
you?"
I had
And
never
my
felt
heart
more
broke a
certain
little
about
because she was
anything in
already
my life.
learning that love
For
can
the first
hurt,
several
that
years,
people can
the
disappoint
marriage
you.
was good.
I said,
Not
"Yes,
perfect,
baby,"
because
he
nothing
hurt my
is,
feelings,
but genuinely
I'm
good.
okay now.
We bought
and
a
I
house
learned
in
a lot,
Adamsville,
and I'm happy.
I was working
and
as a
that's
project
matters.
manager
And
for a
she hugged me
mid-sized
tight
healthcare
and
company
said,
downtown.
"I'm glad you found
and
Daddy."
Marcus was
And I
building
held
his
her and
career
thought
in
about how
commercial
right
real
she
estate.
was.
We were
James
busy,
walked in during
but we
that
made
moment,
time for each other.
saw us hugging,
We traveled when we
asked
could.
what was going on.
We had a standing
and
date
when
night
I
on
told
Fridays.
him later, he said,
We
"You
were
handled
active
that
in the church,
perfectly."
both of
She
us
needs to
serving
know
on
that
different
leaving
ministry
is
teams,
always an option,
and that community
that she
was the
should never
backbone of
feel
our social
trapped.
life in a way
And
that
I
felt
loved him
healthy
even
and
more for
grounding rather
understanding.
than insular.
We had another
The first
baby
time
2
I
years
noticed
after
something
Zara,
shift was
a
about
boy this
4
time,
years into the
named
marriage.
him Miles,
It
and
wasn't
watching
dramatic.
James with 2
It
kids
wasn't an
confirmed
argument,
everything
a
I
cold
already
shoulder,
knew,
or
that
any
he
of
was
the
partner
obvious signs
I'd
people
always
talk about.
deserved.
It
The
was more
father
like
my
a
children
frequency
needed.
change.
The
When
man
a radio
Marcus
signal
had
drifts
pretended to be,
slightly
but
off
never
station,
actually was.
you keep reaching
Life
for the
got
dial to
busier
bring
with
it back.
2 kids.
But
My
the sound
career
keeps
kept
getting
growing.
fuzzy at the edges.
James's architecture
Marcus was
firm
present
landed
physically,
bigger
but
projects.
somewhere else in
We were
every
building
other
this
way that
beautiful,
mattered.
chaotic
I
life
chalked
together.
it up to work stress.
And
He
sometimes
was
I'd
trying to
stop in
close
the
a
middle of a
significant
regular
deal,
Tuesday,
and the pressure
just
was
feel
visible.
overwhelmed with
I
gratitude.
gave him space.
Gratitude
The deal
that I'd
closed.
walked away from
Things got a
comfortable
little
misery,
better.
that I'd
I
chosen
stopped paying
myself
attention
even
to
when
the
it was
frequency.
terrifying,
But
that
that
I'd been
drift
brave
never
enough
fully
to
corrected
believe I
itself.
deserved better.
It would settle
and
for
then
a few
actually
months,
went out
and then
found
I'd
it.
feel it again.
I stopped thinking
That
about
soul pulling
Marcus
away.
almost
That
entirely
quality of
except
being
for
in the
moments
same
like
room
this
with
when I'm
someone who had
reflecting on
already
how far
left.
I've come.
I
And
mentioned it
even
to him
then, it's
once,
not about him
maybe 8
specifically.
months before
It's about who I was then
everything fell
versus
apart.
who I am now.
We were in the
The
kitchen
woman
on a
who
Sunday
stayed
evening,
married to Marcus,
and I told him
who
I felt
ignored
like
her
we were losing
instincts,
something.
who made
like we were
herself small
becoming
to
roommates
accommodate
who went
his
to church
ego.
together
She's
instead
gone,
of husband and
replaced
wife.
by someone who
He
knows her
listened.
worth and
He
won't
nodded.
compromise it for
He said
anyone.
I was right and that he
I
would do
mentor
better.
younger women now
And
through
he
a
did
program at
for
work,
about 6 weeks.
and I always tell
Then
them
the
the
drift
same
came
thing.
back, and
Don't
this
ignore
time it
red
brought
flags
company.
hoping they'll go
He
away.
started spending
Don't
more
stay
time
in
at the church.
situations that make you
Not
question
just
your
Sundays,
sanity.
but multiple
Don't let
evenings
anyone
a week.
convince you that your
Tuesday
standards
Bible
are
study,
too high.
which he'd
One
attended
of my
off
men
and on
came
for
to me
years,
crying last year.
became a
Found out her
non-negotiable
boyfriend
standing
was
commitment.
cheating. Didn't know
Thursday
what to
leadership
do,
meetings
meetings that he'd never mentioned before started appearing on his calendar.
But enough.
Saturday morning prayer calls that seemed to stretch past noon.
She wasn't alone.
I didn't question it at first because the church had always been central to our lives.
And 6 months later, she's thriving.
I told myself I should be glad he was investing in his spiritual growth
seeing her
instead of sitting at home disconnected.
Why sharing
I told myself a lot of things that year.
We're not supposed to
I was
suffer in
very
silence.
creative with my explanations.
We're supposed to talk about it.
What I didn't pay close enough attention to was the way he started guarding his phone.
And
Marcus had never been secretive about his phone before.
We protect each other.
We weren't the type to go through each other's devices, but we also weren't the type to hide them.
Still bartending.
His phone had
started
her own
consulting business,
sitting on the counter
and restaurants
face up,
about customer
no drama.
service.
But somewhere around 7 months before that Wednesday night,
turning point
I started noticing that he'd flip it over whenever I walked into the room.
Rebuild my life.
That he'd take calls in the garage.
Accepting
His
mediocrity
screen brightness
in her own
was
relationships,
always set to the
to
lowest
demand
level.
better. and
I
she's
noticed.
engaged now to someone
filed
who
it
worships
away.
the ground she walks on.
I didn't want to be the suspicious
and I'm
wife.
so happy for her.
My mother's voice
we
in
met
my
up
head,
for brunch
my
last
grandmother's
year.
voice,
First time
the
seeing
voices
each other
of
in
every
person
woman in my
since all of this
family
started.
who had ever
And
told
we
me that
hugged
a
like
man
old
needed
friends,
space
even
and
though
trust.
we'd really only
I listened to
connected
those
through that
voices
one
instead of my own
devastating
instincts,
message.
and I will
She
carry
said,
the weight
I
of that
think about
choice
that
for a
night
long
at the
time.
bar all the time.
On Wednesday night,
Wonder if I
it
should
all
have minded my
collapsed,
business.
as it often does.
But then I see her
I'd
life
had a
now,
long
and
day
I
at
know
work,
I did the right thing.
back-to-back meetings,
and I told her
ate
she
lunch at my
absolutely
desk,
did,
and
that
drove
she
home
saved
in
me
that
from
particular
wasting
Atlanta
more
traffic
years on a
that
lie.
makes you question
We laughed
every
about
life
how dramatic
decision
it all
you've ever
was.
made.
The hotel
Marcus was
confrontation,
already dressed
the divorce,
and heading out
all
when
of
I
it.
walked in the door.
Not because it was
He
funny
kissed
at the
me on the
time,
cheek,
but because
said he had a
both
late
come
leadership
so
debrief
far
at the
since then
church,
that we could
and
look
said
back
he'd
without
be home
pain.
by 10.
That's healing,
I kicked
real
off my
healing.
shoes,
When you can talk
changed
about the
into
worst
something
moments of your
comfortable,
life without
heated the
falling
leftovers
apart.
in the fridge,
When you
and
can
was
acknowledge
in bed
the
by
pain
9,
without letting
watching
it
a
consume
show
you.
I'd
When
already
you can
seen
find
twice
meaning in the mess.
because I was too
My
tired to
parents are
invest
older
in
now,
anything
mellowed
new.
out, and my
phone
mom
rang
told me
at
recently that
9:47.
watching me go through
Unknown
that
number.
divorce and come
Atlanta
out stronger
area
changed
code.
her perspective
I stared
on
at
a
it
lot
for
of
a
things,
moment and then
made
picked
her
up because
reevaluate her own
some
marriage,
instinct I hadn't
her
learned to
own
ignore
compromises.
yet told me to
She
answer.
didn't leave my dad
The woman
or
on the other
anything
end had a
dramatic
calm
like that,
voice.
but
The
she
way
started
people are
speaking
calm
up more.
when they've made a
Stopped
decision they
accepting
can't
things
take
that
back.
bothered her. Set
She didn't
boundaries
introduce
she'd
herself.
never set before.
She didn't
and their
apologize for
relationship
calling.
actually got
She
better
just said,
because of it.
"Is this Marcus
She said,
Webb's
"You
wife?"
taught me that
And the
it's
way
never
she said
too late
wife,
to demand
with this
respect,
particular
even
weight
from
on
someone
it,
you've been with
made
for
my
40
stomach
years.
drop before
And
I
was
even
proud that
processed
my
the question.
pain had somehow
I
helped
said
her find
yes.
her voice too.
I asked
My
who she
dad's
was.
always been a man
She
of
said
few
her
words,
name didn't
but
matter.
he pulled me
Then
aside
told
at
me my
Miles'
husband
first
wasn't
birthday
at
party
any
and
church
said,
meeting.
"I'm sorry,
She
I
said
didn't
he
see
was
what
at the
Marcus
Marriott
was doing.
Peachtree,
I should have
room
protected you
214,
better."
and that he was
I
not
told him
alone.
it wasn't his job
She
to
said
protect
it
me
without
from my
drama,
own husband.
without emotion.
That's some lessons
like
we have
she
to
was
learn
reading an
ourselves.
address off a
He
piece
hugged
of
me
paper.
tight and said,
and
"You're
then she hung
stronger
up.
than I ever give you
I
credit
sat in my
for."
bed for
And
probably
coming
4
from my
full
dad,
minutes
who
without
rarely
moving.
gives compliments,
I ran through
that meant
every
everything.
rational alternative I
James's
could
parents
manufacture
treat me
on
like
number.
I'm their biological
Someone is
daughter.
playing a game.
Never make me
A
feel like the second
misunderstanding.
wife or the
A
divorced
mix-up.
one.
Some
Just
woman with a
embrace me
grudge
fully.
against a different
And
Marcus
James's
Webb
mom
in a
told me
different
once that
marriage
I'm
with
the
a
best
different
thing
wife.
that ever happened to
I
her
built
son.
those alternatives
She
up as
said
high as
he
I
was
could,
drifting before
and then
you,
I watched them
successful
collapse on
but
their own
empty,
because not
and
one
you
of
brought
them
him
could
back
hold
to
the weight
life.
of what I'd
And
heard
I
in that
thought about
woman's
how we
voice.
saved each other
She
in
wasn't
different
making
ways.
something up.
How
She knew
sometimes
something,
broken people
and
can
she
heal
had
together
decided I should
instead
know
of
it
breaking
too.
each other further.
I got up.
We
I
take
got
family
dressed.
trips now,
Not
all
slowly,
4 of us,
not
and I make sure to
dramatically,
document
just mechanically.
everything, not
The way
for
you
social
move when
media,
your brain
but for
has
us,
made a
so my
decision,
kids can
and
look
your
back
body
and
is
see what a
following
happy
orders
family looks
before your
like.
emotions
What
have had a
love
chance
is
to
supposed to
vote.
feel like.
I grabbed my
Zara's
keys
8
and
now
my
and
purse,
already
and I
so
drove to that
perceptive.
Marriott.
She
And
watches
I want to
how
tell you that
James
I was
treats me,
composed the
how
whole
he
way
asks
there.
my opinion
But
on
the
things,
truth is that
how
I
he
cried
shares
for the first
responsibilities
10 minutes
without
of that
being
drive,
asked.
and
And I
then
know
something
she's
switched off
internalizing
inside
what a
me,
good partner
and
looks
I went
like.
very still.
Miles is
Not
still young,
peaceful
only
still.
5,
Certain
but he's
still.
already learning
Like, I
respect
already knew
by
what I was
watching
about
his
to
father.
find, and
Learning
the
that
grief of
men
knowing
can be
it had
gentle
arrived
and
before the
present
proof.
and emotionally
The lobby of
available.
the Marriott was
And
bright
that makes
and
me
quiet.
so hopeful
One
for
of
the
those
kind
business
of man
travel
he'll become.
hotels where the
I think
energy
about the
at 10
kids I
o'clock
might
on a
have had with
Wednesday
Marcus,
is tired
and
and
I feel nothing
transactional.
but relief
A
that it
man
never
in a suit
happened,
was checking
that
in
I
at the
don't have
front
to
desk.
co-parent with him.
A woman
Don't
was
have to
waiting for
explain
the
to children
elevator
why
with
their
a
father
rolling
loves somewhere
suitcase.
else.
Nobody
Don't have to
paid me
pretend
any
he's a good
attention.
man when he's not.
I took the
My
elevator
kids
to the
have
second
stability
floor
and
and
honesty
walked down
and
the
two
hallway.
parents who
And when I got
genuinely
to
love
room
each other.
214,
And that's worth more
I
than
stood outside that
anything
door,
Marcus could have
and
ever
I made
given me.
myself breathe.
More than the house we
I
were
could hear the
saving for
television.
or the life we
A low
planned.
murmur of sound.
I ran
some
into
late
one
night
of Marcus's
show.
friends
The kind
at a
of noise
charity
people
gala
put
last
on
year.
when they want to feel
Someone
less
we'd been
alone
close
or
with during
less
the marriage,
conspicuous.
and he
There
pulled me
was light
aside
under
looking
the door.
uncomfortable and
Someone
said,
was awake
I need
in that
to
room,
apologize.
and they had no
I knew what
idea
Marcus
I was
was
standing
doing,
18
and I
inches
didn't say
away from them.
anything.
I knocked
appreciated
2 firm
the
knocks,
honesty,
not
but
frantic,
told him I
not
didn't
timid.
blame him.
The
That men
television
protect
kept
each
going,
other, and that's
I
a
heard
whole other
movement,
issue.
the unmistakable
But I'd
sound
moved on,
of people
and he should
adjusting,
too.
repositioning,
And he looked relieved,
the
like
shuffle
he'd been
and
carrying
hush
that
of a
guilt for
situation
years.
being rearranged
He told me
before
Marcus
a door
asks about me
opens.
sometimes.
I heard a
Wants
low
to know
male
if I'm
voice
happy,
saying something
if I
I
ever
couldn't
talk
make
about
out.
him.
I
And
heard
said,
another
tell
voice
him I am
respond.
happy, and I
I
don't talk
stood
about
there,
him at all.
and I waited,
and
and
walked
when
away
the door
before he
finally
could say
opened,
anything
I was
else.
looking at Pastor
I don't owe
Elijah
Marcus
Drummond.
updates on my life.
He was wearing a
Don't
hotel
owe him
robe.
the satisfaction
His
of
hair,
knowing he still
usually
crosses my
perfectly
mind
shaped for
occasionally.
Sunday mornings,
Don't owe him
was
anything
not right.
except maybe
His
a
eyes
thank
went
you
wide
for showing
when he
me
saw
exactly what I
and
didn't
for just
want.
a moment.
Thank you,
One
Marcus,
very
for lying to
small
my
and
face
very
for 6
honest
months,
moment.
because it
I
taught
saw
me to
pure
trust
panic
my
cross his
intuition.
face before
Thank
he
you for
composed
cheating
himself
because it
into the
forced me to
Pastor
find my
Drummond
spine.
I had known for
Thank
11
you for being a
years.
terrible husband.
But I had already
because
seen
it made
the
me
panic.
appreciate a good
I had
one.
already clocked
That's
the
the
robe
only
and the hair,
gratitude he'll
and the
ever
way he
get
was
from
standing
me.
in the
The
doorway of a
acknowledgement that
hotel
his
room at
betrayal
10 o'clock on
inadvertently
a
led me
Wednesday
to
night.
something better.
And every
And
question in
even
my
that
mind
feels
collapsed
like more
into
than
a
he
single
deserves.
point of terrible
James
clarity.
knows all of this.
I
knows
looked
about
past
Marcus,
him into the room.
knows about the
The
hotel
lamp
room,
on the nightstand
knows
was on.
about the divorce,
The bed
and
covers
the
were
healing
pulled
and
back
all of
and
it.
rumpled.
And he's
And
never
sitting
once
on the
made
far
me feel
edge
like
of the bed,
damaged goods,
wrapped from
or
her
like my
shoulders to
past
her knees
was
in the
too
white
much
bed
baggage.
sheet, was a
He
woman
says
I
my
had
past
known
made
since
me
the
who I
year
am,
I
and
joined
he
Greater
loves who I am.
Anointing Ministries.
So he's grateful
A
for
woman who had
everything
sat
that led me to
beside me
him.
at women's
Even
ministry
the painful
retreats
parts,
and
that
eaten at
kind
my
of
kitchen
acceptance
table
is
and
what
been
real
in my
love
wedding.
looks like.
A woman
We celebrated
whose
our
last name was
10th
Webb
wedding
because
anniversary
she had been
last month.
born into the
Took a
same
trip to
family
Greece
as
without
my
the
husband.
kids. Just
Tamara,
us reconnecting
Marcus's
and remembering
younger
why we
sister,
chose each other.
30 years
and
old.
it was perfect.
The woman I had
easy,
called my sister-in-law
effortless in
and
the
my
way
friend
love should
for
be.
11 years.
I thought about
wanna
my
stop
5-year
here because
anniversary
I need
with
you to
Marcus.
actually sit
how
with
we'd
what
gone
I'm
through the
describing.
motions. Nice
I
dinner,
drove to that
generic
hotel
gifts,
expecting to find
both of
my
us
husband with
pretending
another
everything
woman.
was fine
What
when
I
it was
found
already
instead was
falling
my
apart.
pastor,
And
a
I
married
realized
man
I'd
with
been
3
living
children
alive for
and
so
20
long
years
I'd
of
forgotten what
spiritual
truth felt
authority
like.
over my community.
With James, everything
in a
is
hotel
truth,
room with my
transparent
sister-in-law.
and honest,
My husband
and
was
sometimes
nowhere in that
messy,
room,
but always
and the
real.
caller who sent
And
me there
I'll
knew
take
exactly
real
what
over
I would
perfect
find.
any day of the week.
The world
because
did not
perfect
spin.
is usually
It
just
didn't
a
do
performance.
anything dramatic
We
or
renewed our
cinematic.
vows on that trip.
It just rearranged
Nothing official,
itself very
just the two
quietly
of us
into
on
a
a beach
shape
at
I
sunset,
didn't
saying the
recognize.
things we'd learned
Pastor
over a
Drummond
decade
started
together,
talking immediately,
promising to keep
His
choosing
voice
each other
was low,
even when
measured,
it's hard.
controlled.
I cried
He
happy
said,
tears,
"Sister Keisha,
the kind that
this
come
is
from
not
a
what
place
dash."
of pure contentment.
And I held up one
and
hand,
James
and
wiped
something
them
in my
away
face
and said,
made him
"This is
stop
what you deserve.
mid-sentence.
This is
I
what
looked at
it's
Tamara.
always supposed to
She
feel
had
like."
pulled the sheet
and
higher
he
up
was
around
right.
herself,
I'm
and she was
41
looking
now,
at a point
gray
somewhere
hair
to the
starting to
left of
show,
my face,
wrinkles
unable
around my
or
eyes from
unwilling to
smiling
meet
so
my eyes
much.
directly.
Body different
I had
after
known
2
this
kids,
woman for over a
and
decade,
I've never felt
and
more
she couldn't
beautiful
look at me.
because I'm loved
That told
for
me
who I
more
am,
than the robe
not
or
who
the
someone
rumpled
wants
bed
me to
or
be.
any of the rest
Marcus
of it.
would have made comments
I said
by now.
very
Would
calmly,
have suggested
"Where's
I hit the
Marcus?"
gym more
Neither
or
of
dress
them answered
younger
immediately.
or do something about
Pastor
the gray.
Drummond opened
But
his
James
mouth,
tells me
and
I'm
I cut
aging
him
like
off
fine
before he
wine
could start.
and actually means
I
it.
said, "Not
Looks at
you."
me like I'm still
Her.
the most beautiful
Tamara
woman
finally
in the world.
looked at me.
That's
Her
the difference
eyes were wet,
between a man
but she
who
hadn't
values
cried
you
yet.
and a man who's
She said
keeping
she
his
didn't
options
know.
open.
I told
One
her
makes
that was
you feel
interesting,
secure and
given
cherished.
that my husband
The
had
other
told
makes
me
you
he was
feel
at a
like you're
church meeting
constantly
tonight,
auditioning for
and
a
I
role
had a
you
feeling
already
the
have.
two things were connected.
I look at young women now,
She looked away
the
again.
ones in their 20s
So
getting
I called
married,
Marcus.
and I want to shake
Right there
them
in the
and
doorway,
say, make
phone
sure
on
he's
speaker,
worthy.
loud
Make sure
enough
you're not
that
ignoring
everyone
red
in that
flags.
hallway and
Make sure
everyone
you
in
love
that room
yourself
could
enough
hear
to leave
every
if he
word.
shows you he's not
He
the
picked
one.
up on the second
But
ring.
I know they have to
His
learn their
voice
own
was
lessons.
normal, relaxed.
Some of them will
the
get
voice
lucky
of a
and
man
marry
who
good
had
men
no
on the
idea
first
the
try.
floor was about
Some
to
of them will
disappear
go
from
through what
under
I
him.
went through.
He said
and
he was
all I
wrapping
can
up
do
at
is
the
be
church,
there when they need
asked
someone
if
who
I was okay,
understands.
and
Someone
asked
who's
if I
been in the
needed
fire
anything.
and came out the other
I
side.
said, "Which
My
church,
story
Marcus?"
isn't unique.
He paused
Thousands
for just
of
a
women
beat.
go through this
Not
every
long,
day,
but I
it's
heard it.
mine.
He
And
said
I own
greater
every part of
anointing,
it,
same as
the pain
always.
and the healing
I
and
said,
the triumph.
"So you're there right
because
now."
it made me who I
He
am.
said yes.
I'm a wife,
I said,
a mother,
"Then I need
a
you to explain to
successful
me why I'm
professional,
standing
a mentor,
outside room
a
214
friend,
at the
a
Marriott
survivor,
Peachtree,
and none of
looking
that would
at your
be true if
pastor
I'd
and
stayed,
your sister."
if I'd
The
accepted
silence
Marcus's
that
version
followed
of love,
that sentence
if
was
I'd
one of the
convinced
longest
myself
I
that
have
good enough
ever
was
experienced.
actually good enough.
It was the
It
silence
wasn't
of someone
then, and
whose
it won't
entire
ever be.
architecture
I
of
deserve
deception
great
just
love,
cracked
and
at
so does
every
everyone
joint
else.
simultaneously.
And settling for
It was
less
the silence
is
of
just
a
slow
man running
suicide
through every
disguised as
possible
compromise.
response, finding
Marcus
none
is
worked.
50 now, I
And
know,
then he
because
said
we
it.
share a birthday
He
month,
said,
and
"Keisha,
sometimes
I can
mutual
explain."
acquaintances post
Not,
about him.
"What are you talking
and
about?"
he looks tired.
Not,
like
"That's
life
impossible."
has been harder than he
Not,
expected.
"You must be mistaken."
And maybe it has been.
He said, "I can
maybe
explain,"
karma's
which
real,
meant he
and
had
he's
something to
facing
explain,
consequences
which
I'll
meant
never
he
know
already
about,
knew what I was
or
looking
maybe
at,
he's happy,
which
and
meant
I
that
just can't
whatever was
imagine
happening
how.
in that hotel
Either way,
room
it
was
doesn't
not
matter
new information
because his
to my
life
husband.
stopped being my concern
I
the
told
day
him
I
to
walked
come.
out of that hotel
I
room.
told him to come right
I've
now.
built something beautiful
And I
from
hung
the
up.
ashes of that marriage. marriage.
15 minutes
something
later,
real
he
and
walked off that
lasting and
elevator
full of joy.
and down that hallway.
And that's the best
and
revenge.
I watched his face
Not that I'm
the whole
trying to
way.
get revenge.
He didn't look
but
shocked.
if I was,
He
living
didn't look
well would
confused.
absolutely be it.
He looked like a
My
man
kids
walking
will grow
towards
up
something
knowing
he
their
had known
mom
was
is
coming.
strong,
And there
knowing
was
she
something
didn't stay in
almost like
something that
relief
hurt
in his
her just
expression
because
that made
leaving
me
was
angrier
scary,
than anything
knowing
else
that
I had
sometimes
seen
the bravest
or heard
thing you
that
can do is
entire
start
night.
over.
Because
And
relief
when Zara
meant
gets
he was
older,
tired of
and
carrying
I tell her
something.
the full story,
And the fact that
when
he
I
had been
explain
carrying
about
it
Marcus
without telling
and
me
the
meant he
cheating
had
and the
chosen
divorce,
to carry it
I'll
alone
also
rather
tell
than
her about the
trust me with
courage
the
it took to
truth.
leave.
We did
The
not have a
healing that
screaming
came
match in
after,
that hallway.
the love I found
All four of us
because I
ended up in that
refused to
room
settle.
because I wasn't
I'll
about to
tell
have
her
this
that her dad is
conversation where
proof that good
anyone
men
walking
exist,
past could hear
that
it.
loyalty
And I
isn't
think
a fantasy,
everyone involved
that
understood
respect
that.
is the bare minimum,
Pastor Drummond
and she
sat
should
in the
never
chair by
accept
the
less.
window.
and
Tamara put on the second hotel robe and sat back down on the edge of the bed.
Even if she doesn't,
Marcus
even if she
stood
has
near
to
the door,
learn these lessons
and
the
I
hard
stood
way
in the
like
middle
I
of that
did,
room,
I'll be
looked
there,
at each of them,
ready to
and
catch
said,
her when she falls,
very quietly,
ready to remind her that she's strong enough to survive
what came out
anything,
over the next 2
ready
hours
to show her
in
what
that
rebuilding
hotel room
looks
with the
like.
television
Because
still
that's what
murmuring
we
in
do.
the background,
Those of
and
us
the
who've
city
been through
moving
the
around
fire,
outside
we
the
reach
window,
back and pull others
completely
through.
indifferent to
We
what was
share our
happening
stories
inside,
so they don't feel
was
alone.
one of the most
We prove
painful
that
and
survival
most
is clarifying
possible and
conversations
of my
waiting
life.
on the other side.
Marcus had
This
been
is
at
my
the church
story,
approximately
from
4
betrayal
months
to divorce
earlier
to
for a
healing to
Thursday
finding
evening
real love.
leadership meeting.
And I'm sharing
the
it
meeting
because
ended
somewhere
earlier
out
than
there is a
expected,
woman sitting on
and
her
he had
couch
gone back
reading
to
a
the main
message from a
building to
stranger,
retrieve his
and
jacket
she
from the
needs to
room
know
where
she's
they'd
not
been meeting.
alone.
He
She's
had
not
walked past
crazy,
Pastor
and
Drummond's
she's
office,
strong enough to
which
walk
should
away.
have been empty at that hour,
She's strong enough
and
to
the
choose
door
herself,
had been
to
slightly
demand
open.
better, to
He
believe
heard
she
voices.
deserves more than
He
lies
heard sounds
and
that
betrayal.
stopped him in the hallway.
And whatever happens
he stood
next,
outside that
she'll
door for
survive
long
it,
enough to
just like I
understand
did.
exactly what was
That's
happening
my truth.
inside it.
That's
and
my
then
journey.
he walked away.
And I'm finally
he
at
did
a
not
place
tell me.
where I can tell it without
He did not
breaking,
tell Sister
where
Renee.
Marcus is
he did
just
not
a
go
plot
to the
point
church
instead
elders,
of the main
the
character,
deacon board,
where my
or
life
any
is
of
about
the
what I build
accountability
after him,
structures that
not
exist
what he
within a
destroyed.
church for exactly
I'm
this
free,
kind of situation.
I'm happy, I'm loved,
He went home,
I'm enough,
lay down
and that's how
beside
the
me in our
story
bed,
ends.
and
Not
started
with him
thinking
begging
about
for
what
me
that
back,
information
but
was
with
worth.
me not caring
I
either
want to be
way,
precise about
living
what
my
I'm
best
telling you
life,
because I
loving
think
my
the details
family
matter.
and never looking
Marcus
back.
did not go
That's
to
the
Pastor
power of
Drummond out of
walking away.
anger or
That's the
protectiveness
beauty of choosing
or
yourself.
any impulse
That's
I
what
could
happens
respect,
when you refuse
even
to
while I was
accept
hurt by
less
it.
than you deserve.
He went to him
And
deliberately,
to everyone who's still in
strategically,
it,
with
still
a list
deciding,
of things
still
he wanted.
scared. I'm
He
telling
wanted
you
the
what I
church
wish
board
someone
position
had told
he'd
me.
been
Leave.
passed over for
Don't
twice.
wait for it to get better.
He wanted the
Don't hope
pastoral
he'll
mentorship
change.
he'd been
Don't waste
requesting
another
for
day
years
on someone
and kept
who's
being
already
told to
shown
wait
you
for.
who they are.
He wanted
Believe
to
them
preach,
the first
which
time.
Marcus
Walk
had
away
wanted
with
since
your
he
head
was
high
young,
and
but
trust
had
that
never been
something better
given
is
a real
waiting,
platform.
because it is.
And he
I'm
wanted
proof
the
of that,
kind of
and
access
you will be
and
too.
standing in that
I
community
never
that
imagined
he felt
I'd be
he
standing
deserved,
here 15
but
years
had never
later,
been able to
looking
earn
back
through
at that
ordinary
version of
means.
myself in that
He
hotel
laid all
hallway
of that out for
and
Pastor
feeling
Drummond in a
anything other
private
than
meeting
pain.
the week after
But
he
here
walked
I am,
past that office door.
grateful for
And
every
Pastor
single
Drummond,
moment that led me
a
away
man
from
who had
Marcus
built his entire
and toward the
identity
life I have
on
now.
spiritual
Zara's
authority
13
and
now,
moral leadership,
in that weird middle
sat
school
across
phase
from
where
one of his
everything is
congregants
dramatic
and
and
agreed.
nothing makes sense.
Because he didn't have
And
a
she
choice,
came to me last
or at
week
least that's
asking
how
about
Marcus
first
had
loves
framed it
and
for him.
and how you know if someone's
because
right for you.
powerful men who have
I
been
sat
doing
her
wrong
down
things
and
in
told her
secret
the full
are
story,
often more afraid of
age
being
appropriate
exposed
but
than they
honest,
are committed to
about
doing
Marcus
right.
and the
So for
cheating
4
and the
months,
divorce.
the
And she
arrangement
listened with
held.
these wide eyes,
Marcus
like
got
she
his
couldn't
board seat.
believe her mom
He
had
got
been
his
through
mentorship
something
meetings.
so messy.
He got to preach on
She
2
asked,
Sunday
"Did you love
evenings.
him?" And
he
I
got
said,
the standing
I loved
and the
who I thought
access
he was.
and the deference
But that
he'd been
person
wanting,
didn't exist.
and he paid for
I
it
was
with
in
his
love with
silence
the
about what
fantasy.
he knew.
And once I
And
saw
what
the
he knew
real
was
him,
that
I
the
couldn't
man
unsee
delivering
it.
sermons about
She wanted to
covenant
know if
and
it hurt when I
sacred
found
ground
out,
on
if
Sunday
I
mornings,
cried,
was
if I was
spending
angry,
Wednesday nights
and I
in
told
hotel
her
rooms
yes
with
to
his
all
younger
of it.
sister.
That heartbreak
When
is
Marcus
supposed
told
to
me
hurt.
this, when
That's how
all
you
of it
know it
came out,
mattered.
I went
But the
very
hurt
quiet
doesn't
for a
last
long
forever
time.
if you don't
Not
let
because
it.
I was at a
Then
loss for
she
words,
asked the question
but
I'd
because
been
I was
waiting
trying
for.
to find words
How did you
that
know
were
Daddy was
accurate rather
different?
than just
and
reactive.
I smiled because that
I looked at my
answer was
husband,
easy.
this
He
man I
never
had
made me
married in that
question if I was
sanctuary.
enough.
This
Never
man
made me
whose
feel
grief I had
crazy for
found
having
moving
standards.
and whose
Never
thoughtfulness
gave me a
I had
reason to
found
doubt him.
beautiful.
She
And I
nodded
tried
like
to
she was
locate
taking
something I
mental notes
recognized some
and
version
said,
of the
"I'm
person
glad you
I
left
had
him,
built 11
because
years
if you
of my
hadn't,
life
you wouldn't
around.
have had me in Miles."
I asked him one
and
question.
she was right. Every
I asked
terrible
him
thing
if
that
at
happened
any
led me
point
to
in
my
those
kids,
4 months,
and that
knowing
makes
what
it
he
all
knew about
worth
his
it.
own sister
Miles
and his
is 10
pastor,
now,
he
playing
had considered
basketball
telling
and getting
me,
straight A's
not the
and
elders,
turning
not
into this
Sister
kind,
Renee,
thoughtful young
not
man
any
who opens
institutional
doors
body,
and says
just
please
me,
and thank you
his
without being
wife.
reminded.
How did
And
it
I
occur
know
to him
that's
even
because
once
of
to come
James.
home and
tell me the truth?
Because he's watching his father treat people with respect and dignity.
Then he said he hadn't wanted to put that on me.
He's become one of the most sought-after architects in Atlanta.
I have turned it over from
at my
every
company
angle.
now.
And every time I come back to the same
importantly,
conclusion,
we're happy,
which is that it was not an
happy
act
in a way
of
that
protection.
doesn't feel fragile
It was an
or
act of
temporary.
exclusion.
We bought a bigger house last year,
unilaterally
nothing
that I didn't get to
ostentatious,
know,
but comfortable.
not because the knowledge
With enough
would have
space
hurt me,
for the kids
though it
to
would
grow,
have,
and
but
for us
because
to host
sharing it
family
would have
dinners
required him
and
to
make
share what he
memories
was
that'll
doing
last
with it
long
as well.
after we're gone.
And he wasn't
I was
ready to give that
unpacking
up.
boxes in the new
I
house
left that
when I
hotel
found an
room
old
at
photo
close to
album
midnight.
from my first wedding.
I drove home
Must
alone.
have been buried in storage
Marcus
for
stayed
years.
in his own car.
And I sat there
I
on
don't
the
know
floor
where he went
looking
for the
at
next
pictures
few
of
hours,
Marcus
and
I
I didn't
me
ask.
smiling like we
I
had it
sat
all
in our
figured
house
out.
in the kitchen
James
at
walked
the table
in
where
and
we
saw me
eaten
with the
1,000
album
meals
and said,
together.
"You okay?"
And I
I
stayed
said,
there until
"Yeah,
the sun
just
started
weird
coming
seeing
up.
these.
I
Feeling
didn't
like
cry
I'm
that
looking
night.
at a stranger.
I had already
And he
done
sat
my
down
crying
next
in the
to
car
me,
on the way to
put
the
his
Marriott.
arm around me.
What I did
Didn't
that
make
night
it
was
weird
grieve,
or jealous.
which is different
Just
from
let me
crying.
process.
Grief is
I
slower
threw the album
and quieter,
away after that.
and it takes
Didn't
up
need
more
it.
space.
Didn't want my kids
the days
finding
that followed
it someday
were some
and
of the most
asking
surreal
questions.
of my life.
Didn't want any
Marcus
physical
came home the
reminders
next
of that
morning,
version of my
and
life
we
taking
began
up
the
space in
process of
this new
talking
one.
through what had happened.
Marcus reached
or
out again
trying
about
to.
3 years
but
ago.
talking through
Sent
it
a
required
long email
both people
talking
to
about
be
how
fully
he'd been in
present
therapy
and
for
honest.
years. How
Marcus
he'd
kept
finally
hedging,
understood the
kept
depth of what
qualifying,
he'd done,
kept
how
offering
he'd become a better
explanations that were
person
really
and
just
wanted me to know
reframings
that.
of the
I
same
read it
central
once,
truth.
felt nothing,
He had chosen
deleted
leverage
it,
over
and
integrity.
moved on with my day
And
because
he had
his
done it
personal
while
growth
sleeping
journey
beside
had
me
nothing
every
to do
night
with me.
and sitting
I
beside
wasn't
me
a
in church every
character in his
Sunday.
written arc.
Every
I was
time I
just
thought
the
we were
woman
getting
he
somewhere,
betrayed who
I'd
moved
hit
on
another wall of
completely.
deflection.
His wife reached
Not
out
lying
too.
exactly,
The one
but
he
not the
married
whole
after
truth
me
either.
found me on LinkedIn
Just enough
and
truth
sent a
to seem
message saying,
cooperative
I need
without
to know,
being fully
did he cheat
accountable.
on you?
About
And
a
I
week
knew
after that
immediately
night,
what that meant.
I asked him
Knew
to
he'd
stay
done it
somewhere
again.
else for a while.
New leopards don't
Not
change
permanently,
their spots.
or at least that's
I
what I told
responded
myself
honestly.
at the time.
Told her yes,
I
he
said
did.
I needed
Told
space
her
to
for
think,
6 months.
and he needed
Told
space
her
to
I found
figure
him
out
in a
who he
hotel
actually
room
was.
with another woman.
Because the
And
man
she
I had
thanked
married
me
and the
said
man who had
she'd
spent 4
suspected
months
but needed
running a covert
confirmation.
leverage arrangement
And I
against
felt
his
bad
own
for her, but
pastor
also
were not
relieved
people
I
I could
wasn't her
reconcile
anymore.
into the same
She
human
left him
being.
apparently.
Until I could
Heard through
understand
mutual
which one was
friends that
real,
she'd filed for
I didn't know
divorce
how to be in
and
the
took
same
him for
house with
everything.
him. He went to
And
stay
part of
with
me
a
wanted to
friend
reach
from
out
work.
and say, welcome
And I
to
sat
the
with the
club.
silence of
But
that
I
house
didn't because
and
that
let it
wasn't
tell
my
me things
place.
I'd been too busy
She was
to
on
hear.
her own journey
Meanwhile, the
It's funny how
situation
some
at the
men
church
never
was
learn,
moving on its
how they
own
repeat
timeline.
the same patterns,
I had not said a
expecting
word to
different
anyone
results.
outside
how
of
they
that
destroy
hotel
good
room.
women over and
I
over
had not called
because
Sister
they're too
Renee,
broken
had not
to
spoken to
appreciate
any
what
of
they
the
have.
other women in my
Marcus
ministry
is
circle,
alone now from
had
what
not
I hear.
breathed a word to my
Pushing
mother,
55,
my cousin
burned
Danielle,
too many bridges,
or anyone else
reputation
who
too
might have helped
damaged,
me carry what I
living
was
in some
holding.
apartment downtown.
Part of that was because
Don't feel
I didn't
sorry
know what
for
to
him
say.
because he made
Part
his
of it was
choices,
because
and
I
now
was still
he's living
figuring
with
out
them.
what I believed.
I ran into his
And
mother at
part
a
of it was
grocery
a
store
small,
2 years ago.
stubborn corner of
Hadn't
me
seen
that
her
was
since
still
the
hoping
divorce,
there was
and
some
she looked
version
at me
of
with
the
these
story
sad eyes
that
and
didn't
said,
require
I owe you an
everyone's
apology.
world to be destroyed.
I should have believed you.
That hope
I
lasted
should have
about
held
2
my
weeks.
son accountable.
Then Tamara
I told
made
her it
her
was
own
okay.
decision.
That I'd
She went to
forgiven
Sister Renee
everyone
on a
involved
Sunday
a long
afternoon.
time ago.
Went to her home,
And she started
not the
crying right
church,
there in the
not
produce
a neutral
section,
location, her
saying
home.
Marcus had
Renee
ruined
told
his
me
life,
later that Tamara
she didn't
had
even
called ahead
recognize him
and asked
anymore,
if she could come
that
by.
she wished he'd
and
been the
Renee
man
had
I
said,
deserved.
of course.
It was awkward
Assuming
and
it was about a
uncomfortable,
ministry
and
matter
I felt
or
bad for
maybe
her because
something
she was
personal
carrying
she
guilt
needed
that
counsel
wasn't
on.
hers to carry.
She opened her door
son's
and let in
choices
the
weren't
woman
her
who had
fault.
been sleeping
But
with her
I
husband
understood
for
why
over
she
a
felt
year.
responsible.
They sat
Mothers
down in
always
Renee's
do.
living room.
I gave
and
her my
Tamara
number
told
and
her
told her to
everything.
call if she
Renee
ever needed
said
to
she
talk.
didn't cry.
Not because
I
I wanted to
believe
be
that
friends,
completely because
but
I know
because
Renee.
she was a good woman
and she
who'd
is the
been
kind
lied
of
to
woman
just
who
like I
cries
had.
in private
And she deserved
composes herself for
compassion,
the
even
world.
if her son didn't.
She said she
She
sat
called
and
once,
listened.
about 6
and when
months
Tamara
later,
was
just
finished,
to check in,
she
to
asked
tell me
one
she'd
question.
heard I had kids now
She
and was
asked how
happy.
long.
And she
Tamara
said,
said
I'm glad you
14
found what you were
months.
looking for.
Renee thanked
I'm
her
glad
for
you
coming,
didn't let what my
stood up,
son did make you bitter.
walked her to the door,
I told her
and
bitterness
closed
was
it.
a choice,
Then
and
she
I'd
called her
chosen
oldest
differently.
sister in Savannah
Chosen to
and
take the
talked for
lesson
4
and
hours.
leave the pain.